Looking at this young man's muscles, who would think he's just a 10th grade student? Just 2 months ago, Sun was still a fat kid weighing over 300 pounds. Because he accidentally offended a gang, his girlfriend was brutally attacked and had to be hospitalized, but they didn't realize they had unwittingly awakened a monster. The story begins that morning when some random guy showed up at Chae-chun's class to collect debts. When he didn't get the money, he beat up Chae-chun's friend mercilessly. Seeing this, Men was so annoyed that he immediately shoved the half-eaten bread into its mouth, thinking Hajin, Chun's girlfriend, would step in to stop him. Who would have thought that little Dao would turn around and beat the crap out of that guy for messing with True's boyfriend? You're done for now. That fat guy with the lucky girl really is worth every penny. Boss Kai was shocked to find out his subordinate got beaten up by a girl and was very angry. He immediately ordered someone to cause trouble, making ink splatter all over Hein's uniform. The classmates, afraid of retaliation, didn't dare to stand up and testify. At that moment, Chun's car arrived, took off his jacket and draped it over Hajin, gently comforting her before leading her to change into new clothes. The bullies peeked out the door, wondering, why isn't that pig angry at all? Then they told Kim to leave, but he said just wait and see who did it, and they would come to him eventually. Sure enough, Chun quickly entered the usual hangout spot, and seeing his gang members there, they all looked very intimidating. "What's wrong, pig? You seem pretty upset, huh? Are you trying to hit me?" Zae-chun ignored them and told KC, all you need to do is apologize to Hein and buy her a new uniform, then this will be over. But Cock just looked amused and said, I don't know what I've done or what I haven't done. You're just bullying your friends out of fear. Then he suddenly stood up and spoke coldly. Just consider that I did something. Do you really think I will do whatever you say? The fat kid said as he pounded on Chun's stomach. The henchman trembled in fear and finally stepped forward. You fat pig! What nonsense have you been talking about all this time? But he didn't get a chance to touch you. With just one punch, you shattered his profile picture. Chun just wonders why there's been a mosquito buzzing around the class all this time, and then looks at the others, thinking I might have to wipe out that mosquitoes gang. Suddenly, the entire school seemed to shake as the impact echoed, blood streaming down but unable to silence his relentless screams. Why are you just standing there watching? Hurry up and beat that guy for me. The accomplice, seeing this, also got fired up and charged in, but Chun quickly lifted his foot and kicked, sending him flying into the air without touching the ground. Without waiting for the other guy to recover, he immediately delivered an elbow right to his face. Seeing his comrade beaten so badly, another guy couldn't just stand there anymore, but he only ended up digging his own grave. Chun rushes forward, lifts him onto his shoulder, and in an instant, takes down the other guy to the ground. The outcome is no different from the two accomplices before. Chun has exhausted all his strength, and you start to breathe heavily. Ki-sok, witnessing this, also begins to show some fear. Ki-sok has been standing nearby all this time just watching, then suddenly claps and praises them for handling the three guys well. Luckily, they're good at wrestling. Then he saw Sei-chun's exhausted breathing and looked surprised. Ki-sok moved closer to warm him up and said, Huh? Now try to fight me with all you've got and see if you can do it. You look so weak it's no fun at all. I can dodge you even if I put my hands behind my back. Zae-chun secretly thought, this bastard is quick. Just one punch is enough for me to win. Suddenly, Ki-sok approached you. Are you aiming to punch me? Taking the chance to strike, Chun couldn't land the punch. So, are you in such a hurry? You want to become a righteous hero? If you kneel and beg now, I'll give you some tuition money and make your life at school easier. It's been a while since we've had a fun moment like this, and you do have a kind heart like your girlfriend. Zae-chun, unwilling to give in, spoke up really annoyed. Ki-sok angrily glances at Zae-chun and continues, the buzzing of mosquitoes annoying him to no end. Truly, harmful insects only know how to suck blood to survive. Their fierce mouths are no match for us. Ki-sok, are you provoking me to get punched? Before you could finish your sentence, Zae-chun charged at him. He hugged Ki-ok tightly to bring him down and restrain him, but instead of fear, Sok smiled wickedly, as if everything was part of his plan. As he hugged Kyun, he thought he had succeeded, trying to use all his strength to pin him down and land a punch. But suddenly an unexpected problem occurred. Ki-sok lifts his leg, traps Chun in a hold, and in the end, Chun is the one subdued. Ki-sok laughs maniacally. Haha, his fighting ability is so savage. So what, fatso? Can you hear me clearly? Don't push yourself too hard. Getting injured now would be a real problem. The red Chun car looked flustered and didn't know how to escape. He felt the air gradually disappear and couldn't breathe anymore. Just then, Hein appeared. Seeing this scene, she shouted in anger. Ha-chin rushed over, full of rage, and delivered a kick straight to Ki-Sok's head, twisting his face. Sok sat up, completely confused and not understanding what was happening. As he regained his composure, he shouted loudly, "You crazy girl, do you think I wouldn't dare hit a girl?" "Wait, so my life is just being beaten up by girls?" Run-Sok quickly stepped in to stop it. "Wait a minute. Ki-Sok, I heard from some classmates that girl has been training in martial arts since she was young and is very good at fighting." "What are you talking about? Just because a girl knows how to fight, how good can she really be?" Then he turned to grab Hein's hair and said sternly, "Hey, crazy girl, have you ever fought a boy before? Today I will show you what true male fear is like." But when I saw Chun's strange expression, Ki-Sok suddenly felt confused. "What's with your expression?" Se-chun, after a fierce fight, now has to try to stop his opponent. He tries to form the words, "run away," with his mouth, but Ki-Sok just smirks and doesn't understand. "Why are you asking me to spare it? As equals, I just want to give it one punch." Ha-chi looked up and asked softly, "You've never hit a girl before, right, Ki-Sok?" Angry, "I guess I need to teach you what manners are. I will use all my strength to teach you a lesson." But his strike did nothing to Hein. "Nung." She gently dodges, then quickly moves toward Kiss, lifting him effortlessly and slamming him down onto the ground. Kiok was struck with a fatal blow and lay unconscious as if dead. Ha-chin glanced over, still not willing to let him go. She tightly grips his hand, causing him unbearable pain, then pulls hard, making him scream, "Let me go, I surrender." But Hein coldly said, "You're not worthy to beg for mercy, you little brat." She snapped, "Fine, I'll just break your arm and end this." He was so shocked and in pain that he begged, "Please don't let me go. I think my arm is broken. It hurts so much I give up. I was wrong. I won't dare again next time." Ha-chin looks angry. "What did you do wrong?" Ki-Sok is terrified. "Everything went wrong. It was when I played around with the ink." Hearing that, Ha-chin tightened his grip even more. "So it was you who did that trick, huh? You keep bullying those weaker than you." Ki-Sok shouted, "I know I was wrong. I won't bully anyone anymore." Ha-chin finally lets go. "These thugs, if I catch you bullying anyone again, I will cripple you all, understand?" Then she turned to Chun more gently and said, "Let's go to the medical room." But Chun's car refused and said, "No need, a little rest is fine." Dunn suddenly realized they had already left and immediately turned to ask, "What should we do now?" "I haven't taken all the money from them yet. If Senior Sundown finds out, before he can even finish panicking, Ki-Sok will cut him off. Everyone already knows that. Be quiet and let me think of a way." How could that girl do something like that? At the end of the day, when preparing to leave, Ha-chin asked worriedly, "Are you really okay? Aren't you feeling dizzy? You don't look well at all, like you're about to faint." Si-chun blushed and retorted, "Nothing much. Why did you come just when I was about to counterattack?" Ha-chin sneered, climbed onto your shoulder and said, "What counterattack? Do you know what that technique is? With your big body, fighting like a kid." "I already told you, even though you go to jujitsu training, you refuse to learn." Zechun, annoyed, turns away in rejection. "I told you I wouldn't do it. Honestly, who would bully me if not him?" Seeing Zechun's attitude, Ha-chin frowns. "What is this? Are you mad at me now?" "You're the one who's actually upset." Zechun replies. Ha-chin followed behind and said, "I was angry. I never got mad." "I won't worry about you anymore," Zechun replied. "Who needs you to worry about me? Do you think I'm still that chubby kid?" Sechun glanced at Ha-chin with a puzzled look. "All right. Don't say anything more." Ha-chin frowning in anger, "I won't let this go easily." Hearing that, Zechun didn't stop either. He went straight home saying he was busy today and couldn't take Hein to the training room. Ha-chin was sad. She just wanted to go with him a little longer. As soon as he got home, Chun took out his phone to send a message to check on Ha-chin, but then he deleted all the messages. He tiredly lay on his bed, his mind in chaos, annoyed with himself, this useless guy. After thinking for a while, he felt there was nothing to be ashamed of, but still felt uneasy. He pulled the blanket over his head and told himself, "It will be okay. Tomorrow will be better." Outside, night was falling when suddenly the door burst open and your father stormed in, shouting, "Chun's car!" Startled and annoyed, Chun shouted back, "What the hell are you scaring me for?" "Why are you shouting like that?" Your dad asked why you didn't answer the phone. Se-chun picks up the phone, looks at the screen, and says, "I was sleeping. What's so urgent to call me like that?" His eyes look up blankly at his father, who is panting and speechless. "In that girl!" Se-chun suddenly felt that something bad was happening, and his eyes grew worried. At this moment, Hein is lying in the hospital, his whole body battered, and he is breathing with oxygen. In front of his room, Hein's parents are in a state of utter despair. "Se-chun, ya den roi sao?" Mũi vừa chạy gen, ao út dầm mồ hôi, thô gặp chẳng dinh mau, hỏi một cách mệt mỏi. Sir, where is Ha Chin? The father lowered his head, his heavy voice still without an answer. Chun, why are you so upset? He asked blankly, what happened to him? He's seriously injured, right? Right, ma'am. Is he going to be okay? As long as he has surgery, he'll be fine, right? Your father approaches and hands you the slippers. Calm down and put your shoes on, son. Chun's hand keeps trembling. You said she finished school with you. Today you didn't go to the gym with her. So Chin went alone. Just then, a man stepped forward and interrupted Chun's words. May I ask, are you friends with Ha Chin? Chun's car turned around in surprise. Yes, that's right. Who are you, sir? The man took out his badge and introduced himself. I am from the Criminal Investigation Unit of the Police Department. Deng asked Zi Chun. Yes. Is there something wrong? Seeing the Hain family in distress, the police officer whispered to Zi Chun, let's go over there to talk. He started asking, what time and where did you last see Ha Chin? Zi Chun replied, right after we finished school, but why is the detective here? The police officer explains this incident is suspected to be a group assault. We are in charge of this case. Are you talking about a group assault? Who was assaulted in a group? The police officer began recording your statement. We are currently looking for those individuals. Do they usually have conflicts with anyone, or are they disliked by someone? Se Chun suddenly remembered the times Ha Chin stood up for her friends against bullies. The image of the brave girl punishing the thugs appeared in his mind. Chun starts to tell. It seems like there is. Yesterday and today he had conflicts with some delinquents at school. The police officer asked further, so Hein also experiences school violence on a daily basis? Se Chun shook his head. No, that's not the case. On the contrary, he was the one who punished those delinquents. The police officer keeps taking notes. So is it possible that this crime was committed as revenge by those delinquents? Se Chun replies. They are second-year students named Lai Kisk and Choi Junk. But is Ha Chin's condition very serious? How badly is he injured that he needs surgery? The police officer looked directly at Se Chun, his voice serious. Ha Chin was found in an alley next to an office building. It seems the girl was assaulted by a group elsewhere and then dragged into this alley unconscious. The facial injuries are suspected to be from punches, especially on the right side of her face. Which is severely injured. The most severe injury is on her left knee, so further investigation is needed to be certain, but we suspect the attacker used a leg-breaking technique to fracture her knee. The rubber band snapped onto his head, and for some reason, this happened so suddenly. He suddenly remembered something and said to the police officer, is Laikai in shock. That bastard seems to have learned Durut, right? Durut? I understand. I will review this information further to investigate. Ha Chin's hospital room door opens. Seeing the doctor come out, her parents hurriedly ask, Doctor, how is our daughter? The doctor replied, fortunately, the surgery was successful. Hain's mother burst into tears. Thank you, doctor, I really appreciate it. The doctor continued. The torn ligament on the left side is severed, but with diligent rehabilitation, it won't affect daily life. However, in cases like this, the psychological scars are often more severe than the physical ones. The family should have her undergo both physical rehabilitation and psychological therapy for the best results. Chain just held his wife silently, while the nurse would guide everyone else. Se Chun cowered behind the wall, listening to everything and clutching his face to suppress his emotions. At the hospital, night has fallen, and everyone is gathered around Ha Chin's bed. Her face is beaten to the point of almost being unrecognizable, and everyone remains silent, not knowing what to say. Yun Chun stands still, gazing at his friend's face with a pained heart, clenched teeth, trying to hold back tears, his eyes gradually changing to reveal a murderous intent. A few days later, at the police station, a voice echoes, there are no other suspects here? I told you those guys are the real culprits. The police officer looked surprised, realizing it was Chun's car. He still shouted, those alibi evidence are all fabricated. You guys investigate all day and that's all you found? What about the surveillance cameras? The police officer is angry. Stop talking nonsense, kid. You think we're only focused on this case? Another officer stops him. Officer Zhang, calm down. He was about to continue, but was interrupted by Officer Na. Regarding the surveillance cameras, the cameras of the office building next to the alley where Hein was found had been broken beforehand and were awaiting repair. Officer Na looked at Zi Chun. We also plan to investigate that building further and gather more footage from the surrounding cameras. Chun's gaze flicked to something that puzzled Officer Na. He looked in the direction you were looking and realized it was a file about the gold office building. He immediately closed it. If we find out more, we will contact Hein's family. Don't come here on your own anymore. Chun's car was silent for a moment before he said that the teacher said this happened outside the school, so we should report it to the police. The police said there's no evidence, so that evil guy gets to roam free. Officer Jiang is furious. This kid keeps pushing his luck, doesn't he? And Officer Na just stayed silent. Chun drove away looking disappointed, blaming the system again. You go back with a murderous look in your eyes. All right, I'll handle this myself, Officer Jiang shouted. The kid hadn't even finished speaking when he was cut off by the male officer, who said nothing. Whenever you have time, try to find out what that kid is planning to do. Is Officer Jiang surprised? Why? Because I don't trust it. Chun's car is waiting at the gold building. It's already dark, but he still patiently waits. Kiok and his girlfriend walk out after doing something shady. Do you think I look cool today? Haha, I have to say you're the best of the best, making my heart race. Runk also came out with a girl afterward. Kai, you look so cool today. How come you've been so impressive lately? I told you I trust myself, didn't I? Haha. Today has been really good. Go into the alley and smoke another cigarette before you leave. Oh my god, what is this? That pig over there. Se-chun turned and said, I wasn't sure if I was guessing right, but now that I see you guys here, I'm certain. He stepped forward. Who the hell are these disgusting creatures that caused Hain to end up like this? What's going on? He looks like that sick guy. Who is he? Is that someone you know? Kisok asked, trembling. Wow, I'm so scared. I told you. And on top of that, he's fat, so he's even scarier. Kisok, holding his stomach and laughing, approaches Chun's car. Were you waiting for me here? How do you know I'm here waiting for you? Se-chun angrily replies, That's something you should explain yourself. Why are you here? Kisok tried to hold back his laughter, but when he couldn't anymore, he burst out laughing. Ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, he was punched very hard by Chun, causing Kiok to cry out. Kisok's girlfriend was scared. Does this crazy pig dare to hit people? Run Sok was also panicked. The car approached Run Sok, and it asked, What are you planning to do? Don't come near me. But before I could finish speaking, I got hit hard. His eyes widened in shock as Chun's car kept rushing forward. Hun Sok was punched again. He shouted at the pig, but from behind, Kisok stood up and grabbed a stone, ready to rush at Ze-chun. Ze-chun turns around and sees Kok rushing toward him. He stares intently at him. When he got close, Ze-chun threw a powerful punch. He was surprised to see him dodge the punch by moving downwards. He tightly wrapped his arms around your leg. Se-chun started to lose balance. I told myself I couldn't fall, but Kish's strength was too much, and he brought me down to the ground. You struggle to break free from Kisok's grip, but as soon as you fall, he throws a punch to your face. Kiok presses down on Ze-chun, one hand covering his mouth. Today, I'll give you a lesson you'll never forget. Your crippled bitch of a girlfriend can't save you either. Se-chun still struggles to resist. He tries to break free from the dangerous situation, but his hand remains tightly held by Kiok. Kisok smirked, raising his hand. You don't know what move I'm going to use, do you? If you don't know, Chun is panicked, but it's already too late. If Kisok continues, he's bound to get beaten. A series of punches rain down on Ze-chun's face. Kisok gasps for breath, his hands covered in the opponent's blood. He forces Chun's arm to break. Let me help you become as useless as your bitch. The brat, who doesn't know his place, still desperately fights back. Cough, cough, I will kill you. Kisok chuckled softly. Yeah, let me break your arm and see if you can still talk back. Just then, a strange voice called out to Kok. He irritably turned around and saw a long-haired, shirtless, white-haired man approaching. Kisok asked in confusion, Why are you not wearing any clothes? What's going on? The man coldly replied. Let go of my hand now. In the alley near the gold office building, the strange man suddenly appeared, confusing Kisok. What did you say, sir? The man didn't answer and quickly walked toward him. Kisok's face turned pale as he sensed the danger from this person, and he lowered his head, speaking each word heavily like stone. I told you to let go! Kisok quickly released his grip. I get it. I'll do it right now. But he still tries to act tough, but what does that have to do with you? It was this guy who made the first move. The man ignored Kiok and turned to the car to order the others to leave, then asked kindly, Are you okay, kid? Khi nhôm của Cốc và các cô gái thấy cảnh này đều hoảng sợ, Kiok cảm thấy xấu hổ vì bị người khác chứng kiến. So in the heat of the moment, I pushed his shoulder and yelled, What does that have to do with you? Don't interfere. The man glanced at him coldly and said, Do you really want to know about my abilities? Kisok was terrified as he saw him take a stance. Where have you been working out? The man leaned in and said each word carefully, So I can open your eyes. What are you trying to show me? But unexpectedly, the man picked up his phone. Is this the police? In the alley near the office building, a group of drunken high school students are beating up another student. Kisok, terrified, turns to threaten the rubber band.
Hey, pig, tomorrow you'll regret coming to school. You're finished, he shouted loudly, the sound coming through the phone.
Did you hear what he just said? He's threatening the victim. Let's go, that old man called the police. We better get out of here quickly. His accomplices are still curious, but who is he? Kisok shouted angrily. I have no idea. Hurry up or the police will arrive and things will get complicated. After they left, Chun's car finally managed to thank him. The man seemed not to hear clearly and turned back with a puzzled expression. Chun, crying, said, Thank you, sir. Thank you for helping me. Hearing that, the man smiled, slowly approached Chun's car, and sat down beside him. You little pig. The sudden joke left Chun in shock as he looked at him blankly. He stammered, Why would you say that? Do you know Hein? Yes, we trained together, he replied, looking ahead. Chun's car asked curiously, Are you also practicing juju? But how do you know my face? The man replied, Hein shows you pictures every day, including a photo of your fat pig at home. Looking at her in real life, she's even chubbier than in the photo. You really can't trust pictures. Hearing such cruel words, Zechun could only remain silent, his face flushing. The man changed the subject to ask about Ha-Chin. She's still unconscious, right? Zechun bowed his head, his eyes filled with sadness. Yes, that's right, it wasn't dawn earlier. This statement surprised Zechun. He continued, the one who caused Ha-Chin to end up like that is not the guy from earlier. There's another group as well. Zechun asked excitedly. There are others. How do you know about that? Do you have any proof? But the man only responded indifferently. Just a gut feeling. Hearing those two words, Chun almost didn't know what to say. Then he took out a flyer and held it close to Zechun's face. You look carefully, and it turns out to be a registration form for Duisu martial arts. He said, if you rush at that guy 100 times, you'll lose 100 times. To beat the chess player, you need to learn how to play chess first. After hearing that, Zechun seemed to understand. The next day, outside the jiu-jitsu training room, Zechun stood there lost in thought. Even if I spend all my pocket money, it wouldn't be enough. But I decided to go in and see how it goes. It seems there are many scary people, but I think I'll be okay. Ha-Chin said everyone here is kind, muttering to himself. And as the two people from behind stepped forward, they are all good people. No one is scary. Zechun is startled and quickly replies, yes, that's right. It was only when I reacted that I suddenly got a fright, startled myself. But those two just smiled. You're really tall, so jealous. You're also quite muscular, really enviable. Chun asked nervously, who are you guys? They replied, we are members here, but why do you look so familiar? Without waiting for Chun's reaction, the two quickly pulled him inside. Just go inside, and then we'll see. Hurry up, let's get on the machine. Zechun hesitated, saying, I'm not ready yet, but in the end, they dragged him into the training room. As soon as they stepped in, they started shouting loudly, Teacher, we're here. The new member has arrived too. Let's give a round of applause. Faced with this scene, Chun felt exhausted. There are a few people like Hin here who already seem to be running out of energy. As he looked around the gym, he suddenly saw someone lying on the floor. And at that moment, a trainee stepped forward. Ayon, there's a new member here. Wake up quickly. I told you not to sleep on the mat during the day. Hearing the call, the man who helped Zechun yesterday, who wasn't wearing a shirt, slowly woke up. What's going on? Chun wonders. Why are you sleeping in the gym during the day like this? Seeing the three people in front of him look strange, he felt like he had gone to the wrong place. When asked, Aeon replied, that kid is a pig. Your best friend, the pig of Ha-Trin. Hearing that, the other two are stunned, their eyes wide open and mouths agape. Henry. What? I just said earlier that I've seen them somewhere before, right? Like meeting a celebrity, only seeing their photos every day, and now finally seeing their face. Zechun sheepishly scratches his head. I think I'd better secretly come back next time. I forced a smile as I stepped out the door. Actually, I don't have enough money. But before I could finish speaking, a voice asked from outside the door, How much are you short? Zechun was stunned, and the man continued to ask, How much money do you owe? He glanced and said, What the hell, these people are really weird. If you're students, you can study here for 80,000 won a month with cash payment. Zechun quickly replied, Oh no, I still owe a lot, so I'll come back next time. Seeing that he still refused, the man kept lowering the price. But suddenly the student behind cut in coldly, and Chun's car and the uncle turned to look at him in confusion. Suddenly I thought of an idea that benefits both sides. After all, he's Hein's friend, so his background is considered secure. The boss, hearing that you're Hein's close friend, asks, You're Hein's friend? Has Hein not woken up yet? How could she do that? Before he could finish speaking, the trainee interrupted him for free. What are you talking about? This crazy guy may be like that, but studying for free is a bit much. But the other person said, Teacher, To pay for the house, you have to ship orders from morning to night, and even drive as a driver for others. How long do you plan to keep doing that, teacher? The man looked confused. What does that have to do with free tuition? You crazy bastard. But he acted smart and said, I just saw that guy and immediately came up with an advertising plan for you, sir. He walked over and patted his stomach with a stretch. That plan is what people today care about most, but hardly anyone actually does it properly, which is losing weight. He's very tall with perfect bone structure, just needs to lose a bit more weight. That guy has an ideal height and perfect bone structure, just a little more weight loss and he will become a top model shining brightly. Jiu-jitsu is a sport that everyone from young to old can practice together, like family, like close friends. Not only does jiu-jitsu help improve self-defense skills, but it also supports effective weight loss, bringing strength both physically and mentally. When everyone heard this plan, they were all amazed. Truly, the ace of the advertising team. Even the uncle who just called him crazy nodded in approval. That sounds reasonable. He asked excitedly, what do you think? Isn't this way just perfect? Don't you want to create a lively arena like before? The uncle also happily agreed. Very well, let's go all out this time. That young man is just as excited. Oh, wow, you made a very wise decision. Seeing everyone so engrossed in their discussion and not asking for my opinion, Chun's car spoke up. I'm very sorry, but I didn't agree yet. However, they continued their lively discussion. So how long do you think it will take us to do this, teacher? 3 months. For rapid weight loss, of course it has to be 3 months. Ha ha. The uncle replied. Se-chun still tried to speak, saying, Hey everyone, I don't intend to lose weight, but those people still ignore his words and keep discussing. Then follow the athlete's schedule and train 3 times a day. Aeon, since you're the fitness trainer, do an aerobic session and a strength training session with him. Of course, the diet is 5 pieces of chicken breast, 5 cucumbers, and 2 liters of water a day. Chae-dong has already planned it, so you just need to handle the promotion. Aeon asked when we would start. The uncle was excited right away. The road ahead of us is still long. Chun's car sensed that the situation was getting unstable and planned to stay silent and retreat. But before he could go far, Aeon had already stopped him. Little pig member, go change your clothes. At times like this, you feel like you're about to die. Secret escape came 3 months later. After a tiring training session, the coach announced that today we would stop here. Chae-sung, exhausted, lay on the ground complaining. Se-chun, you've really improved a lot, and since you're tall, fighting against you is truly tiring. Another person, wiping sweat, sighed and said, I can see I've already lost just by looking at you. That's right. Isn't that the upcoming day? It's the 3-win weight loss project they planned. When they brought this up, everyone suddenly remembered. Oh yeah, now that I look closely, you've really lost a lot of weight. Jiu-jitsu keeps getting better, and my body keeps looking better. I'm really lucky. Se-chun modestly smiled and said, You guys are overestimating me. I still have a lot to work on. I'm just getting started. But now, Se-chun's appearance has completely changed from 3 months ago. With this look, no one would still call him a pig anymore. At the jiu-jitsu gym, 2 former students are sitting and chatting about an interesting story. It's amazing. He has moved up 2 ranks in just 3 months. One person said, I think we will lose next Thursday. The other worried, maybe the coach made him work hard. It's because you 2 are too bad at this. Everyone gather around. Once everyone is together, the session ends. When Chun's car was about to leave, Aeon called him back and said, Let's test our strength. The others were shocked to see this. Oh my God, really? What should I do now? Chun's vehicle also seems a bit scared. He curls up. What's wrong? Are we leaving today? Aeon looked exhausted and said, I think I will go to bed early. Usually if you're tired, you can't rest for a whole day. Right? Aeon gently said. Then so tomorrow will include the things I haven't done today too. Se-chun steeled himself and said, Let's not procrastinate. Let's go. Then the 2 of them packed up and left. Before leaving, Se-chun turned back and said, Aren't you going to have ice cream after exercising, Mr. Lesung? Have you tried the mint choco flavor yet? After exchanging a few words with the others, Se-chun followed Ice into the park. He was holding the bar with one hand, trembling all over. Aeon shouted, Let's go together. Se-chun tried his best to breathe in, secretly cursing 1,000 times. Then he trembled and collapsed to the ground. Aeon saw this and stepped forward, asking, Why didn't you use your strength today, kid? Sewun, panting heavily, said, After finishing jiu-jitsu training, I did it right away. Aeon quietly climbed up again. Chun's car was speechless. Everyone's not monsters like you. It wasn't until the sunset fell that they finished their training session, with Se-chun sitting nearby, devouring a tub of ice cream. Aeon said, Look at you eating like that, you'll turn into a little piggy. Se-chun smiled without care. If you're not hungry, you won't have the strength. You never know your place, huh? Aeon sighed. That's probably a lot to worry about, but anyway, how is she doing now? Sechun suddenly lost his spirit. I don't know either. After that, we stopped contacting each other. His face grew serious as he pondered. After that incident, Hain only woke up 12 days later. Her parents were always by her side in the hospital, and they were very heartbroken. When he heard that Hachin had woken up, Zechun went straight to the hospital, but then faced eyes that seemed to refuse to look at him. He had no choice but to leave. Her eyes seemed to know that he wants to talk to her, but she doesn't want him to come near. When he heard what Uncle said, he was so shocked that he didn't want to speak. During the mental health counseling, he didn't want to see anyone except his family. A few weeks later, Hein and his family left the neighborhood to move to a different place to focus on recovery. Aeon asked if the police said anything after hearing that. His cold, indifferent gaze, they said they are investigating, but it seems there hasn't been much progress. His gaze was distant. So, are you really going to do it? Hachin asked if you have already found those things you did like that or not. Is it okay not to know how to protect yourself? Using martial arts to hurt someone is a shameful act. Seyun said nothing, only 3 words in her heart. I'm sorry. Aeon stood up to leave. That's all he could say. In the end, you are the one who decides your life. But in reality, you made that decision 3 months ago. The holiday is over, and the new school year has begun. On the first day, Kisok stood on the schoolyard and told Junk, "Today is the first day. Remember to collect the money carefully. Prices are going up again. I can't believe it." Junsok nodded. "All right, I'll focus on collecting money in the bathroom." Kisok pointed and asked the pig in the class to help collect the money. "Chun's car? It's been a while since I last came to school. I don't know if he's here today." 2 friends are discussing without realizing that he is walking behind them. In the classroom, Kisok is sitting with his legs up on the desk, making a call to check if the protection money has been collected. A classmate approached and she said, "Someone told me to tell you to go to the rooftop right away." "Who is it?" Kisok asks. The red-faced girl says, "I don't know either, but he's tall, has a good physique, handsome, completely different from you." Kisok thought it was the senior, but she wasn't sure. "I don't know if he's the senior, but I asked him if he had a girlfriend, and he said no. Just go ahead first." In the bathroom, some bullies are blocking a group of students. "Hey guys, you need to act a little more flustered, right? Anyone would think we're teasing you. We're just trying to win your hearts, so why don't you accept our advances?" Hunsok was loudly scolding when his phone rang, saying, "You can't make it? If it's senior down, you have to go immediately." "All right, I'll handle it myself." After hearing that, he turned back and said to the others, "Focus." Suddenly, the bathroom door opens. "Just use another toilet, this one." Before he could finish speaking, the other person spoke up. "It's been a long time since we last met." "Hello?" He turned back and didn't recognize who this person was. "Who are you?" "Are you a transfer student? It seems you don't know who we are." The car squeezed in, and the innocent students behind started to leave. "I'm responsible for cleaning the bathroom, but why do I feel so dizzy today?" The person listed on the red book steps forward. "What nonsense are you talking? Kid, do you want to ruin your life? You're only a little taller than me. How dare you act so arrogantly?" Chun's car grabbed his hair and replied gently, "That's right." Then he punched him straight in the face without hesitation. He fell down, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. The others looked on in panic, confused about what was happening. The Chun car shouted, "Get out quickly!" But everyone was terrified and froze in place before rushing out of the bathroom. I was about to pull back when I saw them all running away. "Where are you all going?" But before he could grab anyone, Se-chun kicked him straight in the stomach, sending him flying into the wall with a loud crash. The blue-haired kid charged recklessly, but his fate was no better. Se-chun grabbed his collar tightly, pulled him back forcefully, then let go, causing him to fall flat on the floor. The actions of Se-chun didn't stop. He stared in fear at the decisive punch that knocked him down. Shaking with worry at the appearance of such a powerful opponent, he muttered, "What are you? Does this have anything to do with that?" Se-chun didn't answer and lunged forward, grabbing his collar and pressing him against the wall, trembling and begging for mercy. Se-chun coldly said, "Tell Li Kai to get moving." Shaking and blushing, he struggled to say, "What?" Se-chun replied, "I've already started it up. Let's try again." That noon, Kien went to the rooftop of the teaching building, looking around but saw no one. "What is this? Why is no one here?" He said it was an urgent matter. Just as he was about to call on his phone, his trembling phone rang. A panicked voice rings out. "Ki, are you shocked?" "Where are you?" Kai responded. "It's me. Senior called me to his place, but I don't see anyone. What are you talking about?" "Who is it?" I shudder with fear. Your face is bloody and battered, trying to say, the guy in the hoodie is heading your way now. Ki-sok, surprised, why is your voice like that? Who is that guy? Before I could hear more, the front door in front of Ki-sok swung open and slammed into his nose. Ki-sok staggered and fell to the ground, clutching his bleeding nose, furious as he cursed out loud. What kind of crazy bastard is this? Sorry, I didn't realize you were standing there. Ki-sok frowned and asked, Do you call me up to the rooftop just by saying that? Zechun inquired with a cold tone. Are you okay? Honestly, I secretly hope you won't have a peaceful life. So what? What are you trying to do? Do you want to kiss me? This bastard. As soon as he finished speaking, he got up and approached Chun's car. But before Sok could say anything, he was hit square in the face. He was momentarily stunned, but with years of fighting experience, he quickly dodged. Zechun silently wondered, can this guy dodge this hit too? Ki-sok, despite his face covered in wounds, still smirked with contempt, having lost some weight and throwing a few moves. Do you think you can beat me? While he was still swaggering, Zechun kept punching him. Ki-sok shouted in anger, I was still talking. Then he charged forward to fight back. I will crush you like a corpse. Next year, on this day, will be your funeral. Zechun carefully observes the opponent's movements and realizes he is not yet skilled at standing techniques, so he quickly raises his elbow and strikes Kiok's head hard. Although holding the advantage, Zechun remains cautious. He realizes that Kiok only has good reflexes, but no advanced technique. At this moment, Kiok has become wildly enraged, shouting and rushing to grab Chun's leg, but this move was anticipated by him. At the perfect moment, Zechun kicked his knee into his head, sending Ki-sok flying several meters away, his fall causing a loud shockwave. After the match, Zechun straightened his tie and sarcastically said, Not bad, considering they can endure that, but your 2 front teeth are gone. Ki-sok gritted his teeth in fury. You bastard, if you're so good, then come at me. Zechun silently watched the injured man lying on the ground, still trying to act tough. He recalls the days of intense training wins, the time Aeon choked him and forced him to surrender, but he still tried to break free. When he finally escaped, Zechun gasped for breath, coughing and wondering, will this really help me? You should have learned joint lock techniques or choke techniques from martial arts. Aeon explained that these are techniques that give you a favorable position to break through the opponent's defense. What you have practiced so far are only the basic fundamentals of the defensive system. You need to understand this system thoroughly, so that no matter what position you're in, you can read more moves and apply more techniques. Then, he will decide the right moment to execute the hold technique on his opponent. Aeon rolled over and said, Let's keep practicing again. But does this situation actually happen in real life? Aren't we supposed to counterattack first? Of course, I need to practice counterattacks, but in reality, when the opponent is still exercising, it's very hard to grasp their movements accurately. So what should I do then? Aeon explained, You need to develop a strategy not only with martial arts, but also with mixed fighting techniques. The opponent can push you back with a strike due to the weight difference. If they find out you've learned soft martial arts, they'll try to pull you to the ground. When blocked, use a pillow to warn them. The opponent will have no choice but to be countered and retaliate. The defensive system is the essence of soft martial arts, and the prone position for self-defense is a trap for those who haven't studied it. Therefore, you must hide the fact that you've learned soft martial arts. Seun nodded understandingly. So, after making the opponent lie down, we proceed with the defensive system as practiced, right? Aeon shook his head, saying, You missed an important part. Seun asked in surprise, Which part is that? Aeon calmly replied, It's the thigh. Remembering these words, Seun aimed for Kiska's thigh. You move closer to your opponent and throw all your strength into punching his thigh. Zechun remembers Aeon's advice to kick that spot hard. When Ki-sok was kicked, he cried out in pain. Zechun didn't stop, continuing to move and gripping his opponent's heel tightly. Ki-sok panically watched this move of yours. Zechun kicked his leg aside, then struck his thigh with a powerful kick, making him cry out in pain. What is Kishmon? Where did you learn your soft skills? Zechun looked silently at the person lying on the ground. You realize that compared to Aeon, this guy has too many weaknesses. Kiska's shocked voice suddenly interrupts your thoughts. Is it Hain? That kid pretending to be like me, learning a bit of magic. What? Say that again. Ki-sok lies sprawled on the cold ground, his tone full of sarcasm. At first it acted very brave, but after just a few hits it was whining non-stop, just like a stray dog. Hearing about Ha-chin being beaten, Zechun couldn't contain his anger. Just as I was about to throw a punch, Ki-sok kept going. Oh, right. You didn't answer its call that day, did you? I told him that if he could lure you here, I wouldn't fight anymore. But you didn't answer the phone. You're so irresponsible. Those words made Se-chun's heart sink. The image of Ha-chin coldly refusing to meet you flashes in my mind. Just as Chun is panicking and unprepared, Kok lifts him up, throwing Chun off balance. Immediately after, Ki-sok kicked him hard in the thigh and quickly counterattacked, knocking Se-chun to the ground. Se-chun let out a pained cry, realizing he had been too complacent and needed to defend himself quickly. Ki-sok jumps up, ready to kick hard into Se-chun's chest, but seeing his defensive stance, he hesitates for a moment. Still, he continues to attack, cursing nonstop. "Can you block this? You bastard!" He charged at Se-chun and kept hitting him repeatedly. "If you're so tough, take this hit and see. Why do you prefer punishment drinks over free drinks?" Ki-sok screams. "Why don't you take the hit and then stay silent and live? Unless you want to become a cripple." But just as he was screaming, a powerful kick straight to his face. Ki-sok cried out in pain, still cursing, as he frowned at Se-chun's stance. "Is this a spiderweb defense? Stay silent and just survive? Your words make me sick. Someone like you is truly disgusting." Ki-sok struggled. "Stop talking nonsense and let me go." But Chun refuses to let go, his voice full of warning. "I will deal with not only you, but everyone who made Hein like this." One by one, Chun kicks him hard, causing Ki-sok to fall over, then quickly pins him to the ground. Ki-sok's mind kept warning him to fight back, but he couldn't lift his just-stomped thigh. Se-chun sat upright on him, eyes cold. Ki-sok panicked. "Wait a moment. Something's wrong with the spot I was hit earlier." But Se-chun didn't miss the chance, delivering a devastating punch straight to Ki-sok's face. Se-chun gritted his teeth and said, "Ha-chin is just a weak person, not worth what you've done to him. I will return it 100 times over to scum like you." In the quiet campus, no one expected a life-and-death confrontation unfolding on the rooftop, with Se-chun landing blow after blow until his hands were covered in blood. Kiok has reached his limit, raising his hand to cover his face and repeatedly begging, "Please." My left eye seems to have a problem, but Se-chun still doesn't stop. "Chun, tell me, who was responsible for pushing Hein to this point?" Ki-sok still kept denying. "What are you talking about? How would I know if it's a small matter?" "What is Ki-sok moaning? Please let me go. I told you I don't know anything." Chun's car remains unfazed, his cold eyes full of deadly intent. "You used a technique to lock Kai's arm down tightly." Ki-sok screams in pain. "My arm is almost broken, you bastard." Se-chun replies coldly. "It seems your mind is a bit slow, so I'll explain briefly. Now, you only have two choices. 1. Reveal all the people involved and I will spare you. 2. I will send you to meet your maker. I give you 3 seconds. If you don't answer, it's as if you've chosen option 2. Ki-sok is panicked. He just shouted that. "You have a lot of money? Are you capable of bearing the consequences?" Se-chun despises. "Did you consider the consequences when you did that to Ha-chin?" Ki-sok, terrified, realizes Se-chun won't show mercy. Se-chun begins the countdown, tightening his grip. Ki-sok finally reveals that Sun is from Hun. Se-chun suspects. "Who is Sun Hun?" Ki-sok explains he is a senior from the 3rd year. "He was with us at that time." He begged. "Let go of my hand, it hurts so much." Se-chun asks again. "Is Sun Do-hun the leader?" Ki-sok nodded. "That's right, I already confessed. Let me go." But Se-chun just smiled coldly. "There's more, right? You keep tightening your grip on Ki-sok." Ki-sok painfully shouted, "I know. Let me speak. There are also some guys from other schools. We called that girl to the multi-school student gathering. I'm just a small fry. The senior probably knows better." At that moment, the rooftop door opened, and the teacher angrily shouted, "What are you kids doing here? Are you so bold you don't know fear?" He points at the rubber band, saying, "Hey girl, are you crazy? Let go of your hand." Seeing the advantage, Ki-sok sneered. "What now? Now you're about to be doomed. Everyone sees me as the victim. Do you think you've beaten me? You're beaten. Your life ends here." But unexpectedly, Chun's car not only let him go, but also kicked him again. You look down at the keypad, determined that only by going all the way can you find out who truly has reached the end of their life. In the teacher's room, a man angrily speaks up. "Is that even a student? A thug? What kind of student is that?" Principal was sweating, trying to calm him down. "Sir, please stay calm for now. The disciplinary committee will review this matter." However, he impatiently interrupts the principal, saying, "Look, principal, I don't care what the disciplinary committee is. Expel that kid immediately." Se-chun is standing in a corner, still thinking about the encounter with students from another school. They have an entire gang. He realizes he needs to recover his health first before investigating Sondong-gun. The angry man points his finger at Chun's car. These kinds of delinquent criminals must be isolated from society before they cause more harm to others. Just then, his wife stepped in worriedly and asked, "How is the boy?" She scowled and walked away without caring. The husband, displeased, scolded, "Why are you ignoring Chong Min while he's talking?" She walked straight up to Chun's car, raised her hand to slap his face, shouting, "How dare you do this trash like you!" But just as the slap was about to land, Chun, acting on instinct as a martial arts student, blocked her hand, causing her to lose her balance and fall backward. Both the principal and the husband beside him stared in shock, their hands trembling from the pain of being pushed away. She shouted, "What is this, you scoundrel? Do you know who I am? Isn't he Zechun's parent as well?" At that moment, Zechun's father also appeared just in time. He ran over to ask if he was okay, if he had any broken bones, and Zechun gently replied that he was fine. Just a small scrape, but his father still worried, saying if he got hurt, he would be frantic and afraid of serious injury. Li Qi's father, shocked, sneered, "What kind of man has such messy hair? If a father behaves like that, it's no wonder the child is unruly, right, principal? Are you angry with us now? My son is injured, and you're the one lying in that emergency room." Hearing this, Mr. Che Chun politely replied, "Sorry, I was in a hurry and forgot to ask, but Cock's mother still won't let go." "Forget it, we have no intention of compromising. Get ready for your son to be expelled." The father of Sie Chun was surprised. What did she say? "Principal, what is going on here?" The principal broke out in a sweat and explained, "This is due to the significant difference in the severity of the injuries." And when Chun's car was found to be committing acts of unilateral violence, a school violence disciplinary committee would be convened, but don't expect too much. Chun's father bowed his head and sincerely apologized for his son's serious injury. "May I apologize in advance, but could we hear the full account of the incident leading to this fight before proceeding with the disciplinary actions and any negotiated conditions?" "What kind of compromise? That disrespectful kid should be sent to jail immediately." The more she got agitated, the more she yelled, "How dare this thug who doesn't know his place lay a hand on my son?" Hearing those 3 words, the father of Chun's car could no longer hold back. He raised his head, his eyes full of anger. "Don't start calling him a thug or a troublemaker. Just keep some manners. I can tolerate it within limits." "Hey you, what's with that attitude? Even if you kneel and beg, it won't change anything, and you're just putting on airs. You look no different from those who do nothing and waste their time. Do you know who I am?" Hearing my father insulted, the car engine couldn't stay still. "You were about to step forward, but were stopped by your father." The other person continued shouting, "Do you know how close I am with the principal? That thug doesn't need a disciplinary council. Just follow my orders and expel him immediately." The principal, standing nearby, also exclaimed, "Honestly, what's going on in that guy's head? Why is he suddenly saying those words out of nowhere?" Chun's father looked surprised and asked, "Are you planning to use connections like that?" Then he picked up the phone to call. "Those people didn't like that. Hey, they're talking. What are you doing? You're really acting like a rude kid." As the phone rings, Lim asks, "Mr. Lim, what's the matter that you're calling me first?" The principal immediately became extremely frightened. Chun's father spoke up, saying, "Yes, are you feeling well? I'm about to finish preparing for the exhibition, so I've been busy lately. It's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask for your help with something." "Mr. President?" "Thank you, Mr. President. Yes." "Please wait a moment." Then he turned to the principal and said, "The chairman wants to talk to you." The parent still didn't understand what was happening and shouted, "Hey, it seems like an illiterate like you is trying to use someone as a shield, right?" But when he turned to look at the principal, he saw the principal's face was pale and trembling. Things temporarily settled down. "When Dad was waiting for you to come home," Chun, sitting in the back, sincerely apologized. "Sorry, Dad. It's because of me that you had to do this. Dad never liked that chairman anyway. He didn't care. He just asked if your recent training had anything to do with this. And about Hachi as well." Seeing you hesitate and not answer, he continued, "It's okay. Whenever you want, you can tell me." Then he turned back and smiled, "But a violent son can never do the right thing. You understand that, right? Because I believe you have a valid reason for acting that way. Moreover, your father promised your mother that he would never scold you without reason." The next day, when Zi Chun entered the martial arts gym, everyone was shocked to see the injuries on his face. They couldn't help but be surprised. Where had he been all these days? "Who hit you, and why are you only just now here? I was riding my motorbike with my dad and fell." "I'm sorry, everyone. Some people in the group are gossiping. I should have taken photos before and after to make flyers, but I guess I'll have to postpone it. Just run a few more nights delivering, and you'll be fine. Are you hurt anywhere else?" "You've lost that handsome look now." Another person stepped forward to ask about him. "Are you okay? Did your father get hurt?" Sechun smiled. "Luckily, my father only has a few bruises." "Sorry for causing everyone to worry." Finally, the teacher standing beside spoke. I wonder if Gi-chun knows what I've told you. Se-chun looked confused, not understanding. What is the teacher talking about? The teacher looked at you with a serious tone and said anyone who uses outside help during the competition will be a failure for life. If you find yourself in an unavoidable situation, the only options are self-defense or protecting someone else. Yes, I understand. Everyone around saw the teacher's sternness and fell silent. He's so cool. He looks really charming. The teacher turned to look at them and asked, Do you think that's cool? They give a thumbs up. Even if I fail my whole life, I still think you're the best. Then they mimicked the teacher's actions or just had to protect someone. The teacher shook his head, unable to hold back his laughter. All right, that's enough. Now let's move on to the next technical section. Everyone drinks a glass of water, then competes in 6 rounds, each lasting 5 minutes. The teacher goes over to check on Se-chun. Are you okay? Do you need to rest for a bit? Se-chun shook his head and said, I'm fine. I didn't get seriously injured. The teacher nodded and said, Then I'll go easy on you. Prevention is better. Se-chun smiled and said, Teacher, you don't have to go easy on me. Just fight with all your might like always. The teacher agreed. All right, I will do as you wish. Saying that, he charged straight at Se-chun, using both hands to control and twist his wrist backwards. Then the teacher applies a chokehold technique to cut off oxygen to the brain, causing the opponent to faint. He continues to hold Se-chun's arms with both hands and legs, using his hips to bend the arm according to the lever principle. Se-chun struggles with all his might. Seeing his powerful fists, the teacher couldn't help but be surprised. You're really strong. Is strength the only truth? But then, Se-chun gave a thumbs up, and the teacher knew he had been hit, just as the match was coming to an end. I feel exhausted. Why do I seem to be the only one tired? He laughs and says, My motor skills aren't that great either. You're probably about to catch up with me. At this moment, Se-chun wondered, why didn't Aeon come today while everyone else was busy handing out flyers and working hard on advertising? I've been wondering for a long time why there are only 3 students here. The advertising is frequent, and I think this place is very good. The teachers are nice, and the atmosphere is friendly. He thought for a moment and then replied, Actually, when I first arrived here, the students were very united, and then he turned to smile at Se-chun. I'm not sure either. It just suddenly became less. By the way, how has Hain been lately? Have you contacted her yet? Se-chun bows his head. Not yet. I don't dare to contact him. I don't know if I have the right to say anything. He looked at Chun's car and said, So she is still blaming herself for what happened that day. Then she continued, I don't know if I should tell you. Do you know when Hain talked about you? The moment she enters the gym, changes into her uniform, during breaks after class until she leaves and says goodbye to everyone. If Hain has to wait for just one person, it's definitely you. Do you know what you're doing? Maybe now Hain is waiting for you to open your arms to her. Meanwhile, in an abandoned area, Ki-sok is kneeling, while a person sitting on a chair looks displeased. So you didn't collect enough money? Ki-sok tried to explain, I couldn't go to school for a few days because suddenly a troublemaker appeared and continued, Jude. Do you remember the girl named Hain from before? She's the skilled fighter. That guy is her boyfriend. He has been working out to lose weight and has come back, saying he will take revenge on us. Is that so? So, that's what you mean. So, how many times have you trained this month? He said as he took off his jacket. Ki-sok, feeling something was off, asked, But why did you suddenly take off your shirt? The other person said, You should also take yours off. We haven't trained together in a long time. Let me check your abilities. After a while, the big brother punched Ki-sok in the mouth until it bled. Ki-sok, clutching his bloody mouth, watched as the older brother kept approaching. I lost, senior. Can you stop now? Why are you saying such strange things? There has to be someone who's finished for it to stop, so he swung a powerful punch into Ki-sok's ribs, making him widen his eyes and scream. The boss glares and says your skills have gotten worse, then throws a punch downwards, knocking Ki-sok to the ground unconscious with foam at his mouth. Hey, Run-sok, are you calling me? If you're smart tomorrow, you know to bring the money to me, or you'll have to bring that thing Run-sok mentioned here. Remember? Run. Sok nodded, his voice trembling. Yes, I understand. He slung his jacket over his shoulder, turned his back, and added, If you can't do both, I'll give you a sparring match. His face was trembling with sweat as he muttered, I'm definitely dead this time. At the hospital, a figure stood in front of the gate, and it turned out to be Se-chun. You suddenly realize Hain is supporting his mother as they walk. Hain's mother anxiously asks, Are you sure you're okay? Maybe Mom will wait here. She was surprised to see Ji-chun and quickly greeted him. Chun, is that you? Chun shyly scratches his head and bows. Yes. Hello, ma'am. It's been a long time since I saw everyone again. Ha-chin's mother waved her hand and smiled softly. Oh my, if she hadn't seen the photo her father sent, she probably wouldn't have recognized her. You arrived so early, have you eaten yet? Ha-chin glanced at Zechun.
I just ate chicken breast. It's been a while.
Hein. Hein brushed past Zechun and whispered, If you want to have coffee, follow me. Zechun and Hein's mother were both surprised by her attitude. Oh my, words fail me. Chun's car asked, What's wrong? Hein's mother smiled, hearing that her granddaughter had arrived. This morning, she prepared herself carefully, trying to appear natural, just like the leading actress in a film who, despite being sick, still maintains an elegant appearance. As expected from Ha-trin, the scene shifts to a coffee shop. Chun asks, How have you been lately? Rehabilitation training must be tough, right? Ha-chin crossed her arms and replied indifferently, not even frowning, but I don't know if it's because of the weather or what. She even went out alone and got lost, while Chun was sweating.
I'm sorry for not staying in touch for so long. I had a lot to deal with, and I also studied Jisoo at the martial arts school you used to attend.
Hein still remains indifferent. Yeah, I know. All of them miss you. She turned away and whispered.
Of course not. It's their only vitamin, so they wouldn't miss it.
Zechun asked further, Are you still going to school? Ha-chin replied no, though a bit disappointed that his grades weren't perfect. But I didn't want Liu Ban,
so I planned to graduate anyway. Chun laughed. Oh, what's there to be disappointed about your grades? Ha-chin angrily pointed at him and said something like, My grades are 1,000 times better than yours, you fat pig. Chun laughed happily. I know, I agree with your plan, but I can't agree with that pig word.
Ha-chin suddenly blushed and turned away shyly. Yeah, it's up to you.
Zechun pondered silently,
relieved that he looked better than he had imagined. According to the police officer, Ha-chin hardly remembered anything about that day. She lost part of her memory due to a severe psychological shock, but she is likely to recover gradually. Seun wonders if she has already remembered anything now. Your thoughts were interrupted when Ha-chin turned to ask why you were staring so intently, and you hesitated, unsure whether to ask her about that day. Before I could speak, a loud noise startled both of us. What was that? Who slammed the door? Turns out it was a guy who shut the bathroom door too hard.
Sorry, I accidentally did that. It's okay.
Chun's car turned back to look at Ha-chin. You were startled too, right? He looked worried when he saw her expression. Ha-chin was trembling, holding her head and bowing over the table. Hein, what's wrong with you? She could only mutter a few words. Chun quickly rushed over. It's nothing serious, just the sound of the door. He holds Ha-chin, who is trembling. It's okay. It's okay. But before he could finish speaking, Ha-chin suddenly shouted, Don't touch me! He was startled and pulled his hand back. Sorry about that. She is still trembling, holding her head and calling for her mother. Chun's car responded. I know. I realize that Hein still looks okay in my eyes, but in reality, it was just your wish. Back at school, Junsok was turning around, searching for someone. He angrily shouted in another student's face, Do you dare joke with me? I told you to quickly hand over the money or you're dead meat. He grimaced and said, I've already let you off a few times. Don't make me search your pockets. As he spoke, a tall figure suddenly appeared behind him. That was Chun's car. He shouted loudly, Hey, do you know Sunhun 53? He turned around with a pale face. Of course I know. Chun's car drove right up to his face and took me to that guy immediately. In the classroom, Do-hun is busy writing something when a student comes to call him. We're planning to hang out with the girls today, and with you joining, it'll be a perfect pair. Are you in? Do-hun refuses. No, I have to go practice after school. The entrance exam is coming up, and your grades are so-so. Trying now won't make a difference. While Hun was still diligently studying, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open. Everyone was stunned as Runsok was kicked and rolled to the ground. Senior, I've brought him here. That guy. Before he could finish his sentence, Chun's car drove in and spoke. Hello, seniors. I wonder if there's that bastard son to Hun here. Those guys were stunned to hear you speak so passionately. What did you say? Aren't you only in your second year of high school? Do-hun looked up and stared directly at you. Chun quickly approached him. Is it you? That arrogant punk over there. You don't respect your seniors at all, do you? All right, stop now. But they still insist, just let these kids be and get rid of them. Getting rid of them is not an option. After he finished speaking, he turned around trembling in shock. You're the one who beat Kai so hard, right? So what is your reason for coming here to find me? Chun's vehicle slowly said. Tell me everything that happened with Ha-chin that day. Because Hun looked confused. Who is Ha-chin? Just tell me the whole story clearly. Chun's car raises his phone. Don't even think about denying it because I recorded the part where Ki-sok mentioned your name. So what exactly was that meeting about? Hearing that, he frowned. So are you planning to go to the police station? Do you think that can become evidence? Just hearing that without knowing the rest, you should realize that if your name comes up at the police station, your situation will become extremely difficult. Chun's car warns, but I also don't want to get involved with the police. Do you know why? Then he glared at Do-hun with anger, because I will find each and every one of you and personally take you down. Hearing this, Do-hun looked confused for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, listen to this bastard say, "Hey, I like you now." All right, I'll tell you everything I know. That's true, but nothing in this world is free. You know it too. Lately, because you've been getting in the way, the second-year students' work has been a mess. So the task Kyok is in charge of probably has to be finished by you first. I don't care if you throw a fit or do anything else. Just gather enough money and bring it back here. Then I'll give you the answer you want. Chun's car definitely won't do that, so you lean close to his ear. Do you crazy fucks think I'm going to do things only your thugs would do? But Do-hun remained completely calm. If you don't like it, just try me once, as you said. If you're confident enough. After saying that he kicked out. At this moment, Zae-chun was stunned and hadn't reacted yet, but just as his fist was about to hit his cheek, he stopped. Do-hun challenged him, saying, "If you win the fight against me, I will tell you what I think." He looked at Chun's furious eyes, and at yours, it seems you chose the latter, right? Then he stood up. But what can be done now? Now might not be the most appropriate time. Just as I finished speaking, the teacher entered the classroom. Anyway, I don't have time right now, so tell me your answer by tomorrow. Do you understand? The junior secretly loves him. On the way home after school, a friend of Do-hun puts his arm around him and tries to persuade him. "Hey, Do-hun, are you really not going? A girl said she wants to meet you." However, Do-hun flatly refused. I told him I wasn't going, but the other person just wouldn't give up. "It's just one day, you should buy some new clothes. After earning money, what do you spend it on?" "What do clothes matter? I train every day already, so what's the point of new clothes?" At that moment, his phone received a message from his mother telling him to stay at a friend's house because debt collectors had arrived. Do-hun stared intently at the message while the other friend kept trying to persuade him. This guy is really crazy about training, but right now, Do-hun's face has changed. I think it's a pity, but you probably have to cancel the meeting today. Meanwhile, Junk was on his way home, recalling what had just happened when he met Do-hun. He realizes that Do-hun is not ordinary at all. His punch is so fast that he only manages to recognize it just before it hits his face. That speed made it impossible for him to sense the setup or the threat of the punch. Could he be practicing boxing in a panic? He wondered. You always trust your eyesight, but that speed is so fast you think you'll faint before you can use your technique. Zae-chun hesitates whether to ask Aeon if he will give you guidance. While lost in thought, the phone from the martial arts room rang. Zae-chun answered, but there were already a few guys blocking his way. Today that brat was so arrogant, waiting all this time and not seeing you come, I thought you took a different route. May I ask who you guys are? The guys here get angry when they hear that. Don't you remember me? Seun wondered. But what's the matter that you're looking for me? It was just a coincidence that Do-hun appeared behind me, because I had some business to attend to. Chun's car hurriedly backed away in panic. Seeing his reaction, Do-hun said, Don't be so scared. I won't attack you from behind. It's nothing serious, I just need to hear your answer quickly. If you want to fight, I'll settle with you today and finish collecting the money smoothly tomorrow. What is this? How can he say those words so calmly? Then he said, Do you think others don't know you're a thug? Why do you swallow your words so quickly? Zae-chun laughed. Anyway, the answer was already decided, so it didn't matter when he said it. Don't tell me you're planning to gang up on him 3 against 1. But Do-hun sat down, rummaged through his bag to find something, and said while searching, No, don't worry, wait for me a bit. What are you doing? Do-hun, wearing gloves and speaking confidently, said, Don't worry about it, just fight as usual. I'm afraid that if I fight you without my hands and you end up dying, what would I do? Then he quickly got into a ready stance. In the alley where the incident took place, Seun heard those words and felt bewildered. Is there really someone like that in this world? Are you ready? If so, let's get started. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward at an incredible speed, so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow, and threw a punch straight at Seun. Before he could adapt to that speed, Do-hun spun around and punched him in the side, making Chun grimace in pain. Before he could counterattack or think of a defense, Chun saw a fist aimed straight at his face. Fortunately, your quick reflexes helped you dodge that attack. Do-hun was a bit surprised, not expecting Chun to be able to block his strike. Successfully dodging the attack only fueled Do-hun's rage, and he relentlessly pressed forward, leaving no chance for his opponent to fight back. When the moment is right, Do-hun decides to end the fight with a powerful punch, carefully watching every move of Zae-chun, waiting for the right opportunity. When Zechun tried to counterattack, Do-hun quickly threw a straight punch to his face, stunning Zechun and almost knocking him out. Do-hun looked down, thinking he had won, but then he changed his mind, realizing it shouldn't end like that. Chun veers forward, nearly exhausted. He falls into Do-hun's arms and whispers in his ear, "You're quick." Then suddenly, Zechun hugged Do-hun tightly. Do-hun was surprised. "Why are you hugging me like this? What is this thinking?" Do-hun is a professional boxer, wearing gloves, so if I attack I might gain an advantage, but unexpectedly Do-hun hit my hip hard with his shoulder, making me stagger and feel dizzy. Do-hun coldly said, "Sometimes people think that jiu-jitsu or wrestling are the strongest martial arts in real combat. Do you know why?" He kept smashing Zechun's head with his shoulder until he collapsed to the ground. Do-hun looked down from above and explained that it's because they haven't been beaten properly yet, so they think that way. Zechun was no longer able to resist, blood pouring from his mouth. Do-hun continued, "It's simple. Whoever is stronger wins. I won't bother you anymore, so don't interfere in our affairs. Also, I'm really sorry about what happened to Ha-chin. I heard that with rehabilitation training there's no problem anymore, so just pretend it was an accident and he stepped on some shit." Chun said sharply, his eyes full of anger, "Don't use your filthy mouth to mention Hain. If this was enough to make me give up, I wouldn't have started in the first place." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight at Do-hun with his head, and the powerful headbutt made Do-hun stagger back a few steps, surprising him. "You still have so much strength after being attacked like that. Is this your final effort?" Do-hun immediately lowers his center of gravity, prepares to counterattack, and seeing this move, Chun-se can't help but panic, tightening his grip on your shoulder with a sarcastic tone. "Your stubbornness won't solve anything. The big C covers the small c. Just memorize it if you don't understand. Even if the world changes for the better, its true nature remains the same. The fact that you can't extract any information from me is the clearest proof. Take a few days to rest." With all his strength, Do-hun delivers the final blow. But at that moment, an unexpected event happened that left even his allies stunned. What's going on? Even Do-hun was taken aback when Aeson suddenly appeared, taking the hit for Zechun. The powerful punch distorted Aeon's face. The two students standing nearby burst into laughter. "What are you doing? Why is your face so red?" After taking the hit, Aeon exclaimed, "That guy's punch is really fast." Do-hun, standing nearby, was surprised and asked, "Why is that strange?" "My move was perfect, so why is he still standing there unaffected? Why are you interfering in our business? Don't you know how dangerous kids are these days?" With a cold gaze, I looked at the accomplice grabbing my shoulder, making him falter. "Oh my God, someone is about to die." The accomplice quickly let go. "What did I do to you?" Relatives and friends come quickly and see these brats fighting adults. The passers-by gathered around, whispering and gossiping. Aeon stepped closer to Do-hun, glaring and asking, "What kind of person are you?" Aeon calmly replied, "Why are you still conscious after my punch?" He glanced with disdain because it was no different from a 7-year-old child's punch. Do-hun suddenly realized there were many people filming and taking pictures around him, so he decided to leave to avoid trouble and promised to meet you again soon. But Aeon called him back. Did Do-hun have something to do? "Are you planning to fight again?" Before I could finish my sentence, 2 police officers appeared. Aeon, standing behind, said, "It's not that. Someone is here to pick you up. We're all gathered at the police station." After hearing the report, the officer asked again, "So you didn't fight, but only competed against each other?" Their expressions made the police seem to have understood the situation. "Earlier, you saw me wearing gloves. I've heard the testimony of the attacker, but the victim's statement is even more important. Let me hear what he said first before deciding whether to contact the school." Hearing that, Do-hun couldn't help but panic. Things just got serious. If this case is taken up, not only the collection of money but also my competitions will be affected. No, it probably won't come to that. That kid doesn't want to get involved with the police either, and he needs something from me, so he's definitely not going to spill the truth. But just as I thought that, Chun's voice rang out beside me. "No, I'm actually a victim of unilateral violence." Hearing that, everyone turned to look at him. Everything ended quickly and Hun was suspended from school. After it was all over, Aeon took the bike home. "Are you going to keep pursuing that case? That guy earlier was also involved with Hin's case, right? You went digging into the past and that's why the fight broke out, didn't you?" Caught off guard and stammering, the car couldn't find a response. Seeing that, Aeon got angry and said, "Why do you keep fighting every time you go after those guys related to that matter?" Looking at that guy, I don't think he's someone who has only been training for a few months. No matter how good your motor skills are, he's a top-level competitor. Are you planning to face someone like that alone? Just because you've only been studying jiu-jitsu for 2 or 3 months? I hope you stop before he beats you up even more. Besides, I heard that the police officer is still investigating, so if you wait patiently for a while, there will definitely be an update. But Chun's car interrupted Aeon. That's not it. This has nothing to do with the investigation.
Hein is still suffering. I will use my own way to protect Hein.
I will find every clue and return everything they've done so they can no longer laugh and mock freely. Aeon glanced at him and sighed. Today I didn't get to train at all. You even turned off the instant noodles, so just get up and run 20 kilometers. Hearing that, a few pieces of instant noodles in the car's mouthpiece choked out. What should I do now?
Whenever there's a chance, I'll go. Meanwhile, at Johan's house, you stare at your phone, looking at the new notification you've just received.
The notification says you have been disqualified from the contest for not paying the full entry fee, and the police have also taken on the case. Suddenly, a tattooed thug snatched the phone out of Do-hun's hand and shouted, "You brat! Are you just going to stare at your phone while adults are talking?" Seeing his actions, Do-hun widened his eyes in disbelief, which only made the other guy angrier. "You again, little brat. I told you once already, don't roll your eyes at me like that. Drop that look." But Do-hun is stubborn. How can he listen? Seeing that Do-hun wouldn't obey, the other guy burst out laughing. This kid really is as stubborn as us. Then he sat down and said, "Hey Do-hun, listen to me. Join us to learn and pay off your debt. Isn't that better? Why do you keep choosing the hard way? If you follow me, you'll get employee benefits, and I won't charge extra interest. You should think about your father who died, leaving his wife and children behind. Your life was already at the bottom of the pit, so what is there to regret anymore? Use your strengths to live on. Robbing students and doing this are no different. Moreover, your work is legal. This time you didn't earn a single penny, and your mother was fired. So what are you going to do now? Do you want to work with me?
Or do you want me to recommend a good job for your mother?" After he finished speaking, Do-hun gritted his teeth and replied, "I will pay for this month, next month." They are suspicious, saying you promised to pay 2 months at once. What if you can't pay it back? Do-hun had to accept, saying, "I will follow your request." Hearing that, he was satisfied. Okay, approved. A moment later, Do-hun gathered his friends at a street corner. Ki-sok nervously said, "Sorry, I was just wasting time." But before he could finish speaking, Do-hun shouted, "Shut up if you want to join next month's competition. You need to collect the money properly. That kid Chun will be dealt with when he returns to school. Earlier, I'll deal with that tall guy with long hair who trains at the martial arts school." Meanwhile, at Aeon's dojo, everyone was surprised to see him dressed up properly for the first time. "Is this the first time seeing Aeson in a shirt? What's going on? Do you have an important event today? You probably have a date with Virgil, right?" Everyone crowded around asking. Aeon ran out of explanations. "Yes, he has plans with his former colleagues. I'll probably be home late today." "Get started, the teacher will be here soon." Everyone was relieved to hear Aeon would be late. If he couldn't come back, we would understand. "Hey, help me please. My friend is being assaulted in the alley, please help." Seeing the danger, Aeon couldn't ignore it and said, "Lead the way. That guy is starting to scheme. Here, go in tonight and turn left afterward. Over there, at the end of the alley," he pointed to a corner. Aeon saw the thugs in front of him and immediately understood the whole situation. Hun sat there with a smug smile and said, "Hello, sir. I told you we'd meet again, didn't I? Thanks to you reporting to the police, I'm now in a desperate situation. This time, I have to play dirty to get revenge." A man sneaking from behind raises a stick to ambush Akon. At that moment, a woman appears and blocks the stick in his hand, causing everyone to stare in shock, even him unable to react in time. "This guy, do you really want to play such interesting tricks all by yourself? Let go of my hand. What does it have to do with you to interfere?" Hearing the words "Bathim," she angrily turned and said, "I'll give you a chance. Call me sister." "Let's go." The other guy, still arrogant, said, "What the hell is this Bathim?" As soon as she finished speaking, he was hit with a punch and couldn't speak anymore. The woman holding the stick, with a contemptuous tone, said, "Does this spoiled brat at school not teach you that if you hit someone on the back of the head with this, something bad will happen? Who are you? Are you a teacher or what? How's that? Feels good to your ears, right? My sister's hits like this are pretty top-notch." As soon as she finished speaking, she struck him again in the body, making him scream loudly. "My knee joint." At this moment, the woman takes off her glasses, her voice full of authority. "Do you know who I am? I am also a boss of these thugs who just turned over a new leaf last year. These spoiled brats." Then she raised the stick and pointed at each of them in turn. Seeing the situation, Do-hun's accomplices broke out in sweat. Miss Hien stood there bravely and said, "Beating each one individually isn't interesting. Just charge all at once for me." At this moment, Aeon stepped forward to take her stick, telling her to stop because hitting people with it could be deadly, and that in South Korea, hitting people like that could cause trouble. What's that? Since we last met, have you already gone to see the enlightened Tathagata and achieved enlightenment?
Besides, there are no security cameras here, so you're talking about something else. But why do you have long hair? An replied. I just didn't feel like cutting my hair. As soon as he finished speaking, an object flew toward Asen. One of his crazy accomplices gritted his teeth and told him to stop. You really are a pair of long sleeves meddling in other people's business. Are you guys delusional about your power? As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit right in the face with a stick. The woman hit him while saying, "This is what you call delusions of grandeur." Kisok next to him, even though his hand was trembling, still kept his mouth shut. I also have a stick, you crazy bitch. But as she just lunged forward, Kisok's stick dropped from his hand and his arm seemed about to break. She continued to strike his shin with another blow. Do-hun screamed in pain, looking up at the sky as the woman calmly took out her cigarette. Now there's only one left. She turned to look at Do-hun with a cold gaze. Look at that corpse. Are you scared yet? You probably don't know who I am. Do-hun has been watching her movements all this time and now feels nothing but fear. Who exactly is this woman? Her way of attacking is unlike any martial art I've ever seen. If I don't fight back with all my strength, I will definitely die. Before he could recover, the woman suddenly appeared right in front of him. Do-hun stared in shock, throwing all his strength into a punch, but it wasn't that simple. The woman simply jumps lightly, dodging his attack, then floats backward and teases, "So as a boxer, where should I aim for the fatal blow?" I'm the type of person who finds it easier to recover physically than emotionally. Seeing the woman look down on him, Do-hun became even angrier. He gritted his teeth and threw his punches with all his might, but none of them hit. The woman still easily dodged as if she was just playing. When he saw she had reached the edge of the wall, Do-hun thought to himself, all right, I've cornered her now, it's time to strike. He swung a fist very hard at her, but unexpectedly, what he hit was a stick, and the woman had already easily dodged. He was stunned. How could this be? Before he could think, the woman turned and counterattacked with a gentle move that was strong enough to knock Do-hun to the ground. She laughs happily and says, I noticed your fist is pretty strong, so I decided to go with that move. Why not? Do you know what I find interesting about guys like you? Because you're a monster disguised as a human, like a zombie in a movie. I can beat you up as much as I want without feeling guilty and even vent my frustration. As the woman prepared to act, Do-hun desperately shouted, Wait, listen to me first. I have my reasons for doing this. The woman coldly replied, I'm not interested in your sob story, you bastard. Now I'll end you. Do-hun shouted, No, I still have to continue boxing. But at that moment, he was knocked out by Aeon. The woman turns back, looking displeased. What's going on here? You're out cold? Aeon? What's going on? We just started having fun and now you've fainted? She stood up, bowed her head and said, I enjoyed it. Monsters don't care about age. You know that well. Aeon struggled to his feet and said, I know, let's get out of here quickly. So-hun immediately cheered up. Let's go find something to eat. I'm starving to death here. Aeon asked, Do you prefer eating dinner with drinks or drinking with some snacks? Then you asked, Did you find the small A documents yet? So-hun replied, The investigation documents on the high school girl's violence case. Those documents are as easy as pie, but I don't see anything special in the investigation files. But I'm not the one to stop there. Let me tell you an interesting thing. There are 2 sets of investigation documents related to this case. One is currently being investigated by the police, while the other appears to have been concluded in a seemingly staged manner. I am 100% sure that some powerful figures are deliberately hiding the truth. There is clearly something very dark and opaque about this case. What is this? You're already exhausted before we even start. This kind of situation is not okay. He looked down at the unconscious person on the floor and said coldly, He's out cold. Get him to sit up. This guy. Then he turned back to the camera and asked, How did she react? The cameraman replied, Yeah, that's about it. No new faces lately, since Hun is famous at the school and this time he can't join either. Should we keep going or start planning a new event? The match against that girl really got a great reaction. That match had so many exciting highlights. The guy wipes the blood off his face and asks, When was that girl there? Don't you remember? A few months ago, a second-year student from the city school introduced a talented girl named Duitsu. You knocked its knee clean off. The young man casually replied, I'd have to see it to remember. How can I remember all that nonsense? There were only 1 or 2 kids I knocked out with a knee shot. At a street-side pub, So-hun and Asen are drinking happily, and So-hun quickly finishes his glass in one go. Aeon, looking drunk, says, Hey So-hun, you can stand up now. So-hun slams the table loudly. What do you mean? I've only had a few bottles so far. Where am I going? Aeon laughed. You're not planning to count the 2 bottles we drank downstairs, right? So-hun just pointed to the sky and said, I don't care at all. Give me 2 more bottles of soju. What, even the Sushun too? So when the food is served, Sohun asks, so basically that kid named Chun is now alone, avenging for Hein. Aeon nods. That's right. If we were in his shoes, I don't know how we'd feel either. You already know. With the police, there's no evidence, so there's almost nothing they can investigate. Sohun covered his face in embarrassment, saying that kid is really romantic. That's right. Me's taste is always like that. Aeon sneered. So your conclusion is that line? Sound happily raises his glass. That's right. Just like your uncle used to be. Aeon raised his glass, not daring to do otherwise. I'm not the type to act without a plan, he added. And that's not really a good way either. Such acts of revenge always end in tragedy. Sun suddenly clutching his chest and covering his mouth. Last time, you hadn't digested the sweet potato yet, that's why. But if you just sit still, every moment that kid spends will feel like hell. She recalls her past. Even if revenge will ultimately lead to hell, should she just let that kid stay there quietly? Maybe escaping the hell that you have to go through every second would be better, even though you know the ending will lead to another hell. What if there's a small chance, however slim, that a good outcome could happen? If I just sit still and do nothing, the chances are only a matter of percentage. If you are that kid, what do you think is the most important thing right now? Think carefully and try once. Without waiting for Aeon to reply, Sohun turned away. Auntie, can I transfer the money? The food is so good, Auntie. Aeon smiles. So now you're finally letting me go home? What is this? I have to go for extra training, right? You have to treat me to a 3-way meal. A young man standing nearby watching suddenly exclaimed, No wonder they call you Officer Na, a true sniper. Officer Na turned and asked, Have you looked into what I asked? Kulgang? What happened to him? Are you seriously injured? The young man shook his head. No, just minor injuries. So the student who hit him has been suspended. Officer Na thought for a moment and then said, I think this kid is trying to find those involved in Hein's case. If we leave it alone, something big will happen sooner or later. In another park, 2 people are exchanging information. Did you find out anything about the residents in the gold office building? The other shook his head. No. The building's cameras were all broken that day, so we couldn't identify who entered or left. He continued, but wasn't Officer Na instructed by his superiors to handle this case superficially and close it? Why are you so concerned about this case? A police officer with a cigarette in his mouth asked again, Hi Youngjich, what made you decide to become a police officer? Ha Youngjich smiled, just for a living, and also for the pension later on. Detective Na nodded and said, That's right, but why did you choose criminal police? This job is really tough. You look cool, man. It's a bit tough, but still better than other fields. Officer Na looks so cool when he smiles. My daughter says the same. She says he truly catches the bad guys and makes them pay for their crimes. He continued, but you know how it is. Not everything in life goes according to the rules. If my superior's orders differ from mine, what would you do? But Officer Na is also my superior. A few days later, at another location, the boss was panting heavily and shouted, Don't get up! Stay there and lie still, thinking everything ends here and accepting defeat will make you feel better. I'm only going to let you off this once. If you block my way again, I'll fight you with Tron's hand. Zechun kneels on the ground, wondering why he couldn't block a single hit. He tries to stand up and glances at the boss. Even if I want to use you to win, if I can't catch him, it won't mean anything. The boss quickly rushed forward and punched Zechun hard in the face. I told you not to get up. Zechun collapsed to the ground, sighing. It really is pouring water on a duck's head. How many times do I have to tell you? As night falls at the gymnasium, 2 friends ask Zechun worriedly, Zechun, what's wrong with your face again? Is something wrong at school? Chunze smiles. I just had a collision while playing soccer at school. One of the friends asked, Does your dad play some intense Shaolin soccer or something? Zechun smiled and said, I like Stephen Chow a bit, so I follow his style. Oh, I see. That's why Henry ended up like that. At that moment, the teacher standing behind called out loudly, Chun Kar! He turned back. Yes, sir. The teacher looks at you seriously. Come with me, let's have a quick disfum talk. Sechun follows the teacher into a room. Aeon watches but doesn't seem very interested. How many times has it been this month that Zechun has been in the teacher's office? Are you learning jujitsu just to go out and fight people? If so, you don't need to come to class anymore starting today. If that's not the case, please explain clearly to me. Zechun only knows how to bow silently. The teacher, annoyed, shouted loudly, If you need help, clearly state the problem so I can request support from the school and police. I'm sorry, teacher, I will be more careful. As he bowed his head, Seun silently thought, Thank you for caring, but this is my own battle. The teacher seemed to have calmed down and said, All right, if you ever need my help, just let me know. It's time to end the martial arts class. The teacher reminds everyone that today has been a hard day for all. The two friends say goodbye to Zae-chun. See you again tomorrow. Chun, sleep well and don't overexert yourself.
Chun waves goodbye. Yes, sir.
Take care on your way back. After they leave, Seon falls back into thought that his jujitsu skills are not top tier. Before I can use the neck numbness technique, I will have to endure many hits from that guy. What should I do? Lost in thought, he suddenly saw Akon. Aeon asked, "Do you really intend to see it through?" Sechun was surprised. "What are you saying?" Aeon continued. "Are you planning to see that battle through, even if it exceeds your abilities?" "Yes, of course. Once I decide, I will see it through. If you want me to stop going to the martial arts school, I will obey." Before he could finish speaking, Aeon had already put the fighting helmet on him. Seun looked confused. "Why are you putting this on me?" At that moment, Aeon threw a straight punch to his face. Seun covered his face with his hands and asked, "What are you doing?" Aeon is still in fighting stance. What else is he doing? Just practicing fighting. Outside the dojo, the sound of punches kept ringing out. Chun's car was still in a daze. "What did you say?" Your face turned pale. "He told me not to strike first," Aeon replied. "That's right. Why did Se-chun finally adjust his clothes?" Aeon explains, "Even if I throw hundreds of punches at him, it would just waste my energy." Se-chun asks, "Then how can we fight?" Aeon keeps attacking non-stop, of course, to take it down. Se-chun's defense is confused. "If I could do that, I would have done it long ago. That guy knows how to defend himself." Aeon says, "That's the problem. I am always overwhelmed because I focus too much on dodging." Another punch comes flying in. Aeon was wrong again. The most important thing in real combat is the threat level of the weapon. That punch was both powerful and fast, and with stamina like a monster, he can maintain that strength for a long time. That is the key threat factor, the key threat. Aeon asked again, "Do your weapons threaten the opponent?" After a few blocks, he lost stamina, his attacks became ineffective, and he was beaten mercilessly, with another hook hitting Chun's side. Sechun asks, "So what should I do?" Aeon replies, "Do you know?" Sechun keeps getting hit and says, "I don't know, just say it quickly." Aeon pushes with his foot, causing him to lose his balance. Sechun asks, "Hey, isn't it just about using fists?" "Yeah, I just want you to feel it once." Sechun tried to keep her balance, but Aeon kept applying more force. Aeon explains that ultimately fighting depends on physical strength. The attacker needs power, and the defender also expends a lot of energy. You need to pay attention to this point. Your strength in that move is different from Gap Lin's strength. Aeon grabbed Sechun's remaining leg and said, in the end, Sechun couldn't resist and fell down. You close your eyes and sigh. Why are you so rough? Aeon releases you and stands up. If your opponent only defends by gripping tightly and attacks with punches, you should do the opposite. Focus on blocking punches and attacking by grabbing the neck. Just concentrate on this like a fighter who only focuses on boxing. Aeon added, I honestly can't guarantee you'll win, but just one success could change everything. He took off his protective gear and said, so every night after class you'll train while taking my punches. Sechun asked, how many of those a day? Aeon replied, what do you plan to do? You're just going to take the hits until you can't anymore, but I also know enough boxing to knock you out. Time passes quickly. Day turns to night, but for Zae-chun it feels like a long time. He keeps getting beaten up by Aon. No matter how many times he falls, Asen still makes him get up. Because Hun kept his promise not to hurt Chun anymore since he didn't cause trouble. However, every day when I see them laughing and having fun at school, my heart feels like it's being squeezed tight. The sense of helplessness makes me even more uncomfortable. But the more that happens, the more he loves himself. Every day after practice, Seon still trains with Aeon and feels himself improving significantly. During a training session, Aeon cautiously leans his knee forward. Immediately, Aeon's knee is pressed close to Zae-chun's face. You quickly reacted, slipped past, and spun to dodge the strike. Aeon looked surprised. What is that basic move? You've been watching those weird videos on YouTube again, right? Chun, still sweating and holding Aeon's leg, replied that as long as he could bring the opponent to the ground, it was fine. My brother asked what to do now, start over from the stance, or keep fighting like this, looking helpless. Zae-chun was suddenly thrown back with great force. From the position where Aeon had his leg locked, Zae-chun reversed the hold. Today is Sunday. Let's go eat tteokbokki. Yes, sir. Outside the martial arts school, it was raining. Zae-chun was getting ready to leave. It's really pouring rain. Suddenly someone calls you, your face changes, and you quickly ask, Hachin, is something wrong? Hey, why are you in such a hurry to answer the phone? She continued, it's nothing special. I just thought of you when I saw the rain and decided to call. You forget your umbrella every day. You're so silly. Even if Chun's car brought an umbrella, you still answered Ha-chin. How do you know that? I also forgot my umbrella in the gym today, so I was about to run up and get it. She laughed heartily. I knew it would be like that. I told you that without me, you wouldn't be okay. Se-chun replied. Hey, that's true. It was a bit off. Suddenly, both of them blushed and didn't know what to say.
Ha-chin was the one who spoke first. I totally forgot because of you. I apologized that day for suddenly losing my temper. About that time at the coffee shop, you went all the way to my place and I was about to apologize to you. Chun's car remained silent.
What mistake? Why should you apologize? I'll visit you again in a few days. Ha-chin waved his hand. No need, let me go this time. While I'm at it, I'll visit the uncles at the gym too. Chun looks up at the sky, still pouring rain. Yeah, is that okay, or should I come pick you up instead? Ha-chin chuckled softly. What are you talking about?
I'm not that useless today. I'll message you the time later. I'm hanging up now.
Bye, Chun's driver replied. I know. You should rest too. Don't push yourself too hard. Hoin seemed sad after taking off his headphones. She took her pen and checked off her to-do list. 1. Call Chun's car. 2. Go out alone. 3. Go out alone at night. 4. Go to a crowded public place. 5. Practice erduju again. She took a deep breath. They say once you start getting angry, you're halfway there. She patted her head. I've already done half of it. I'm really strong. At the martial arts gym, Chun's car is gasping for breath. Aeon saw this and reminded him. With this level, it's worth trying at least once. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched Ze-chun right in the face. But honestly, I can't guarantee that you'll beat him. All I can do is hope that Troop Cow's luck will smile on him. That's all. Ze-chun takes off the helmet but still has a little hope, right? Aeon responds. If you make me bet money on either of you, of course I would bet on the other one winning. Seeing that, I have nothing more to say. Why are you so harsh on me? Aeon comforted her, basically saying this way there's at least some chance of winning. No matter what you decide to say, I think you should try first. The longer you delay, the more it feels like something is slipping further away from your grasp. Aeon looked up at the sky, thinking for a moment before recalling if you were good at playing Oan Tuti. Hearing this question, Chun was surprised why he suddenly asked that. Then Aeon raised his hand to play around with him, and he even said beforehand that he would go all in. In the boxing gym, the sound of fists hitting the heavy bag echoes steadily. De-hun is training hard, as if he has dedicated a lot of time to it. After throwing his 10,000th punch, he paused to rest. Just then, his teacher entered and called out, Do-hun. Hearing the call, Do-hun immediately understood what his teacher meant. Yes, sir, I need to clean up at the end of the session now, right? Today I will train quickly and go home early. You can head back first. But before I could finish speaking, the teacher interrupted. Haven't you been late paying your tuition since last month? Do-hun bowed his head and apologized. I will definitely submit everything this weekend. I'm sorry, sir. The teacher sighed. That's not really important, but actually someone came here looking for me. Recently, many students have dropped out, and the teacher has suffered significant losses. Do you understand what I mean? Then the teacher said frankly, You no longer need to pay tuition fees. I hope you won't come here anymore starting tomorrow. That evening after practice ended, Do-hun bowed to the teacher and left. His face was full of sadness. After walking for a while, he heard a call from behind. Isn't it too late to go home now? Do-hun turned back and coldly looked at Chun's car. He continued, Wandering around at this hour, you're startling others. You look just like a criminal. Do-hun looked up. Is it you again? I wondered why I haven't seen you around lately. But today, just go your own way. Because if we fight today, my eyes will turn dark and someone might get hurt. Chun's car moves forward. Stop pretending. I have something to say before we fight. This time I won't fight back. I'll only use a kick. Hearing that, Do-hun was confused. What are you planning to do? As soon as he finished speaking, Chun's car quickly moved forward. Do-hun was stunned. Did he just say that and then rush in immediately? He reacted quickly, throwing his bag onto the Chun vehicle. It hurt, Chun shouted. That damn bastard! Do-hun continued. Do you remember what I told you last time? If you cause trouble again, I will use Tron's hand to hit you. Se-chun blocks Do-hun's hand. Of course I remember. You do too, right? The thing I said about tearing all you bastards into pieces. Seeing Chun's determined look, Do-hun was a bit confused. What is this guy planning to do? After suddenly pulling my arm to lure me into a left punch, exploiting my shifted balance, then choking me from behind. Maybe it's just pretending to only use the choke as a threat like earlier, while waiting for me to stretch my legs in defense so it can strike. Do-hun carefully kept his distance, thinking fighting from afar would be safer. Seeing his caution, Zechun mocked him. "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly becoming so complicated?" Do-hun responded, already on the receiving end and acting as if he didn't care. Zechun continued to provoke, saying, "Don't get too close. I told you I only use my elbows." Then he started dodging Do-hun's attacks wildly and took the opportunity to go underneath when he was distracted. Do-hun secretly thought that this guy, though suspicious, had become braver than before. Now he is no longer afraid of his fists. Not only that, Chun avoided all of Do-hun's deadly strikes with incredible precision. They keep charging at each other, forcing Do-hun to defend and making it hard for him to land a proper strike. The two fight in a small alley. At this moment, Chun starts acting wildly, surprising Do-hun as he rushes at him. Chun thinks about the current situation and realizes that Do-hun, who just fell, is using both legs to block him. So Chun wondered if he knew Juju, but he still had the advantage when he struck. Do-hun also felt the situation was becoming urgent. If this continues, it won't be good. Even if he blocks the attack, he still has limitations. He frowned and thought, first he had to push Zechun away, create some distance, and then find a way to stand up. But Zechun was holding his thighs tightly. Do-hun panicked. Zechun spun around and kicked, continuing to hold the opponent down. "Now let's see what you'll do to escape this situation." Suddenly, Do kicked straight at Zechun's head, punching non-stop. Zechun gritted his teeth in pain. What the hell is with these fists that are as hard as stone? I have to use my head to counter his punches, I think, so I press my knee onto Do-hun's stomach to control him, while pulling his pelvis into my neck and pressing a pillow hard against his stomach. Unable to fight back and struggling to get up, he had to lower his hands, but that left him vulnerable to attack. Zechun could tighten his carotid artery. Do-hun gritted his teeth, watching every move of Zechun. Seeing Chun start to change his move, he widened his eyes in fear as Chun's elbow shot up and struck him directly in the face. He thought to himself that he could smash his face to pieces. Do-hun's face was covered in blood and he couldn't speak, but Zechun kept turning and pressing down on him, the pressure so intense he couldn't make a sound. Seo-chun uses a gripping move to choke, as if holding a baseball bat. Deep down, Seo-chun thinks he's got it. He can feel the sensation of victory, and he must keep going without letting his guard down. Because Do-hun's neck was being squeezed tightly, his eyes bulging and unable to make a sound, he felt like he was about to leave this world. At that moment, he remembered his childhood memories of a happy family of 3. But while he was lost in his memories, the loan shark appeared. Do-hun used all his strength to punch Zechun in the stomach, hitting so hard that Zechun's ribs seemed about to break, and the pain made his face turn pale. He whimpered and rolled to the side. Longday was panicked. How could he do this? He was about to faint, so where did this incredible strength come from? Hun gasped for breath, a sense of acknowledgement rising in his heart. "I thought I could easily bully you, but I almost lost my life." He clenched his jaw, his eyes cold. "From now on, I will fight with all my might, Junior." The two rush at each other. Chun's punch misses as Hun dodges swiftly. He continues with a few more strikes, but all miss their mark. Jo-hun counterattacked with a powerful punch to Chun's side, followed by a blow to the face, as the continuous barrage of fists showed he was giving it his all. In the midst of the fight, Jo-hun suddenly asked, "Why do you have to go this far? This is enough now. No matter how hard you try, will anything change? I told you to forget about it and treat it as bad luck stepping in dog shit. If you keep digging into that filthy mess, you'll just get dirty too. No matter what you want to change, this world won't care about you. Do you know that?" Chun's car lowered its head, determination shining in its eyes. "Who said that? No matter what this world becomes, it has nothing to do with me. I just want to destroy the trash blocking my friend's future. You are one of them." Jo-hun nodded at you. "I see. Now I understand." After saying that, he threw all his strength into punching the Chun car in the face. The powerful blow stunned you, making you stumble back a few steps before falling to the ground. Jo-hun looked at him and sighed. "I'm sorry, but I also have something to protect. Isn't everyone fighting their own battle? I won't give in to you." Before I could finish speaking, a voice rang out beside me. "What day was that again?" Jo-hun was startled and turned back, sitting down in front of the spring, his voice full of sarcasm. "You bastard, you're really something. Beating this kid until he's soft as dough. Don't tell me he's dead. This month I've already paid you. I kept my promise, so why are you coming to find me?" the man said, lowering his head with a sarcastic tone. "You're just acting, huh? We've known each other for a long time. Are you asking me what's going on?"
Yesterday I used my computer to do some calculations, and even if I calculated the sky, I still couldn't figure out how to gather that much money by extorting your students.
Not to mention, you plan to pay every 2 months, so I've come to a conclusion. He pressed close to Jo-hoon's face, his voice full of threat. I have a very lucrative business opportunity right now. If you agree to cooperate, you won't lack money, and I will enjoy the smell of money freely. What do you think? Let me show you step by step how to make money. Hearing that, Jo-hun was startled. What are you doing? Come on. That statement annoyed the big boss. What are you saying? Do you dare to talk back to me like that? He hadn't even finished speaking when a whisper in his ear told him to stop. He looked back in shock, stunned. What the hell is that? What did you just say? Chun took his hand and strangled the boss. I told you to stop interfering in my business.
Somewhere else, at Ha-chin's house, the physical therapy visitor is checking on her. How is your knee now? I heard you're doing very well with your rehabilitation exercises.
Ha-chin smiled brightly.
Now, you no longer have any difficulties in daily activities. How do you feel about that?
I think you're among the top patients I've seen. The woman smiles. Her specialty isn't in rehabilitation, so she's not very familiar with it. But your spirit is definitely top-notch. Hearing this, Hain happily laughed out loud. Actually, when I was little, I used to cry a lot and was very sensitive. But every time I squat down and cry, Sechun always stands beside me without doing anything. Hey Sechun, why do you keep just standing there? My answer back then was that I had to stand still like that so you could easily hold my hand and get up. After saying that, you looked at Ha-trin with confusion. At that moment, she was crying with short and long tears. You really are a pig. When we were kids, every time that happened, Chun would wait for her until she finished crying and got up on her own. And every next day there would be trouble. He went alone to those who teased me and told them to apologize. And then he got beaten up and came back. That's why I thought I had to be strong so that Chun wouldn't get hurt anymore. From then on, I stopped crying and started training. Hearing that, the teacher smiled. I really want to see that rubber car once, but I just asked for an apology. Why did I get beaten up so badly? Thinking back, Ha-trin also found it funny. Of course not. This part is the real headache. She sees that he's quite stubborn, but also has a strong stance. If the situation he anticipated doesn't happen, or if an obstacle appears, he will make a big fuss. Just like the current situation, seeing Sechun tightening his grip on the boss's neck, Ro-hun was a bit stunned. Don't touch him. You need to let go quickly, you crazy bastard. But Sechun refused to listen, tightening the grip on his neck until his face turned red. Johan beside him kept trying to persuade him. You need to worry about yourself, and do you even realize what you're planning? First, let go. Seeing the distressed face of the boss, Do-hun couldn't help but laugh, and the boss, upon seeing this scene, became extremely angry. Are you laughing? He growled. Just then, a few of the underlings rushed over. Seeing their boss's situation, they immediately charged in. You spoiled brats, are you tired of living? Catch them for me. The boss shouted loudly, and only then did Chun realize the situation was extremely dangerous. With no other choice, he threw the boss towards them, cursing at them. Those horse-faced Chow gangsters. Are you all right, boss? How are you feeling? The boss is furious now, shouting, Bring that damn dog here alive. I'll skin him alive and show you what respect really is. Then all the underlings charged forward together. Chun's car was about to intervene, but instead, he charged at those crazy guys. But before you throw your punch, Ro-hun pulled your shirt aside. Get out of the way, you idiot. Then he started fighting the gang alone. Ro-hun aimed a punch at the leader's stomach and then delivered a straight punch to his face. The ones behind also started to rush forward, but Chun was not backing down, taking them down one after another. No matter who steps up, they are no match for Jo-hun. Those guys are terrified. What is that? Is that guy a professional athlete or something? It makes me not even dare to get close anymore. You crazy fools, do you think you're sports players or something? Then he grabbed the iron pipe and moved forward. Please use your brains. You disrespectful kids, use that thing. Do-hun now sees the iron stick in his hand. His eyes show confusion. He hits the rubber car with the stick while telling his henchmen behind him, What are you doing that fits your profession? These idiots. Jo-hun gritted his teeth in pain. I have to keep my distance from that money. But the boss still didn't stop. Ro-hun, is this how you repay me, you dog? You might as well die here, and I'll take care of your mother. Chun's guy, after throwing that brick, frowned and said, Are you mute or what that you can't say anything good? Nice shot. Seeing you act like that, Jo-hun turned to look at Sechun, gave him a glance, then turned away. What are you looking at? I'll just run away from here first. If you like, just follow me. Seeing your actions, Ro-hun muttered to himself. This cowardly guy, the boss just now, was knocked down by a brick, pointing at the two of them. Fine, for now you run away. I'll gather enough supplies and then deal with you two. It's because of that cowardly guy that I died. For now, let's just run away first. He's following Chun's car. But where are you planning to go? Police station? Chun's car replied as it kept running. I don't know either. I just ran like that. Jo-hun now smiled again. What a pity. I should have acted earlier. The two of them drove for a while and reached right across from the police station, but their two underlings were close behind. Why didn't you think about the consequences and just lost your temper? Do you even know who those guys are? Chun's car turns back with a look of hatred directed at him, and that thug uses school violence to extort money from others, and yet he dares to ask if anyone is not thinking that way. You've made me angry. But just as I turned the car around, Chun saw his martial arts gym. He turned to Yohun and said, First, hide over there. As they slipped into a corner, the tailing guys had disappeared. Those guys are searching in a corner. Where do those two go? The boss asked, and a subordinate pointed to the corner of the street. They have disappeared nearby. Sir, we will search every corner of this area. At this moment, the boss has noticed the martial arts gym. He looks up, then turns to tell his men to call everyone who can come with their weapons and gather here for me. It seems I've found those two rats for sure. Meanwhile, Chun's car and Jo-hun are quietly stepping up the stairs. Jo-hun curiously asked, Is the gym still open at this hour? Chun nodded. Yeah, it's a 24-hour open gym. Hearing that, Hun thought to himself about it. Should we also look for a 24-hour gym? But as soon as we stepped inside, I was terrified. What kind of creepy place is this? Chun's car just explained, Do you know why our gym is open 24 hours? Because some restless spirits keep lingering here. At the gym, after a while, the boss had gathered his gang. A subordinate reported, Boss, is there someone inside? The boss nodded. Have you gathered the guys yet? Today I'll break that guy's neck so he can't complain anymore. When the thugs approached, the people in the gym asked, What brings you here? Are you guys planning to sign up for the gym? But the boss looked rebellious. Listen to me, I'm looking for someone. Two tall guys came in here earlier, right? Suddenly I thought maybe one of those two guys is training in this gym. Judging by the atmosphere, I think I get the gist. But before I could finish speaking politely, Tessin shouted loudly, startling the boss. What's going on? I was startled. Why did you suddenly shout like that? Day, you need to take off your shoes before entering the gym. If you leave footprints on the mat, it will be a hassle to clean. The boss frowns. Are you talking about me now? If you're not here to ask about signing up for the gym, then get lost because I can call 112 really fast. Jia-san warned, Get out of here now! Are you trying to get yourself killed, you little punk? Then he spat a mouthful of saliva onto the carpet and, after spitting, he exclaimed, Oh my. Jia-san stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the carpet. The boss saw this and immediately kicked at it. Sorry about that, I was careless. Let me clean it up. If I wipe it like this, your cushion will shine brightly. Are you trying to scare me with guts of a tiger or what? That guy working hard to clean up. Let me show you what real hard work looks like. So he rolled his eyes at Aeon. Are you the teacher here? But what do you want now? Do you want me to shut down your business here? Don't think that just because you've been training, you can act defiant towards me. Do you know that practicing sports and real combat are different things? But Aeon ignored what he said and picked up the phone to call the police. Seeing this, the boss swung his stick, knocking the phone out of his hand. Aeon glanced at his hand and saw a scratch. The boss, carrying a stick, arrogantly threatened to call the police. What a lunatic. What are you going to do now? I'll give you one last chance. Now you either hand over those two little punks, or I'll level this gym. As he said that, the boss saw the wounds on Aeon's body. He leans in to examine, the scar from a cigarette burn. Oh, and there's a cut mark too. What kind of person is this Dan guy with so many scars? Where have you been operating? You think you can be so bold because you have backing? Just wait, you'll regret this. The boss takes a cigarette and asks what? Can you say the whole sentence for me without interruption? Why do you keep breaking it up? Aeon looked up. I told you earlier that you stopped me from calling the police, so I will make you regret that. You're not a minor, right? Hearing this, the boss chuckled mockingly. What? A minor? This guy's talking nonsense, even if my face looks youthful. But he hadn't finished speaking when Aeon reached out and snuffed out his cigarette. No, I didn't mean it like that. This is just my personal standard. To me, anyone over 20 is an adult, and people like that can be responsible for their actions. So, I usually don't give chances to people like that. And as for that thing you will regret, I will make you say it yourself. Hearing that, the boss was furious. Hurry up and get him in there, and your life will be over. Guys like you are a dime a dozen, always showing off and then regretting it too late. I told you that if you just handed over those two kids, I would stay silent and leave, but you still refuse. Anyway, those two are just strangers to you. Are they your parents? In this world, even family can betray each other. All right then, I'll let you know. The boss couldn't react in time. You said you would tell me everything. But then Aeon used his old trick again. But if you're good at playing 1-2 tie, if you beat me, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Let's have one decisive game to prove you're a real man. Seeing Aeon's strange behavior, the boss feels extremely uncomfortable. Why are you suddenly wanting to play 0-2 tie? Are you mocking me? He shouted, but in the end he reached out to play with Aeon, secretly thinking he had to bring out the hammer. I'm a man, after all, and just as he said, he kept playing aggressively. But unexpectedly Aeon slapped him hard across the face, while Chun's car and Do-hoon were hiding in the room. Do-hoon stares intently at his phone, where a worried message from his mother appears because he hasn't come home. He leans against the wall and sighs. In this situation, you're still messing with your phone, you little punk. I'm texting my mom. If those guys come to my house, she'll be in danger. Do-hoon thought killing him might be acceptable. But at this moment, he also felt scared. Those bastards are so cruel. I don't know what they will do. Will it be okay? Aeon told me and you to run away, so let's see how things turn out. Also, what you were saying earlier about that kiss, how's that going? Do-hoon thought for a moment, then decided to tell him. As far as I know, there is a secret competition organized among the schools. The rules there are very simple. Compete in qualifying rounds. Each person pays an entry fee, and those with higher rankings receive a share of the total fees based on their position. That's like a reward. Basically, after investing, each person will earn an income proportional to their ability. But at some point, a very strange match appeared, one that was forced. No matter if the person wanted to participate or not, if it looked interesting, they would be dragged into it. The person who brings the target will receive a certain amount of money, and that day, I don't know what words Ki-shuk used to bring a guy named Ha-chin along. What I say might sound like an excuse, but I am never interested in those kinds of fights. I don't even watch them, so I left the crowd at that moment. All I know is only this much. After Do-hoon finished explaining, he was suddenly punched by a rushing car. You said you're never interested, so you should stand up and fight. If you know it's wrong, you should report it to the police. Why are you just standing there watching? Are you trying to pretend to be innocent so you don't lose what you have? Chun's car shouted angrily. Listen carefully. Even if you have your own unavoidable hardships, you and those guys are just the same disgusting scum. Do you understand? But unexpectedly, Do-hoon was not angry. He even felt that those words were not wrong, because he knew that even if it was the wrong path, he had chosen it. In the chaos, two men were fighting each other when suddenly a loud explosion erupted outside. Jo-hung turned around, sensing that the enemy had arrived, while outside, the boss who was just beaten was furious. It's been a long time since I truly wanted to take someone's life. He turned back angrily and shouted, "Stop asking, you useless fools! Kill him for me! You idiots, hurry up and take that bastard's life. Even if you have to kill him, it's fine. Charge in and fight him now." Aeon, you stand there facing him, only coldly staring and mocking. You're playing 0-2 tie badly now. I've already won, but I won't let you know. Meanwhile, the henchmen started to rush forward. One charged at Aeon, but he blocked the attack with just one hand. Aeon's cold gaze shot through the air as he kicked the thug fiercely in the stomach, causing his knee to snap with a cracking sound and a scream of pain to echo. The remaining thugs, seeing their comrades beaten, charged forward wildly, but Aeon remained unfazed, delivering a punch to the mouth that sent the thug sprawling to the ground, ending badly for him. The boss gets even angrier and shouts, "Don't just go after one, go all out at once, and catch the two guys behind them too." The two behind them, scared, mutter, "Do we have a phone?" Call 112. But at this moment, the phone has already been thrown far away. Aeon picks up the belt from the ground, ready to face the approaching henchmen. As they get closer, the two behind shout in panic, "Don't come any closer, they have weapons, what should we do?" A henchman frowns and shouts as he charges forward, but Aeon's belt swings straight into his face. Another strike sends him sprawling to the ground. I told you already? I really hate thugs and gangsters. In the martial arts gym, I'm used to these things now. The thugs, who looked so fierce, started to feel a bit scared. Aeon tightened his grip on a guy's neck, warning that from now on, anyone holding a weapon would definitely break at least one body part, and if luck was really bad, it could be their neck or back. Then he tightened his grip so hard that the subordinate groaned and collapsed to the ground. Aeon looked at the gang members and said, "Don't throw away your weapons. Just keep holding them, and charge forward." Even though they were a bit scared, the henchmen still kept their mouths shut. "Hey, stop bragging so much." Then he shouted at his gang to charge once and see how long you can hold out. As soon as he finished, they all rushed forward together. Aeon delivered a punch that left one thug with a crooked mouth and then locked his arm behind his back. A small move was enough to break that guy's arm. A blood-curdling scream echoes as another attacker with a stick rushes in. But Aeon reacts lightning fast, using the weapon he's holding to block the strike, and wrapping a strap around the stick to snatch the enemy's weapon. The other guy was too stunned to react as Aeon swung his stick and teleported in front of him. The guy, terrified, raised his hands to cover his face. But Aeon's target was not him, but the shelf behind. Aeon delivers a horizontal strike that leaves the opponent no time to react. The subordinate beside him is terrified, unable to believe his eyes. "What the hell are you, really?" he stammered, but before he could finish, Aeon swiftly broke his arm and chest. "You asked me what kind of creature I am?" The threatening voice made the guy tremble. Wait. He begged for mercy, but only coldly replied, "I am the god of death for scum like you." As he finished speaking, a cracking sound echoed, and his shoulder was dislocated. A piercing scream echoes through the building. Outside, Chun-hun is watching the situation when he suddenly notices someone trying to ambush Asen. "Aeon, watch out behind you, there's a pig trying to kill you." The boy shouted a warning, but before the fat guy could strike, Aeon swiftly grabbed his arm and twisted it forward, using a choke chain to make the fat man fall to the ground. He stands still, gently combing his hair, a look of contempt sweeping over his opponents. "Come on. Anyone else who wants to break their bones, get out here quickly. I still have to go eat my spicy instant noodles." "Not bad, kid. Are you from a special forces unit or something, that you fight so well? So, if your loved ones were taken hostage, what would you do?" "I've seen skilled fighters end up sacrificing everything in the end." Aeon turned around and saw Chun-hun and Jo-hun being held hostage by the others. The boss stepped closer, his voice full of threats. In reality, having more people wins. In his hand, a knife flashes with a cold light. "Damn it, I have to use this after so long of holding back. Just one stab and you'll be unconscious." Aeon calmly replied, "You shouldn't cross the river if you know you can't turn back. The moment you draw your knife is the moment you're risking your life." Seeing Aeon's commanding presence, the boss is confused. "What the hell is this? Why does this bastard suddenly seem so terrifying?" Aeon turned around, his voice full of confidence. "With my brothers, I've never lost a one-on-one fight." At this moment, the remaining two guys started to attack. The boss couldn't hold back anymore and shouted angrily, "Eat my knife!" Aeon remained calm and said, "So you've chosen to cross that river." But at that moment, a powerful fist struck the boss's face, causing the knife in his hand to fall to the ground. Seeing this scene, Aeon couldn't help but say, "Nice punch." After taking down the boss, Jo-hun sighed in relief, then crouched down and told him, "No smoking allowed inside here." The boss was so surprised he couldn't believe it. "What the hell is wrong with you, you crazy bastard?" "I'm speechless. I don't know what else to say. Bring the knives over here for me." But then the Chun car appeared just in time, kicking the knives further away. You look the boss straight in the face and say calmly, "Sorry, brother, but we have guests coming, so let's play next time." The boss gets so angry his face turns pale and shouts, "Bring out all the idiots with knives." The little thugs couldn't help but gossip when they saw the two people arrive. Took them long enough, finally decided to come out now? "You cowardly little rats, come here now while I still talk nicely." Just then, there was a knock at the door. The two police officers entered to report. We received a tip and came to check what was going on. As soon as they looked inside, they saw a few guys holding knives. Both officers were startled and shouted, "Drop your knives and raise your hands above your head." The henchman panicked. "Boss, we should get out of here." Things seem pretty complicated now, but how can the boss still act tough as a gangster and be afraid of dying? Anyway, those cops can't do anything to us. The police officer raises his gun, warning not to act rashly. "This is our final warning. Put down the knife now." But the boss not only wasn't afraid, he even turned back to challenge them. "Isn't that why you all brought that thing along? Don't you know that a poorly used stun gun can kill someone?" Before he could finish speaking, someone appeared and shot him with an electric gun. That person, annoyed, said, "That crazy bastard is just pretending to be smart." This is really annoying. In situations like this, you should act quickly instead of hesitating. The gang leader, struck by the electric shot, collapsed to the ground, and his henchman, seeing this, grew furious. "Are you crazy? What do you plan to do if someone gets killed?" He stepped forward and shouted, "You damn brats!" then threw a punch at the henchman's face. Another one who doesn't know his place rushed in and also got a slap, while I beat him and said, "You're gang leader. Aren't you supposed to memorize my face? And do you even know how many crimes you're committing right now? I will show you how terrifying the power of the state can be." The police car was already parked in front of the martial arts gym, and the boss had been arrested. A police officer escorts him out, while the gang leader still turns back and asks, "Who reported to the police?" "Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Don't you know who I am?" The man standing next to him lifts his leg. "Well, then I won't use my hands anymore." I'll use my foot then. And with that, he kicked the boss in the shin. The boss is so hurt he drops to the ground. Remember, you said it, kid, the other person shouted.
If you dare speak again, you're dead for sure.
I will take this opportunity to break up the gang you're protecting. What are you talking about? So what if I get arrested? You low-level cop working for a paycheck. Even if I committed a crime, I am innocent until proven guilty in court. Don't you know the principle of presumed innocence? So don't accuse me of a crime. The police officer stared at him intently. You think he's presumed innocent? What principle? This Duco girl. After saying that, he slammed his head into the gang leader, then turned to his colleague. Did you see this Duco guy just hit the police? The other person nodded. Yes, I saw very clearly. It almost led to a murder. Luckily, no one was seriously injured. Chun-hun pointed to his face, saying his right cheek was a bit sore and his shoulder was also aching. Jae-sun replied, We're not seriously hurt either.
But Officer Kanyar, can you take off your shoes? The officer hurriedly replied, I'm sorry, I forgot because I was in such a rush.
It's late, but we need to report this. Can you come with me? Since that thug will call a lawyer, it's better for us to resolve this quickly. I will also go with you. This is my fault. Where should we report this? The police are investigating Haynes' case, and if those guys find out, it will get complicated. Then everyone was taken to the police station, and the boss kept shouting. Honestly, you should ask those guys. I was just talking normally, but he strangled me from behind. Look at these wounds on my body. I am the victim here. We are innocent. Aren't we supposed to be treated? How can you lock us up like this? The police officer walks over and hits the boss, saying, Calm down. Talking so much, the hospital is busy with traffic accident emergencies, so please bear with us for now. This has nothing to do with us. Luckily, no one was injured. Officer Jang went over there and saw the patrol car, almost causing a major accident. You looked at the officer. It was you who reported to the police. After hearing what you said, the police officer handed you a business card and told you to contact him at this number if anything like today happens or if you need help. But how are you guys involved with the gangsters? They're all thugs and filthy. Rohan heard the question and replied, Suddenly I was interrupted by them. The bike suddenly put its arm around him. It's not like that, sir. The senior owed them money and they threatened him. Then he turned to the police. But I don't really know anymore. Please, calm down. Hearing that, the police also let it go and asked further, Oh, right. I wonder if this case has anything to do with student Ha Trin. If you tell us what you know, even just a little, it will help with the investigation. But Jo-hun shook his head, saying it's nothing related. I already told everything just now. Hearing this answer, Yo-hun looked at him, thinking to himself, is he planning to investigate without telling the police? What can he do? Alone. Right now, the officer turned to Hun and asked, Do you have nothing else to report besides what you just said? If there's anything we need to know, please tell us now. Jo-hun raised his head and replied softly, No, nothing else. As you mentioned, I understand. If I learn anything new or need help, I will contact you immediately. After giving his instructions, the officer turned to the next person. Aeon. At this moment, Aeon and the younger brother were dozing off on the waiting chairs. It wasn't until the next morning that everything finally ended. The police escorted everyone outside and said, You've all worked hard, go rest now. If anything happens, we will contact you immediately. Everyone leaves the house exhausted and starving. Aeon suddenly remembered the confession at the police station and wished he had ordered bibimbap. I really regret it. I wanted to eat it so much. Chun-hun sat excitedly next to him and suggested, Let's eat quickly. Anyone hungry, raise your hand. Aeon turned to ask him, Are you not going to work? Just answer him already, we still have to pay the monthly fee. Aeon frowned seriously. I really want to kick you out. Do-hun walked behind, watching everyone happily chatting, but feeling suddenly sad. After a moment, he spoke up. I'm sorry for causing trouble to the gym. If you need help cleaning up, just call me. After saying that, he bowed and was about to leave when Oyeon called him back. Hey, boxing bear. Do-hun looked up in surprise. Yes, call me. Aeon chuckled softly. Besides you, who else is the boss around here? Then he turned to ask if you like speed brawling, Ki. Do-hun was stunned, but quickly replied, I like it. So the whole group went to a restaurant, eating and chatting happily. Seeing Do-hun crying so hard he was tearing up, everyone burst out laughing. Chun-hun pointed at him, saying he was so funny he was drooling from the pain. Do-hun excuses himself, saying it's just sweat because he naturally sweats a lot. Aeon sitting beside him asks softly, So how much do you owe that guy? Do-hun sighed. Lately, the interest alone is about 500,000 won a month. I've already signed the contract with him, so there's nothing I can do. In the past, I had to use my mother's construction site salary and my part-time earnings to pay it off. Not only did they not reduce the debt, but they also increased the interest. I know this isn't right, but I have no choice but to make money with what I do best. Hearing this, everyone looked at Do-hoon with sympathetic eyes. Aeon speaks up. Recycling, huh? Do-hoon doesn't understand. Yes. What do you mean? Aeon explains. You mean recycling awareness. If someone helps you start a new life, you will gradually make up for all the mistakes of the past. If you truly have that thought, I will help you erase that debt. Dune listened, and tears quietly rolled down her face. Ayun continued, but I have one condition if you want it. Kyuk and Hunshuk are walking together in the school grounds. When Hunshuk saw the strange scene, he patted Kishuk on the shoulder, his face full of shock. Are those two walking together? What exactly is going on with them? Hunhuk wondered. Du-hun asked, Are you going straight to the gym after school today? Du-hun replied, Yes, is there a problem? You have to come along too. That pile of poop was caused by you and me, we should clean it up together. Besides, there are many things to listen to and many tasks to do. Before leaving, Do-hun also told you to focus on finishing what you need to do first. Kishuk and Junshuk, who were lurking below, overheard this conversation. After listening, Kishuk clenched his teeth in anger and asked what they meant. Are they planning to do something together? Where's the training room again? Run. Shuk broke out in a cold sweat. Aren't you planning to send off that second-year representative? What if he takes your position away? Kishuk shouted. Stop messing around, you crazy bastard. I was just caught off guard back then, that's all. If I fight him again, I believe I can win. Are you sure this is the list of money collected from the second-year students? Lately, I haven't been taking notes at all. Kishuk replied, Yes, sorry, senior, but don't worry. I've been working hard to get back on track, and soon I'll crush that guy for you. Luckily, you wanted to crush them, right? Basically, the second-year students are the ones we collected money from. Kishuk didn't understand. Okay, or should I gather them all together for the boss? No need, I have something to do and will meet each of them directly. When it's break time, take me to see them, Kishuk replied. Yes, I understand. On the surface, he seems obedient, but inside he was thinking, is he really planning to go deal with those two boys himself now? That bastard is just like a demon. During the break, Kishuk took Do-hun to each class one by one. There is someone in this class who has been acting out lately because they think their class has a thug backing them up. Do-hun stepped in and asked, John Hunso, are you John Hunso in second year? The boy looked scared and said, Yes, senior, it's me. He was worried inside. What's going on? Is he now directly asking the second-year students for money? Thanks to Chun's car, I haven't had to spend money lately, and life at school has become easier. But before his thoughts could finish, he saw the school's boss kneeling in front of him, while Kyuk stood beside him in shock. That student was also stunned. And all the students in the class looked on in fear. They witnessed a notorious boss kneeling before a weak student, and that day, Aeon told him, Let me give you a piece of advice. Do you think apologizing is for anyone? Of course, it's for the person who deserves it, isn't it? Aeon praised him and made a very accurate assessment. However, sometimes people apologize just to feel relieved, even when the other person doesn't expect to receive that apology. Being forgiven is the same way. So when you're in the position of the one apologizing, you shouldn't expect anything. Even if it takes a lot of time, the most important thing is to show sincerity and convey a clear message that makes the hurt person feel they haven't done anything wrong. That is the true way to apologize. At this moment, Do followed Aeon's words. He knelt before the student and said, I am sorry. I want to apologize for the suffering you have endured because of me. What is going on? Why did you do that? Why are you kneeling in front of that idiot? Suddenly feeling that my pride has been hurt too much. Do-hun coldly looked at Ki and said, If you don't want to work with me, then shut up and you should also beg for forgiveness. Are you crazy? What are you talking about? Suddenly, pretending to be gentle, what are you doing? You're embarrassing me to death. What the hell is this? Dong-hun changed his expression and said seriously, If you don't want to do it, then leave. But from now on, there will be no more collecting money or violence at school, and I won't participate in that competition anymore, just so you know. Ki-suk gritted his teeth. Why did you decide on your own like that? Why did Senior do as I told him? Dong-hun lowered his face and coldly replied, If I do as I want, what's wrong with that? If you're not satisfied, then fight me. Ki-suk was a bit scared at this moment and hurriedly said, I didn't mean it that way, it was just too sudden, and I can't do these things. I'm so embarrassed I want to die. After saying that, he hurriedly ran away, muttering as he went, What a crazy guy. As he stepped outside, Ki-suk saw Chun's car waiting at the classroom door. In a fit of anger, he turned back to blame him, saying, What did you do, you bastard, to make him like this? Or did you find his weakness? Chun glanced at him sarcastically and said, Now he's starting to think and his brain is getting wrinkles, unlike you. Then he continued, Stop messing around. This one won't be long before I beat you to death like a dog. The beast hurriedly ran away in panic. Not today. Wait for it, you bastard. You'll regret this. In the classroom, the student looked at Do-hun in fear and asked, "Can you sit down and talk now?" But Do-hun insisted, "I don't need to. I will disappear." The student tried to persuade him because he felt uncomfortable and asked him to sit down. Hearing those words, Do-hun also sat down. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "I am truly sorry for using my family situation as an excuse to bully you. I don't ask you to forgive me, but I want you to know not to blame yourself or think negatively because of this. The ones at fault here are me, Ki-suk, and those who bullied you. This is not your fault. I hope you won't blame yourself because of hurtful words like mine. I will spend my whole life atoning for my mistakes. I am truly sorry to you. Also, I have one more thing. The money I took from you, I will return as soon as I can. Can you help me verify if the amount recorded in this notebook is correct?" Then he handed the notebook to the student. He nodded and said yes. "So, senior, does that mean I won't get robbed, beaten, or have trouble going to school from now on?" Hearing that, Do-hun couldn't help but feel confused, wondering what he had done wrong. He confirmed that yes, I will make sure your school life returns to how it was before. Zae-chun, standing outside the door, listened to everything and lowered his head, lost in thought. The next day, Zae-chun invited Hein out, and as soon as they arrived, she rushed to hug him tightly, telling him not to zone out like that anymore, and reminding him to check his messages regularly. "Are you trying to die?" Ignoring the gradually pale face of yours, Ha-chin continued. "It's freezing cold, I told you, this fat pig, right?" Seeing you coughing so violently, Ha-chin finally let go. "You've lost weight. Your defenses are weakening too, huh?" Zae-chun responds. "Whatever he says, that armor made of human fat is gone now. Sorry, did you text me?" Seeing your strange behavior, Hein looked confused. "How about today? Looking better than usual?" "Today is a special day, so I put in a lot of effort." You immediately poured a bucket of cold water. "Are you going out wearing your dad's shirt?" Ha-chin shouted. "This is called style, you know, a fashion disaster." Zae-chun giggled. "It's just a joke." "Just kidding." "Hey, I've already prepared a hot heating bag for you." Ha-chin blushed and accepted it, just taking it when offered. "So now what do you want to eat?" Zae-chun asked. "What do you want to eat?" Ha-chin replied. "Whatever you want to eat is fine. Whatever you like to eat, I will eat that." "Oh, I see. Actually, I've already prepared a list of my favorite dishes. Guess which one is at the top?" Ha-chin frowns, thinking, is it pasta? Hearing that, you happily turn around and walk away. "Gotcha. Let's just go get that." Hein feels like something's not right. "Why do I feel like I just got tricked?" Hin said as he walked away. "Your dad's worried because he sometimes sees wounds like bruises from fights on you. Is something going on at school, or is it because of that day?" Chun-shi smiled to reassure her. "What are you talking about? Those scratches are from training. Stop thinking nonsense and just decide what to order." Ha-chin, hearing that, also felt relieved and gently punched your waist. "If that's the case, then lucky. Training also requires caution. Those who fight only with brute force will get hurt, that's for sure." He pondered quietly. Everything was about to come to an end. If Hein finds out, she will definitely keep nagging at me. But today, I want to forget all worries and enjoy this happy moment. Because today is Christmas. During the end of school, the bus beside me asked, "Dien, what are your upcoming plans? How was the competition? Did many schools participate? Tell me the details." Du-hong replied, "About 10 schools, sometimes with new schools joining in. I arrived halfway through that day, so I don't know what happened to Hein. Only the representatives of the schools were there during the incident, so Kiet didn't see anything. The competition is divided into multiple categories, and I entered the Emma Rules category to minimize risks. Besides the unregulated fights, there is also a category that allows using surrounding objects to fight like real combat. The more dangerous the category, the bigger the reward. So many representatives from the schools participate. But what's remarkable is that no one knows about the organizers. One day, they suddenly appeared and invited everyone to join. Most participants don't care who they are. What's important at our age is earning a huge amount of money." After hearing that, your friend asks, "So if I join, it's also hard to find out who they really are?" Du-hun nods. "Of course it's not easy. There is someone who always monitors if anyone suspects the competition system or has other intentions. That person is one of the organizers responsible for planning and communicating with the contestants. That person is called Director Kim. Just seeing him is enough to give you chills." In another place, Director Kim was about to step into the elevator when suddenly someone shouted from behind, "Wait a moment." He turned back, surprised to see the other person, and hurriedly rushed in. "Thank you for waiting for me. This person is a police officer." He asked, "Do you live here? Which floor?" Manager Kim didn't have time to answer before the person next to him pressed the 20th floor, then hesitated and pressed the 19th.
I've always lived downstairs. Are you new here?
I've never seen you before. Kim, the department head, smiled. This office building really suits you, doesn't it? It's clean and well soundproofed. The two stand in the elevator seemingly chatting harmoniously but actually probing each other. When the elevator stopped on the 19th floor, manager Kim stepped out. See you next time. He spoke politely. The police officer also responded courteously. Yes, take care on your way. Meanwhile, the police began to think. That day, only the cameras in the lobby and on the rooftop were broken. Whenever he had time, he would come here to observe. There is only one apartment that is always unoccupied, and the person there has never appeared in any other apartments on the rooftop. Just now, they clearly intended to press the elevator button, but suddenly stopped and changed direction. Or am I being too sensitive? He wondered. The police moved toward the emergency exit. No, of course I have to be perceptive. I'm sure this person is connected to the case. If he lives on this floor, he would definitely open the door to his apartment. But still, it's best not to rule out the possibility that he's involved. While I need to investigate based on evidence, sometimes you also have to trust your instincts. He decided to find out where that apartment was. The police officer saw Director Kim standing in front of an apartment. The moment he can't open the door, his knee will go straight into his temple. Just then his phone rang, and he quickly took it out and turned it off. Over there! Director Kim smiled with a knowing look. The police officer listened to the phone for a moment. Then when he turned back, Director Kim was gone. He memorized the apartment number and thought he would need to get the residence information of this house. Then he continued the call. When he heard the rumor that the police had released the thugs, he was furious. Why let those bastards go?
They all had knives at the scene, yet the investigation was under non-arrest procedures. Who was the one giving the orders?
On the other end of the phone, they explained that the victim was unharmed while the thugs were seriously injured. Ignoring them would lead to human rights issues. Hearing this, the police grew even angrier. What human rights? I'll go there right now. After saying that, he immediately left. As the police just departed, Director Kim called someone else. He's gone. I don't know what happened, but it probably has something to do with that girl's case. I heard the case has been classified as unresolved. Anyway, we should reorganize this office building, and the waiting room can be reconstructed. On the street corner, the gang members have been released. The young thug wonders. The lawyer says this case might be difficult, right? So why were they released in less than 48 hours? The boss also isn't sure. Probably it's been settled. For now, prioritize those kids, and whoever can still walk, tell them to come to the office immediately. The long-haired guy is the last one left. The others will handle each of them, and I'll make sure they can't train for the rest of their lives. As I was talking, a subordinate hurriedly ran in. The boss immediately looked annoyed. What's the trouble now? You useless kids, can you please stop looking so panicked for me? But when he saw the person sitting in the office, he also became flustered and hurried over. Big brother. Yep. Knock. What brings you here today? Chango is here already. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yes, boss. Are you doing well? The boss sitting there replied, Are you well? I waited for you so long that I ate a little of this and that. Yes, it's okay. So, what brings you here? I thought you were in Busan. Why did you suddenly come here? The boss took a drag and said straightforwardly, I'll get straight to the point. Are you still doing that dirty job? Trango awkwardly smiled and said, Yes, we only do legal work. You know that, these days are different times. But the boss doesn't seem to believe him and asks again, Do you still do that dirty job? Trango looks at him, thinking to himself, Did he just come back from the battlefield? Why does it seem like the scar is bigger than before? Then he slowly replied, and each person's perspective will give a different answer. You know too well what we do. Before he could finish, the boss grabbed the ashtray and threw it right at his head. The surrounding underlings saw this and tried to step forward, but Chow's men blocked them. Come on, just stay like that and turn around to walk down the corridor. If you don't do as I say, I'll break your body in half. The ashtray hits him with a loud bang. It's been 10 years and you're only now coming back here. Why are you acting like this? The boss looks at him and says, Stop messing around with contract deals and blood-sucking to survive. I told you to stop already, right? Bring me the contract tonight of that kid named Do Hun. Hearing the boss say that, he was panic-stricken. How does the boss know that guy? The boss replied, The person sitting in your chair will explain that to you. Only now did he notice that spot. Having just arrived, he got hit by a cigarette butt. It's so funny. That's the truth. I can do whatever I want, right? After I call, you'll owe me a favor. A then turned to Chango and said, You must have gone through a lot to get you out of the police station. Now let's start training your body. I'll go inside to see if I can help. You stay here. Seeing someone go in, Trango's subordinate also panicked. Wait, what's going on inside? But you got blocked by that guy.
I think you'd better stay here. I said that because I was thinking of you guys, but of course you can't get past this door either. When he entered, he locked the door mightily, making Trango panic.
What is this? Why is the door locked? He stammered, and the red-haired guy immediately suggested, Hey sis, should I just take her down now? But the girl shook her head and refused, saying no. Wait, let's talk for a bit. Trango looked back at her with a suspicious gaze. What are you talking about? Who are you? You know me? What do you have to do with the Hun district that you're here? The girl replied calmly. I don't know much about that kid. But that long-haired guy with eyes like Asen, I heard he already paid off your original debt. Where's the contract? Let me see it, Trango shouted angrily. Honestly, I'm speechless. Causing trouble at someone else's business, and that long-haired guy too. Who does he think he is to interfere in others' affairs? The red-haired subordinate immediately said, That's pretty fierce, it must be fun. Trango continued shouting, Boss, who is this crazy person, and why are you treating me like this? Now I am also the leader of an organization. The girl said nothing else, and suddenly hit Trang hard with a flower vase. He cried out in pain, but the boss and his followers still sat calmly watching, as if they were enjoying a play. First on the left, now on the right, that's how it should be. One of them commented, but Trang Go still refused to give up, continuing to curse, You crazy bastard. Do you want to die? You think I'll let you go just because you're a girl? Then he charged straight at her. She quickly threw her jacket over his head and kicked him hard in the face, causing Chang to fall to the ground. She didn't stop there, continuing her attack by driving her knee into his chest. Trango's mouth kept cursing, but the girl just smiled with amusement. That's right, it should be like that. Mi's way is always right. Don't give up, keep fighting back, that's the only way to make the punches count. Trang is on the ground, struggling wildly. After a while, he tries to pull off the mask, but at that moment, the girl grabs his hand and twists it backward. What is that? Let go of my hand right now. The girl smiled and said, Now, we will officially begin studying how much a person's personality changes based on the number of times their joints are dislocated. Then she started breaking his arm, causing Trango to scream in pain. You think doing that to me will make things settle down? I'll find your family and friends and soak you all in chili salt. Trango screamed. The girl looked at him with a cold expression. Those trashy guys usually fight hard. One time probably isn't enough, right? Then she called this junior's name, and his vocal cord tension was so good that it hurt my hand. Find something to stuff in its mouth. When Dai-hun said that, he immediately held up his own socks. I've been wearing these socks for 2 days. Maybe I should use this one instead. Big brother, how many days have your socks been worn? The boss also holds up his smelly socks. 5 days. The girl laughs happily. Not bad, approve, just shove both in. Tot was immediately shoved into Trongo's mouth. He struggled, No, don't do this. But before he could finish speaking, Tat was shoved in already. The people around burst into laughter. Those who were supposed to be your victims should be witnessing this scene. Then the girl picks up his finger, says, Let's try again, and begins to bend the first finger. You only bent one finger and you're acting like it's so terrible. I was planning to break all 5 fingers before I started sharing, but then she continued breaking the second one. In the end, all 5 of his fingers were broken. Trang no longer had the strength to scream. What do you think? Tell me. Do you want to talk to me now, or should I just break a few fingers on your right hand instead? He's now so scared he's turned pale. No need. I'll talk to her. Didn't you tell me earlier to bring something to you? Oh, right. It's the contract of Do-hun. I will bring it to you right now. The girl sneered, as expected. Trash like you only need a body training course to become effective. Yeah, and maybe you should help me with something else too. She leaned close to his face and asked, How much do you know about the web? Meanwhile, in the Asen martial arts room, as he was dozing off, Hun called on his phone. He answered and said, Pass the phone to that guy for me. Didn't I tell you back then that you would regret it? Have you now agreed with what I said? Or do I need to explain further? Trango is upset. I really do regret it. I sincerely apologize. I won't keep hanging around those kids anymore. Aeon continued. And I'm pretty sure you've heard it too. But maybe you'll have to do exactly what your friend told you to do, because this isn't over yet, Aeon warned him. After hanging up, he called Do, who was nearby. Hey, you scoundrel? Do-hun heard Aeon call him back and asked, Do you need me to do anything else? I've almost finished all the cushions for the hot pot. Aeon replied, It's nothing at all. From this moment on, your family's debt has been completely cleared. Do-hun was stunned to hear that. Aeon continued, I will bring the legally valid receipt confirming full payment tomorrow. Please take it to your mother. Do-hun bowed his head. Yes. I sincerely thank you, brother, Aeon said. All right. Now finish cleaning up and then we'll go have a hot meal. Do-hun replied. Yes, sir. I'll go wash the mops in the bathroom and come back right away. Aeon carefully reminded me. Don't rush it. Taking a little more time is fine. Just make sure to wash thoroughly so the clothes don't smell. Meanwhile, Do-hun entered the bathroom and immediately texted his mother to inform her that the family's long-standing debt had finally been paid off. As soon as he sent the message, his phone slipped from his hand. Do-hun sat curled up in the corner of the bathroom, holding his head and crying uncontrollably. After cleaning up, the group went together to a dinner restaurant. When the meal was over, Aeon exclaimed that hot rice and soup were truly the best, then hurriedly said goodbye to his friends. You guys worked hard today. Go home and rest. I have an appointment, so I have to leave first. At this moment, Se-chun and Do-hun are heading in the same direction. Se-chun turned to ask, do you know which schools are participating in that competition? Do-hun nodded and said, I know everything, except the organizers. What's wrong? What do you plan to do? Se-chun replied, if I can't enter normally, I have to make it appear, even if I have to wipe out all the worker ants. Do-hun was surprised and asked, so have you come up with a plan yet? Se-chun calmly replied, I just said it. Find each participant and deal with them all. Do-hun shook his head and asked, so how will you fight? Se-chun remains unfazed, saying, how to fight? I just find the schools, and handle it. After hearing that, Do-hun felt dizzy. I will first compile the data from what I have and start with the easiest opponents. Why are you planning to join too? Do-hun sighed, it's also my fault. A Hein's situation, if there's anything I can do to help, I also want to contribute. Se-chun looked at him and said, if you're doing it just to ease your guilt, there's no need. Just provide me with information, and that's enough. Do-hun shook his head and said, no, from now on I won't pretend I don't know. I want to fix everything, and besides, 2 people are better than 1. Se-chun nodded and said, okay, we are more effective handling the henchmen, but I have one condition. Anyone involved with Hin, even a little, I will deal with myself. Do-hun agreed. Let's go with that. In Kim's office building, he is reporting to someone else that I have looked into the previous police officer. As expected, he is still going around investigating Ha Trin's case. The other person relaxed, resting his hand on his forehead, truly a rare, honest cop nowadays. Do you think he's different from the others? After a few pointless meetings, I realized they're all just the same kind of dog. Kim turned and asked, do you know about the situation between Do-hun and the creditor? Do you know who's involved? Did someone else show up again? I wonder if you remember. Ha-chin's friend. The kid named Chun, the car. At that time, we had planned to make a school film about a righteous messenger coming to save a friend, but since Chun, the car, didn't answer the phone, the plan was still unfinished. Hearing that, the other person also remembered. Back then, we probably had that girl call us, right? Honestly, just answering the phone, and we could have let it go. Why wouldn't he answer? That Chun guy has nothing to do with the Do-hun incident. Kim reports that he seems to be looking for us. I think he started from Do-hun and is now targeting representatives from each school. If you think about competing, you should act first, but the other person stood up and didn't just let him go like that. Kim looked confused, saying that doing so would reduce the number of participants in the upcoming competition, and we would suffer. The other person laughed and said, on the contrary, it's better this way. The event couldn't happen back then. To grow, let's make it big this time. A high school student is seeking revenge for his girlfriend. Sounds interesting, right? Taking down some henchmen on the ground and calling out their names for a duel. As I speak and think, I also want to know more details about our main character, Se-chun. And that Ha-chin scene. I need to find out what he's been up to lately. The scene shifts to a park, where a boy is kneeling in fear. I was wrong, master. I won't buy clothes anymore. Please forgive me just this once. The other person replied, people are the ones who have mercy. What are you to ask for forgiveness? Suddenly, I crave this fish soup, Ichisaki. You have to bring me the money to buy clothes. This guy really makes me angry. The child trembled in fear. Actually, it was my mother who bought it, not that I was careless. Before I could finish speaking, he slapped me across the face, hitting and scolding me non-stop. How could I be so thoughtless? Do you know why? It's because of that lack of manliness. After hitting for a while, he stopped. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Are you still okay? Hurry up and put your hands down. That little boy lowered his hand and apologized to him. It was instinct. The other guy was threatening. Do you know what happens if you try to stop it? It's a punch. They pushed him, and the bastard hit the little boy so hard he fell to the ground. He stepped forward and asked, do your mom buy you clothes? It's not about asking for cash, you idiot. Where does this disrespectful brat get off wearing clothes without the owner's permission? It's not even cold outside. Then he bullied that little boy. Repeat after me. As a common slave, I will accept nothing but cash from my mother. The little boy was crying and repeating, secretly praying in his heart, please come and save us from these bastards. The ones behind started mocking again, saying, look at it, obeying now. It's just a slave, so don't whimper anymore. Speak properly. Suddenly, someone beside me spoke up, dressed in cold weather gear. But isn't it funny? Someone among them glanced over and asked, "What is it?" He tried to intervene, but before he could finish speaking, a punch hit him right in the face. The others saw this and rushed over. He ran past, and because of that, you couldn't say a word properly. He immediately widened his eyes and looked at the person approaching him. A second later, he was hit square in the waist, and this punch made his face twist in pain. The others looked on in confusion, so the leader spoke up, his voice full of suspicion. "Duhun, why are you here? What's going on? Why did you suddenly show up like this? It's just that someone needs to be introduced to you. Why are you acting so strange all of a sudden? Isn't it beautiful? How old are you?" Seeing that guy's expression, a feeling of disgust rose in Do-hun's heart. While he was feeling excited, he didn't realize that Chun's car had quietly appeared behind him. A few minutes earlier, as they were still searching for Kim Trung-gu, Chun asked, "Are you sure you're looking in the right place?" Do-hun confirmed that they were almost there. "I've seen that amusement park somewhere before. As soon as I finished speaking, they arrived." Chun asked again if you're sure Kim Trung-gu is there. Do-hun replied, "Not exactly sure, but as long as he's there during the day, they only operate at night." Chun's car wondered, what kind of martial arts does that guy practice? Is he a grappler? Do-hun shook his head and said no. Among those who will fight, there are two guys who have never learned martial arts. One of them is Kim Trung-gu. I will meet him later. They're just like puppies. They can't fight at all. Chun sneered, "If you say they're just puppies, then they'll be barking loudly soon." Do-hun continued, "One is his name, so who is the other one? It can't fight either, right?" Se-chun asked again. "So our target is that guy, huh? With your current strength, he'll beat you easily." Do-hun replied with determination in his voice, "If you want to go all the way, you have to think about yourself. You have to take your time and fight carefully. Don't act impulsively. The key in a fight is not to get hurt. Fight strategically with a clear plan." At this moment, Se-chun quietly stood behind Kim Trung-gu and quickly delivered a slap. A loud bang echoed as the guy was knocked flat on the ground. Se-chun was surprised. "What's going on? Is it over?" "I told you, he's super weak. Fainted after just a little. Not everyone participating in the tournament is capable. Quickly deal with these unnecessary people." Se-chun turned back to ask the boy who was just bullied, "Are you okay? Are you badly injured?" The other person spoke softly. "I'm fine. I'm used to it." Chu-se seriously reminded him, "Don't get used to it. It's not your fault. This shouldn't happen, but in reality it will happen many times. Keep giving the clothes back to that boy, so ask for more help. Keep fighting to escape and find a way to protect yourself. I can spend a few weeks helping you, but I can't do it forever." "You have to fight for yourself," the little boy asked, his voice full of confusion. "But tell me what I should do then." Chun looked directly into his eyes. "I told you before. You haven't done anything wrong." He stared at Se-chun in shock without blinking, before quickly taking his clothes, and then approached Kim Trung-gu. You stare intently at him, then reach for his nose ring. Se-chun yanks hard, causing him to faint from the pain and wake up. As he just woke up, Se-chun grabbed his collar tightly and said coldly, "I'll ask you a few questions. Just answer what you know and we'll find a quiet place." He was scared, his voice trembling. "What are you talking about?"
"Who are you? Let me go first, and then we can talk."
"This shirt is very expensive." Se-chun doesn't let go and turns to Do-hun. "Hey." "Do-hun? Who is this guy? What are you guys doing?" While he was still stammering, Se-chun kicked hard, tearing his shirt apart. He shouted, "Are you crazy? What do you want? Do you know how much this shirt costs?" Before he could finish speaking, Se-chun grabbed his hair. He tried to scream, but Se-chun only sneered, "Your strength is just too weak, clearly."
"You cherish that shirt so much. Why do you treat others like that? You isolate others. What kind of person are you?"
"He is in pain. Ko bien min, this is just how the world is." "You're also using violence against me. You're no different from me." Se-chun looked at him coldly. "You're right, I was talking nonsense again." Then he twisted his hand back and said, "I act more than I talk." "What is Kim Trung-gu moaning about? My hand hurts so much. Why don't you ask me?" "I'll tell you everything, but let me go first." Chun's car frowned. "Ha-chin, do you know that guy? A few months ago there was a female student who participated in your category, right?"
That guy hurriedly replied, "I know she studies jujitsu. She's fair and very pretty."
"I remember all the students." As soon as he finished speaking, he was punched right in the face. Se-chun shouted, "Tell me what happened that day. What happened to Hein?" That guy started talking. Someone was watching Ha-chin that day, and he contacted Director Kim. If you ask about Director Kim, the car squashes his mouth. Tell me what happened after the school representatives entered that room. Was Kim Jong-wo terrified and panicked? Did he already know everything? Then he continued inside the room, with Juju students introducing themselves and then raising their hands to compete. That day was recorded on video, apparently streamed live. I'm not sure if she's participating for the mission or the prize money. A guy stepped forward and introduced himself, greeting everyone. You have probably heard a lot about this issue. Jitsu is the only martial art where women can beat men. With many years of experience, I agree. However, this only applies to men who have never studied Jitsu. The skill gap is exhausting enough. Should we just compete normally instead of using techniques? I've never seen it before, so I'm very curious. Are you all curious too? The student you're seeing here is skilled in Jitsu. Some of you might not know this well. A purple belt isn't a rank just anyone can achieve. Especially since she's only 18, he's excited. We will start now. We will select 4 people to compete against him. In the first match, we will choose a competitor who has never learned Jitsu. At this moment, Kim Chung-gu raises his hand, eager to participate. Please, give me a chance to join. Oh, Kim Chung-gu, this guy has never learned competition techniques. Can I make the audience stop being curious? You look very petite. All right, get ready. Then the match start signal sounded. Kim Chung-gu thought to himself, this is a chance to make an impression on everyone. He gritted his teeth and charged forward, determined that he could do it. The opponent was just a girl, after all. As soon as he thought that, he was hit again by Chun's car. Kim Chung-gu's eyes widened. Why did you hit me? Because you provoked me. What else? What happened? I don't care anymore. Whatever happens, happens. He was just rushing into the fight when Hein grabbed his neck. At a large building, Hein was talking to a group of people. I don't care about this match. I just want to know where Chun's car is. Oh, that chubby boy? He's really not here. Ha Chin turned to curse at the guy next to him. This bastard is really something. He dodged and muttered, what is this girl saying? After not finding the hair tie, Hein turned around to leave. Then there's no reason to meet those people anymore. I'm leaving now. One of the group members told her I will make a good deal. Hein looked indifferent. Yeah, I won't buy it. A big guy blocks her way, not letting her go. Ha Chin turned around and asked, what are you doing? You guys know this is a very serious crime, right? That person replied, because of security reasons I can't go out alone. Is this a school? We only played 4 matches, 1 round each, just participate in the game. He put his arm around the guy who brought him here and added, your friend named Zechun won't have any more trouble at school. I don't know who they are over there. I don't know what you're doing, and I don't care. I have no intention of participating. So could you please quickly get me out of here? He replied, so there's no way for you to refuse. He sighed and said, we don't have to do anything. Fine. Please have this student go toward the GA building. Suddenly, Hain's expression changed, and the man immediately understood and called out, let the student named Kim Chung-gu come here according to the original plan. On the arena, Lin was preparing to face Kim Chung-gu. The battle begins. Kim Chung-gu charges straight at Hain. She quickly analyzes the situation. He can do it, but Hin, being a support-type player, will defend before attacking. Hain's eyes turned sharp as she swiftly moved forward and delivered a powerful strike to Kim Chung-gu's stomach. He muttered, damn it, if I get hit even a little lower, I'm done for. Kim Chung-gu started to panic. With such a small body, are you really that strong? But in the end, I will win with force. While Kim Chung-gu was thinking, Kwang Nin leapt into the air, ready to deliver a straight kick to his opponent's face. However, Kim Chung-gu was no pushover. He quickly raised both hands to block the attack, avoiding a fatal blow but still suffering serious injuries. He thought to himself, it's time to open my eyes, and then threw a punch at Ha Chin. From now on, I won't go easy anymore. Hein quickly dodged the attack and ducked down. With swift agility, she locked Kim Chung-gu in place, her movements too fast for the opponent to react. Kim Chung-gu started to lose his balance, and after a forceful fall, he collapsed on the floor. Lin Kung remains alert and quickly shifts her position, sitting on Kim Chung-gu and preparing to deliver a series of punches to his face. Kim Chung-gu is terrified, but Hein keeps attacking. She kept punching him hard in the head, leaving him helplessly clutching his head in defense. Ha Chin had locked Kim Chung-gu's neck tightly, and he struggled to break free but failed. All he could think about was who this girl really was to be so strong. She's beautiful, but fighting like this is just too unbelievable. While he was still thinking, Ha Chin grabbed his neck and pulled him backward, completely controlling him. Kim Chung-gu's eyes rolled back and he gradually lost consciousness. Before passing out, he only managed to think, damn it. Ha Chin releases Kim Chung-gu. She stands up and asks, who will be the next to fight me? Chun said, maybe not. If you fainted and don't know what happened next, I'll smash your head. Kim Trung-gu panicked. No, no, don't do that, I fainted. I'll make it up happily afterward. When Kim Trung-gu woke up, the second match had already ended. Se-chun was silent for a moment before asking, what happened after that? Kim Trung-gu continued. It looked exhausted. The second opponent was Jun-hun, who used boxing techniques, and while I was unconscious, he attacked that girl. Is he going crazy? He's constantly kicking the same spot, as if he wants her to suffer without caring about winning or losing. That pretty girl must have hurt her foot from being kicked. Since he only focused on attacking and defending with boxing moves, against a small girl like her, it seems she couldn't do anything. But in every disaster there is a blessing. The fight has ended, but true misfortune has yet to begin. Meanwhile, Hain was resting on a chair when suddenly someone appeared and asked her, "Are you okay? There are still 2 weeks left. Can you participate in the match?" Turns out that was the other guy. He continued, "I will give you enough time to rest. You're better at fighting than I thought. Your reactions are truly impressive." Ha-chin replied, "You're not paying attention to what you said earlier, are you?" "Then keep your promise." He smiled and said, "Of course. Don't worry about this." Then he stood up and said, "Let's choose the competitor for the third match. This time the contestant will have a slightly higher weight class." A person looking at Ha-chin, Director Kim, says, "Ha ha. An interesting picture is about to unfold. Everyone is surprised to learn who will face Hain in the third match. That guy told the third participant that since the others wouldn't be there, Lion would be competing in this match. Are you really not going to tell anyone? Do you remember everything that happened that day?" "Miss, I must keep this secret no matter what." He replied, "Because you promised me, I won't tell anyone about this. But you shouldn't carry everything alone. You should talk to your family or Zi-chun about this, right?" Ha-chin replied, "Isn't it true that if only I pretend not to remember and act as if nothing happened, those who love me won't be hurt more?" The person continued to, "Now they also have to suffer a lot because of me." Family members might understand, but if Zae-hoon finds out later, he might blame himself a lot. This could become a psychological trauma that's very harmful to Zae-chun. Ha-chin smiled. "So I must keep this secret no matter what. There's only one thing left. If Se-chun finds out what happened that day, I don't know what terrible things he might do." Returning to Zae-chun, his face showing clear anger, his hand holding a brick, he grabs the blonde hair and raises the brick high. "This scene must be stopped before it turns out worse." Hein continued, "It's just me." Recalling her third match, Vengun had already figured out where she was, and her uncle was covered in blood. Asin asked Do-hun, "What about the rubber band?" Do-hun replied, "He forgot his bag, so he went to the ceremony." Asen continued, "Why not try using a punching bag if you want? I used to play boxing and punching bags back in the day." "Really? Can I do that too?" Ann nodded. "I might ask manager Jiang Ban about it sometime. He also comes from a fighting background, so he probably would like it." Do-hun thought for a moment and then said, "I've never managed anything before. To pay the rent, I have to do 23 jobs. Hey, I need a favor from you." Asen asked what was going on, and Do-hun replied, "Se-chun, you already have a rough idea, but he's not the meticulous or calm type. If something fails, he loses his mind, screams for money, and you never know what he'll do next. I need someone as calm as you to follow Zae-chun and protect him from hurting himself." Somewhere, his eyes turned terrifying. "You are holding the blonde-haired guy by the head, with a brick in your hand, ready to hit him on the head, but Do-hun managed to stop you in time." Do-hun asked, "Do you not think about the consequences?" Se-chun turned and looked at him with a murderous gaze. "Don't try to stop me." The boy threw a punch at Do-hun with lightning speed. Do-hun dodged and stepped back, saying, "Se-chun, calm down. I will help you see this through, but if you smash his head with a brick and someone dies, what then?" Se-chun is still unhinged. Those monsters are worth dying for. I rush forward, still intending to attack Do-hun. "Don't stop me." Do-hun dodged the punch and realized that Zae-chun had completely lost his mind and couldn't hear anything anymore. Do-hun slipped past and delivered a powerful punch to Zae-chun's stomach. Zae-chun, in pain, clutched his stomach and knelt on the ground. "Are you alert now?" Se-chun gasped. "Why are you so rough?" Do-hun continued, "If you don't want to go to jail, then stay alert. Don't let your emotions control you. Think about your goal or you won't make it to the end." Zae-chun, clutching his stomach, stood up and asked, "I get it. Are you using all your strength?" "So the next match is the final one, right?" "Yes, as far as I remember, no one fainted until then." He thought to himself, "Damn it. Why am I the only one like this? It's not like I did it either." Zae-chun is furious. These guys are crazy. So who is the final opponent? The blonde-haired guy mentioned the last representative. It seems to be Han's representative.
I don't remember the name clearly. The final match seems to have been decided solely by jujutsu.
Representative Han has a special jujutsu skill that allows him to do that. Se-chun turned to ask Do-hoon if Representative Han was one of the sponsors he mentioned. Do-hoon nodded. Yes, he was also a competitor in the match. So then, all we needed to do is find that last bastard, right? Do you know what he does for a living? Do-hoon shook his head and said, however, we have no information about him. Just then, the blonde-haired man suddenly remembered something and said, wait, I just remembered a pretty interesting rumor. The story is spreading among the team members, and before he can finish, a man steps forward and says that Han's representative used to be called Du-root. He immediately delivered a powerful knee strike straight to the blonde guy's face. He stood there with one hand in his pocket, looking down at the defeated opponent with contempt. The loud noise startles Chun and Do-hoon, leaving them confused about what's happening. A person from behind steps forward and says, we shouldn't appear like this. We've signed a confidentiality agreement. Kim, wearing glasses, sneered and said, isn't that right? The Do-hoon team fell silent. No one dared to speak up.
After a while, Do-hoon asked anxiously, Manager Kim, why are you here?
Manager Kim still smiled and said, my job is to manage the players, so I have to pay attention to violations of the agreement. Chun's car cut in. Are you Manager Kim? How do you know what happened here? Have you been following us? Manager Kim calmly replied, no honorifics on your first meeting? You're quite rude, just as I heard. Chun's car frowned. Do you mean you've heard about it? You speak as if you already knew about me. Manager Kim nodded. Of course, aren't you just obeying Hein?
I heard you've lost weight and become a handsome guy. Chun immediately grabbed Director Kim's collar, face full of anger.
What are you guys doing? Why are you treating Ha-chin like that? Manager Kim didn't answer directly, but said something unclear. It's okay, Captain. We're just talking for a moment. Just then, an EM from behind pulled the strap tight. He turned to Do-hoon, his face full of confusion. Do-hoon said, step back. This is a threat. The team leader stepped back and nodded. Of course. What's wrong with that giant? Director Kim begins to answer Zae-chun's question. You ask why she did that to Ha-chin? Yeah. First of all, she volunteered to join the fight. Her smile during the attack was just a mistake. Her clear goal was money, nothing else. He kept mentioning keywords like high school girl, jujutsu, real fights, which only fueled curiosity and brought in more money, especially since people often admired illegal actions. Zae-chun looked at him with a furious expression, while Manager Kim still smiled, because they weren't moral people and they enjoyed it. Se-chun frowned. How could money turn people into such things? Director Kim replied, it's just money. Even a kid understands that. In this world, money is everything. Zae-chun clenched his fist. Why the flag? What are you laughing at? He still wasn't afraid of Zae-chun's threats. If you ask how amazing money is, it's like a power that can change the lives of talented people. Just then, the team leader threw a powerful punch at Do-hoon's face. Trong-fong Kim continued, as long as you have money, you can survive. Se-chun suddenly turned back when he heard the fight. The team captain looked at Do-hoon, clearly a boxer, still standing firm after taking such a blow. Do-hoon raised his hand to defend, using heavy fists, feeling the pain but still holding on. His large but sluggish body, Do-hoon launched a series of punches at the team leader, moving slowly but landing hits. I can beat him with speed. The captain scratches his face. Do-hoon's punches are weaker than I thought. Is there anything else surprising? Are you unharmed? It's no surprise that he closed in on Do-hoon, as it's typical for a villain to face a kind-hearted person. He grabbed Do-hoon tightly and delivered a powerful punch to the stomach, causing both of them to weaken in turn. Do-hoon is in pain. What's going on? This unreasonable strength. Zae-chun released Manager Kim and then turned to ask Do-hoon. Are you doing something alone, Do-hoon? Manager Kim is still standing behind, smiling strangely. Are those two interesting? He continued. But it's okay, right? Chun Kar. Chun hesitated, muttering, wait a moment, I'll deal with you later. Fish paste. He pushed up his glasses and continued. No, that's not it. I'm asking if it's okay like this here now. Chun became even more confused, wondering what the bastard was talking about. He burst into loud laughter and said, earlier Kim from Go mentioned that on that day, a player got angry at little Hein for personal reasons. So I told him Hein's location as a surprise gift. He added that Ha-chin was walking alone on the street when suddenly she noticed a tall, muscular man following her with a malicious look in his eyes. Se-chun fidgeted, wondering what to do next. Kim sneered, and luckily, Hein's house wasn't far from here, so maybe he should run back quickly. Meanwhile, the captain and I will kindly explain to Hundo about the violation of the agreement. Hundo is now being choked and cannot speak. Chun, what are you still hesitating for? He shouted. Don't worry about me, just run to Hein. Zechun hesitated for a moment, then decided to run to Hein. Kim turned to sneer, not even bothering to look, and just ran off immediately. At Hachin's house, she was walking along the street, unaware that someone was following her. Hachin was looking at her phone and laughing happily. So funny, I have to send it to Zechun too. She thought he had been following her for a while, but she still didn't notice. He kept walking while muttering, "What is this? You're still in one piece." Smiling happily and in one piece like that isn't how you should be when you're this angry, right? This crazy person, I'm the kind of person who has to make up for what I've done. Just as he stepped closer to her, Hachin's father suddenly ran out. Her father's call made her startle all over again. The father bent over, panting heavily. Seeing how hurried her father was, she asked, "What's going on, Dad? Why are you running so fast? You're not even dressed properly yet. What if you catch a cold?" Seeing the suspicious guy following my daughter, I replied, "I might as well go to the supermarket with you." "Dad, you can just call me. Can you pass me your jacket? Aren't you cold?" The father shook his head and refused. "It's not necessary. I just ran upstairs earlier and it's warm now, so it's fine. You keep it on." Hachin chuckled softly. "If that's the case, I wouldn't have offered it anyway. I just asked to make sure I'm doing the right thing as a daughter." After saying that, the two of them started heading home. The father still kept a wary eye on the suspicious guy, but he quickly slipped into the corner. At that moment, Hachin's phone rang. It was Chun's car calling. She answered happily, "What's wrong, Chun? I'm with my dad right now?" Hearing Chun's strange tone, she asked again, "What do you mean by it's okay? Okay is okay. Why do you keep pretending like that? Where are you right now?" Zechun, panting, replied, "Oh, I was just exercising." He sat down against the wall and continued, "Sure, I remember next week. I'll message you when I get home." Knowing Hein was safe, Chun sighed in relief. "Luckily, let's rest for a bit and then go." But then he worried that the suspicious guy might still be lurking near Hachin's house, and something couldn't happen, so it was best to go there immediately. When Hachin and his father arrived home, the father quietly told him to tell Zechun if he saw him that he has time to come for dinner. "You moved here without ever stopping by before." Hachin nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll tell him. Let's have beef then." Dad turned to Han with a gentle smile and said, "I'll go buy it right away." Hachin teased him. "Why is that? Where did this aggressive teenage beef thief's father come from?" However, the suspicious guy is still standing outside her building, looking up at the floors and carefully observing the apartment with the lights on. After counting for a while, he finally pinpointed where Hein was staying, the first section of the 13th floor. He immediately called the department head. "I've found out which floor that girl is living on. Today probably won't work, but I will take care of it soon." Of course, it's not like the silent recruit wanted, right? Don't worry about what happens afterward and don't get caught at the scene. As long as you fake these things, the victims outside will almost be powerless. He nodded. "All right, call me if anything happens." Manager Kim is thinking, it seems he didn't run into Chuner's car. I already provided the appearance of the player inside the mask. After finishing his talk with the other side, he turned to look at Hund-do. So now, the player Hund-do should be ready to speak. He knelt down and said, "Let's have a little chat with us." Near Hachin's house, the name in the haze still lingers around it. I guess it's a shame. I thought today would be simple. First, he lights a cigarette and then continues to think. Im Dong-hoon was wondering why Director Kim suddenly revealed this location to him. After all, that he's the one under suspicion. This has nothing to do with him. He just needs to handle it quickly. Just then, Chun's car drove by and bumped into him, causing his cigarette to fall and making him angry. "Are you walking without looking where you're going? Are your eyes just for show?" Hearing that, Zechun turned back and apologized normally, but Im Dong-hoon didn't want to let it go. "I dropped my cigarette because of you." "Pick it up." Zechun bent down to pick it up, but he still wanted to cause trouble. The problem is that he walks without looking where he's going. Zechun glanced at his legs and asked, "Do you work out? Your body looks pretty strong." "What do you work out?" Im Dong-hoon felt strange but still answered, "Yeah, I do train a lot." Zechun smiled confidently. "What do you work out to get a body like that, Jim?" Hearing that, he chuckled. "My body isn't the bulky type. These are practical muscles, slim yet strong. Kickboxing is a sport for real men," but before he could finish, a punch knocked him to the ground. Im Dong-hoon falls to the ground. What's wrong with this kid? Chun's car no longer plays along. He leans down and asks directly, "Are you the bastard Kim Koo's department head sent, right? Your personality is nasty. Your appearance looks like a criminal. Truly a case of appearance matching the character. Who does Dong think this kid is? Did Director Kim secretly do something to him?" He spoke up. "I don't know what you're talking about. Are you suddenly going crazy? Today you're dead with me, you bastard." After saying that, he charged forward. Seeing his move, The car calculates a sidestep aimed at his outer foot. If he can block that move, he will lose his fighting ability and have to face fear right from the start. The most effective way is a decisive kick to the groin. A piercing scream echoes out as Im Dong-hun drops to his knees, his face pale and contorted in pain. Se-chun cursing at him, "You damn criminal! Hein has already arrived in the neighborhood. What do you think you're going to do?" He still keeps denying. "What are you saying, you crazy guy? Do you think you can do anything to the pedestrians?" Im Dong-hun is thinking. It seems Ha-chin doesn't recognize him, so he's pretending not to know to buy more time. He threatened, "I will sue you." But before he could finish, Se-chun kicked his head down to the ground, pressing so hard it seemed like it would break. "Stop pretending now, Dong-hun, right? Everything is all about you," Se-chun shouted, while the other person held their nose, voice full of annoyance. "What do you mean, everything? Are you crazy? Why would you think that? Who's the one staying silent during the wedding? I told you it's not me. This crazy guy? We've only met once and you're already accusing me and insulting me. But clearly you're younger than me, so what does that have to do with me?" Chun's car pauses for a moment before asking, "Are you not the one? You're really not the person who arranged the meeting between Director Kim and that representative." The other person immediately denied. "I only studied for fun. I didn't get involved in anything." "You've been mentioning Manager Kim or some representative all this time. I don't know who they are. Stay there, I'm calling the police. Don't think I'll compromise with you." He silently thought that if he pretended to seek revenge, he would definitely be at a disadvantage and run away. But if he turned around, he would surely retaliate. Will he dare to break the unspoken promise between men? Chun's vehicle spoke, with a seemingly calm tone. "I guess I misunderstood. I'm just a fool who talks nonsense to everyone. Sorry about that." Just when everything seemed to be settled, Se-chun suddenly threw a punch straight at the opponent's face. He was panicked. "What is that? You really want to go to prison, huh?" Se-chun confirmed. "Damn it, you can't seek revenge." The other person was confused, wondering why. "I can do it," he stammered. "The train keeps going. Why is that?" "Because I only said that person was the representative, not the Korean representative." "Come on, stop messing around, you idiot, come in here." By now, they don't even bother to argue anymore. "I was going to start with a punch from behind, but I guess I got caught." "But who are you really? Is it this and that girl?" He raised his finger in a taunting gesture. Chun's car responded with a threatening tone. "You don't need to know about that. What you need to know is I won't let you work out anymore." Hearing that, the opponent not only wasn't scared, but also burst out laughing. "Is this crazy guy seriously sick? You hit me in a sneaky way, kick me, and now you think you're good at fighting? That punch was nothing, and you still want to act tough in front of me. You've never learned how to fight, right? It's obvious just by looking." Chun's car was clearly in the lead, but this time the opponent skillfully dodged your attack. "See, I told you so again. This is really surprising. That kid Dan." The opponent unexpectedly counterattacked with a punch straight to Se-chun's face. He raised his leg to kick, but suddenly stopped, as if contemplating something. Seeing this move from the opponent, Se-chun also felt confused. "Damn it, I almost kicked him away out of habit. What's wrong? Can't you fight back?" As expected, kicking is still the best, right? The opponent gets even angrier and shouts, "Someone like you only needs one punch." Then he charged at Chun with a series of punches, cursing and shouting, "What's wrong, you little dog? You're talking nonsense again." Actually, Se-chun was testing his opponent. His punch was well practiced, but still far slower and weaker than Hundo's punch. "If that's the case, I can block his attack," Chun thought. And just as he struck, Chun planned to intercept and defeat him with a soft technique. But suddenly the opponent kicked with his foot. Se-chun couldn't react in time and fell to the ground. You didn't expect him to use that kick. The opponent looked at Se-chun with contempt, stopping and saying, "You idiot! Look at you like a fool." Meanwhile, the guy in the Hun, who was hit in the groin by Chun's car, is in pain from his own kick. He turns and starts cursing. This guy really has limits that you can't cross. "All right. This is the lesson I'm teaching you today." He raised his leg to kick Chun's car, but just then the police appeared. Seeing his plans thwarted, the opponent grits his teeth in anger. The policeman pushes him to the ground as Hun screams out, "What do you want now?" The police officer stood proudly and said, "I am a police officer of the Republic of Korea." Hearing this, the opponent broke out in a cold sweat, knowing he was doomed. He tried to straighten his clothes and run away, but the police officer stopped him in time. The officer turned to Chun and asked, "Are you okay? Please wait here for a moment. When I see the face of the person on the ground clearly, I recognize that it is Chun's car." The two of them sat down to discuss the incident. The officer said, "I was very surprised because I thought you were seriously injured. Do you really not need to go to the hospital? Chun Vehicle shook his head and said, I'm fine. Just need to sit and rest a bit. But what is the criminal police doing here? Earlier, Hein's father called me to say that a suspicious man was following her. I asked the local police to keep an eye out and patrol, but I still felt uneasy, so I stopped by here on my way home. Luckily, I arrived just in time. He almost took you down. Sechun bowed his head in thanks to the officer. Detective Vian asked again, so the man earlier was involved in Ha Chin's case? That's why you fought him? Seeing Zaichun remain silent, he continued, Zaichun, I understand you students well, but if you keep doing this one day, you will destroy yourself. I know you don't trust our police, but investigating crimes is our job. If you keep acting outside the law like this, one day we will have to face each other. So please listen to me. Officer Chun interrupted, saying you are a good person and thanking you for caring about Hein. I will tell you everything I know. If it can help with the investigation, then that's fortunate. What I do does not violate the law. But if one day there is a situation where the police have to intervene, just do your job and I will do mine. A few days later, at the shopping mall, Chun's car was using his phone to check his face. The wound healed quickly and didn't show much. Luckily, the police arrived in time, or it would have been a big problem. I thought his kick wasn't that strong, but I didn't expect his strike to be so fast. As I was thinking about that night, Hein suddenly appeared behind, startling Chun. You're just teasing yourself, aren't you? So, what are you doing with your phone now? Are you trying to see me more clearly, or should we take a photo together? Since you lost weight, we haven't taken a photo together yet. Chun Bienmin, I'm just checking if there's anything on my face. What kind of photo? Hatrin, stop pretending and just take the picture because only photos last forever. Come on, take a picture, sit down for a bit. Finally, Hein managed to persuade Chun to take a photo together. Chin complains, isn't your expression better than this? Don't you know why we need to take a photo? Let me tell you something. Seeing that something was wrong, Zechun quickly said, Actually, I think I understand now. Ha-Chin excitedly says, then let's take the photo, hold it high. But Se-Chun's expression still doesn't look natural. Knowing Hein wouldn't be happy with the photo and would ask him to retake it, Se-Chun turned around and left. The movie is about to start, let's go. But of course, you can't escape. In the cinema, Hein, holding a bag of popcorn, asks, So you're not going to eat? Se-Chun shook his head. No, you should finish it. When you were fat, you were so much better. Why would you lose weight? Hein asked. Se-Chun replied, just making flyers about the past and the present. Also, when training, being overweight is very inconvenient. Ha-Chin sneered, only the weak say that because their strength isn't enough, gaining weight and becoming sluggish is just unreasonable. Se-Chun chuckled. You're really hopeless. With the gap in weight and skill between us, I will definitely win. What are you saying? You've made so many mistakes today. Or should I just put popcorn in your mouth and finish it? Right now, Ha-Chin can walk normally among the crowd, though sometimes still a bit shy and surprised by certain things. She has changed so much that even strangers wouldn't notice. Among the people you know, Hein is the most resilient. So, when fighting against yourself, you believe she won't be defeated. Moreover, she has become clearer about what needs to be done to recover in a safe environment. To do that, you need to eliminate all external threats. To achieve this, you must become even more skilled and keep a clear head. If it's like in a game, right now you're in an area with monsters of a higher level than you. If you don't want to lose, you have to defeat all those with the same level first. This is the moment to level up. Everyone at the gym is laughing like crazy. Do-hun was confused, not understanding why they were laughing like that. The reason for their carefree laughter was the words boxing is number 1 written on his back. Huh. That's so adorable. Maybe it's because you have a passionate love for boxing. Do-hun turned back and asked everyone, what's so funny? Are you guys underestimating boxing? Hearing that, everyone burst out laughing even more, not understanding why you didn't find it funny. Clearly, you've already improved. Do-hun argued back. I am also humorous, but people don't believe admitting the truth is the starting point of growth. At this moment, Se-Chun suddenly appeared, and Ion was surprised. Hadn't he already asked for a day off? Se-Chun chuckled softly, because someone said they missed him. After speaking, Hein peeked out from behind. The only flower in this rotten gym. Ha-Chin has arrived. Seeing her recover so well, everyone was delighted. Your face has been looking much brighter lately. Have you improved a lot? When will it arrive? Do you know how much I miss you? Ha-Chin smiles warmly. Have you been well all this time? Still that lonely style, huh? It's been a long time since I last saw Asen. So, how are you? Ayun, answer me. I'm still the same. Hein smiled. Should I hug my brother now? It's been a long time. Aeon just finished training, sweaty and exhausted, quickly covering his face to block the smell. Don't come closer, it smells bad. She rushed to hold him tightly. Why did you say that?
Even if it's a devil's triangle, I have to go. Who is this?
A new face, Du-hun stammered. Chun quickly spoke up. Ha-chin, let me introduce you to this friend. Then Kui chuckled.
Boxing Eastbed really is true boxing.
Ha ha ha. Seeing this line, everyone burst into laughter. Someone quickly stepped in to stop them. Don't tease him anymore, Ha-chin asked curiously. What is that? Are you also learning to play soccer? Why are you randomly touching like that?
Aeon replied, no, not yet. First, let him hit the sandbag.
Then he turned to Hain. Have you eaten yet? Ha-chin shook her head. Not yet. I was planning to come to your shift. Will you cover for me? On the other side, Chun approached Dawn and asked softly, Were you planning to tease me too? But Chun's car just wanted to ask if you were okay after being hit then. Dune shook his head. It's okay. I'm used to getting beaten, so I'm recovering well. Suddenly asking so strangely scared me half to death. Chun-Shae laughed naturally. They say if you want something badly enough, you should ask directly first, right? Just get to the point and tell me already. What did Lin ask for? You know I don't have any money. That's not it. I want you to do this. You kick in a standing position. Everything you know about kicking techniques, I will follow your instructions. Don't miss anything. Teach me everything you know. In the martial arts gym, the manager just returned from delivering a package and was moved when he saw Hein. The two happily run over, hugging and spinning around. The manager laughs. How long has it been? Are you gaining weight now that you're taking a break from training? It's too heavy. Then he looked closely at Hein. It's been a while since we saw Ha-chin, so does he look brighter? Is it because his face has become rounder or what? Ha-chi looks serious. No need to say the next part, it's not fun at all. But then she suddenly hugged him tightly. Just kidding. I miss the manager a lot. You're so late this time. Du-hun stands there looking confused. The gym manager also noticed him asking, Who is this? Are you new? Aeon introduces. This guy is the one I mentioned yesterday. You are Kwang Do-hai, a famous athlete. The manager asked in surprise, Do you know me? Do-hun honestly replied, Of course, you are the professional boxer I admire most in Korea. It seems not everyone in the gym knows this. Everyone was stunned when they heard Do-hun. What? A professional boxer? Really? Manager. The manager looked at everyone, shook his head and said, I've told you so many times. What did you guys do listening through the loudspeaker back then? But everyone still couldn't help but be amazed. We thought the manager was just an amateur boxer, but it turns out he's a professional fighter. The manager turned to Do-hun and asked, How should a box-in person be? So you're saying you're a pretty good fighter, and it's just a joke? If you're talking about him, he's the record-breaking fighter with 20 consecutive wins who retired that same year. He's the legend of Korea's boxing scene, Kwang Do-hai. At this moment, the manager finally took off his helmet and looked at everyone. I don't want to say it myself, but that's right. That person is me. Are we that different now? Everyone fell silent. The manager looked confused. Why is no one answering? Not like me, right? At this point, everyone started to get excited. You're so cool. Buy us some spicy rice cakes. The manager's face darkened. Are these kids done asking questions and just ignoring everything else? Only Du-hun sat there with shining eyes, feeling honored to meet you like this. Meeting you in an unexpected place feels like destiny. You are truly my ideal role model. The manager looked at Do-hun in surprise. All right. I've heard about you from Aeon. I have no problem listening to your story, but you know this is a judo gym and there's no teaching of medicine here. Do-hun quickly replied, No problem. I can help with anything, even cleaning the gym. As long as you're here or just the manager being here is enough. Just speak comfortably. I may look like this, but I'm only 19 years old. The manager broke out in sweat. That's not right. All right, then please withdraw Aeon. Feel free to use the punching bag or the gym and take everyone out for some spicy rice cake. Akon bow. After the gathering, Chun's car will take Hein home. On the way, Hein sighed, feeling like her stomach was about to burst. Even after walking for a while, her belly still felt full. Se-chun laughed because she had eaten spicy rice cakes, kimchi, and even sushi. Do you usually hug close male friends like that? I really didn't know, so I asked. Hearing Zi-chun's question, Ha-chin suddenly felt shy, her face turning red. Then she turned to point at him. Are you jealous? Se-chun immediately denied it. No, that's not it. I already said before, it's just because I'm curious. But Hein still didn't believe. Se-chun is already grown up, isn't he? You still know how to be jealous. Am I not allowed to hug another guy? Chun-Xie hesitated, quickly saying, What are you talking about? Let's go home. It's late. But Hein still stood there lingering. It would be a pity to go home now. Let's take another walk around. Se-chun shook his head in refusal. No, we've already gone 10 laps. So how much longer do we have to go? We need to finish this quickly. I wonder what actions that money will lead to. But what you're planning to do isn't a martial arts competition, it's just a fight, so it's not completely impossible. But that doesn't mean you don't need to practice your punches, understand? I already know. Tell me what to do first. Do-hun says you have to be with me almost 24 hours a day from now on, then get used to quick knockout punches, beating all lower-ranked opponents on the leaderboard while gaining experience. And do you know the most basic thing in boxing? Zichun replied, it's not about a sudden punch. Whoever strikes first controls the fight. Do-hun shook his head. Wrong, it's jump rope. Zichun held the rope in his hand, doubtful about jumping rope. To build a solid fitness foundation, there's no time for that. Do-hun pointed at you seriously and said, Shut up. I didn't ask for your opinion. Physical strength is also physical strength, but what's more important is the jump step. The biggest difference between those who learn to fight and those who don't is whether they can be divided into rhythms or not. The only way to train that is by skipping rope. For example, if you catch your opponent's rhythm after baiting their strong attack, you dodge as if waiting, then strike back. Suddenly, Do-hun doesn't hesitate to throw a punch straight at the rubber ball. He turned his head, grimacing, and asked, Why did you suddenly hit me? Do-hun looked confused and quickly apologized. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't expect you couldn't take it. You're dumber than I thought, so from today on, you'll start training no matter what. You will do jump rope during the break. After saying that, Do-hun walks away. And so the special training camp begins. They start with long-distance running, then move on to jump rope and ball throwing. During training, Do-hun kept pointing out Ziechun's flaws. Don't just punch hard, you have to punch accurately too. For the first time, using only one hand, with the mind leading, I couldn't stay alert. After class, the two of them returned to the training room and continued practicing tirelessly. Time passes, with repetitive training day after day. They put in their best effort. They trained together until exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. Shun gasped for breath. Do we do this every day? Do-hun nodded. We have to keep going. Even though I'm on the wrong path now, I have to prepare to seize the opportunity when it comes. Do you want to do anything? Sechun shook his head and said, I don't know anymore. I only think about the present. Dong-hun stood up, nodded. That's right. You can be like that too. Let's stop talking nonsense and move on to the next stage. Zechun was surprised. Huh? The next stage? In a small alley, a group of people are talking. A chubby man speaks up. If you ask what I said, people like that can't do anything, no matter how hard they try. It's just their greed and envy, isn't it? Even though they're young, making money isn't impossible. Those who refuse to try and then complain about not having money are just unreasonable. While he was rambling on, Chun stepped forward with pork soup. The other side turned around with a displeased face. What? Are you talking about me? Sechun sneered. Besides you, is there anyone else here with soup? That guy gritted his teeth. Damn it. What did you say, you bastard? Today I'll make your handsome face look just like mine. Do-hun stepped beside him and said, It's okay, I'm sorry. If you've acquired a new skill, you should upgrade it to the next level. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun's car immediately threw a punch straight at the opponent's face. The street where the fight took place suddenly fell silent. After the punch, the guy clutched his face and groaned. That hurts, kid? Usually in situations like this, people would be curious about the opponent's identity. But I won't ask you. Do you know why? His face flushed red. He looked up at the car with hesitation. You don't care at all, so you throw another punch and coldly reply, No. You bastard. He frowned. Uncultured idiot. Usually you should wait until they finish talking. Shut up and fight. Your pants make me hate you. Chun's car was annoyed. The guy shouted. Do you know how expensive these pants are? Do you understand what fashion is? Se-chun rushes forward, punching him repeatedly in the face. If that ridiculous pair of pants is fashion, I never want to know about it in my life. That guy couldn't take it anymore and started fighting back. I'll show you what respect really is. Se-chun focused on observing his movements. Juddu, you remember what Do-hun said? If you get thrown to the ground, it can be very dangerous. I heard that being knocked down could be deadly, so don't let yourself get caught. You turn to ask Do-hun, do I need to practice running backwards? Do-hun nods, yes, maintaining distance from opponents, especially those skilled in judo or jujitsu. Since a one-handed shoulder throw can happen at any moment, you need to turn around and strike. After explaining, Do-hun saw that Chun was still distracted, so he shook his head. The key is to use the long arm to strike without getting caught. In that case, the guy will get frustrated and aim for the lower part. Even if he throws his whole body forward, I have to block him, step back quickly, and take him down. But Chun's jacket has already been grabbed. You're truly despicable. You think this is the end? He roared. You're finished. I've had enough of messing around with you. Especially with his huge build, this is no longer martial arts but a life and death battle. His hand clenched the Chun's collar, but was immediately broken by the boy. My finger's bones are sticking out. It hurts so much, the guy is whimpering. Before he could regain his senses, another punch directly hit his face. Knock out, the guy falls backward. Zechun has taken down one, and you keep looking for the others. The battle progressed steadily, and as a result, the remaining enemies were defeated one after another. From one to the next. In the training room, Zechun, covered in wounds and trembling with a bandaged hand.
Du-hun looked at you worriedly. Rest for a bit. No matter how weak they are, you also need time to recover. Zechun shook his head in refusal. No, keep going. I don't have any more time. I already told you, I don't know when Lim Trong-hun will come back to watch over Hain. Du-hun tried to persuade him, but no matter what, even if your strength increases significantly, it's still not enough to win. Increase your strength steadily, but Zechun remains stubborn. I will go find him this week. I can't wait any longer. I can't bear to see Hain suffer like that. Du-hun had no choice but to give up. All right, if you're so determined, I'll give you a few tips to deal with Lim Chong-hun's fighting style. I overheard everything they said to each other in the Aeon gym room outside. That evening, Yiming, Hain's parents came to pick her up, surprising her. What's going on? Why did both of you come to pick me up? My father said. It's been a long time since our family went out together. Today is our anniversary. 20th wedding anniversary? Ha, Chin gasped in surprise. Is that even acceptable? Is this finally a romantic era after all? So, what are we eating tonight? Mr. turned to Ha-chin's mother and said, let's go out for dinner after school. I want to eat a steak. Ha-chin, hearing that, gets angry. No way. Why didn't Dad call me? Aren't you really the daughter of this house? Why do you always get bullied? I also like eating beef. Seeing this scene, Lim looks at Hun with anger. Honestly, I probably don't have parents at home. Every time I go out with you, so much trouble happens. I was right, wasn't I? Let's see if you and I can stay together until the end of our lives. I won't give up, my child. I'll show you how terrifying I can be. Just as he was about to light his cigarette, a voice stopped him. It was someone from the police department. He spoke up. This is a no-smoking area. That guy still won't admit it. Now even passers-by are this talkative. Hey, sir, is there a problem? Is this your street? Are you guys just cops? As soon as I said that, the police officer also showed his badge. Seeing this, he was frightened and insisted in a tense voice that you must show your ID so I can check it. He tried to justify himself, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't bring it, you've had a hard time. But just as I was about to turn away, the police called me back. What did I just say? I said I wanted to see your ID card. He turned back and begged urgently. I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me this time. I promise I won't smoke in the restricted area again. Actually, I haven't even lit a cigarette yet. As he was about to slip away, the police officer called him out by name. Lin, who is about 1.7 meters tall with red hair and unlucky black eyes. I have been watching him for several nights, but he still keeps denying. It's not me. You've got the wrong person. The police officer confidently checked the ID and knew right away. You bastard, I haven't been home for days because of you. Seeing the situation turning against him, he immediately charged forward. The police officer behind him shouted angrily, How dare you joke with the criminal police? I am the crazy dog of the criminal police station. Then he started chasing after him. The police officer's speed was astonishing. He turned back with wide eyes and said, Are crazy dogs really that fast? But just then, a car sped towards him from somewhere. The police officer stared in shock at the car and, unaware, fell onto the street. Furious, he shouted, What is this? If I hadn't been in a hurry, you'd be dead now. Then that person called Lin's name in his mind. While he was still stunned, the person in the car said, Manager Kim Koo, I'm here. Get in the car. If you don't get in within 5 seconds, I'll leave. Seeing the officer standing up and chasing after, he hurriedly got into the car. The car quickly started, and he sitting in the back urged, Hurry up, that old man is chasing like a mad dog. The car sped off, leaving the police officer standing and watching the license plate. After escaping danger, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But how did Director Kim know to send the little one here? He's doing better work than I thought. You go ahead and speak in a quiet voice. He was surprised. What's going on? You said you would get in the car and talk. But now the person in front has taken off their hat, and all he can think about now are 2 things. First, you are still young and deserve to be punished by the law and given a chance to reform. Hearing that, he was surprised. What are you saying? Is it Director Kim Koo who came? The person in the car is Aeon. He continues. And secondly, trash like you should be torn to pieces and burned alive. At the parking lot, In Chong-hun was surprised. Who are you? Is there a problem? He quickly opened the door and said, Get out of the car.
Aeon turned back and said, I'm not the type to be bullied easily. What made you become like this? Do you know what the fate of people like you is? What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know me? Open the car door quickly or I'll call the police. Aeon stared intently, knowing that someday you will face someone stronger and your life will take a turn for the worse. But you brought that moment closer to yourself. Exactly now. He's angry. What are you talking about? Stop talking nonsense and open the car door quickly. He tried to hit Aeon but failed, instead being pressed down onto the seat by Aeon, gritting his teeth in pain. As he struggled, he stared in horror at the large axe in Aeon's hand and shouted, Wait, isn't that… Aeon swung the axe, causing the other to scream in terror. A loud noise echoes inside the car, and in the chaos, tears stream down his face from fear. Aeon looks directly at him and coldly orders, Stop struggling, stay still. Washing the car will be tiring. As the axe blade swung down right in front of him, he wondered what was going on. Am I going to die? Don't worry too much. You've had a hard life. It would be a shame to go to hell like that. I'll let you feel it before you leave. Hand me your arm so I can cut it off. In this life-or-death situation, he immediately gathered his courage, kicked the attacker hard, and Aeon looked at him with a cold stare. He hurriedly backed away into the car, thinking only about escaping as soon as possible. If Aeson doesn't open the door, then he will have to break it and run out. He thought to himself that to break the door, he needed a hard head. He clenched his teeth and thought that a head injury would be 1,000 times easier than dying at the hands of this murderer. Thinking that, he used all his strength to smash his head against the car window, but the glass didn't break as he imagined, and his head swelled into a big lump. Aeon looked at him with contempt and said, This is bulletproof glass, you crazy idiot. If you want to get out that badly, go ahead. The car is already getting hot inside. After saying that, Aeon opened the car window for him. Seeing the window open, he immediately realized he had to run out right away. He ran to a place with many cars and surveillance cameras, unable to act recklessly. Before running, he turned back, raised his middle finger to Aeson, and shouted confidently, I will call the police, you bastard! The cameras, surveillance footage, and memory cards have all recorded everything. These days, wearing a hat is useless. After saying that, he quickly turned and ran away. Aeon stood behind, watching with a cold look. Is this guy saying he's the kidnapper? Then let's leave a mark on his leg. But since he was running, it was hard to hit him. Aeon threw the axe toward Yin Trong-hun, and as expected, the blade pierced into him. Yin Trong-hun cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, trembling all over, both hurt and screaming, Help me! Help me! Aeon stepped forward and kicked him in the face. Remember what I told you, never to wander that street again, and erase Han's existence from your mind. If you act like that again, you'll disappear without a trace, or have to beg me to let you go to hell. And if you're not confident enough to say it to my face, I'll deal with you today. I swear I won't wander around that street anymore. If you save me, I will completely forget that girl. Also, try tasting this as well. After saying that, he stomped hard on his head. His scream echoed throughout the neighborhood. Who was that guy? What is that girl? Is she surrounded by a guardian angel? I almost died. Manager Kim. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a woman standing in front of the house. She looked up and said, In-hun, you're back? You shouldn't have kept her waiting for so long. When she saw the bruises on his face, she stepped forward and asked, What happened to your face? What happened? Who caused you to end up like this? Let's go to the hospital. But he pushed her hand away and said, Don't touch me, you fool. This is none of your business. Leave now and don't come to their house like a stalker. Hearing those words, the teacher was stunned. In-hun, how long do you plan to live like this? You keep skipping school more and more. Are you only learning martial arts to do bad things? You weren't like this before. Without waiting for her to finish, he shouted, You're too talkative. If you can't help, just please stop. You're a nuisance. You only work for a salary, so just do your job when asked. As for me, I am always beaten and cry out for help, but the school never intervenes. When they arrived at the police station, they only listened to those bastards and left. In the end, who was the one to resolve it? Did you learn martial arts just to run away from them and come home? I heard you only learned martial arts to do bad things, and those bad things are very useful to them. Please stop interfering in my affairs. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. After hearing him out, the teacher suddenly started to cry. In-hun, because I have no power, I can't help you much. I know, but no matter how hard it gets, we have to face it together. If you keep doing wrong, he can't take it anymore and raises his hand to hit you. Stop crying. Go away quickly. You're disgusting. Seeing his actions, the teacher, frightened, raised her hand to cover her face. Don't do it, hun. Just when things were getting tense and the teacher was terrified, Chun's car appeared. This really can't be used. Hold his hand tightly. If you don't know how to stop it, let me handle it and waste it completely. That bastard jock. At In-hun's house. He turned to look at the Chun vehicle. How do you know this place, you bastard? He turned to look at the teacher, his voice full of suspicion. What is she bringing him here for? Are you planning something? The teacher shook her head and explained, he's saying he's your friend. He hasn't been able to contact you lately, so he's worried, afraid something bad has happened. Hearing that, he exploded with anger. What, friends or what? You're so stupid. Why would you believe those words? While he's shouting in anger, Chun suddenly throws a punch right into his forehead. The punch was so powerful that he was knocked backward, bleeding profusely from the wound on his head where it hit the glass. He rolled on the ground, clutching his head and groaning. Chun looked at him with a cold voice. Someone like you deserves to be punched in the face. The teacher hurriedly intervened. What is this student doing? Aren't you friends? Stop it! Chun turned back with a cold look. Sorry for lying, but he hasn't been to school these past few days, and I really don't know what else to do. But Chun no longer listened to her. The teacher tried to stop him, but he ignored all advice and even planned to commit a crime himself. The teacher continued to advise, violence is never a good solution. Violence only breeds more violence. But Chun cut in, I understand the issue, but this is my choice. I can't let people like him continue to cause harm. Chun recalled Hein's pitiful image, his voice full of determination. What is fair judgment? If we stay silent, innocent people will continue to live in fear. I won't let that happen. Yen Trung-hun spoke up now, weakly, saying, Hey, wait, listen to me. I'm not in a good state right now. Even if you beat me now, there's nothing to be proud of. I just came back from the hospital. We should rest for now. Chun's car sighed coldly without saying a word and kneeled him in the head. Yen inside Hun was in pain, blocking with his hands, but still trying to fight back. Even while I'm like this, winning just makes you a coward. He kept throwing punches at Chun's car, but all of them were easily dodged. Then Chun quickly moved behind the opponent, threw a punch to the waist and was about to strike again at his face, but he dodged in time. Hun clenched his teeth, thinking, why is this bastard so different from last time? When did he start learning martial arts in such a short time? Even so, if he lands a kick, not even a saint can do anything. But just as he was about to kick, the wound on his back made him grimace in pain, blood flowing as he cried out. However, Chun continued without stopping, delivering a punch to Hun's face that knocked him to the ground, exhausted and unable to shout again. I won't let you get near Hachi anymore. Chun coldly spoke, and then stepped towards him, but unexpectedly, the teacher standing beside him rushed out and stood in front of Hun. Seeing this scene, Chun's car stopped, not wanting to hurt the teacher. He doesn't deserve to be protected like that, but the teacher was crying. Please beg, if the boy made a mistake, let the law handle it and give him a chance to start over. I will take responsibility and be accountable. Stop! Seun nodded. Everyone knew she was right, but this situation couldn't be resolved that way. If I had known, I shouldn't have let her go with you, he thought to himself. What are you all pretending to do? Are you filming a scene? Then he kicked the teacher hard, causing her to fall and hit the wall beside her. Chun hurriedly runs over to check on the teacher, whose back of the head is bleeding heavily. He immediately takes out his phone to call for help. Whoa. While distracted, Hun grabbed a stick and struck Chun's head hard from behind. What are you causing a commotion for? A little bleeding won't kill you. I've been beaten black and blue before, and I'm still alive. He chuckled softly and kept kicking the car. I hate bastards like you. Just because you were born into a good family and act superior. Your eyes look down on others like you're better. Do you know that woman is actually crazy? I hoped she would help me, but there was nothing. Just pretending to be kind and sincere. Lazy bastards like you only know how to play around. Chun's wounds are not light right now. He bows his head, overwhelmed by feelings of inferiority and weakness. These words only makes him angrier. Do you really want to die? Chun still continued speaking, trying to analyze the victim's psychology of blaming circumstances and others to justify themselves. Get real, what do you know? If you were in my situation, Chun interrupted sarcastically, do people like you all choose the same path? Not at all. Even in adversity, many people keep trying and keep living. But you grew up in misfortune and became a criminal with a failed mindset. Don't bother complaining to me. I'm not interested. Do you really pretend to be so knowledgeable? It's obvious you're living comfortably now. He punched at Chun's car but hit his stiff elbow instead. Because he used too much force, his finger broke when it hit the elbow. Chun's car clenched his hand tightly, coldly saying, You are a piece of trash, incapable of restarting your life. I was going to ignore you, but now I feel no guilt at all. His desperate scream echoes. Wait, my finger hurts so much. Please let go. It hurts. I told you it hurts already. Chun looked at him with contempt. I like doing this, and now it officially begins. You're crazy for squeezing so hard that he screams in pain. Are you out of your mind? As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped hard and fell to the ground. The Chunkar shouted, "What are you making noise about? It's getting dark. Be quiet. Keep your mouth shut even if it hurts the most. You just happened to bump into the wrong person." He pulled out a hidden knife and swung it at Zechun. You didn't expect him to be armed. Looking at the wound on his hand, Zechun coldly said, "This is beyond my imagination." He smirked. "So what? Why did you suddenly step back?"
"I bought this to deal with crazy guys like you. Now, Dung, if you're so brave, come here and I'll stab you in the stomach."
"After dealing with you, should I use something to stab your girlfriend?" I'm so excited. At this moment, Chun suddenly remembers the conversation with Ayin. When faced with a guy holding a knife, he excitedly asked, "Like in the movies, after learning martial arts, I can control people with knives, right? Do you have that technique here too?" And thought for a moment and then replied, "Yes, there is. Not just mockery, but a trick that everyone can use." "What's going on?"
"Tell me, I have no idea how everyone handles that."
Asen taught you an important lesson.
First, quickly place both hands in front of your body, keep your eyes on the opponent, and step back slightly.
Then turn around and run as fast as you can.
If your opponent has a knife, don't try to act tough because you know martial arts.
Run immediately if you don't want to lose your life. However, if you must face it, always keep a safe distance and avoid physical contact. At this moment, In is chasing from behind, shouting, "Where are you hiding? Do you think running away will solve everything?"
"Keep running, I'll find you."
But before he could act, a brick hit him in the head. In Hun screams in pain. The knife in his hand falls to the ground. Asin's words echo in his mind. If you attack at the right moment, your opponent will be unable to fight back. Seize that opportunity and knock him down at all costs. Sechun follows the advice, using all his strength to push In Trung Hun to the ground. In Trung Hun can no longer scream, only gasping for air. You pin his neck tightly with your foot, causing In Trung to scream, "Stop it. Isn't it true you want to know about me? I'll tell you." Sechun replies, "Yes, I have many questions, especially about Jianggo, but first I will beat you up." In Trung Hun screams in pain. After the fight ends, Chun stands up and says, "Now the game begins. I will ask questions and you must answer immediately. If you dodge, there will be 2 more questions." There. The decision is in your hands. Is it your hands? In Trung Hun shouted. "Crazy bastard, my leg is broken. Call an ambulance." Chun smirks coldly. "Excellent. Otherwise, you'll forget everything you've done. Let me remind you that Heinz Page turned your right side into this, right? Now I will do the same to your left side. Then we will continue talking," she said, trembling with fear. "Wait, I'm not the boss. Don't do this," but Zichun keeps going. He continued to punch his face without mercy. After a long while, everything finally stopped. His face was battered, and his injuries weren't much better. After finishing the fight, Zechun sat on top of him and coldly asked, "Are you ready to talk now?" At Director Kim's office, he was discussing an important shredder. Maybe because of that guy's condition, the other one was doing better, but it didn't matter much. Just gaining everyone's support was enough. "The team leader told us to stop filming here." He glanced at the computer screen and continued, "The next contestant will stay with you. I don't want to speak ill of her." "Why did this suddenly happen? Let me help you scratch it." The girl shook her head as if someone was insulting her. So frustrating. As soon as I said that, my phone rang. The man looked at his phone and said, "I wonder if this guy calls every day to invite me to eat." The girl asked, "Who is that?" "It's Manager Kim. I'll call back after I finish eating. This isn't urgent. Let's just have our meal first." Girl continues, "You know I told you last time that it's your problem. Why are you postponing work that could be done right now? Can't answer the phone while eating? If it's important, then what?" Hearing that, the man turned pale. "I'm sorry. I'm telling you this because of you. Why is it the same every day?" "I told you to just ask me, so you cut my hair yourself. You didn't want to hear me. That's why you did that, right? If the other person said they were upset, can't you fix it? You have to fix that. Let's talk on the phone first and then continue." Then she answers the call. Hearing the female voice, Manager Kim asked, "Is this not in Sang-so's phone?" The girl replied, "Manager, have you really forgotten my voice?" So it's really sad, because the competition suddenly changed its format this time. I waited for a long time until it was my turn, and I had planned everything very carefully. A few days after Chun's car was on the road, someone suddenly tapped his shoulder and called him back. Chun's car startledly turned around, and the girl smiled. "Oh, what are you so surprised about? I'm not short either. What year are you in? Have you got a girlfriend yet?" Luckily, the doctor is reporting the situation to the teacher at the hospital. According to the test results, she has no serious issues. Resting for a few days will allow this mild head injury to heal gradually. If you feel dizzy or notice any unusual symptoms, go to the hospital immediately. The teacher bowed her head in thanks to the doctor, then turned to inform Zechun. The patient I admitted with me has been transferred to another hospital, because we don't have a specialist to perform emergency surgery in time. If you need more information, you can contact the nurse. Fortunately, the student was not seriously injured, so stay calm. After the doctor left, Seichun bowed his head to apologize to the teacher for making her endure this because of him. However, Seichun replied that the doctor said it was not life-threatening. Then the teacher bowed her head again and said, "It's all my fault." Seichun asked in surprise, "Why is it your fault?" The teacher explains, "I was in Hun's homeroom teacher when he was a first-year student. I didn't intervene in time when he was subjected to family violence, only teaching him how to protect himself. He was very grateful and proud of his talents, but one day after school she saw him talking to an older man, whom she thought was from the sports center, and she didn't pay attention. After that wedding day, Trong started fighting students who bullied the weak and became the leader of his group. From then on, all the students were afraid of him. Then one day, when he was drunk, his father beat him brutally. Usually he endured it, but today he fought back. The reason for this rebellion is Kim. That day, he told Hun that the only thing that could protect him was his own strength. Violence is the way to defeat violence. Isn't the law now quite terrible? If you don't fight back, you'll live as a coward. Just try once. When beaten by his father, Hun remembered Kim's words and decided to fight back. It was the first time he retaliated against his father, and that act was very brutal. His father fell to the ground, gasping for breath as he watched, a sense of satisfaction rising in Hun's heart. Since that moment, Hun had completely changed, becoming a different person. After hearing the teacher's story, Seun reflected and said, "That situation is really sad, but I think it can't justify everything. Those who realize their mistakes still have a chance to fix and improve. But those who always believe they are right and never admit mistakes are completely different." Suddenly, the teacher asked, "Do you believe in ghosts?" Children with wounded souls are often easily swayed by the words of those around them. Their lives can change dramatically depending on the people they interact with. The words she said to Hun may be hard to accept, but what others say is very sweet. You can see the results immediately with your abilities. People who are easily swayed by the whispers of evil spirits will be easily provoked, so students must be careful not to become like Hun. What she's doing could be self-destructive, and such demons will keep whispering because they sense that children are missing something. When the girl approached the car, you looked at the stranger and asked, "Who are you? Do you know me?" She said, trying to act cute, and asked, "Aren't you the stupid one who doesn't know? Why don't you try asking me instead? Have you got a girlfriend yet?" Chun-cheon looked confused. "What is this? I don't know who you are, so why are you speaking so bluntly on our first meeting? If I weren't wearing glasses, I might tell you to shut up," she thought. "What is this? I've never seen such a reaction before." Then she covered her mouth and said, "If so, I will try to get to know you naturally. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. I just want to be closer." Seeing her hand about to touch him, Chun hurriedly dodged, and she also looked confused. "What is this? Now it's dodging my hand like it's avoiding poop." Se-chun turned back to scold him. "You're so rude for a first meeting. You can't just put your hands on someone else's body." I was startled. She frowned. "It's not like I was going to touch you with a dirty hand or something. Why do you hate me so much?" Chun's car just pointed at her again and spoke bluntly. "Seems like that's his habit, huh? It's not a good habit." Just as she was about to defend herself, Hein appeared behind her and said, "Hey, miss, take it easy." When she heard someone speak behind her, she turned around coldly. "What did you just say?" Hachi emphasizes. "Miss, I mean you should tone it down. That guy is already taken, so please find someone else who matches your age," she said angrily. "What is this? I'm also a high school student. Can't you see I'm wearing a uniform?" But they ignored me and just walked away, leaving me there angry. These kids are really crazy. Ignore me. I will destroy everything so you can never be happy. Then she looked up at their backs. "Watch out, both of you. I won't let this go that easily." That evening, Oyan stopped his car by the roadside. A man stepped out. "I have been monitoring all the black web users I know. They talk about gathering students and making them fight fiercely. So have you found out who runs that website?" Aeon asked. The man was sweating. "I haven't figured out who that person is yet. The dark web uses a separate program so no one can trace the evidence. I can't trace the transaction history because everything is sent and received via Bitcoin. But one of the guys I'm tracking has given me a lead. Before I say anything, if I reveal this, can I quit this job? I don't want to do this dangerous work anymore." The man made a condition. Aeon didn't answer, but turned to rummage through the car. "I remember the axe is somewhere nearby." The man is scared. I know, I'll tell you. Then he thought, this guy really is something. Aeon raises the axe. Just now you were thinking in your head that this guy wants to die, huh? The frightened man keeps thinking. What? Does he know how to read minds? Aeon raised his hand and said, I won't read your mind, just tell me. The man was scared. I will tell the truth. According to that guy, it seems he saw the flyer for the contest somewhere. He had bought something from another dark web before. It was a flyer with a picture of a prize, but when asked what the prize was, he said it was drugs. The most notorious drug for causing severe physical and psychological dependence is heroin. At Director Kim's building, a man is kneeling before him. Please. He trembles, tears and snot streaming down his face. Please let me fight. The scheduled match keeps getting changed unexpectedly. What should people like me do? Head of Feng Jin replied. You have to regulate the dosage. Blindly and headlong is what makes it addiction. It seems you're mistaken. We offer products at low prices because it's convenient. He still can't find that amount of drugs with the prize money from the tournament. Player lie. Still, since you've made the matches interesting all this time, I'll specially pack a small amount for you. I can't give you much. If you overdose and die, it will cause a lot of trouble. The addict with a pale face. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Can you tell me how this match will go? If all you say is to keep waiting, then I will. Manager Kim said it would be his turn soon. The last time, a female student practiced martial arts and participated in the event, right? The man responds, yes, I remember that little girl. Was it the match against her? Someone is secretly recording their conversation. Isn't it your friend's goal to find everyone who participated in the fight and seek revenge? We are sending someone to secretly record the scene. Director Kim forms a frame with 4 fingers in front of himself. A boy who learned martial arts to avenge his close friend used violence beyond the law to make them pay. True justice is so precious. It is human instinct. Forgiveness and unreasonable sacrifice, or the difference between humans and animals, is the ability to control instincts with reason. All those words are just meaningless. Because living for others is what matters. Maybe I will have to suffer losses, but deep down, that is the truth. I want to smash it, I want to hit it, I want to kill it, I want it to pay the price exactly like that. So when people are in a safe place together with their violent instincts and sexual desires, they will feel passionate and liberated by those primal urges, thus feeling satisfied. Manager Kim smiled. Especially the wealthy ones understand that value even better. So this event will surely attract more sponsorship. In our view, the boy seeking revenge is truly a fortunate thing. He asked Director Kim, so just surrender and it's fine? Will I still get the medicine then? Manager Kim lifted his glasses and said, no, that's not it. You have to make the reality come alive so the audience gets even more excited, right? If I win, I will supply enough medicine for a year. The manager's face changes, so don't think about anything else. Just focus on your benefits and goals. That guy bowed his head. Yes, I understand. I will remember. And now can I get the medicine you just mentioned? Chief Kim replied. All right, I will bring it right away. Wait downstairs for a moment. As he finished speaking, someone entered. It's the director. He sighed. This rush hour is truly hell. He took off his tie and said, is that really the case? You've been doing this for decades, so how talented are the people involved actually? That Long respects that. Tru Wong Fong Kim said, you definitely have to go to work. The director replied, I don't know. How could I know what's going on inside? Knowing how to get back to the company is important. After all, the company hasn't given me anything, so I don't know if I have insurance or not. The director almost stepped on that guy's head, now carefully stepping aside. Oh, I nearly had a heart attack. So why is this addict here like this? The other person lifts their face and says, hello, director. The director asks, are you having another attack? If you don't regulate your drug intake, it will really be all over. He reached into his jacket pocket, the foul smell making him grimace. Clean yourself up and eat properly so you can compete for a long time. He took out some bills from his pocket, dropped them on the ground, and said, just using medicine is already expensive. Take this money and go quickly. Then he clutched the remaining money tightly and hurried away. Thanks, I'll wait to hear from the director. That addict hasn't been able to participate for long. I wonder if he can last through this event with Lim involved in the stakeout. If all the contestants fall ill, how do you plan to handle the next match? Have you come up with a plan yet? Director Fong Kim smiled, his tone full of scheming. Don't worry. Anyway, it's time for a change. Take advantage of this event and discard it afterward. His smile revealed even more of his vile nature. Those children have a soft spot in their hearts that can be exploited anytime, anywhere. The director lights a cigarette and exhales a thin cloud of smoke. All right, managing the players is your responsibility. Handle it yourself. But you're still short of the target amount, so you better hurry and call for the deadline. A man appears, handing over the cigarettes that Director Kim mentioned to the other guy. Here's your thing. Turns out he's the team leader, so since the amount isn't much, just use it reasonably. Hang in there. Can the captain do that? He stammered, then handed over the money the director just gave. Can I get more than this amount? The captain looked at him for a moment and then said, So what should we do now? Wait a moment. I will go get a different kind of medicine. He raised his hand and asked, Do you see my palm? The other guy looked confused. Yes, the palm of my hand? A loud noise then sounded. At the martial arts school, Aeon and Yohun are arguing about whether to do something or not. Aeon asks why Dohun refuses to do it. Johan replied, I don't like hugging a man and making them fight. Aeon looked stunned. You said last time you would help with anything you could. A man's word is his bond. Why is it like that? No, that's not it. I mean, I'm helping with training in internal martial arts. Aeon still doesn't have any new members. Chun's car also uses many techniques, so its stamina has increased. No one is better than yourself, so you can't use many techniques. Then he added, Well, if you hate it that much, you can just leave the training room. It's been tough enough lately. Just stay busy and don't see each other again, Johan said in panic. I understand. I'll do it. But I'm definitely not a beginner. Chun's car might also avoid practicing the technique when facing me. I won't admit defeat. If that's acceptable, then it's fine, right? Everyone in the dojo turned to look at him. All right, then the opposite is even better. Why are you worried about that? Then Rune was choked almost to death by a collar. We won't let you go either. Your senior is coming closer. Ruohun, come on, fight me too. Jae-hun tiredly responds. Even with soft techniques, given this weight difference, he can hardly resist. You keep getting bullied by the people in the martial arts school. You really are strong. Rune, yet another person wants to fight you. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Fight me now. Johan couldn't fight back, only lying still as everyone in the dojo took their turns hitting him. He remained motionless on the floor, unable to speak. Aeon approached and asked, So, do you find beast magic more interesting than you thought? Do you want to keep going? Jo-hun's face turned pale, unable to speak. Please, I don't want to practice illusion magic anymore. But Aeon ignored his plea and kept training. After a long time, the final training session has come to an end. Today's class is over and the trainer has worked hard. Everyone in this martial arts school will continue to be happy tomorrow. Rohan sighed. Yes, I understand. We're going to take a shower now. Sechun looked at you curiously and asked what's wrong. Tired already? You've only trained a little and you're already losing strength? Dong-hun turned around, his eyes full of annoyance. Hey, isn't it me who's better than you? Today really is hell. Sechun tried to hold back a smile but couldn't hide the humor in his eyes. Hey, what's with your expression? Du-hun asked. Sechun replied, My expression is normal. You're the one with the problem. Dong-hun loudly said, Are you telling me you already won the training session in soft martial arts? I'm just wearing a martial arts uniform and practicing soft techniques for the first time. Just getting used to it. Sechun finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. All right, you can do it. If it's soft techniques, I'm sure you'll win. Do-hun muttered to himself, really wanting to give this kid a good beating. You keep asking, why doesn't our martial arts school offer ninjutsu classes? Sechun sighed and replied, We used to have them, but they're gone now. That time I learned a few sessions from Aeon. Do you want to train? Do-hun shook his head and said it's not that. Maybe she needs you more. Sechun was surprised. Me? Why me? During the fight, in reality, you weren't wearing your uniform. Besides Director Han and Manager Kim, only Lai Jiangon and Sang Shu are left now. Sechun asked again, Who is Sang Shu and what does he do? Du-hun continued. If you only look at their competition records, Sang Shu is the most outstanding person. He is very skilled in martial arts and could be the biggest obstacle for you. He comes from a wrestling background and has mastered nogi, a form of competition where competitors wear only a pair of shorts and a protective shirt, so they cannot use clothing submission techniques. The main white room is immersed in an unusually quiet atmosphere. Suddenly, a muscular man appears, with beads of sweat rolling down his chest. At that moment, Chun suddenly spoke up, Do you want to go eat spicy rice cakes? And the other person responded immediately. Spicy rice cakes, loading carbs into your body after intense exercise and doing it perfectly. But can you ask them to make it less spicy? Do-hun's presence left Chun stunned, and he couldn't help but think of a new idea. What kind of body is that? Seon suddenly felt panic as Do-hun instinctively asked back, sensing something was different. So, if you want a body like that, you have to lift weights? Hearing that, Do-hun responded calmly, You have to lift weights if you want to build muscle. You look like you're lifting iron blocks. His words only made the other person more confused, and in a moment, he asked, You've slimmed down a lot since I first met you, huh? He kept denying what Do-hun said. There's no way that's true. Sechun instinctively covered his entire body with his hands. He looked at Do-hun with a shy expression and shouted loudly, "It's just because I took a cold shower earlier." However, the other person's words froze him in place. "What are you barking at, you crazy guy? I was talking about your figure." As Do-hun spoke, he put on a white t-shirt in front of Se-chun's awkward gaze. Technique is important, but physical condition is just as crucial. You've never heard of Teo Van Ko? With such poor control over your body, how can you keep fighting? Suddenly, Se-chun spoke, making the atmosphere heavy in just a few seconds, begging him to wear the training pants first because it looked gross. But Do-hun explained that the formidable Sang-shu's secret was his strict self-discipline, and the image of Sang-shu appeared with a muscular appearance, simply sticking to his usual routine without even bothering to come up with excuses like being tired or having prior plans. Moreover, Do-hun emphasized this, but interestingly, he's not someone with a plan or who's diligent at all. It's no surprise that Chun's car doesn't care about this issue. He kept repeating, "So what? Can't you just put on your shorts first and then talk?" Meanwhile, at Sang-shu's place, he was gripping the dumbbell tightly in his hand, muttering to himself, "How many more times? Just a fool who only relies on physical ability." Returning to Do-hun, he put on his pants and sighed helplessly. But he's actually quite gentle and innocent. Except when he's moving, the guy across the street just put on a shirt, and he said it in a way that made me want to vomit. "Is your hero just robbing weaker kids and participating in spell competitions?" His voice grew more and more choked with emotion. The victims of his must surely cry blood if they hear it. His reaction made the car shake uncontrollably, but he still kept defending himself. "Someone like me is indeed a scoundrel beyond any excuse, but Sang-shu is different," he muttered as he put on his jacket. "He has never bullied or extorted money from anyone. He only participated in the competition because someone had already arranged it." Faced with these words, Seun suddenly questioned, "So you're just a puppet, then?" Faced with this question, Do-hun also didn't seem surprised. He replied calmly, "Yes, and Sang-shu is just being used like a fool." "Somewhere else," John suddenly spoke up, looking confused. "I told you not to do that anymore." Immediately after, Sang-shu hurriedly responded with a stammering voice. His apology shocked her so much that she blurted out, "What?" Even he couldn't help but be surprised and question it. "What the hell?" John sat there dazed, then looked straight at Sang-shu and asked, "What exactly are you apologizing for? I told you to change your habit of just apologizing without ever thinking you did something wrong, right?" That girl is Kangen. These images made Chun feel confused. He couldn't help but mutter, "Could it be the red-haired girl with a high ponytail and big eyes?" After finishing, Down quickly responded with a somewhat surprised tone. "How do you know that? Could it be that she also approached you? However, you received a nonchalant response from her." "Yeah, a few days ago on the street, she suddenly said some nonsense. But is she really a high school student?" Suddenly, Do-hun said that these days it's hard to tell kids from adults. "I can't tell either. Kangon is probably around your age." Your words made Do-hun angry, and he couldn't help but shout, "What kind of life did that girl really live?" However, Chun only flicked his phone in his hand and replied with an innocent tone, "Anyway, it's not that important. I don't know what to do either, but I have to be careful with her. She has already exploited everything and pushed others into the abyss. She had control over that person's life and manipulated them as she wished." This series of information made Chun fall into deep thought. "Still, I can't find her just to hit her. My goal is to monitor the participants." Suddenly, Do-hun interrupted him, saying he would first go meet and talk to Ansensu. There is someone slowly coming out of the nearby bathroom. Meanwhile, Se-chun calmly shouted, "Lee Se-uni, go eat some tukbui too." At this moment, both Se-chun and Do-hun were so shocked that their eyes widened in surprise. The two of them kept their eyes fixed on John's body, while he calmly responded to Se-chun's earlier words. "Tukbui, fine, call the biggest attack." Even now, Se-chun and Do-hun are still in shock. They just stood there watching each other in silence. He instinctively replied, "Yes, we understand. I will call the biggest attack." Jim's room quickly fell into an eerily quiet silence. Sang-shu sat there with a dazed expression, unconsciously saying, "John, do we really have to go this far? Isn't it enough just to fight that guy like that?" Then John quickly gave him a satisfying answer. "Think about it for a moment. If fighting just for the sake of it is so dull, what's the point? We want the viewers to pay money." But Sang-shu rudely interrupted, "Don't always think that way," which made her angry, and she snapped, "Don't interrupt. Do you only need a little now just to keep going as a player, like for uniforms, food, and gym fees? Aren't you thinking about the future? I just want what's best for myself. The remaining money isn't much for those kids anyways." Those words suddenly made Sang-shu on the opposite side feel a bit panicked. That's right. Why didn't he join the fight with that girl back then? You should have been there at that moment. The guy instinctively argued back. "No matter what, How could he do that to such a little girl? However, Duan was not satisfied with this answer and kept questioning. What? Now you're pretending to be moralistic? If what you say is true, then you shouldn't let the girl deceive you. There are many people fighting against you. Are you sure you can win them all? Is that what you mean? These words have pushed Sang-sa into a whirlpool of panic. His ear seems to be bleeding, and his mind spins every time John's voice echoes in his ears. He tries to whisper. No, I didn't say that. Suddenly she interrupted. No, you always talk as if I'm the bad one. John sat there seriously and explained I did it for him, and now that he says that I don't know how I should feel anymore. Sang-shu also didn't hesitate to ask further. She must be very sad, right? Right after that, he told her. Yes, he knows very well. Not only that, John also smiled brightly and revealed it. So it's you. Just do as I tell you. You can do it, right? Her expression briefly made Sang-shu feel confused. He instinctively responded, I know. I'm sorry, John. Under the quiet night, a familiar voice suddenly reached out. John. That person is John. She leaned against the wall, trying to act composed. Have you looked into it yet? Meanwhile, Waidu was standing quite far away from that wall. She spoke sincerely. I went to ask his classmates from school, and her face grew paler and paler. Drops of sweat kept pouring down as if it was raining. I heard that Sehajin was in an accident a few months ago and had to drop out of school. I don't know what kind of accident it was. This statement left John in shock. She involuntarily spoke up. What? She dropped out of school, but the person next to her quickly dispelled John's suspicions. You don't know about this and came here. You need to find out about it? This bastard? A sudden voice startled the other person slightly. Hey, she keeps insisting. Hey, he's talking to me. Damn bastard. Those words made the other person scared. She kept speaking nervously. That's right. I'm sorry, John. Immediately after, John approached Yandu. She spoke up arrogantly. Is there nothing else? Faced with this terrifying situation, she hurriedly revealed everything. I heard that after quitting school, he went to study at the Quality Exam Preparation Center. This only made John more excited. He muttered softly, so it's the test prep center. Meanwhile, a sudden thought crossed my mind. Then I just need to pull in her friends. Then John asked another question. Does he know which center it is? Send it through the secret channel to me. You've worked hard. This made Waidu unable to hide her fear, as she kept staring at the other person with a panicked look and stammering. John, right? Then John lost patience and interrupted. What? Do you want to say something? So, now she's daring to confess her feelings. Are you going to delete that video now? John's response completely shattered Waidu. Her face turned pale with fear. Huh? Which video? Your video of wearing strange clothes and dancing? Why? It's cute and sexy. Aren't you afraid of it getting out? Oh man, we're friends after all. John kept waving his phone in front of Waidu, revealing a lewd expression to show off. If you listen to me, it will be kept in your phone for life, so don't worry. The whole space then sank into the silence of the night. Gangshu was strolling down the street, thinking to himself that he hadn't seen John all day, so he had to go eat pork by himself, and he had already eaten the pork too. Suddenly, a voice from behind made him instinctively turn around. Hey, big head, what's got you in such a good mood? I'm not the big head. I'm Min Marini. Suddenly, Sang-shu's eyes turned to panic. He stammered, Huh? That shirt. Du-hun stands in front of him with a smug smile. You're that guy. Du-hun Mayin. Sang-shu suddenly became happy and tightly grasped the other person's hand to show his feelings. It's been a long time since we last met. You seem really happy to see me, huh? How have you been lately? Is boxing still going well? Du-hun quickly responded to him somewhat reluctantly. Sang-shu hurriedly planned to turn away and leave. He said that's not the case. Just going to get a quick meal and talk. Since John isn't here today, let me treat you. However, Du-hun stopped him with a word. I came here because I had something to say, earlier. Meanwhile, Jiangshu kept showing signs of confusion and avoided the situation. So I also have a lot to say. So let's go get some rice. Suddenly, Du-hun cleared his throat. I'll be direct. Your words made the other person hesitate for a moment. If you don't want to be seriously hurt somewhere and can't move, then break up with Kangjon. He turned around with a frightened look and questioned, Why did you suddenly say that? Why do we have to talk about John again? And you're saying someone will hurt me. Immediately after, Du-hun explained to him enthusiastically, Maybe you also realized that man could also be Sejun. The two of them faced each other, and he showed no sign of fear. Or maybe it was me. The small alley quickly falls into the quiet of the night. Sang-shu, with a battered face, keeps muttering, What did you say? So what I just heard earlier, right? Meanwhile, Sono Do-hun was standing there with Ngonge's face. You keep asking me again and again. I didn't hear clearly earlier. Can you say it again? If you don't break up with Kang-jon, I might have to teach you a lesson. Suddenly, he pointed to the right at you and laughed loudly, full of excitement. That idiot, you're really so naive. I know what you're planning now. Last time you were the same. Are you jealous because I'm dating the beautiful girl John? That's right, he kept approaching and mocking. Brother Shu, listen to me, you bastard. You don't understand a woman's heart at all, so you're completely wrong. Meanwhile, I stay calm and respond. It's not because I can't, but because I won't. However, these words could not make Do-hun stop his childish actions. He continued to mock his opponent with a laugh. Stop talking nonsense. Suddenly, Do-hun cut him off, his voice also turning colder. Hey, An Sang-shu. Do you really not know that Kang-jon is just using you? And the more you find out about what she's doing, the more you realize how few people exploit others behind their backs. His words left Sang-shu stunned, and he responded with a shimmering look in his eyes. Just mind your own business. What do you know about John? If you keep spouting useless gossip like that, I won't buy you any more rice. This leaves Do-hun utterly stunned. You didn't hesitate to speak up, so I'll ask you just one more question. Why did you meet her? As soon as he finished speaking, he received an answer from the other person. How come I obviously like her? Your next words are like a cold splash of water on them. As you know, she doesn't like you either. Is that even possible? Sang-shu looked completely drained and spoke tiredly. All right, I know John doesn't like me, but she's with me because she needs me here, and most of all. Suddenly, he burst into tears in front of Do-hun, his voice trembling with emotion. If I break up with John, I probably won't meet a beautiful girl like her again. Sang-shu's reaction made him freeze for a moment. He muttered unconsciously. What do you mean? At a certain snack shop, Do-hun is sitting across from Gang-shu. You keep asking, are you done crying now? Upon hearing that question, he quickly denied it. Your crying is just because dust got into my eyes. Tears still welled up in Gang-shu's eyes, but he kept shouting loudly inside. Auntie, bring me a bottle of apple wine. This unexpected action made Do-hun worried, and he kept telling himself that the punch was still better. After a while, as everything gradually returned to normal, Do-hun suddenly spoke up with a serious expression. Anyway, what I was going to say is that I overheard from the bus that Kang-jon approached him and then kicked him, but she's not someone who would give up easily. Obviously, she's writing a novel, so you know all about this, right? Meanwhile, Gang-shu replied with a blank expression while eating. But I had a question before. What happened between you and him that makes you think it's your business? Did he introduce a girl to you? This statement made the other person fall into deep thought. After a moment, he finally spoke. What should I say now? I have to pay a huge debt, and my mistakes are piling up like a mountain. No matter how stupid you are, you also know that everything we did, no matter the circumstances, was wrong. That's why I'm here telling you this. Gang-shu now lowering his head with a hint of sadness in his eyes. He didn't hesitate to speak from the bottom of his heart. Honestly, the more I go on, the more I do unnecessary things. I tried to stop John. If she hears what I said, she'll think I'm just a proud fool. Anyway, I entered this competition for my own benefit. He suddenly looked up, his eyes now filled with unspoken frustration. So before John makes another big mistake, I will just take Han's name and end it. Hearing that, Do-hun could only helplessly offer advice. If you do the right thing, she won't give up. Meanwhile, your inner thoughts are constantly screaming. He completely opened his eyes in front of Kang-jon. Down quickly changed the subject. Let's just eat first. Gongsu quickly accepted the situation at the table and kept talking casually, not following proper manners, and it's not Han but Cheon. Under the familiar street corner, Gongsu's voice rang out just like that. I ate very well. He stood there with a satisfied expression, as expected. His stomach was full. Suddenly, Do-hun responded to him. If that's the case, then you. You subtly glance at Gang-shu and say, I have no intention of quitting. No matter what Kang-jon does, she won't break up with me. Why do you keep bothering me like this? Why break up? If you keep being with her like this, one day she will truly fall in love with you. And don't worry too much about that little kid with the rubber band. I'll handle it in moderation, so don't worry. His words made Do-hun shake his head in frustration. He helplessly said, truly a blind lover. This made Sang-shu gasp in surprise. What? Blind? Do your best then. This damn bastard. Suddenly, Do-hun spun around and shouted. Then, before leaving, a punch appeared in front of Gang-shu in the blink of an eye. With his agile body, he was able to easily dodge the attack from the opponent. Do-hun's gaze suddenly flickered rapidly. Even Gang-shu was momentarily surprised. He pressed forward, causing the other to lose balance and fall backward. He instinctively exclaimed, "Oh my God." But Gang-shu didn't fall. He even put on a naive expression as he spoke. That was too close. I almost knocked out my jaw. Do-hun's reaction speed has improved, hasn't it? Hearing that, Do-hun quickly replied, "Thank you. Same to you." A flash of thought crossed his mind, and although he was surprised, his body reacted immediately. Truly a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Sang-shu excitedly said, "Don't tell me you're going to keep doing this. I want to avoid pointless fights whenever I can, and if I fight with you, my face will swell up and look ugly, and John will just hate me." At this point, Do-hun could only helplessly sigh in despair. "Yes, I will seriously tell you once more. Are you willing to support Kang-John unconditionally so she can get better?" You gently placed your hand on his shoulder, catching him off guard for a moment. On the contrary, you might be pushing her further into the abyss. If you truly care about her and do this for her, sometimes you need to take harsh actions. Immediately after, Do-hun turned his back and walked away, leaving Sang-shu confused. "I'm leaving now, you figure it out yourself." The scene gradually shifts as John looks up with a confused expression, muttering to himself, "So you don't have any close friends who are with her?" These words made Waidu pause in confusion. "Am I isolated?" She replied hesitantly, "No, I don't think that's the case." The scene changes once again. This time Hein is peacefully sleeping in the classroom. They keep saying I sleep too much. They say I'm not picky about the time, from recess to class time. The teacher's voice started echoing in her ears. "Stand up, student, are you dead?" But Hein vaguely replied, "Just 5 more minutes." This action made the teacher furious and shout loudly. At that moment, the student instinctively sat up and responded without thinking, "No, I wasn't sleeping, teacher." But when Hein came to her senses, there was no one around her, which made Waidu stumble and mutter, "Huh, what's going on? Are you still dreaming?" But the teacher's voice suddenly sounded beside the student. She startled herself, saying Ngongye told her, and was surprised. The teacher's voice had softened a bit. "The class has long since ended, and it seems you've been studying so hard that you're exhausted." This confused Hein. She involuntarily replied, "So that's how it is? Sorry about that." The teacher hurriedly reminded him and left immediately afterward. "Go home and rest." Meanwhile, Hazen still looked confused and bowed his head in response. "Yes, thank you for waking me up." She stretched wearily and muttered, "Today was a good sleep." Hajin then packed up and left the classroom in a cheerful mood. There's no one left in the classroom. I'm the last to leave, as if I'm the most diligent student in the class, which is great and really boosts my spirits. She continued walking confidently down the lit-up street. Her presence caught Yu's attention. She exclaimed in surprise, "Now John is only just returning, and today he's alone too." Suddenly, John beside her made a request. "You understand what I asked for, right? Just do this properly and I will delete the video for you." Immediately after, she received a response from the other party. "I understand, John. I will definitely do a good job." She kept pretending to look indifferent, with no friends who suited her. Suddenly, John appeared behind Han with a sneaky look, and she instinctively raised her hand. There was no other choice but to carry out Plan B. Hajin's vision suddenly spun wildly as she knelt on the ground, with John's bitter voice echoing behind her. "Hey, it's been a few years, right? Do you still remember? You keep pretending to be guilty, but you still haven't learned how to choose who to be friends with, have you? From now on, I'll teach you what to do." However, soon after, John appeared confused as he saw Hajin's body trembling uncontrollably. "What's wrong?" It turns out there's nothing special. "So this is nothing, right? I heard you've been training something, so I guess you must be really strong." A sudden thought crossed Hajin's mind. She kept comforting herself. Hajin doesn't need to snap out of it right away. There's nothing wrong, just a fall. Hajin is crying louder and louder, tears streaming down her face. "You're doing well now. Don't let someone like that turn all your efforts so far into a bubble." She kept her eyes tightly closed, telling herself to think of her family, to make her family and Sejun tired and exhausted. Meanwhile, John still pretends to be noble in size. That girl, if that's the case, then it's not interesting at all. You have to hit me for there to be something to talk about. Only then can you ruin your boyfriend. What did you just say earlier? This has sparked John's interest. She kept sneering with a mocking smile. "Hey, Aunt, are you feeling better now?" "That's right. Only then can we create an interesting story." No one wants to watch a heartbreaking crying scene. Both of them stood up, and she kept reminding the other person not to dodge the question. "Just answer what I asked. Did you tell him to use his looks to get free cigarettes at the convenience store?" That made John angry. "What? Is this bastard really crazy? Do you want me to make your face turn red like hers?" However, Hein blocked the action in the blink of an eye. She kept emphasizing, "Are you saying you're going to destroy Sejun?" This made John tremble with anger, and she kept insisting, "Yes, I will destroy both of you." "Just wait." A sudden thought flashed through my mind. What? Its tiny body had the strength of a man, and immediately after, Hein's face changed color. She snapped, "How dare you!" The entire schoolyard gradually fell into an eerily quiet silence. I used to think that the world I was in at age M had collapsed. Suddenly, a male classmate's voice from behind called out, "Hey, Kim Hain, respond quickly!" Huh? Why? Immediately after, he and his friends kept mocking each other. Who cut your old hairstyle like that? Your mom's boyfriend, did he cut your bangs with office scissors? By this point, Hain was so upset that he started crying uncontrollably. She keeps denying everything, saying he's not her boyfriend. He married her mother, so he's now her stepfather. You fools! Instead of showing sympathy, the boy with freckles in front of you just mocks her happily. Sorry, so now the person who's not related by blood is your dad? But I have something I'm pretty curious about. The more he talks, the more he crosses the line. Could it be that your mom cheated on your stepdad, which is why they got divorced? Hein couldn't hold back anymore and snapped angrily, "That's not true. Don't talk nonsense, girl." Meanwhile, that classmate keeps mocking with a lecherous smile. Is that really strange? It's only been a year since the divorce, and he's already remarried. Clearly, the timing is just right. Then the chubby boy behind suddenly interrupted. Huh? What? Chun's car suddenly gave an excuse. You left your phone on the desk, isn't it new? This caused the boy with freckles to scream in fear. That's right. He and his friends quickly ran away from this place. Damn it, if I lose it, I'm doomed with my dad. Isn't that the latest iPhone? How could I forget it, you idiot? At that moment, the car suddenly glanced at Hazen. Her body started trembling with fear, and her voice became stammering. What are you looking at now? Hazen's tears started to fall in the rain as she angrily spoke up. You haven't even teased me properly, you pig. Sechun, after a moment of silence, slowly responded to her. This left Hein stunned. She stammered, "What do you mean? What kind of dog?" Chun quickly explained this to her. It's the name of his hairstyle, Chops BS. Hein kept muttering to himself, Chops BS. Sechun also responded to her calmly, giving off a slightly nostalgic vibe. He pretended to be thoughtful, and since he trimmed his eyebrows shorter, it also made him look adorable. But basically, if the face shape isn't balanced, it can look like a gourd, which is a style of haircut that's hard to suit someone like you. Chun's words made Han feel a bit shy for a moment, but she didn't hesitate to ask, "Like me?" As soon as she finished speaking, she received a response from the other person. Your cute face with your sideburns and full hair looks very good on you. What do you mean? Is he saying I'm very beautiful? She instinctively reached out to Hein on her right and spoke. So this unexpected action made her so shy that her cheeks turned red. Don't doubt your world because of the words of those who don't understand and talk nonsense. Chun's car keeps smiling happily. There's no need to be hurt by those words. Just pay attention to the people who love and trust you. The more you talk, the more Hein gets confused. And if that's the case, the world will be wonderful. It was only later that she hesitantly asked, "How do you know about those things?" The two of them then left the school together amid cheerful chatter. My mom told me that she must be a wonderful mother. That's right. Suddenly, Hein asked with suspicion, "Do I pick you up today?" Right after, Chun's car responded enthusiastically. "Lately, I've been going alone, but today my dad's friend will pick me up." A fleeting sadness appeared on Hein's face as she softly said, "I see, but my dad will pick me up." However, Chun's car responded indifferently. "I knew what you said had made the other person suspicious." Huh? How did you know? Suddenly, Chun's car bowed politely to a man, surprising Hein greatly. "Hello, sir?" He quickly turned back and waved at Hein, his voice filled with unmistakable affection. "Hein, I'm here for you. I promised to pick you up today, didn't I?" Hein also quickly bowed his head in response. "Yes. Hello, sir. I know he's your son, sir," Hain's stepfather kept explaining to her. "That little bike? It's your friend's son. Because of family matters, I haven't been able to pick up the boy lately. Since he goes to the same school as Hein, I also pick him up. If the two of you have any inconvenience, however," she shyly waved her hand and said, "No, it's just that we're not very close, so we can go together." Hazen's expression made him suspicious, and he guessed something about these kids. However, Hazen's stepfather regained his serious demeanor and called after the Chun car. "Then let's go home. Chun car, right? Uncle, let's go park over there." The boy quickly responded with a naive expression. "Yes, sir. I'll just go throw out the trash and come back." "All right, go ahead and throw it out and then come back." Chun calmly put his hands in his pockets, slowly took out a new phone that seemed to be the item the freckled student had, and after a moment of hesitation, he casually threw it into the trash with an innocent expression. "Thank you for waiting, Uncle. Uncle." I quickly returned to Hain's stepfather's place and spoke politely, but he said otherwise. "What did you say? What are you throwing away?" Faced with this question, Chun's car calmly offered another reason. "It's sunglasses. The two kids just grew up together like that." My world seemed to have collapsed, but thanks to new pillars, it became stronger and purer each day. They had unconsciously held hands since they were children, and as time went by, Hein's stepfather's lips curl up slightly with satisfaction. I opened that world to invite someone in. Both families continued to walk together from that point on. That's how my world seemed to become perfect, by living happily every day with the people I loved. Unfortunately, Zaychun's mother suddenly collapsed after taking a photo, but there's a saying that we must learn from tragedies because they will inevitably find their way into our lives, in some form. Your father was very worried and caught her, so we need to know about it even just a little before facing it. Otherwise, we won't be able to handle the shock. But no miracle happened. Chun's mother passed away shortly after. Tragedy will always find its way, whether you're good or bad, and among them is the tragedy that no matter how much you try, you can't change. That day marked the beginning of his dark life. It was enough to wet the pillar he thought would never break. Chun's sadness caught Hazen's attention, so I thought about the child who had become the pillar of my world. She couldn't help but feel confused witnessing this scene. I also have to become such an existence in that child's world so that their world doesn't collapse. The image of the Chun vehicle sitting quietly between the stairs then appeared in Hein's mind. Later, I will be by its side to protect that child. Sometimes she seemed like a friend. However, she only dared to sit quietly nearby and observe, sometimes as a lover or maybe as a sibling, and I could be returning to reality, a deep voice echoing through the quiet night. "Are you brave enough to destroy the run car?" Hein stood there with messy hair, constantly questioning the other person. As she stared directly at John, the fear in Hajin's heart seemed to vanish. A mother. Who is she? How dare you touch June's car? Yet her eyes still revealed panic, and her breathing grew increasingly rapid. Whatever the reason, I haven't given my permission yet. Only then did John speak, grinding his teeth as he said each word. Your fake attitude makes me sick. I don't need it. She angrily swings her hand toward the opponent. With your permission, you arrogant woman. It was surprising that Hajin not only dodged, but also counterattacked in an instant. She glared at John. At this moment, it seemed like she was caught off guard, her eyes showing utter shock. Immediately after, Hajin threw John to the ground, causing her to scream in pain. She gained the advantage and kept charging at her opponent with a fierce look. The two girls kept struggling on the rough ground. You finally reveal your true nature, huh? You evil thing. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by having an ulterior motive? Who are you? What is her sudden purpose in approaching us? Ah, her panicked expression made John satisfied, and she kept a smug smile on her face as she revealed it. I told you, you fool. My goal is to ruin both of your lives, and seeing you happy together makes me so angry I want to destroy everything. These words have bewitched Hajin's mind, making her dizzy. Anyway, it seems her boyfriend has already destroyed himself. After a moment, she regained her composure and questioned the other person. What did you do to June's car? Unlike Hazen's fear, John burst out laughing with a mocking look. How about me? What are you talking about? I haven't even started yet. Destroying his life now. At this moment, Hin's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down as if he were taking a shower. It's you. It's all because of you, you foolish girl. She unconsciously let go of John's collar. Doesn't she realize anything? Hein slowly stood up, still with that look of fear on his face, his breathing growing increasingly rapid. What? Am I the one destroying the car, huh? John quickly sat up as soon as he was released. She kept pointing at the opponent and laughing loudly. That's right. Does this sick girl know what he's been practicing and what he's trying to do? The more she guessed, the more she revealed her smug expression. It all started because of her. Suddenly, Chun's car arrived out of nowhere, and he didn't hesitate to land a heavy punch on her, causing John's face to suffer serious injuries. Under the quiet night, she screamed out in pain. Chun's car stood there angry. He cleared his throat softly. A bitch like you. Now your face is full of resentment when looking at John, making me feel like I can't even see you as a human anymore. The surrounding space seemed to freeze, and the alley became deathly silent. John covered his mouth and let out a groan. She saw that her hands were covered in blood and looked incredulous. One of her teeth had been knocked out. Perhaps the terrifying fear made her hands tremble uncontrollably. Chun's face was as cold as ice, his eyes like bullets piercing her. Why do you dare to use your words to mock others? Every word I say is as sharp as a knife. I don't care what kind of life you've lived, but this time you chose the wrong person. And I will make you regret it in pain before I even finish speaking. John suddenly burst out laughing like a madman. Chun looked at her miserable state with some confusion and asked, What are you laughing at, you old hag? Crazy one. John looked up at him and sneered with a mocking smile. No, but with your look, are you supposed to be cool or just look like an idiot? She widened her eyes and burst out laughing. Seeing you appear like this, I actually feel grateful. This reckless bastard. Chun's face remained expressionless as he swung his hand and delivered a ruthless punch to her face. What are you saying, you psycho? John, caught off guard, clutches his face and glares fiercely at him. You bastard, you're truly uncultured. Are you confident you can handle the consequences? I recorded everything, you idiot. You dare to hit a woman, especially with that famous face of yours. You idiot, your life is over now. A turned back and said to her accomplice hiding nearby. Hey, lie, why do? Are you done filming? Now that it's over, you should run. She stammered in response and then left. John reminded her to edit it and post it online, so why do immediately ran off. She clenched the phone tightly in her hand, grinding her teeth as she tried to reassure herself. This time, she was determined to clear her name. It'll be fine, and even though she tried to hold back, tears streamed down her face as long as it wasn't me. After securing the evidence in his hand, John licks the salty sweetness of the blood on his lips. So what are you planning to do now? She looked up and started provoking the chasing car to steal that video. If you don't want to spend your whole life with these women-hating labels, she secretly rejoiced, it's much easier now. As soon as he chased after him, the video had already been uploaded to the cloud storage, so it's no longer useful. Her eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out, and her excitement made her sweat. A man with martial skills shouldn't be beating a woman who can't defend herself. That would be a serious crime. He will have to chase after to get back the recording. So it really turned out the way I wanted it to. She has created an ending where she is the winner. And if this guy chases after Lee Yong-do, I can totally beat her. But Seun isn't rattled by her taunts. He turned around, causing her to panic a little. If you don't chase after her now, you'll lose your chance. Seeing that he remained silent and paid no attention to what she was saying, John staggered to his feet in confusion. Hey, you idiot, can't you understand what I'm saying? Hurry up and chase after her. Dung keeps trying to persuade you that chasing why do, as she said, will ruin your life. I haven't just done this once or twice before. Are you really going to ruin your whole life just because of a girl? But Chun's car seemed to ignore everything and moved toward Hein, who was kneeling on the ground, cold sweat pouring down her face, her skin pale as if she had lost her soul. Could it be that Sejun is because of what happened that day? Her breathing grew rapid, and she felt her blood freeze inside her. Say, Hazin, what did you finally do? Tears of pain and regret welled up from her eyes. If I hadn't gone there that day, I would just be Zichun standing in front of her, then bending down. He gently placed both hands on her ears. The warmth from his palm spread through her, and Hein suddenly froze as a memory flashed through her mind. When she was a child, she did the same, gently covering Seun's ears and telling him that if she did this, he wouldn't hear his self-blame anymore. Seun cried so sadly then that he looked utterly miserable. Hein smiled softly, like warm sunlight comforting him, and said it was just something that happened and wasn't his fault. At his most despairing moment, she became the straw that saved his fragile soul. Everyone will be fine, and I will stand forever on his side in her place. Returning to the present, Seun used this very action to prove the deep bond between them. No matter what happens, I will never blame you. He smiled warmly and said to her, because I will also stand by you forever. Meanwhile, John somehow found a steel rod and picked it up. She approached hoarsely from behind the car, saying, "You're sitting there looking really annoying. Are you filming?" Then she laughed like a madwoman and swung the iron bar in her hand, aiming straight at him. Then that will be a movie with a terrible ending. I don't like your look at all. A laughs cruelly as she slams the iron bar down, her face showing both brutality and regret. These two fools. Chun's car coldly turned his head back, a look of shock and panic flickering in his eyes. Hein tried to breathe steadily, sweat streaming down her face. Suddenly, she pushed him aside with incredible speed, catching Chun off guard. She crouched down and delivered an uppercut from below into John's face. That punch knocked her out and caused her to lose another tooth, her whole body convulsing as if she had lost consciousness. A heavy thud echoed through the alley. Thud echoed. John was knocked out by Hein and is lying unconscious on the ground. She stands there, catching her breath as she looks at her. You can't knock out a girl with just one punch. It's useless. He stared blankly, stunned and speechless. Why is he so reckless? It really startled me. Hein looked back at him, wiping the sweat off his face with his hand, then raised his chin and smiled before saying, You have to aim for the chin. He was just a stupid pig before, nothing but strength. Chun's car sits on the ground, still looking stunned. I'm sorry. She suddenly remembered something and changed the subject. But what about the person filming right now? He answered immediately. Did it? Don't worry, it's over. On her way to escape, Yongdu ran into Do Hun. Her eyes widened as if she was about to cry. What's wrong? Do-hoon's face was cold and terrifying. If she was in danger or needed help, he stared at her and said, "I can help out because there's a big bear protecting you." At the newsroom, the news quickly spread. After hearing it, Director Kim was trembling and trying to hold back his laughter. "That's so funny." While trembling, Yu Eng sat at the bar counter, curious and asking, "What's going on? What's so funny?" Manager Kim laughed out loud and replied, "That Kang-jon girl kept acting tough, but Sejun gave her a lesson." Finally, he got hit with a hook punch from Hajin and fainted. Junyu was surprised and impressed. "That kid really acts tough, but I bet passersby would be terrified witnessing that scene." Director Kim still laughs as if he's hearing a funny story. He chuckled and replied, "I'm really impressed with Sejun. Kang-jon is also quite capable. What should I do now? If Senshu finds out, he'll definitely lose his temper." At that moment, his department head ran over to report. "Sir, is there something, team leader? I already sent you the investigation files you asked for last time. Looking over the profile, I guess he's from the same JM unit as Im Sejun. What's his background?" The team leader hesitated a bit before saying, "It's strange, there's no information about him at all." Director Kim opened the related image of Aeon and listened to the report. Aside from the name Aeson, there was no record of his background in Hankyu, not even notes about him graduating from elementary, middle, or high school in remote rural areas, and beyond that, there was no additional information. Those schools had long been closed, making it very difficult to gather more details. The team leader thought for a long time and made a guess that, "I suspect he comes from an elite special forces unit, which is why his background information has been kept secret. I asked a hacker I knew from my time as a mercenary to scour military service records worldwide, but I still couldn't find any information." He said, "Even if he's just living a carefree life, you'd still gather more intel. This case is very suspicious." Manager Kim's face lit up with unusual excitement. "This is just too much to handle." He insists that I am 100% sure this is fake information. It's not hiding any secrets, but confirming that the person is already dead, creating a new identity and living a different life. Meanwhile, in Jim Seo-chon's room, he went to Aeon and expressed his wish, which left him utterly stunned. "What? You said you want me to teach you something?" Sechun looked directly into his eyes and repeated once more, the combat technique to defeat someone with a background as a wrestler and mastery of ninjutsu. Aeon takes off his shirt to reveal his upper body. Fine. At the same time, the editorial office. Did Kim, the manager, target him? Do you know what the common trait of people living under a false identity like that is? Aeon was covered in sweat. He ordered the car to come, took off his shirt, and then his pants. And the voice of Director Kim still echoed in his mind. Either it makes people die, or it kills them. It was late at night, but the shops in the neighborhood were still lit. Inside the gym, Aeon was only wearing his black shorts and asked the chauffeur to follow his instructions. He took off his shirt and his pants too. He didn't even know what Aeon was planning to do, so he obediently undressed and kept undressing. Yes. It slipped down all the way to the long pants outside, and Aeon stared in shock. "You changed the seat cover and even asked about the underwear?" Hearing your suspicious question, I couldn't help but be stunned. "That's dirty. You don't need to wear shorts." A young man with 2 ponytails happily steps out from another training room. That feels so good. After a day of jujitsu training and a quick shower, it's truly satisfying. Suddenly, he witnesses a strange phenomenon. Aeon sees Aeon taking off his shirt, while the rubber band beside him is only left with a piece of cloth covering what needs to be hidden. Haimai stammered. "What are you doing? Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" "Tis." Knowing what you're thinking, Aeon quickly reminds you to stop messing around and go home, you little kids. The 2 girls hurriedly cover their faces and sneak away. "Yes, you've worked hard." Jung-hoon glanced at Chun's bike from behind, wondering if Chun's poor condition was due to fatigue, and when they left, Seun asked, "But isn't Nogi Jujitsu different from Jujitsu that wears a gi?" Aeon glanced at his dead fisheye and replied that the basic concept is the same. Wearing a gi so you can't even use chokeholds and joint locks. He even imagines a scenario that has already happened, and if he sees those drunk uncles fighting that night, they would bump into each other, strip off their clothes, and laugh. "Come on, let's have a match here." "Are you talking about when I was young?" "What do you mean, still young?" "I'm a dog," Chun immediately asked, and he often takes off his shirt and yells like that. But that's all. Then the 2 of them started arguing and fighting verbally. Really? Fighting? Try hitting this guy and see how it feels. Just hit him and find out. Aeon continues today's lesson. If the people bumping into each other are not drunkards but skilled jujitsu practitioners, it would be a different story. Although most people use it to dominate the atmosphere, sometimes true hidden masters take off their shirts for different reasons. Suppose 2 people walking in opposite directions bump into each other on the street. "What are you doing?" The man in the vest snapped irritably.
Hey, if you bump into someone, you should apologize, right? Meanwhile, the man with the hat and beard was a bit surprised. I apologize because my broad shoulders, like the Pacific Ocean, are the reason for this. And so the hat was knocked off into the sky. The bloodthirsty man in the vest laughed as he took off his coat and scolded. People say it was just a joke, so you took it lightly. Is that how you apologize? Anyway, I'm in a really bad mood today, so meeting you is just right. Now Dao finally knows to be afraid and step back. Why did you do that? I already apologized. Please stop.
Shallow apologies can't stop the crazy, bloodied vest.
He grabbed the bride's collar and said, Stop it. Why did you decide on that, you capitalist old man?
Cô dâu lại tỏ ra bình tĩnh, cái áo này rất lắm rồi. His words were the last straw, triggering the nerve that made the bloodied vest punch hit the chubby cheek. I didn't ask, you bastard, but you still dared to flex 379,000. But at this moment, the daughter-in-law suddenly looked really cool. The true experts quickly dodged the vest's punch, catching him off guard. He shouted furiously, What the hell? What? Just now, what did he do? That's why they took off their shirts to avoid getting caught. A moment later, the vest with a beard was seen stripping and standing in a yoga pose in the corner. What's going on? Are you a pervert? Why not just take off your pants too? Dao calmly replied. Taking off your jacket makes you a third class. As he said this, he stepped out of the pants caught on his leg. The one who takes off the short shirt is second class, and the one who takes off everything is first class. As soon as the words are spoken, the wife displays her big belly and prepares to attack. What nonsense are you spouting that makes the vest angry? What are you saying? This old fool keeps saying that without a place to hold, movement becomes free, just like how the man with a beard moves, twisting and hard to follow, gradually wearing out the vest. Why do you look like an eel? He explains why the man with a beard can dodge everything. Because he is not wearing clothes, his body is very slippery. Even if I hold his hands and feet tightly, he can still escape easily, even when the vest feels like it has a grip on the man's head. Oh my God. And, feeling triumphant, he tries to make one more move. Got you now. But Dao managed to escape easily and slipped away again. Watching the indecisive actions before him, the vest was both exhausted and bitterly frustrated. Since he's taking off his shirt like that, it's going to be hard to catch him. Slippery as an eel. Now he's starting to focus on Dao's big belly. With such a fat belly, you're slow. I have to aim for it. At this moment, Dao grins and says, Why give up now? No matter who you are, you're just a supporting character. I am too special. Timing the shot perfectly, the vest throws a punch at that damn bastard. Only this can drain your fat belly. Saying the plan before fighting is stupid, but Dao's calm attitude is strangely impressive. The beard immediately caught the indestructible diamond, and the rebound force made the cuffs of the vest tighten around his fingers. Watching his swollen hand, he shouted in pain, My hand, my hand. Then he rolled around on the ground in protest, in pain. Watching him loudly shout and rant, the bearded man muttered, I handled it quickly without even using my hands. After finishing off the opponent, the woman put her hat back on and dismissively reminded, Look at you, you reckless fool. Don't underestimate anyone who's taking their clothes off. Even though I have a belly, my muscles inside are also full. So, the program's example of Aeon's shirt removal has ended. Right now, he's just lazily staring with dead fish eyes. Jiu-jitsu is being used in a match that's recently been called Rage Jiu-jitsu. In a way, I think it's more realistic than traditional jiu-jitsu, because you need to be able to fight against opponents who are naked. And of course, Chun's car doesn't stand a chance against him. He's got you pinned to the ground. Why do you want to learn? Is your next opponent Jitsu no Kuhi? Chun's car was released, and he took a deep breath. He replied, Yes, I heard from Sandohan that he's incredibly skilled. Aeon still shows no expression. I see. Then for now, just keep training, and you'll need some tricks to win. At the same time, in another training room, a loud voice asked, What are you saying, brother? You don't believe me? Why would I lie about this? The young man with a crew cut named Sang Shu showed a blank face. No, it's not like that. Kids always film when they want to cause trouble, and this time there's no evidence. He looked up at John and explained, and that little girl also did the same immediately. No matter what, how could he hit a girl? Did you just go see Lim Se-chun earlier, and that girl quickly pulled down her mask to show her battered face and her chipped tooth while shouting? Are you a dog? I got beaten up by that bastard Lim Se-chun. I'm losing my mind over my tooth right now. Are you more agitated now? Is revenge for what it did to you too difficult? Are you still so calm when your girlfriend ends up like this? Your phone is gone, and Clud has been erased too. Those bastards erased everything. Sang Shu didn't react excessively to your crazy behavior, my love. He said, No. Of course I was angry, but after thinking it over, a man hitting a woman like that, sorry. I really can't believe what you're saying. Receiving the ruthless reply, Wu Fang, John no longer had hope for this kind of superficial love. She whispered, "So that's it, damn it. It's so annoying to be treated like a shepherd girl. It seems we have lost trust in each other. I can't believe you think I am like that." She said that and then left. Sang Shu instinctively called after her. "John, what do you mean by that? I didn't mean it like that." The girl begins to calm down, speaking each word clearly. "Sang Shu, I still believe in you, but you don't feel the same. Even if my heart is stirred, trust has to come from both sides. I no longer know what our relationship is. So let's break up." Those words from her left Sang Shu stunned. His soul and spirit were nearly gone. Leaving Sang Shu behind, John decisively walked away. She still couldn't let go and kept muttering to herself, "Why did he call me a liar? You think no one out there is helping me? That's so unreasonable." Then she came up with the plan. "This is the perfect time to call that bastard. I can betray him now." Sang Shu is too stupid to do something like this. Before even leaving the house, she happily called someone with a coquettish voice. "Hey, long time no see. How have you been?" For Sang Shu, a breakup is truly painful. The total time they were in love was 1 year, 6 months, and 8 days. The first official boyfriend Sang Shu ever had broke up, and just thinking about these 3 words, Sang Shu is sure to cry for a whole month afterward. In a certain office, a man in a police uniform scolds, "Hey, police officer, are you really crazy?" The director didn't hold back and delivered a fierce scolding. "You're the only one driving me crazy, so why do you keep clinging to Brother Trang Shich? That investigation has been over for ages. Why are you still like this? If police keep clinging to one case like this, what will happen to other cases?" Deng Huin is not backing down either. He steps forward to defend his own purpose, yet he hasn't resolved anything, so why is he closing the case? This is not just a simple assault. According to the investigation so far, an unknown illegal organization has been conducting martial arts competitions unlawfully, primarily involving students, and may also be connected to more serious crimes. But what Deng Hui said was all just speculation without concrete evidence. The director of the department, seeing him stubborn, retorted, "It's just a guess, all your assumptions. That kid isn't a cop. If he were, everything you say would need to be backed by evidence. Don't just talk nonsense like in a novel, huh?" Brother Deng looked blankly and said, "Why does the director keep blocking me? Are you crazy, getting oil poured on you and the flames from the director's office burst up directly? What are you saying? What am I obstructing? Do you even hear yourself? Aren't I just following the orders given from above? You really don't understand? You little kid." Deng Huin still keeps that mocking tone, fiercely questioning Director Bao. If the director only listens and follows what is assigned from above, then he's no different from a fool. Luckily, he's not heartsick. He yelled so loudly that his mouth looked abnormally long. "It's not that easy. Stop sitting there talking like dreamers. If this crazy guy wants to investigate, bring real evidence here. Only then can we legally investigate. Do you understand?" Seeing him get more and more agitated, Brother Deng knew he had to step back a little. "I understand. Stop shouting. I'll buy lunch for the station." He strained his neck to chase Deng Huin out immediately, outside the police hall. Officer Kim saw Deng Huin come out and called, "Officer Na, come and sit for a while." He asked again, "What happened?" He explained, "Officer Jiang also went there. We ordered lunch. Come eat with us." He Shich Loi Thoi Lech Thek scratched his head. "I've already eaten rice and soup with pork. You should go take a shower. I could smell the scent coming from you before I even saw you. Give me some more plain rice," seeing that my younger brother's spirit is low. Deng Huin casually asked, "You're here? Still haven't found the quiet place in the retreat?" He replied, "Yes. Since disappearing from the hospital, he hasn't been to school or home." Then Hyung-shich half closed his small eyes and recounted, as most teenagers tend to appear in places they usually go. "I don't know who he's taking orders from or who's hiding him. Something's not right. Maybe it's because I haven't washed up." He recalls during missions, like I mentioned before, the man with glasses I met at Golden Pistol. I followed him down to the 19th floor and sensed something was off. After a while of tracking, he turned into somewhere. He said, "I saw him go into room 1903. Over the past 2 years, he has never left the host's room and is currently living abroad." Looking at the young man's back, Hyung-shich secretly suspected that the guy with glasses was definitely connected to that useless-looking guy, but he didn't show up again. I think he probably already left the building. Deng Huin was holding a set of files and asked, "You recreated his appearance based on the model?" Hyung-shich replied, "But without concrete evidence, I can't issue a warrant for him. We must quickly catch Im In Hun. Just a little scare and he will reveal everything, but he managed to escape." "What is that?" Deng Huin nearby said, "I don't know. Quickly open it and see." As soon as Hyung-shich got the mysterious item from the file, he stared in surprise.
What is this?
This is evidence of using videos to threaten. On the paper is a picture of a girl who is John. Skimming through the information, he is a bit surprised. Who is the one threatening Kong John again? Hyung Shich beside him sighs. This is indeed a serious crime. Brother Dung, I feel like there's a clue here, so I asked again. Huh? Isn't this the car that Officer Jiang mentioned earlier? In the picture, there's a black car and a girl standing by the window, talking to each other. Huh? That's right. That was the car that hit Lim Dong Hwan and then fled. The license plate matches, but it's a fake. This girl also seems to be connected to that incident. At this moment, Officer Kim has gone inside. Dong Huynh asked him, "Do you know who sent this here, Kim Police?" He replied, "A boss came here and gave it to me." What's wrong? Is there no sender's name? Back to the pile of files, Dong Hui muttered to himself. Let's first try to find out about student Hyung Shich. Maybe he has been in contact with someone, so let's proceed quietly. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Who is this? Why was it sent here? At the same time, in the training room, Aeon was lying with his eyes closed when a shadow cast over his face, making him open his eyes and look up. Dong Hui's face leaned close and softly asked, "You're awake?" Aeon teased, "Your head is really big." Then Dong Huynh called someone over to Aeon's place. That friend said he wanted to thank you and mentioned he had something to ask. Aeon casually asked back, "Who?" In front of him was a girl with black hair, and she introduced herself. "Hello, I am Lai Yongdu. Thank you for your help and for deleting all the files and cloud saves on Kang John's phone. Yi's face shows some worry, but I can't go to school anymore. That day I didn't bring the video I recorded. Just one touch and I would be killed instantly. How can I avoid running into Kang John? I want to ask if transferring schools would be okay because I have no one around me to ask." Seeing her gloomy face and bad mood, Aeon gently asked, "What should I do? Should I fight back?" At this moment, he stood up and casually said a few words. Even with many weapons and evidence laid out, fear triggers the human instinct to escape from reality. But his words seemed to have awakened Yo's nerves. She widened her eyes and continued, "We have to fight to get back what we lost. Even though the bad memories will come flooding back and cause fear, you have to tell her not to avoid it and face it directly to stay safe." Aeon advised Young, looking up at her with a steady face, simply saying to inform the police and confront directly, so he will prepare weapons. Not long after, the city sky was covered with dark clouds, seeming like a heavy rain was coming. Aeon leaned against a wall, muttering, "What's going on? Why hasn't it arrived yet?" Suddenly, someone's arm pulled her back. John's pupils constricted, and she involuntarily asked what was going on. The one who pulled her back was the young man in the hood. Seeing him, John scolded, "Damn it, why did he startle me out of nowhere?" Then he began to look around and asked softly, "Are we not seen by the police?" John wondered, "Why did the police come here? Did you get involved in something?" He took off his cap, revealing a contemptuous and disgusting face. He had been to Hajin's house countless times before. "This is so annoying. Those cops look like they're good for nothing." Hearing that, John smiled slyly. "If even the evidence can't be found, what can we do? Besides, if we pretend to self-criticize, since it's a first offense, the punishment will be light." Hearing John's plan, he stared in surprise and asked, "So what's your plan?" "I just need to give that guy in the car a really hard kick on the hand." "We are on the same side against a common enemy," John said sharply, eyes wide. "First, don't touch the Chun car because there's no guarantee you'll win. First, deal with Shah Hajin. That Chun's guy almost comes near the center every day, doesn't he? So, my plan is to become an employee at the center, where Shah Hajin studies, and then trap him in places like the bathroom, sneak into the center, and if anything major happens, I will film it." As soon as the words finished, Trong Hun forcefully grabbed her by the neck and slammed her against the wall. John hadn't yet understood what was happening when she struggled to speak. "What's going on?" In Hun shouted each word. "The trouble you caused with what you said is too big to ignore." His face looks like a desperate man with nowhere to run, staring straight at John. "You think I'm like Sensu, just following your orders? If something happens, I'll be the only one left to bear it. This bastard." As he spoke, he clenched his fist tighter. "You think you're the only smart one, huh? Let me tell you something. You know it too. No matter what, Unsing Shu is not just a fool. It already knew, but still deliberately let itself be fooled because it likes you. That's love." John couldn't take it anymore and tried to grab his hand to pull away. So what if he did? Damn it, is he not afraid to warn me? This time, do what I say and stop messing around with filming or whatever. Got it? John wants to live, so he has to follow orders. I get it, so relax your grip a little. Outside, the rain is falling heavily now. Chun's car looks up at the sky for a moment, still holding a black umbrella. I mistakenly thought it was just the right time for Hajin to finish school at the center, but it's too late now. and the rain is just right. As I watch the rain, I smile, knowing I can't get caught in the rain, or Hajin will worry again. How could it look like I just arrived here, not noticing that a guy in a brown jacket is strolling over? Could it be that you're the quiet student? When a young man suddenly calls out your name, who wouldn't be scared? He was startled and almost dropped his umbrella, surprised. Why all of a sudden? Yes, it's me. What's wrong, sir? What's going on? Sang-shu looked up at the pouring rain. I'm not your uncle. I'm only 19, and you better shut up. I just have one thing I absolutely need to ask you. At this moment, just as I expected, he's crying his heart out since the day he broke up with John. Under the streetlight, heavy raindrops pour down sparkling. Chun's car is holding an umbrella and walking on the street when suddenly they come across someone. What is this? Are you the one? Seeing that face with 2 rows of tears, he finally started to suspect. On Sang-shu, the guy responded absent-mindedly and unconsciously. Yeah, that's right. I'm On Sang-shu. I came here to confirm something. Seeing his strange behavior, I cut him off. But why do you look like that? Sang-shu misunderstood what he meant and looked confused and twisted. Huh? Comparing appearances on our first meeting? Are you saying that you're tall, handsome, and good-looking? The straight, sinister tone was turned around as he glared and asked why you were crying like that. I deny it immediately. Me? No way. Even though tears are still streaming down his face, he still forces a crooked smile to insist. I, as a man, never cry. You must be mistaking rain for tears. Seeing that he was trying to avoid the issue, Chun changed the subject. Fine, let's just go with that. What are you here for? If it's a fight, let's do it next time. I have to go somewhere today. At this moment, Sang-shu started to lower his head hesitantly. You know, John, Kang-John, a beautiful girl. You deny that you're handsome. He doesn't care and continues to explain. She did say you hit her so hard she was chattering teeth, but she's usually a big liar, so I don't really believe her. Sang-shu, crying, asked whether John's words were the truth or a lie. I came to ask because if it's you, then you probably know the truth. He sincerely expressed himself. I also have the right to know the truth. Seeing that difficult reaction, Cheon-chun fell silent for a moment before speaking. You. His expression immediately shifted to a gossiping look. Did he get rejected? Sang-shu was startled like a cat stepped on its tail. No, it's just a small argument. Still, deep down I can't help but wonder how this guy knew that. Jump quickly and hold on. The springy car teases and plays around. If you get dumped, just say you got dumped. He suddenly became more emotional, grabbing his collar and warning him tightly. Don't talk nonsense. Answer me quickly. I'm asking honestly, why do you like that girl? You know it often lies. The car window rolled down as rain poured in, splashing onto his face as he continued to wake up the person in front of him. And you know how it pushes others to the brink. Right? You know everything, but just ignore it and stay silent, right? His eyes glaring, he reminded her of the past. At that time, Hin was surrounded by you guys, even when you did those evil acts. Chungan emphasized each word as if to deeply remind Sang-shu. Violence is not just physical impact. Even without direct beating, you can still suffer wounds that never heal. Cowards like you just stand by and watch crimes happen without caring, while your ex-girlfriend manipulates others' weaknesses to control their lives in the palm of her hand. Chun's car emphasized, I don't care who uses that for what. I just want to crush anyone involved in that competition, just like your ex-girlfriend did. After being bombarded with reasoning, he let go of his hat and coat. Yes, that's right. I actually agree with what you're saying. So even now, I keep thinking about stopping. Only John can convince me. Sang-shu glared, letting himself get soaked in the rain, his words heavy like lightning strikes. But that's how it is. Going back earlier, in the training room with the South Korean flag, the voices echoed, and it was unbeatable. Hyun closed his eyes and looked relaxed, but Juju could definitely win, even just by throwing a punch. However, he analyzed that with wrestlers who throw themselves down so quickly, a wrong punch would get them knocked over immediately. And the game ends. Even the time to defend with a kick is gone. Chun's car asks again, so this time we have to use some kind of trick too? He held up 2 fingers, and Juju's chances of winning were almost 0. There are only 2 types of explanations Aeon offers. One is that a gun can never win. He raised his middle finger and continued, and the other is just wait. Returning to the present, Sang-shu's face is close to the sharp tip of the opened umbrella. Aeon's advice appears between the distance and obstacles, like a stick. He was startled and quickly stepped back, raising his eyebrows at him. What's wrong with this crazy guy? What is this? You little brat, are you messing with me? I won't hold back either. What the hell is this guy talking about? Aeon once said, sometimes you can even hit and punch. Chun glanced at the umbrella and sneered, "I would never do something so despicable. I just want to win. I'm crazy. How could I let a grappling monster like you get close to me?" The inner voice waiting for the opponent to turn around to eliminate him completely. Sangshu impatiently reached out to tear the umbrella away, using it to cover himself. He questioned him about his own matters. Just grabbing and throwing it away would be enough. "Why did you hit John?" "It's not that easy." But what happens next leaves him choking on his own words. Chun leans forward, swinging his arm for a surprise punch. If possible, aim for the chin. Sangshu's face, hit with full force, was twisted to one side as he thought about this bastard's chin. In that brief moment, I didn't need to measure the distance, or anything similar. Chun's legs didn't hold back, and just kept charging forward recklessly. Then he threw 2 more rapid punches directly at the guy's face, smashing him. I have to crush his bones without mercy to vent my fury. Sangshu was beaten so badly he spat out some blood and gasped for air. Se-chun remained determined, acting without mercy. "If we don't end it like this, there will be no chance to win the fight." Suddenly, the situation reversed, and Sangshu's hand suddenly wrapped around his shoulder. He nuzzles his head into your neck and lets out a soft cry. "Got you now." Sangshu chuckled mockingly, almost breaking through. "Just a few seconds more." "Take a few seconds off, you ugly bastard." But Chun's car was no longer patient, forcefully shoving his shoulder into the guy's face. "I don't like that, you bastard." He was a bit surprised. "This move is something Son Hun often uses?" Sangshu paused, hand raised in front of him, pondering. This guy may be surprising, but compared to what I know, I think he's a much better fighter. So I suddenly reached out my hand to Sangshu. The spring-loaded vehicle suddenly stopped in confusion. Continuous guesses followed. "Why did you stop?" "Damn it, I've regained my strength. I need to relax my legs first." Thinking quickly, he gently leaned his legs forward, but what happened next caught him off guard as Jiangshu suddenly dropped to one knee, raising his hand as if proposing. "So far, what now?" The guy changed his attitude and immediately became serious. "I'm caught now, and I don't usually give in since we've fought before." His voice drops to a low tone, eyes cold. "From now on, I'll fight properly." Before I could look cool for 5 seconds, Jane's car slammed into his head, and he calmly asked, "Is that so?" The rain in the city is getting heavier, pouring down like a bucket of water. Chun's car takes off his jacket to reveal his chiseled muscles. "I'm just pretending too." On the sidewalk, Chun's car stands as he watches Shu lying face down on the ground. He widened his eyes and warned him to stop fooling around before standing up. Although the words were on his lips, he still remained in place, silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Actually, I only intended to do what I did with John." Then he slowly lifted his face and sat up. "If it's come to this, I have no other choice." Sangshu's eyes are determined to achieve his goal. "I had to put in all my effort, but my response was a failed attempt to make a mark." He gets kicked right in the face, flipping him backward. Sangshu, annoyed, grumbles, "You bastard, how can you attack while someone is talking? I've never seen anyone so clueless." The two are already in stance, but he hasn't finished speaking yet, and even if you lie down, you still can't get into a ground position to throw the opponent down. Sangshu intentionally provoked him. "Maybe you can't take him down with ground techniques, so you're trying to win by attacking. Should I tell you about this or not? The type that talks little but does a lot, so I just punch him directly in the face without needing to say a word." Sangshu turned his face to the side and glanced at him. "Well, I might as well tell you. Sometimes jitsu fighters fight each other, and both get so heated that the first punch is thrown. Immediately after, he counterattacks with a powerful punch to his face, shouting, 'That punch, you bastard!' The rain keeps falling harder, but the road remains shining." Chun wiped his nose and looked at Tam Din after the attack earlier. His strength was also considerable, but his punch was still weaker compared to Sonon and Im in Hun. The handsome face wet from the rain is analyzing the situation, thinking that as long as he avoids getting hit in the chin, he can still win by continuous attacks, but just now he took a punch to the chin and recovered immediately. "Is this what makes neck muscles so important?" Sangshu intentionally provoked him. "Why do you have to overthink it, huh? Do you think I don't know how to use my fists?" he replied calmly. "No way. It's just because your punch is so weak that I thought maybe all your muscles are focused on your neck. Who do you think you're barking at?" Then Sangshu lunged again, eyes glaring fiercely. "You can criticize my face, but you can't say my muscles are weak." This is the result of your effort. How could someone like you, born with nothing, understand it? As a result, the punch missed. He tilted his body to avoid it. Then Chun turns and strikes directly at the right side of his back, causing his whole body to shake. Following that, a powerful punch lands on his face, nearly popping his eyes out, and in that moment, he spins around and returns to his original stance. Se-chun, surprised, turns back toward the side that was just punched, then bends down to embrace him,
and Sang-shu takes advantage of his weight to lift the creature up with all his strength.
He was pushed to the ground, struggling to break free, and had to quickly defend himself. The man's huge arms tightened even more, then Sang-shu used his whole body to press down on him. The Chun-car is under control, only its right arm managed to slip out, and he's stunned. Amazed that he let it attack the side so easily, Sang-shu's voice rings out, "So what? I'm not easy to swallow, right?" He raised his fist high and looked at him with a threatening glare.
"Then from now on, man, you better enjoy my soft fist."
As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful punch slammed into the face of the Chun-car. Sang-shu kept attacking repeatedly, as if to avenge what just happened. Suddenly, he realized that the arm swinging wildly was blocking his strike, so he hugged one arm to his chest and pressed his hand against his face. Chun had a bad feeling. "Oh my God, it's truly divine, like a ghost." As soon as I finished thinking, Sang-shu had already seized his arm and pulled it back into a lock. Seeing the two hands struggling to hold on and resist, the guy added more force to pull. He also knows how to block the attack. No matter how much you try to endure, you'll gradually lose strength. Just give up and be done with it. He swore under his breath, "So you abandon your lover, you idiot." As soon as the topic came up, Sang-shu immediately showed disapproval.
Suddenly, he shouted in defense, "You must know what love is. Love means giving everything." And the two rubber hands let go. As they were tense to lock his arms, Sang-shu instinctively pushed back.
His teeth clenched tightly, showing extreme discomfort. The guy released his hand, a bit surprised, and watched as Chun hugged his right arm, trembling all over. Sang-shu was scared. "Why did I suddenly feel so exhausted? It seems like there's a cracking sound somewhere. Is everything okay?" The guy panicked, his brows furrowed, and he should have gone to the hospital. But before he could finish his sentence, a punch flew straight at his face. Chun's car had already turned around somehow, and he swung with his remaining arm. Sang-shu is not angry, sitting back on the chair, spitting out a small amount of blood, calmly saying, "What are you pretending for? What are you planning to do? Me and that guy, we've fought enough. Can't we just stop now?" He lowered his head and let out a sigh. "Of course I need to win. You just want a victory, right?" The sudden question confused him. "What do you mean, just one win?" As soon as I finished speaking, the Chun-car bent down and stretched out its left arm. Sang-shu sat down, trying to push him away. "What are you planning to do? Are you planning to mess around just with that one arm?" He tries to persuade me. "Now that you've got my ankle, what do you plan to do?" "Losing is still losing. Quit now and get to the hospital quickly." That hand still stubbornly refuses to let go. "It won't take more than a month at most. Just a week, and you'll probably forget everything." Under the pouring rain, the sound of the vehicle's horn whistling like wind rushing past my ears, those you have harmed and those disgusting actions you committed. But probably after just a week, you've already forgotten everything you've done, right? The man hesitated. "That!" Suddenly Sang-shu felt his body being lifted. "What's going on? Your injured arm can't be used." "Is he holding back the pain?" I hurriedly reminded him. "Wait, slow down. It's not like this." Se-chun used both arms to lift him up, even though his injured right arm was trembling and red. The victims have to live with that suffering every day. No matter how many years pass, that unease can never be changed in a lifetime. And of course, those around them will also have to endure the pain of longing. He glanced up and reminded him, "So cooperate a little. Otherwise, sharing the pain is the only way for them to suffer less." After saying that, Sang-shu was thrown down with force, causing him to scream in panic. "No way, this crazy guy." This time, Chun's vehicle used his whole body to throw him down to the ground as the rain drizzled outside. In the training room, Sang-shu's eyes drooped from sleepiness when suddenly Do-huin's face appeared before him. The two stared at each other, and Sang-shu closed his eyes, asking doubtfully, "Is this hell?" Life is truly unpredictable. You keep hitting that bald head of his in frustration. "Nonsense. Baldy, wake up quickly." Sang-shu lies there shouting, "Do-huin-man, are you dead too?" "This guy, you and I are still alive. We haven't gone to hell yet." The man sat up and asked, "Do-huin, what happened?" "Is that so? What exactly happened?" "I must have been knocked down on the street. You lost your mind and fainted." Sang-shu looked up into the ceiling with a blank expression. "What about that guy?" "I heard the sound of its arm breaking, thanks to Huin." "Juna, did he go to the hospital?" He asked suspiciously why I wasn't taken to the hospital, but was here instead. You hesitated for a moment, then said with a face as stern as a thug's, "I accept Du Huin's offer." "All right, I will look into it. Thank you." The door opens and someone steps in. The two freeze and look at that person, and the boy nervously speaks up. "Huh? What's wrong? What happened to you? Weren't you supposed to pick up Hajin?" What is that behind? Is that Chun's car being carried over by Sang-shu? Chun calmly explains. I went there and saw him crying, so I hit him, but he seems to be unconscious. Watch over him for me. Brother Lonhundo is surprised and full of questions. What is this? What should we do with a Sang-shu? Ayan said. Let him lie down here first. Du Huin, confused, asked Chun, how did he end up like this? I knocked Hintinup down on the street, and he's like that now. What now, brother? I'll call an ambulance. What? Just throw him down on the street? Could he be dead? He glanced up with a puzzled sigh. This monkey, Aeon said. He's just sleeping. Then he looks at Sang-shu's smiling face as he calls out, John? The two people over here are frozen in shock, speechless. He really is a worthless bastard. Then he turned to Chun and suggested, don't worry about him, go to the hospital. There are many bruises on his hand, I don't want him to be permanently paralyzed. Sang-shu nodded in understanding. I see. I hope he's okay. You asked how I was feeling. If you're not feeling well, go get checked at the hospital. Of course I wouldn't hit you. Men don't just hit each other over a little thing. He replied, I just have sore muscles. Thanks to me practicing shoulder muscles, that's why I'm okay now. Huin asked suspiciously. But where is John Kang right now? I heard rumors that lately she hasn't even been going to school. Why is that? Sang-shu replied gloomily. How would I know? You sigh. If you don't know, who would know about me? The guy pouted and cried to John. We broke up. After hearing that, Huin burst out laughing with a big grin that couldn't be contained. Hey, it's great that this day has finally come. Jiang-shu saw your angry attitude and cursed. So, today you're pretending to comfort me, huh? Time will heal everything. Then Shu Hui asked seriously, so you don't even know where she is? Do you know where she often hangs out? A coffee shop or something? He looks like a monkey with a sour face. Sometimes he looks at you like a weak little puppy. Why do you keep asking me? What do you want? Are you paying attention to John? Because Huin is powerless against Sang-shu's unreasonable words. Don't talk nonsense. If you really love John, no matter how bad she is, her life is still very long and can still change. You have to help her from now on. The guy listens carefully to what you say. So tell me, where is School M Club? Switch to a scene in a cafe with a man and a woman sitting across from each other, talking. No, you have to catch that girl no matter what. What do you think you can do? Lim Sejun, can you beat him? Why can't you touch Sehan? That man is in love with her. He rubbed his nose and said, if you get close to that girl, you'll see her crying in fear with blood on her face, her mouth covered. The man's gaze at him was full of fury. So what if I glance at the ceiling and sigh? Talking to you is so exhausting. You have such a strange habit. Are you constantly emphasizing the word no? He suggested that first you should set a trap for Lehman. Helplessly shouted. You don't have any plan at all, do you? What the hell are you afraid of? If you're scared, just follow my plan. Inside Hajin's academy, Hun's face turned angry, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Now somehow we have to steal Hajin's phone. John, are you going to record or ask for the phone? What do you plan to do with it? He suggested that we should take advantage of the time when they are not together. We will call Lim Zun. Given his personality, he's definitely coming alone. When Trong Hun looked away, he suddenly panicked. Then we just sit and wait, then give him a kick, huh? He was stunned to see Brother Dung walking in. Hun looked at him with worry. Why is the criminal police here? I don't understand. He glanced over and asked, what's going on? What's with that look on your face? He lowered his head and said in a hushed tone, don't look behind this curtain. John irritably asked, why, and then in a whisper, hey, have you ever been here with An Sang-soo? Oh, so you just close your eyes and smile naturally without questioning. Of course, I've traveled everywhere with An Sang-soo. He's always been with me. Even after we broke up, every time I asked him to come, he was always there. I'm trying to change that now. His words left John, Dung Huin, and another man frozen. Really? What a coincidence. It seems like An Sang-soo has abandoned you now, huh? He quickly picked up the phone to report that, I think I found John Kang. She's here with her bright red hair. I think this encounter is going to be a bit troublesome. You might also get a bonus for Lim being involved. Just wait for the news. Brother Dung quickly approached their table and asked, are you students? John Kong and Lim Hyun. I'm a police officer. Lim in the kiss knows me well, right? This time don't even think about running away. Hun yanks John's hair forcefully, causing him to cry out. What? What the hell is going on? He didn't care, and directly dragged John by the head. She pulled her hand out of the kiss and scolded. Hey, crazy guy, take a look at my head, he said calmly. Homicide detective? Then he forcefully pushed John away. Take my punch, you bastards! Brother Dung sighs. Truly a madman. Immediately after, she was pushed towards him. Dung Huin struggled to catch John. He runs out and kicks the railing. You guys jump up high, shouting loudly, "I'll never be caught, you bastards." But unlike what he thought, Hung Shich had been standing there all along. "What the hell, you bastards?" The two of them stare at each other, and he greets. "Lemon Hun, I'm really glad to meet you." "Hi," Hung Shich smirked. Then finally his face lit up with joy as he kicked the guy hard in the face. "I can go home now." "Hi," Hung Shich glanced at the ground in Hun and said, "You bastard is no different from a worm. A scoundrel like you should be eliminated from this world before you grow up." When the two police officers led Yon out and saw this scene, they were stunned. Why? Brother Dung, seeing Hun lying motionless, asked anxiously, "Have you been through a lot?" "Hi, Ung Sik, but is he dead now?" "You kicked him as hard as you could in the face, but he still went over and kicked him a few times to check." "I don't think so yet." The guy is trembling, clutching his leg in pain and cursing out loud. "Damn it, my leg!" Hearing him still able to curse at me, Deng Hui spoke contemptuously about him. "Unfortunately, you're not dead yet. You really do have a strong will to live." He silently told himself, "Get up quickly, George. This damn dog, I'll kill them all." Then Hun and John were taken back to the police station. Hai Ung Sich repeatedly hit the guy on the head with a notebook, angrily asking, "Are you crazy? Stupid criminal. Do you think you can escape the law just because you're a minor?" Hyung Shich threatens. "People like you who commit serious crimes, if convicted, will be sent to the juvenile detention center. Do you know the difference between a juvenile detention center and a prison? Kid?" He's advising you kindly to tell me everything you know. All the information about the illegal game and the day of the attack on students with Hazen. At this point, he still stubbornly denies knowing anything. "I haven't committed any crime." "Do you have any evidence? Is it right to investigate someone by beating them like that? These days, you can't punish criminals that way." See, his rude attitude towards an elder makes Hyung Shich angry, so he hits him on the head a few times and scolds him. "Don't talk to your husband like that. You're just a spoiled little kid. Lower your voice, then you should also stop speaking so rudely." He continued to greet him warmly. "Do you know what crime you're guilty of? First, you are accused of being a dangerous tailing criminal. While planning to commit a crime near high school girl S. Haynes' house, you assaulted student Chun and fled immediately when Tam Tu Na caught you at the scene." Hai Ung Sich recalls that scene where you were accused. Dong Pham followed you and drove into the police. Then you got into the car and fled. He quickly put his hand on Than Min's injured nose and asked, What are you talking about? Which accomplice?" "I myself was also harmed here. At that time, a lunatic tried to kill me with a dagger. Look at me, look at this wound on my nose. This is evidence." At that moment, Hai Ung Shich showed him a photo and said sternly, making him a bit panic, "Just stay silent and look at this." He pretends not to understand. "What is this now?" Hai Ung Sich presents evidence and asks him, "Do you see John Kang here? The car next to her is the one that hit me and then fled. You and John Kang met and planned that heist, didn't you? Don't tell me it was just a coincidence." "What? This is really absurd. It was that crazy person who manipulated him, so we definitely need to catch that bastard." Hearing him say that, he remained unfazed and calmly responded, "A criminal pretending to be a victim, but you won't get out of here anyway. So just confess everything when you want. You know he doesn't, right?" Then Hung Shich pointed at him while asking with his eyes closed. The bastard Anshvi, wearing glasses, had eyes that slid open like a snake. "Is that bastard the one running an illegal game?" Hearing Hyung Shich mention Director Kim, he turned pale in shock, trembling as he wondered how he knew Director Kim. There's no need to answer in a hurry. Hyung Shich straightforwardly exposes him, showing a full range of expressions. "I've caught it now. Are you crazy?" Seeing him get the upper hand, he shouted loudly. Meanwhile, Officer Na is interrogating John, the student John. He brought a computer in front of her and asked if she was the person in the clip. All the videos and images here are evidence. Dong Hyun's next words made her turn pale. Since the victim was focused on reporting, she had committed many serious crimes such as threatening to use recorded footage. "If you keep delaying your confession like this, you will definitely go to jail. He's threatening you. If you tell me what you know about the illegal game and the S. Haynes student assault, I will reduce your sentence." Looking at the videos and images in front of him, John immediately recognized and was terrified. "Damn it, isn't this a copy? It's the original. These things are only in my iCloud. What the hell did those bastards do to my phone?" John, hearing Dong Hoon's words, was stunned and thought to himself, "Do I have to face punishment? I still have a criminal record. Damn it, what the hell is this? Such a serious crime. I used it to make money. Manager Kim and Representative Han, those bastards. If I betray them and escape from here, this side will be safe." Dong Hyun is also frowning, pondering. "All right, if I put a little more pressure on him, he'll tell everything. As John was lost in his thoughts, Dung Hyun suddenly stood up and asked, "Well, everyone's hungry now. Let's eat first." "What does the student want to eat? Deer soup?" Suddenly, someone entered the police station and immediately said, "Sorry." Hearing the voice, Hung Shich stood up, turned around, and greeted, "Yes, what brings you here today?" Then he praised them. "You've all worked very hard, detectives." He pretended to know the two juvenile offenders and even cheerfully introduced himself. "Students from Hun and Yongkang are also here. I would like to introduce myself. I am from a law firm." The scene shifts to a large law firm where a subordinate informs Director Kim.
"I have already sent it to Lawyer Bish, sir. It turns out that Manager Kim wants Hun and Yon to leave the police station while the subordinate is just worried and being vague."
But he immediately asked what was going on, and the subordinate, sensing this, shared his thoughts. "If we keep exposing the kids like this, will we get caught?" He immediately laughed loudly and asked the subordinate again, "Who is it?" He seems to not understand and replied yes. In the end, Director Kim confirmed who kept bringing the kids out. He just wanted to save the two of them to deal with them all at once. I was about to cut their tongues out. And why reuse items that should only be used once? Manager Kim pushes up his glasses with a dangerous smile and instructs his subordinate that there's nothing to worry about. What we need to focus on is whether the other side is students or police, as they are not a threat to us. He is also very cautious of everything around him, but it seems someone is approaching us with a threatening purpose. To learn more about him, I will send him along. Aon saw Chun's car approaching and immediately asked, "What are you here for?" Chun's injured hand explained clearly to Asen. "I was planning to stay home because I felt restless. I didn't mean to join the boxing class. I just wanted to attend the skills class, but the clothes." Hearing how stubborn he was, Aon also reminded him, "You thought you'd need surgery on your whole arm, right? But you should also be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, he immediately left while giving her a thorough warning and jumped into his car. "You should limit your physical activity for a while. Your nerves have reached their limit. If you keep trying, something serious will happen. Listen to me this once. Go home." Chun's car watched Aon's figure disappear into the distance and responded, "I understand. Where are you going? Is something important happening?" But inwardly, he thought that expression didn't look very good. Seeing Chun's car standing still, he calmly said, "Let's go home." Not long after, Aon arrived at a cemetery and was pouring a bottle of alcohol onto a grave. It turned out to be the grave of Asen's sister, whom he had come to visit. He sat down and wondered, "Do you like it? In Korea, if you drink soju with a food called odunbo, you'll be enchanted to death." He sat leaning against the nearby grave and said to himself, "Too bad you couldn't taste that flavor. Next time I'll bring it. Sorry I only remembered it now." Aon immediately drank and immersed himself in memories of his friend. He looked at the grave and said, "Don't look at me like that." Holly suddenly asked questions out of nowhere, even though those questions would never be answered. "How's your hair? Is it too long now?" "Now, you can tie your hair into a ponytail. The more I talk, the more I want to see my friend." "How is it there? It would be great if you and I could be there together." "Is the weather very cold? Is the sky beautiful there?" "It's a bit cold here." He closed his eyes and drifted into his own thoughts. Hearing a noise behind him, he opened his eyes and saw a group of thugs of unknown origin approaching, asking Aon, "Who is this guy? Are you babbling in English? Are you a foreigner? Get up quickly." Aon slowly stood up and responded to them. "No, go back to the lawyer's office and keep stammering as you speak." "Yes, if that's your friend." Hearing that, Manager Kim understood immediately and quickly responded, "Yes, it's been a while since I used the new drug." He started to show a calm face and laughed loudly, saying to the subordinate, "Should I check the effects soon? How much?" Suddenly, at the cemetery, a guy on fire shouted, "It's too hot!" He was standing behind the thugs, trembling from withdrawal and discomfort. "Long hair? I have to kill someone. I need more medicine." At this moment, Aon was still sitting with his back against the grave and replied, "I told you not to." The thugs started to get angry. "What do you mean you can't, you bastard? Get up quickly before I lose my temper." He lowered his face and threatened them. "I drink more and more alcohol, the less I can control myself." Ayun's face is flushed from drinking, his eyes hazy and unsteady as he tells them, "I am very drunk right now." Turning back to many years in the past at a house, the door is slowly opening as Aon steps inside carefully. Seeing the door open, he was a bit surprised, then used his hand to push the door open wider and step inside. Sensing something was wrong, Aon hurried into the house to check. In front of him was a horrifying scene, a woman and a child struggling with an armed thug, then lying in a pool of blood. Seeing the scene before him, he could only stand still. Ayun reached out and touched the child's hand, only to realize it had been cold for some time. He could only sit still in front of that bloody scene as a foreigner, with a gun, walked out, and pointed it at Asen. Seeing him dazed, he shot him in the shoulder without a word, but Aeon seemed to feel no pain at all. He looked at him with a cold gaze. Aeson's eyes at that moment were exactly the same as they are now. Currently, he is grabbing a thug by the head and smashing it against a nearby rock, causing the man to tremble and bleed, while I press his head against the stone and speak in a low, threatening voice. Did I say it yet? Aeson stood up, his eyes hazy from drink but still determined to declare to them. Just looking at you thugs makes me want to tear you apart. It seems like Humo will finally be returned to its silence. But not this time, because an upcoming battle is about to happen as Aeson, drunk and provocative, is holding a Dukon thug against a rock while muttering to the others, "Today really is a perfect day, you all keep showing up here." As he spoke, he thought to himself, and then bluntly told them that it was probably a gift from her sent to me from heaven. I'm even afraid that being alone would be too lonely. The thugs saw him say that and angrily clenched their fists, ready to move toward him. One of them, annoyed and furious, spoke up.
What nonsense are you talking about, you dog? Today is the day you're going to your grave, you little shit. Without hesitation, the guy rushed at Aeson while still rambling. Come on, hit me already. This punk only has this much left. Suddenly, Aeon blocked the blow with a bottle of liquor, leaving a red mark on his hand.
He seems to feel the pain in his arm and growls softly. This time, Aeon's frustration is reflected in the bottle of alcohol. He twists the neck of the bottle into his wound, making him grimace and scream. Then I pull the bottle out of his hand and sneer at him. Not yet finished. Before he could react, Aeon shoved the entire bottle of alcohol into his mouth. Seeing Dukon's reaction like that, he casually glanced at his accomplice. There's still one more bottle. They all looked terrified after seeing that. Huh? Wait a minute. Why is this different from what I heard? Thinking it over, we don't need to act directly. But their mission when they arrive here is not to cause trouble, one of them whispered. That's right. It's just a test for the addict after all. He then ordered John. Hey, just attack now and kill him. So they didn't need to fight. Just let Yongan handle him. To this moment he spoke provocatively. Long hair. Kill me. Not only was he not afraid, but he also felt excited and challenged them. All right, let's go. Get in the car. They were killed after the four of them fell earlier. Aeon suddenly appeared behind the thug, hearing that voice. They both turned around in surprise. What are they thinking? What's going on? It seems Aeson can read their minds, but what can we do now? The closer he got, the louder he spoke, making the two guys terrified and wide-eyed as they looked at Aeon. I have no intention of watching. Before they could react, one of them was punched away, and Aeon stared directly at the other, threatening them. You're all dead. The other guy was lifted up by Aeon, who could only punch and kick wildly, trembling and then suddenly shouting at him. What the hell? Let go of that damn bastard. He released the frightened guy and looked at the grave once more. Seeing the guy standing in front of him, Aeon looked at the grave and said, then lifted him up again with both hands. Hey Trung, rest in peace. No, wait a moment. After finishing, Moyon slammed him down onto a rock with great force. The guy could only gape in dizziness with wide eyes, while the one who had a bottle shoved into his mouth earlier was coughing violently, clutching his throat and stammering out words painfully. The ambulance's blood, huh? What the hell are you talking about? That's not for scumbags like you. After dealing with the thugs, he turned to look at Yongan earlier and declared that the boy was weak and now it was time for a beating. But when he looked back, he couldn't see his figure anywhere. He thought to himself, could he have escaped? Unexpectedly, he suddenly appeared behind Aeon, trying to ambush him. But luckily, he dodged and frowned as he said, no way! His eyes flashed with resentment for missing the chance to ambush Aeson. Yang, furious, grabs his hair, while Aeon, in pain and threatened, demands let go or he will kill him. That remark just made him angrier, and he clenched his fist, grinding his teeth as he declared, die, long-haired bastard! But he kept punching Aeson's face repeatedly. Aeon looked back at him with a thoughtful expression, punching harder and growling, die. But Aeon didn't fall like the others, and instead turned to ask him, hey, was it you? This left Yongan confused and puzzled, thinking to himself, what? Why isn't this guy collapsing, even after being beaten like this? Once again, he asked to clarify as if he was sure. Aeon turned around and grabbed his hand. You're the bastard who made Hajin's face look like that, aren't you? It seems to be right. I thought after Yongan's punches, but now he feels confused. What is that? That guy, this dying man, is only using one arm to block his punch. Seeing Aeson's hands block his enormous strength caused him to be stunned, thinking to himself where this power could have come from. Then Aeson grabbed his left arm with both hands. He grips it tightly and breaks it like he did with Hajin. After snapping his arm, he watches him carefully. You see him standing firm without showing any pain, and he asks, don't you feel any pain? At this moment, Aeson takes off his vest while saying, then there's no other choice. Then he slowly tied up his hair. closed his eyes with a deep voice, and said, "Just from the fingers to the feet." He rolled up his shirt sleeves and looked at him with determination. "All the joints of the hands and feet. I will make them separate." It's still a scene of seemingly quiet graves, but an intense battle between the two sides is about to erupt. Hearing him make such a declaration, Yang couldn't help but drool, his face flushed and pale. Then he gritted his teeth, raised his hand to show his determination, and thought to himself, "If I want to get the drug, I have to make sure I break something of that person." Aeon seemed to read Yongun's thoughts and asked him, "Why do you take drugs and get panicked when things don't go your way?" He recalled the actions of addicts and the chaos they cause. "When I was still living in America, there were very young children who became addicted and died from overdose or committed serious crimes like murder to get drugs and spent their lives in prison. Most of their lives were like that." Aeon, while looking at the addict in front of him, mentioned that sometimes there are cases where people quit drugs and overcome it with strong willpower, but even so, they tend to fall back into old habits and find it hard to escape the temptation of drugs. Of course, the main problem is the illegal drug dealers. But based on my experience, he directly pointed at Yongun and coldly said, "People like you who are addicted won't change much." Then suddenly closed his eyes and said, "If you were in the victim's position, you'd be like people like you." As Aeon finished speaking, he quickly approached Yang and whispered a warning, wishing he could crush them all like trash and send them to the waste processing plant. Seeing Aeon's speed so fast, he blushed in shock and amazement. What? He just barely managed to glance over before getting punched right in the chin. Then he grabbed his right arm and delivered a powerful punch to the middle of it. Yang winced in pain, eyes rolling back. Seeing his pain, he glanced at his calm face and said, "First, secure the right arm." He was furious and tried to punch him with his other hand, but at that close moment, Aeon still dodged swiftly. He saw that after this broken arm punch, he still wasn't hurt at all, and thought to himself, "This might not be as easy as I thought." Then he noticed Aeon thinking, and threw another punch, but he still dodged gracefully. Then he supported himself with one hand on the ground and used his foot to hook Yongun's leg before knocking him down. Aeon gripped Yongun's ankle with both hands, causing him to turn pale and scream. "Damn it, wait a minute, I'm still a young man." "This is all because they told me to do it," he asked coldly. "So what then?" Aeon tightened his grip on his leg and asked him what he wanted me to do. He continued analyzing. "If someone else forced you to do this, aren't you innocent?" The more he spoke, the more it seemed Aeson was squeezing his leg tighter, preventing him from provoking him like before. "And someone else was supposed to come and deal with you. But since he's injured, you should be injured too to make it fair." Yongun started begging Aeson to forgive him. "No, wait. I will tell you everything I know. Don't touch my knee." But Aeon remains so cold that it's frightening. "No need. I'll find out for myself carefully." "No. Everything has returned to the quiet and peaceful place as it was before. After dealing with the rowdy thugs and the sneaky fox, I finally lay down on the grass to rest exhausted. Suddenly someone approached him, and it turned out to be Kim's subordinate who saw him. Aeon asked why, sitting up quickly, feeling dizzy. "Is he a guard or something?" That guy looked at him with a condescending attitude and tried to persuade Aeon. "Today, you should just stop here. If you cause more trouble, it will be very difficult to handle." Aeon casually asked, seeming not to be the leader. "Could it be you?" he wondered, then guessed that the most fitting answer was that evil mercenary. The one who will do anything just for money, like that dog? Even cleaning up after those fake soldiers' crimes? It does look like that. His words made him very angry. Right now, Manager Kim is speaking through the earpiece, telling the guy not to get too carried away, Captain. The scene shifts to the lawyer's office, with Manager Kim's voice still gently reminding his subordinate to focus on bringing the player Lai Yongun here safely today. He pretends to be dignified, smiling broadly while holding his phone, but his eyes are fixed on someone, and he makes a promise. "I will arrange it later, so please calm down for now." So it's Jun Yu standing in front of him, looking pleased. "What? Let them fight it out, it might be fun." Manager Kim thoughtfully and calmly replied that it's not the right time, since they still have information about that person. "We have to consider the possibility of losing the captain's belongings, so not now." After hearing this, Jun Yu didn't interfere anymore because he was already enjoying something else. "So what? You can handle that yourself, I just need to relieve my stress." Right now, Trung Hoon and Yan are kneeling before him, their faces bruised all over. Trung Hoon pleads, "Please have mercy on me, I really didn't say a word." Then Trung Hoon blamed John, saying she might have told everything. "What are you barking at all of a sudden?" "This crazy dog. You two keep arguing back and forth, making my head hurt, so I step closer to give you a lesson." "Even so, you ran away to save your strength, so why did you disrespectfully step on my tail?" He closed his eyes and threatened. "This is the last time I'll say it. If you act alone one more time, I swear your face will be twisted in a smile that's not a smile. Then you'll know what it feels like to be beaten to death. Suddenly, the manager Kim's computer screen emitted a sound, and immediately he could no longer see the long-haired person and his subordinate. He immediately used his phone to ask his subordinate on the other end of the headset what was wrong with the screen. Captain, is there a problem with the filming team? Jun Yu also turned to ask suspiciously. What? Is there a problem with the Vawira? Manager Kim suddenly saw something, and his expression became serious. Is there something? They have to appear. The subordinate standing arrogantly here told Yen, you can provoke if you want, but not in this place. We should end it here. Today, Aeon said cluelessly to him, I didn't provoke anyone. I just told the truth. You stupid little dog. He closed his eyes and also told the guy, and I could stop too, but today there's one more person here, wow. Aeon said this and glanced somewhere with his eyes. I also can't control myself, especially when I see what's happening here. The subordinate doesn't understand what he's talking about. What? You mean you just pretended not to notice and asked if that guy filming secretly was okay? At this moment, the hidden camera guy asked him, Captain, is there something wrong with the camera? Turns out the peeper isn't much better either. He thought to himself, today's live stream was pretty great, wasn't it? Even though there were no women and it was a bit boring, he didn't pay attention to the person behind him and kept talking naturally. After all, filming with women is essential. A few seconds later, he felt someone staring at him intensely, so he turned around, and as he did, he widened his eyes in surprise. The woman, with that perverted look of his, was immediately kicked in the face. A loud scream breaks the silence of this sacred area as the woman removes her helmet, revealing Shu Huin, who is tousling her hair while coolly criticizing. You don't want to be human anymore, huh? It has to be like this to do this kind of thing in a place like this. Saying that, she approached them while walking and threatening. So I will end your life, disgusting bug. The scene shifts to the evening at a training room where everyone has just finished today's workout. The manager stands up and says, today's session is over. All three students said in unison. You've worked hard, manager. Dae-sung seems to complain that today he can't train with Aeon-hyung or Zie-chun, so he's a bit upset, but soon Hun beside him speaks up. Still, having brother Do-hun makes it easier. Training only with you would be really frustrating. Seeing that Do-hun looked a bit bored when he went out, Hun asked him how he was. So, how is it, Do-hun? After training, you see that Jitsu is also very interesting, right? Do-hun honestly replied that boxing is still the best. When Do-hun was about to leave, those two immediately invited him to hang out. Aren't you coming to eat spicy rice cakes with us today after hitting the sandbag? Do-hun politely declines. The sun has set already. How can you eat rice cakes? It's not even pork. After finishing, I'll clean up and lock the door carefully before heading home. Everyone, go ahead. But Dae-sung, hearing Do-hun say that, immediately took offense and pointed out that he was insulting the spicy rice cakes enjoyed by 80% of the people in South Korea. Quickly apologized sincerely right now. He was also surprised and responded, I'm sorry I spoke out of line. After saying that, Dae-sung waved goodbye to his younger sibling and went to eat spicy rice cakes. All right, don't look down on carbon high DZAT. This protein monster still seems to be holding a grudge from earlier, so Do-hun quickly apologizes once more. Yes, brother, I apologize. At this moment, the manager was also about to leave and asked Do-hun, what did he say? That sick guy. You also spoke up, Thanmin. It's nothing. It was just a slip of the tongue, so he reacted like that. Then you asked the manager about him and he went out to deliver the package. He also said tiredly, well, if you want to pay the rent, it has to be like that. Anyway, what was it again? One of my boxing juniors is opening a boxing gym. You were surprised and asked again. You said you're looking for kids for the youth boxing competition? He also explained to him that only those with talent should consider whether they want to go because this place isn't just for punching bags forever. Now, I don't teach boxing either. Seeing Do-hun still hesitating, he played on his financial concerns. I said you have talent, so he said he would train you for free. What do you think? Hearing that, you didn't hesitate anymore and quickly responded, Great, perfect, I really want to. After saying that, he left. Before leaving, he turned back and said, All right, I'll tell you again and give you the address of the gym later. Meanwhile, Do-hun bows his head in gratitude and says, Yes, thank you. Manager, I really appreciate it. Right now in the gym, those two are still shouting about going to eat spicy rice cakes, saying, the boxing guy is finally serious about training. Well done, Do-hun, congratulations. Do-hun stammered a thank you, saying it was really unexpected. Do-hun immediately remembered the kindness of those who helped him. It was all thanks to Se-chun and brother Aeon. It's a pity they're not here today. Se-chun said it's a day off, but I was still curious about where they are. I wonder what Aeon brother has to do today. Jung-hoon suddenly remembered something and spoke up. It seems that last year around this time, brother Aeon also dressed formally to go somewhere. I asked him, but he wouldn't say. Dia-shung next to him also wondered and was full of guesses. Could it be that he was dressed up to meet someone? Last time you also said you were going to meet a girl named John Yin, right? Jung-hoon remembered and continued. He's just a former colleague or something. John Yin or whatever. Brother. Yasung nearby keeps gossiping. That's why you're still single, kid. Hearing that name, Do-hun felt a bit scared. A girl? Could it be long hair? The two of them asked. We haven't met before. You see it now? Beautiful, right? The more you tremble and try to answer their questions, the more you ask if being beautiful is enough. The more vague your answer, the more curious they become. But what could be even more beautiful than that? The more you answer, the more you stutter and stumble. Right? That's very impressive. Then Do-hun remembered that image and exclaimed in a chilling, terrifying voice before returning to that quiet area. The gang saw a woman appear and immediately asked her, Who are you, you crazy girl? X. Hwin didn't bother replying to them and directly asked Aeon, So Aeon, I just want to ask this one thing. What, these bugs aren't even kids? She's also fearless and straightforward. I can tear them apart in my own way. Aeon remains calm and indifferent. Even if I try to stop her, she will do it anyway. What's the point of asking? The subordinate looked down on her when he saw a woman approaching. I also thought the person coming was divine. That guy kept staring at Brother Shu and rambling on. What can a woman do? At first glance, I thought she was some special forces or something, but it turns out she's just a woman. At this moment, the thugs are eager to rush at Brother Shu, while the subordinate still plans to confront a group of strong, mature men. If they charged in during a competition, even a martial artist like Aeon behind them would give him an answer he never expected. If it were a martial arts competition or a street fight, she could probably handle it too. Seeing her spin the dagger, Aeon continued speaking. If it's a fight and you want to kill someone in just 1 or 2 moves, then with weapons involved, the dagger is drawn. At that moment, Brother X just brushed past them, each of them already pierced by a blade and lying on the ground. I wonder what would happen if Aeon kept whispering into the subordinate's ear. Seeing that scene, he was extremely stunned, while Aeson behind him was not surprised at all because it was too familiar and still alive. All the thugs now bore wounds from the sharp blades on their bodies, and Shu Huin still boldly walks up to the subordinate who just left, saying, If you call 119 now, there's a high chance you'll survive. She directs her cold gaze at the subordinate. But what's going on now? I'm so angry that I can only stand there in shock, stammering. What? Shu Huin lunged at the guy with the knife, saying she didn't want to waste time making a phone call. The blade was too fast. Luckily, he managed to dodge, or he might have ended up with a trip to 119. As soon as he dodged, he cursed. Crazy. Brother Shu immediately threatened upon hearing the curse. I'm not threatening you. I was actually going to deliver a deadly kick. After finishing her sentence, she quickly spun around and kicked the guy in the head. The subordinate wondered how someone so small could generate such power with that spin. The guy staggered back a few steps, thinking to himself, how could the special forces be defeated? Even if my punch just grazed him, I wouldn't let him strike back, and Aeon behind immediately restrained him. What are you doing? What are you doing? Practicing. A person holding someone back explained, It's just a group beating. After a while, his face turned pale with fear. He just sat on the ground, clutching his leg and crying out in pain. Shu Huin, annoyed, punched him again and said, You're too noisy, you bastard. Turning to the other side, Aeon scolded while kicking him. Don't come here, you trash! The two of them took turns punching and kicking, leaving the subordinate unconscious and bleeding on the ground. Shu Hui saw something fall out of his ear and asked Aeon, Huh? What is this? Earwax? She quickly picked it up and examined it, then realized it was a wireless earbud. It looks pretty good, maybe small enough to slip right into your ear without you noticing. So, Shu Hui picked up the earphone and spoke through it. Report, that pervert hiding behind the bastard is listening. Manager Kim can hear Shu Huin's voice but stays silent, just listening to his insults. I hear this pig is wearing it dirty, I can't wear it anymore. Shu Huin keeps talking without waiting for a reply, so just listen. I also look for failures like you, but I have knowledge. Director Kim remains silent. Shu Huin keeps going. So now I'll reveal your life. Listen carefully, you bastard. She spoke while bringing the cigarette to her lips, exploiting others and then sneaking away. Ever since you planned to run away, I will appear right in front of you. Shu Huin said casually. And then a big hole will appear on your head. You bastard, just wait. After saying that, Shu Huin crushed the earphone completely. Besides the buzzing noise, Manager Kim could no longer hear anything. Then he smiled with a knowing look. Run Yu, standing nearby, asked him, "So what does it actually look like? Are you really trying to find out?" Chief Fong Kim spoke up. "Nothing at all. That girl just learned for the first time today." "Run Yu, keep asking her questions. So what? She said she would chase us, but she just waited like that." He then broke into a wild, crazy smile. "Not at all. If it provokes, you have to accept it. Do you know why people avoid direct confrontations with bad guys?" His eyes keep staring intently in one direction. "If you argue, you'll lose." "Not at all. Actually, the bad guys will provoke those around them." At this moment, Yonggan's whole body is covered in blood, and he is weak. "Please ask Aeon and Shu Huin to save me, and call 110 blood." But Shu Huin not only didn't call, but also kicked him a few times. He kicked her while insulting her. That damn son of a bitch. "Are you having a seizure?" "Shut up. But why are you taking off your shirt? Are you copying someone?" "This junkie. Your drug addict brother. Stop putting on that face. Do you think I only see your kicks?" Shu Huin kept punching him hard in the face. "Die, you bastard." Luckily, Aeon stopped him. "Were you really planning to kill him?" She is still shouting in anger as Aeon pulls her away. "Damn it, you sick bastard!" Aeon whispers to Shu Hui and looks at him lying on the ground. It has to be Sejun who ends this himself. "This is not our business. Let's do something else. We can stop Shu Hui's henchmen, but not her mouth." Shu Hui still keeps cursing in frustration. These trashy guys don't need to know the reason, just eliminate them right away. But Aeon only knew to humbly explain, "It's true, but we..." Then Shu Hui asked Asen to find out who created these trashy guys and the illegal speculators. Before he finished speaking, Aeon understood and continued with the rest, saying she would handle them properly. "Right? Is that right?" Hearing Aeon say that, she was satisfied and nodded in agreement. "That's right, it has to be like that, but I'm a bit busy at the moment, so help me gather some information." Aeon asked curiously when she saw Shu Hui say he's busy. "Why are you so busy?" She also tiredly replied, "Working abroad." Aeon looked skeptical and asked further, "Don't joke around. Do you think she's jealous?" In a neighborhood filled with closely packed high-rise buildings, as I approached the gym, I happily pondered what technique we would learn today. Shun said her body was gradually recovering, but I wasn't sure if she would come today. I had to show everyone hell on earth. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him, "Hey, you girl!" And when he turned around, he saw a beautiful girl. "Huh? Me? What?" He's lost in thought. A beautiful girl talking to me? Turns out it's Yon, who suddenly pretended to be innocent. "Can you spare me a little time?" Seeing her smiling at him, he agreed without much thought. "Okay, what's the matter?" Then she just pointed over there and said, "It'll only take a little time. I want to ask for your help over there." He also really wants to help a beautiful girl like that, but he hesitated a bit. "Just a little? Forget about that." Wait, this suddenly reminded him of what Diong had warned him about. "No, never. Diong once seriously warned me that a girl would be the one to start a conversation with you. It's obvious they have bad intentions. If they're not the ones trying to steal organs, then they're just preachers." So when that girl's hand touched you, he still didn't believe it and argued back. "It's not me, don't be so sure. What if her taste is actually you?" Once again, Di Shung firmly states that just memorizing this formula is never enough. It may sound sad, but this is the reality. If you want to stay alive, just do as I say. Dia once told Dong Hun what to do when faced with that situation. If that situation happens to you, immediately toss your chin up, put on a proud face with no regrets, and say something really cool. Got it? He immediately applied it and said to himself. Then he tilted his chin, widened his eyes, and asked Yon, "Do you want to ask for my phone number? If not, then go." Oh, and I was stunned after hearing that. "Huh? What did you say?" "That's not it. What the hell are you thinking?" This sick guy then pretended to look worried and said there was a cat stuck in the drain over there. "I just wanted to ask for your help." The atmosphere became awkward. Dong Hun forced a faint smile and said, "So, the cat?" "Of course the cat is like that. Of course I have to help." "I was just joking. I was teasing you." In my mind, I was secretly thinking I have to kill Kim Dui-sung. After running for a while, he stopped and sighed, feeling so embarrassed. Just need to turn this around here, right? How is that possible? Did he suddenly see something? Yong Hoon had just turned the corner when someone grabbed his head and then punched him right in the stomach. Now he realizes this was a trap, and by then he had already been beaten so badly he didn't know what was happening. Inside the alley, Yon and Hun are standing and watching Hun fall to the ground. Not understanding what's happening, he asks the guy who just hit him, "What's going on? Who are they? Why did you attack me?" Yon just stood with his arms crossed while Trong Han angrily retorted, "You don't need to know who we are. Just know that because you chose the wrong friends to hang out with, that's why you got beaten." Yan clenched his teeth and chimed in. Damn it, he's really an idiot. I'm not crazy enough to ask for your phone number. Her cruel words made him tear up inside. As expected, Senior Jaesung was right. This is the harsh reality. Could it be organ trafficking? No, that's not it. But before I could ask, Trong-hun punched me again. He only knew how to shout and say stop, don't use violence. Then he was repeatedly kicked in the body. So he kept punching and kicking, gritting his teeth in anger, and said to him, I will show you with your body, you idiot. And he just kept shouting. Stopping in frustration, he told him, fight back, you dog. Show me that juju you've learned. Use that real combat martial art. This damn bastard, I also want to learn a bit of Jisoo from a fool like you. I don't like seeing weaklings. Stop acting like a kid clinging to Seju all the time. All the anger from Seon's beating last time is now poured out on Trong-hun, and he's even trying to lecture him. Every time you lose, you'll forever be a loser. Understand? Don't act like in those stories, using that damn thing to overcome life's hardships. Trong-hun's words remind him of something. When he was young, he had no friends and only knew how to sneak around alone, watching other children play together. Looking back at the past, he thought about it. Since I was young, I have always been alone and unable to fit in with the crowd. That loneliness made the bigger kids pay more attention to me. Hey, you little hedgehog, Jong-hun has been bullied since school. Does it hurt? Tell me it hurts. He kept thinking, when I was in school I was always isolated, and I had no reason for it. He just stayed silent. I couldn't think of a way to get out of that situation. Jong-hun also believed that studying hard to get into college would make things different. I thought that getting into university would solve everything, so I kept trying to get through those terrible times, but his illusions were completely shattered. But university turned out to be different from what I thought. While in the classroom, suddenly a girl started talking to me. Dong-hun, huh? Dong-hun also looked a bit surprised and asked, what's wrong? She explained, today everyone will attend Haijin's birthday party, and since you can't drink alcohol, you probably can't go, right? So that's why we're asking you for a favor, huh? What's going on? We have a group project tomorrow, but we haven't even made the PPT yet, right? At that moment, scenes from different school levels flashed through his mind, shattering his illusions about everything. Nothing had changed at all. On a cold winter day, walking down the street lost in thought, I thought everything was my fault. But suddenly he stopped and saw something. One cold day, when the Juju Club flyer appeared in front of him, someone said to Trong-hun, learn jujitsu, and he was stunned by the invitation. It turned out that Asen was the one who saw his suspicion, and he continued, saying, pay directly once a month. At that moment, he realized his own insecurities and understood something. He's still feeling insecure and hesitant, isn't he? Then suddenly Dong-hun also spoke up boldly, saying, can someone as weak as me do it? Ayeon looked at him for a moment and replied, anyone who turns back right now, Dong-hun is holding on to Dong-hun's leg, making him furious and growl. Are you giving up? Do you think this is just a game? He told Dong-hun that I don't know what kind of life he's been through over there, but he only needs to know one thing, and that's enough. Hearing Dong-hun's words, he was once again surprised. You think you can teach me a lesson? If you can't do it yourself, don't force others to be the same as you. Even with a wounded face, now he smiles brightly and responds to Dong-hun that those who always compare themselves to others and think that losing once means being a permanent loser are the real failures. He closed his eyes and reflected, as if trying to lecture the thug who was running wild. So from now on, I will show him that he should give up thinking of himself as a loser. Dong-hun's eyes widened with determination. How hard have I tried? Dong-hun is holding tightly onto Trong-hun's leg to stop him from leaving. Trong-hun, angry, shouts rudely, are you causing a scene with me? What kind of game are you trying to play, you dog? He yanks your hand off his leg with one hand, then raises his fist to curse continuously, you should try harder, you failure. Dong-hun steps one foot into his own leg and pulls it towards himself. A small move like that causes him to wobble and lose his balance, about to fall. Luckily, Maithae quickly planted her foot to stop him. He angrily orders each word now, then suddenly throws him down, pressing his foot on his body and grabbing his collar, ready to act. You know you're a failure, don't you? You think you can beat me with a technique like this? CXT, even though I'm at a disadvantage, Dong-hun still responds, calmly. Don't you know how incredible my judo is? Even when I am pressed down on the ground by my opponent. Before he could finish speaking, he had already started to fight back, causing the other to lose his balance and fall down. Trong-hun's one hand was tightly held by Dong-hun, while the other had to support him to prevent him from falling face down. The man, furious, focused his attention. He moved like lightning, his eyes cold, and with precise movements, seized Jong-hun's left arm and right leg, preventing him from standing up. Being hung upside down makes Jong-hun have difficulty breathing, and the man, furious and red-faced, grits his teeth and says, "Damn it, get me out of here." Jong-hun remains calm, knowing that if he keeps fighting himself, he will have a chance to turn the tables at any moment. As time passes, the sky gradually darkens into night, and they are still engaged in a fierce struggle, with Jong-hun in a losing position. He spoke up to mediate. "Can you stop now? Otherwise, you'll pass out." He struggled to speak. That bastard. John stood beside him, sighing and asking softly what he was doing. "Do you want to help?" but secretly thinking something else. "What's going on?" Damn dog pretending to be tough. That small guy but didn't fight back. If it were you, Shu, you would have. That guy, the one struggling to breathe, is he looking over? Don't cause trouble and interfere. I will beat him. His eyes, filled with rage, widened and he let out his final sounds before passing out. He hurriedly let go, worried that it was indeed not going well. Although he was temporarily unconscious, he didn't know what would happen next. Jong-hun leaned down to negotiate when something lightning fast shot toward his face. "Stop before someone gets seriously hurt." "Even if I can't fight it back, using dirty tricks is his style. I'm just pretending, you bastard." But he was quickly pinned down by a kiss, sitting on top of him and holding his hands tightly. "Don't pretend to care, you bastard. Let me get up and change my fighting style." Suddenly, he reached up and caressed his face, and the man angrily ordered him to let go immediately. Then his face was covered by Hun's foot as he struggled, grabbing and choking Hun's neck and arms. "Dion Hun, your older brother, advised you to stop, saying if things keep going like this, I won't be able to go anywhere either. Understand?" Even though he's being choked, he still tries to speak. "You can't go anywhere either, you idiot. You haven't beaten me. It's because you're inherently stupid. Do you know I've faced off against dogs like you once or twice before?" Then he clenched his fist and didn't hold back. "What happens to fake, good-hearted people like you when you hesitate while pretending to care about others?" Unlike what he sensed was about to happen, he quickly shouted, "Wait, you're striking like lightning," at his groin. He couldn't stop it, but he calmly responded, just aiming for the vital spot. The bone-piercing pain hit, and he writhed on the ground in agony, while Han stood up boastfully. "I learned it from your dog friend Sejin. It hurts, right?" John, losing patience, urged. "Hurry up and finish it," Director Kim said to smash his head open. "Just do what you're told and don't drag me into this." Then looked at the bottles. "If you keep stalling, the police will catch us, and it won't be good." Oh, and she walks over to pick up the bottle. Don't pretend to be cool anymore. John was about to burn the bottle when someone suddenly appeared behind him. "Is this what you're using?" Sang-shu suddenly spoke. "John, please forgive me. I can't watch any longer." Oh, startled and stepped back. "Surprised, huh? I almost threw this bottle at your head. What is that? Why is Sensu here? Are you following me?" He snatched the bottle cap from John's hand. "Watching me? I'm worried that something might happen to you, so I suddenly started crying and couldn't sleep out of concern for 2. Even though we broke up, my love for you has never changed." I suddenly disappeared, and Director Kim, who was looking for me, turned to speak to Jong-hun. "You better not stick your nose into this, you loudmouth. It's because John is with a scumbag like you that things are worse." A yawned and interrupted. "Stop it. Just go silent." "Tam, what do you want now that you're back? Coming to Shubian-min because I said I wanted to break up with you?" John interrupted. "So when you said you wanted to break up, I just disappeared?" "Do you know what you've been going through these days?" Just as I was speaking, he approached. Sang-shu hugs her with tears in his eyes. "I arrived too late." "Are you apologizing to John now?" "I understand now. Even if you call me a fool, I still don't care. No matter what others say, your image remains the most important to me." Suddenly, John laughed as if he had been relieved. Then she scolded him. "Who told you to say such stupid things?" "Are you teaching me?" Then he remembered his master, the love of Do-hun, and Sang-shu cheerfully spoke up. "Let's try to change and accept the consequences of our mistakes before it's too late, okay?" Hun has been silent until now, but now he speaks up. "Hey, Sang-shu, who are you acting for? Stop talking nonsense. Let her go and get out of here." His words are full of hostility. If you stay with a failed girl, your life is over. "So what then?" His face suddenly changed as if he had seen a ghost. "Why would that bastard do that?" The mysterious guest's footsteps slowly approached. Sang-shu widened his eyes and said, "It's me who called him." Dai was stunned. "Huh? Why did you call him over?" "Hun is risking his life to challenge the Chun vehicle." "What do you want, you bastard?" "You want to fight?" "That time I was injured, so it was different. If we fight again, I don't care about him. I'll look down on Hun and ask, 'Are you okay?'" He stood up trembling. Yeah, luckily it's still intact." "How is your hand now?" Chun chuckled and replied, "Yes, After resting for a while, his body had become strong again. Take a break, Dedong will be here soon. Is he getting angry because he's not getting attention? Thinking he's missing out on someone in front of him and doing something else? Then I'll punch him in the chest. His eyes sharpened as he glanced inside, then suddenly struck with lightning speed, forcing him to block and look stunned. I was just hurt and shocked. I didn't even see him prepare. Chun adjusted his hat. This bug's still alive, huh? What can I do? I catch guys like you every day, so I've already stepped up my game. He takes off his hat, revealing a handsome face with a divine profile. I've played enough, so this time I'll start catching the remaining bugs. Dark clouds gather thickly. The sky gradually darkens. After blocking the blow, he collapses and vomits violently. Wait, I was lucky to dodge the ribs. What is this? Is it because my stamina is declining? How is he moving faster and more accurately? Chun leans down mockingly and says, if possible, even if he's a worthless human, it seems you've changed a bit. Now you look no different from a bug. Despite the fear inside, your mouth is very stubborn. Disgusting. Don't act like you're so right. You make me feel sick, like you're the main character or something. He spoke slowly. Well, what else is there to say? Do you know why guys like you always end up losing? That's because you have too much to lose. From now on, I will hurt everyone around you one by one. A scheming smile on his face. You will be destroyed for protecting them. Just like that bastard, thinking he had succeeded, sneaking in a punch to the chin. Yeah! Suddenly, he charged forward and kicked him in the head with his knee. The kick made Hun's face contort and deform. Zaichun's gaze remained calm as if nothing had happened. Am I going to lose? These are just gentle characters after all. Then he delivered a spinning kick to his head. The punches kept coming non-stop, leaving him unable to defend himself. The loud noise startled the surrounding birds to fly away. He crouched down and whispered into his ear. I may be eating noodles, but I only eat spicy ones. You bastard! Even with your eyes swollen shut from the beating, your mouth remains stubbornly closed. This crazy guy really knows how to act tough. He laughed loudly and spoke. Then suddenly someone jumped out from behind the fence behind him. Do you think you're in control of this situation right now? You sick bastard. You're just a puppet in this fake play. Dia Shung jumps down and kicks Dong-hun's hand. Dong-hun, are you okay? He said it hurts. My hand. Dong-hun tremblingly leans against the wall. Hey, I'm here. I'm fine. He's worried and shouting. Are you okay, little guy? You look worse now. What kind of stance is that? You got beaten up? I haven't even dared to lay a finger on you again. Then he turned around angrily and asked, but what? Which bastard dares? Why does your face look like that? Chun, hands in his pockets, calmly replies, Everything is over now, your cousin answered. What are you doing? I thought you looked like that all along. He continued, let's take him to the hospital. As we were walking, Chun's car turned around and told Trong to go to Director Kim's office and pass on this message. What did he ask? He glanced with cold eyes and said seriously, I don't care if it's a play or whatever. Just get Lai Yong out to test the machine. Sang-shu widened his eyes, his voice turning sinister. Wow, so scared. Did you get caught by the silent brother today? Dong-hun wiped the blood off his face with his sleeve and said, Hey, you bastard, why did you bring that silent guy here? Then he quickly approached John, pulled her away, and with a sneer, he mocked him. I may not see myself as guilty, but I won't tell you either. Let's go, John. Come with me and I'll tell you everything. The three of them, Se-chun, Dia-sung, and Dong-hun, head back together. He asked, but which hospital should we go to? The urology department, he replied with a smile. All right, just go to the pharmacy to buy some ointment. Hey, De-sung, don't you remember that wedding day? De-sung looked puzzled and asked what day it was. Really? It's the day Hajin and I met for the first time. Something happened earlier in that alley, so I suddenly remembered that day. He replied, It was the first day you came to the gym. He cheerfully replied, Yes. Suddenly, I really want to meet Hajin. He wondered why he wanted to meet Hajin. What day is it? Hurry and tell me more. Dion Hun silently thought to himself that when he came to the gym that day, there were still many members there. Everyone else is chatting excitedly while he's hesitating, tying his belt. Is this how I should tie it? Yoon Hyung approached and started a conversation. Is this your first time here, Beeb? Dion Hun nervously replied, Yes, yes, yes. He happily continued the conversation. So I will show you how to tie the knot. Just follow me. A member in a green shirt praised. Look how quickly Jun Hyung is making friends. Truly a master of social skills. He shyly replied, Yes. Like this. Is that okay? A guy in a white shirt adds in. As expected, only Jun Hyung cares about the new member. Dong Hun told me so. The first time he came here, he was the one to speak to you first. And the atmosphere was naturally relaxed, like friends. Run Hyung stepped forward to help him tie his belt. No, you should do the opposite. Let me help you tie it up. The others outside keep praising. Sure enough, you're an angel, Dong-hun nervously said. Sorry. Oh no, thank you. He chuckled and turned to the others. Stop joking. Of course these kids should care. He thought it was like the first time in his life, and then thanked him for his help. Thank you. I hope I can also make friends like that. And a month later, that hope was shattered once again. Jung-hoon was in a chokehold, struggling to breathe. The person behind calmly said this to him, thinking of the one called Jun-hyung. During the training match, I accidentally received a hit from him. Jun-hyung clenched Dong-hoon's neck with both hands. Damn it, do you think you can look down on me? As he kept going, that person started to change from that moment on. He, with a high and angry face, said, I only took a punch from you once, and you think you're so great? That's why I hate guys like you who wear white belts. Jun-hyung threatened while struggling for air, eyes bulging. Don't come to the gym when I was being gentle. I don't want to see your face, understand? Jung-hoon sat dejectedly against the wall. Then, as if he had guessed, the older brother had shared a story with the members. His eyes shimmered with sadness, and no one came to spar with him. Then someone came to his side while he was lost in a sea of thoughts. Suddenly, someone spoke up. The bespectacled man was surprised and speechless to see someone. Hein was sitting there panting and smiling at him. What are you doing? You should have a match of wrestling. He thought that was Hein. Dong-hoon stammered, No, I'm just a bit. She interrupted and said, In times like this, you need to move even more. Hein's eyes were full of determination as he pointed at him. If you just sit still, nothing will get resolved. Dong-hun looked at her in surprise. He didn't understand what she was saying, but somehow he felt very comforted. At that time, Hajin was only 16 years old. Hajin smiled brightly. Come on, hurry up, I need to practice this technique. Become my punching bag quickly. Jun-hyung was annoyed to see him still there, but the members who had abandoned him didn't stop there. One day after class on the way home, he took him to the alley from earlier. He asked, Hey, are you crazy? They started threatening violence when he refused to leave on his own. When they blocked his way, Dong-hun nervously asked, Why are you like this? Jun-hyung shouted, Because you don't understand what I'm saying, so I hit you. What else? That guy, leading his followers behind him, angrily points and says, Those kids are weak and silent, so you look down on them. None of them want to be your training partners or spar with you. Damn it, you're grown up but still can't understand. Jun-hyung leans in close, eyes wide, and says, Is it because of me that so many people have to suffer? This damn selfish bastard. He lowered his head, quietly shedding tears. What did I do to deserve this much, huh? He was surprised to see him crying, huh? What is this, are you crying? Then turned to mock the underlings behind him, saying, Hey, this bastard is crying. Jung-hun clenched his teeth in frustration and cried. At that moment, the only thing he could do was shed tears, and that day was the first time he met Jung. Suddenly, someone spoke up to stop him. Hey, everyone stop. Stop what you're doing. You're all grown up. What are you doing like this? Everyone turned to stare at him. Even the crying guy stopped and stepped forward, raising his cigarette. Who are you? Just ignore us and go away. Jun Hyong sighed, shook his head with a smile and said, I've come to the place I need to be. I came down this alley to smoke. Do you have a lighter? Dia Chung frowned and said, Still pretending to be righteous here. He said seriously, Do you know who we are? He frowned and made a strange gesture. Honorable Congressman, we are athletes. How could we possibly say that ourselves? Jun Hyung furrowed his brow in confusion. What do you mean? This bastard was suddenly approached again. This time it's a girl, and the crazy ones seem to recognize her, but he looks down on her. Ha! It's coming here too, damn it. So boring. Just as I was waiting for the story, Hyesung suddenly opened his eyes, and a surprise punch from Hazen flew straight into his face. You're all going to die with me, you thugs! Daesung clutching his cheek in shock. What? Why do I suddenly feel like I don't recognize this person? She asked, Who are you? He replied, Me? I am Kim Jum. Hein's face shows suspicion. Who is that? Dia Hyung replied, That's my mother's son. She asked, Who is your mother? He replied, Mrs. Kim M. Suk. She complimented how beautiful your uncle's name is. He thanked her and said he would pass the message to his mother. Only then did Dong-hoon speak slowly. Hein, he just happened to pass by here, Jun Hee-ung said sarcastically. This is hilarious, so funny. He glances at Hein. Are you having some hero meeting today? You're really such a hypocrite. You think you're so righteous? Jun Hyung said with a scowl. Because of the majority, I have to hold a gun and do the things others don't want to do. This is true righteousness. These bastards! Her eyes sharpened as if she didn't know. Hein turned to ask Daesung, Did you ask him? He replied with a sarcastic tone that made him turn dark. Isn't his tone just like acting on stage? It's funny, but why didn't you apologize when you hit me? Talking about the mistaken hit, she bowed deeply in remorse. I truly apologize. It was all my misunderstanding. Dia Sheng generously forgives. All right. This quick-to-acknowledge mistake looks really admirable. I accept your apology. Don't pay attention to Jun Hyung getting angry and leaving. These maniacs are really in sync. Let's go. But as we were walking, someone called out. Wait a moment. Those thugs stay right there. When they turn around, they see the three of us with a clueless look. Hein asked, "Where are you going?" You should apologize to him first. He was really angry, that little kid with a milk-scented mouth being so rude. Jun Hui stepped in front of her, his eyes like they wanted to kill. Hey, don't think you're a bit good at hitting juju and get cocky, because someday you'll get seriously hurt. Haha. And why does that girl talk to adults so disrespectfully? Do you want to die? Hein remained calm, his face flushing from the cold. That's because I wouldn't use respectful language with elders to get free food every year. My gaze shifted to disdain, especially towards those who only know how to love themselves, pretend to be righteous, and justify their own crimes. Jun Hong, furious and bloodshot-eyed, gritted her teeth and said, "You bastard, fine. Today I'll make you pay." Suddenly, she smiled with a cruel grin. "Did you think I came here alone, eh?" In the quiet midnight, a cold hand suddenly touched Jun Hyung's shoulder. It was Ion's face, shrouded in darkness, with an icy aura surrounding him. The guy stammered, his mouth dry and eyes wide with horror. Aeon, wait. How did it come to this? His hand was veined and tense, with knuckles like iron, gripping Jun Hyung's trembling shoulder tightly, as the cracking of bones made his face flush with pain and he screamed loudly. "What are you doing? Is it okay for the coach to do that? We're just talking." Aeon slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing the person who just spoke. "Talking is fine, but only for someone like you." He stands up coldly and says, "Talking with the body is the only way. Can't you see that?" Run Hyung trembled, his face flushed with pain. It hurt so much that his bones might break. He shouted in anger, "What the hell are you guys doing? Aren't you going to help?" "Do something." The manager, standing behind in panic, took a step back and whispered nervously, "Sir, please stop. What is he planning to do to us?" Aeon turned around, his voice teasing. What are you doing? Wow, who is that?" His impressive and enviable physique. Hein stands beside him, smiling and nodding slightly. "He is the trainer at the gym. My friend is also that big. Do you know how to wrestle?" He tilted his head slightly and asked with a smile, "Yes, I can. I just moved to this area and wanted to check out this gym." She immediately raised her index finger, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. "Oh, you definitely have to sign up. Besides that bastard's name and a few others, everyone else is good." Meanwhile, Jun Hyung was writhing on the floor, crying out in pain. He stood there, his shadow stretching under the light, his voice deep. "You can fight, the strong and the weak. You can do it too." Jong-hoon was stunned by Aeon's words. What matters more than winning or losing is growing up. His gaze lingered on Jun Hyung, who was curled up, but there are those who have no right to look down on or mock others. The impulsive ones think they're clever and sharp. He growled silently in his throat, just a bunch of short-sighted trash. Aeon shook his head. "Kids like you are hard to teach, so don't show up at the gym anymore, don't cause trouble, and take your followers and leave. Get out of my sight. If I see you again, I might just break something else." Run. Hai grits his teeth. "Let's go, just wait and see. Are you okay?" "That bastard hit the wrong person." Aeon raised an eyebrow. "If you've messed up, just leave and don't come back." That incident was almost over, but a few days later, something happened again. A confused voice sounded. What? There's a strange rumor that Aeon hit an official outside the gym and kicked him out because he didn't like that person. He frowns and steps forward to ask clearly, "Aeon, what's going on with this?" He hit a government official outside the gym. That person demanded Aeon be kicked out or asked for a refund. The manager found himself in a difficult situation. In the lounge, Aeon was still curled up in bed, eyes closed, lazily yawning. What, if they deserve the beating, just do it. But Aeon didn't defend himself at all. He coldly turned away, facing the wall as if none of it concerned him. He was crying so hard, bowing his head in tears. I feel like I don't want to talk to those involved in that unconfirmed story, because I am the only one who hates seeing people avoid the issue. I said I was the one behind it all. Dong-hoon's voice choked with sobs. "I will step in." If I hadn't been involved from the start, this wouldn't have happened. Aeon still hasn't come back, but there are people who don't just want to watch this scene unfold. Hajin walked straight into the room, furious, shouting at the manager and the official. That bastard opened his mouth and turned into a slick talker. Even though he was over the top, everything that happened that day has been exposed. The manager gently stroked his chin as if pondering. That's how it is. The manager calmly but firmly informed everyone about the situation. Trainer Aisen's use of force was completely wrong, but it was an unavoidable situation. No matter the reason, this gym cannot be bullied. The manager looked around at the faces watching, his eyes sharp. I do not accept instigators or those who cause discrimination through provocation. So anyone who does not respect the choices of this manager, please step forward. I will gladly refund your money. Everyone was stunned, surely since that moment. Despite being strong, behind that calm appearance was a tired face. He started earning money to rent a house and deliver goods when he had no classes. The manager told the person blaming himself that it was me. He stepped forward, bowed deeply, his voice trembling. The manager. He turned around in surprise. What's wrong with Dong-hun? Dong-hun trembled, tears streaming down his face as he cried out loud. I am truly sorry. If I hadn't been in this gym, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. I'm truly sorry, the manager then comforts him. Dong-hun, this is just one of the things that happen in life. I told you already. He nodded gently, a kind smile. You haven't done anything wrong. Don't think it's your fault, just see this as my responsibility. The manager is the most mature person I've ever met. He choked up with emotion, tears welling up again. Although he had lost many things, Dia-sung appeared with a radiant smile. Oh my God, hello, only good things are coming your way. She steps forward, raises her hand. Are you the manager? I'm Kim Jong. Jong-hun laughed. Isn't this life? Not so great, huh? Chun's car gently pats your shoulder and smiles encouragingly. No, you're cool. A genie's the same. He nodded in agreement. That's right. Dong-hun suddenly stopped. What's wrong with you, Jonong? Deng bowed his head, his voice trembling, shoulders slightly shaking, and after hearing it, he felt a bit choked up. Do you think I am a new good fate? The whole group was shocked and panicked. What's wrong with you? Are you crying? Why are you like this? He also stared in shock, stammering. Why did it suddenly turn out like this? It must be you, right? Then he suddenly burst out laughing happily. It was just sudden, but that's life after all. Dia jumped up like a child, full of energy. Wow, that's right. Why am I the only one laughing? This person just can't be serious. As the sunset falls, the sky is dyed in orange. A secretary enters and bows respectfully. Manager, he's here. Manager Kim said quietly. Let him in. Has that team leader recovered? He replied. Yes, he said he's feeling much better and has probably recovered. He said, then that's good enough. The sound of footsteps echoes on the cold tiled floor. Director Kim looks up. Are you there? I called you to ask a few questions. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing. How's Chun Dao these days? You've improved your skills compared to before. What did you do during your recovery? Do-hun replied, not fighting to train. I've been practicing my lower body with Ensensu, and during breaks I seem to have gained a lot of experience to increase my stamina. He crossed his arms, his eyes shining with calculation. And Sengu and Seun are connected. He nodded. And Sensu probably believes that Zichun will no longer be involved in this year's tournament. And Kangjan thought he could escape. Director Kim smiled broadly. They think they won't get caught because they're hiding very well. Anyway, let's leave that for later. His voice suddenly lowered, cold and heavy. What do you think? How is Chun's stamina right now? Du-hun remained silent. Would it be appropriate to compare yourself to Lai Yonggan now? A few months ago, in the quiet midnight, a deep, threatening voice echoed. Sundo-hun, we are preparing for the grand event. Director Kim smiles, his whole body covered in a chilling aura. Can you talk to us for a moment? Sundo-hun, if you can help us with this. Do-hun looked up slightly, his eyes determined. I will not participate. Someone else will find out about this. Hearing that, he looked surprised, with a confrontational gaze. Oh, is that all? What's a shame even now? Manager Kim's voice grew cold, his face pale and eyes wide with shock. You must have paid off your debt. That's why you're acting like this. So, what about the things you did before? I was stunned to hear the threats, saying you made money from the festival entrance fees. You stole money from innocent and kind students. If they say they have no money, you call bullies to beat them up. As long as you pay, I won't bother you anymore. Pretending to compromise, those you beat seem to have fallen into hell. He stepped closer, his gaze like he wanted to hypnotize the other person. You are the one who created that hell. Now that you're living well, you think you've escaped hell, huh? Director Kim adjusts his glasses with a sneer and says, You're too selfish, even the champion. No one in this world is truly indifferent. They would rather suffer than let others suffer. He gently pushed himself up, his voice sharp and firm. So those who do bad things like Sundo Hun don't fall easily, and we're not charity workers either. If you've been earning money from our tournament all this time, you should understand the terms of the deal. Hun quietly bowed his head and clenched his lips. Anyone involved in the event besides registered participants must not be exposed, and participation must be continuous until reaching adulthood. If either of the two conditions is violated, the entire prize money previously awarded must be returned. Department Head. Kim stroked his chin and calmly continued, "If you do not comply, that person or their family will suffer the consequences." Is that clear and easy to understand? Is it that difficult? Words that seem to want to dominate the opponent ring out clearly. Sundohun, who will become an adult in just a few months, why wouldn't he participate and suddenly say something like this? Suddenly you feel guilty, you whisper, "I know I've made choices like a piece of trash. How disgusting must it be for those I hurt to see me?" Immediately, Dehun's gaze became resolute. But again and again, if I keep seeing it as normal, I might never have the chance to ask for forgiveness. If I keep going like this, I will become a monster like those lost souls. I don't like that. You struggle to stand up, so I will keep fighting every day to erase what I have done. Dehun clenched his fists and took a fighting stance. I have acknowledged my own guilt. I will keep fighting nonstop, you evil villains. He raised an eyebrow, observing. Yes, Department Head, everything is fine. Manager Kim calmly scrolls through something on his phone. Hun's top player, if that's the case, then I can't do anything either. You're not the type to use violence. He held out his phone in front of you, his voice cold. Come on, just use the old method and go with it. Hun's eyes widened in panic. In the photo, he is with a middle-aged woman, smiling brightly. I used to go to a food stall because I was hungry. Manager Kim smiled slyly, his eyes sinister and dark. Your mother works here, right? You've been struggling to find her these days. Congratulations. He raised an eyebrow and spoke calmly. I ate very well and gave her a generous amount. Then your mother smiled and said. Manager Kim bowed his head, his eyes darkening, and he smirked as he thanked them. Thanks to this money, I can now buy my struggling son a new pair of shoes. I asked what kind of boy he was. That child never asked her for new shoes or new clothes. The image of her smiling happily on the screen is clear, because she met bad people who now have gone down the wrong path. But it's not her fault. With understanding eyes full of love, it says everything. Because he wants to make money quickly, I won't stand in his way. He held his mouth tightly, laughing heartily to the point of trembling. That precious son not only stole money from students, but also committed crimes, including gang violence, drug involvement, and participating in illegal fighting matches. What would she think if she knew I was doing such bad things? Hearing that, you were stunned. What? Kim's evil eyes flash. For his sake and his family's debt, if he did those things, she would probably faint. Dehun immediately grabbed his shirt, angrily questioning him. What the hell are you talking about? What do you mean by drugs? I've never been involved in any of those group assaults on female students. Manager Kim calmly faces him. Oh, I see. You were there too, right? These days, the truth doesn't really matter. He smiled calmly. Those seemingly reasonable things are actually more important. To be honest, Director Kim looked straight into your panicked eyes. You know everything, but pretend not to. Isn't that the true nature of Sundo Hun, the athlete? He firmly clenched your hand. You're here fighting people to make money illegally. We all have evidence. If a male student hits a female student, according to the punishment framework, we can make you take responsibility. It's not difficult at all. A forced smile echoes loudly, so put aside those righteous and hypocritical thoughts. Just focus on your survival instincts. Think of your mother. Dehun trembled with rage and fury. I am giving you an extra chance. I hear you're involved with the club that Chun used to visit. Director Kim approached with a gentle smile. Please help Chun's car become more mature and report all of its actions to me, especially if it goes to fight someone. Make sure to follow like a surveillance camera. Hey, you should also check out Asen's past to see what kind of person he was. You know, right? In the quiet silence, he sat alone by the river, head bowed in silence. Suddenly, a water bottle flew toward him. Dehun was startled and looked up, then calmly caught the water bottle. Chun stepped forward annoyed and said, Got it again. So frustrating. Dehun immediately said in a deep voice, Who can't you catch? He asked. Let's start handling it. Who is it? First, train Sejun to become a stalker. Observe all his actions. Sit down beside him, Han Huyen confides. Among those mentioned earlier, that chubby guy first, and suddenly craving mixed rice. Chunho looked around nervously. What's going on? Why are you staring? Dehun said in a deep voice. Then let's go eat. Each pays for themselves. The dim streetlights cast a faint glow on the road as he calmly asked, Where are you headed? Are you heading to J-Dude too? I'm starving to death. I'm here. Oh, Dehun? Do-hun looked confused as he stepped closer. Why are you coming so close now, intending to pick me up right away? A gentle smile briefly appears. Mom, if you come home early today, you'll have to wake up early tomorrow. Is that your friend next to you? Your gaze is sincere and hesitant. It's not just a friend, it's more than that. Zichun quickly steps forward, bows cheerfully, and greets. Hello, Mom. I am Zichun, a junior at your school. She clapped her hands happily. Yes, it's you who helped lead to the guild hall. I've heard a lot about you. Oh my, you're so handsome. My mother is also very kind-hearted, not joking. Is dinner ready yet? Behind Do-hun, she frowned in displeasure. This is your mother here. He excitedly points in that direction. We're planning to go there for bibimbap. She sincerely replied, next time you want to eat bibimbap, I will cook it for you. Let's go to the rice shop. She wants to thank you. Yes, I will eat very well. You should go to a restaurant to eat rice. What about going home? Didn't you ask for my opinion? The road became quiet. You were confused when those two left you behind. What's going on? Why are those two so close? Why do I feel so alone? She turned back gently and spoke softly. Sejun, I have something I want to ask you. Sejun immediately responded enthusiastically. Yes, mother, please go ahead and ask. Is it true that Sejun was also harassed and robbed of money by our Do-hun, which is why this happened? Hearing that, he was immediately confused. No, not at all.
Why does my mother immediately feel awkward? Our family has suffered greatly because of debt.
Of course, now everything has been settled thanks to that person. Her voice trembled. But at that time, those thugs still came to bother our house. So the loan shark took the innocence of the students to pay off the debt. Even though I knew about it, I couldn't see it as a bad thing. As a mother, I couldn't give it the most important thing. She clenched her fists, tears streaming down her face, choking with emotion. Even if it does something wrong, the scoundrel has already repented for the sins he committed. Can he live an honest life again? Will those he hurt forgive him? Why me? Chun's sincere advice. I'm not sure, but I believe it's still possible because everyone makes mistakes, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Do-hun's eyes flickered with a hint of sadness. The important thing here is to recognize the mistake and correct it. Only then can we move forward. I have heard people say that. She was also stunned by that. I just want to say one thing. Sincere words that touch everyone's heart. Sun Do-hun will surely be able to move forward from now on. Night falls and Chun's car politely bows with a cheerful smile. Thank you, we ate very well. Her gentle voice sounded. Seeing the kids enjoy their food made her feel happier. Next time you come, please cook even more delicious dishes. His eyes curved into a smile. Yes, see you again then. Good night, ma'am. Do-hun said softly beside her. I'll go out for a bit and come back, Mom. You rest first. Dad nodded. Yeah, son. He slightly turned his head and whispered, Let's go. I'll see you off downstairs and take a walk at the same time. Chun's car raised an eyebrow and replied softly, Whatever you say. The two quietly walked down the deserted road. Do-hun sighed, hesitated, and said, Thanks. Thank you. Immediately, he frowned and shot a questioning glance. What? What kind of boy talks so much? This guy. I suddenly feel embarrassed and raise my voice. Thank you for being so kind in front of my mother. Chun's car moved forward, speaking in a low voice. It's not because I like you that I did this. Anyway, after dealing with them, it'll be Lim and Hun's turn, so tell me his location. Do-hun sighed softly. All right, I understand. But that Lim and Hun guy might also find Hejin. Is that okay? His voice echoed. Yeah, from now on I won't let him be alone. I've installed a tracking app on Hejin's phone and his parents as well. You sincerely advise, but you also have to be careful. We don't know what Director Kim might do. Chun's car moved slowly and coldly forward. All right, you be careful too, and don't make the same mistake again. In the battle against Lim In Hun, after Sejun's victory, he knelt down, pressing on his dying opponent. He defeated Kang Jon. Chun's strength is increasingly proven and recognized, defeating even Ansensu. In the memory, the final punch made him collapse to the ground. Because Sejun was injured in the hand during the fight with Ansensu, he took a temporary break. He remained silent as the trembling cries echoed, but days later, Sang-shu came to the training room and bawled loudly. Sang-shu widened his eyes, tears streaming down his face. Jon, who? Someone must have hit him, probably those guys. Se-chun replied coldly. Why is that here crying like this? This crazy guy, it's not me this time. Those guys are really relentless. Why am I the only one suffering? Do-hun immediately looked worried, sweating nervously, and stammered, First, let's calm down first, and then tell me what happened. Who hit Kang John? Did you see it with your own eyes? He frowned, his voice filled with unseen anger. Because I was worried about John, I occasionally went to see him. Watching him from afar, when he was taken to the police station, he was with Lim In. He raised an eyebrow slightly mockingly. Are they dating? With Lim Trong? They look good together. Sang Shu's eyes widened in shock, and he roared in utter frustration. That's not true. John would never like that fish guy. I quickly stepped in to intervene and whispered, Hey, don't just start shouting out of nowhere. So what happens now that they've arrived at the police station? He spoke in a low, annoyed voice, veins bulging, and they left faster than I expected. Sometimes they go with Manager Kim and Director Han, right? You probably also know that man named Do Hun, right? Lawyer back? The image of the restrained person that appeared in my memory is that fat pervert with a mole right above his eyebrow. At that moment, he appeared immediately, then took the two of them into a car and drove away. The mysterious encounter was revealed. And the next day when I saw John on the way to Shu, I immediately caught him secretly wearing a full mask, which was suspicious. John's face was exactly as I had guessed. He was furious, his face pale. The director of the gold department and the two bastards. Du Hun listened and spoke anxiously. But why didn't you ask him instead of coming here to cry? Sangshu was stunned and stammered that John told me not to appear in front of him. Sniffling, he lowered his head, his voice trembling with frustration. You guys know that I can only do so much alone. You stay silent. So, you mean we should team up and fight him? Is it because of that girlfriend? Sangshu hurriedly explained. It's not just because of that. There are many reasons, but the goal is the same. Aren't they all just killing Manager Kim and Director Han? He said in a low voice that John roughly told him Manager Kim was working on a project related to Chun's car. I think they are doing something really terrible. Chun Xie frowned, confused as he saw the guy pointing at him. Why all of a sudden, it's something related to your fighting ability, that's a natural talent. The guy looks completely calm, but it's clear he has excellent motor skills. Du Hun, you know him? I'm also good at talking about this kind of thing. How is that person doing? Sangshu frowns and looks serious. It's because you keep fighting non-stop that you're like this. Just rest properly and strengthen your lower body a bit, and the skills you've accumulated so far will improve a lot, especially if you train according to my schedule. Hun fell silent after hearing those calculating words. I really don't know how strong you'll become. What he said isn't wrong. Maybe he doesn't have any ulterior motives, right? Could it be that An Sangshu also hates Manager Kim? All right, let's do it. You seem a bit confused, that's all. He said in a deep voice, Fine, but I have one condition. The confident voice rang out. Jiang Shu continued, never to touch John again. Chun's car approached, with a threatening gaze confronting the opponent. So say, he better not cause trouble. I absolutely won't lay a finger on him. He immediately agreed, I know, but you're only 18, right? I'm 19. Why do you keep talking nonsense? When did the training start? Starting next week. Do-han will appear coldly at the high-rise building. If you attack Li Yonggun now, it seems like it will be a battle of equals. He lowers his head, looking slightly confused. Yeah, anyway, it won't end in a ridiculous way. But about that, Do-hun's eyes flicked slightly to the back. That was the old Li Yonggun. I don't know about the current Li Yonggun. You keep pressing, so what exactly have you been up to? Manager Kim immediately grinned cunningly. Oh, if anyone heard, they'd think I was deliberately doing something. He chuckled happily and said, Do-hun needs money, so I just gave it to him. Yonggun needs medicine, so I only gave him the medicine. Yong's face turned blank, his eyes white and dark circles under them, and he willingly participated in testing a new drug, just a bit of steroids. But the previous test subject was much better than I expected. That experiment didn't go very well. In the blink of an eye, a punch like tearing wind headed straight for Do-hun. So this time, Do-hun, the contestant, will participate in the experiment. He immediately tilted his body to dodge. He decisively counterattacked. Do-hun threw a devastating punch that distorted his face, right into his chin. It's over now, slower than before, and a coldness appeared in your eyes. Do-hun suddenly glared, and a chilling, sinister laugh echoed. Ha ha, that was a pretty good punch. Ha ha ha. Manager Kim calmly sits and observes with a bright smile, realizing that during the experiment, its effectiveness is that it cannot feel pain. Even if struck in vital areas, the brain cannot perceive it. Yonggun now is like a soulless corpse with strong strength, so just hit moderately and don't go overboard. She turned back. Get him back. Her eyes wide with shock. What kind of crazy stunt is this? That guy isn't just going to die like that, right? He sneers and shivers. Ha ha ha. Not dead yet? And also, another friend of mine gave me a gift, even though it's a bit weak, but luckily it's very determined. A voice echoes, and if the Capital Hun player isn't satisfied, Chun's car, dozing off in the classroom, suddenly has its door pushed open. He panics, wide-eyed, and jumps in fright. Chunzi angrily turned around. What's going on? Not polite at all. I was having a nice dream. It's been a while since we last met, hasn't it? School life has been making you really happy lately, huh? Kyo Ok approaches your desk with a teasing voice. But I'm so sad. I don't know what to do now. Now it's time for everything to go back to its place. The idiot! All the students in the class turned their eyes in one direction. Kyo-si calmly put his hands in his pockets and said arrogantly, "Follow me, you dog." Chunkar raised an eyebrow and calmly replied, "Likai Zok. Someone has already done it, right?" His eyes darkened as he dismissively said, "So your body looks so terrifying." His eyes widened in rage as he shouted, "What the hell, you bastard?" Kyo-si gritted his teeth and growled, "I've worked so hard just to have a body like this. Why are you trembling and bowing silently?" All right, have you found your way back? Or is it that you suddenly stand up with a cold aura, having worked hard to build your strength, and want to try once? The guy frowned and sneered mockingly. Ha, this bastard's words are really annoying. That's right, Sonen is about to graduate soon. Do you now know who will become the boss? Sejun still shows no fear, calmly speaking. Do whatever you want, I don't care if you're a two-faced boss, just don't go bullying innocent kids or stealing their love, and I won't care what you thugs do. Kyo-si grits his teeth and acts tough. You bastard, the provocative voice echoed. But then again, since Sun has already passed it on to you, right? He speaks in a deep, steady voice. After hearing the story and thinking it over, you still need to be beaten a bit longer before you can become a proper person. What do you think? He immediately burst out laughing arrogantly and said, "There's nothing left to think about." "You're definitely dead, aren't you?" Ki-ok threatens, eyes wide with alarm. "If you still think I am the same as before, then you are making a big mistake. And back then, it was just because I was careless." "You bastard." The person behind him feels uneasy and calls out softly in confusion. "Your car is shaking. I'll call the teacher." He speaks in a low, trembling voice. It's nothing." Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed his collar, a deep, furious voice echoing with anger. "You think that just because he's silent and trembling, he's showing off too much?" As soon as he finished speaking, a punch flew straight at his face. He coldly and decisively intervened, his face contorted as he pushed him back. "Isn't this a bit too much?" Tam's gaze becomes hazy, and he suddenly looks stunned, his eyes wide open. What is that? How fast is that?" "Is this guy also on drugs?" Seun warns coldly. "I already told you not to mess with those who are innocent." He loosens his tie and speaks in a deep voice. "If you think you can fight back with force, go ahead." Okay, furious, clenched his fists and charged forward. Try saying that one more time. But that punch just barely missed my head and made me shiver. Think I'm afraid? In that brief moment, he silently calculated. What's with this ridiculous punch? It seems jujitsu can't be used, so he's planning to attack another way to win, but he's leaving too many openings. Seun quietly observes the situation. With this approach, I can easily take control from behind in this stance. He charged forward with a fierce punch, but suddenly his eyes widened in shock. What is this?" The punch aimed straight at his arm. Kiok stepped closer, their eyes meeting. "Wow, you managed to dodge?" The guy grabs Sio's head and pulls it really hard. The continuous punches keep coming down with a gleeful look in his eyes. "Try avoiding this, and this too. Try to dodge again. That bastard is as fast as lightning." He bowed his head. Kyo laughed loudly. "Stop him!" "Oh, you think it's easy to block me like that?" Surun pulled him back a few steps, then stepped back himself, and then inhaled. He tried to keep his balance, raised one leg high, and his legs became more agile. Seo Run leans back on the ground, pinning the guy's legs. KXOC tries to punch up, confused. Does he pretend to cover his eyes to block the attack? But in actual combat, who is really above that person? The director's dark eyes narrowed. "I can't do this anymore," he said in a deep, mysterious, and intense voice. "Which side do you mean? The other one or what?" Du-hun quietly steps over here. He turns his head back, his gaze calm. "In my opinion, both sides are strong." Director Kim Kua ponders with a satisfied look. "So where's the problem? Because of the drugs, there's nothing physically holding you back. So in the end, the most important thing is technique." Du-hun calmly replied, "People like you, even if you die and come back to life, won't understand, and you won't find any excuses or solutions. If you see a mountain, you don't think about turning back. you just keep climbing silently. Patience and effort. His face turned pale, shocked and damn it. He clenched his legs tightly, lifted the wrench into the air, then the two of them fought fiercely, neither willing to give up with quick and decisive movements. He sneered. Patience and effort? Isn't this something that only those without talent but want to win come up with? You stand facing Yongun. Someone who only has talent but no effort will never be able to beat someone who strives to the death. Seun looked a bit worried. But if that bastard, it seems you haven't been working hard on your juju training, huh? What if an evil genius works hard? He was crushed under your foot, desperately trying to scream. It can't be like this. Hey, you bastard, wait up. That, Seo-run's eyes turned cold and his voice lowered. Do you know? If you're close to Hain, you'll realize he's very innocent, so that's why he forgave you last time, right? But what can I do? Ki OC desperately tries to escape the feeling of being controlled. I'm almost there, I'm not like that. His eyes are all white. No one can stop him. Inside the classroom, the sound of a fight faintly echoes outside. Chun is trying to break another person's arm. A cracking sound echoed, and Kiok cried out in pain. To escape the agony, he immediately bit Chun's thigh while cursing. Even when attacked, Zae-chun didn't just grit his teeth and whimper. He fought back with harsh words. That crazy guy. After a moment of struggling, the two boys separated. The Chun vehicle stood still, rubbing its bitten leg. Are you born a dog? Then he returned to his calm demeanor, observing and thinking. What is this? I clearly just broke its arm. In front of him, Ki Se-yok looked utterly defeated. Can he still fight? He struggled to stand up, fist pointed at him. What kind of fighting is that? If you're so good, come on in, you bastard. Then, seeing that your reaction wasn't what he expected, Kai OC frowned and thought, this bastard looks like Kim the manager. If he used drugs, he shouldn't be in pain, right? But why does it still hurt like hell? Did he give me cheap stuff? The car in front of us should be the priority to ask about. Do you have some strange drug in your hand? What exactly is that department head Kim doing? And where is his organization right now? Your words didn't reach Ki-jok at all, if you want to know that much. He rushed forward and swung his fist at me, so I told him to try and make me answer. But before he could touch me, Chun's car quickly took physical action against his avatar. Taking a devastating blow, Ki-jok seemed to lose all consciousness. Girl clown, what? Has anyone ever told you that a pen is mightier than a sword? So what is stronger than a fist? Ki Seok, still clueless, stared wide-eyed and answered, elbow? Chun just swung his arm while explaining. That's a slap, you idiot. The crisp sound of slaps keeps echoing. Ki-uk was beaten so badly that his legs are trembling. What the hell is going on, you bastard? After being beaten like that and faced with such unbelievable events, Ki-oh stood there stunned, still moving as if nothing had happened. Humph. While he was frozen in shock, I quietly moved behind him and spoke softly. That kind word and good intention. And when the time comes, he was hit with a warm slap on the cheek and a harsh scolding. A loud, piercing sound echoed through the corridor, breaking the usual silence. Chun sat down beside the pathetic figure crawling on the ground. Are you serious enough to say that now, or do you want me to smash it too? Chun's car calmly speaks. Your other hand and your legs. Maybe that's how it is then? Ki-x OC, trembling and sweating, responds to the verdict just given. You're really crazy. Compared to a kid like you, those people are much more terrifying. He's trying to fumble in his pocket for something. You're facing guys like that. These are just kids' punches. Do you understand, you idiot? Ki Seok's trembling hand pulls out his secret weapon. 2 blue pills. He tries to put the pills in his mouth to turn the tide. You're just a little punk compared to them, you bastard. I am the main character. Let the car go so he can get high. He kicked his leg to send the 2 pills flying, shocking Ki Seok. The man watched his items drift away and shouted, Don't think this guy is any different from a junkie now. Just kick him away. After that last kick, his face was distorted like a monkey eating chili. Chun also curiously picked up the pill and examined it. After looking at it for a while without noticing anything special, he asked, Is this it? Your Achilles heel? The guy stammered painfully. Give it to me, damn it, I have to drink it. Seeing him keep barking like that, Zae-chun got the urge to tease the dog and kept passing the pill back and forth. What is this medicine? If you tell me everything you know, I'll consider whether to give it to you. Don't go crazy, you bastard. He clenched his fist. Looks like I have to throw another punch. Hearing that he's about to get beaten again, the guy shouted loudly, Hold on, there's no other way. Ki-kok was forced to confess. That's just illegal drugs that athletes often use. Director Kim said that abusing them over a long period can be very harmful. I also don't really know what it looks like. Chun was asked further, Did you get it from Director Kim? Where did you meet him? The guy trembled as he replied, I also don't know where Director Kim is. It seems to be a mansion. Every time we meet again, it's at a different place. And I always get blindfolded and taken there. The medicine is randomly chosen by someone who then delivers it to me regularly. Seeing that he knows quite a bit, he decided to interrogate him on the spot. Who is that person? Are you talking about Director Kim's people? Ki-ok stammers. Ki-oks, when overwhelmed, widened his eyes and blurted out the name Jiang. Then he kept repeating some Jiang name I didn't know. He said he's in charge of making the medicine, but among all the people I've met, he's the most dangerous-looking guy. The memory flooded back as Ki-ok listened to the voice inside that room. Say that again, let me go. Please, that's enough. I want to stop the medication now. You all said that if I grew up, you would let me go, right? But he didn't let go and responded. No one said he was afraid to answer. Yeah, that Kim department head. Did In-keon ask me if I am the Kim department head? Blackhead, for the first time seeing someone so arrogant, didn't know how to fight back. Isn't this the money he earned from the conference that you took away? You spent all of it on drugs, right? Trong-keon whispers closely. But what do I do now? I bought it at the employee price. If you quit now, you'll have to buy it at the original price. Is that okay? Are you planning to start living seriously? Then the black-headed guy pats your shoulder and tells you to think it over for one more day. It's not hard to take the easy path, but you keep choosing the difficult one. Just 1 year. Just one more year. Now is the crucial moment. After finishing, he walks away casually. If your answer tomorrow remains the same, I honestly don't know what I'll do, only feeling sorry for him standing there trembling, not knowing what to do. As night falls and the lonely sky appears, Kaeon is walking outside smoking when suddenly he stops in his tracks. The black car nearby makes a noise. Yes? Hello? Dung-gun answers the phone to report. I have found it already. Yes. I confirmed the transaction location with the drug dealer. I don't know what he said, but he kept responding repeatedly. Yes, but now I will let you out of this. If we get involved, we will have to shut down our business operations entirely. It's true, man. These bastards are very dangerous. The person on the other end is Aeon. I already know about that. Otherwise, stay undercover there for a few days to find out how many people come and go. He was a bit scared. Please don't, big brother, I beg you. But then something caught his attention. Yeah. Aeon boredly asked, Did you just curse a few times? What are you huffing about now? A young man approaches outside the car. Hey, mister, could I borrow your lighter for a moment? And if you want to live, please change the person you're talking to. Keon pressed his face close to the car window and said, Can you come down for a moment? If you don't want me to smash the windows of this expensive car, Dung-gun thought in panic. Damn it, it's over, and he might as well announce it now. Ah, it seems I've run into the guy working here. The person on the other end didn't seem panicked at all, but rather annoyed and bored. What? What are you doing that got you involved with them? Did you park your car in a suspicious way right in front of that place? Dung-gun also responds precisely. I'm inside the car right now. All right, then first of all, just leave him be and get going. The henchman appears like a calm god stepping out of the car. Yes, boss, I will quickly get him out of the way and come back right away, he said directly to Keon. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you just standing around and staring into someone else's car like that? Dung-gun is sitting in the car, scared and praying. What is he doing right now? That crazy guy in Keon also responds clearly when questioned. I'm not flirting here, I'm just standing here. It's nothing. I just want to talk with the person sitting in the back seat for a moment. If you don't want to die, cooperate. Before I could even say the word hope, that guy shoved a bunch of actions into my mouth. Are you out of your mind? Boss, he just watched that scene and sprayed glue on that uneducated guy to immobilize him. He hurriedly ordered, Hey, go out quickly and stop that guy. Another follower immediately received the order. Yes, I understand, big brother. I will go out there and handle him. Hearing that, he just awkwardly forced a smile. No, these crazy people. You should listen to the whole sentence in Korean first. The guy who just acted, try saying it again. What the hell are you if you don't want to die then? Are you filming right now, you bastard? Keon is not angry. On the contrary, he is very calm, yes. I've been working too much today, so I guess I'm starting to remember these things. I like it. The two underlings looked at the scene and hesitated a bit. What's going on? This guy can't be a pervert, right? How does he have such a strange preference? They may be scared, but they still have to fight. This time, both of them jump in together. I'll help you feel more satisfied, you son of a bitch. Keon glares with wide, expectant eyes. As soon as he could, the guy charged in to break up the fight between the two underlings, while another underling threw in an extra punch. Try barking again, you dog. Then he treated Keon like a punching bag and threw another hook. Dung-gun inside started to have deep doubts. What's going on? I thought he was supposed to be really strong. Is it just his appearance? Suddenly, I feel scared for no reason. After meeting that bastard Aeon, why have I become so timid? His boss spoke up. Do you want to die? So, what happened? He looks like a steamed bun with a swollen neck now. The thing is, he looks like the captain but is actually being handled by my underlings. As expected, drug lord types are just like that. After teaching him a lesson, I will leave here. Aeon is indifferent and doesn't know what that guy's expression is like now. He also eagerly looked out to check. Yes. What about the expression? Why are you suddenly asking about this? From what I see, the expression looks like it's about to explode. I don't know what Dungun saw that made his pupils shrink in horror. What is that? It's just a pathetic scene like a spoiled brat, but still happily making suggestions. Harder. Now he looks no different from a bloodthirsty fugitive who just escaped. Please hit even harder, even more so I can feel it more clearly. The two underlings were also terrified when they saw that. This crazy guy. Is he really some kind of crazy pervert? One guy said. If you don't want to really die, then get out quickly. I just can't understand it. You really enjoy getting beaten like that. Crazy. Keon responded as if he had just taken medicine. Why don't you understand? His head tilted like Annabelle, and he added a few chilling words. Pleasure only exists when there is suffering. If suffering no longer exists, the face of pleasure gradually disappears, leaving behind cold, deep eyes that cannot be described, and everything else will also vanish. The younger brother sighed and said, That's right, he's really sick. What the hell is he barking at? While he was speaking, Trongke had already moved close to one side, so let's experience it together. After a while, he finally reacted to Trongkeon's incredible speed. What's wrong with this bastard? A sinister smile gradually appeared on the villain's face, signaling that something bad was about to happen. In-Ki used all his strength to bring down his massive opponent. With a snap, he easily broke the fat henchman's leg, and the deafening screams followed immediately after. The game escalates as the hunter turns out to be the prey, lost in his own insane battle. The pervert asks how it feels. Do you like it? Does it feel like you're really alive? The fat guy's teammate is circling around from behind, preparing to ambush. Die, you sick bastard. Nothing is that easy. In Keon, turn around and greet him if you want to feel it too. Thought I'd crush you. But a call came through, saving my teammate. Wait. There's a phone. Dungun tremblingly took out the iPhone from earlier. He wants you to answer it. So just stop already. Long Thigh thinks these bastards can fight among themselves. Keon, feeling disappointed but knowing he has to do his job, took the phone and spoke. Yes, the call has been transferred. I don't know if I guessed correctly. Is that you, Asen, speaking from the other end? I hear you've been digging into our affairs everywhere, Keon continued. I don't know what you want, but if you don't want to die, you'd better stop. Just use the whole gang to fight like always. That's the fun part. His name is Lim, right? The guy didn't forget to remind him. He said you'll soon get a match with the toy he made, so get ready for it. Have you met him before? He mentioned a name. He is Leongon. He has been improved over the previous version, so you can rely on him. Keep going with Keon. And please don't be so rural as to report us to the police. I'm begging you. Since we've already prepared everything, complaining like you guys do will only make you more frustrated. Asen on the other side started to get bored of the endless chatter. And finally, if you look into our work, the bus or the surrounding crowd can do anything. Kian seemed to be hit by a switch and kept talking nonstop. We will guide you to the swamp from which you will never escape in your lifetime. So in the end, the other side couldn't take it anymore and hung up. You talk too much. The guy got a bit annoyed when he heard that. For the past 2 hours, I haven't been joking. Before I could say more, Aeon got annoyed and hung up to avoid talking further. He started to wonder what he should do now. Then Aeon looked at the man in front of him and spoke. He decided to leave. Inspector, the scene shifts to late at night at the police station. Ung-sik is sound asleep on the bench when suddenly Officer Kim appears and calls out, Officer Jiang, wake up. He replied drowsily, Give me a 0.5 level of spiciness. He suggests that you go home, take a shower, and rest for a bit since you're really starting to smell. Hyung-sik only just snapped out of it now. Was I dreaming? What's going on? Officer Kim handed him a set of documents. Oh, about the car from the previous case. I didn't ask Do Kai for help with that. So every time I have free time, I go there to check the CCTV and record its movements? Hyung-sik asked about the situation. So how did it go? Did you find anything? You remember what happened that day and report everything. It led me around and almost split me in two. But in the end, I still found out that it went into the parking garage of a building. Because it stayed there for quite a while, I checked the CCTV footage of that parking garage, and bingo. Detective Kim carefully recounted that someone had gotten out of the car with Lim, but that person looked like they wanted to kill him. Aren't they from the same gang? Hyung-sik looks at the pile of documents on the table and asks, "Do you have the video?" He quickly received an answer, since the person is wearing a hoodie and a face-covering hat. It's hard to tell who they are. But he added, "Look at the last photo, I find it a bit strange." He didn't understand and asked again, "Why is that?" Then Hung-sik's pupils contracted as he realized something, just like the image of the man wearing a baseball cap in the document. He flinched slightly at the thought that he might have intentionally revealed his face to others as the flickering lights from the buildings shone brightly against the night. The clicking sound came from an apartment nearby. Aeon calmly asked, "Is our training session over for today?" In response, someone grabbed his collar, but that was not enough to make him afraid at this hour to come here. That stranger is Hyung-sik. He angrily asked, "What did you do? What scheme did you set up?" He gradually lost his temper and shouted, "Why did you drag Lim into that fire that day? Do you think you'll be safe after crashing into the police car?" But all I got in return was Aeon's indifference. "Officer, you know later than I thought. If you don't show any reaction, I guess we can just let it go, right? But now that I know, you'll keep investigating, won't you?" When Hyung-sik saw him like that, he questioned him. "What the hell is this dog? This is no joke. Do you want to go to jail? Do you know that the CCTV caught your face?" But all I got in response was indifference. "If you're here to arrest me, you wouldn't have come here alone." Hearing that, Hyung was stunned. "What?" Aeon said. "The people you're looking for, you're trying to find them through me." In the end, he concluded that there's no way to find them using police methods. Hyung-sik angrily shouted, "Do you know that what you're doing is illegal? If it was just that, I could overlook it. But you keep dragging that kid into this. The only thing to do now is to stop that immediately." Aeon responded calmly, "That car is my private vehicle. You already know that now." "So, when do you plan to put an end to all of this? I know you're trying your best, but I can't keep waiting forever, right? They are manufacturing illegal drugs in a place that looks like a warehouse. And I heard they are making a type of drug to sell to students." Hyung-sik was stunned to hear the police officer say he didn't know how addicts could do anything. Compared to my criminal acts, it was nothing. "I think you should find and root out their hideout to prevent more victims." He held out his third eye and said, "Show us your authority, police officer." "Oh, do you want to hear his voice right now if needed? It seems like someone is in the warehouse at the moment. Please, say something. Hey, you damn idiot, all our kids are dead." Hyung-sik immediately recognized this voice. If Do from Kaon Ion doesn't understand what's going on, then what does it matter? The voice on the other end continued. "And I ask you not to call the police in such a rural way anymore. Got it?" That voice made Hyung-sik stunned. "If you investigate us, I don't know what will happen to Chun's car and the others here. I'll personally send them to the swamp where they'll never escape for the rest of their lives." As soon as he said that, Aeon wanted to slam the phone down and complain. "He talks too much. They couldn't believe you said that," and shouted. "Was I joking all this time?" After making those guys leave, he asked, "What now?" The policeman decided to go. "Mr. Tianchi warns that they won't stop, and if the police keep chasing this case, they won't be able to protect everyone. I am someone with plenty of time, but all I can do is sit here and sell these tickets. If we ignore this, we won't be able to defeat the bad guys." Then Aeon also started rambling. "This is something the police officer can't do, but I can. Pretend you can't do it for me." He concluded his final words, leaving Hyung-sik in shock. "Fighting them is my answer." After a long silence, Hyung-sik finally spoke. "So, how has that kid with the ponytail been? Have any of you been involved in the Hain student's constant harassment and attempts to kill him?" He hesitated and said, "Wouldn't it be better to wait and stop it before it gets seriously hurt?" Aeon also responded, "There are many things that must be resolved personally, especially with people like Sejun who often blame themselves. Hyung-sik offers a hypothesis, but if Sejun is pushed too far and ends up becoming a criminal, what should we do? Then if so, even for justice or whatever, at that moment we all become fools. In times like that, there's nothing left but to trust." The conversation ended there, and the scene shifted to the academic affairs office. "No, that's not right. It really is like that. The principal really did have such a thing." Seeing the guest in front of her lose her composure, the principal quickly tried to calm her down. "Please, madam, stay calm." She kept shouting, "How can I stay calm? This is the second time." She shouted loudly, "It's that kid again. It's him. This time, it's because of him that my well-behaved child broke her arm." The principal quickly whispered into her ear, "After all, your child's father is quite close to Director Lai." She retorted with disdain,
Oh my God, don't come near me. Right now, just a little connection is enough for those bullies to get away with everything.
That woman seemed ready to tear Chun apart and pointedly looked him in the face. This time, I won't let it go. This time, my husband will call the police, so you better handle it yourselves. Call the director, or whoever here. I will definitely make that kid regret it. Another teacher stepped in to mediate, madam, but kids usually just joke around. Accidents happen sometimes. Besides, part of the reason this time is also because of that kid. But she doesn't want to let this go and keeps causing trouble. The principal is about to say something again.
What do you know about this teacher? Do you understand my son better than I do?
I am the one who knows my son best. I know how obedient he is. Chun's car looked at the mess in front of it and thought to itself, I should have broken both legs. Meanwhile, she kept making a fuss. What kind of person will that kid become when he grows up? How could the teacher know if the thug who robbed and murdered would kill again in the future? Outside, a teacher called out to him.
I think the principal needs to step out for a moment.
He asked back with curiosity. Huh? What's wrong?
That old hag still so bitter and sharp-tongued. Whatever the matter, I always want to see her. Is that the talented director coming already?
He hurriedly explained, No, it's not about that in the corridor. She rushed out before he could finish speaking. There's nothing wrong with the corridor, but as soon as she saw it, she got excited. She gasped in surprise and stammered, Is all of this really happening?
Chun Hyu peeks out curiously. What is that?
That voice rang out again, with no choice but to trust. If Seiyun truly has nothing to do with those bad people anymore. A man spoke outside the corridor. It's still a lot of trouble anyway.
I told you to think it over a bit more. Thanks to Sejun, everyone escaped from hell.
It was Do-hun and a bunch of students standing outside. We were exhausted from rushing here with someone, so we teamed up and came to help. In an empty corridor, Ki-seok's mother stammered and asked what they were. The principal also looked confused at why the boys were gathered in front of the administration office. Do-hun sweatily replied, It's nothing. Just these guys are witnesses that Sejun hit Lee Jaek in self-defense.
You kids weren't dragged here by Sun Hun, were you?
Hearing this, she gritted her teeth and shouted,
Where did these little brats come from to dare speak up? Then scream out loud, Where are your little friends that brought the whole gang here?
You want to set a trap for my child? Do-hun gently explains, Please listen to me. It seems you don't want to listen then. Lee Jaek doesn't listen to anyone, just like your mother.
What did you say? What did you just say?
This brat dares to. Do-hun was startled as the hand reached out, and he immediately spun around, using his head to forcefully hit the door before her hand could touch him. Seeing that, the principal hurriedly called out to the lady, while Ki-seok's mother looked on in shock, wondering, What? I'm not that strong. The principal keeps talking, despite not listening. There are many people here. If she makes a move, she will panic and explain, I really only touched her lightly.
Are your friends helping you up? Are you okay?
Stay alert. Du-hun Rin-dai responds. There seems to be blood on her head, as if she's bleeding already. He shouted in panic. What blood? She immediately rushed forward and pointed at the two people. So that's how it was. You hurt yourself, and then blame others. Where did a bunch of fools learn only those bad things? Then suddenly, two police officers ran over to ask. Hello, we received a report about an assault case. You are the one who assaulted him, right? You were about to hit someone just now. What are you guys talking about? My son was beaten up by these kids and is now being taken to the hospital. Do you not know that? The police asked further, Why are you students here? The principal stammered, That's here again, that matter. In the teacher's office, the police officer sitting on the sofa asks, We have arranged today's events after talking with the students. The students involved in the fight in the classroom have reported that Locke was the first to strike. School violence has been happening for a long time, but Zie-chun has put an end to it. The students all agreed to say so. What? Are you saying my son is involved in school violence? Where do police of the people get their words from those hooligans? Are you trying to blame my son for everything? Are you all sober? She points straight at the police officer. I have paid so much in taxes. I am the one paying your salaries. You know that? Seeing her agitated, the police calmly said, Thank you for your proper tax contribution. Then he looked up and smiled. But I can't favor those who pay more taxes, ma'am. I am a police officer of the people. What do you mean? Not hearing her continue, he stood up directly, bowed his head, and said, The testimonies of the students are all the same. Just now I looked at the notebook that the big student handed over, which also mentioned exploitation. Then he gently explained, Litigation is actually not good for your child at all, ma'am. You just need to agree that the school will impose an appropriate punishment. I can't take it anymore, she snarled at the police. What agreement? You even said there was an agreement? Do you know who my husband is? The police officer replied, I don't know. The principal raised his hand with a smile, saying, Yes, I know the school will impose an appropriate punishment. Then the officer turned around and said, Ma'am, please stay calm for now. Let's have a little chat. If things get out of hand, she'll shout and question the principal. What? I caused a big fuss? The police officer gently stepped out of the door, glancing over as if he saw something. Then the two students from earlier heard him softly say, accepting school discipline is the end of it. After all, violence is a fact. I don't know the full story, but violence is wrong. It seems many students think they can get away with it just because they're students. School violence can't be easily stopped. Did the police suddenly mention your name? And the big student next to him, Do-hun, looked dazed. Yes, I understand. He looked at Do-hun. Do you know that if you confess the bad things you've done or show me your notebook, you'll also be punished? The victim's forgiveness doesn't mean the guilt will disappear. Just so you know. Then he turned around and walked forward. Be smart and absolutely avoid getting hurt or having me see you too often asking for help. Why is it that Hinder praises you? So cool. I'll become a police officer someday. Chun's car also responded, You can't come from a school bully background. Hey, can't you play properly? Hein turned to the other side and asked the opponent, clearly having given up. Play fair this time. Before I fight you directly. The other person nodded and said, Yeah, I'll play fair now. Then she muttered to herself, ignoring it is hard enough. She angrily shouted, damn it, I told you not to play so cowardly. The person across still smiled happily and said, I will keep kicking, but you'll keep getting hit because of your ability. Hein frowned and threatened. Hey, shut up! Zechun replied in fear. Yes, sorry. The electronic device makes a sound. Why win? He happily sat up and cheered. Oh, wow. Hein, the competitor, overcame difficulties and finally achieved progress. He smirked confidently as he looked at her. With this gap in ability, I could win even with one hand. Hein calmly looked at him and said, I told you to play fair. He smiled and replied, yes. Hein couldn't stand it anymore and walked away. Seeing that, he turned around in confusion and asked, Bettina, what are you doing? Going to karaoke and getting mad over some coins? Hein snorted and replied, I'll go to the bathroom first and then come out. Se-chun still looked cheerful. All right, the loser will pay for the karaoke, exchange the money, okay? He happily hummed and wondered what song to sing now. Then he fell silent, thinking that Hajin liked him singing 3 times, so singing would probably lift his mood. Suddenly, the heavy door opened, and he turned to ask, Oh, you're here? Did you think you were leaving already? Se-chun glanced at the person nearby and asked, Hajin, I'll sing this one first, the one you like. Seeing that it wasn't her, Se-chun asked him who he was. It seems he entered the wrong room. Kion sneered maliciously. No way that's true. Seeing the tense situation, he scratched his head and thought to himself, what's going on? It's too dangerous. I didn't even understand what was happening before he hit me on the head. He smiled at him and said, I don't really know much. It's that Asen guy your master mentioned. Then he grabbed Chun's hair and questioned him, People are just talking politely. Just a small gesture is enough to ruin the mood completely. Kion's face smiled eerily as he turned back and said, If you hang up while someone is talking, what do you think will happen? In a hospital room, someone softly called out. Mom? Chun is crying out loud. Are you in a lot of pain? Yesterday, Mom said she was feeling better. His mother smiled and gently placed her hand on his face to comfort him. She is trembling, very scared, right? It's just because your mother's heart is a little weaker than others. Hearing that, he sniffled and looked at her. So I will give you my heart. My heart is beating so fast, Mom. She smiled happily. Oh my God, is Sejin's heart beating so strongly? Then we're so lucky, he's just like his dad. Even so, don't eat too many foods that can cause weight gain. You need to grow tall like Dad and stay healthy, understood? The man sitting next to them sat silently with a sad expression. Chun's car looked at her affectionately. I like to eat things that cause weight gain because Mom can't eat them, so I eat them for her. The grandmother smiles softly and calls out, Oh dear, you're still just a child, my little piglet. Then she took out a big shirt. Oh, I almost forgot which one I prepared as a gift for you. I made it myself. Hearing that, he looked up at her in surprise. Huh, Mom, isn't this for adults? It's too loose. He heard that, turned around and said, Maybe that would be even bigger on him, but she disagreed and replied, By the time Sejun fits into this shirt, fashion will be all about wearing really loose clothes. He doesn't know anything about fashion, so just stay there. Hearing that, the tired man replied, Yes, sir. Sejun looked up at her and asked softly, But if I can't wear it now? Why are you giving it to me? Mom Ixi Chun smiled brightly. Take it, I'll do it first so that you can wear it tomorrow. Mom was worried that when she wanted to give it to you, she wouldn't be able, so she gave it to you first. Chun asked confusedly, "What's wrong?"
Where are you going, Ma? Where could you possibly go?
Unable to contain her emotions, she tearfully sobbed. Miss Duong looked at him, because her mother was always in Sejun and Dad's hearts. Seeing my mother acting strange, I nervously asked, "Why are you crying? Why are you in pain?" An image of a memorial photo of the deceased appeared, the first time since I was born. I burst into tears, crying out that my world was falling apart. Chun's car turned around and waved goodbye, saying, "I'm off to school." He silently thought that this harsh world doesn't allow his father to have time to be sad. His father, busy, waved and said, "Ah, son, go ahead. Hajin's father will pick you up today." "Yes, Professor, I will do as you say. Whatever task you assign, no matter how small, I will do my best." I don't feel sad that my father doesn't spend much time caring for me, because he's the kind of person who puts work above everything else. His face looks sad and lifeless. My mother is gone too. That is reality, and for me, it is the greatest sadness. The door opens in the apartment building. He thought, and maybe it was from that moment. His confused expression asked, "Huh? What are you?" "Jean, do you answer? What is it?" "Why are you late, you pig? I've been waiting for you for a while." "Do you want to die?" Hajin suddenly appeared and kept interfering in my life. "You look funny criticizing her. How do you tie your hair?" Hajin's face flushed with embarrassment as she shouted, "What's wrong with my hair? Why does it look so weird?" Since then, whether happy or sad, Hajin has always been by my side. Then she frowned and looked at him. "Starting today, don't be late. It's because you leave too early." Sometimes I think we're like brothers. As time goes by, we both grow older. Ein smiled at Zechun. "Hey, I've been learning it recently, and it's really interesting." Chun's car replied disappointedly, "If you're studying too, why should I have to do it?" He sometimes feels like friends. Hein, who is older, laughs and looks at him. Yesterday, when I passed by the boys' school next to ours, I saw a handsome guy born in the year of the snake. That was me. Should I go meet him or not? Chun's lazy car responds, "You decide for yourself. Why are you asking me? Hurry up and answer me." Sometimes I also feel like a lover. Now I am already a young woman. She turned to look at Chun's car. "After school today, let's not go home right away, but go together to eat skewers, mango salad, ice cream, or something like that. You agree now, okay? Don't just eat bread and instant noodles every day, little pig." And I also sometimes feel like my mother is sending signals, turning around without knowing what's happening. I wonder, but just now, what did he just say? Is this a dream? His face froze in shock. "What? Why didn't you answer the phone back then? Why did you leave me alone?" Her eyes widened. He was stunned to see her rush to protect him from the kicks of that guy, while Keon smirked with satisfaction. "How is it? Feeling more excited because your boyfriend is holding you while you're being beaten?" He immediately reached out to hold her, turning her around and holding her tightly in protection. Hati looked terrified. "Hey, are you okay? Wake up quickly," he replied. "I'm sorry." Hajin didn't understand what he was saying. "What do you mean? Why suddenly you?" He softly said, "Thank you for everything." "Move aside, it's my turn," the guy shouted when he saw that. "What are you two whispering about? Do you want to live and die together?" Before he could laugh, he was pushed back by a sudden force as a speeding car rushed in and hit him. Seeing that, he raised his hand to praise him. His face now looked incredibly excited. "That's right, good job. If you take, you have to give back." He hadn't even laughed for a few minutes before you hit him so hard his head slammed into something behind him, and it didn't stop there. He raised his fist to strike again, but Luman shattered the remote control behind him. He let out a painful groan, then gasped a few times before slumping down and sitting heavily on the ground. Chun's car looked at him emotionlessly. "I don't know who you are, but I'm not really curious either. You should have stepped in right when you touched me." "Keon is laughing at you. Your fist is stronger than I thought, huh?" "It's been a long time since I felt pain." The guy stuck out his tongue and looked at him. Don't stop. Keep fighting. If you stop, you and that girl will definitely die." Before he could finish his sentence, he raised his hand high. "Yeah, I know." Then he forcefully struck the guy's head and threw a few more punches, causing Hayne to panic and call a taxi in fear. "Hey, stop now. You stop now. If you keep going like that, he'll die." Only then did he stop to catch his breath. "That's right, I did it on purpose. Now I'm sure. He still won't shut up and keeps provoking. If I don't kill him, then the people around you will die," he calmly replied. "Someone like him will never stop until he gets what he wants." The scene freezes as he grabs the guy's head and slams it into the electronic screen, and this time Keon softly says, "Please, spare my life." Did you think he would regret it? The fool's face was laughing like a crazy person.
You think I will beg you like that? Time is limited, Sejun. If you don't kill me before the police arrive, Keon will keep provoking you, and I will kill everyone close to you.
Of course, the first one will be your lover. Sejun raised an eyebrow at him. Hey, are you provoking me? Then I have to deal with you to satisfy myself. As he finished speaking, he grabbed the guy's hair and dragged him away. If that's what you want, I'll just accept it. Keon still has a bright smile. Do you think this is the right way? When we arrived at a safe place, he threw him in that direction. This kid is truly a real man. Keon lifts his head high and looks at the Chun vehicle. What are you dragging me into this cramped place for? Are you afraid of being embarrassed? He gently holds the microphone. What are you doing at Kono? Then hold it up high and look at the guy below. Fine, go ahead. I really want to hear a cheerful song. The sound of hitting echoes throughout the house, his face panicked but still stubborn. Back off, kid. This isn't going to be fun for you. Hayne ran over to block him, stopping him with a tug on the rubber band. Are you crazy? Do you even know how to think? She shouted at him. If he kills him even with justified self-defense, he's still destroying his life. So then she tremblingly grabbed Sejun's hand.
That's already enough. Please stop now.
She desperately tries to calm him down. Now let the adults handle everything, okay? Sejun calmly said to Hein. If everything was so easy, I wouldn't be in this situation. Hein? Keon opened his mouth in a smug smile. You're dreaming too much. If adults dream like that, you're no different from me. Even if we are similar, you and I each have our own work. Oh, really? I'm not a kid. He threw another punch at the guy's face. Shut up, kid. The adult is talking. She frowned, tears welling up, stopping for a moment, panicking inside and thinking, please, someone help me. The lazy thug taunted mockingly, time's almost up. There's no second chance. Are you going to miss this chance? What are you going to say? Hearing that, he raised the microphone again. Don't worry, I won't miss it. Hein shouted, Chun, you can't. He also laughed and said, that's right, let's end it. Suddenly, someone rushed out, quickly holding on to Zechun to stop his actions. Sangshu holds him tightly and says, if he dies, you won't be at peace. Seyun, we've promised each other many things. You can't go to jail. You know. So at this point, he grabbed him tightly. Chun was confused and thought, not this kid, wait a moment. What are you talking about? What are you trying to do? Stop him? Are you planning to kill someone or what? Hein tears up and looks at the person behind him, asking why he's so late if he said he'd come right away when called. What's with this idiot? Hai Ungshich said with a regretful smile. Because this kid is the closest, I asked him to come over right away. Sorry about that. Is that okay? Then he anxiously asked Sejun if he was still breathing, and Hein stammered in response. That person is still breathing, but he's bleeding a lot, so he probably needs to be taken to the emergency room. Hearing that, He Ungshich bowed his head and placed his hand on Sangshu's head. Both of them apologized together. Then go to the emergency room first. I will take care of things here. Sejun will go with this bald guy, he replied, not bald. Sangshu carried the bike on her back and turned to ask her, do you remember me? She replied, don't worry about it, just go. Yes. Turning around, she asked him, hey, the fun is just beginning now. Who are you? He looked up and cursed Ungshich, but you're just a bastard bound by the law and with nothing to do, not even on time. He was at a loss with this guy and said, fine, I agree, so don't say anything else. Now I want to try something different. In the police cell, a voice echoes out, reaching out. That guy, he's handcuffed and still in jail. Kay still laughs and asks, what's going on? Is there something special? Do you like being a detective? Hai Ungshich replied, yes, I really like it. It would be great if you liked it too. He asked further, but lately the criminal police have been really busy, right? No one is working here. Call me a bowl of soup. I haven't eaten it in a long time. Hai Ungshich flipped the bird. Sorry, I don't usually spend money on bugs. Instead, eat a little, order delivery, and go to sleep. In the cheerful cafe, she smiles and praises him. The criminal police are so adorable. What's your name? I can easily escape now, but I'm really tired. So can I stay here for one night? Are you going alone? He kept talking. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll treat you to a meal, so go ahead and order. Hey, where did you go? Leaving me alone, huh? I saw him walk far away and looked back to ask, are you really going? This is the first time I've ever seen something like this. The criminals' rights have disappeared. They've all vanished. What's wrong with this life? Seeing everything so dark, he feels so hopeless and wonders what's going on. Are you about to turn off the lights and let me sleep now? I like you a lot, kid. Suddenly, a foot stepped on his hand, and before he could understand what was happening, he was forcefully kicked hard by that person. Why suddenly, Auntie? Keon looked up, expression like he didn't know what pain was, and still smiled. Did you think I left so you turned off the lights to save face? Huh. Homicide detectives can't hear the smell of shit? Who's there? The voice suddenly echoes in silence. Why are you so noisy? Oh, is that your familiar voice? Are you a cop? No, I don't have any information. Before I could finish asking, I was grabbed by the hair and immediately dragged out of the cell. Keon excitedly looked at the person opposite him and said, Are you planning to lock me up like this and then beat me? You like doing that at the police station? The man in the hat sneered mockingly. Seeing that, he still smiled and asked, Why are you laughing at me when I'm over here? The other replied, No, that's not it, let me tell you. Hearing someone from the past, that kid is just like you now. The more right it is, the more he grins and shows his teeth. But when I left here, it could no longer smile. Do you know why? Aeon continued. That kid's mouth is gone now. That's really something to look forward to. He laughed loudly.
So what now?
This is the South Korean police station. Keon didn't finish his sentence before he managed to carry the burden. He was beaten to a pulp, but Keon still stubbornly shouted, This damn bastard is on a different level. Aeon grabs Trong Keon's collar and asks if he can handle the consequences. That's not necessary. If you do it the way you usually do, there won't be any problem. Keon is confused. What do you think our method is? Aeon smugly explains. Now there's no one around to witness, and the power's just gone out, so there's no CCTV either. Besides, who would believe the words of someone just caught red-handed for juvenile abuse, even though you're basically a criminal and not me? And Keon teasingly replied, Damn it, you're right. Just now, you and that police officer. Is this world going crazy? The police follow the law but fake the scene, along with that bastard impersonating a security guard of unknown origin. Aeon raises the hammer and curses. Now you understand, don't you? Scum like you should first suffer physical punishment, like being chopped into pieces with a meat cleaver, before facing legal consequences. And Keon, confused, asked if that was a meat cleaver. Aeon slammed his fist into his head. I use that at home, you bastard. And Keon, overwhelmed, he shouted that he was starting to be afraid. Wait a minute. Does this mean I really might die? How can Aeon still be laughing after questioning this? In Keon, helpless and threatening. Using weapons is illegal, and if not, it's the end. Keon tremblingly points, revealing the deadly arrogance of the arrogant bastard. I'll wait for you to see if this bastard has more behind you. Keon despises you. You should know how to read the situation and choose your words. Do you know what happens to bastards who get beaten and twisted like a worm? Suddenly, Keon grabbed Aeon by the arm. You bastard, wait a minute. Aeon said nothing and punched Keon again. By this point, Keon was already battered and twisted beyond recognition. Aeon starts counting. Still quite a few left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Aeon is like the embodiment of a demon. Just endure a little. I know how not to kill someone, so don't worry. Aeon muttered to himself, then continued tormenting Keon. Everything was happening right at the police station across from the hospital, when suddenly the car spoke up. Hajin, I'm fine. The doctor said it's not serious. Just need to rest for a few days and you'll be okay. Hajin shouted in agitation, What do you mean everything's fine? This idiot's head was smashed open earlier, bleeding all over, and I still have doubts about that person from earlier. Who is it after all? Why did they do this? Could it be related to me? Hein cried and begged. It was because of what happened that day that you were in danger, wasn't it? Hajin? Chun's car goes straight ahead. You're overestimating yourself. This world cares less about you than you think. Hajin casually punches the Chun car. You look like you want to die and come back to life. I'm the patient here. Hajin warned him with a mix of scolding. Don't think you can just brush this off like it's nothing, you pig. I have to go back to the gym and train, so please don't come and cause trouble. Chun's car confirms I didn't cause any problems, so that's not true. The police officer will handle it himself, Seon suddenly said. Aeon is so late that he might as well not come, but the doctor said there's no serious problem. Aeon hesitates. Hein, let me have a private talk with Zechun for a moment. Hein looked a bit surprised. I know already. What are you curious about? It's been a long time since I saw his serious face like that. Zechun asked nervously. Are you okay? Is something wrong? Aeon admitted and apologized, saying he didn't expect that guy to come looking for you so suddenly. Seon nodded, so that guy was also on their side. Aeon replied that it's a bigger criminal organization than he thought. He was planning to handle it himself, but now you've been dragged into it. By the way, can I ask how things are going with the car and the curtain? Aeon introduced the person earlier as the operator of an illegal drug manufacturing plant, apparently supplying some students. A fierce face appeared. Aeon continued to say that if he ever met Leongon, he wouldn't know what he would look like, and it would be quite dangerous. Aeon thought that this matter should be handled by him and Officer Jiang. So now you should stop. Chun opposes, no you can't. Immediately, Chun insists that I heard On Sang-shu say I have something to do. The leaders of that organization, called Director Han and Department Head Kim, recorded your fight and illegally broadcasted it to make money from the footage. Se-chun analyzes that if they stop now, those guys will definitely avoid confrontation by escaping. So if La Yonggon, Director Han, and Manager Kim come up to the surface themselves, I'll be the bait. Chun's car is full of ambition. Only then can we catch all of them and those who watched the video. That's the only way to make them pay. Se-chun is in a hurry. What's the situation? Own. First, recover your body and don't let yourself fall into that state again. Se-chun asked, are you leaving now? And what happened to that addict earlier? Aeon remembered his answer. Well, he remembered Keon's face. His cheekbone and jawbone are shattered, and his teeth are broken and all fractured. Aeon numbingly replied, just let him be destroyed. The Chun vehicle suddenly appeared in the detention room and injured itself? On the other side, Director Kim reported that it was already heavily injured since the scene was first discovered. According to the police, it's unreasonable for him to have self-harmed in the detention room. Right, you bastard, even if he's a monster. Manager Kim desperately advised, knowing we didn't make a big deal out of this, so it seems he did it. After all, he has some connection with the police. Why did that crazy guy go to Lim Si-chun and cause trouble? Just do exactly what you're told, and it's done. That's why I really hate those addicts. Manager Kim expressed his helplessness, still unaware and unconscious, not knowing why he kept seeking help. For now, closing the factory seems to be the best option. Jun-yu didn't really care. It sounded like something big was happening. He didn't hear the saying that attack is the best defense, suddenly craving some orange fish. He ignored Director Kim's annoyed face and asserted that if he was afraid of being attacked, he would just be dragged away. Then he trembled and grabbed the towel. So I should stop by there so I can't set up my base of operations, and I'll also say hello to Wei-on and the Chun vehicle. Suddenly, Jun-yu became excited. But is Ha-jin still resting in the gym? Still struggling a lot, huh? A brave little girl. Jun-yu smiles. It's been a while, so I should go roll Lin Swang once. That day in the boxing ring, both fighters fought fiercely. Manager Kim was excited. Good, that's the way it should be. Manager Kim shouted. Don't let him escape. Keep pushing him down, son. Manager Kim encourages. The opponent is already staggered. Don't miss this chance. Think of ending it now. The trainee secretly marvels this crazy guy. This strength and speed are unbelievable, even though he tried to block them. All were broken when Do-hun's fist came rushing in. He thought he couldn't dodge and had to take the hit. The student reluctantly blocks an attack from Do-hun, but before he can regain his composure, he throws a light punch. The student managed to avoid it again, and Manager Kim's smile grew even wider. That was a perfect strike. It's over. The trainee is crying silently. Kim, the manager, said it was just a light boxing training. Manager Kim happily watches as the student collapses. That will never happen here. Do-hun asked worriedly, are you okay? The student is trembling. It's okay, you've already struggled enough. Are you really a high school student? Do-hun wondered. Do I look that old? The trainee corrects himself, saying that's not true at all. Manager Kim can't hide his pride. Hey, Hun, if you keep going like this, you'll sweep the entire competition. There's no one left to train with you now. Manager Kim Jiang's hand shot out so quickly that he had to bring along a professional boxer to help. Officer Doc Hai truly sent a good luck charm. Where have you been hiding all this time? Don't worry about money. Oh, little guy, I'll take responsibility, so let's go with me until the very end. Do-hun smiles happily and says, thank you, manager. I will train hard. He thought to himself, his voice was so loud. Manager Kim's saliva carried the flavor of life. Truly hard to find someone as talented and hard-working as him. Until now, you've really only competed against opponents of your own level. Besides professional athletes, you probably haven't lost to anyone else. Do-hun wondered, how does it work when fighting under boxing rules? Manager Kim agrees. Yes, boxing indeed. So what do you think? Do-hun asked. That's right, both of you. At this point, the rules are explained. One is in a different weight class, but their skills are quite impressive. Do-hun analyzed that the other person, despite being in a lower weight class than me, I didn't even have a slightest hope of winning. Then I suddenly thought of Jun-yu. But what surprised me more was that boxing wasn't a skill. Is Director Kim surprised? Are you planning to go find that gym? Run-yu asked nervously. Yeah, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Manager Kim replied. Who are you? What kind of promotion are you doing now? Manager Kim expressed his concern, wondering how many people in Korea are black jitsu, and if the rumors are verified, wouldn't they just uncover your past immediately? Jun-yu replied. What does that have to do with anything? I'm not a competitor anyway. At this point, Junyu hesitated because there are actually some things that shouldn't be kept secret. Director Kim then suggested a different approach. Anyway, that schoolboy with the ponytail is injured, so he probably won't go to the gym. I have a better idea, so you go to work first. Junyu looked disgusted. Sigh. I really hate going to work. Maybe I should ask for a leave. Soon it was late afternoon, and someone called in the office. Junyu hesitated. The manager spoke up. Manager Han, Runyu replied. Yes, sir. The manager smiled. This is the meeting document for tomorrow morning. Please help me prepare the PPT. You know I like a modern style, right? Junyu looked a bit dissatisfied. It's already 5:59. How can that be? The department head directly dismisses it. Just a little overtime is enough. Why do you think so? How long have you been working here but still act like a rookie? Junyu explains. No, it's not the manager's job. This is Manager Kim's work, and the manager just dismisses it. Manager Kim has an important meeting today, and I also have a date today. I need to get married. As soon as he finished speaking, the manager gestured and said, Our manager Han is handsome. Send it to me first, please, with that modern style. Junyu was speechless. You bastard! After finishing work, Junyu sighed and stayed late again. Since it wasn't rush hour, there wasn't much traffic. He just stood in front of the elevator, trembling slightly as he watched the scene inside. Runyu bowed slightly and said, Hello, Vice Director. Du-Yu just glanced at him. Di-Hun hurriedly said, Wait a moment before you transfer. Junyu replied, Yes. Di-Hun looked apologetic. Sorry, Vice Director, I couldn't confirm the time. Everyone has already finished work. Du-Yu orders. Secretary Kang, I will go down first, so please take another helicopter to get the documents on my desk and bring them here. I forgot already. Di-Hun was flustered. The documents on the table. I will bring them now. Du-Wu urged. Come in, employee. Runyu desperately refuses. No need. I will take another trip. But Du-Yu insists. Hurry up and get in. Junyu had no choice but to agree. Yes. My uncle also found it strange. What's going on? That sensitive bastard is riding the elevator with some ordinary staff again? That bastard who just took the elevator with me was disgusting enough. Junyu pressed the floor button, and a silence settled over the space. Are you going to school? Runyu replied, No. Du-Yu asked further, so it's about exercising. Junyu looked confused and said, Why would I ask about that if not? Then why are you at the company? Are you questioning me while carrying your backpack to work? You bastard, are you a kid or what? Du-Yu nonchalantly said, It's convenient so more people have been carrying it around lately. Du-Yu Duong, with a tough look, asks, Is your mother doing well? Dun-Yu's face darkened. What did you just say? Oh, right. He mocks him. Your mother has been gone for a while, hasn't she? I completely forgot I mixed up one of the women my father cheated with. Sorry about that. Du-Yu insults him, shouldn't he? A bastard kid with no known background. I don't know what your father was thinking to let you into the company. Du-Yu warns you, don't even think about anything else. Just do your job properly down there. Clean up the VIP lounge and handle the petty cash. That's the blood running through your veins. Just like your mother. Du-Yu continues. You probably watch things like movies and TV shows, so don't think nonsense. Since you have half of his blood, I'll tell you the highest place you can climb to is where he stands. Du-Yu confirms. Get out of my bathroom and toilet. That's the highest place you can reach. Run. Yu wishes he could do something to him. Du-Yu simply says, Oh, and don't think you'll get paid for overtime. Junyu suddenly smiles from behind. That crazy guy is still as boring as ever. He picked up the phone and said, How important is a toilet? If you're using it and suddenly can't, wouldn't that be frustrating? On the other end, Manager Kim replied, Yeah, it's done, right? How is Yongon? Kim, department head, exclaimed, He's in the best condition now, so I'll get ready. Junyu instructed to inform the VIPs that the broadcast date has been postponed to next week, citing the match between Lee Yonggon and Im Chun. Suddenly, a terrifying pair of eyes appeared behind Run Wong, revealing Yonggon hiding a brick in ambush. This match will be a bit intense. Early dawn at the mansion. Manager Kim was curious, but why did he suddenly proceed? You said to wait until Chun's condition improved. Junyu immediately declared, I plan to let my eldest son know, since he doesn't seem to understand very well. Manager Kim immediately realized, oh, it's that vice director with a shady background, so you're telling him something. Run Yu, the young child, takes a sip of water. Everything that turns this world upside down begins in darkness. First, Junyu analyzes those who own everything that money can buy and begins to obsess over things that cannot be bought with money, revealing scenes of violence, stimulation, and illegality. Suppose the news report about the female students group assault starts and ends there. It would be very confusing. Junyu explains that Im Chun is her friend and is seeking revenge by finding those who harmed her through violence. We protect and support by broadcasting all of that, just like endorsing the embodiment of justice, which is the feeling of justifying and relieving oneself psychologically. Junyu bitterly laughs. That damn vice director thought I was only cleaning up shit for VIPs. But in the end, he didn't realize that I am the one holding the lives of those VIPs. Manager Kim paused for a moment, then asked where this was. Junyu, without hesitation, replied, "This is the school, the perfect setting for students to fight. Contact Sun, the student, and tell him that after finishing school next week, to leave Hun's car there and then say there's an urgent matter at home before leaving." Director Kim questioned, "Isn't that too obvious?" Junyu doesn't care anyway. After all, Lai Yonggun won't be useful in the future, and maybe the two of them can even plan something in advance. Manager Kim wonders if this time, if he knows Lai Yonggun is coming, he will spare Sun's mother's hand. Junyu, the team leader, responds, "Forget it, it's useless. After all, Sun's main purpose is to train the Chuni vehicle." Manager Kim is curious, "So who do you want to win this match?" Back to reality as Yonggun attacked from behind, Junyu replied, "Not sure yet. Anyway, it's more exciting if the Chuni car wins, right? But I don't really know because Lai Yonggun isn't the type to guess things." The scene shifts to this afternoon, with Yonggun's eyes filled with intense excitement. Zai-chun, frightened, turns back and narrowly avoids Yonggun's thrown brick. Is there anything even Yonggun is surprised by? Chun's car punches hard into Yonggun's leg. The somersault leaves Yonggun stunned. What the hell is this bastard? Chun's vehicle slides past the opponent. Yonggun loses his momentum. Damn it! Before Yonggun could finish speaking, the Chun vehicle grabbed his collar. Zai-chun whispers softly into Yonggun's ear. "We finally meet. Li Yonggun is very happy to see you and me, but now Yonggun is desperate, you bastard." "You knew I would come?" Zai-chun sneered. "Say nothing because it really stinks." He is more forceful. "Let's fight first and then talk." Yonggun trembles. "You're still chaining me up, you bastard." Zai-chun hints. "I didn't mean to do it." Yonggun was surprised. Chun explained. "I was about to smash his jaw, but Yonggun suddenly burst out laughing. Looks like you don't understand yet." Late at night in the school area, Yonggun spoke. "Hein, you're right that kid is really good at fighting. He's not someone to mess with." At this point, Yonggun is battered and unrecognizable, and even if he fights with those guys fiercely, he won't make a sound or a single cry. Young spreads his arms. It's really tense. "You're too arrogant, so I also want to fight you once." Zai-chun replied, "Yeah, don't worry." He charged with a thunderous punch because I will hit back several times harder. The sound of the punch was so loud that it could be heard even in Vungtao, and Zai-chun was struck repeatedly. But he quickly realized something was off. He hit exactly when he was unprepared, yet he was unharmed. Even now, Yonggun still smiles. "You really lack strength. You're giving it your all." This bastard's provocation was exploited by his hesitation. Chunkar suddenly wondered, is he that fast? Now it's Yonggun's turn to counterattack. He keeps repeating with all his strength. Chun's car blocks the punch. "Are you asking about counterattacking?" "That's right. Do something quickly." Inside Zai-chun's mind, he thought that even if he attacked, it wouldn't affect him at all. "I guess I have to use jujitsu." I don't know if he took off his shirt to fight with full strength, or if he's just a troublemaker craving attention, Zai-chun thought to himself. But he just followed what he learned from An Sang-shu. Yonggun clicked his tongue. "That expression of yours, kid, is the same. What's so confusing about the Chun vehicle?" Yonggun was excited as if he had struck gold. "That's exactly the look. Hazen's expression as if she's going to win with that G2 technique." That night at his private apartment, Hajin was training hard, but he was helpless, his attacks completely ineffective. Hein thought to himself that because his reach was too long, all his attacks were blocked. "I need to land a fatal blow. Wait for him to strike first." Young was confused. "What are you thinking? Why aren't you fighting anymore? If you don't attack and he charges without hesitation, then let me handle it." Hein was just waiting for this moment and quickly executed a spectacular uppercut. When dodging attacks by avoiding them, the lower body is pushed forward. She turns the height obstacle into an advantage and he will automatically switch to defense. So this will be the way to determine the winner. But one thing Hein didn't expect was that this bastard said he had never trained in Jisoo. Yonggun looked down on him. Whether it's Juju or whatever, getting hit would make him lose his mind immediately. Hein exclaims, "Wow, that guy looks like a skeleton." She struggles to lift him. Hajin grabs Yonggun's collar and threatens, "I will show you what true brain loss really looks like." Yonggun implied, "So that's how it is?" "So that's how it is?" He gently turns around and quickly grabs Hazen by the hair. This is how you deal with an opponent. Yongan forcefully slammed Hazen to the ground. Hajin has lost all her strength. Yongan smirks. This is what it feels like to be beaten, isn't it? Back in the present, Yongan was telling his story but was hit before he could finish. Yongan is annoyed. They're explaining a memory, and you have no manners at all. Yongan threatens, do you want to get beaten like little Hain? While being beaten, it brought back some memories of Chechun, who once told me that provoking means opening your mouth to taunt the opponent. This is a psychological battle. Aeon thinks that if that happens, he will often act on impulse and mess everything up. Just act like you're dealing with clowns. If you try to handle each one individually, you'll only tire yourself out. Aeon even suggests that if Leon is too strong for you to fight back, then just attack that. The Chun vehicle still has many issues. So should I just act flashy then? Of course, that's the ultimate skill. But isn't Lee Yongganzo in a state where he can't feel pain? Aeon denies it. There's no need for flowery words. If you can't master that skill, it will be very difficult to maintain perfect balance. Abusing drugs like that only makes the nerves hurt more. So just destroy it so he can't use that function anymore. Back in reality, Yongan was momentarily surprised. He glared mockingly. So you're just copying that girl's move. Do you think this is a juju contest? Do you also want to develop a mental illness like that kid? Yongan pushed himself even harder. If you hit like that, I'll have you hospitalized just like her. Suddenly, Seichun's car started singing. He's looking for baby sweets, and his heart is fluttering.
As expected, Yongan is provoked. What nonsense are you talking about?
Seichun cheerfully replied, in my favorite movie, they did that. Yongan was confused. Your crazy brother suddenly... Seichun grabbed his foot. That's exactly it. While you're wondering what I'm doing, Seichun acted decisively, and I already broke your toes. How could Yang have guessed that the one dying is this guy? Seichun taunts. You bark a lot. You drug addict, do you think this is a martial arts competition? Then Chunkar grabbed Yonggan's leg, and with your long limbs, I'll let you taste what it's like when each joint is broken. Inside the school, they fought desperately to the death. Seichun has the advantage now, grabbing Yonggan's leg and breaking it. Yang finally feels pain. Damn it, this monkey is in so much pain. Could it be that the effect of the drug is wearing off? If it ends like that, it's not acceptable. Just a little more, is Seichun comforting me. And if I've only managed to break a few of your bones, I won't stop there, so don't worry. While Yongan is lost in thought, Seichun throws another punch. The Chun car keeps attacking non-stop. Yongan forces a smile. That's right, you're right. If it ends like that, it would be truly empty. What exactly did I do? Yongan started rambling, no longer able to fight back or resist. It seems Yongan also wants to attack the mind. Please, let me live. I beg you, let me live. It asked me to stop, but I kept fighting, and those were just small details. Seichun stared intently and replied, Then I will let you experience that feeling. No, even better than that. Seichun is furious about the pain Hein has to endure. Seichun, now the champion of the Golden Bell ringing contest, feels like this is nothing. That bastard Yongan was drained of all his blood and drugs. In the end, everything became clear. Only Yongan's desperate scream remained. Did the security guard hear something? Was it the scream of a man? Is anyone still inside the school? The guard muttered. The patrol still has about an hour left, but I find it a bit troublesome. How did you get in here? The tall man approached. You did well. There's about an hour left on the patrol, so you should take a few laps around, right? The tall man suggested. Don't ask why, I'll cover the money for you. At that moment, Asen appears from behind. This bastard is a greedy guy who always thinks money can do everything. The tall man was startled and turned around. One said, Finally, I've met you. I fainted at that time, so I forgot to ask something. The tall man stammered in fear. What, you damn monkey? How do you know I'm here? You don't need to know that. Is your leg feeling better yet? Aeon sneered. After thinking it over, people who work for money like you would know a lot of information. So I waited until you went out there. Aeon announced solemnly, From now on, I will kidnap you. The tall man couldn't hide his fear. What's going on with this monkey? Today he may look like he's alone, but actually he's just pretending. Do I look naive to you? What are you planning to do? Aeon didn't say much and applied the measures from the autonomous zone. Here, do it like this. Aeon concluded that in the end, everyone has to use tools. The kid returns to the classroom couple. Yongan desperately rolls on the ground. Damn it! Is this too much? Seichun pretends to be surprised. So, you say you don't know pain, but I didn't expect your endurance to be this limited. Chun's car is rushing in. If I'm not mistaken, the drug must have worn off. Young panicked. Stop, get out of here. Damn it, I need to rest for a bit. Yang begged in despair. Stop, what's going on? Young couldn't hold back and shouted. Chun's face remained expressionless. This is the scream I want to hear. So from now on. At this moment, Yonggon was immobile. Seichun grabbed Yonggon. But how did you torment Hein that day? Now that Seichun's eyes have turned cold, just feel it slowly. Yonggon still hopes for mercy. I didn't even wait a moment before I broke both my ankles. Seichun doesn't care and starts punching wildly. Yonggon is doomed. Suddenly, a hand stopped Chun's car. Chun's car turned around. You promised you wouldn't stop me anymore. Do-hoon hesitated, and that's exactly how it is. But please stop.
Down advises that he truly deserves to die, but eventually you will get hurt.
Get up and reconsider. Looking at Yonggon Do-hoon's body continuing, everything is over and there's no way to go back. Chun's car remained silent for a long time. Down recounted that day's events, insisting it was definitely not his fault. Hein also thought so. Inside the building, there is no light at all. Yang weakly drags himself along the floor, trying to force himself to stand up. His face was beaten so badly it was swollen, and he weakly groaned. Please help me. I have no feeling in both legs.
The cameraman on the other side heard Yonggon's call and responded coldly.
That's not my job anymore. His words are becoming more and more inhumane. If the team leader suddenly loses contact now, the others will definitely come anyway. Just wait a moment. The cameraman zooms in closer to Yonggon, making the bruises and bloodstains more visible, and the man urges him on. Come on, wake up and look into this camera and share your thoughts. At the same time, outside the hotel, the sky is gradually turning the color of evening. Mr. Cheon's car is inside the large room, watching Yonggon battered and bruised with a satisfied look. This will definitely be more exciting than the previous matches. Is that okay?
As you can see, even with serious injuries, I don't feel any pain. My motor nerves have already recovered remarkably.
Hearing that, he replied, if I win this match, I will gain more trust, which is a bit unfortunate. Since Yonggon isn't good at jiu-jitsu, this result is only natural. But what if the player can combine boxing and wrestling? Suddenly, he glanced at the blonde man standing behind Zhang Qian, like a VIP player. He then covered his mouth with his hand, contemplating. Still, he decided to give that kid a try. I wonder if there's any risk if we give our player some drugs. Zhang Qian's face gradually became more cunning, unconsciously revealing a strange smile. What is it? Representative Han obviously knows everything, but you also know that there are different levels, right? Yes. Then we will also check on the progress of the other kids after I become very interested in this event game. Anyway, matches with emotion are always more exciting. Zhang Qian suddenly changes his expression.
That's just what I said. Why don't you try checking on that guy yourself?
At least I would think more positively about it.
Could that friend really be?
Yeah, that's right. He took a few steps, then stopped, slowly turned around, and replied, that guy is the one who stayed silent. The scene shifts to another location inside a large room. After hearing the story, Director Kim speaks with some surprise. I never thought of that. It's more interesting, right? How should I plan it? Let's brainstorm. Has Captain Kang not found out yet? He responded, I think it could also happen to Aeon. I need to come up with a way to deal with it. If Captain Kang has said anything, I probably should go see Aeon. He already racked his brains to figure out how to talk to him last time. He agreed when he heard that. Yes, this is the right time to enter the enemy's territory. So when are we leaving then? He crossed his arms and smiled softly.
No, we'll go later. Besides, it's almost the end of the year.
Elsewhere, beneath the clear blue sky, the city remains bustling and noisy. Chun's car is parked by a corner, holding someone close due to the cold winter weather. Suddenly, Hain's tiny figure appeared beside him, surprising him as she jumped up and grabbed his bike lock, nearly choking him. After greeting each other warmly, they looked at each other and burst into laughter. Hein smiled happily upon seeing him again. Yes, you look brighter than when you were fat like a pig. Welcome back, you pig-headed idiot. Chun's car also joins in on her teasing. I do notice that since I lost weight, some girls have been asking for my number now and then. Hee, she replied with a bright smile. So it is? Do you want to die? He looked her over and asked. Hey, what's wrong with you today? Do you look prettier? Because Christmas is coming, they set up a big Christmas tree outside on the street. Today is a special day, so I'm feeling a bit festive. Did you accidentally wear your uncle's shirt? Chun, there's something I don't quite understand. What's wrong? He was worried about the scars that occasionally haunted him because of what happened during the full moon. Probably because of that incident. He responded to her. But suddenly was hit hard by Han Tan. What are you talking about? Juju training is naturally going to get scratches sometimes. Don't worry anymore, just focus on the menu to order. That's good. Be careful when practicing Juju. That useless kid in your family will definitely get hurt all the time. Later, she pessimistically said, I still feel the same as that red-haired girl and the brat with blonde hair said, because I don't know anything about the dangerous things happening. Seeing that, he just silently looked at Hein. Seun quietly thought, there are two things I realized as I defeated each enemy to avenge Hajini. Recalling the past, darkness envelops the school. Dohun's voice suddenly echoes. Hey, are you okay? Your hand is so bruised it's trembling, but you still look so calm. It's nothing. A rest and it'll be fine. His face was also covered with splattered blood. Things like this are no big deal. Since everything is not over yet, you should wait a little longer. Seeing your unusual condition, I immediately reminded you. Stop already. Even if you don't go this far, finding Representative Han and Director Kim is only a matter of time. Do-hun softly advises him, if you keep fighting and recovering improperly, you don't know what will happen to your body. So, just knowing that is enough. Sechun smiled and said, I will definitely take good care of my body, don't worry too much. You're still worried, but you still give in. All right, moving forward is also important. But more importantly, take care of yourself and those around you. And remember that sometimes I need to rest to keep going. Coming back to the present, Hein shyly asked, By the way, Chun, I'm curious about something. What? She blushed so much her face turned red and her voice trembled a little. What is our relationship? He looked clueless again when he heard that. Sorry, you bastard, you're really something. Hein suddenly got upset and turned away. Hey, just kidding, don't be upset. Oh, sorry. Suddenly a small snowflake gently fell on her head. Hein realized, oh, it's snowing, winter is coming, and we just want to meet our loved ones. At a tavern, both the bride and the goat sit together sipping their drinks, joking with words that are distant yet familiar. Please, can we not meet again next year? You said the same thing last year. Or like managers or going home to your family right after work. Today, the boss will buy some beef and maybe go shopping with your parents. Son, let's go out to eat today. What do you want to eat? Even feeling sad and missing someone. Like Shu Huin wearing a reindeer costume to the cemetery to remember the person who was once by your side. Just like Chun's car gently helping Hazen with her coat and occasionally stopping on the busy street to look at the person beside him, he softly smiled and asked her this silly question again. As if she understood the hidden meaning in his answer, she widened her eyes because today, the Chun Mandan car held her hand, standing under the falling snow and feeling the warmth. He looked into the distance and smiled quietly, thinking that it was truly a good day. Suddenly, a shout rang out outside on the street. Aeon calmly glanced and said finally, Desung tremblingly pointed forward and asked, what are you guys doing at this sacred training ground? Only the two of them holding hands, suddenly a voice shouted, Hurry up and let go. Han teasingly licked his lips. I don't like it. You bunch of losers trembling at others' happiness. Hearing that, he shouted, What? Really single, huh? He's the one who's still single. The person next to her muttered, Hey, I already told you that. She replied, No, these days if you haven't had a boyfriend for over a year, you're single, don't you know? Sechun smiled and said, You should tell the guys that Aeon coldly looked at him and said, Congratulations, don't make girls cry like those cowards. And he is the one crying behind him. I also want to have a lover. He pressed his face close and threatened him. If you make Hein cry, even if you are the one, I will still send you to hell. If you're curious, try it. Hearing that, the Green Chun's face turned pale. Yes, but I'm not curious at all. Suddenly, she rushed forward and pushed him away. What's wrong with our car? Aeon thought with a disappointed look. It's useless, isn't it? You're not wrong. Aeon smiled brightly and looked at him in Momadhul. I also want to say something. What's wrong? Aeon asked upon hearing that. Marrying. She chuckled softly and cursed. What the hell is wrong? Then you happily announced it. Right now I'm slowly relearning that technique, but it's all slipping away. Dong-hun looked surprised. You're finally starting again, huh? Dong-hun also congratulated and looked on. Really? Are your knees okay? We have to start again slowly. She nodded and looked at everyone. Yeah, it will start simply. Do you have self-study exchange classes on weekends lately? Has anyone ever visited from another gym before? Aeon glanced and said, Just a bunch of lonely kids. Hein laughed happily and said, Let's have a self-study session this weekend, then buy some snacks to eat. Dia asked in surprise, Why are you here? What are you here for today? Could it be? Are you two dating? We're just having fun studying together like a real skill. They just replied, Go wherever you want. Inside an abandoned house, two men are inside, one gasping and coughing up a few sips of syrup. Aeon glared coldly, quite patient. So you're not a mercenary after all. How much are they paying you for this? He sneered maliciously. It's about the money, but not just that. You don't know who you're facing, do you? Someone like you probably used to join some special forces unit somewhere. After saying that, he was punched in the face. Aeon calmly punched repeatedly into his face. His face was cold and emotionless. He couldn't stand it. Huck Zero, hitting me is useless. Do you think I will reveal anything? Someone will come looking for you, and when that happens, you'll know to let me go. He still looks at that guy without any fear. I see. So before I let you go, even if I don't get any information. Then he crouched down and said, I will cut you into pieces and let you go. That way, my effort will mean something. He glances at the weapons on the ground to see which one is good. Then he chooses a saw, raises it in his hand, but unfortunately there are no scissors. I guess I'll use this then. Seeing the thing in his hand, the guy asked in fear, What? Are you planning to cut off my finger?
This is the Republic of China, you bastard. Do you think you can?
He didn't care and replied, I would cut off your limbs until you confess if you want me to stop. But all the fuss took quite a bit of time, a total of 20 cuts. Then he pointed the saw toward his crotch. So I'll only cut one. The guy looked stunned as he listened to him continue. First I will cut it off. Once I finish cutting, there won't be time to reattach it, if you don't speak up during that time. Aeon glanced at the threat and had no choice but to accept it. Live as a eunuch then. He started to get scared. What? Wait a moment, actually, he continued. After seducing her, just say it. Medical skills are really good lately, don't worry. Hearing that, he shouted, Wait, no. Damn it, I will tell you, you bastard. Shouts echoed outside the house. Aeon glanced at that guy. Hey, why is it so hard to find? Is it because of all the blood? I haven't cut him yet. Seeing he didn't react, he softly asked, Is he dead? You look so big and strong. Wake up and talk quickly. That morning, during the free exchange, Diashung turned to ask Aeon, Did Lun Hein say he would come today? After the event, will he buy a full set of book key? He turned around and replied that he might be a bit late because he said he would go to the hospital. Also, today a new person who just moved nearby will come to visit, so I shouted happily, Really, what for? Great. Aeon glanced and said, I heard he's wearing a white belt, so don't go too hard or you'll hurt both of you. He gets even more excited. The new person, I'm not that bold. I will lure that person to this gym. Suddenly, someone from behind says, Sorry. Dia Xing turned around and said, I think they're here. Hello. He cheerfully greeted, Hello, sir. You're really tall. I'm so jealous. Hearing that, the person nodded and said, Hello? Dia Xing said, There will be a few more people arriving at the changing room over there first. Change your clothes and come out. Suddenly, the person with the hat glanced ahead and nodded. Hello. Aeon also bowed his head. Oh, hello. After greeting, the person in the hat suddenly looked terrifying. Yon remained silent, looking a bit suspicious. At the elevator door, Zechun appeared smiling and said, Hello? I arrived first. Hajin will be a little late. Hey, Chun, that's really cool. Seeing your strange behavior, he gently asked, What? What's wrong? Do you have a girlfriend? Someone new has arrived, that blurry figure. Just moved to this area. I'm here to hang out today and see what the vibe is like. Don't go too hard since the guy with the white belt isn't running away. Hearing that, his face lit up. Really? Finally, there's someone new. He pointed and told the story. Yeah, he's just changing clothes, so he'll come out soon. Dong Hun will probably like it a lot too. Let's see if you invite me to a full meal after today's event. I'll respond accordingly. Someone steps out the door. Dia Sung excitedly says, Let's go! This Chunkar is waiting. Chunkar bows and smiles. Hello? Nice to meet you. My name is Imchun. Nice to meet you. The man smiled back and replied, Yes, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I am Han Junu. I am new to practicing soft techniques, so I hope you can guide me. Jungu warmly shook hands with Zechun. My name is Jungu Han. I haven't practiced Juju in a long time, so if I make any mistakes, I hope you will kindly guide me. Jungu quickly responds without overthinking. I haven't trained in a while either. Did you just move here? The gym here is well equipped. Let's try rolling together today and think positively, he replied. Of course, I really like the atmosphere here. I find everything here very impressive. Then he hinted at something, looking very mysterious, and told him, It's been a while, just like someone I know. Are you really okay? No matter how good it is. The bus is also there and everyone is friendly, so I find it easy to talk to people. I told my dad to remember to exercise regularly and not to worry about anything. He turned to his daughter and asked, Do you know, but really, I can't take you there. Just go by car with Dad, Hajin replied. It's okay, Dad. The traffic is heavy on weekends anyway. Let's take the subway right here. He reluctantly agreed. I understand. Actually, he just wanted to ask once as a father. Then he walked away in one breath. Hein was annoyed by his father's words and said, I will go by car. I will get a ride. But her uncle really didn't look back. Be careful. Bye-bye. Call your boyfriend to pick you up when you arrive. But he still tried to add one more instruction. If possible, come after dinner. Today, my mother and I will go out to eat together. This makes Hajin even more jealous. You also have a date to go out and eat. Enjoy it. Her uncle calmly nodded. The scene then shifts to Jungu and Seun practicing together. He used his foot to press down tightly on his neck. Jungu sighed. You did really well. I couldn't escape at all. You also managed to trap my arm earlier, he replied. Yes, I was holding back to prevent you from getting hurt. Do you agree? Yes, that's right. It's best not to get hurt. What's going on? Why do I feel like he's very different from ordinary white belts? He's not using force. Is he doing that on purpose because of his state of mind? As he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. It's Jong-hoon. There's something strange about him, right? Oh, you feel the same way? They both looked towards Junu. Yes, he's like Moog Dai Trang, but it feels like he already knows all the skills I'm about to use, so he's just warning me not to say anything wrong to him. But maybe it's just because of my mood. Now go ahead and practice, brother. Jungu's front reveals a sinister smile as time passes, until Chun and Ion finish their fight, and he respectfully shows admiration in front of Ion. Thank you. He also complimented you. You've tried your best already. Suddenly, Jungu walks over. If it's okay, he wants to challenge Aeon. Let me try once with him to test his strength. Can you handle that? No need to be polite, he immediately agreed. Yes, let's do it. The two of them bump fists. He is polite. Yes, everything depends on you. He said that and quickly charged at Az like lightning, but he immediately grabbed his shoulder and shirt. He thought to himself, he's just a newcomer. I must be overreacting. Jungu tried to turn Aeon over, but was caught in his hold. Because of his experience, he quickly subdued him. Afterward, he praised him. Oh, wow, indeed. Aeon looked impressed. Dino really has different classes. Thank you for fighting me. Are you the trainer? Aeon replied. Yes, that's right. I'm mainly in charge of the class, and the tuition is quite cheap. So if you think it's okay, consider coming here to register for classes. Even if it's small, it's really good to be surrounded only by the best. He put on the most hypocritical face possible. Yes, I see. So that's how it is. I've tried with others, so the only one left is you. All right. Jungu turned to look at the Chun vehicle. Chun car, right? Fight me once. He didn't hesitate. All right, let's fight. He looks incredibly dangerous as he glances back. Hansu, I'm counting on you. This made Chun She also wonder and turn around instinctively, but there was no one there. He suggested, can we go in the direction where that person isn't? Chun's car remained calm. Yes, all right. After saying that, he put on a fake expression that looked very artificial, like when challenging Aeon. It's all thanks to you, yes, he replied. From the start, Zechun quickly took the upper hand. He is pleased with himself. Okay, Min succeeded. But Zechun underestimated Junu too much. He quickly embraced him, catching him off guard. What's going on? Then he deliberately turned his body to lure Zechun. He was still feeling proud, truly, just a white belt. While lost in contemptuous thoughts, he quickly threw him down. He's just a white belt. The Chun vehicle was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. Jungu pinned him down. What are you surprised about? From now on, you'll be even more surprised than this, he replied. Yes. Why all of a sudden? He immediately revealed his true face. Is Han doing well? His hand is gripping the bike's handlebar tightly. Who is who? I'm really disappointed. Over there, Hajin is still happily playing around. Ninia nin, Ninia ninyo. From now on, everything will go back to the way it was. It seems she looks very happy. How did Chun's car handle them? I want them to see what true discipline really is. You're still being threatened on Chun's side and don't understand what's happening. I wonder why. It's me. It's me. The one you've been longing for all this time is here. Jungu laughed loudly and whispered into his ear. Jungu sneers suspiciously. Maybe you know Han's representative, right? The more he spoke, the tighter he gripped, leaving him no way out. That monkey. He looks threatening. No, you can't. You can't. Speak softly. Don't you know that if you go all out during a jitsu match, it's like you've already hit the ground? He even mocked him, saying, has anyone heard that Hajin has improved a lot recently? You really are a strong kid. I've been through something similar, so I genuinely respect you from the bottom of my heart. Then Jungu continued, what would happen if that strong child met me now? Are you not curious? You probably have to face that fear once more to completely overcome it. Over there, Hanji is still whistling, waiting for the elevator without knowing what's happening. Chun's car is still being threatened by that greedy Jungu, but I think such a thing was never going to happen from the start. He even deliberately mentioned her. Isn't it about time for Hajin to arrive? It would be great if it arrived while you're being held like this. I don't know how much longer you can endure. What? Aeon sat quietly to the side, deep in thought. It seems like he managed to hold on, but the rubber car probably still has some pride left about Mugro. Why didn't he slap his hand? He even provoked him further. You're very good at enduring. It's truly impressive. Aeon watched that scene with great curiosity. Just slap your hand down and everything will be over. Slam your hand on the floor. I have to stop him before he gets deeper into the forest. Sechun, he's coming now. Then he wants to kill Chun. Sleep now. Making Chun's vehicle shake with trembling hands and feet. Seeing that, Aeon grabbed his shirt collar and effortlessly threw him far away. Why did you do that? Rungu pretending to be a deer? Is he unconscious now? He didn't clap his hands, so I didn't know. Sorry. The people on the other side saw that scene and were confused. What's going on? Did Chun faint? Aeon must be mistaken. Duidong? It's Chun's car. Duidong tries to pull him up. Hey, are you okay after that fall? He sat there with a fake expression. Sorry, I was just practicing and made you upset like that. You'll be okay, right? Aeon interrupts. I can see his true face. I know you used a lot of strength near the end, so stop pretending. Who the hell are you, dog? Despite hearing that, Jungu still kept acting without hesitation. What the hell, really? He was just fainting after all. This gym is really strange. It's just because he didn't kick with his hand. He turned his head in disgust and said, I didn't sign up here. I'm leaving now. I have my reasons for giving this gym a bad review. This made Asen frown in anger. He turned to him and said, if I was being gentle, you should know to step back. Then he finally revealed his true nature. Sorry about that. What's going on? He's provoking you. It's already past time. That girl is supposed to arrive at this time. Seeing the alarm go off, oh, here it is, Vung. Open up, Hajin. She happily waves goodbye. Hajin has arrived. He turned back with a sinister smile, causing Asen to freeze. Hajin looked at him puzzled and asked, Who is this? Are you here to train? Jungu asked first. It's been a while since we last met, Hein. Then he leaned in close, facing Hajin directly. Do you miss me? If not, I might feel a little sad. Seeing that, she immediately knelt down, trembling on the ground, and he felt pleased. You react quickly, huh? Jungu mocks her. Maybe you're right, recovering Aeon's spirit from behind with a punch. But he quickly dodged, which only happens in movies. Then he turned to face Aeon. Is that right, Aeon? In an instant, I knew it very well. He asked if you're not fully recovered yet, and if the people in the cemetery are family. I don't understand why I can't find any information. Jungu pointed at his face. I see that you cared about your people, but you are at fault for not being able to protect them. So let me tell you what you need to do now. Jungu continues. Do you have the Kang team leader with you? Are you searching for information the old-fashioned way? He smiled cheerfully, as if he was looking down on them. If you don't let me go within the next hour, I will greet Hajin's parents in that classic way. Aeon wondered. What? Do you know the head of Kang? Over there, Hajin's uncle is with Duhui's mother and a man. I'm just waiting for them to bring the unruly kids. There is a man behind us wearing glasses and a mysterious smile. Sometimes I can't even control that friend of mine. Therefore, at Junu's place, he threatened Aeon. You must move quickly within the next hour. Aeon remains calm. I will let you go. But is that okay? Just hiding away like this? I thought you would run away for a long time, but luckily you came looking for me yourself. He sneered and said, oh, come on, don't do that. That's what I hate the most. Jungu deliberately kicks Hajin. Even though he's at a disadvantage, he must outsmart him. So what if he does? She only knew how to hold her head to the floor as he kicked harder and shouted, Hey, damn it, I want you to know. I've won now. Won against this sickness. Hajin, trembling with fear, begged, Please. Stop, I was wrong, please forgive me. Then he asked you why continue. An looked at Hajin worriedly. I know what you mean, stop now. Jungu, hearing that, smirked happily. All right, Aeon, your head's in the right place. I knew that was a good idea. When you retreat, you also have to know how to retreat properly. But it doesn't end there. He added another condition, and there's one more. He told me to stop cooperating with the government to steal my pharmacy. Live with integrity, and don't interfere with other businesses. Got it? As usual, Chun's car. Act like a father. I won't stop that. He leaned close to Akon's ear. If you don't listen to me, Jungu will threaten you. You will turn into a skeleton lying in that grave. I'll put it in the blender and throw it to the dogs to eat. The houses are closely packed around, a man spoke. What did you just say? Kiok said without caring about the person in front of him. I mean, if you interfere with our business, instead of helping Chun's car, your loved ones, I will turn them into dog food. Ki OC holding that person's hand smiles. Trust me, you shouldn't think about the whole process. The woman with long hair appears at the cemetery, and he laughs smugly with a hint of sarcasm. You have more people to protect than you think, Aeon, right? I can see the contempt in your eyes, kid. Aeon smiled, surprising him. Your words don't matter to me at all, I admit it. I am responsible for protecting Hain and her family. He slightly opens his eyes, and no matter what he's doing, I will send that damn captain to die. As for that woman with long hair, I can do whatever I want to her. His face shows disgust. But that's a grave we're talking about. The moment you step foot there, you'll die. Kiwook glances briefly as he listens to him speak. Death is the slowest and most painful. Hajin is the only reason you're still alive and able to get out of here, so I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Aeon, like a warning. Now listen, instead of the springing trap, I will kill you right now. What is this? He looked confused, not understanding what was happening. Daisung asked. Say, Chun, what's going on? How could you faint like that? Sechun is spinning around. Hein, is she here or not? Where is she? Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Hajin, shout out loud. Hajin is facing someone kneeling in fear, clutching their head at someone's feet. Kay turns to look at Aeon. That guy seems to be awake now. Anyway, Aeson, this situation won't be too complicated if we do our best to protect what's important. Got it? Also, you have 55 minutes to free Captain Kang. I can't believe you kidnapped that romantic guy. He turns away smiling, not noticing someone rushing from behind. Take care of him, if you don't want Han and his parents to get hurt. That person's face was full of anger. Aeon grabbed his shoulder to stop him, and he opened his mouth with a pained expression. Kiok chuckled and said, Show your strength. If you want to end things with me, you'd better start training right now. Got it. The vehicle is hesitant. Kay slightly turns around and points. The people here, Sono, Hyon, Sangu, and the others, you all need to improve your skills because things will be different from before. The guy sneered, I'll give you some time, especially for the main event. You won't miss Hajin's revenge, right? Then he waved goodbye, took care of himself, and prepared thoroughly. I'll be waiting for my turn to go. Aeon immediately said, that's not the way out. He replied, I was changing clothes. The sky is starting to turn orange as sunset approaches outside. Someone asked Han Hein if he's feeling better yet. Hajin sweatily stammered, I'm sorry, how are my parents doing? Sechun's car arrives. Oh, Aeon Hung is taking care of it. They're probably on their way here now. Nothing will happen to them. Hajin covers her face in fear. Sechun, sometimes I regret this. He wonders. Huh? What do you mean? Hajin looks terrified. About the bullies at school. I shouldn't have saved them. She wiped away the tears streaming down her face. They started hurting everyone around me. It's not just me. I deeply regret what I did back then. It's all my fault. Seyun denies it. No, it's my fault. Hajin, many people have regained their lives thanks to what you did, including Sun, the bullied child at school, and me as well. He reached out and ruffled Hoyen's hair. Although many people were injured along the way, they can regain their lives. In the end, all this chaos is just a thing of the past. He gently explains that no one can fight against injustice like you do. You have the strength and courage of morality and stand at the top. He said frankly, who told you that? Even if the world ends, as long as I have someone by my side, I can be happy. Seyun holds her in his arms. Hajin, don't worry. You'll get through this and be happy forever. Seyun quietly reflected. That day, I had a clear moment and a decision. I will not only destroy that trash, but also make sure he suffers. You look up at the ceiling, I will dig through his filth and bury him along with the society's burial. There is a man outside the building listening to the phone. What is it? Say it again. You're threatening me. Listen, you think I'll just sit still and do nothing? Sitting here in this warehouse? You think I can just endure everything, right? Han Junguo, do you think I'm stupid? You've looked down on me for a long time, haven't you? Run you. Listen with a look of boredom. You like to be defeated, huh? You idiot, you're like a fool acting alone. I can't handle this. He opened his eyes wide in annoyance. If you don't want to die, do your job properly. Got it? If you have something to say, call Secretary Kim. Don't call me directly. Got it, you bastard. In Khan, he's also annoyingly irritable. Who do you think you are? He's truly a shameless bastard. In a room in Keon, I'll keep moving forward and think about how I must find out more about that Aeon guy. But why can't I find anything about that guy? He spotted someone sitting on a chair struggling. You are that person. Wide-eyed and shaking your head. I don't understand what this person is doing. What did he ask? What are you talking about? Who the hell are you and how did you get here? Do you even know where this is? Now he just realized there's someone else in this room. Who is it? You sit on the chair with a smirk. I'm glad you got out of the hospital faster than I did. Aeon calmly continued. I'm worried you'll die because you've messed things up. You know too much, so I have to let you die. Keon chuckled with satisfaction and reached up to remove the blindfold. You really have guts like me. I'll transplant your liver so you can come see me. Do you know how much money I spent on this new tooth?
You bastard. To find out your information, this place is different from the outside world.
He removes the bandage to reveal his other terrifying eye. This place has no law or power, so if someone dies here, no one can find out. Aeon calls out, well. The guy smiles, puzzled. You don't think you'll beat me like at the police station, do you? The guy smiles with amusement. I may look like this, but I am still a former fighter, little demon. As soon as I finish speaking, he decisively slashes at his neck with a knife. Immediately, his neck was grasped tightly by him. Aeon looked at him coldly. Hanung, I came here to learn everything about him, but this place is supposed to be under the law's protection. He smiled menacingly at him and said that if anyone in front of him, someone he could kill without feeling guilty, now he was feeling very excited. Aeon tightly grips Keon's neck. Don't be afraid. It's a bit cut up, so it's a little hard to say. Just listen to what that guy is saying. Keon groaned in his throat with a look of pain. His face looks dangerous and threatening. Before I get the information, it seems like I will kill you. He opens his pitch-black eyes in defiance. Damn it, I don't like this. Aeon also widened his eyes and looked back at Keon, as if he was involved in something. Look at me. Dunggun was also stunned. Is that a glare? Someone shouted. I hate that look. Trong Keon swung his fist and Aeon punched him hard in the face. Are you kidding me? If you're trash, then you're nothing but garbage. Keon, with blood on his face, clutching his neck, while Aeon, arms akimbo, responds, Get out of here. Your voice is really annoying. I don't want to hear it anymore. Aeon glared up at the ceiling with a nonchalant look, making the guy gape. I will tear everything apart except your arms. The guy quickly grabs a stick from the basket of weapons to threaten me. I also have a weapon, but Aeon quickly slashed his body a few times. What should I do now? Idiot. He looked up at the abandoned ceiling in confusion. What? Nothing. His body was bleeding with many questions still unanswered. Why couldn't I see it? In the room full of tough guys, Aeon held a blood-stained knife, looking around. Is this Korean-style fresh seafood dish? It's not very good. Aeon knelt down and looked at the dying man. You didn't get stabbed by accident, did you? In Keon sneers, Go ahead, come if you want, but you won't escape like I did. Do you understand? Aeon stabbed him hard in the thigh, causing Trong Keon to scream loudly. I really didn't know. Everything will be fine, you know? Trong Keon shouted out loud, Do you know what? I'm done with you, you bastard, they'll be here any moment. You will never escape from here. This is your grave. Keon hesitated slightly at Aeon's indifference. This is a place even the police can't break into. You understand, right? If I call the police, I'm quickly dialing 112 now. He looked confused and tried to ask again. Huh? Did you call the police? Did you drink or something? Over there in that row of houses at night? Hai Ung-sich asked, and Aeon replied. So what did the inspector say? There is no arrest warrant, only a report, so we are not requiring you to have any evidence, and you need to be sure. He continued the story with Aeon. It has to be right. The law usually favors the strong, but we haven't encountered any complaints about this yet. Tung Shich frowned slightly. You can use the law to create a different rule and take them all down. Aeon glanced over, puzzled. How about that? Nungsich explains. It's simple. Aeon takes out his phone and goes inside. He slightly raised his eyebrows, called 112, and reported a drunken man with a knife threatening to harm others and needing help. Then, the trace will be followed to that area, and it will be called the source. The police will investigate with their eyes unconditionally. He chuckled as Aeon looked at him. And I will stay there with you. We will check every corner of that warehouse. And we found evidence of drugs. Call for backup and run away from their trap. I can imagine. Aeon replied softly. That's not the hard part. The people I meet there will become a problem if I get involved with them. Brother Sheech continued his argument. If you find evidence and bring it to light, no one will care about it. Even if we go inside, those bastards will do everything to stop us. So Aeon suddenly smirked, while Keon burst into laughter. What the hell, you bastard? What kind of thinking is this? You think you can get out of here? How many copies of this trap do you have? My team will stop them with their strength. Yes, this is Korea, you bastard. Aeon glanced around as Keon replied. Which team? These are just the guys working here. He widened his eyes in warning as he remained so calm. When he comes here, you're definitely dead. When will that bastard say that about the man? Sun questions in the threat. Why are you so silent? He'll be here soon. Why are these bastards so late? I told you to leave earlier together. Aeon seems indifferent. Why are you so late? Something must have happened on the way. Brother Sheech looks annoyed. Among those rushing, don't think about it. Don't kill them. I will take responsibility. Aeon replied as he continued. Yes, A police inspector like you will have a hard time if you're alone. Also, the top priority is to catch that bastard for the front page. Aeon glanced at the floor. Those thugs are fighting fiercely, so it's best if we don't have them. Just one strong member is enough to take them down.
Keon can't understand you, you bastard. You didn't come alone. You brought a bunch of people with you, Aeon calmly replied. They are not my people. They are just supporting and not on the same level.
The people facing me all seem pretty confusing. Rumors say that I'm crazy. Dong-ho smiled dangerously. Many demons disguise themselves as adults, huh? Do I have to start over? He took a guy's head and pressed it against the wall to help me. Dong-ho shows a murderous intent. I won't kill you. They told me not to kill anyone. He squints slightly, amused. Whether you're unconscious or disabled, what do you want? Dong-ho repeats. Whether you're unconscious or crippled, he forcefully slammed that guy back against the wall. The others were stunned. Dong-ho asked, what do you want? Surrendering is not an option. He turns around and smirks without a hint of mercy. Do you want to faint or be crippled? Just tell me, and I'll consider your opinion. He waved his hand, sweat pouring down. No, we're about to leave right now, the bald guy in the back adds.
That's right, we don't know anything about the illegal activities here, Dong-ho asked, quite surprised.
You don't know? He exclaimed again.
I get it, I accept it, but do you know anything?
Like lightning, Ho leans close to his face and says this is not an option. He grabs his hair and says, I'll give you 3 seconds to choose between fainting or being crippled. One of them shouted in fear, Wait, I surrender. I will tell you everything you want. But the voice in the fog still coldly counted down 2. Ah! He forcefully slammed his head onto the floor, blood splattering everywhere, then declared, Time's up. The other 2 guys are trembling. The bald guy thought to himself, What's wrong with that crazy guy?
And I have to get out of here right now,
Dong-ho asked impatiently.
Are you done? If you don't hurry, your fate will be just like this guy's.
His eyes widened in surprise, only now realizing that you 2 look like a couple. The bald guy was terrified, but still tried to hold himself together. What is this? Why are you saying that all of a sudden? We're just colleagues. Dong-ho cracks his jaw. I can tell which couples they are, so don't hesitate to love someone.
He rushes forward with both hands, grabbing their heads and shouting loudly, not caring what others think. The other guy is dragged away by that huge hand until he distorts.
The bald guy was no exception either. The heads of those 2 guys slammed into each other with his scream. A romantic drama, title, The Final Kiss. Both guys, after being beaten, fall backward, spitting blood. The excited clock exclaimed, Adorable, huh? The scene shifts to another room, where a guy is tied up with cluttered belongings everywhere. He chuckles softly. What do you mean? Just you alone? Are you kidding me? You bastard? He looked up smugly. Do you know how many of us there are? Once you step in here, you're dead for sure. The door was opened and Dong-ho came in. Sorry. Keon is stunned. What? Where are those bastards? Where did they go? Dong-ho slightly reproached. Huh? I'm here. Who's that? Have you been resting here all this time without feeling ashamed? There are a lot of people outside. He saw that Dong-ho was asked, so he asked if you had any difficulties. Suyeon said he didn't care how many people there were. Dong-ho replied, No, I didn't say that. But those guys outside will be dead with 1 hit. Dong-ho tilted his head and looked at the guy kneeling on the ground. Is this guy the boss? Have you gotten the information you need yet? Or should I give you a hand? He's threatening. Look, you have no hope of escaping anymore. The man no longer looked arrogant, but was filled with fear as he raised his hand towards the crowd. Listen, wait a minute. You're getting paid to do this, right? Seeing your trembling hand, the boss sat down with a satisfied smile and said, I'll pay double that. No, I'll pay triple for you, Dong-ho asked again. Triple? Really? Seeing him like that, the guy then explained the benefits and conditions. Yes, I will give you money and drugs too. In exchange, you have to kill this guy, okay? Zhang Huang, looking thoughtful. You must have a lot of goods, right? What's 3 times that? How much does Aeon owe me? I heard Ho ask, so I explained. 5,450 an hour. Hearing this number, the guy widened his eyes and thought, You're crazy. Ho started using his brain to calculate. So if it tripled, it would be 50,000, no 60,000. Seeing Ho struggling like that, he immediately answered with the number 16,350. Dong-hui mocked, Hey, that's not even that much, you stingy bastard. Seeing this reaction, he trembled and raised 3 fingers. No, you idiot, I'll give you 3 rounds, just kill that guy. The cracking of broken bones echoed as Dong-ho broke the 3 fingers to the side. He shouted, I don't need your 3,000, idiot. The scream of pain echoes, followed by the question. 30 million? The dog bastard nonchalantly stands up and calmly tells Akon to handle it quickly so he can go home early. Okay. Jung-ho didn't quite understand and voiced his thoughts. He didn't pay me extra for overtime. Then why bother doing that and making things complicated? Wouldn't killing them all be faster and easier? What's the point of sparing them? He replied. Your suggestion isn't bad, but I tend to rely on reason when I act. Now keep that guy here. With that, he steps closer to him, because there's only one thing you can rely on right now. The weak man asked, "What?" The guy in front of him said coldly, "That's your corpse." The man roared in anger, spitting everywhere. "You bastard! What do you plan to do with my body? You sicko!" He quickly stepped back. "Your body is still healthy. Time will prove that." He calmly closed his eyes, imagining how he would regret it later. I should have told everything from the start before I lost everything. He still doesn't understand what that means and asks again. "All what do you mean?" If he doesn't answer, you'll find out gradually. Now is the time to ask questions. His face is full of murderous intent, and if I don't like the answer, no one will know what I might do. He closed his eyes and repeated the big question in his mind. Now the first question is, tell me everything you know about Hanung, both past and present, from the first time you met him until now. Hearing that name, he froze in surprise, thinking to himself, this bastard might be up to something. If he's investigating Hanung, he could quickly regain his composure and deal with it. "No, wait. I will only tell you what I know." The guy stammered, "But I don't know much about him. We're just business partners. I make the medicine and he's the seller, that's all." Not getting the answer he wanted, he stood up. It seems everyone is afraid of Han Jun-gu's revenge, which is understandable. But do you know what? In life, there are always things that should be prioritized, like in this situation when you're caught between two choices. He both threatened and drew a knife, pressing it against the guy's shoulder. Getting revenge is really scary, but if you don't give me the answer I want, you'll die. If you confess, I will let you live today. Your life is up to you. The sharp knife in his hand stabbed into his shoulder, and a scream of pain mixed with your name echoed out. Before the scream even finished, he delivered a deeper stab, causing the man's face to grimace and scream in pain. "Stop, please." He has no expression on his face. "You hit harder than I thought. Dong-ho, right? Go to another room, find a big mirror, and bring it here." Dong-ho, confused, asked again about that large hand, which has been holding his hand tightly all this time. "Why suddenly a mirror? There probably isn't one here. Why would these ugly guys need to look in a mirror? But let me check anyway." He couldn't say much. Suddenly, I remembered a method I had used many times in the past. I wonder what method requires a mirror. Recalling a past in a cell, he too was curious, just like now. "A mirror?" his name replied. "Yes. Bring the full-length mirror from the next room here." He looked at the thin man hanging there and asked again, calling for the supervisor. "What exactly are they planning to do?" Leon said there would be a way to make him reveal all the necessary information. His whole body was covered in blood, trembling weakly, and after a deep breath, he finally spoke with difficulty. "I don't know anything, you thugs. I don't know what information you want." "I've told you everything I know. Please." He takes a puff and asks, "Do you know the best way for someone to truly understand their reality?" He asked curiously. "What?" He coldly replied, explaining further with his sharp gaze that only by witnessing firsthand could he truly understand his current situation. "In about 5 minutes, someone will bring a large mirror here, and maybe he will see his body parts falling apart piece by piece." His face remains unchanged as he exhales a deathly breath from hell with each severed body part. "You will remember every piece of information you claimed not to know." Suddenly, in this dark prison, a hurried voice suddenly echoes. "Wait, call the person in charge here. You're just a soldier who kills people. Why are you suddenly copying the agents from the intelligence agency? Maybe they're tired of you not talking, so they asked me to help out." Sometimes there are cases like that. Because they couldn't get the information they wanted, they think it's just discarded cards. So that doesn't mean you can leave in one go, so don't celebrate too early. As he spoke, he casually grabbed the handle of the axe nearby, ready to inflict pain on the man in front of him. "It's like working in an antique shop. I'll take apart that discarded item piece by piece to see if there's anything still useful." As he spoke, he grabbed the spear and added some harsh words to threaten the man, causing the man to panic and quickly explain. "What are you talking about? I am truly innocent. I've told you everything I know. I'm not as important as you think. Is it okay for Cha-Cha-Tan to attack and imprison innocent people like this?" Hearing this, Sang-Shu took the cigarette out of his mouth, his face darkening as he coldly said, "Innocent people. Because of your terrorist attack, 3,000 people have died and over 25,000 have been injured. 10 years have nearly passed, but many people are still living in the pain caused by you." As he finished speaking, Sang-Shu, ignoring his words, pressed the cigarette directly into his chest, causing him to scream loudly, and with a voice full of hatred, he said, "God, your God, by the way, I'll tell you a very interesting story. 10 years ago, I realized one thing. There are no gods in this world, no existence that listens to human prayers. Only the strong eat the weak. The world we live in is like a jungle where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Then he leaned close to his ear and continued, I've done terrible things to others. I will be punished by heaven. But what then? Did something happen? Did any god hear us? Now, no matter how much you pray, nothing will happen. Clearly, you just need an excuse for everything. You're just a bunch of sick maniacs. So now open your eyes wide and look. And after saying that, he grabbed the axe and pressed his face close to him, sneering. Your eyes right now are like those of a real demon. How has the monster you created grown? He finished speaking, then swung the axe down, the blade slicing straight into his arm. Outside, Quan Wai and another person still stood waiting with exhausted faces. The blonde-haired man also spoke now. I wonder if we've met before when Aeon was still handling these tasks. I have seen it a few times. If during the attack my father needed treatment, of course I would be there. But somehow, when Aeson was interrogating those terrorists, I only felt a little more alert. How does it look? First of all, you've lost something from your body. Take a good look. I've helped you lose weight. It must be about 10 kilograms. The man's eyes widened as if he had seen something extremely horrifying. So, can you see clearly with your left eye now? Contrary to the man's confusion, Sang-shu was different. He smiled mischievously and said, The cut is very clean. The medic already treated you. I wonder if you've been vaccinated against tetanus yet. Probably not. It doesn't matter because it has nothing to do with me. Then he leaned in close to his ear and whispered, Anyway, it's no longer needed, right? But then, his eyes suddenly turned sharp and intense. He asked seriously, So what is your next terrorist plan? If you tell me one last time, where and when did you meet your mental boss? But faced with that gaze, the man only remained silent, as tears streamed down his face. Sang-shu gently placed her hand on his shoulder and uttered cruel, yet incredibly gentle words. Then I will let you go. You will look better. Otherwise, just say you don't know so I can keep playing with you. And then he smiled again with amusement. Actually, I really enjoy playing this game. Tearing apart your crazy, sick minds into pieces and watching you die slowly and painfully. The man could only helplessly speak at this point. His eyes clearly showed how exhausted he was. Someday you will have to face everything we will sacrifice for the greater good. But not you. Your only goal is to enjoy this. You evil spirit, my goal is to enjoy this. That sounds good. When questioning the next one, I have to add this line in. You're really a crazy bastard. But you must be very hungry and thirsty. The man is trembling all over from blood loss. He tries to speak. Please. Sang-shu continued, making his offer. Just close your eyes and tell me what you know, and you'll be well taken care of. Then he looked straight into the mirror, pointed to one of the man's legs, and said, If you still say you don't know this time, the next thing will be your right leg. So, I'll keep the minimum courtesy and leave you with one thing first. The man kept groaning, and suddenly saw the crutch in front of him that Sang-shu had placed there. Think carefully. I don't want you to make false accusations. No one understands what you're going through, and I don't want to become a demon either. Help me out a bit, that damn bastard. While he was speaking, he also prepared himself to duel with him. Maybe that's why he deliberately placed the axe there. After the axe was swung, he suddenly turned around excitedly. That's right. You have to have that will to live. Let me give you a taste of my fist. But surprisingly, the man chose to end his own life instead of fighting back, continuously muttering his last words. Because of the great Saint Allah. After he fell, Sang-shu was like someone who had lost all hope. This was unexpected. Then he turned to call the medic. That guy shoved the stick into his face. Come here quickly. The doctor hurriedly ran in, seeing the man's body, and stammered, No, it's very difficult to operate right now. There are not enough supplies here. But before Quan Ai could say another word, Sang-shu immediately strangled him and gave the order. Even if he is saved, it can't be considered that he is still alive. Just do it. Don't question anything, because I will definitely tear his limbs apart while he's still alive so he can feel the pain. Meanwhile, the medic was trembling uncontrollably, worsening by the minute. If anything happened, it would cause great damage to Team X. Brother Huan then stepped in coldly and said, If no one stops this guy again, Huh? What's going on? Since when has that been? The medic then let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the current situation has been resolved. What's going on in the next room? This guy just shoved his face into it. Shu Hui just coldly walked past him and said, Take your hand off. Then he turned back and smiled as if nothing had happened, apologizing. All right, I'm sorry for getting a bit too excited. The medic also generously replied, It's okay. Seeing the corpse, Shu Hui coldly said, That's really annoying. But in reality, that man still wasn't dead. Although the spear was already lodged in his forehead, he was still trembling and begging for help. Su-Huin at this moment also drew his gun and pointed it directly at him. A quick squeeze would kill him instantly. "Hey, Swin, how could you let him go so easily?" Shu-Hui replied briefly after hearing this. "Stop joking. Get ready for training." I ask again, "What is the reason for the training?" She replied, "The room next door has already spoken." Shu-Huin continued, "And I've figured out the final location. This time, let's see if it has anything to do with that bastard, still in the prison where they just executed that man gently." The medic kept protesting. "Suon, no matter how many terrorists you kill, doing that to civilians makes Sangshu and Shu-Huin look confused and ask what right you have to judge right or wrong." And Shu-Huin immediately stepped forward and said, "Hey, I think you've forgotten what your job is. If you think spouting empty moral talk or nonsense, then just look her in the eyes and leave the army behind and go back to your hometown to hang out with those fat cops. This damn bastard, our commander, is dying out there. Do you think we're protecting the village?" The medic was trembling now. "No, but don't let him finish his sentence." Brother Shu continued, "If not, then stop complaining, you idiot, and report to the bosses that he blew himself up with a bomb suitcase." After hearing that, the medic had no choice but to bow his head and obey. "Yes, I understand." Then she turned to Aeon and said, "Follow me." "Gray wants to see you," he asked with a cigarette still in his mouth. Right now, in another room, a man is sitting back in a chair, leaning against it. While he was relaxing, someone called Gray. "He's here now." He quickly half-opened an eye and replied, "Sister." Standing in front of him now was Brother Shu. They looked at each other for a moment without saying a word. At the same time, Aeon also appeared and asked, "What do you want to say to me?" "Is there something you want to say privately?" Gray replied. "Before you train the team that will take on this mission, your commander is giving you a holiday. So don't go around causing trouble, attacking civilians, or causing problems anymore. Just go home and rest. Suion is coming with you too." Aeon wondered. "But it's not even a holiday, and I also need some time for myself." Gray stood up and replied, "Look, are you arguing with me, huh? You really are a bastard, and what? Time for yourself to do what? Are you just watching lazily?" While sitting quietly, he suddenly quickly placed his hand behind Aeon's neck and then pressed his head against his without saying a word. "Aeon keeps insulting and cursing him. He's so annoying. Is he crazy?" Gray only spoke now, not moving a muscle while discussing serious matters. "Hallie said she wanted to meet you. So just go home, you idiot." "All right, Hi, I give up then. I'll go for the kid. Remember to bring a gift. Pick the expensive one. I'm home." Standing behind him is Brother Shu. She also says, "Including you." Aeon also called his niece now. "Hallie, you're back. Come here and hug your uncle." Hallie quickly turned around and ran over as soon as she heard, and her mother immediately said, "Hallie, I told you not to run inside the house." Someone stepped in to help. "Come on, let the girl be natural. It's been a long time since she saw her uncle." Asen bent down to catch H running towards him and happily said, "Hallie, you're growing up so fast. Give me a hug quickly." But before he could hug her, Fly suddenly ducked away, leaving Aeon confused about what to do. And then unexpectedly, she punched him again in the waist as if she was angry about something. That thunderous punch made Asen's face turn pale for a moment. Then H shouted, "Why are you only coming back now? You idiot! You said you would come home whenever I was off work." Aeon could only stay silent. Then suddenly he chuckled and teased her. And H was so frustrated he almost cried. "What's wrong with your teeth? You look so clueless. Did you bump your head somewhere?" Standing beside X, Hui immediately slapped Aeon, making him grimace. "Stop acting like a child." This silly guy, H also runs over to hug her and act cute. "Suion, do you remember anything?" Brother Shu turned to ask the girl how she was doing. "Aunt Hallie is sorry for not visiting you lately because she's been too busy." Hallie also politely replied, Yes, it's been a long time. I miss you very much. But your mother said that you and Aunt would live near our house, right?" Aeon was speechless after hearing that from the girl. Why does it sound a bit off? "Ray, what did you tell her?" The mother replied, "Sit down. That's why I called you all back." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to her child Hlai, telling her to go to the room and change clothes for dinner, while H at this moment was also clinging to Shu Huin, whining, "Why her?" And she also laughed and said, "You can play with whatever you like while your mother and Uncle Aeon talk. Right now they're going out to the living room to discuss some issues." "What's going on? What are you planning to do?" Aeon asked me, "Is that right?" My eyes are also a bit serious now. "Are you asking me to give up on this last task? Are you joking with me?" Shang spoke to reassure him. "Aeon, don't take it to heart, just listen carefully first." But as soon as he finished speaking, the roof responded, asking him to behave. "And now you also. Just listen and obey." "Yes, ma'am." Then the wife continued, I can't control my emotions and release negative energy towards others. And that's something very dangerous in a soldier, you know? Especially when your team is a counter-terrorism and target pursuit unit. Then she sighed again and said, Long Thi. I want them to remove me from this operation, but it seems the real target might appear this time, so I'm in catch a big fish and finish it cleanly. The more she spoke, the more helpless she seemed. My sister has been tired lately. After this campaign, no matter what happens, she will retire from the army. She's also planning to settle down and live in Korea next year, and she thought Suyeon would come with her. Is that why? Hearing this, Aeon smirked and said, You're so playful. Now that you have a family, you can do whatever you want. What? That damn kid? How long do I have to dedicate my life just to catch that mouse? I was going to tell Suyeon how long to wait for me. I'm risking my life here. Do you realize that? Aeon replied. I said it 10 years ago. When Mom and Dad are in that building, no matter what we say, we can't do anything. I want to become strong and be able to destroy those scum. That's why I did this. I still feel the same, but she has changed. He sincerely looked at his sister and continued speaking. Maybe because of Hallie, but this is your life. Do whatever you want, but you're not me. Even if I eliminate everything to the very end, I have no intention of leaving. I'm sorry. Then right after, he started laughing. What you just said was risking my life. What the hell are you talking about? This is my life. You should know better than anyone else. I really love this job. This is what I like most so far. Killing those bastards might be a legal way. That's the best thing about this job. Gray was stunned by what he just heard. What did you say? Did you just say that seriously? She repeats what she just heard. Did you just proudly admit that you like killing people? Aeon apologizes with a smile, but nods sincerely. Gray, I am very sorry. He squinted and said, But those terrorists aren't even human, right? They are just harmful insects. Honestly, whether we think the same or not doesn't really matter. Aeon's eyes suddenly turned serious, because to me they are just harmful insects I have to spend my whole life destroying. That is the main reason for my existence. He moved closer to Gray, his face tense. So don't stick your nose into my life, got it? Just focus on protecting your family, and then go to that damn Korea. I'm not interested in living a life like yours. She looks tense, her eyes darkening. What is it? What about your family, you bastard? Oh, now I get it. Gray clenched his teeth and rolled up his sleeves, ready to act. Aeon, it's been a long time since I last fought you, hasn't it? It seems I've been too kind to my little brother lately. I should make you understand before we talk. Aeon suddenly felt worried. His tone softened. Why does your tone suddenly change? Brian, standing nearby, is worried for his brother-in-law. Aeon, run now. I can't stop her anymore. He's still talking tough, unaware of the danger approaching, when suddenly she rushes in and grabs his leg. No, do you think I'm a kid? Don't talk nonsense. Aeon collapsed to the ground, Gray still pressed on top of him, shouting insults at this crazy woman, and after that, a terrifying sound shook the house. He was beaten to the ground, muttering, Damn it, Min has already endured enough of that move. Aeon tried to stand up, but couldn't, and sighed, Stop it, sis, you're really making your brother suffer. Gray still calmly said, Talk nicely. I remember telling you that before. Have you forgotten? Do you want me to remind you how to do it? She warned him, and he tried to fight back. Stop it. Do you still think you're the kid who used to get beaten by me? Aeon shouted angrily. New Quyen only works in the gym. Outside of that, she's useless. If I punch her, she'll faint immediately. So while you're still being nice, let me go. Being kind to your sister has its limits, you know. Do you know that? Gray sneered as he looked up with contempt. Is that so? Then go ahead and use all your moves. This bastard thinks he can do nothing when he's beaten, just like those who never learned wrestling techniques. Suddenly she stood up, grabbing Aeon's shirt and asking, Do you know why? He tried to resist, but it was useless, boldly saying, I don't want to know. Get out of here before I flip you over. Then Gray twisted Aeon's leg, forcing him onto his side, one hand bracing the floor while the other held him tightly, leaving him no choice but to lie there and take it. This crazy bear then presses down on Aeon with a dominant posture, while he struggles underneath like a secretary being forced. He screams, Not in this position, I'll die for sure. She sits firmly on her younger brother, her eyes full of contempt as she raises her fist. You talk as if you have that right, little sister. Even someone studying law can fight in real life. If after passing both of your opponent's legs you end up in a good position, you can land some really painful hits. Gray smiled wickedly. So Kika, are you busy reminiscing about the old days? Kong lies still, eyes nervously glancing at her fist. All right, calm down first and then we can talk clearly. Gray's evil smile deepened, eyes blazing. You guys think I would do that, ungratefuls, and then launch a flurry of kicks at him, leaving him unable to defend himself. While punching her, I also threw some unflattering nicknames at my own brother. You bastard, you need a few more hits to wake up. In Korea, guys like you are called young people, which means you're a bunch of bastards. You idiot. After the fight, Gray calms down and starts lecturing, her voice lowering. So, open your eyes wide and listen to me. We've got your final target now, let's go. Because Aeon, Gray lowered himself and sat on Aeon while he still covered his face with his hand. I don't want you to live like a murderer only seeking revenge. Live a life where you can be happy with the person you love. I want you to have a life like that. Aeon silently listens as her sister speaks. There will be times in life when you need to let go of some things, just like your sister or your parents. So please, I ask you. She continued speaking, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness. Stop and live peacefully too. Little brother? Aeon collapsed on the floor, his eyes vacant with blood dripping from his nose. He whispered, even if we kill their leader, nothing will change. Aeon glances at Gray and adds that they will choose another leader and there will always be another tragic terrorist attack. Then they will have to kill a new leader again. He closes his eyes and then lets life pass him by, keeps rambling, and everything repeats. In the end, the one who wins is the one who never gets tired or gives up. And I can't bear to see those crazies win. I can't sleep peacefully for a day because the anger keeps boiling inside me. I could catch them, but even more dangerous things will still happen, Gray said. You could get better with professional counseling. We've never tried that before, right? Let's go to Korea for treatment, open a massage center, and train together. In the evening, we can snack and drink soju. How is it? She trembles with her eyes closed in fear, just like what my mother used to say. Remember? Korea is a wonderful country because there are so many things to do at night. Is that okay? So stop this. And suddenly Hai appears out of nowhere, angrily shouting, Mom, what are you doing? Why are you hitting him? Only I am allowed to hit him. Gray tried to salvage the situation. That's not how it is. Adults are just talking. Hai doesn't get angry like a little dinosaur. What kind of way is that for adults to talk? You're really just a child. The woman hurried over shyly to apologize. Sorry. Holly is faster than I expected, the girl said angrily. I'm the fastest person in this house. Now get up, Aeon. We have a lot to do today. Your nose is bleeding. Are you really a warrior? Why are you so weak? He looked at him with a disappointed expression. I think I just remembered I wasn't influenced by Gray at that moment. Why did I decide to give up that job? Was it right after hearing those words from her? Aeon suddenly awakens to the truth of life. He gazes at this lively family, thinking about the memories inside him if he could break free from his stubbornness, then suddenly smiles happily with his prominent cheekbones. Maybe your dream can come true. Maybe we can go back to our happy childhood. But fate has other plans. Aeon remembers the horrors of conflict leading to death. I shouldn't have broken it. Hope and passion once blossomed in my heart. The fear when help was misused and turned against me. I didn't realize how deeply it affected me and how much they retaliated. Violence only leads to suffering and loss, blood flowing like rivers. It breeds more violence and hatred, which in turn causes separation. The only way to break the cycle is to bridge the gap between life and death with loved ones. Forgiveness. That's just weakness, and it leads to death again. An endless cycle of revenge. The only way is to kill everyone within that circle, with no exceptions. Meanwhile, Keon was being beaten to a pulp, blood covering his body. The attacker called it the slaughter of all. He trembled and stammered, Wait, I really don't know. The attacker was actually Aeon. He sneered and said, Because your answer isn't good enough, you're probably very curious. Aeon laughed maniacally. How far could this madness go? No, wait a moment. What are you planning to do? One of Keon's eyes is blind, his body covered in blood, trembling as he says, I want the police to investigate. So just call the police. I will tell them what I know, so tell the police I am a witness. He just laughed and sobbed. The witness protection program. At least you can do that, right? I should survive too, right? I will bring all of them to justice. Aeon smiled with a blood-stained face. What are you talking about? I think you're mistaken. The drug addict. Then he stood up with a rough wooden object in his hand. The one who can ask questions and make requests here is not you. Suddenly, it's an iron axe. Aeon holds the axe up to his face. It's just you and me, so you only need to do one of two things. He presses his face close and yanks his hair, making the other man's eyes bulge, and speaks coldly. Answer me immediately or be cut now. The door opens. He checks the time and walks in, carrying the mirror as if nothing happened. I've brought the mirror, Mr. Aeon. It's a bit small, but it should be fine, right? He smiled and replied, okay. His twisted, sickly gaze is terrifying. From now on, start with mirror therapy. Patience. He approaches and places the mirror in front of Keon. How does it look here? The mirror reflects Aeon's cruel smile clearly. He asked him, "Do you see clearly now?" "Man, what is this? This isn't the mirror for your sister, right?" Aeon rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful, with a slight difference. "But the essence of this therapy is the same, isn't it? So tell me, how will your guilt come back and haunt you?" Without knowing life or death, Keon suddenly shouted curses as the axe swung down and cut off 4 of his fingers.
What are you saying, you bastard? Are you a kid?
In Keon, it's still unclear how many fingers were cut off, and his face is full of surprise and disbelief. The axe being pulled out is also when he screams in intense pain. My hand is not like that. His face is full of satisfaction and pleasure from the torture. You see and feel it with your own eyes. This is what I truly believe to be a real healing mirror, you damn bastard. Everything around is covered in blood from Aeon's torture. Jung Hwai looks like he's watching an exciting and gripping movie. He comments, "You leave him no way out, that's really a good idea." Now he can no longer use his right hand to watch AS movies. In Keon, he screams in despair, furious and cursing, until suddenly he grabs Keon's severed arm. He was startled and shouted, "Let go of my hand, you dog!" Aeon held up his hand covered in chili sauce in front of him, commenting with words that lacked decency. "Now you can look at yourself with your severed fingers. See, you'll never see your right hand again. It's not someone else's hand, it's your hand, right? See that?" His actions also make the smoke cover his nose, face full of fear. Disgusting. If you can't hold anything in your hand, you'll be completely lost. At this moment, he panics and keeps talking non-stop.
No, wait a moment, you bastard. I'm going to bleed to death. Do you want to waste time without getting any information?
Please. Please. Aeon closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. Is it useless? Of course not. I don't want you to say anything else until it's over. Keon nervously justifies himself.
What? What do you get out of doing that?
I didn't do anything to you, so why are you like this? He begins to take things seriously again. Just for fun, do you remember? The guy looks panicked. One, entertainment, Aeon calmly said. Just like when you caused trouble with the rubber band car. Keon can't stay calm. Aeon remembered the scene where Hein was beaten without mercy. That was Hazen. You caused trouble for him. In a rush, he started to justify himself. No, it's because that bastard. He arrived and stepped on them. He leaned in close, his eyes full of murderous intent, warning those involved in Hudgens' case and the hands that touched the rubber car. Every word Aeon speaks is like a greeting from death. You will be terrified when you hear my name. Only I alone. He thought he would destroy all the gyms, all the jitsu experts, when a wandering stranger appeared. He approached a gym. Aeon thought he would prove that jitsu was useless in real life until he could show that his sister was wrong. Hesitating before entering the gym and greeting, "Is the owner here or someone better at jitsu?" "Huh?" His eyes suddenly lit up. Han looked up and asked, "What did you just say? What does he think H is supposed to be?" She stood up in front of his surprise. "I don't know what's happening, but you're very rude." Hein shouted loudly first, his foot. He was utterly stunned, his eyes wide open. What? What? That's really scary. He gradually recognized Hein's face. She puffed out her chest and said, "Take off your shoes and step inside." He nodded in response. "Oh, I see. He's just tired. I feel sleepy, but I can't fall asleep." He bent down to take off his shoes and said tiredly, "I need to take off my shoes." Hein pointed directly at the man and shouted, "Are you okay?" Hey, are you all right?" Then suddenly he collapsed, falling flat on the ground, leaving her overwhelmed. "What is this?" "Get up, you homeless man." Hein pinched his nose in disgust. "What is this smell? Did you wash your hair with SHXT? Oh my God, should I call an ambulance? I can't let him sleep here, even though I know this mattress is very comfortable." He shivered as he stood up quickly and apologized. "I'm fine. I just feel a bit dizzy." "I'm sorry. If you see that he is weak and exhausted, your attitude should also be more gentle." "Hey, you, are you sick? Do you want to eat something? Do you want a touramen?" He is still trying to stand up, but can't. No, thank you, but I'm too discouraged to sit in front of him." What? What do you mean?" He kept speaking. Thank you. Hein wondered why he was holding on. Her mood suddenly plummeted uncontrollably while he continued to speak. "I'm sorry." He bowed his head. "I was wrong." Then Hein's hand reached out. She gently stroked his head to comfort him as he trembled uncontrollably. Underneath his face, tears have soaked his entire face. He continues to apologize. "It's all my fault. I'm sorry. I was wrong." Aeon's mind is completely out of it right now. He can't even open his eyes and is in a daze, as if awakened from a recurring nightmare. He seems to be paying close attention to what the two are saying on the surface, but in reality, not a single word is reaching his ears. His mind is probably still lost somewhere in a dream. Then, Aeon no longer cared about what they were saying and fainted, stumbling and speaking English so incomprehensibly. So I really am doomed after all? Hein was so shocked he almost jumped out of his skin because he didn't expect him to speak English, as well as in American movies. What the heck is going on? Did he just speak English? His pronunciation is really good, but he's Korean. Do you understand what he just said? The manager was a bit stunned after hearing it. It took him a few seconds to stand still before awkwardly translating the philosophical phrase. Yeah, it seems that thing finally died after he apparently dreamed of breaking the deadlift record. Asen suddenly woke up like he was possessed and asked back in surprise. The manager clearly heard a familiar curse word and turned to look at Hein as if he had discovered a strange creature. Yeah, I know this one, right? He just swore like that. Hazen still doesn't care much because he's worried about Asen. Seeing him sleep like a dead person, I feel sorry for him. Yeah, he's probably just surprised. You would also be shocked when you wake up after a long sleep. You snore like crazy. Are you having trouble breathing through your nose or something? Hearing that I had been asleep for so long, Aeon was startled as if struck by lightning. Did I sleep alone? Then he asked confusedly, like a lost soul. Have I been sleeping for how long? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Hein didn't know whether to laugh or cry because he had been asleep for 3 hours like he was frozen. You mean only 10 minutes? It was 3 hours. He didn't move at all and slept peacefully. Now it's already night. You should go home now. But wait, she got so angry like a mother scolding her for staying out late. I was going to call the police, but seeing you sleep so peacefully, I decided to leave you there. Do you understand? Go home. You have a house, right? Take a shower before you go home because you smell like shit. Aeon is still dazed and hasn't come to his senses. His first reaction was to praise how comfortable that hit was. I didn't mean to ask where the instructor was. The manager, seeing him dazed and calling out to me, also shivered a bit. It's me, but why do you want to see me? Aeon suddenly shifted to a serious tone as if ready to declare war. Well, nothing much. I have a request. And then, like in a B-movie action film, he pressed his face close to the manager and said something that made everyone want to call 911. Let's settle this with a real fight. There are no rules or regulations until one of the two loses consciousness or is unable to move. Meanwhile, Hein heard this story and became furious. Huh? What? Did this guy get shot in the head? I left him in a comfortable position and even wiped his face with a wet cloth. The manager saw the tense situation and rushed in to intervene. All right, let me handle this. But Hein still couldn't hold back his rage, glaring at Aeon and intimidating him without a moment's hesitation. He's truly ungrateful. The manager finally spoke as if explaining an urban legend. It turns out what the trainers from other rooms have been gossiping about recently is actually true. I heard there's a guy who enters gyms and issues strange challenges. And at this point, he suddenly changes tone, his eyes sharp as if he's discovered a treasure. That guy is always looking for skilled Jizu users. He also wanted to fight me. I thought there would be a real battle, but it turns out he's just curious. I will accept this request, but tell me why. Why do you want to fight against skilled illusion users even when they don't want to? Do you have a grudge against illusion techniques? Froze, as if a student caught unprepared for a test. Yeah, that. The manager hasn't let go and keeps questioning him like a police officer. Why do you hate ninjutsu? At this moment, Aeon was caught in a whirlwind of inner conflict. Why don't I like ninjutsu? He started to remember the old times, his mind replaying the sad black and white film. Why did it have to be like this? My sister said that illusion magic is very useful in real life, but I want to prove that wrong. So Asen blames all his tragedies on his sister, not himself. If I can't prove that, I have no reason to keep living anymore. He sinks deep into pain, imagining someone patting his shoulder to comfort him, or someone stopping him and telling him it's not anyone's fault. I haven't done anything wrong, that's enough. Stay calm and stop blaming yourself. At that moment, he suddenly awakened, as if discovering the truth of martial arts a punch. Then he continued to think as if unraveling after meditation. A new beginning is what I truly desire. I can start right now, but then my mind drifts away somewhere unknown. What is that? Why does the martial art start with a punch? The manager standing next to him didn't know whether to fight or laugh. He's crazy. He himself said he wanted to fight without any rules. That's right, because this distance makes it impossible to grapple. So I had to start with a punch instead of rushing in. Aeon still responded as if this were a theoretical lesson. I understand, but usually the martial arts will rush forward first. The manager couldn't stand this crazy logic and sighed, saying, I'm not someone who follows the rules. Would that bother you? Then he changed his tone as if he was about to share his feelings. Can I keep going? Maybe we should just talk for a bit. Aeon seemed to understand something. After all this time, finally there's someone he doesn't want to fight, a kind-hearted person. He looked at the manager with trust and asked, Can I live here? The manager froze, as if stunned. Haeon glanced at the two of them and muttered to himself, both of them live here. And then time passed, he thought. This place has become his home. But the peace didn't last long. As soon as the manager got home, he received shocking news. Huh? What happened to Hajin? After hearing that, I almost had a hypertensive attack. Ha! How is Hein doing? Loon reports it all with sadness. She is in the IQ. Luckily, the surgery was successful, but she hasn't woken up yet. The manager is unsteady and about to go deal with them. Why did this happen to Hein all of a sudden? Elseun, do you know what happened? Who hit her, those bastards? Ion, still dazed and not dressed properly, stepped out of the house when he was bombarded with questions. Hey, where are you going without putting on your shirt? He's still as cold as ever, answering the phone as if he's about to purge the mafia. Found out already? What is the name of the building? And so that night, I went to find the truth. When he arrived, he confirmed all the details like ordering delivery, the apartment. Meanwhile, inside, there was a fierce fight happening. When fighting, you move like a TVB martial arts scene and still manage to talk trash. Do you call that a leg? You really trust your chubby body, huh? Then he turns to scold the victim's girlfriend. You bastard, why did you do this in front of your girlfriend? Someone who knows nothing about the horrors in the world. The fat guy still refuses to give up, trying to turn the tide. If not, I will kill you. Aeon just arrived and overheard the villain's monologue, while Kiseok's friends sat laughing like they were watching a comedy. Through Lee Hyuk, he's really cool. That fat guy is nothing compared to him. Ha ha ha. Aeon quietly appears from behind like this final boss. The others are startled and scream, "Oh my god, you scared me." What are those two guys looking at Aeon with such big question marks? What is that, brother? Hey, where are your clothes? What do you want to do? Aeon just stood there silently, but in his mind he had calculated the entire universe. If he completed his revenge, only sorrow would diminish. Nothing else would remain. And then he spoke as if closing an old chapter. Now he hesitated for a moment, recalling everything that had happened. After knocking Kiseok out, he finally felt at ease and left. Before turning the warehouse upside down, Jong-ho watched from afar like watching a movie, seeing someone cut off their hand but still cheerful and lively. Do you really need to be so calm? He's as cheerful as if he just received a birthday gift. Jong-ho remains as calm as if he's shopping, reporting to Aeon enthusiastically like he's giving a graduation presentation. Today Uncle Asen, I just bandaged him, but I still can't guarantee whether he's going to bleed or not. What should we do if he goes into shock? Aeon is still holding the axe. His eyes are not human. What do you mean by that? Better cut off its toes before it passes out. Hold his right leg. Dong-ho obeyed the command like listening to a remix, excited like celebrating New Year with fireworks. Yes, seeing the situation in Keon like that, I was completely stunned. Hold on, you bastards. I admit defeat. I surrender. I will reveal everything to you guys. I know everything about Hanzon Yu. But first, give me proper first aid. Aeon may not be a doctor, but he's more passionate about chopping than saving lives. Yeah, so be smart and keep talking, or I'll cut off your toes. If I don't find the information you give me satisfactory, I'll cut further. Otherwise, that's it. Okay. Dong-ho is taking out the envelope to start grading. Big brother, do you want me to take off his shoes now? Then you can aim directly at the toes. Aeon has an artistic soul, but no problem with butcher skills. I just aim for the center of the foot and hit. Hold it tight. I'll tell everything. Please, stop, these cold-blooded bastards. Aeon has no stop button, only a continue button. But if I like it, I'll keep cutting. Think carefully before I cut off your left toe, too. The man broke out in a sweat, trembling and shouting like a duck being strangled, then finally managed to say a few words more precious than gold. The national team. Hanan Yu, that guy, is a representative competing in the national martial arts tournament. Aeon paused at that moment, as if he had just realized his ex-girlfriend is Miss World. The national team? Finally, I got a decent answer, but it's not enough to satisfy Aeon. Keep talking. Why would someone representing the national team do such dirty tricks? In the game of chess, don't ask me, I don't know how it works. Whatever I know, I say it all. The first time I met Han Jun-yu was at the Open Freestyle Martial Arts Tournament, remember? It wasn't anything spectacular, just a small team competing. He started talking as if he was writing a comic. That guy was banned from competing forever and switched to free fighting. I'm not sure what happened within the martial arts team, but I do know one thing for sure. That bastard hates drug users intensely. Back then I remember saying I only used a little bit of drugs, but only within the arena. This is the Drug User Alliance. So that's fair, right? Aeon's mind started to ache slightly upon hearing this. I don't give a damn about your excuses. Keep talking fast and stop beating around the bush, you bastard. He only talks about Han Junyu. Keon is angry but doesn't dare to get really mad. You told me to reveal everything, but I still have to keep going. That bastard couldn't last long in the tournament because Han Junyu defeated every opponent and became the demon god. But then he still retired, that bastard. He even played dirty without hesitation. It's because of that that my left eye ended up like this. And I had to retire because of this eye. Because I've only known fighting and using drugs, I bought many doses of stimulants and sold them at sky-high prices, regardless of whether few or many people bought them. I remember back then he used every trick and tactic he had. The kids were naive. Seeing something shiny, they'd grab it. Seeing money, they'd chase it. They didn't care how dangerous the drugs they injected were. As long as they felt superior to their peers, they were happy. But he never expected how quickly life can turn around. One moment, everything's fine, and then boom. Someone came looking for me now, and even the drugs I take have rankings. And I just keep climbing higher. Then he delved deeper from steroids to untested drugs. From untested drugs to illegal products, all sold through the dark web. Exactly the kind of 4.0 era business no one should imitate. The peak was when Keon heard an offer he barely understood, suggesting I try running a drug manufacturing plant. He said I was the person he was looking for, and after hearing that, I felt like I was their destiny. He even said he had connections inside the police so we wouldn't have to worry about getting caught. The cops can't even step half a foot into our factory. They talk like gangsters spouting faith in karma. The pay is high, and working in the factory would be even more profitable. So why not do it? I'm really stupid, so I do it. And then he realized a shocking truth. I recognized that hairstyle the moment I caught a glimpse of it. The reason I was invited to join is because Han Junyu is actually his name. In Keon, his eyes are wide open like a fish on a platter, so I suspiciously approached to ask about it. I asked him what he was planning, and unexpectedly he wanted to take something from the guy. If you want to get involved in those dirty deeds, you need a bunch of dogs to do the digging, right? But why do I only think of you trading one eye as the price? I was beaten to a pulp, even blinded in one eye. But honestly, my limbs are still intact, so I decided to seize the immediate advantage here. He started acting like he had a screw loose. He gathered a bunch of thugs from high schools and let them tear each other apart. He revealed all the crazy, dark secrets of the team. Hanun Yu also got involved in that chaos. Even he participated. A true professional player. We pick a few of the lowest in society to test the new drug on. We get them addicted first, then lock them in a doorless dungeon so they can't escape and use them as slaves. Why did he and the others do that when they were already in a situation they couldn't handle? They will have to beg us for more drugs and become the most loyal dogs, losing their ability to control themselves. If this were a story, it would be a social tragedy mixed with spiritual and foolish elements. At that moment, the guy suddenly smiled as if he had hit the jackpot, and he understood why even pride was like that. Keon, in this moment, seemed to go crazy with excitement and turned to ask Aeon. You understand what I mean, right? If that's the case, you're no longer a human, just an animal. After hearing that, Aeon felt like he was being forced to listen to an advertisement in the middle of a movie. He looked at the guy like an animal and felt uncomfortable. Are you excited? Before Keon could explain himself, Aeon delivered a brutal kick. No mercy. A series of relentless strikes echoing through the room, until the man was left bloodied and gasping, finally giving him a chance. You're still too inexperienced. If you can speak within the next 5 seconds, I might show mercy and spare you. Understand? Dong-ha looked at the injured man with a hint of fear. Why did Aeson suddenly kick him like that? Is it dead yet? That guy's still bleeding a lot. Why did you hit so hard? Now it can't even answer me anymore, Aeon calmly said in the face of this worry. It's okay. I got the information I needed. All this nonsense coming out of his mouth is just noise. Call the police and clean up. Outside, Hai Hung-shich was like a parking attendant waiting for customers to come out, but no one appeared, standing outside without hearing any sounds, which was a bit strange. Why haven't I received any notification after waiting so long? Maybe everyone has already collapsed, huh? I told you we should have brought more people. What can that Asian guy do if he just has one person? I don't know if I should call for help now. Suddenly, someone appeared behind and asked what's going on. What's the announcement? Hai Ung-sich froze as if he had been hit on the head. It turns out Run Yu had been tailing him unknowingly and appeared behind him to ask questions. What's going on? Do you think there's something interesting about this building? Dong-ho calls the police. Yes, go quickly. He has a knife and wants to kill me. Please hurry. Please, yes, it's that warehouse. He explained to the other person on the line. I don't know the exact location of the building. Please check my location or do something. My life is in danger. Remember something, he added. Oh, and my friend is seriously injured, so please also call an ambulance. Hurry up, please. I only have my thumb left. At the police station, the banner is placed in a very eye-catching spot. The People's Police will dedicate everything for the people. The police officer on the phone chuckled and replied, "Yes, I understand. I know your location. Yes, we will be there immediately." Other officers nearby, hearing the phone ring, curiously asked, "Captain, what is the call about?" Another officer offered some suggestions. "A drunkard and a homeless person. Should we get ready to move out?" The police chief replied with a shrug, "No, it's just a call from the warehouse." Hearing that, the two of them immediately understood. Oh, are they trying to run away again? It's just a patrol report call, but it could also be a harassment call. The police chief joked with the two officers. "Hey, after getting my eyebrows tattooed, do I look more handsome?" For men, the T-zone is the most important. The enthusiastic police officer joked along. "Yes, sir, you look more than 10 years younger. I think I should try it too." The chief laughed heartily in response. "What, 10 years old? This kid?" Everyone was joking around at the police station and really didn't care about the call just now. In that warehouse, a young man asked Hung Shich, "Maybe you think it really works, huh?" Detective Jiang Hung Shich, the last honest cop of this era. He turned around in surprise and stammered, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" The young man didn't answer Jiang Hung Shich's question, but continued with his own topic. He casually gave a thumbs up and said, "I actually think that's pretty cool. You're pretty good too. Using the law to catch the bad guys. You're like a dark knight, aren't you?" Han sneered and said to him, "But your method is too simple, don't you think so?" "It's obvious. Do you think we don't have the same plan?" An urgent call requesting the police to come and check the scene. Dream of being a detective. After laughing until he was exhausted, he stopped and seriously asked, "Hyung Shich, do you know what happens when a fruit tries to imitate a blade of grass?" Hyung Shich, confused, angrily replied, "That troublemaker, he just spoke each word slowly and carefully." The answer came from behind, where Shu had silently approached, carefully holding a plastic bag and swiftly pulling it in front of Hyung Shich, leaving him no time to react. Meanwhile, the young man finished saying the last words, sealing his fate. After finishing, the guy behind kicked Hung Shich in the leg, causing him to fall to his knees. And with the plastic bag wrapped around his face, breathing became even harder. He struggled desperately, making sounds of utter helplessness. He was secretly panicked and confused. These damn lunatics, did they really dare to do this to a police officer? After that thought passed, his mind went blank. Only one instinctive survival thought remained. I must quickly make a hole near my mouth to breathe. Hi. Ung Sech tried to open his mouth as wide as possible, while the other hand trembled, trying to bring itself close to his mouth to achieve the goal. But he was denied his wish, and the young man immediately saw through this move and easily controlled it. He grabbed his wrist, the hand trying to bring itself to his mouth, and said, "Come on, you can't do that. You're too late. Tom too, huh?" His face still wore a smile that hid no patriotism, but it was not happiness. Rather, it was a treacherous grin like a fox in disguise. He told Hung Shich about the strange nature of this world. "Let me tell you why the righteous and moral people are gradually disappearing from this world. Because he still hasn't managed to remove the feather plug from earlier, he's still struggling desperately." Hung Shich can't even form a complete sentence and curses inwardly. This damn bastard. That young guy can't read people's minds, so of course he doesn't realize he's just been insulted. He rambled on, saying there are two types of people. The first type understands their place and submits to those they cannot defeat. As he spoke, he made a sudden move, maximizing his force. In an instant, his arm shot out like an arrow from a bow, directly striking the center of Hung Shich's district, causing him to stumble and be caught off guard. Despite his actions, he continued speaking. Most people would choose to survive because everyone wants to live, while the second type would simply disappear. "Detective." A dark red liquid begins to ooze from the injured tissue area. Under the pressure of the blood vessels, oxygen-carrying cells and plasma spill out, seeping through the torn layers of skin. It does not come into direct contact with the air but is blocked by that nylon layer. Hyung Sech was in pain but couldn't do anything to resist or fight back. The young man kept going, and now they went inside and talked like two men, because even your opinion can change, huh? "Uncle Aeson, I'm starving to death. Why haven't they come?" "It's been a while since I saw my mother." He suggests calling that detective, or doing something, and Aeon looks around seriously before making a decision. "Something's not right. First, I should search this area to see if I can find something useful. They are surrounding the place to gather information." "Stop at a room," Dion Ho asked the sensory production room. "What should we do, Uncle? Should we destroy them all?" Aeon looked at them and replied, "No, These kids are just waiting for the day they are discarded, when they are no longer useful and even their last drop of blood will be drained. They are just processing horns. The people in the room may be different individuals, but they all share a common trait of being exhausted, gaunt, and lacking vitality. They are like machines programmed to perform this task, but it's almost time for a complete replacement. Jung-ho couldn't help but feel the same way. So what should we do? Should we deal with them a bit sooner? I thought their lives were already over. Aeon decided that since they are not alert, we should subdue them and then throw them somewhere on the ground so they can't escape. He replied, "Yes, sir," and immediately went to carry out the mission. Aeon still stood there, took out his phone, and called Detective Jiang. When he saw that no one answered after a long time, Aeon grew anxious. Detective Jiang, pick up the phone quickly. "Who is this? Is that you, Aeon?" "A crazy bastard didn't listen to my warning." He continued, "Have you found anything yet?" "What are you talking about? Answer me in your native language." The other side replied, "Yes, I do this because you always say you can do it, right?" He spoke abstractly, eyes changing, teeth flashing. "I warned you not to try to understand the reason, so things are going to get worse now." Somewhere in the corner, trembling with rage, the only obstacle was the first time. The first time is always the hardest. Only the first time. The first time. But where did the coach come from to stop him? It's dangerous. Put it down. When I was still talking politely, inside the skyscraper at the top floor, Department Head Kim was standing and admiring the view. And I have to admit, you were right. Athlete Lim's situation has changed dramatically. Lim Si-chun and those around him truly exceeded our expectations. Their skills seem to be very high. He pretends to be hesitant. So, what should we do then? We will still keep an eye on them, right? So far you've been bowing respectfully, but suddenly you look up and stammer in surprise. What do you mean? He repeated about the girl with glasses at the gym earlier. "I told you to hit her in the head, but you failed. Remember?" He continued, "Kang John is hiding somewhere with Sensu. It's just a matter of time before we find her. Since we have many urgent matters to deal with, I want you to handle that. If you can avoid the mistakes of the past, of course you will receive a fitting reward. As we said before, there will be no trouble as long as you don't get caught. You can think of it as everything starts small. The first time is the hardest, but you've already gained experience, right? From your father's case, wasn't it? He makes it sound like it's not too difficult. It's very simple. Just go to the gym and kill anyone you see there." He turned around and shoved something into your shirt pocket. After hearing everything he just said, you felt overwhelmed with confusion. Seeing the worry and confusion in his eyes, he smiled with a wicked grin. "You must be worried because he's a fellow martial artist, right?" "People don't die that easily, don't worry," Hun replied. "I need some time to think." He asked when he should meet me to give his answer, but then suddenly remembered something and thought to himself, "Wait a minute, a suicide mission is a different story. This guy has gone crazy. Director Kim doesn't have mind-reading abilities, so he has no idea what he's thinking." He replied, "Right now, at this very moment, because this is an urgent mission, if you follow my instructions, your future will be more comfortable." He adjusted his glasses on his nose and pointed out the disadvantages if he refused this mission. "But if you refuse this job, as soon as you come of age, you'll be thrown in jail. We can cover or control everything easily, so we've gathered a lot of evidence. Or we can offer you a buy one, get one funeral service. People tend to create a story in their minds if they connect one or two reasonable pieces of evidence. From what I hear, you would choose the simplest way, right?" Every word he said was so light, as if he was destroying an ant nest or plucking a bird's egg from a tree out there, but it was enough to make everyone almost fall silent. His face had been pale for a while now. Going back to Aeon's phone call earlier, he asked the person on the other end, "So what happened to that guy? Did you kill him?" On the other side, Officer Lee Seon-lee responded calmly about the murder. "I haven't killed him yet, don't worry. Detective Hyung-shich is being tortured on the ground. We're just talking to each other. But I'm wondering why you lied. I already sent someone to kill a guy at the gym. You should hurry up and get there, right? I wonder what else you can do now that the police plan is like a pot of pig stew." Aeon almost shouted, "Did you send a dozen guys with knives?" The volume was so loud that Chun had to lift his phone far away from me. "Are you surprised?" Aeon continued. "You only sent one or two guys, right? It's not a good thing to say, but I'm here now. Listen to what he's saying. He's not even a threat." Aeon explains, "I mean, I didn't go to the gym today, so the person inside must be the trainer. Returning to the gym, the manager is trying to stop him. It's dangerous. Put it down and talk properly." He hesitated for a few seconds, then immediately turned around and asked, "Who are you?" His voice trembles slightly, making it hard to tell, and the manager is annoyed by his attitude. He repeated the rude question, "Who are you and what are you doing?" How dare you be disrespectful to an adult? Do you have a stroke? He said, raising the knife in his hand to threaten. Damn it, stop barking nonsense. Can't you see what's going on?
Damn it. If you don't want to die by this knife, huh?
This is a real knife. As soon as he finished speaking, the manager took off his helmet and thrust it into the knife's blade, shocking Hun. Before he could react, the manager's entire body spun lightly like a machine just starting up.
Force from his shoulders transferring down to his elbows and then concentrated into his clenched fist, rushing forward at nearly absolute speed. The air thickened, the ground trembled slightly as the fist struck its target, creating a powerful shockwave that caused Hun to lose his footing.
The helmet was suddenly thrown into the air along a straight downward parabola by an unknown hand, and the surprise attack left Trong Hun unable to react in time. It took him half a day to say one word, and the serious manager asked him, "Have you never been taught?" The old bastard, damn it. Huh? What are you saying, you little brat Duko? Gata looked at the manager, filled with 100 questions in his mind.
Who is this old man? Did he learn boxing somewhere?
He guessed that jitsu was his specialty, based on his ears. Unable to hold back, Trong Hun asked the manager,
Hey, old man, are you heading to the jitsu center?
Yeah, it's been a while. My punches have gotten slower. Hun didn't ask further, but he stared intently at the knife stuck in the helmet on the ground and silently observed.
That was a dangerous punch, but if it was just that, if I can get that knife back, it's a bit difficult, but I could go home after stabbing him. He's pretending. I'm the one with the advantage because I have the upper hand.
I'll kick him to make him step back, then pick up the knife. He makes his decision. So this is how it all ends?
I just turned around after thinking and couldn't see the manager anywhere.
He panicked. Where did he go? Before he could see where the person was, he was suddenly attacked from behind. Each blow was delivered with increasing force, the last one heavier than the previous, and the attacker showed no intention of holding back, leaving the opponent stunned and confused. He could only cry out in pain instinctively. The manager said softly, I can't stay neutral with my fists, but there is one case where I have to act. One hand presses down on his head. That's when I meet someone who is teasing around someone else's life.
If that happens, my people will be in danger.
At that moment, I will drag those troublemakers down to hell with my fists.
Back at that factory house, someone asked, Do you think this world is wonderful?
Another person replied,
That's not a soft punishment, it's a bit extreme and violent, but I believe that people like you should die for the good of the world. The man stepped on Hyung Shich's head and said, You're really cruel, Sol Hyung. What will the kids learn from that?
He sighed, I'm quite curious, Longthe. I want to see how skilled and fierce he really is. For a soldier who has killed so many in the past, he probably knows what a real battle will be like. The two sides face each other. One side is Aeon and Jongho, the other is the hesitant group. I don't know who spoke up, but they asked if everyone was ready to clean this place up once and for all. Jongho nods confidently and cheerfully says, Sure, let's fight. Aeon calmly adds, It's better if you don't kill those guys, but our priority is protecting the detective. Got it? Jongho looked surprised and stared at him, saying in amazement, Why me? You can do it yourself. I'm not good at saving people. I'm only good at destroying things. You just play the good guy. Aeon raised an eyebrow and said without hesitation, Should I call Shin Sui-on? Dion Ho spun around 180 degrees and immediately continued speaking without blinking. But sometimes I want to help someone. Maybe that's just my good nature, huh? And then he stepped closer to the group, sighed and said, You guys, I need to deal with the leader, so get out of the way. The leader, carrying a stick on his shoulder, tilted his head and said firmly, You don't see we're on the same side as those inside. Dong Hua Hugh, wanting them to rush in, calmly called out, Then just go ahead and charge in, stop your whining. He got angry after being provoked, turned to look at his companions, and shouted loudly, Let's see if you still have the guts after we beat you up, big guy. Brothers, surround and fight him. Dong Hoi pouted and said, You talk so much I almost fell asleep. The guy and two others charged forward, angrily warning, I've seen many loudmouths end up dead, understand? Try to dodge this move. Big guy. As he finished speaking, 3 people with wooden sticks struck Dong Hoi directly on the head, but he remained very calm, only uttering 3 words. What do you mean, dodge? Those wooden sticks instantly broke in half, nothing to him in the fight. He smugly said, That's really annoying. Why should I do that? Your weapons are just scratching me. The guy immediately tensed up, stunned, thinking, What the hell is this? Jongho's face darkened as he gritted each word at him, like hitting a concrete pillar. Because you hit me first. Now it's my turn. Jongho immediately struck him in the face with his hand. The guy lost his balance and quickly collapsed, lying face down on the floor. What the hell is this? Bring the knife here. The other one stammered, Take it! Dong-ho looked at the guy lying on the ground, took a deep breath, and said, "All right, one down. Let's see how many more there are." Then he pressed his face close to the remaining two, smiling menacingly, and said, "Whatever, you can hit me too." He raised his hand to cover his face, as if to shield himself, but then changed his mind, not hitting his face, but aiming lower and kicking him in the groin, laughing loudly and saying, "Now's the time to smash your balls." The other side was caught off guard. Pain quickly overwhelmed him, and he clutched his groin in agony, groaning, "You bastard!" The other guy, seeing that, hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is that enough?" On, having watched everything, stepped in to stop it. "All right, let's get straight to the point and not let the pests breed." Seeing someone holding a stick trying to ambush me, I quietly turned around and kicked him in the stomach. He looked pale, clutching his stomach as he was thrown back. Another guy sneered and assessed him. "Oh my God, who is the real villain here now?" Dong-ho interrupted to speak. "It's me." Before he could finish speaking, a stick struck right below his ear, causing him to fall down. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "What is this?" The one with the hidden weapon saw he had achieved his goal and laughed loudly, happily saying, "This time you can't take it anymore, right? No matter how strong you are, you're still just human." Dong-ho, ignoring his bleeding, quickly stands up and calmly asks, "Why did you do this when you're much stronger than the second generation?" "That guy was so scared when he saw you standing up like normal," he stammered nervously. "What's going on with this monster? What are you planning to do?" "Take this." Before he could throw the punch, Dong-ho was faster, knocking the stick out of his hand with a single punch. The splinters of that wooden stick just hit him right in the nose, and blood started pouring out uncontrollably. He was stunned, thinking to himself, how could this be? Is he really that kind of person? Dong-ho clenched his fist in front of him and said through gritted teeth, "I don't know how much I owe you, but I will definitely punch you as much as I want." Dong-ho dusts off his hands, turns to Asen, and calmly says, "Letting yourself go means losing control of your strength. Uncle Aeon, help me out." "No." "Quickly get the detective out. He's lost a lot of blood, so just take him straight to the hospital." Suddenly, a thug rushed over, grabbed Aeon tightly, and sneered, "Watch out for yourself first. You're already chained up, you idiot." Before he could finish his second sentence, I forcefully flipped him over and quickly escaped from his grasp. "You're the one who should be worried." He screams in pain, my arm. Aeon grabs his hair and turns toward the other guy holding a wooden stick, ready to attack. That idiot kept talking. "You bastard, let him go now." As he finished speaking, he heard the wind beside his ear. Then a pipe flew straight into his face, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. "Uncle Asen, I'll take the detective to the hospital first. You handle those guys." I nodded and replied, "I only know one thing." The other guy raised an eyebrow and said with interest, "What is this? You two aren't planning to go together? You want to fight one-on-one? I like that. Today one of us has to die, or one of us will be crippled after this. Do you agree?" Of course I didn't see this coming at first." He tilted his head and whispered, "As you predicted. You've prepared everything and your people are capable, so these cheap traps can't fool you. That's why I changed my mind, Aeon. You could be considered a reliable pillar for those around you. So how about I knock down all those pillars?" Aeon sighed and finally spoke. "I see. Yes, you might think that way. But what am I supposed to do now?" "From what I see, you probably can't do that. You're weak, the kind who likes to cling to your mother and sleep." "Come on, you half-Korean kid. You think you like those Western games too? Did I say anything to offend you? Is it because I said you're weak or because I mentioned your mother?" As soon as Aeon finished speaking, he was kicked by Jun-hyung, knocking off the hat that had been sitting on his head all along. Aeon was a bit startled, clutching his face as he looked at his falling hat, quietly lost in thought. That was a high kick, yet he almost didn't need any preparation. "Run!" Yu raised an eyebrow, pouted, and asked what's wrong. "What's with that look? No way." He laughed loudly and calmly said, "You think I'm just a thug? That's really disappointing. I've known you since you were fighting in the academy." Aeon seemed unimpressed and simply replied casually, "Oh, really? Seeing how you look at the part of a thug, I never doubted it. My mistake," he muttered to himself. "He's better than I thought." Run Yu quietly exclaims, "I thought you were a quiet, reserved guy, but it turns out you're good at showing off. Then let me show you how to fight properly on the battlefield," and said, then swung his fist toward Aeon with excitement and shouted, "You know what? A skilled fighter can dodge his punches easily. The difference between a battle and pure fighting for you is that a soldier has killed before." He said as he kicked with his leg towards Aeon, each word spoken clearly. "Can you defeat a martial arts master? Why can't you fight without weapons? Are you analyzing my fighting style? You think you'll have enough time for that in a fight, but you know what?
I used to be famous for not having a signature fighting style.
As soon as he finished speaking, he moved beside Aeon, catching him completely off guard. He thought to himself, what? That way of moving isn't something I've seen or heard before.
Junyu exhaled sharply and said sharply, "All right, I've finished the warm-up. Now it's time for the main event."
As he finished speaking, Aeon spat a mouthful of saliva into his face. Run Yu, unable to dodge in time, was hit directly.
What the hell is that?
Aeon shrugged and continued, nonsense talk. You criminal bastard, stop talking nonsense about fighting styles or whatever. He grimaced and continued coldly. So what did you just bark at? Fighting and combat are different. Should I teach you what fighting and war really mean? Hey, old man, sorry, but speaking honestly isn't the trend these days. He ignored that and chuckled, saying,
What's that, kid? You sound just like a fool with a hero complex.
I've called the police, so calm down. Guys like you are not even worth dog food. In Hun, he raised his head arrogantly and said, the times now are full of deception and selfishness. Only selfish people live well. As long as my life is smooth, I don't care about others' lives. That man replied seriously, I won't interfere, but as an experienced adult, I will be honest, only scumbags like you justify your wrongdoings with that holy ideology. You're just a despicable criminal, no need to make excuses. Hoon laughed loudly, trembling slightly as he spoke. Do you know who the real villain is? You idiot, you still don't realize who you're facing. The long-haired man named Aeon furrowed his brow and asked back in confusion. What? What nonsense are you talking about? He chuckled to himself and said, so he's not coming to Jim's room today, right? Do you know what kind of fight he's in with that monster? The man shrugged and replied, I don't know and I don't care. What's your reaction? You think I'm joking? Oh, he could die, you hear me? That man laughs loudly with amusement and casually says, Hey, I don't know if you're confusing me with someone else, but I'm sure of one thing. I was at that old warehouse. Junyu puffs his cheeks in frustration, voice trembling. I can't believe it. I didn't expect you to spit in my eye just to win. You dare to do anything, right? Aeon glances at him, pouting, and says, What? You want me to show you how we fight on the battlefield? Sometimes there are situations where we have to fight without weapons so everything can become chaotic. Why is that? Aeon Sirius continues. It's simple. I don't want to die. People lose their fighting spirit when facing weapons like guns. But in a brutal battle, they won't let themselves be beaten and killed. He slowly takes off his coat, still speaking to those who have truly experienced a dirty war themselves. Do you know what the biggest difference is for those who haven't gone through such a war firsthand? Just stop asking and repeat it already. Then Aeon threw his coat towards him. What is this? Are you trying to cover my eyes with your clothes? A sudden punch from behind the clothes. Run. Stared at Aeon. You're so outdated. All you know is how to use machines, huh? Aeon kept his original posture and spoke slowly, always carrying a weapon with him. That man stroked his chin in thought before finally saying, Aeon is the most despicable person we know. Meanwhile, Junyu, oblivious, was suddenly struck by a hidden knife lodged deep into his thigh. He frowned and shouted angrily. In a remote villa's bedroom, Run-Yu looked at his brother in confusion and innocently asked, Hyung, why are you holding that? Run-Yu, holding a knife, gritted his teeth and said, I haven't told you yet. The man widened his eyes, glaring warningly at the boy, then sneered. Don't call me brother, you filthy beggar. You shouldn't have been born. You know that. And that woman you call mother is the same. The boy tearfully pressed his lips together and said, You're so scary. I'm sorry. I won't call you that again next time. Do you know why I let you live in this house? Listen carefully. After speaking, he moved close to the boy, smiling with a sinister grin, and said, You and your mother are no different from toilet paper in this house. Do you understand what I'm saying? The only purpose of your existence is for me and my father to clean up your cheap trash. He ignored the boy's terrified face and watery eyes, still arrogantly ordering him to take off his pants. From now on, whenever I'm in a bad mood, I'll use your body. You slowly raised the knife, cruelly saying, Until I feel better, you should remember that someone like you is just a worthless object no one cares about. A moment later, Run-Yu went to find his mother, his body covered in blood. The boy burst into tears and cried out, Mom, it hurts. He's hurting my thigh. The woman just glanced at him and said, Hold it in. Run-Yu hesitated, saying, But he told me to take off my pants and use a knife. Before he could finish, the woman slapped him hard and yelled fiercely, I told you not to whimper anymore. You fragile thing. Can you support both our families? I won't. The woman simply pointed at his face and straightforwardly warned him, If you don't want to live on the streets, just grit your teeth and endure it until when will you be old enough to fight back? This society is a place where those without power like us have to suffer. For the weak, Everything is nothing but a spiritual victory. Even when we cherish it, we are weak, so we have to suffer living in this house. Do you understand? Jiang trembled all over. The boy nodded. Li Shi responded, "Yes, I'm sorry, I will do better." The woman turned away without looking back and told him to go get first aid for the wound, the ointment in the medical box. She quickly left the room, slammed the door shut, leaving you alone in that battered room. However, she still stood outside the door, too exhausted to do anything but lean against it. The old woman trembled violently, tears slowly streaming down her face. Overwhelmed by pain she couldn't put into words, while the boy in the room also quietly cried. "Oh my God, I can't believe this is why people say there's no such thing as romance on the battlefield. The way you threw that knife just like that, and yet you say you'll teach me hand-to-hand combat on the battlefield?" Aesun raised an eyebrow and shrugged, saying, "I only said that if you need to learn how to speak pure Korean." Aeon gently fell into thought. What is this? This guy has a knife stabbed straight into his thigh. But why is that indifferent reaction? Usually, even the underworld would cry out in pain in an instant. Run Yu laughed loudly and said, "You're right, everything you say is the truth. Maybe it's because I've been messing around with the kids too much lately, so now I judge everything based on them." Aeon blinked as he saw Jun Yu's hand on the knife handle and said, "You're better off not pulling it out." Jun Yu indifferently replied, "If pulling it out is not good, then I guess I'm helpless too. At least I have to think that way." Aeon frowned and said, "No, I didn't mean it like that." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the wound again, making it go deeper. He nonchalantly said, "It should have stabbed even deeper. Then it would hurt even more. What are you thinking that makes you want to pull it out?" Jun Yu, caught off guard, was hit so hard he couldn't speak, only crying out in pain. Run Yu sat on the ground, shouting loudly, "This hurts so much." Aeon raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's going on? Are you just laughing?" He bowed his head and laughed loudly, saying with amusement, "Do you not find that funny? I like this so much that it turned out like this. Just as I thought, those who have to fight to survive are truly completely different." Run. Yu sighed and looked at Aeon with a defeated face, mockingly saying, "So what are you going to do now?" "Kill me." He exhaled slowly and calmly said, "I don't want to go to jail to atone for my sins. Can you just kill me like this? Then I will go straight to heaven. If you like, I can even say goodbye to your family for you." Oh my God, my leg hurts so much. Before I could finish complaining, Aeon kicked him in the face. Run. Yu lost his balance and fell backward. Aeon glanced at him coldly and said, "So no, you can't just walk away peacefully, especially not for junkies like you. I don't care what you've been through in life, but don't think of using it as an excuse for the crimes you've committed." He knelt down facing Jun Yu and ordered in a low voice, "Think of today as a punishment for what you did to the vehicle." At this moment, Jong Ho is carrying Haeyeon Shich on the way to the hospital. Haeyeon Shich has just woken up and let out a faint groan, causing Dion Ho, who is carrying him, to panic. Dong Ho hesitated, then said, "Damn it, you scared me half to death. I almost hit you." Haeyeon Shich asked nervously, "Where are we?" "And Aeon," Jong Ho quickly replied, "I've taken care of the henchman. There's only one left there. Detective, we are on our way to treat your wounds, so don't worry." "Hi, why?" Mr. Shich immediately interrupted and shouted, "No, we have to go back." Jong Ho frowned and asked him in surprise, "Really? I'm pretty sure Aeon can handle those guys on his own." "Hi," Young Shich nervously said. "We've been fooled. We need to hurry and get Aeon out of there right now." Haeyeon Shich was stunned, thinking that even Aeon couldn't handle this alone. Those bastards made it up. Those damn dogs are trying to set a trap to catch a tiger. "You crazy bastard. If you don't kill me now, you'll be punished. You bastard, by all means, and the law will make you pay. Of course, you won't die a complete death." That bastard, trembling with excitement, continued to speak to him. "This investigator, you really are Investigator Jiang Hai YX. I truly respect you so much. In a life-and-death situation like this, I can't believe you're still sticking to your principles of justice." Jun Yu didn't care if he heard a word or not. He kept rambling on that usually when people die, they just die and leave nothing behind. If a Korean investigator goes missing, well, what can the police do? They will conduct a small investigation, and eventually it will turn into a cold case of a missing official. He stared intently at Haeyeon Shich, smiled kindly, and said, "But this time I will use you because luck is on my side. If we want Aeson alone, we need to separate him from the man with orange hair he's with, right? One of Aeson's mistakes was bringing you to the hospital beforehand and afterward." Haeyeon Shich didn't wait for him to finish, annoyed as he cut him off and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? You think I'll do what you want? Don't you see I'm still alive and fighting back?" Rung Rung continued, If I survive and get out of here, I will hunt you down to the end. The bastard with glasses and CEO Han are in the same boat as you, right? Yes, that's correct. But officer, now you will be transferred to the local traffic police. This transfer will leave no trace and bypass all procedures. He suddenly leaned close to Ha Young-shich's ear and whispered, "You've been to the crime scene multiple times and murdered people. Plus, you've worked with former American soldiers. This could land you in prison, you know. Is that right? So for those without power, no matter how hard they try, they can't change anything. Just protect yourself and live like a beggar, or try to prove yourself." Then he punched Ha Young-shich again. The police are now approaching the old warehouse, shouting for Aeon to stand still, release him immediately, and raise his hands to the sky. Do you want us to let him go or stay still? Be clear, you're not on time at all. I've reported this a long time ago, and now you're only just arriving. My face is covered in blood, and I speak with a hoarse laugh. They arrived just in time, didn't they? What are you going to do now? The older brother illegally entered private property, attacked with weapons, and conspired to kill. He was caught on the spot, and now the police, who arrived after receiving the report of the murder, are pointing tasers at him. What do you think? Would that make a good news story? If I give them 10 million watts, dozens of journalists would sell their souls for this. You should stay silent and start walking. The trap is set for the tiger. Aeon saw the police officer about to use an electric stun gun on him, so he grabbed his collar, shook him, and threw him forward, blocking the attack. The officer trembled in panic, shouting, "Wait," but it was too late. He staggered and fell to the ground, shouting loudly. The police officer looked confused and asked, "Why is it like this?" The other one shouted, "Idiot, turn it off." The naive one asked, "How do I turn this off?" The other person gritted his teeth and said, "Let go of the gun, you idiot." Aeon then spoke, "If I don't eradicate them completely, they will keep spreading and affecting others. I don't want to dirty my hands, so I left them be." He quietly lifts the axe from the ground and softly says, "But they are rotting more and more among many. For someone like you, I need to eradicate the root." The two police officers were panic-stricken and awkwardly asked, "What are you doing?" "Put it down right now. We are Korean police." Aeon casually raises the axe and continues indifferently, "Huh? I don't care whether you're police or not. I will clean up all the rotten things. I am an axe murderer in Texas. As you can see, I joined the army on the battlefield, and I don't know how many people I've killed with this axe. There are probably quite a few people." Aeon raised his axe, smiling at Jun-yu, and said, "If you die and go to heaven, tell them I say hello." The two police officers looked at each other in confusion and said, "Wait, reload quickly, you idiot." The other quickly followed, not forgetting to ask, "And you?" "Idiot." The other person, scared, ran out of the warehouse shouting, "I don't know anything. If you want to live, run now." The other one also ran after them, stammering, "Wait for me," and they shouted as they ran, "We're also afraid to die." Aeon stood still and looked out, softly saying, "They are running away." "Is this all you've prepared?" "Getting caught on the spot. If I hadn't been caught, this would be over." "That gun hurt so much, it can't fix this either." Enguk. "It's okay. You just gained another charge for resisting arrest with a weapon. My goal is to keep you away from the getaway car. If you don't leave now, you'll go to court." Aeon approached him without hesitation, openly admitting, "Yeah, I was planning to do that to you, so I've already thought about it. Anyway, I'm not a fool." Suddenly, Run-yu asked, "What are you going to do now?" Aeon grabbed his leg, pulled him out, and replied with pursed lips, "Do you think I only have one plan to do this? What I think is more naive than Yuan Jiang. I think he still believes the police are not on your side. But I don't." Aeon continued, "I really want this to happen so I can do it my way." Jun-yu frowned and asked sharply, "What do you think? Why did you bring me out here?" Aeon calmly said, "Do you know what drug traffickers fear the most? Getting shot, stabbed, or caught by the police doesn't matter. Are we there yet? Why did you come outside? Because the breeze is cooler than inside." Aeon took out his phone and held it to his ear, still answering his question. "No, you idiot. I've seen a lot in the basement of the building, so I left a few gifts there." Jun-yu opened his eyes wide, confused, and continued, "What? Who are you calling?" "Calling the police is useless anyway." Aeon smirked, amused, and said, "I didn't call anyone. It's like a remote control." "Oh, I haven't told you the answer yet." The thing I fear most is that as soon as he finished speaking, the timer bomb attached inside the old warehouse started counting down to 0 and quickly exploded, sending shards of the old building flying everywhere, with hot smoke spreading everywhere. Aeon turned his back to the warehouse and calmly said, "Their drugs have vanished into thin air." "Damn it, Run." Yu sat on the ground, facing Aeon, who was standing and looking down at him. "Do you know what you've just done?" "Of course I know." "Plan a bomb in the drug gang's hideout and blow it up right in front of your boss. Is there any part where I'm off?" His eyes trembled and bloodshot. Yes, I do.
You don't understand anything at all. The guy's face is getting redder and he's about to go crazy.
You caused trouble with something you shouldn't have touched, and there will be consequences for your actions.
You should think carefully before you act.
Aeon just pretends like it's nothing. You're right. I agree with you. We should consider the consequences of our actions.
That's why. He leaned in close to Junyu's furious, vein-popping face. The consequences of your actions are right behind you, you bastard.
He frowns angrily. Do you think you're winning? You think you're ahead of everyone else, huh? My friend, I will do whatever it takes to give you and those around you a terrible ending. Aeon remains very calm. Since when am I your friend?
That bastard, trembling and losing his composure, shouted out, I will make you regret everything you've done.
He watched Aeon's back as he walked away. Him? Where do you think you're running to? Someone's talking right here. He glanced at him for a moment. What?
Of course I had to run before the police arrived. Why would I need to stand here and listen to you bark? Try to recover. I hope you'll be mentally shaken.
Goodbye. The voice drifts softly in the wind. If you want to approach the people around me to find me, that's fine. Because I've prepared everything. I don't think you'll reconsider yourself. He arrogantly turned around, just making an excuse, and thinking that you had won as you wanted. And live well until someone more eager to kill you than I come looking for you. The next day, golden sunlight shone on the city buildings. The news on TV reports that a former U.S. soldier set fire to a warehouse last night and fled. Du Yu sits in the office listening to the news, nonchalantly shrugging. Really? He burst out laughing with great pleasure. Well deserved.
Han rushes in from outside, J.D. Hyun following. Yes, sir.
Sir, did you call for me?
Du Yu scowled and angrily said to Thotuk, I didn't call you, so how dare you come in like this?
Sorry, sir. I heard you shouting and thought you were calling me. Can't I shout in my own room? Wait until I give you permission before you come in. Di-Huin could only bow his head humbly and say, I apologize, sir. She pursed her lips in frustration. Last time, this bastard punched me because I didn't go in when he yelled. Du Yu ordered Park to come to my room again? Di-Hui asked back. Yes, sir. Should I call him right now? Du Yu tends to get angry, so do I have to wait until Park has time for me? Use your brain. Go now. Jae-Hyun replied immediately, Yes, sir. He grins, tilts his head back, and closes his eyes in bliss, finally finding something to attack Han Jun-gu with. I'm so happy. That guy doesn't even know his place and keeps trying to climb over a wall that's too high. Du Yu leans on the desk, smiling happily, and says if you make just one mistake, you'll fall to your death. But you're already climbing pretty high. At that moment, an angry voice echoes in the director's office. Jang Hyun, answer me accurately. Things won't end just by avoiding questions. He waved his hand, his face contorted with rage. What did a detective like you do to those people? I want to know why someone like you, who obeys the law, would do such a thing. Hi. Ung-Si's face was bruised on the left side. The personal band is full of holes as the director yells. Do you think staying silent will solve everything? Where is he now, that former U.S. soldier who set the fire, and you still can't speak English? How can you understand him? He turned and looked away. I don't understand what you're saying, sir. I was just passing by and happened to see a bunch of thugs fighting. So Trung wants to scream louder and louder. What? That kid, the owner of that warehouse, has already told me everything. The reporters have already published the story. If I keep standing still like this, I'll be criticized. That old man wants to get angry, eyes bulging, rushing forward. Those soldiers have been wanted for a long time. You need to tell me everything you know. Ung-Siej keeps making excuses. Do you have any proof? The director grew angrier the more he listened. What did you just say? That kid. He casually tilts his head. The evidence that I colluded with those soldiers and the proof that someone set fire to that warehouse. Do you think you might find something on my phone? I don't know if someone could have arranged that, but of course it wasn't me. I don't even know who that person is. Hai Hung-Shich's face subtly darkened. But sir, let's say I did those things, as you asked me. Why would someone who follows the law do such a thing? You asked me, is it because you truly don't know? The more he spoke, the more passionate he became. While I follow all the laws as a police officer, real criminals are ignoring the law, and some even find ways to fight back against us. You can send me to a remote province and make me a traffic cop or even fire me. You can do whatever you like, but it won't change my mind because I'm suspended now and I'm leaving. Goodbye, sir? Hai Ung-Shich just left, smiling. It's been a week since I ate chicken feet and drank soju, and I will sleep a little more. The director was so angry he turned red and puffed up. Hey, crazy guy. At night, the streets are completely deserted. Hein goes out alone, looking around nervously. She turns this way and that, searching.
Where are you?
Suddenly, a tall figure appears behind Hajin.
Joseph suspiciously asked, Why Hanin?
Hajin quickly turned his head back. Yes, that's right. She hesitantly looked up in fear. Do you know me? Who is this big man in my mind? Joseph didn't pay attention and handed the phone to her. This is Aeon calling. He can't show up, that's why he sent me instead. Don't worry and accept it. Hajin put the phone to his ear.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Asen.
Yes, Hajin, it's me. You must be surprised that the tall guy is the one, but don't worry, he's someone you can trust. Hajin said anxiously. Uncle, are you okay? Do you have any pain? What happened? A few days ago, some police officers came and asked me a lot of questions. You said you don't know anything, but all the government agencies are now very worried about it.
Aeon is sitting leaning against the crate.
Yeah, I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. The reason I called you is because I need to go somewhere during this time. That's why, while I'm not there, that big guy will stay close to you and protect you around the clock. He's not the type to speak carelessly, so you don't need to worry. He slightly lowered his head, showing a hint of concern. I won't let you, Seun, and the kid from the physical education class face danger again. I will come back with a way to handle this. The port is quiet at night. Aeon chuckled and advised, so during this time you need to live well and take care of your health. The next morning, the manager sat on the floor complaining to Jung and Jong-hoon. What's going on? Why would Aeon do something like that? He looked at Gye-sung, who isn't the type to act impulsively, and he interrupted the unfinished sentence. He doesn't know anything. The coach and manager are surprised. Huh? What do you know? Jung bowed his head to Aeon about what they said on the news. Then he suddenly stood up with an excited look on his face. He's a former U.S. military, like Special Forces or something. The more I learn about him, the more I realize he's really strong. Did he hide his identity to carry out a mission in Korea? So cool. The manager... Confused, responds. I don't know. Gye-sung questioned with dissatisfaction. Why? Why don't you know? Didn't you ask Aeon about his past work? The manager reminds him upon hearing that. You shouldn't pry into others' pasts unless they want to tell. The man squints at Gye-sung. But what's so important about that? I should be spending my time worrying about his situation instead. He pouted, of course, but I'm really curious about him. Jong-hoon, who has been silent all this time, also spoke up. I heard Hajin say that he called to report that he was okay. He said he would run away somewhere and come back later. What did the detective ask you last time? The strict manager replied. He only asked about Aeon's personal information, but I have no idea about that. And although I wasn't allowed to say details, he also mentioned that this incident is connected to Hajin being assaulted. I guess Aeon handled them on his own. For now, we can only trust the police. At the police station, Dong-hyun stands in front of Hung Shich. How is your body? He chuckled and replied, Thank you. I'm fine, nothing's wrong. I apologize, Inspector Na, for acting alone. Dong-hee-unun takes out the cigarette he was holding. Well, I understand you have your reasons, but next time, don't do it alone. Work together. Put out your cigarette, and instead of getting beaten up alone, it's better to get beaten with everyone else. But since I am alone, if I get fired, it doesn't really matter. And Thanchana, you have a family to take care of. Dong-hye-unun looked down calmly. As long as I have my health, that's enough. Do you think I can't support my family? Being a former honest police officer is better than being a cowardly traitor to keep the position. That way I can also lessen my shame in front of my wife and a daughter. He flicked his lighter to light a cigarette, and it will be easier to persuade the trustee. If you cooperate with me, you will receive support. One day you will have clear evidence. Hyung-sik didn't know how to explain himself. That's right. Dong-hyun took a puff, raised an eyebrow, revealing some wrinkles on his forehead as he exhaled smoke. Still, I have to admit he's a bit of a rookie. Are you planning to do everything yourself to look cool? But then it all fell apart. Caught off guard, this is the style of a cop. I was just showing off to these thugs. Right now at the hospital, a sigh echoes in the ward. Wow, these bad guys are really diligent. In front of a room, 2 guards are standing watch while inside, Run Yu, dressed as a patient, sits on the bed. Manager Kim, sitting beside the bed, instructs, First, take care of the urgent matters. We've bought some time, so I will temporarily set up another factory. Suddenly, he turned back and shouted, What are you doing? I already said, even if you're a doctor, you can't take it. Suddenly, before Director Kim could finish speaking, a hand shot up in front of his face. Go! He was knocked off balance and fell to the side by the man with brown hair and sunglasses, whose powerful strike shattered his glasses and sent the lens flying in a curved arc. What the hell just happened? Who are you? Du Yu leaned out, placing his hand on the shoulder of the man in glasses who had just struck someone. Guess what? Looks more intimidating, right? I just hired a new person. You've caused a big mess this time, little one. You let it happen because of your arrogance, right? He said, with a growing smirk. This damn dog. Maybe you were just born to be discarded, you know? You can't even protect your own child, and if your mother up there saw you like this, she'd be furious. Jun-Yu looked at his exhausted appearance and asked, "What is your purpose here? Just come out with it. I'm not happy to see you." Du-Yu excitedly raised an eyebrow. "I'm the only one allowed to laugh here. You always have that attitude, but I find it amusing. And as for Dad, I came here to talk to you directly. You too, listen up and pay attention. You dare to be confident that you can handle everything. The factory was bombed." "What is this? A bombing in the heart of Korea?" Manager Kim could only stammer in response. "I apologize, sir," Du-Yu was further scolded. "You're really stupid. And as for what my father wants me to tell you, he was standing by the hospital bed with his hands in his pockets. The factory needs time to resume operations, so if you want the bosses to be pleased, there's no other way but to prove the effectiveness of the new drug you hid elsewhere. In short, Du-Yu is ruthless and relentless. I don't care if you try the drug on the bus seat or on yourself. Your leg just healed, so you have to get back to the fight. At that time, you had to show them how effective the new drug really was. No matter how stupid they are, you should understand this, right?" He turned around and threw out a few harsh insults, saying, "Don't bother me with useless beliefs anymore. Loosen up and stop acting so naive." Run-Yu, furious, with veins bulging on his temples and his face flushed, "Where is that Lim Si-chun? Where is that bastard?" Inside the training room, the sound of punching the punching bag echoes loudly. Si-chun raises his hand to stop Bao-Cat. Do-hun stands with his arms crossed, watching him. "All right, you're better now, but it's still not enough to beat CEO Han. No matter how you look at it, I don't think you can win the usual way." Se-chun stands beside Bao-Cat, listening to Do-han ranting. Now that An Aeon is gone. "I know you'll be angry if I say this, but if you get hurt in this reckless fight, Hajin will be even more heartbroken. You lunged at Huyen, so think long-term and trust the police." Chun's car cut in. "You're right, I've thought that way too." He was panting heavily, sweating profusely. "But have you heard about those bastards coming to Jim's room? They deliberately showed up to meet Hajin. Chun's car, exhausted, squinted, so I decided they must be punished so they wouldn't dare come near us again." He angrily turned around. "That bastard Han, I will break his legs so he's crippled for life." Do-hun is trying to calm down Chun's car. "I understand how you feel, but right now you can't do that with your current skills. While I was advising, you suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Maybe I'm seeing stars because I'm too exhausted." Chun-Shi looked blankly in the direction of Do-hun. "What's wrong? Are you seeing a ghost?" "She looks like a dragon-headed woman." A female voice echoes, "Hello, strong young men. It's been a while. How have you guys been lately? Just look at that smug face. The kid standing next to him is Chun's car, right? Do-hun is swaying all over. Is this real? Why would she?" Zhe-chun, forgetting his anger, asked, "What's going on? Who is that? Why do you look so scared?" Brother X just arrived, with his beautiful and stylish appearance, long hair flowing, pointing towards the Chun car. "Who am I? Let's get to know each other first. Handsome guy." That night, Aeon was standing in a corner, leaning against a container at the warehouse. "Why is the terrorist just standing here posing like that?" Aeon glanced at her and asked, "When did you return to Korea? I thought you were still abroad and wouldn't be able to see you again before I left." Su Huin puffed out a straight stream of cigarette smoke and said, as if people would think I'm very close to you now. "You only call me when you need something, you bastard." She waved her hand, causing Aeon to lean aside a little. "I really want to beat up this terrorist. What do you want to ask for this time? And how long do you plan to hide your face?" He glanced around, probably depending on how things turn out. "What I need is someone to protect Hein 24/7 because someone is targeting her." Aeon stroked his chin thoughtfully. "A monster capable of defeating even the strongest, or someone ordinary wouldn't dare to face. A person who looks like the orange-named guy she sent last time." X. Huin pinches a cigarette between two fingers, exhaling smoke coolly. "Ah, Jong-ho, he's not bad, but too stupid to protect Hein. Do I still send this tall, quiet guy or not?" Aeon lowered her eyes and hesitated for a moment before saying one more thing. Shu Hui responded casually. "Of course I still exist. How could you live without me?" Aeon bowed his head. "I want her to do it personally, so teach her to discipline the car." When Hui heard that, his eyes bulged with two big hearts, clearly showing he's a girl crazy. "He's my type. You want me to teach X-Chun how to drive, right? English? Acting like you're an adult, huh?" Aeon, refusing to give up, continued to ask for help to teach him to fight. A fight more intense than martial arts. A fight for his life. Returning to the present, Brother X indeed kept his promise and went to find Zhe-chun. "Your long hair is flowing in the wind," pointing at him. "Handsome guy. What are you doing? Are you kicking the cable?" That muscular guy is teaching you boxing, right? Do-hun bites his lip, his whole body tense and sweating. Chun's car standing behind you, suspiciously asking. Me? You know me? Shu-hun replied happily with a smile. Of course I know you. I really like you. You want to kill someone, right? Then you have to learn. It's not just martial arts, the manager standing behind her asked in confusion. What are you doing here, Do-hun? Do you know she's beautiful? Do-hun hesitated when asked his name and replied, I know her face, but I don't know exactly who she is, except that she's very scary. Tu-hun chuckled at the manager. You must be the gym manager, right? Facing her, the beautiful girl makes you so flustered you can't speak clearly. Yes, I love you. I mean, what are you doing here? X. Huynh still has a charming smile. Can I use the gym after hours? I will pay in full so you can buy new equipment if I damage it. The manager looked stunned at X Huynh's proposal. Huh? If you damage the equipment, this is a boxing gym. Using it for other purposes might be a bit much. But what do you plan to do? She softly replied, You don't need to know exactly what we're going to do. She squinted and handed a thick envelope tied with a string to the manager. You can pay for the rent here, and I heard that your muscular friend needs a workout partner, right? He stared at her in surprise. Why you? But they are quite skilled at it, so... Shu Huynh smiled even brighter. Coincidentally, I know someone skilled in boxing, and if it's okay, I'd like to ask him to be your sparring partner. Would that be all right? She cheerfully offered. This is a pretty good deal, so I can use the training room now, right? Junchi hasn't understood what's been happening all this time. Sorry, could you explain what's going on? Chu Hui glances at him with interest. Aeon asked me for a favor. I'm not really involved in this, but if I help you, I'm also helping Aeon. Kay also needs help, right? Chun's car quickly nodded anxiously and asked, Aeon, where is he? Is he okay? Is he injured? The beautiful girl turned her head back. He's fine, so don't worry. Just focus on yourself. Dai is handsome, Chun stammered as he asked again after hearing it. I need to take care of myself. Shu Huynh's gaze suddenly turned cold. I'm not as kind as Asen. Even if you're still a teenager, I don't care. She stood with her hands on her hips and looked around. I heard that you are willing to do anything to kill the bastard who caused Hein to end up like this, right? Sechun didn't hesitate for long. I don't really understand what you're saying, and I don't know you, because you suddenly appeared. But if it's Aeon's request and he insists on accepting Su Huynh's offer, then no matter what, I will do it. Are you finding him more and more interesting? You really go for what you like without even thinking. That's really cool. I used to be like this when I was young. The car pulls itself together and looks natural. I see now. So, what do you plan to teach me? It won't take long because I need to beat Hanungu as soon as possible. Brother Shu gives a thumbs up, straight to the point. Truly a real man. That's right, that Han Junu guy broke his leg, so he'll need time to recover. Chun's car covers his mouth in shock. Oh, that's great. Did Aeon cause him to become like that? Why not take this chance to smash his head in? Brother Shu nodded in agreement. Oh, good. I really don't care. Surely he thinks that because I have my own issues for the greater good, I can do whatever I want. I am required to make you a true warrior, Sechun exclaimed excitedly while Do-hun looked pale. All right, so what should we start with? I just need to fight you to learn, right, big sister? When do I start? Tonight? Su Hai slightly turned away, giving him a look of disdain. Don't ask any more. Keep it to yourself. I am your trainer, and your opponent is someone else. You will get used to it if you fight someone equal to or taller than Hanun Yu. Sechun asked suspiciously. Who is it? He looked blankly at the newcomer, while Shu Huyn muttered, Oh, it's you. Why are you so late? Do you want to die? The other person replied vaguely, No, I'm sorry. He grinned happily. What should I do, sis? Since you're late, shall we just start now? Have you talked to him yet? Brother Huyn put his hands on his hips and replied to the newcomer. I'm done. He said he wants to do it. Chun's car was confused when he heard that. Starting what? Starting what? Going on stage right away? The family member turned around like a villain and said, No, it's just a bit similar. Try to survive. Let me see how good you really are. Before Zechun could finish speaking, the other person jabbed 2 fingers at him. Huh? You mean Zechun quickly dodged? What was that? He shouted in panic. This kind of training, the newcomer with shoulder-length reddish-brown hair and a toothy grin, has pretty good reflexes. Next, Ho excitedly punched the Chun car, causing it to fly away, testing its durability. The Chun car thought its soul was leaving its body, feeling like it was being hit by a hammer. The manager shouted in horror, Wait, what is everyone doing? What kind of training match is this? It's clearly violence. Brother Shu calmly blocked him and told the manager to stay calm. He's just teasing your athlete, so don't worry. She casually glanced at the match on the other side. But the worm car will want this. Go ahead and say it yourself. Quiet. The car trembles. Dung keeps attacking Chun with both hands nonstop, so he can only block the hits with his hands. His stamina is good, very good. Now it's willpower. Willpower that controls the body. He grits his teeth and groans, his face covered in blood and dirt. After testing his endurance, the rubber car swings its fist towards him, testing the attack. He lazily sticks out his tongue at him, easily blocks the fist with one hand, then throws a punch at the rubber car's face, making him want to deform from the weak attack, while Ho gets excited and moves closer to the rubber car. Your arrogance and boastful words are okay, but you lack skill. Guess what's going to happen next? He keeps throwing a thunderous punch at the battered Chun car. He leans back and falls to the ground. Dong Ho raises his hand. Yeah, he's out. H. Hui crouched down, resting his chin on his hand, and asked, So, how is it? Training is like that, and from now on it will only get harder. Do you want to stop? If you do, just tell me. I don't want to waste time either. The rubber band is loose, I told you. She moved closer and asked what you said. Speak louder. At the same time, a doctor at the hospital approached Jun Yu's bed. I understand he's explaining something, but it's a bit more complicated than I thought. Luckily, it didn't hit an artery, but the blade pierced through the thigh and caused severe muscle damage. Yet he didn't seem to care at all, instead, complaining. Director, did I ask about it? This makes him stammer, unable to grasp the unpredictable emotions of this guy. Well, no, you didn't ask about it. But the doctors mean that Run Yu interrupted him, so don't say it's impossible or difficult and just go and handle it yourself. If I can't use this leg within 3 weeks, you'll lose all your wealth, fame, status, and the family you've worked so hard to build. Your actions, watching that video of the spirited girl fighting, are recorded beautifully and kept very securely. Then he glared and threatened, I hope you understand what I'm saying. You are very smart, right? Hearing this, Dr. Dung immediately broke out in a sweat and obediently followed orders. Yes, I will try my best. I will definitely resolve this. Jun Yu happily returns. That's right. And remember to report to me on the process this week. If there's nothing else, you can go now. You still need to eat. The doctor quickly rushes out. Yes, rest well, sir. Then he looked at the person sitting and asked, What's going on with Se Hajin and Im Sejun? Manager Kim looked at him and replied, We sent a few people to Im Sejun's place, and today also to Se Hajin, but Ayan probably has someone protecting him. Jun Yu, exhausted, ran his hand through his hair and relaxed. You guessed that already, didn't you? But he won't be able to protect him 24/7. Does he still have work to do? Waits for Director Kim to stammer and speak. There is a run that doesn't want to get involved and immediately asks in a harsh tone. Something? He replied. You do nothing but protect him 24/7, a man with no other job. A few days ago, Jun Yu's men ran into a very tall man who looked terrified as he shouted at Joseph. What, do you have a problem? He put on a bored face and went to lecture them. You can't be so rude, and you can't send someone here for no reason. Hearing a kid scold them made the two guys furious. What are you talking about? Sending someone over, but you completely know their evil scheme and still try to advise them. You were just passing by, you're waiting for the girl to come out after the extra class in the forest and talking nonsense. They turned around and looked behind, pretending to be innocent. Whose girl? Don't get your hopes up, we only... At the same time, the girl appeared and pointed at the two suspicious guys saying, That's right. These two followed me when I turned on the street and pretended not to be watching me. She glared sharply and shouted, Do you have proof? Why accuse others falsely like that? He was just waiting for the right moment to punch that loudmouth in the head. The other guy desperately tries to persuade him. You haven't confirmed it, so you can't do that. But there's no way Joseph would let them go. He punched the other guy right in the mouth. The girl was thrilled and cheered for Joseph. That was a perfect punch, sir. Then he approached and asked if we should call the police. If we do, we'll get help. What do you think? Joseph doesn't like to get involved with girls, so he moved aside and responded. Most likely nothing will happen because we don't have any evidence. We just need to teach them a lesson and remind you. I'm not your uncle, so why do you keep calling me that? I'm only 22, just 3 years older than you. You're joking around too much. So what's your uncle's name? Joseph. He hesitated, then answered. At this moment, Chun's bike is knocked out and lying on the spot in the boxing gym. Jong Ho really enjoys beating him up. Beating a handsome guy is the best. He won't be able to get up. Let's end it here for today. Chun's car refuses to give up. He struggles to get up. No, I can keep fighting and go easy on you if you're honest with me. I know you've been holding back from the start. Hearing that, Dong Ho gradually grew tired of this handsome guy. I admire your spirit, but I don't think you can move anymore, so just stay there. You think my answer is that? A perfect shot. 20-toe thang and he can't get up anymore. Du Hun stood aside and couldn't help but worry, asking Shu Huin, what should we do if he's injured? If she shows no concern at all, instead she chuckles mockingly. What should we do? Do Hun felt that everything was going wrong. If he kept getting beaten and passing out like this, he said he wanted it, so why did you stop him? Stupid Shu Hai glanced at you, making you hesitate constantly. Huh? No, you should focus on yourself first before worrying about others. Hearing her say that made Do Hun's heart start to waver. That's right, but sometimes it's better for Shu Huin to focus on others and stay silent. Right now, the car is like a giant beast, laughing to itself. Seeing his demeanor, Brother Shu once again believed that sometimes there are things more important than being injured. When he doesn't let them do that, they become noisy and troublesome. So as I said, take care of yourself and don't forget the harm you've caused others. Du Hun had to obey. Yes, I understand. She then changes the subject. You have an important tournament coming up, right? It's your turn to go up now. At the same time, Dong Ho ran over complaining about everything, saying, Sister, I'm hungry. Let's go get something to eat. Even though they're weak, these people have so much energy that it tires me out. Brother Shu ignores him and turns back to Do Hun. You will finish after fighting this person. You need to fight in different styles. Dong Ho felt ignored and started to look around. Who else could it be? At this moment, someone is approaching from the door, holding a tracker on them, with a very miserable look on his face. He said, There is a yellow mouse here. I was late because I had to take care of it. Brother X came over to complain to him in many ways. Oh, you made them dirty. I told you to hold back when fighting ordinary people. Why did you use so much strength on a single mouse? Seeing the tall, muscular man in front of him, everyone turned their eyes toward him. Who is that? Dong Ho immediately recognized and shouted, You're here! I didn't think you'd come! You're doomed now! That man with blood on his face said, I think this kid needs a little extra coaching, but if some rookie gets involved, it'll be a problem. Rookies will do anything for money, so our job is to tear them apart. The scene shifts outside the boxing gym, where the sneaky guys are all being beaten badly. 5 of them are injured in multiple places, but one still retains his composure. He muttered, What kind of monster is this? Tajak looked up, feeling disappointed, thinking it would probably be quite troublesome if the gangsters got involved. Those bastards will do anything if you pay them, so we have to kill them all. Hearing that, Brother Shu burst out laughing. That's right, if they bother us too much, we can just kill them, but please help me out and I'll treat you to a good meal. Mr. Ung hesitated but then agreed. All right, I guess I have to deal with these trash now. Out in the hallway, a few others think the current manpower is sufficient, so Shu Huin starts to focus on Dong Ho's watch. You're hungry, right? If you want to eat, take them somewhere private. He immediately pouted and retorted. But sis, I've been working all day already. Joseph just needs to be a bodyguard, so why do I have to deal with these disgusting guys? Shu He had to resort to force and threaten. You talk too much, I'll hit you now. He had no choice but to accept his sister's punishment. It's so unfair, how much is still outside in Ha'an? Suddenly, another guy rushed in from the door, and Dong shouted in alarm, Watch out behind you! He tried to secretly stab Taejak from behind with a knife. Seeing that, Huin shouted out, There's a knife behind you, man! The old man angrily shouts for silence. I guess I'm getting old. That's why I've become a bit careless. This coward dares to stab me in the back? The rhino used its arm to block, that's why the serum sprayed out. Jong Ho saw his older brother seriously injured and immediately started complaining non-stop. Here we go again. I told you to be careful, but you didn't listen. Seeing the tense situation, Do-hoon was very scared and stepped back. He got stabbed. Seeing him like that, Brother Shu had no choice but to go and complain. Now put on gloves and wake Sejun up. He's been sleeping all day. Are you guys not sleeping at home or what? Over at the rhino side, that guy is whining and crawling around like a fool. He gently lifts the boy's hand, holding the knife for questioning. Hey kid, let me ask you this. Who do you belong to? Boss? Who are you? He was trembling. What are you asking for? The rhino had to guess, randomly. Are you Kim Manja? Are you serious? We're just playing around. He saw him slurring and immediately scolded him. What are you asking for? Are you afraid of your teeth? Or what? Seeing the man keep teasing, he tightened his grip on his hand even more. So do you know Putrang? Du Changun, Yong Dukchun, Huabiduk, Duansich Junchov. You just asked one question and this old man is so talkative. Let go of my hand and see, that guy always insists on pulling his hand away. My hand suddenly Taejak angrily clenched his wrist. You, the ignorant fool, are a traitor selling your soul for money.
That guy was in so much pain he bulged his eyes and yelled out. My hand let go of my hand and then talked to this crazy guy.
He then raised his fist, with no other choice. I have to teach you a lesson. Then he delivered a powerful punch to his lung,
making him spin his head and flail wildly, eventually losing consciousness and collapsing painfully.
Syrup kept flowing from his mouth and nose, as if his internal organs were injured. Jung-ho felt deeply sorry for his older brother and anxiously shouted,
"Damn it, why didn't you dodge when you could?"
But Taejok didn't even think about avoiding it like scratching an itch. Dong-ho kept complaining. What are you scratching? A small knife is still a knife. Hand it over. I'll bandage you up. Seeing the situation look better on the Do-hun side, he chuckled happily.
I thought he couldn't fight back because he was stabbed, but I didn't expect him to have to fight alone this time.
Brother Shu-hun showed a smug face and looked away. It's been a while since we finished preparing. 5 minutes Taejok will give the time to wait for the bandaging. Suddenly, the old man's gaze fixed on Do-hun, making him feel that something was wrong. What's going on? Why do I feel like I'm about to die? A little while later, Chun's car slowly woke up in the gym room. At the same time, Shu-hun sat down beside him and asked, Han, why are you still awake? Why do you look so weak? How long have you been sleeping? She looked at your face to assess, not sure. You were drooling all over. Are you sleep-deprived at home or something? Suddenly the topic shifted. Are you going to train with him soon? You're boxing, huh? She praised the rhino enthusiastically. He is good at everything and can even help you fight. Hearing that, he also feels reassured. That's good then, thank you. But what are you and they doing? I heard you used to serve in the military with Aeon. Is that true for them too?
Hui will give you an answer. That's not it.
We only share the same goal, and now Aeon has asked me to train you.
Oh, yes.
But why did Aeon take the risk to help Hajin? Do you think there's a special reason? He hesitated, so Brother Shu also responded accordingly. Hajin looks just like someone. He will tell you eventually. Are you trying to find out if it's because your girlfriend got hurt, or because they managed to escape? Thinking about the old memories makes Chun not feel very happy. At first, Hajin was very scared. I was so angry that they were still alive. But as I got closer to them, I had another wish, to confidently tear Jungon apart. That night I couldn't sleep because I felt so weak. Because of my uselessness, I couldn't protect everyone around me. They say it's not my fault, but I know if I had controlled myself, nothing would have happened to Hajin. You think you should handle the problem you've caused yourself. Even if it pushes you to the limit, you have to make those bastards pay. Only then could I sleep. Then I turned to ask her opinion. Do I act too recklessly and selfishly? Soo-hun did not hesitate and replied directly, Yes, you are indeed a failure. Surprised, he asked, But after all, isn't that true of everyone? That's why I was able to grow. Because we are selfish and daring enough to pursue what we want. Some people ask, what if we rush forward recklessly and end up dying? I just wanted to tell them one thing. Why are they asking me about your life? Just go live your own. Hearing this, Chun finally understood the truth. So just do what you want and accept the consequences. Instead of sitting here pondering, go practice, she just advised with a smile. Then the scene shifts to the detention room at the police station. In the interrogation room, Dong-hun looks somewhat helpless and sighs softly, asking, Do you still refuse to say a word? He asks. Again, seriously, looking at him. This time his voice drops and he says, Do you think you can handle this whole case? You're only 20, aces. Just take responsibility for your mistakes and start over. Dong-hun patiently advises, Just admit your mistake and make amends, you still have a chance. It seems he doesn't even pay attention to those words. In-hun uttered a vulgar word, pressing his face close to Ko to intimidate him. Dong-hun remained calm and softly reminded him, You're not afraid of revenge? Afraid. Now there are only the three of us here and we haven't recorded anything. Until we catch the boss, no one will know you were the informant. Trung-hun burst out laughing, looking at him mockingly with a teasing tone. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand what you want to know from me, but even if this detective uncle catches the boss, so what? The weeds have grown back and I'll still be avenged. You don't think so? Are you pretending to be stupid or really that dumb? Do-hun, annoyed, pressed the guy's head down on the table and shouted angrily, Is this bastard's brain broken? In-hun was caught off guard and let out a painful scream. You grind your teeth and almost growl in his ear. How dare you talk back disrespectfully and insult the person trying to save a worthless trash like you that no one cares about? What are you talking about? You're saving me? Are you saying you saved me? When I was screaming and begging, those damn cops just stopped and said it was the law. Despite my body trembling with pain and anger, Hun sneered disdainfully. But when I held important information, you all said you wanted to save me.
Forget it. I still live well and eat well just like those cops like you who survive on taxpayers' money.
You raise your hand ready to slap him in the face, your voice thick with anger and contempt. Oh, poor failed kid, stop whining about your circumstances. You went to jail because you committed a crime. Don't make excuses. He remained unfazed by Dong-hoon's rebellious reaction, maintaining his calm demeanor. He stood up straight and gently said, I am Dong-hoon. Please seriously consider what I am telling you. This is the last time I will see you here. Seeing his gaunt face, dark eyes filled with endurance, Dong-hoon no longer questions him, only sincerely and softly saying, Your life has suffered many injustices because of your family circumstances. You probably think that everything has turned out this way because of life. He understands that feeling of helplessness and anger at fate, but then he speaks in a deep voice. But not quite. You had many chances to make a choice, and that's why you met your boss, the criminal you always trusted to follow. I'm sure there are many people around you who want to help you, like I do, but you always justify your wrong actions because you feel everything is not right for you. Dong-hee-unun looked straight at him, his voice lowering. And while he opposed his unhappy life, he was also destroying the lives of others. If you're not happy, no one else is allowed to be happy. Before leaving, he still tried to advise you that life isn't over and you can return to the right path after paying for your sins. But if you still refuse to admit your mistakes and continue down the wrong path, you'll keep living a miserable life and blaming your circumstances. You'll remain at the bottom of society and never get ahead. Dong-hae-hoon closed his eyes briefly, sighed, and shook his head with a low but sarcastic voice. Guys like you always think being a gangster is cool. Perfect timing, because you'll get to hang out with scumbags like these here. He has always given one a chance, speaking in a low but sincere voice. And since I won't be coming here anymore, if you realize something after living with those guys, call me. Dong-hee-hoon slammed his fist down on the table in front of him, his voice cold as he looked into his eyes. Don't pretend to be tough and then spout cheap curses. Think clearly because this is your last chance. Is it okay, brother? Hun hesitates as he switches scenes in the Mooksing gym. You lost a lot of blood from your hand, but you're still boxing. Rhino calmly says, It's fine. Just a little scratch. If you're worried, I won't be able to punch you with my right hand, right? Just use all your strength and show me what you're capable of. Your face shows clear surprise as you stammer. Yes, I understand, Brother Lin. Even if he uses his right hand, I can't win. All I can do is try my best and survive this fight. Hui suddenly shouted, Hey, that oat guy used to extort money from friends at school. He's really shameless.
De-hun was startled. Studied. His face turning pale as he barked back, Huh?
Why did you suddenly say that? Hearing this, his eyes darkened and his voice echoed from the depths of hell, asking, What do you mean, Tran Lot? Tejak quietly turned, tilting his head with hollow eyes like a zombie, and said coldly, Is it true? He broke out in a sweat, stammering, No, wait, that's not it. I used to live recklessly before, so I did bad things. Suddenly, a punch like a weight slammed into the face of the soul. In a split second, you ducked down and narrowly avoided it. He glared at you with a contemptuous look, saying that those bastards who always train to bully others deserve a beating. As he finished speaking, a lightning-fast horned rhinoceros charge struck Do-hun again. Although he was extremely embarrassed, he managed to dodge because he used his left hand. Since he can't use his right hand, I can move over there and attack. While you're still thinking, a fist flying like a missile cuts through the air straight at your face. Do-hun was surprised, pale, muttering, right hand. He attacked with his injured arm. Taejak sighed disappointedly and reproachfully. So boring. Are you not fighting back because I'm not using my right arm? He glanced at you and his voice turned stern. Only during training do I use my head. In a real fight, instead of thinking with your head, you should follow your instincts. I'm a bit confused. What do you mean? You said you wouldn't use your right hand. Suddenly, Taejak's left fist swung in. Lan chose that punch, causing Do-hun's face to twist to one side, and he said coldly, I told you I wouldn't punch with my right hand, not that I wouldn't use it. She stood outside with her arms crossed, her eyes shining with excitement, as if watching a lively comedy. Huin laughed loudly, his voice full of sarcasm. Do you think you can win the competition with that condition? Zai-chun looked at her with a slightly fearful expression. Taejak easily dodged all of Do-hun's attacks. Shu Huin, a bit disappointed, said, Didn't you say this kid's skills were really good? What are you watching? Are you bringing those fake gangsters from the neighborhood to fight again? You keep refusing his orders but stubbornly scream. It's not because I don't want to hurt anyone. That's a lie. Despite his appearance, he's actually a long-range fighter who keeps his distance and dodges attacks. The rhino in a defensive stance is cautious. I told you so. He swiftly grabs Do-hun's arm and whispers close to his face. Don't use your head anymore, but I won't let myself be beaten a second time. After taking a hook to the chin, the rhino's face darkens. He suddenly exclaimed, "This is amazing! Sonon is not useless after all." She was stunned and excited. That was so awesome. It's been a long time since I saw my brother get caught off guard like that, because I hit right into his chin. I'll finish the match with one last punch, and he'll be knocked out. I'm sorry for fighting like that in our first match, but I think you'll understand. The rhino was pushed into the corner, and Do-hun took advantage of the moment to repeatedly punch the man's face. At this moment, all you can hear are the thunderous sounds of your punches, until suddenly Do-hun freezes, his eyes showing fear as he stammers. "How did you do it?" "Your eyes are like a black hole in space," the old man asked coldly. "Yuju, I just need to follow the boxing rules, right? So why should I hold back then?" Tajiak clenched his upper arm, staring as if swallowing you, and said in a low voice, "I'm not even your coach, and even if you get knocked out in the match, it has nothing to do with me. Do you think like me?" Switching scenes inside the boxing club room. "Why not intentionally get hit?" Chuhui chuckled softly and explained, "Oh, that. I'm talking about his fighting style. He's very stubborn and often lets himself get hit, then responds with a decisive blow." She happily laughed and said, "But there were a few rare times when he was caught off guard like just now." Hearing that, he asked with some concern, "So what happens next? Can we save Sun's life or not?" Xu Hui glanced over, half smiling, half mocking. "What will happen? Oh, he will go from a noble gentleman to a mad dog. It's easy to understand humans are creatures quick to turn hostile. I'll keep that in mind when facing him." She looked at him with a cunning gaze and asked, "Do you know anything?" Zichun asked curiously, "What?" "I don't know," Xu Hui said with a sinister voice, "one of the scariest things in the world. He is incredibly powerful, but also extremely petty." The scene shifts to a boxing ring, and Do-hun stammers in fear. "Wait, I mean stay calm." I quickly stepped back, my face covered in sweat and frustration, and hurriedly said, "You clearly told me to use 100% of my strength earlier." The rhino, now furious, suddenly lost his composure and spoke in a deep, booming voice. "I didn't say that." Mr. Lapp quickly wiped his mouth and replied, "It's probably just 100% of my strength in my mind, different from the 100% strength you think." Hun looked confused and stammered, "I mean, your face darkens." Tajiak clenched his fists and slowly approached, saying, "I thought you were just a kid, but your technique is so good that the old man brought your face close with a beard and a predator's hungry gaze. From now on, I will have a serious fight with you." "Your face? Like what did I do?" "Just touched something." "So he got annoyed about getting hit?" He quickly struck first and added, "I'm sorry." Even though he took the direct hit, Rhino was a bit confused. "Why are you apologizing?" "Don't apologize to me." Suddenly, he bent down and, with his fist at stomach level, told him to apologize. The look of contempt and fury he directed at the kids he used to bully in his life. Rhino threw a punch into Do-hun's stomach with such force that his whole body lifted off the ground. His eyes bulged, bloodshot and lifeless, mouth foaming as if suffocating, and he let out a fractured scream filled with bone-deep pain. From now on, "Hey buddy, I told you to hold back with him already. He's got a match coming up in a few months, and I promised him he wouldn't get hurt." Facing her, the rhino's face looked no different from a wrongly accused gorilla. He said in a plaintive tone, "If that kid wants to improve, he has to fight seriously." "Brother Shu, you know full well that the rhino is hot-tempered," and he shouted loudly, "You know full well that he acted so fiercely because he was angry after that sudden punch. It's not just pointing at Chun's car and telling both of them, you only need to be Sono Hun's sparring partner. And keep quiet about Chun's car, you have to teach him properly, and include the wrestling move you like to use." Tajiap walks over to glance at him with a bit of curiosity, but why does he want to learn boxing? He doesn't seem like the type to throw punches. Chun's car was so startled, it stammered, "Hello, sir, it's nothing at all." He looked at the man, hinting at his reason for coming here, whether through force or other means. Some enemies must be killed or crippled by his own hand. Hearing that, the rhino-faced man drooped his face as if he had just been hit by life in a few punches, with his eyes dull as if about to fall asleep. His wild beard makes him look like an uncle who hasn't slept for 3 days trying to meet a deadline. Xu Hui looked at Chun's car with a surprised expression and exclaimed, "This kid is also straightforward. Luckily, we're in the same boat and can understand each other. He said you're too easygoing, made me want to punch you, but since I also have someone I want to tear apart, I understand you." Taejiak is a bit curious. "Let me ask you, is that guy really that annoying?" And Kong Chun Chung answered honestly, "Yes." regardless of what others think or what circumstances that bastard is in. Zechun looked up at him, his eyes hardening, his voice deep and hoarse as he tried to hold back his anger. For me, I need to kill and tear that bastard apart. Taejiak nodded slightly, calmly saying, I can only teach you how to tear them apart. The rest is up to your judgment. From behind, Du Hunlei, trembling from the pain earlier, mustered the strength to stand and said, Please be my opponent if you think you can handle it. Are you awake now? Your endurance is worse than I thought. Do you really think that good dodging technique means you never get hit? Or do you only get hit with weak punches? Suddenly, Taejiak threw a really hard punch and shouted, You need to train yourself to be amazed and confused when you hear what I say. Get used to powerful punches. Understand? Taejiak grabbed Do Hun's arm with his right hand, then struck from his left and said, You should be the one getting hit, not blocking. He only used his hand and already lowered his guard. In the next second, Mr. Lian threw a powerful punch right at your face, causing Do Hun to vomit everything he had in his stomach. Does he not have a cast in his glove? Why does it hurt so much? After Do Hun collapsed to the floor again, Taejiak turned and left, saying, This is the second hit. Today is your first day of learning, so you can continue until the 10th. The scene shifts to another room, Chun stammering as he asks, Sister, what do you think? Shu Huin asked curiously. Huh? What's going on? You asked out of curiosity what Jason said about Han Jun-gu, because Han Jun-gu's leg was injured. You had the chance to win, right? She looked disappointed and pouted, saying, This kid I thought you understood already. Turns out you don't understand anything. I thought you would pretend not to care. But then you suddenly asked a really strange question. Brother Shu immediately looked straight at the car and delivered a dozen words of advice. You only learn victory or defeat after getting punched. Just focus on practicing well and don't ask silly questions out of fear of losing. No one is forcing you to do anything. After all, this is your life. She looked straight ahead with a steady face and a firm voice. But if you've made up your mind, don't throw a tantrum like a child. Just do it and don't waste others' time. Understood? Chun bowed his head in apology, whispering, Yes, I'm sorry. But even if I didn't pay attention to that, the feeling of worry still lingers in my mind. Suddenly, Shu Huin put his arm around his neck, pulling him close, and said half joking, half serious, Why is this little brat already scared? I'm not a fortune teller, but I can promise this. Even if I can't guarantee your safety. Even if you listen to me. I guarantee that little brat Hanzunu won't make it out alive either. Seichun immediately replied, I understand. Let me go. The sound of footsteps echoed outside the room, and Shu Hui looked at him seriously and said, So just focus on training. Suddenly, she vaguely remembered something, and Brother X pulled the car closer and said, Hey, from this angle, you look familiar. What? What did she say? Let me go now. Hein suddenly spoke up. What are you doing right now? I'm in the car. Hearing her voice, his eyes widened in surprise. Chun stammers, Yes, what's going on? Hein tilted his head slightly, and behind her stood a muscular man with a vacant gaze, his voice cold as ice, asking, I asked, but haven't received an answer yet. I'm asking what you're doing. Dunggun's expression seems quite angry. He grits his teeth and says, What the hell are you, you dog? Do you know who your father is? Then he glared at the man in front of him, while still kneeling on the ground with his hands on his hips. You think I'll just let you do this and stay quiet? Manager Kim replied calmly. Dunggun, I know very well who you are. Maybe I even understand you better than he does. I'll give you a chance. I think you should seize it. He slightly smirked, showing a disgusting expression because once you become a gangster, you'll always be a gangster. Right, Du Trang Gun? He obviously refused to submit. Feeling provoked, he raised his middle finger at Director Kim, his mind overflowing with words. I knew Aeon was destined to be a loser. You don't know what it's like to take a beating. You bastard! In another place, Aeon lifts his face as if contemplating something. Brian, noticing this, wondered what he was thinking. What are you thinking? He replied softly. Oh, no. I was just suddenly thinking of someone from Korea. He figured it out right away. Are you worried about that girl? He said he already let her go with Soo-hyun. Also, it's hard to buy weapons in Korea, so don't worry too much. Ah-yun still kept that expression, his hair flowing in the wind. That's true, but we need to figure out a plan and return before something serious happens, because there are still people waiting. The man's confused voice echoes. What's going on? Why did you come out of there? I asked you first, but you still haven't answered. Hadi tilted her head, glaring at the person behind her. The sweat-drenched car stiffly draped Shu Huin's arm over her shoulder as he stammered to reply, She just taught you a few moves. Hey, sis? Shu Huin seems quite pleased with this look of yours, so he threw in a few words to tease. Which move is that chokehold? I don't like teaching those kinds of tricks. I'm just being friendly with that handsome junior. Chunsa's face darkened as he looked at her in confusion. Is she intimidating? Even though she's angry, she still manages to stay calm and ask back. What do you mean by that, sister? What do you mean by a handsome junior? Brother Shu smiled brightly, teasing. Just friendly, that's all. I don't know, that pig of a guy is just silent. She coldly looked up at Shu Huin and asked, He's mine. Could you stop bothering him? What are you doing? Let go of me. Se Chun Yen at this moment intervenes. All right, let go of me now. She hasn't given up yet, raises her hand to greet Hajin. Is Sejun yours? You're so silly and adorable. Nice to meet you, little sister. You are Jin Suhun. I am Hajin, right? You're Hajin, right? Her face shows a look of surprise. Yes, I'm very happy to meet you. Do you know me? My mind keeps changing. What is going on? Why do I suddenly find this older sister so stunningly beautiful and tough? I'm going crazy. Suhui happily replied. Of course I knew. Sejun and especially Aeson talk about me a lot. Hearing that, Hein was even more surprised. Yes, that's Uncle Aeon. Do you also know him? Where is Aeson? Is he still okay? What's going on? Why did he suddenly become a suspect in the arson? She hurriedly inquires about Aeon's condition. Where is he hiding now? Is he injured anywhere? What does he want to accomplish? Could it be that Aeon is involved? Suddenly, she bowed her head sadly. Why do I keep meeting strange people? Because I don't care anymore. Why is it like this? She stepped forward and hugged Hein tightly. Not at all. She was surprised by her actions. Why did she suddenly do that? Su Huin keeps comforting her. Never say that it was your fault again. They hug each other in a strangely peaceful scene because everyone cares for you so much. Just think that only those who do wrong should feel guilty. Shu Huin's expression suddenly turned cold, so if someone doesn't repent after making a mistake, someday someone will make them pay a very high price, so you don't need to think about that or waste time worrying about them. Joseph stood to the side, thinking to himself, I didn't expect this girl to say such things. Tajiak noticed his presence and immediately asked, Joe, you're here? It's been a long time since we last met. How about becoming a bodyguard? Are you happy? He extended his injured arm. The three men looked down intently at the arm. Why is your arm like that? Tajiak calmly said, Oh, this is just a light strength. You're overreacting, Joseph guessed right away. Are you blocking with your hand again? The car is as flexible as an invisible person, and only now does it suddenly speak up. Hello? Joseph was startled and instinctively raised his fist. You bow without fear. I've heard a lot about you from Hajin. Thank you very much, sir. He frowned in annoyance. Which uncle did the girl say I should call you? I'm only 22 years old. Just call me brother or something. Chun's eyes widened. What does that mean? Hui and Hein on the other side are also paying attention to them. She suggested bringing in many new faces. The training session is over. Let's go out and eat everyone. Eating and talking at the same time. A figure collapses on the arena floor. Brother Ju is very generous and lent Chun his car. Sejun told him to wake up. He unconsciously mumbled in a delirium, Miss, can I have some pork rib soup, please? At that restaurant, the food was already laid out on the fragrant grill. Tet Jiak forcefully slammed the glass of wine onto the table. Here you go. The golden ratio. This one's for you. He looked at the glass of wine in confusion. I haven't drunk alcohol before, he pretends to advise. Aren't you already 20 years old? You should be practicing. Boxing can be really useful. In response to Joseph's confusion, that guy really did believe wholeheartedly. Did it work at all, brother? The rhino calmly explains that a fancy car is just like when you're stunned on the ring after a strong hit. That's how you train the body to recover from hits. Sechon half believed, half doubted, and asked again. Really? Brother Shu from across the table seems to understand and comment. Only a crazy person would advise others to drink alcohol. Sechun then turned back to his own table. Puzzled. But you're not drinking? She cheerfully replied. Yeah, I don't really want to drink today. Hazen turned around. Eat plenty of meat. Hein, the polite guest replied. Yes, thank you, miss. Back to Tejak's group table. They both have to finish their first shot of sake. He shouted loudly, Understood. After finishing the drink, he blushed and sighed, as expected. He's always like this. How can anyone drink that? At that moment, the Tajak collapsed onto the table. Are you trying to scare me to death? Joseph doesn't seem surprised. Don't worry, his drink is just a glass. He doesn't quite understand. What do you mean? Joseph patiently explained. That drinking capacity. A loud sound echoed from outside the restaurant. Everyone turned their eyes outside. I was so startled. Who would open the door like that? Dungun mockingly stuck out his tongue. Wow, that guy is still the same. A drink and he's out cold. Do you guys know that once he's knocked out, he won't wake up until tomorrow morning? He straightened up and smirked, leading two henchmen inside. Your boss is here. It's been a long time since we met.
Thanks to you, I got into big trouble, and I'm struggling now, you bastard.
Dungun, keep talking non-stop. When you're in trouble, that's when clever ideas come to me.
I heard Aeon got into trouble and this bastard fainted again. Okay.
As soon as he finished speaking, something flew straight into his head. Shu Huin irritably said, "What a loudmouth, there's a kid here. I think you should review the previous lesson to remember it better." She glared at him, throwing her arm with the unfinished object, probably needing to teach again because just adjusting his joints isn't enough. "I will make sure you spend the rest of your life paralyzed and unable to do anything." In that office, Manager Kim looked up at the ceiling and asked, "Isn't it Peony, the thing Du Trang-jion is always searching for?" He leans back in his chair, casually chatting, hoping I have no issues like I think. That bastard always gets on my nerves. Manager Kim lowered his head and glanced at the ground, trying to persuade Dung-gun, who was kneeling before him. "If you tell me everything, I will help your business a lot." That long-haired girl who usually hangs out with him and the others involved. In Yoongun's subconscious, this is clearly a good opportunity. A fight with those bastards would be great, but he's hesitant. If that bastard wants revenge again, what should we do? Moreover, all the subordinates under my command have already left. If it happens again, I will fail. Manager Kim replied excitedly. "Don't you know anything yet? Aeon is now wanted and on the run, just like a helpless pawn. Messing with us will bring you big trouble." Dung-gun immediately rejoiced. "So now we don't have to worry about that bastard Aeon anymore." He admits it, that's right. "So, Mr. Du Chang-gun, think carefully about it. Now you probably know which side you should take." Manager Kim hadn't finished speaking when he interrupted. "Tae-jiak, my brother in Busan used to be called Tae-jiak, and it was him who brought that guy back. That bastard." He suddenly sighed, saying, "Your brain's reaction speed is faster than I thought." "Oh, is that guy the one with short orange hair and a bit taller?" No. He seems to be one of the guys Tae-jiak has been leading lately, tough with many wounds on his body and face." He points to his face, which also has a scar like mine here. "Anyway, that guy suddenly showed up with the bastard who knows Aeon and turned everything upside down before leaving." Dung-gun looked into the distance, reminiscing. "I think his name is Shinsun or something. At that time I was ambushed from behind, but if I had to fight him again, I could defeat that bastard." The problem is Tae-jiak, no matter what he thinks, that guy isn't human. In his mind, the image of Tae-jiak's back suddenly appeared. I heard that he used to play various sports, but what shocked me was his resilience and madness like a monster. Because of a territorial dispute with the rival organization, we once had a major fight. What did he say again? I thought he was just talking nonsense to look cool so the kids wouldn't get hurt. And then he made all the members of that organization unable to fight anymore. Director Kim crossed his arms and asked curiously, "What is the former crime boss doing with Shinu Hyun and a woman?" Dung-gun doesn't seem to care much. "That guy has been pretending for a long time. The underworld is still just the mafia. It's so funny." He looked up, not knowing what he was doing now, and suddenly disappeared from the organization. I heard that the people around him have died, but he seems to think differently. So he has no weaknesses. Dung-gun continued to reveal everything he could about the rhino, but it was really nothing. They said using a knife or anything else was useless, so at least you should carry a gun. "Oh, there's a way to drink next to a pile of broken bottles?" He slumps his face on the table. Just one shot is almost enough to make him pass out, to the point that no one would notice if he collapsed. Back at the group's restaurant, relying on his underlings, Dung-gun lifts his face and says, "Hey, you little bastard. Because of you, my father's work has been disrupted. It's been really tough lately. Do you understand, you little punk? Why are Chun's men suddenly watching him? Who is that thug?" Brother X gently advised him. The Chun car moved back to protect Harren. Curious, he asked, "Do you know everything about that guy?" She reached out and grabbed the chopstick from the table. "Yeah, just trash. They keep dodging out of the way and throwing it forward with force. Maybe this time we need to make them realize clearly, show them a proper punishment so that the next criminal won't dare to appear again." HX turns her perspective elsewhere, starting with her visual angle. She continues to throw another chopstick, and this time it hits Dung-gun directly in the eye. He fell backward to the ground. Dung-gun was stunned and hadn't yet realized what had happened, his left eye bleeding profusely. "Ugh!" He immediately got up, pointing and giving orders to his two henchmen. "What are you guys doing? Damn it, just kill that bastard." Brother Shu calmly replied, "Are you barking loudly because you brought those damn dogs here? You guys are just like losers." "Hey, did that bastard just stand up? Loser, damn it! Do you know who your father is?" The other guy cracked his knuckles. "It's been a long time since I had the chance to punch a girl. No matter how civilized you try to be, this world doesn't allow it." Brother Shu is pointing at Dong-gun. I have something to settle with the guy lying there. You guys play with him. Line up. Joseph immediately stepped forward. Yes, ma'am. Then he called out to two thugs. Hey, you assholes, don't cause trouble in this store. Just go outside. He still doesn't know what fear is. Keep that laid-back tone and tell Joseph, the shop owner looks pretty tall, huh? What should I do now? When I was young, your father was a judo athlete. Are you trembling yet, kid? Joseph is speechless in front of the guy. You pig? Are you bragging to your father? You better leave while you still can. I feel like if I touch you, I'll get sick. You think I'm old, so I'll go easy on you? Joseph, about to lose his temper, tried to say one last thing. Why are you doing this? I really am. Then he curled his hand and blocked the punch. Joseph gritted his teeth and said, if we count by full age, Tai is already 20 years old. The man looked stunned at his reddened hand as the boy kicked him away. This is a high-quality meat shop. The other guy watched the whole process but still challenged me. Hey, don't poke around, I won't be so easy to catch. Dong Huang quietly reached out from behind the man. He suddenly squeezed his neck tightly. Ugh, this is so painful. He turned to ask Brother Shu while still holding the man. What are these things? Who sent it again? She replied. Maybe now I should find out what's going on. The guy's veins are bulging from the pressure, and he's struggling to breathe like a dog. After sending everyone out, she nonchalantly asked them, so now there's nowhere left to trust, right? If you don't want to live like a dog, answer me. What exactly is the good opportunity you're talking about? Who told you to do this? Did someone named Director Kim approach you? Dong-gun, holding his injured eye, cursed him silently. Director Kim, this bastard ordered us to bring the strongest bastards to kill. But he also didn't forget to threaten us. Today I've had enough, damn it. Blood keeps flowing from my eye. I'll go get emergency treatment first, then I'll tell everything. If I go blind, I will capture all of you and kill every single one. Damn it, it's not enough. Brother X doesn't care. She grabs another pair of chopsticks and sticks them straight into Dong-gun's ear. Well, at least he can hear now. Dong-gun screams in pain. My ear? Dong-gun can't believe you. He leans against the door, clutching his ear and shouting, Hey! Hey! I have a problem with you. What did you do to this bastard? Xu Huin pretends to be sympathetic, mocking Dong-gun. His mind is truly something else, still not waking up after all this. At this point, he might as well have no brain at all. She turned back into the shop and ordered, Dong-ho went to the kitchen to get a knife. I will fix this nose lightly. This guy needs to be thrown away. Dong-ho agrees and follows your lead to get rid of him the way you always do. Just by looking at it, you can tell it's not recyclable. For a type like that, even using tax money to keep it alive is a waste. I wish it only ate insects. That would be so much better. He smiled and said to Joseph, Joseph, go borrow a knife from the boss, sharpen it, and bring it back here. He agreed right away. Okay. Oh, and Tejak has already had a drink and gone to sleep. Dong-ho seems quite pleased. Look, Joseph peeks into the kitchen to find someone. Boss, where are you? If you don't mind, may I ask you something? The cook was terrified, sitting collapsed in the corner of the kitchen. Please, please save me. I won't call the police. I'll pretend I didn't see anything, so please save me. You must have been really scared, huh? Sorry about that. Thank you so much for not reporting it. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Then Joseph pressed his stern face close to hers. She was truly embarrassed. But please do me a favor. Which knife in this kitchen is the best for cutting? She was immediately terrified. Please save me. I still have 2 kids at home outside the restaurant. Joseph is holding the knife and giving it to you, sister. And that person said they won't call the police. Seeing Brother Shu holding out the knife to examine it, he couldn't help but remind him that we should quickly tidy up and move somewhere else. Trouble with the police would be a hassle. She agrees. Yeah, get the kids ready to go first so they don't see this place. Dong-gun, still holding his ear, shouted loudly, asking why you told him he wasn't allowed to see anything. Brother Shu sighed in frustration. I told you I was going to cut your nose off. Why are you so clueless? He probably was truly terrified. The director restrained him. That bastard looks like a snake. I have no choice but to do this. Because that bastard told me to do it. Dong-gun tremblingly revealed everything. That bastard told me to take the 2 people lying there and get rid of them. She repeated his words, saying just go and get rid of them, right? Brother X has some doubts. Sending 2 cowards like this seems a bit careless. Knowing that my subordinates have encountered trouble at the cemetery, but still act this way, means there is definitely another purpose behind it. There's no way they would intentionally create this situation. She turned around and signaled at a large, luxurious building. The bodyguard reported seriously, Director, that woman is different from what Du Chang-won described. Maybe she even has more practical combat skills than Ion. He remembered Xu Hui rushing forward like lightning and attacking his legs relentlessly. He looked down at his legs nervously. The fools sent with Du Trang Duyen couldn't even touch that woman's hair. Manager Kim stood by the window, not looking too surprised. Of course I know that very well. What can those fools do to someone even the team leader can't handle? He asked him, puzzled. Then why give such an order? Director Kim explained. Du Trang Jin is bait. You need bait to catch fish, right? He chuckled, then pushed up his glasses and said, The woman named Shin Soo-hoon always attacks trash without distinguishing right from wrong. Once the bait has taken the hook, we catch them right at the scene. Nothing is more accurate than an on-site arrest. He still couldn't figure out his tricks. If using the police to make an arrest at the scene isn't effective in the factory case or the previous one, then Aeon probably doesn't care about the police either. I think they are the type of people who don't pay attention to the police. He replied cheerfully. You were alone at that time, right? And now he is finally being chased. If there were more people to protect him, could he escape alone? Immediately, his face showed the utmost sinister expression. There's no way he can escape. Because the others might be interrogated instead, or may have to bear the blame, we must seize this opportunity to make sure everyone knows who truly owns this game. Ex-Huynh coldly asked, What are you doing? Just wait and meet to fight. Why are there so many petty attacks? Newlin sensed something. She told Duong Ho to arrange the fog, and you and the kids go ahead with the rhinoceros. Something feels like it's coming. He calmly asked, Are you not coming with us? Do we still have work to do after sending the kids in? Let's have some soju. She refused. Next time, today I need to squeeze a little more out of this dried squid. It seems I can ask about 3 more questions. 2 people suddenly appeared. Shu Huynh also realized they were approaching. As expected, these guys arrived faster than I thought, and quite clearly too. One of them pulled out an ID card to introduce themselves. We arrived after receiving the report. We are from the anti-drug unit. Stop right there and let's talk. Of course she doesn't believe it. Shu Hui tilted his head indifferently and asked, What kind of report is that? Get your words ready sincerely. You bastards, how much bribe money did you accept? They immediately frown. I don't understand what you're talking about. I spoke politely, and this is the thanks I get. Being cursed at. She frowned. With parasites like you, this is already a polite way of speaking. Dumbass, I also have questions for you two, so both of you kneel down here. Suddenly, he pulled out a gun and aimed it directly at Shu Huin's head. He sneered as he looked at her. In situations where a citizen's life is at risk due to an incident involving weapons, using a gun can be justified. Please cooperate and follow me while I speak softly. If I shoot here and you die, that's just how the situation is. And I only need to write a report. So be obedient. Shu Huin not only shows no fear, but also reaches out and grabs the gun from his hand. Now the situation has turned into 2 people struggling over a gun. Let go of it. This crazy person really wants to die. Do you want your head to get shot? Huh? Shu He sneers contemptuously. You can't shoot the head. You might be able to shoot a leg or an arm, but definitely not the head. How would I know? It's like you hit a nerve. He stammers. Shoot. I can shoot. Do you know what kind of guys I usually deal with? Those drug addicts? She rolled her eyes upward. Those pupils. The pupil. Shu Huin pulls the gun closer to his head. Stop pretending and start answering my questions from now on. The man frowns and threatens. Sit still, I really will shoot. She fearlessly questions them when her father asks. Nothing should be eliminated faster than rotten power. Among these corrupt cops, who is the leader? Shu Hui eagerly licks his lips. If you don't answer properly, both of you will end up lying there in pieces. And I don't care about the police or anything else. All that rotten stuff will be torn apart by me. Remember that. The boss gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, you. Stop pretending and then suddenly point the gun aggressively again. If I say I will shoot, I will shoot. Don't underestimate me, you little bitch. Understood? 102. In a high-end boutique, a woman stands in front of a display case of handbags, admiring them for a while. Excuse me. The store employee politely responded. Yes, ma'am, how can I assist you today? The woman suddenly became unpleasant and scolded the staff. This is so annoying. Are you joking with me? Then she pouted and pointed at a bag. So I was looking at this one, right? You should know how to give me a proper recommendation. Hurry up a bit. I'm not bragging, but I can't accept such a service attitude. The staff bowed her head and apologized. Sorry, ma'am, I will show you to your seat and let you see our bag collection. But deep down, she kept telling herself to stay calm. No hitting the customer. No hitting the customer. Clearly, she is a sensitive woman who directly asked, Hey, did you curse at me in your mind? She immediately denied it. Not at all. Excuse me, sir, how could I dare? She got angry and raised her hand to physically attack the staff member, looking like she was cursing. I didn't know what to do. Do you know how many bags I've bought here? That's an amount you couldn't even earn with your salary. The low-level employee instinctively reacted by pushing her hand away, and sorry, she didn't seem to expect that. What girl? She gaped open-mouthed. Hey, what did you just do? Did you hit me? Did you hit me? She quickly denied it. No, I was just reaching out my hand and it accidentally bumped into your hand. After hearing that, she got even more furious. Sorry, sir, are you talking about our boss or our store manager? Suddenly, she started to stammer. What do you mean? It wasn't the boss who called the store manager. She turned away, leaving a few words for the staff member. I'm going to the bathroom now. Make sure to call the manager out before I come back. She bowed her head to see off the guest. Yes, I understand. Madam, I was leaning against the mirror in front of the women's restroom, cursing the staff member earlier. Damn it! This damn attitude, if she worked under you, you'd have fired her 8 times over. The door suddenly opened, someone entered and locked it again. Did that person come closer? I was walking and saying, what are you trying to do here? Stop criticizing her now. So, do you have something to say? She asked what she was planning to do, and before she finished, the other person grabbed her head and slammed it into the sink. My nose, which I just had repaired for $75 million, is broken and bent to the side. What kind of bastard are you? How dare you touch my beloved hidden nose? Unfazed, she directly asked for the information she wanted, the personal details of the delivery driver. I'm still not out of my rage, like tears and shouting loudly. So what nonsense are you talking about? Are you crazy? What do you think you're doing to my face? What are you doing? You are just a pawn to her, like a death sentence. Do you know that? Shu Huin kicked her in the face with his foot. Maintaining her composure, she repeats the question. The courier, personal information. At this point, she is terrified, trembling as she responds, suddenly rushing in and kicking the person multiple times. I don't understand what you're saying at all. Suddenly, a scream of despair echoed from the bathroom. It seems Shu Hui is about to lose patience. He repeats one last time. The delivery person is now providing personal information at an old building, holding a box in hand ready to deliver. Let's see, this is the last one of the day. Seeing the person in front of him sweating profusely, he wondered how long she had been standing here. So Shu Huin is standing with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall. You're waiting for the delivery there, right? What is your name? She asked again. My name. He patted my head and smiled. Yes. This is an order that can only be delivered once your information has been verified. Xu Huin irritably pulls down his hood and says, My name is you, bastard. Tell me everything you know about the person you work for, or I will tear this place apart. That's how it is. He seems worried and steps back. Huh? What are you talking about? I'm just a delivery driver. Are you mistaken for someone else? Shu Hui calmly closed his eyes. I'm not a cop and I'm not hiding here or anything like that. Besides, I came alone, so don't get all worked up. CEO Han trembled. Director Kim is the leader of Team Kang. Who do you work for among these people? I will find out by going to the location of the factory in use. He took off his glasses. Could that demon girl really be dead? Then he tilted his head and showed a terrifying expression. That's why I said you need to change it regularly. Since I've done it many times and gotten used to it, I'm no longer afraid. Isn't that right, beautiful girl? He rolled his eyes mockingly. He's not a cop, so why is he doing this? Are you really here all alone? My heart is pounding like crazy right now. It's been a long time since I met such a beautiful girl. Shu Huin coldly refused. I don't want to talk to you. He let out a breath. Why is that? Do I look not good enough, so I'm single? She kept talking. You look terrible. Just stay single for the rest of your life. His eyes are bloodshot and bulging. So that's how it is, a bit of a shame. I thought that if you behaved and pleased me, I would let you go without pain. With his eyes wide open, he pressed close to her. I don't know what she heard from that strange guy, but as for me, I'm not just delivering a simple package. He leans on his hand, using his cane to push her against the wall. If you dare to stay here, I'll send you to Cambodia right away. And you will disappear silently, with no one knowing, but if you listen to me, I might reconsider. He smirks lecherously, so think it over again. Anyway, I'm about to die, so let's enjoy it together. I will kill you without any pain. Sure, but it also has to be in a state of illusion with a happy mood. Shu Huin frowned and clenched his teeth. What is this? Is now the time to introduce myself? He still kept a teasing attitude. Ha ha ha. Suddenly she smiled and asked, Can you give me some time to introduce myself? Anyway, if you want to die, you can take that much time. The guy was overjoyed, so it turns out he had developed some feelings. Yes, I can give you that much time. Just treat me well and I might let you stay in the illusion a little longer. So go ahead and introduce yourself. I want to know about you. Brother Shu smugly glanced in a certain direction. Then if you talk about me, behind him is the tall and muscular figure of the rhino. Just speak up and I will let you experience a real illusion. Just opening your mouth will make the stench spread. He turned around in shock. Nanai, what's going on? Then she was grabbed by the rhino by the hair and kept shouting and cursing. Hey, what is this, you bastard? You look annoyed, you bastard. This is our first meeting, but I don't like your way of talking. Tajek turned and dragged his head away. He clutched his head and shouted, trying to push this crazy guy off. He kept hitting him. These kinds of guys need to be taught a lesson. Tajak slammed his head against the nearby wall. All your mistakes will be fixed by the maxillofacial hospital. Tajak once again grabbed his head and dragged him out, watching him gape with a grim smile. A scumbag like you isn't what pretty girls go for. It would be great if bugs like you could just die. Your life isn't worth saving. I will kill you myself. You're really annoying. You're done for, kid. There's a big blood-stained dent on the wall. Brother Shu hesitated to intervene. He deserves to die for this, but I still need some information. I don't know if he's the type to talk like that on first meeting, but he calmly asked, if I break all his teeth, will he still talk? The guy still hasn't learned to fear and keeps cursing. Tajak glanced down, still alert. I think you should ask him yourself. Your punch is strong, huh? Is that beautiful girl as good at fighting as you? I prefer fighting women. Tajak sighed softly. Are you trying to test my patience? He raises his fist. Let's talk after you get beaten again. He still sneers in a strange way. Let me tell you something. Never underestimate others. Then he rushed forward and grabbed Tajiak's leg. He asked confusedly, what are you doing? Are you trying to reveal yourself? He pulls Tajiak's leg as if trying to knock him down. Tajak plants 1 foot behind, still not understanding what he's trying to do. Bloodshot eyes, you bastard, pretending to be strong like you do. You know what I've done. I've sent everyone to their death. Understand? He grabbed him by the hair and pulled him back. Then with immense strength, he threw him to the ground. Tajak dismissively crushes his opponent's illusions. Stop dreaming, kid. Are you hoping that you'll be surprised by winning? He squats down and says, let me tell you, I'm helping you right now, because if she's the one acting, your balls would already be cut off. So I just need you to obediently answer the question. Brother Shu next to him also warns, can we talk now? I don't want to waste any more time with you. Why are you pretending to be a courier? Who is behind everything? He reluctantly surrenders. All right, I'll tell you. I need to leave a record as if I am delivering a normal package through a courier company. And if anything happens, he will give me extra money and the files I already have. Those packages actually contain illegal items. The police would have a hard time catching us because we've misled them in many ways. We've constantly changed the locations of storage and factories so the cops wouldn't find us. By the time they found out, everything was already empty. Brother Shu leaned forward and asked, who did you contact? Han trembled. Director Yu Kim, where can I meet them? He laughed again. Say something about Director Kim first, but I can't answer your question about where you can meet him. She threatened, if you don't want to say it, keep getting beaten. The man laughed loudly. No, it's not that I won't tell, I'm just saying I can't. Fool, you can only meet that person when you're chosen. Since I have calculated everything about this, I knew you would come to me. Xu Hui sneered and threatened him. He had anticipated everything, and now things were turning chaotic again. Or do you think you can escape? If you say that again, I will crush your legs. He suddenly stood up. No, I've heard about it. Some really strong people will come. They say I will never win. I heard Captain Kang was also attacked. Brother Shu sneers and realizes something. Even though he knows, he does nothing. Turns out this bastard is just a sacrificial pawn. He looks pleased. You're beautiful and smart too. I like it so much. She asked helplessly. All right, thank you. So who are you targeting after luring me here? Outside, the sky is gradually getting darker. Joseph suddenly had a strange feeling and turned around. Hein, seeing this, immediately asked, what are you doing? Are you saying someone is chasing you? He looked around, then suddenly felt like no one was watching anymore. So that's why you're curious? Are you afraid because of the commotion at the meat shop? He replied, I would be glad if that were true. Brother X also recognized the person he mentioned and smiled brightly. I'm sorry, but sending more people to Hajin is pointless. There are always people watching over it 24/7. What if I send about 100 people? Then why do they still keep someone following? Even though she knew it was hard to get close, she frowned in frustration. What are you talking about, you bastard? He suddenly shouted. Those bastards missing their uncle, only think about that. The sunset-lit street was filled with lights. Chun's car is cruising down the street when suddenly a hand holding a syringe is raised. He eagerly injects it directly into the neck, not just targeting girls but anyone who might have a chance. Xu Huin was surprised. What? She crouched beside him. If that's the case, you mean to scare the car away. He also admits it. Jesua, it's definitely like that. We're no longer interested in that girl.
That guy is more exciting.
Do you really think that gathering a bunch of monsters and using violence will solve everything? Power is always more frightening than violence, you know? He said as if he had lost control. Yes, power is the true pinnacle of society. Hey X, do you know where Dion Ho is? He said Dung Ho is busy with something, so he probably isn't with Lim Chun. She asked again if Sonun was with Chun. He put his hands in his pockets and replied, I don't think so. Sondo Hoon is probably training alone for his match. Should I call them? X. Huai stood up to leave, saying, I'll go meet them in person, and you stay here and clean up this bastard. Taejak looked dismissive. These trashy guys are only worth half a note. She politely responded. Then he was terrified when he heard them say that. What? What do you mean by handling it? Are you talking about handling it? Taejak called out. You said that not long ago, right? His commanding presence was more terrifying than violence, making Taejak tremble. Huh? What? Why is that? He sneered. Now I'll pull out all your teeth and see if you still think like that. Back on that street, Chun's car was pierced by a syringe. The needle skewed to one side, deeply embedded in his neck.
The blonde guy saw this and laughed loudly. Get ready to go to heaven, going to heaven right now, just as he planned.
He gently touches the injured area on his neck, feeling the pain. The Chun oil car turns back to look at him. What's wrong with this idiot? I think I've seen someone as stupid as you somewhere before. He turned pale and stepped back. That's right. That's exactly it. That idiot says that, but is he just messing with me in his mind? He staggered and bowed his head, and he immediately felt relieved. What the hell is going on? Damn it, why are you still okay? Why is nothing happening? Then Chun suddenly swung his hand and hit him hard in the chin. I was just pretending, you idiot. He fell down, blood gushing from his nose and mouth. Keep your fist clenched. He realizes something, I remember now.
You are that blonde idiot. I thought you had been taken and killed by Manager Kim.
But it seems he's still continuing his dirty tricks. The blonde guy is lying sprawled on the ground, foaming at the mouth. He's fainted again. That damn bastard. At this moment, Chun's car notices the empty syringe beside him. Huh? A syringe? Did he just inject that into his neck? Picking up the needle, he wondered what they had put inside it. If it was a sedative, it should have taken effect immediately, but that's not the case. Chun sat in the car, unaware that someone had been standing behind him all along. He thought to himself that he should take it to ask Shu Hyun about this. The person behind approached Chun's car and asked, Why do you want to take that? You won't find out anything if you take it with you. He suddenly raised both fists in a defensive stance. Damn it, you startled me. Come closer without making a sound. The person behind is Kim's bodyguard. He explains to him what is inside the syringe. I will explain it to you properly. Your body will start reacting soon. Chun's car is still in a playful mood. What kind of reaction? Is it a laxative? He calmly closed his face. Not a laxative. Do you remember La Yonggun, the one you fought last time? He immediately imagined the wild Yonggun stroking his hair. He added that it was the same type of medicine he had used and that it was good for your body. Maybe it will be very helpful when you face Director Han later. He also warned you to be careful and take the medicine regularly, or else if you suddenly sweat and look down, you will face serious side effects and going to the hospital won't help. So I will deliver the medicine periodically, so focus on the fight with Director Han. Tell those around you who are secretly curious and not involved in this to stop. If they keep investigating matters unrelated to the fight with Director Han, I will not only stop providing you with the medication, but also find someone else to replace you, and start over like Sonnen or Sehajin. Sechun immediately interrupted him as if he hit a nerve. He held his head high and retorted, Can you let Hajin be for once, you bastard? You guys are really annoying and disgusting. You're giving me chills. You know, so why did that damn blonde kid show up if you were going to inject the drug? You should do it yourself. Why are you just appearing like this? Chun gritted his teeth and said, Don't tell me you're trying to cut ties if something goes wrong. Are you planning to use him to the fullest and then throw him away like Lim Dong-hun? You bastard! He sighed and admitted, You're not entirely wrong. We sent that kid to make cutting ties easier. I just came to deliver the message and confirm the effectiveness of the drug. Then he seemed angry and stared at you, but your annoying Vietnamese mouth is making things difficult. If it weren't for Director Han, I could have made you disappear without a trace. You know that, right? Without replying, Chun's car used its headbutt to directly hit his face. How would I know, you bastard? The man gawked in surprise. This damn idiot, really? He also raised his hand to fight back. Get it right. He dodged with an uppercut from below. Seeing him dodge that attack, he was stunned. He could only do so by turning his head. The guy sneered and raised an eyebrow. Truly a fool who doesn't know his limits. He punches hard, making him fly out immediately. I think you need a good beating. This time, Chun's car looked confused. A loud noise echoed from the corner of the street. He tilted his head. They told me not to hit you too hard, but these kids nowadays just like to challenge each other to fights. I guess I need to keep fighting you until you wake up like I did back at school. Seeing you stand up, he seemed impressed. Huh? You can still stand after that hit. What are you? Don't tell me you've already. Chun's car chuckled softly with a bloodied face. What is this? This feeling makes you lift your face and raise an eyebrow. Surprising, isn't it? My body suddenly feels light. In Jun Yu's house, Jun Yu's leg keeps trembling. He said, "So what? They are working with those detectives, but we can't do anything about it?" Manager Kim quickly responded, "Yes, because they are acting impulsively and without evidence. The police have limitations in their actions. Detectives Aeon and Shin Hun seem to be watching us without leaving any evidence. How should I put it? Is it safe to say that they are employing a strategy similar to ours? Maybe they realize that to win, they need to do the same thing regardless of the law or anything else." Suddenly, Jun Yu Ha softly asked, "What are you doing?" What? What do you mean? He looked up at Director Kim coldly and said, "You don't have to act like you're solving this problem or pretending to be indifferent. Your behavior is bothering me so much, it's almost driving me crazy." His face darkened as he asked Run Yu, "So I will see if there's a better way. And what about my previous suggestion?" He angrily shouted, "Which suggestion?" "Just say it directly. No beating around the bush." Kim department head immediately replied, "Let's try conducting a trial of the experimental drug on Lim Si-chun as VIP suggested earlier. It might yield more concrete results than in La Yang Yangun's case." He hesitated and said, "If we make them focus their attention on Se-hajin, we just need to wait for the right moment when Lim Shun is alone. What do you think?" Director Kim put his hands in his pockets and explained, "First, make him addicted to the drug and let him go through withdrawal symptoms when he doesn't receive the regular dose. If we don't want others to witness this, we can have him focus on upcoming matches or preparations, and they won't try to investigate further." He asks Jun Yu's opinion, and if Lim Shun's performance improves due to continuous drug use as proof of its effectiveness, what do you think now? Not yet. I'll talk about it later if I think that method is necessary. Just try to find different ways to identify it. Does the person measuring have any new information about that since he was a gangster? They have used it in the past. Director Kim seems to agree. It's an old story, and all I could find is that he left the gangster life. Aeon and Shin Soo-hun have a military background and need more time to approach them. His confidence, based on my previous suggestions, seems to be the most direct and certain approach. Jun Yu, hearing that, could only helplessly sigh. Oh, this bastard, really. Kim's department head and the man behind him wait silently for his next words. Jun Yu stands up, steps forward, and makes a prediction. It seems like he's finally gathering himself and starting to act properly. He glares and warns Manager Kim. "You only get treated well when you handle everything properly, but if you keep messing things up, the story will change. Because I will tell you one last time, ingrain this into your only remaining brain cell." Jun Yu calmly told him, "If I tell you to wait once, just wait until I tell you again. Understood?" "All right, I understand. I will look into other methods." When I get home to the living room, the staff member calls Manager Kim, who stands calmly enjoying the view, and responds, "What's the matter?" "Is it just mood? Could it also be the medication he's taking for his leg injury?" Manager Kim calmly explained. "People tend to become more honest when they are worried. Their true emotions often show through their expressions and actions." The worried employee asked, "So what should we do now?" "I've notified the delivery person. Is that okay?" Manager Kim is calculating, yes, they will likely gain access through that. So let's wait and see, and wait for a moment when someone is with them and Lim Chun is alone. The employee anxiously asked again, "Yes, Lim Chun." That means he's certain, yeah. He smiled confidently and said, "I will take full responsibility and administer the experimental drug to Lim Si-chun." Back at Chun's car, he said seriously to the staff member, "This is really..." His whole body became excited. He marveled in pleasure, feeling strangely good. Seeing that, he guessed that he reacted faster than Lee Young-yoon. Maybe the drug was more effective. Se-chun smiled brightly and wondered, "But really, why did he give me this?" His smile faded, and Se-chun stared intently at the man, asking, "Does it benefit Han Junu if I become stronger with this, or has something already happened?" The man coldly reminded him, "Remember what I told you, and don't worry about anything else. Please focus on your match with Director Han." As soon as he finished speaking, Chun's car punched him hard, knocking him off the beam. Blood from the employee's nose gushed out as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. This speed was unbelievable. Se-chun brought his face close to him and softly said, "So, I guess I can use you as a punching bag for training, right?" Then, without waiting for a reply, he grabbed the employee's head and slammed it onto the ground repeatedly like a stone. Suddenly, he stopped, and Chun coldly said, "That's really intense, don't you think? Are you guys using this kind of drug against a girl?" The employee, trembling with pain, stammered to explain, "Wait, that's not it. Wait a moment. If you're too excited from the start, you could overdose on adrenaline and be in danger." Chun Kar scoffs mockingly. "If it were that dangerous, you wouldn't have injected me openly, right? You did that because you didn't want to be hit right now, right?" The employee hurriedly shouted. "It's not about that, you idiot. And no matter how much medicine you've taken, you're still just a kid." Before he could finish his sentence, he was repeatedly punched in the face like a punching bag. Chun's fist was covered in the blood of the man. "You almost lost control," laughing maniacally. "You trash, look at this. Even a child can beat you like this." "Go to hell, you idiot." Chun's vehicle gleefully watches the employee after beating him to a pulp. "What are you talking about? You can't even speak properly to a kid like me." You asked him, "Is this true? Did Manager Kim send you to find me? It seems that bastard Ron sent you as a test for the drug. But what do you think?" The employee just coughs and cannot respond to Chun's words. He threatens the employee. "You'll answer after you get hit with the right hook, right? That's how scumbags like you always are. You're ready to keep punching him. Get ready to get hit back, you bastard. I will crush one side of your face." Before my fist could come down, someone wrapped their arm around my neck, making me freeze. Sechun exclaimed in surprise. "What? Who's that? Let me go." A voice rang in his ear. "Oh my God, it's so hot I feel like I'm about to die." "Chun Lim, you look so desperate." Chuin was just holding his neck and explaining, "You're too excited right now. Calm down a bit. Can I let you sleep for a while?" Earlier at the boxing club, Hein exclaimed in disbelief. "What, a location tracking app?" Di Hyun explains that in dangerous moments, unexpected things can happen that are beyond anticipation. She understood and responded. "Yes, I understand now." Joseph stepped in to advise her. "I won't be distracted." "Sister, you don't need to worry about that." Hyun quickly retorted, knowing his bladder was tiny. What would he do if something happened? Hein also agreed and said, "You're right. He really does go to the bathroom often." Joseph tried to explain, "I only go to the bathroom in completely safe places, a GPS tracker." "Does this really work? Put one on me too." "And what about me?" Di Hyun frowned and shouted, "You're no different from a mountain. What's the use if they attack from behind?" "This world is really terrifying." She nodded. "That's right." Down in the neighborhood, Soo-hyun sped up her motorcycle to find the Chun vehicle, which was moving along the street. She runs while hoping to find his location here. "I hope nothing bad happens." Soo-hyun ponders that those people are aiming to promote the match between Se-chun and Han-jung-gu. What do they gain from bothering Chun-shae? The irrationality prevents proper judgment from being exercised. There's no way the purpose of the match is to promote medicine for Chun. She concluded that Han-jung-gu will have to lose. I don't understand what they want. But then you saw Chun hitting someone on the sidewalk. Luckily, he didn't faint or anything. Then Shu-hoo quickly got off the bike, thinking to himself that he was a bit too cautious and should have stopped him. At that speed, he will kill someone. She took off her helmet, silently apologizing to Chun. "But that's not your responsibility. Now go to sleep. I'll make sure you get some rest. Go to sleep to clear your mind." Chun touches the arm of the person holding him, and he opens his eyes in surprise. "Nuna, why me?" She gently comforts him. "I understand now. I understand what you're saying, so you'll understand after a good sleep and not try to resist." His eyes widened and his whole body trembled slightly. He clenched his teeth, trying to resist. What's wrong? It's wrong to kill someone who deserves it. Chun's car roars. "Why? Why are you stopping me?" His strength at this moment amazes her inside. What is this? Don't say he can stand up even with a perfect chokehold. He struggles even harder, shouting aloud, "Let me go!" A moment later, Chun Tin wakes up on the ground with a confused expression. He looked at the person in front of him and asked suspiciously, "What is this?" Soo-hoon replied. "Before the chokehold, everyone is equal. That is the result. Don't touch what you can touch," said Chun. He slowly sat up and apologized to his older sister. Chun explains the reason. "I wasn't thinking clearly at that moment." She gently smiled and said, "That's why this bothers me." Soo-hyun told him that while he was sleeping, I looked around and noticed a syringe on the floor. Those people had the drug, right? It seems like you couldn't control your excitement because of its effects. Sechun remembered and replied, "Yes, you're right. They suddenly stabbed me from behind. What kind of drug is this? My body feels very light, and I feel like I am floating on clouds." As he looks at his hands, in that state, "I feel like I could defeat Hanungu or anyone else." She interrupted his train of thought, "But if you fall into that sweet trap, It could become a trap you find hard to escape from. Soon we'll present this plan. First, let's talk to those detectives.
Aeon also said that he caught a few people at that factory. We should find out what kind of drug it is first.
Seeing the two people unconscious on the ground, he asked, "What about these two?" "Should we leave them here?" she said. "You don't need to worry about cleaning them up." From the prison, the camera captured Suun sitting on a chair and speaking. Liangon Hung Sich, standing behind, nodded affirmatively. Yes, he is one of the perpetrators of the Sin attack. He continued, "It seems he was used as a clinical trial for the new drug. Then he was used to package and produce drugs in the factory before that situation occurred. They took orphans or troubled children from home and forced them to fight. For those with athletic talent, they were given the drug. It seems they promoted the new medicine to customers through videos of those matches." Soo-hyun guessed. "And I'm sure you don't know the identities of the buyers either." Hung Shich replied, "Yes. And since this information comes from the drug makers, it can't be used legally." Suddenly, their door opened, interrupting their conversation. He immediately realized he was here, that bastard is Lai Wai-ang. Seeing the prisoner with eyes nearly bulging out, gaunt face, and emaciated body, Hyung Shich asked in disbelief, "Not detective, are you sure that's Laong?" "He looks completely different from the person we saw before. Detective Nai orders him to sit here." He looked at Xiun and said with difficulty, "Hand over the girl who is skilled with a knife." She was surprised. "Huh? Do you know who I am?" Yonggon calmly said, "The cemetery." "The day I went to catch the long-haired man?" Soo-hyun asked coldly. "That muscular man? How did you become like that?" He looked blankly and replied, "I don't know. If I stop taking the medicine, I start to die." Detective Ne also stepped in to explain. "According to the doctor, it's withdrawal symptoms, but from a new type of drug. So they say they can't guarantee his condition will improve because there's no data." Hyung-sik sighed. "This is too harsh. His condition wasn't good to begin with. But has he already gone too far? Wouldn't he be better off if he stopped taking the medication?" Detective Na wasn't sure either, and said that stopping the medication doesn't mean he will recover immediately. But this case is just too serious. He can't digest food properly, and his language disorder is getting worse. They're trying to find a treatment, but they say they don't know how long it will take. Soo-hyun wagged her index finger and called him over. Hey, look here, Lei Ai-ong. Do you remember me? I'm going to ask you some questions, so tell me what you know." She gets straight to the point. "Where do you usually meet Han Juno and that bastard manager Kim? Where do you get your drugs?" It wasn't the factory that burned down, but another hideout, like the place Hajin was called to. Yonggon looked up and remembered. "Oh, a tall skyscraper." She asked about a penthouse apartment. "Do you know the address or the name of the building?" He hesitated and replied, "I don't know." A different location was used to hide the truth. Soo-hyun understood roughly what was going on. They moved there from a different place with their eyes covered. Just as Sun Do-ha-in said, "This isn't a trick." She continued the conversation. "All right. Now I will ask the next question. Tell me everything you know about Manager Kim." Hearing that, Yonggun started trembling and stammering. "Nothing else? That person is scary. He said he's always watching from everywhere. He helped the Han representative. I don't know anything else." Soo-hyun immediately got angry, stood up, and shouted directly, "You bastard, did you think I was a good person just because I speak softly?" "Hey, stop quickly. You can't do this here. Calm down, calm down." Yang seems a bit scared and starts to say, "I know a few things about the Korean representative." After hearing that, Soo-hyun exclaimed in surprise, "What? Really? Tell me." Yonggon started to struggle, speaking each word carefully. "A former national representative, Ju Ji-soo." She interrupted him, "We already knew that. And his name is not on the list of all the members of the South Korean Jitsu national team in the past. That's just a rumor, right?" Yonggon hurriedly objected. He's different. He's changed. In the past, Han's representative had a half-brother, a different father. I have seen him." He continued, "He changed his last name. He used to have a different name." "Different name?" Soo-hyun asked again. "A different Nikin." He has a half-brother from the same father. Yonggon struggles to remember that person's name. What was it again? Trembling and shivering. In another part of the gym, a furious shout echoed out. Jiang trembled. He stammers in anger. That crazy bastard. His face is ice cold with no response to the insults. "Are you crazy? What did you mean by this?" The person lying face down on the ground, covered in blood, is desperately shouting, "You crazy bastard, spit it out right now." He annoyedly said, "What's all the noise? You drug addicts are really bothering me." He just cut off the ear of the person lying on the ground and coldly said, "His baozi ear is so delicious I took a bite. Can't my teammates share a little food?" In a corner of the short hallway, 2 cameras are operating. Inside the room, Suun stood up and rested his hands on the table. Is Jiang Junu his real name? Young sat opposite, stammering as he replied, Yes, I heard that his family name is Jiang from his mother, but according to his half-brother, his mother, it seems that Han's mother has passed away. She stood upright and put her hands in her pockets. Tell me more, he replied. That's all I heard. Yonggan looked up at Soo-hyun and wondered how I should explain that. There's one thing for sure. It felt like a big corporation. And the scene shifted to a man with styled gray hair who straightened his shirt and shouted, Hey, give me the VIP list. The man sat down on the sofa, and Director Kim approached. Are you looking for someone specific? All the damn prosecutors on the list. Manager Kim replied, Yes, I understand. The man tilted his head back in wonder. So how is that bastard Jungu's leg? Has he been to the hospital yet? He quickly replied that his leg had healed quite a lot so he could walk. However, any strenuous activity would still be difficult at this time. Damn it, it's all nonsense. Once you're dead, you're dead. Take care of your own damn business. Tell him tomorrow that Dad said to come home this week. At the same time, inside the cemetery building, Han Jun-yu stood in front of his mother's coffin. He looked at her photo through the glassy display and quietly said, Everything has gone wrong. Mom, Run-yu no longer has her mother. I know and even understand what you want, but everything didn't go as planned and I completely messed it up. He tilts his head and continues. I only have one thing I want and can do now. I would rather die than give up. And if I can't win, run. Yu straightened up, his gaze lowering as he prepared to descend, bringing everyone down with him. He smiled faintly and said, That is your plan, isn't it? It's probably terrible, isn't it? You know that too, but you have no other choice, because then you close your eyes, looking at him so peaceful and calm. It's natural for someone who lives a terrible life to become a terrible person. So I have lived by trampling on this one and that one. Whether they are goods or bad, you have stepped on this girl among them, haven't you? He rubbed his forehead with his hand, his words continuing. Although your only sibling doesn't care about your injuries, that girl was willing to sacrifice herself for her friend, who isn't even related to her by blood. Jun-yu recalls the image of Hane's face covered in blood. Because she's a girl, I was going to do just enough and let her go. But even when half her face was bruised and bleeding, did you know, Mother? She stood up and fought back. He froze, watching her, with the only goal of not letting anyone hurt her friend again. When I saw her like that, I suddenly became curious. His face looked cold and terrifying. Could the friend she calls her friend act like this girl, not caring about her own body? Jungu's eyes widened as he tested whether she would rush in to take revenge or turn away in fear. Jun-yu leaned forward slightly, and seeing no response, thought everything had gone as expected. Because personal safety is the most important for everyone, and I completely forgot about her existence, right? He said that while laughing. I thought everything was over and it was just a small accident. But one day, a friend of hers, Zhe-chun, suddenly appeared with his car, and unexpectedly, he would become an important person who would complete your life goal. Jun-yu remembered Zhe-chun angrily rushing towards him, someone who was often pushed down and then ran straight toward his target. His voice still steady but trembling, now slowed by unforeseen circumstances. He saw the light at the end of the tunnel and was about to leave, but turned back and said, So, Mother, starting next year, please understand. At the gym, Hyung-shich pushed the door open and said, Sorry. He continued, I come from the Central Bureau. Is the director or coach here? Dien-hyung, crouching and preparing the equipment, replied, No, it's not training time, so he's not here now. He will come by soon. But where do you say you're from? Hyung-shich replied, I am a police officer from the Central Bureau's Detective Division. Before finishing the sentence, Shu-hyun interrupted and asked, Are you someone who works here or a jiu-jitsu athlete? He was sweating and looked up, saying, Sorry, I used to be an athlete before, now I just treat it as a hobby and I only manage this place. Why am I telling you this? And why do you think language doesn't matter? But why? Soo-hyun continued to ask, Do you know someone named Jang Junup? He used to be a national representative. I heard he gave up and left, but I don't know what happened or if he was expelled. Do you know about that? Jin-hyung replied nervously. Sorry. I Jang Junu, she stands straight with her hands in her pockets. Jiang Junu, Hanzungu, or any other name. I heard that he was on the national jiu-jitsu team and also participated in mixed martial arts. Do you know? Hurry up and speak, don't stammer. Hyung-shich also chimed in. I have an idea. If we say we are police officers and say things like that, this girl is really crazy, and I feel like she will do her job very well. Dien-hu hesitated and called me. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you should ask the director when he arrives later. You should find a comfortable seat and wait for him. I have to work, so I'll be leaving now. Su Hyunun said reluctantly. Really? For now, that's fine. He told Su Hyun, you are a police officer. You shouldn't. Besides, I am suspended. Su Hyun pointed at him and said, look at him. Hyung-si was confused and asked, sorry, why did you just call? He is disabled and stutters. He glanced at Su Hyun. People practicing jitsu usually have unusual knees, she replied. Yes, that's right. We can check a few things later. In the golden afternoon light, a man pushed open the door and spoke up. Jin-hyung, are you finished yet? Have you packed everything you plan to give to the kids tomorrow? Oh, he's drunk, but he still sees Hung-shich sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Who is that? He quickly answered. The police said you would arrive soon, but I almost fell asleep waiting for you. He suddenly jumped in surprise and nervously said, Police, I had a drink, but I haven't driven. Hyung-shi calmly asked what he was talking about. Are you the director Bak Dong-yen? I am from the Central Bureau's Detective Division. We need some information for our investigation, so I will ask you a few questions. I heard that you coached the national team about 10 years ago. You nervously avoided Hung-shich's gaze. Sorry, that's correct, but what are you investigating? We haven't done anything illegal. He then asked, do you happen to know anyone named Jang Junu among the national representatives at that time? Or Han Jung-gu? I know he left the national team for some reason. He hesitated, sweating and biting his lip, then asked again, Who? Jiang Junu Hyung-shich approached him and said, Yes, someone known as Jun-gu at the time. Suddenly, he went berserk and shouted, I don't know who that bastard is. Inside the changing room after being beaten by Su Hyun, she was hit repeatedly with a baseball bat. I know, Jun-gu, stop, please stop hitting me. She also stopped and said, That's right. You should have told me when I was being nice. Seeing you stammer makes it clear you're hiding something and trying to deceive me. Jin Hyung raised his hands to shield himself. If I told you that the director would kill me, that's why I was kneeling in front of him. Your director will reveal everything to a crazy detective. So just look out for yourself. What do you know? At that time, Jun-gu was the best, even among national representatives regardless of weight class. He started to remember that he was very shy and gloomy at first, and only became cheerful when practicing jitsu. He especially liked playing the close-range position. He became obsessed with blocking attacks while defending from below. But after that incident, he turned into a completely different person. Run Yu sweating wildly on the mat, disheveled hair, looking to the side with a deadly gaze. From that moment on, the teammates who trained with Jun-gu began to get injured one after another. So what was that incident? Jin Hyung said that at that time there was a major championship, and Jun-gu placed second. At the end of the match, the referee raised Bei Chang-gu's hand and declared him the winner. But the problem was that the champion had never been able to beat Junu before. However, there was a reason why everything happened this way. At that moment, Jun-gu stared fiercely at Trang-gu because the winner had used illegal performance-enhancing drugs. In the afternoon at the gym locker room, no, that's the truth. They asked about Jung-gu. Jin-hu nervously answered the phone. So it seems they came here after learning some information. If a detective visited, would any details about drugs or narcotics have been leaked? He was sweating profusely and looked a bit stunned. I can't be sentenced to prison. My family will starve if I don't stay. Director, he hasn't arrived here yet. He will arrive soon. Su Hyun stood behind Jin Hyung with a face that seemed about to go crazy, but he didn't care at all. You want me to contact the director first about this? Fine. So I'll call you back, right? Suddenly he realizes something and slowly turns his head. Since when? She's holding a baseball bat, smiling maliciously. Got you now, you bastard. Then came Jin Hyung's desperate screams. On the other end of the line, Bei Trang-gu, who had just lit a cigarette after hearing his shouts, looked confused. What, was he caught while making a phone call, you bastard? Then he hung up the phone saying, anyway, this idiot, your trouble never goes away no matter how old you get. I want to beat that bastard until his knees fall apart. Back in the dressing room, Su Hyun presses a baseball bat against Jin Hyun's back, demanding him to step aside and give up his seat. Can I sit down? My leg is a bit uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. Su Hyun coldly refuses. No illegal stimulant for the thug. Are you also an accomplice? I know people like you always claim to be the victim. She slightly lowered her head, glancing at Jin Hung with half-lidded eyes, and said with a sneer, The losers always justify their actions by blaming unavoidable circumstances. I don't care about your situation. Just tell me what you know. If you don't want your friend's second leg to meet the same fate. Jin Hung broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, Yes, I understand. Where should I start? When did I begin talking about drugs? Su Hyun smiled and said, From the first time you met Hanzunu to the last time you saw him, don't leave out anything. And if you deliberately leave anything out, your teeth will all fall out. Jin Hyung recalled being in the training room. The first time I met him was when he was wearing a green belt. When I was a student, we met at a small gym back then, but we weren't close. He watched him, and Jun-gu had shown that incredible skill since back then. People say that ever since he was a white belt, Jun-yu trained passionately with full dedication. He has enough talent to beat other belt colors, and as I said, he really enjoys playing the top position. Jin-hung looked up and asked him, Jun-gu, is there a reason why you always play the guard position? You can't be active in the top position. Run-yu sweat all over his face, slowly said, That's also why I started. Juju Run-yu smiled brightly at Jin-hyung. I need to have some skills to protect myself on the court. I have to train to face that situation. Dian-hu asked in surprise. Protecting yourself on the floor? Self-defense, Jun-yu said with a smile. I'm talking about self-defense in the worst case, because I might encounter a monster, you understand, but are you planning to become an athlete? You've trained so hard, I thought you'd already chosen your career path. Jun-yu chuckled and said, I've made my decision. I will do it for sure. I will represent the national team. I have something to prove. Dian-hu looked surprised. The national team, huh? So cool. Jun-yu encouraged him, so you should do it too. Mei likes jiu-jitsu and is also good at it. Since we're in different weight classes, we can compete together. On another day, Jun-gu was overjoyed after defeating his opponent. Jun-gu doesn't talk much about his personal history, but there seems to be a hidden story behind it. After all this time, Jun-gu became a member of the national team. The loser sat down exhausted, but in a competition to join the national team, there are always winners and losers. In the lightweight category, there was someone who lost to Jun-gu in the national team selection and became his opponent. Jin-hyung continues, he's 5 years older than me, and Bae Chang-gu, he's skilled but a bit different. Trang-gu is someone who bullies the weaker, and within the sports community, he even looks down on athletes who are physically better than him. He has talent in sports, but he prefers to rely on luck rather than effort. Trang-gu got angry when he saw Jun-gu happily training. He has played factions and engaged in political games within that context. However, due to his political role and position in the organization, I guess he finds it annoying to see Jun-gu training like crazy and not even paying attention to him. Jun-gu, with sweat all over his face, stopped and looked over at him. Although younger, his talent far surpasses his, and he must have hated seeing him enjoy jitsu like a child. Above all, there was no fear in his eyes. Jun-gu smiled brightly and asked Trang-gu, Do you want to continue to the next round? He looked annoyed, but still said, Okay, let's see who wins. In that match, Jun-gu successfully trapped him with his leg, and Trang-gu's face turned red as he struggled to escape, but he couldn't do anything, even if he tried to seriously injure Junu, who had excellent athletic abilities. Later, Jun-gu happily chatted with his friends, but in the gym, training was always the top priority. No matter how much Bae Chang-gu played politics, everyone loved Jun-yu and saw him as the leader. Suddenly, the coach called for a meeting, but the director at that time was also our coach. He made a proposal to the athletes, saying it was the coach's order. Jun-gu was stunned to hear what he said. If you want to achieve excellent results in the upcoming sports meet, your skills must be much better than they are now. If I wanted you guys to take illegal drugs, you wouldn't be able to hold back and would come forward to argue and shout in his face. Jun-gu was angry with the coach, calling it nonsense. The coach ignored him, but didn't overlook the other athletes. Suddenly, a laughter gradually echoed. Jin-hyung recalls, the atmosphere was so tense that at that moment someone was laughing behind me. He slowly looked behind him as if they had found a way out. They were laughing happily. Jin-hyung saw that person's face light up with a wide smile. He was definitely happy. That's Bae Chang-gu. He slowly continued the story. And as I mentioned earlier, he lost to Bae Chang-gu in the national team selection for the Asian Games because the effects of the drug were even more potent than he expected. Su Soo-hoon listened and irritably asked, Why does the story suddenly jump like that? I think I know why your leg is shaking. Are those your baby teeth and not your permanent teeth? She looked at him with a terrifying expression. Who is that kid you're talking to on the phone like a rat? Do you want to go to jail? Do you want your family to go hungry? Dian-hyung immediately said, I really only know that much. What do you mean? Hey, about those illegal drugs? Director, you can ask the director. I'm just doing mechanical work. Suddenly, Hung rushed over with a sword, shouting loudly, Soo-hyun. He hurriedly said, Get out! I'm talking to the director now, and so am I. I think I've discovered something. Are you referring to Hanzunu's past or illegal drugs? Soo-hyun was surprised. What? Does it have anything to do with illegal drugs? Did he say that too? She pressed further. Is there anything else, including Han Jun-yu losing to someone on drugs? If he said that, maybe I didn't hear him. Hyun asked again. What? He immediately denied anyone approaching the director to use that illegal drug. Then Hung Shich smiled warmly.
They said they could only accept the drug when that person contacted them. When I asked about the person's features, I found the answer. Hung Shich said that he has small eyes and always appears relaxed. The part he touches the most is his neck. He said he has a large scar on his neck that can be seen from afar. The person then adjusts his shirt to cover his neck. Even if she bumped into him, he always covers his neck no matter what.
Trung-gu snapped angrily.
Now you're with that bastard, Jang Jun-gu. What are you planning to do so that bastard goes to hell? Or I'll end up the same. He keeps talking nonstop. Why? Is it because I'm living off your medicine? If you want to keep making money and follow what I say, okay. And if I knew you were working with that bastard Jang Junu, I wouldn't have done business with you from the start, you idiot.
He wondered, but strangely, why do you want to send Jang Jun-gu to hell? Because you're trying to take over that business all by yourself. Are you that greedy? Manager Kim tilted her head back, took a breath, and spoke slowly. Do I really need a special reason? Then he squinted and smiled, saying, I just got tired of my old toys in the family villa. Jun-gu stands silently in front of the door to his house. He clenches his fists, takes a deep breath, then releases his grip and exhales to steady himself. He calmly walks in. The female staff member standing in the corner bows slightly and says, Welcome. She informed Junu that the vice president arrived earlier and is waiting, and the chairman will arrive soon, so I will take you there. He replied softly, Yes. You're already here? Even if you arrive early and wait, you're only fooling yourself. I've been here for a long time. Jun-gu asks. That's right. Do you know why my father called me? He suddenly asked with a smile. I don't know. Ask him. Oh my God, why did he call you? And why are you wearing a suit? Are you going on a business trip? Jun-gu replied calmly. That's right. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun-gu left. Where the hell are you? Why didn't you answer properly? At this moment, the secretary informed them that the chairman had arrived. The door opened, and the silver-haired man entered the house. The secretary bowed her head and said, President, they are here. Both of them have arrived, and the meal is being prepared. About 30 minutes, as you said. He calmly replied, Yes, thank you for your efforts today. Thank you, Chairman. Have all the staff eaten yet? Even if you're busy, don't skip meals and keep working. In the chairman's office, he stood with his back to his two children and asked, How is your work going? Do you like the atmosphere there? Yu put his hands in his pockets and replied, I could go there by myself. He eagerly continued, If those are the documents prepared by Father, will the work go smoothly? Those cowardly people, those public servants who live off our taxes, they dare to be so arrogant. What do they think they are doing? The chairman softly called out Hanzug's name, and he responded with a bright smile. Yes, Father. He continued saying, If it doesn't succeed, there are the following documents. Before he could finish, his face froze. The chairman started punching his son repeatedly. Yu cried out in pain. A moment later, he adjusted his glasses and calmly told me he wasn't sure about the other side yet, but I had clearly warned not to try establishing a superior or subordinate relationship with the plaintiff. The chairman took off his glasses and said, We need to maintain a symbiotic relationship. We exploit their weaknesses not to protect fragile pride. He continued speaking, trying to protect our business by exploiting their deadly weaknesses when the plaintiff faced difficulties and tried to break the symbiotic relationship to survive. The chairman teaches us that we can't just keep destroying their deadly weaknesses until it happens. A businessman shouldn't bring personal emotions into work. Understand? What will you do about the prosecutor's weakness if your feelings are hurt just because a prosecutor ignored you? No matter how old I get or how much I learn, I can't help but think that my wisdom will never be enough. Jun-gu stood still, watching him, thinking to himself that as expected, he was still the same and still very much like a machine. Dad? The chairman put his glasses back on and asked Han Junu, reporting on the current situation. Jung-gu bows slightly and explains. Yes, the factory is currently operating at a temporary location, and backlogged orders, including urgent ones, can be handled within a week. When it comes to proving the effectiveness of the new drug, I am planning a different approach instead of giving the drug to a friend named Lim Shun. He cast a glance at Junu, probably the direction where the VIPs wouldn't be so patient. He hesitated and replied, I will try the new medicine on myself. He suddenly said, I didn't think you would ever consider that method directly on your body. The chairman asked, Has that belief now disappeared? In a competitive society, the foolish belief that one won't make mistakes that everyone else does. Jun-gu looks down and answers him. Yes, I think the time for foolishness is over, or maybe it's time to end everything. He was surprised, really. You don't have any other ideas? Jun-gu hesitantly said. I have no other ideas, but this is just my job. The chairman said with relief. It would be better if you realized that a little sooner. If you prove that during the competition that day, your mother in heaven will feel more at ease. Then he told himself, I guess I am also getting old. I'm just talking nonsense like that. Suddenly, Du Yu stood up and said, Dad, he always lies when he opens his mouth. Don't you know that? He smirked slyly and whispered, Do you still believe he has any hope, Han Junu? His father is the kind of person who doesn't even know what his subordinates are doing. Do you know that? The chairman was about to leave, but upon hearing this, he asked again, What are you talking about? Explain it to me. Junguo clenched his fists in his mind. What the hell is that bastard doing now? Du Yu looked at his younger brother with a face full of contempt and said, Kim department head has ordered someone to test the new drug on Lim Si-chun. What will you do when you can't even share information with your own colleagues? Hearing this, Junguo hesitated and asked, What does that mean? Director Kim, what did he do? Suddenly he pointed at Jungu and criticized him, saying, Because of you, I get annoyed and can't do my work properly. Director Kim has already tested the new drug on Lim Si-chun, the chairman asked softly. Is this something you knew nothing about at all? Jungu quickly replied, I'm sorry, I will look into it and report back to you. I will skip the meal for now. I will leave right now. Seeing Jungu leave, he chuckled a few times, then smugly said, It's because you're too naive. Jungu's face darkened. I didn't see this coming at all. He clenched his teeth tightly, suppressing his anger. Manager Kim, this damn parasite, had gone crazy trying to pull him down. As the sunset falls, Jungu throws open the door and suddenly charges forward to punch Kim's manager in the face. Jungu kicked Kim's head until blood splattered everywhere. He collapsed unconscious. Jungu, I am doing this to you again. I want you to remember that.
I've made myself clear. Don't you understand?
Let me explain more clearly. You're not a human, you're my dog. He grabbed Director Kim's head and grinned wickedly, saying, Wait when I tell you to wait, before I beat you to death and gut you. That evening, the sounds of fists and kicks kept echoing. Manager Kim collapsed on the floor, Jungu standing in front of him. He grabbed Manager Kim's head and said, When I tell you to wait, just wait, you dog, before I beat you to death and boil you. Manager Kim, still conscious, struggled to ask again. I'm not sure what you're saying, he interrupted. Shut up! You bastard! Don't pretend you don't know what happened tonight. Jungu glared at him. Why are you experimenting on Lim Si-chun with that new drug? Tell me what you're thinking, you bastard. Manager Kim found it difficult to say that, so he just half-opened his eyes and explained. That's to monitor the athletes. No matter how quickly Lim Si-chun's skills improve, even if you break your leg, he won't be happy if he's not on your level. Tu Duong grins as if you already knew. My responsibility is to manage and supervise the athletes for this event. Jungu replied confusedly, Don't bother me, just tell me the real reason. I definitely told you to find the weakness of the Shin Shuhun gang, so why did you disobey me and give him the drug? Director Kim is being held by him. That's right. Why should I go against you and attract the attention of the vice president and president? He laughs brightly, teasing Jungu. Anyway, maybe you have blood in that house, right? Jungu, after hearing this, said, You bastard, what did you just say? You want to test me? No one here to save you because there's no Captain Kang. He responded without any fear, saying, I'm just telling the truth. Are you angry? Just so you know, I have arranged an insurance policy because I couldn't contact the team leader at the moment. Suddenly, Trang-gu appeared behind Jungu, and Manager Kim said, Say hello, you've met before, right? Jungu froze. What? Trang-gu spoke up. It's been a while. Jiang trembled. That's right. Hui, it's Han Dong-yu now. Jungu turned to look at him and asked, Why are you here? Trang-gu raises her voice. You still lack the courtesy towards your brothers. You live so freely that no one has ever taught you how to behave properly, right? Then he squats down to fix his hair. And you're still acting all high and mighty, like the main character in some movie, huh? He smirked sarcastically. I guess I'm in some kind of movie because of you. That filthy cannibal. Hearing this, Jungu glared at him. What are you talking about? Even if I aim at it with all my might, I won't be happy. You worthless drug addict returning to the past in that mansion. Jungu, now a young teenager, stands in front of the door feeling sad and says, Mom, wait a little longer. I will become stronger. 2 tears run down Jungu's face as he promises to be stronger than his father and brother so that his mother can stay safely at home. The woman, Jungu's mother, stands behind that door crying with emotion, hearing his words that will come true so she shouldn't cry anymore. Jungu then sits alone in a corner, feeling lonely. He carefully watches his phone. Jungu searches for ways to defeat a strong opponent. He keeps staring at the screen, muttering, Ju, Ru, Ju. Next year, at this time, the sound of fighting echoes. Do you is furious, cursing and calling him a dog. What will you do now? Junyu also rushes to grab his leg and then throws his brother to the ground. Jungu shouted at my back. He kept saying, "You dare do this to me?" Jungu replied, "No. Look me in the eyes and don't even think about touching my body." At that moment, I could have really killed you. So Jang is not joking. I would truly kill you.
You could only struggle and shout, "Let me go! I'm busy with this bastard." At the same time, the chairman slightly opened the door and looked at the two brothers fighting. In the chairman's study, Runwee, exercise yes? He replied, "Yes, I heard from your mother."
He sat on the chair and continued, "What do you say about the regular exercise you've been doing lately?" Du Yu, standing opposite, replied, "Oh, it's a sport called Ju." He looked up at you and said, "I hear you're quite talented and have the qualities to become an athlete."
Jungu hurriedly exclaimed, "No, I just like it."
He read you like a book, so he asked if that was humility or lack of confidence. Neither is the key to success. He calmly teaches. Humility is one of the useless acts of self-pity. You don't need to pretend you're better or criticize others if you want to go further and succeed. Jungu listened attentively to his father's advice. Neither confidence nor lack of it will help. Even if you're fighting in a match where everyone sees you're losing, you must approach it with the mindset that you will win. Even though your skills are limited, you still charge in with the mindset that you will destroy it. Then he calls Junyu. First, become a member of the national team, then participate in the Asian Games and bring home a gold medal. The runner-up means nothing. The promising chairman said, "Then, as your mother wishes, I will accept you into the Han family. I will make sure that your mother is officially accepted as your wife." Jungu stands firm, proving his worth upon hearing the words. "Then I will acknowledge you." At the next Asian Games, the referee raises the winning Trangu's hand high. At that moment, Jungu looked over in surprise at him, who was happily smiling, secretly thinking that this guy must have taken a lot of drugs. Trangu then sneered at him. "What's wrong? Why is it like this?"
"Oh no, Yunu, what should I do now? I'm sorry for participating." He mocked Junu, but you know that Juju is a sport you can keep winning at and suddenly losing.
Just consider yourself unlucky. Jungu just silently turned away and looked elsewhere, softly calling out, "Mom, Dad." I told myself, it's not like that. That mother gently turned her head to look at Jungu behind her. Jungu stared intently at his mother, her mouth opening as if to say something. She muttered each word softly. It must have been a loving phrase. Jungu watched her mother's mouth from afar, lost in thought. What my mother did before, I can't say for sure in every detail, but one thing is certain. Jungu's mother gently shed tears. Those were warm words, and until the day she was no longer in this world. And that is Jungu's face, expressionless and frozen, staring at his mother's coffin. The last time I saw my mother was back in the years before at the Han family mansion. The chairman turned to look out the window and said to the person behind him, "You said you didn't need my help back then. Why are you suddenly here now?" He turned his head to look at her and scolded. "Why is raising a child alone so difficult? Why are you so rigid now?" While she could easily be flexible, she calmly replied, "I am about to die." They said it was terminal cancer. He was surprised by the news. "What? Why all of a sudden?" "I don't know how long I have left to live." Jungu's mother gently looked at him and said, "Because when I am gone, my only relative is you. I came here because that child was also raised by you. And if I have to live under your management, please let Jungu have a bright future like you did for your first child." She explained that someone like you would not refuse that, whether it was an illegitimate child or someone else. "We need more people than the company's daily tasks can handle." Jungu's mother made a condition. "If you agree, let Jungu make a few adjustments. Please let me live with you in this house until I die." Jungu, at this time still a boy, stands by the pool looking around. Jungu means everything to me because he is the reason I exist. I can't help but marvel and say it aloud. There is an indoor swimming pool. I would be very happy to live with my mother in a house like this. Until the next day, he stood in front of his mother's altar, glaring in disbelief, and softly called out, "Mom, right now the funeral home is empty. There's no one here." Jungu stands alone in front of his mother's altar, while Jin Hyung quietly comes to pay respects to Junu's mother. He silently called out, "Run, Junu, I am here." Jungu didn't turn to look at Jin Hyung and gently asked, "Do you know?" Jin Hyung looked confused. "So, what are you talking about?" Jungu ignored it and kept asking, "Your boyfriend Trangu's drug?" Jungu looks at Jin Hyung with a lifeless expression. "Do you know he's a user of banned substances? Could that happen if he only used it for a day or two?" He suddenly replied, "No. The coach told me to keep it a secret from you, and I really didn't know it would be this bad. because there's a big skill gap between you and Trong Ju-hyung. I believe you will win. Jun-gu placed his hand on his shoulder and smiled, saying, I guess I didn't realize that's why it happened. They wouldn't do that if everyone knew. But he turned his head and smiled, saying, Thank you, Jin-hyung, for coming here. I'm a bit embarrassed that no one came to see my mother. Jin-hyung sensed something was wrong and called out to Jun-gu, but he ignored it, saying he would leave his mother's funeral and meet you at the training camp to go home safely. A few days later, at the sports training center, Jun-gu stepped inside. Jin-hyung then approached and asked, Han, Jun-gu, you're here already? Let's rest a little longer. Have you done a good job with the funeral? I said I would help. He smiled broadly and replied, Yeah, why worry? There are people willing to help you if you pay them. My mother saved a lot of life insurance money. Like money is the most important thing. What about the coach? Is he not here yet? Jin-hyung informed Jun-gu. Oh, the coach is out working for a bit. I wonder what he's doing. He's probably gone out drinking again. Still smiling, Jun-gu suggested to him. Jin-hyung, you also have a gold medal in your weight class, so you're probably ready for the Asian Games. All right, I'll help you. Let's train together. Jin-hu hesitated before replying. I thank you. But deep down, he couldn't believe it. What? What is that? Are you really okay? Jun-gu's voice sounded from the changing room. Jin-hyung, I've changed my clothes and arrived. Let's have a match together. On the arena, Jin-hyung spoke, Yes, I look forward to your guidance. He also responded, Yes. As soon as the match started, Jun-gu suddenly pulled his shirt aside and swept Jin-hyung's legs, causing him to fall to the ground seconds later. Jin-hyung confusedly asked, What is this? Is Jun-gu attacking like this again? I think he will play as a defender. Jun-gu's face now is full of determination and murderous intent. He grabbed Jin-hyung's leg and held it tightly, making it hard for Jin-hyung to escape. Run you, then wrapped Jin-hyung's leg around his back. Jin-hyung grit his teeth and tried to look behind him, controlling his toe movement. Is he really crazy? Jun-gu at this moment smiled confidently and said, What? Do you think it's okay? The effects of the medicine must be incredible. You won the gold medal with your abilities and your joints seem to be becoming incredibly flexible. He was immediately confused. Du is trembling. Yeah. What do you mean? Didn't I say to practice? He didn't hesitate to break Jin-hyung's leg and even said, Why not try a little more? As I expected, your passion is truly amazing. He immediately cried out in pain. The other two athletes watched curiously. What? Is he hurt? Jun-hyung, what's going on? Did you break your lower body when bending? Then Trang-gu also sneered and said, Jiang Jun-gu, that bastard. Did you finally reveal your true nature to me? After all, I am really good at seeing through people's true selves. He left Jin-hyung, and she tremblingly asked Jun-gu, Why? Jun-gu stood up suddenly. Why? What did you just say? He laughed back at Jin-hyung. Why? Because I didn't know it would break so easily. Jun-gu walks away laughing, glancing back at Jin-hyung trembling behind him. I'm sorry, I wouldn't have done this if I knew. But you won't be allowed to participate in the Asian Games. Hey everyone, if you have time, take Jin-hyung to the hospital. I still have some things to do. He approached Trang-gu and immediately spoke. Hey. Is this when that demon is suddenly revealing its true nature? Are you complaining to your hung now about not being able to participate in the Asian Games? You little bastard. If you lose, you better take responsibility. Are you saying you're sure you'll win? Jun-gu spat on Trang-gu and calmly replied, You think you can beat me in a single match without using those drugs? They say that conscience is equal to intelligence, and it seems that's true. That spit hit Trang-gu in the face, and he wondered, Are you still pretending to be innocent? If you want to win a lot, shouldn't you also use those drugs? Are you proud of being that good? Even if I don't use anything like that, I will still win. That was the last respect I had for a colleague, but now that feeling is gone. In the training house, Jun-gu and Trang-gu are still struggling on the floor. What? You're too confident? Are you tired? I haven't even broken a sweat because I'm an addict. Are you losing to another addict again? Jun-gu, now covered in sweat, replied slowly. I only said I would win. I never said I would win with Ju. Trang-gu laughed. What? You can't beat me with jitsu, so now you're trying to fight me? You're just a loser now. Suddenly, Jun-gu bit his ear. Trang-gu was caught off guard by this move and exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing? Hey. After biting for a while, he also cut off Trang-gu's ear, blood splattering everywhere, and she screamed loudly in pain. Jun-gu stood up calmly and said, You're too noisy, so the medicine isn't reducing the pain. You need to train more. Another athlete witnessing this also shouted, Jiang Jun-gu, that damn crazy guy. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Back in the present, after biting off his ear, Jun-gu smirked with pride. You don't have an ear anymore? You're already ugly, and now you look even worse. Our Trang-gu, head of Fong Kim, stands there scratching his head, thinking to himself, "This is really bad." Trang-gu stands up, determined to regain his honor. "You bastard, today I will chew you alive." Jun-gu dodged to the side. "Is that so? Someone with experience. I don't advise you to do that. Of course, my flesh will taste better than your worthless meat." He immediately slapped him hard, but what could Jun-gu do? "He looks down on you. How do you plan to chew me alive?" "Trang-gu, be realistic for once." Then he immediately threw a punch at Trang-gu's body. He couldn't block any of them. "I'm still here," Junu keeps punching with unstoppable momentum. "I still look like a jitsu athlete who only knows how to wrestle." Trang-gu hit so hard he could only cry out in pain. Does this guy Jiang Junu always fight so well? Jun-gu stands arrogantly in front of him. The kid quit Asian Games and gave up jitsu just because he lost a single talent. Jun-gu, with a devilish smile, said to him, "If I get the chance, I will go out even if my whole body gets torn apart." The weak ones give up easily because things come too easily for them. When they can't find Director Kim, he asks, "Where is Director Kim?" Seeing him slowly approaching the door without saying a word, Jun-gu shouted, "Look at that rat!" He then sneaked up behind Manager Kim and said, "It's not over yet, look at you," running away from it like a coward out of fear. He gently turned his head to look at Jun-gu and calmly said, "So? You think I'm afraid? What are you saying? You pretend to be tough." Jun-gu raises his fist. "Do you know the right way to deal with those who live with a sharp tongue? I'll beat you until you fall. Then when you fall, think more about your karma. You bastard." Suddenly, the door opens, trembling with fear, and I stop to look over. "Huh? What? Is there anyone else?" Manager Kim smiled and said, "Aha, what era are you living in, still trying to settle everything with your fists?" Jun-gu was shocked. How did he get here? So, he is the chairman. He looked at Jun-gu and said with disappointment, "Oh, I thought you had become a bit more mature, but you still can't control your emotions. Are you still holding on to useless beliefs and hidden confidence?" After hearing the story, I conclude that Director Kim's judgment and guidance are the quickest and most effective. Jun-gu is confused. "Yes, I am better than Lim Jae-chun, and I will win." He shook his head and replied, "No, he's just an amateur, but you're a professional athlete, right?" The chairman gently asked Junu with a raised finger, "So we must exploit the new drug and beat you." A professional player, V, would care. Don't you think so? He announced that from now on, Director Kim will be in charge of this new drug project. We need to exploit VIP's weaknesses as much as possible. The chairman advised Han Jun-yu to focus on preparing for the match against Lim Shun. If it turns into a clumsy game, the VIP will lose interest. He looked confused and said, "Dad, it doesn't matter. I am the only one assigned to supervise Director Kim." The man asked him again, "Who said that?" "What?" He continued clearly, "I assigned you to oversee Manager Kim and gave you the task." "Who said that Manager Kim is under your authority?" Han-jun looked at Jun-gu with a blank expression, realizing that those petty beliefs, uncontrolled violence, and qualities are completely useless for business. "That's why I assigned someone like Manager Kim to you. If you think you've made a wrong judgment, use common sense to dismiss it." He turned to leave, but also reminded him, "I will report to you until the match ends, and you will receive from Manager Kim as I told you before. Just focus on preparing for the fight." Hearing this, his face darkened, and he bowed his head. Manager Kim was smug, encouraging Jun-gu, but in reality, it was a sarcastic tease. "See, Han, good luck with your training." "This bastard, I'll tear you apart when it's over." At the boxing club, Do-hoon's face was drenched in sweat as he couldn't dodge the punches. You throw your fist again just as he was about to, feeling confused inside. Does this make sense? The effect is only with one pill. Do-hun's eyes are full of fear. "I've been preparing for the competition these days. He has many skills, but this is just Jun-gu, who smiles brightly and asks you, 'Hey, son Hun, are you serious about this?' He immediately moved behind you and sneered, 'Don't play such boring tricks. How old are you to think you can beat me?' Right now, the two competitors are continuously fighting. At this moment, Do-hun is on the defensive, continuously pushed back, and he can't help but feel terrified. This is unbelievable. Am I not skilled enough to win? Thinking this, Do-hun was suddenly struck in the side by a powerful blow from his opponent. He immediately lost his balance and collapsed to his knees on the ground. Jae-chun, seeing this, immediately darkened his face and questioned, "What do you think?" "If that's the case, do you think it's enough compared to Han Jun-yu?" he said, laughing contemptuously. Standing aside, John watched the whole story unfold, falling into a moment of silent contemplation. After a while, the girl finally spoke with a sigh. "Chun, are you really drunk? Come on, Do-hun, get down here.
If you face a drug user, you'll get hurt. That's right.
Dohun, with his face pale, nodded and said, "That's right."
At the same time, I secretly thought that he pushed me back like this in boxing, not because I'm a ghost. Is it because I'm not good enough that I lost to a drug user, facing you directly?
John immediately lowered his voice to comfort you, saying, "Don't blame yourself when facing reality because drug users possess powers beyond your understanding. There's nothing else I can do." Down has no choice but to helplessly accept. "Yes, all right." Seeing that, Chun's car standing nearby immediately wondered in confusion. "Nuna, in this situation, why don't I just take some of the illegal substance and fight Han Jun?" Wu responded to him with a cold face, believing that he might have a little hope now thanks to that illegal substance, but in the end drugs will destroy both his mind and body. She will tell him what that destruction feels like right now. "It's not me." Without hesitation, John loudly called out Dong Ho, causing the bystanders to momentarily feel guilty and resentful. "So why is it you again? Are you planning to fight fairly while still having to control your power?" In response, John softly replied, "This time, no more fair fighting." Could he briefly feel a bit hesitant to express that? Hearing that, John once again sneered and laughed, emphasizing that he had defeated him completely, and then he would realize the harm of that substance. At this point, Dong Ho stubbornly refused to back down. "But what about you?" John could only reply coldly and succinctly. "All right, just 80% then." With that decided, Dong Ho quickly took off his shirt, nervously confirming 80%. "Oh, then please stop me if I do something wrong. Hey, Chun, use all your strength to hit me. When I was young, I was often called a hunter of those who use drugs." As he spoke, he happily laughed and stepped forward. "Should I really go all out now?" At the same time, I think to myself that I haven't been hit once by Sun Hun, so I believe it will be worth it. Very quickly after that, Dion Ho excitedly continued, "If you don't go all out, you'll bleed, you bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately punched Chun's car square in the face. "What? No need for any preparation." Standing aside, Dion Ho now looks smug as he taunts. "You surprised? That punch was something I came up with myself, it's called. Do you think you can stop me just by hitting me like that? That was just an ordinary punch. You bastard." After 2 punches, Chu's car was temporarily overwhelmed. Realizing this was not a special move, Dong Ho, despite his dazed appearance, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy and boastfulness. Another drug hunter has been eliminated. "Do you think you could stop it if you hit me like that? An ordinary punch is also a work of art, isn't it? No one can counter it when facing it head-on." As he said that, he sneered with contempt. "Sonun, this is really embarrassing. Someone expected to be a professional volleyball bodyguard was defeated by a drug hunter like this." Standing nearby, John watched and sighed in disapproval. They say the effects of the banned substance decrease as adrenaline levels rise, and it can't end like this. As soon as she finished speaking, the rubber car suddenly sprang up behind, making the scene awkward to listen to. He was momentarily stunned, quickly turned around in horror. "No way you think a rookie can beat me." But in the next second, the Chun vehicle suddenly delivered a deadly blow to Ho's face. Then, in the following seconds, a series of relentless attacks were unleashed one after another. The Chun car had now completely lost its humanity, with its pale, bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent. In a moment, he delivered a knockout blow to Dong Ho. A while later, the scene shifts to a tall building. Here, someone suddenly approached and called out, "Manager Han, where are you going?" Without hesitation, Run Yu coldly replied, "I'm about to go home since it's almost quitting time." At the same time, feeling resentful inside, I secretly thought, this pig. In the end, I have to hand over the work to him. I'm still in a bad situation. I'm angry because they forced me to work. Indeed, back to reality. Tashish is now continuously feigning suspicion. "Yeah, why didn't you leave after 6 o'clock? Everyone still has work to do." "Oh, I see. Fine." Seeing that, Run Yu instinctively thought to himself, "Should I kill this pig's son? I think the company is still operating normally without him." Suddenly, a voice from afar unexpectedly interrupts his train of thought. "Hello, I am from the P marketing team." The other person kept smiling and asked if Manager Gon Hun was here. Hearing this, Tashish couldn't hide his joy and replied, "Oh, so if an unexpected meeting is scheduled after work, what should I do?" He kept complaining that Manager Shin had gone on a business trip and hadn't returned yet. That guy is probably making a living abroad. In response, the other side could only bow in agreement. "You're right. That's why I came today instead of Manager Shin Jung, who quickly smiled and said, 'Nice to meet you.' But I was so busy I forgot to introduce myself. I am the PR of the marketing team. No, I am the most famous, the runner-up. My name is Kim Jung. I have been promoted to department head." Hearing that, Tae-shich instantly burst into a cheerful laugh, looking like a typical office worker. He's truly unique compared to everyone else. As the manager said, it's a wonderful product, truly wonderful. Can you drink soju? Can we go out for a drink after the meeting? Then suddenly, he cheerfully introduced himself, saying, "Hello, I am P from the marketing team, assistant manager Kim Jung," but immediately afterward, Jung was terrified and turned pale. He suddenly remembered some unforgettable memories from the past. Jae Seung hesitated before calling out the familiar name, Han Jun-yu. Standing to the side, Jun-yu looked uncomfortable and continued, "So you used to work for this company, right? This world is really small, isn't it?" In an instant, he pressed close to Jung and threatened him. "Nice to meet you. I guess after the meeting we should have a drink together, right?" The scene shifts to the familiar high-rise building, where the deputy director unexpectedly approaches with a question. "Desung, are you busy right now?" Without hesitation. Diong quickly responded, "Yes, Vice Director," and immediately bowed sincerely. "Don't worry, I'm not busy. Is there anything I need to do, Vice Director?" Hearing this, the Vice Director hesitated for a moment before politely explaining, "There is a management matter to attend to, but he's on a business trip. I need you to go to the support team and attend a meeting right now, but I apologize because it's almost your off-duty time." Hearing that, Jae Sung-dot chuckled happily and accepted. "Of course I can go, Deputy Director. It's just overtime, which is a light task for office workers." At the same time, I secretly scold myself. Damn it, I can't go to jitsu practice today. I really hate working overtime. Seeing this, the Deputy Director, pleased, happily turned away as expected. "Dui-dung, good. I will bring the documents. So please, before he can finish speaking, she cut him off decisively. "Yes, I understand, Vice Director." Young reluctantly took on all the work, feeling like crying inside. "Damn it, I really want to quit. I hate this job. If I win the lottery this week, I'll quit immediately, you guys." A moment later, Young quickly moved to that room and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Kim Jae-sung, assistant head of the marketing team." Facing the person right in front of him, Young's face suddenly turned pale, and he hesitated. Seeing this, Jun-yu quickly responded, "Han Jun-gu, I guess you've been working for this company. This world is quite small, isn't it?" As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Jae Sumo, taunting him, and said, "I'm glad to see you again. Maybe we should go for a drink after the meeting." Seeing that scene, Tae-shich stood to the side, unable to help but feel confused and wonder. "Huh? Do you two know each other?" Hearing this, Run-yu sincerely burst out laughing and admitted, "Yes, we've met a few times by chance," but before he could finish speaking, Tae-shich excitedly cut him off. "Great, perfect, let's end the meeting now and go drinking with Han." This briefly made Jae-seum feel a bit confused and he hesitated before speaking. "Yes, manager, can I go home for a little while before the meeting? I forgot some documents." Hearing that, Tae-shich also reluctantly agreed. "Oh, really? All right, then hurry up and go, I'll have a cup of tea." A pre-arranged word, Young quickly bowed to show his sincerity. "Yes, I'm sorry, I will be back soon." Contrary to his worried appearance, Run-yu now has a cold face and says nothing. He unconsciously smirks. After a while, Khan went into the men's restroom. There, Young was hiding inside one of the stalls. Sitting quietly on the ledge, he looked anxious and thought to himself, "I need to quickly inform them first. Who should I talk to? With Zi-chun. Okay, let him know so everyone is informed." In a moment, Young clenched his fist around the phone, his face scrunched up like a monkey's butt. He might not answer the call, so I should send him a message. Han trembles. Why is he at our company? Can a lone office worker do something like this? Then, for a moment, he was stunned to realize. Han Run, Han. Could it be that they Han share the same family name? President, could he be his illegitimate child? Unless, of course, we don't know for sure yet. So, I will let him know that he's here. At this moment, Run-yu suddenly appeared from above. In a panic, Dia-sung was stunned to see a shadow and turned around to ask, "What are you doing?" Without hesitation, Run-yu on this side burst into an excited laugh. "What do you mean? I'm trying to eliminate unexpected situations." He suddenly leapt down from the bathroom in an instant. Luckily, Young managed to dodge just in time, narrowly escaping death. Unconsciously, he panicked and hurriedly intervened. Wait, hold on, we're still in the company. Let's talk first." "You bastard, I didn't mean to call you that, wait." But before Young could finish his sentence, the opponent suddenly lunged forward. This confused Young and he quickly dodged to explain, "I didn't mean that, you bastard." Seeing this, Jun-ul was a bit surprised and asked, "Are you still an athlete?" Without hesitation, Young honestly admitted, "Yes, then I'm happy." As soon as Jun-yu finished speaking, a barrage of attacks came rushing in, and in an instant Young was kicked out and thrown to the ground. He was lying flat on the ground, trembling with fear as he exclaimed, I failed, and begged desperately. All right, I understand. Han trembled. I know what you want, so stop. At the same time, feeling helpless inside, I silently thought that even if I said that, he wouldn't stop, right? You bastard. Back to reality. Junwoo coldly questions with a serious face. What do you think I want? No more words. Young quickly got straight to the point. I really won't tell you what I saw today. He seriously believes I don't see any benefit in causing trouble within this company, right? You think so, don't you? In response to this, Young stubbornly continues to question him. Is there any reason for me to trust you with such a big risk? Can you really keep your promise? At this point, there's truly no other way. Young was beaten by Tan, despite claiming, that's true, I will invest everything in this company. I just want to pretend I don't notice. I don't even get close to the Chun car. As he spoke, he was trembling inside, secretly thinking that of course it was a lie. Stupid. I will call you as soon as you leave. You crazy. Hearing this, Run Yu couldn't help but laugh for a moment and asked, do you know why cats don't immediately pounce on insects? Which of the two should I answer first? Can you tell me right now? Run Yu immediately responded coldly. They play with it slowly, as if hoping the insect will survive, almost like a game. Seeing that, Young immediately looked puzzled. Aren't you asking me? Why are you answering yourself? Making Junwoo visibly uncomfortable, as if his teeth are clenched. Hearing this, Young was instantly frightened and quickly denied. No, I just answered honestly. Please let me go. At the same time, I secretly thought in disappointment, wasting more time on this fool just by looking at him. If that's the case, as soon as the words finished, he suddenly stood up and tightly hugged his legs. This made Junwoo suddenly laugh in surprise. It was a shocking blow. Lucky bastard. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated. Then, Junwoo launched a full assault, lifting Jae-seong up suddenly, causing him to panic. What? In just a moment, he was forcefully pushed face down onto the floor. In the chaos, Young couldn't react in time and could only scream in pain unconsciously. Seizing the opportunity, Run Yu firmly grabbed his head and shouted, This bastard is too talkative, making Jae-sumo cry out loud. Yeah, speed isn't everything. Even a single strand of hair matters. Actually, I didn't intend to do it in a controlled way. I have a brilliant idea, and it's a good ending for you. Soon, Young was pulled in front of a toilet and faced it, feeling momentarily stunned and confused. No, this is a mistake. Junwoo was now excitedly laughing. So, how did the grafting turn out? Because the accident happened during overtime, it will be classified as a work-related injury, right? Have a nice day. As soon as the words finished, he immediately pressed your head down close to the toilet bowl. Dia couldn't resist, only able to painfully lower his face into the water. And so, he continued to strike relentlessly, believing that everything would be over once you woke up. Junwoo unconsciously smiled cruelly. In a restricted area, Do-gu shouted angrily, You crazy bastard, doing such insane things in the company, and you've also done such disgusting things in the bathroom, haven't you? I was right, you damn chaos-causing bastard. Junwoo didn't care at all. Damn it, I stopped him before he caused more trouble. Do you realize that it's only a matter of time before you and your father are eliminated if I don't do this? He angrily grabs Junwoo by the collar. What exactly are you saying? If you had just followed orders, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. So why did you go to the gym and show yourself? You're still the boss here, just follow orders and stay alive. Junwoo was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he provoked the dog fiercely, a coward sitting in an office and eating what others feed him. Is there anything wrong with being a boss? My greatest achievement in life is being born as my father's first son. That's all. You bastard who annoys him. I shout loudly. What? Say it again, you bastard. Run-gu flicked his hand, let go of the coward, then straightened his shirt. Secretly took him out of the company, or made it look like an accident. That's his job. Don't forget to adjust the hallway. C, C, T, V, if you don't want everything to end together. He sneered. But as for me, I never liked you from the first time I saw you. Look at the crowd following and sneer. Take off your sunglasses indoors and stop being so despicable. What about your clothes? Are you planning to go into fashion modeling? Do you want to attract attention? Stop right there, you bastard. Do whatever you want without facing the consequences. Are you intentionally revealing your private life because you don't believe you can own the company? He's just messing with you, nonsense. Isn't this a sign of your paranoia? I'm not interested in the company, so you can take it. I have to work because of my father. Then he waved goodbye. If it's difficult to handle everything alone, ask your dear manager Kim for help. My father told me to focus on preparing for the game now. Good luck. Du watched his back gradually disappear into the distance, muttering under his breath, "That bastard is digging his own grave." At this moment in the boxing gym, Dion Ho is getting too excited. Sejun notices and lands a quick hook right on his jaw. Because of that perfect punch, Sejun was so excited he was panting. Wow, that was amazing. It's a whole different level. Am I getting hit too much? My vision is gradually blurring. Why do I feel so weak and tired? Soo-hyun said as she was dialing the phone, reminding Sejun. There are consequences to that kind of drug. From now on, the pain is really starting. Sejun. She calls the person on the other end. Oh, Joseph, tell me right now where the boxing gym is. Sejun is here. Why? Suddenly, her expression changed. The pharmacy. Okay, got it. Wait for me a moment. After making the call, she turned to everyone and said, Storm Lake, that's enough. Stop now. Sejun, change your clothes and come out. I think you need to go to the hospital immediately. Sejun, still looking like a junkie with his eyes spinning, asked, Why do we suddenly have to go to the hospital? I'm fine. Shion muttered with a pout, not the one who should come out and wash up quickly. Scene shifts to the hospital. The doctor came out to say the surgery was successful, and we did everything we could, but I can't say when he'll wake up. I can't give a definite answer because I was too shocked to see his face. At the same time, Sejun and his group also rushed over. Jong-ho looked sad and called out when he saw them. Sejun, he's here. The broad-faced man walks over sweating. Dung, how is Daesung doing? How serious was his injury that he had to undergo surgery? Is he okay after the operation? Is that right, Dae? Can I see Daesung's face? Dong-ho said the doctor told him he needs to rest now, so we can only look at him from outside. It's not life-threatening, but it might take some time for him to wake up. Sejun looked at the hospital bed, voice trembling. Did this happen inside Young's company? He replied, Huh? No, I heard that a passerby said he was somewhere outside the company. Do you know anything? Sejun gasped and replied, No, I don't know. Just then, Sejun's phone suddenly rang. It looks like you just finished a shower. Sejun glanced at his phone. Do I have a message? Who could it be? Looking at the screen, his mind gradually became confused. Hyung, what happened to Hyung? What's going on with Hyung? Returning to the present, Hajin, overwhelmed with fear, collapses to her knees. Jong-ho sees this and shouts, Hajin, are you okay? Everyone instinctively looked towards Hajin, tears streaming down her face. Why? Why is it happening again? Maybe they did it again this time? Dion-ho crouched down to comfort her and said, That's not the right way to think. Hajin, I heard that his surgery was successful, so please wait a moment. Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. He looked up at Sejun. Hajin needs to lie down for a while and rest. Sejun, are you okay? Seeing how tense your face was, I hesitated and even felt a bit scared. Soon observes everything, and this is getting worse and worse. It's definitely not a coincidence. It's 99.9% the work of those damn bastards. But why? Why would they attack someone with no direct connection to this issue at this moment? She frowned. John, I heard you can protect Hajin and teach Sejun how to fight. What kind of work are you doing in America if we meet in the future? Suddenly, her phone rang. Huh? At the chemical plant, Jia-san is calling Hyun. Are you insulting me? You can criticize me more. I called you quickly because I know about Sejun's medication. Your face has a few bloodstains and you repeat. What will happen if you stop taking the medication immediately? Yes, he will lose muscle quickly, so he won't be able to control his body. The scumbag's face is pressed against the table as he pleads desperately. It's very dangerous if he stops taking the medicine immediately because he has speech deterioration symptoms. You must reduce the dosage gradually. You have to gradually reduce the dosage and stop using it. This seems to have worse consequences than other drugs after use. He agrees with Su Huan and says that if you completely stop using the drug, you may experience muscle loss and speech deterioration, making it impossible to control your body. Please monitor him from a distance until I return to Korea. I will look into it myself to see if there are any other treatment options. The fact that local drug dealers know about this new medicine must be the reason it's making its way into the United States. Please, and I promise I will repay you someday. It won't be long. Is there anything else? Suddenly, Shu Hu mentioned Jizung. Huh? What? What? Who's in the hospital? Really? And what about Hajin? All right, okay, I'll contact you later. He sighed tiredly after hanging up. Now the second round begins. I want to kill someone right now, but I can't kill him because he's in Korea. That's why I'm going to kill some of those bastards right now. Jia-san casually picks up an axe from the ground, his face grim with murderous intent. That person can hurt you if you don't answer my question. So my first question is it possible to find or create a cure for this new drug? The guy shouted in fear. Wait a moment, Jia-san, you crazy man. Act like a human. If you do that, you won't get any answer at all. He's very calm, like a human. The bug is pretending to be a human. What happens next? That method doesn't work like that anymore, but recently it has been effective with what I did on your right hand. This time I'm thinking of using your left hand to carry out this conversation. All right. As soon as the blow was swung, the guy's face went pale and he confessed, "Wait a moment, wait a damn second." Jia-sun smirks devilishly. "Are you trying to remember this axe? It cut off your right arm. Does it bring back any memories?" "Have fun then." And then he laughed mischievously as he swung the axe forcefully at him. The tattooed man broke out in a cold sweat and shouted loudly, "All right, stop it." "Hey, stop!" The guy started to confess. "I remember the first question I had was whether someone could come up with a cure." Jia-sun pretended to be clueless.
Really? I was about to cut it off before hearing your answer.
"But unfortunately, I think you should take me to see that person." By the second sentence, "Do you know how this new drug made its way into the United States?" He trembled and replied, "I can find out. But these days both police and civilians are involved in drug dealing, so it takes time to find the exact route." Jia-sun didn't want to waste time and set a deadline. How long? 30 minutes? Hearing him set such an outrageous deadline, the guy could only curse inwardly. Even I haven't gone to the bathroom in 30 minutes. The crazy one then spoke. "Give me a week." Jia-sun closes his eyes and pretends not to know. 3 days. If I don't get any information after 3 days, what will happen? I will definitely find you. No matter where you hide, I will cut everything from your body. You know, right? If you do, then move quickly. Sam's face is a little tearful inside. This bastard. I have to live in this room because of someone else. I hope you're miserable, you bastard. Jia-sun leaves after finishing his work. Seeing the morning sunlight shining through the door, Jia-sun feels its brilliance. Is there anything else? Sorry, you must be Jae-sun, right? A pervert blocking the way spoke up. A VIP is looking for you. Please follow me immediately, the man ordered firmly.
At the fast food restaurant, a black car arrives and Jae-sun steps out with the pervert. "Here it is. I guess sometimes you still listen to me," he asked, and Ja-sun replied, "What's going on?" He gave a thorough warning. "Before you go in, listen to me carefully. I don't know why the VIP is looking for you, but I only remember one thing. From now on, we have the right to kill you immediately if you show any threatening behavior, like putting your hand in your pocket. So be careful with your actions, even the smallest ones, all right? Jason." Sun irritably said, "You talk too much, but you were looking for my body earlier, weren't you? I understand what you're saying, so please don't boast that someone important is here when you walk into the restaurant." "It's me," the president greeted when he saw him. "Jia-sun, it's been a long time since we last met." Jia-sun respectfully replied, "It's been a while. Are you well? I wonder if he would agree to meet with me. I have many requests." The president transitions scenes at the port transfer area. Jong-ho opens the key to a storage box. Then he shouted loudly, "Is anyone here?" Chef Kim and team leader Kang. "Is anyone here?" Dong-ho sighs. "I will let you go. If you are still alive, raise your hand. Is team leader Kang here? Is team leader Kang here?" "So you're not here either?" A battered man inside the box calls out. "I'm here. I'm leader Kang." He pouted and looked at the person inside. "Huh? Finally, I found you coming and eating rice porridge with me. Are you willing to talk now?" Hearing there was food, he crawled out, mouth watering. "I will tell you everything." At the same time, in the resting area, Sejun was so shocked that his limbs went limp and he curled up under the blanket. Soo-hyun couldn't speak anymore. Wait a little longer. Dong-ho is getting the medicine. Currently, there is no cure. So we will adjust the dosage of the new medication and gradually reduce it. The symptoms will become milder. John will find a way soon. He trembled and asked, "Hajin, how is she? Is she okay?" Hajin replied, "That glasses-wearing friend is taking good care of her, and Joseph is always there too. Now, take care of your body first. You need to be healthy before you can protect someone." Then she started rambling again, and the last time I saw Lee Yangun, I also mentioned Han Jun's younger brother. They said he looks like a Chabon, and the investigators are looking into this. So I told them to stay calm and wait. If it hurts too much while resting, call me and go to the hospital. She opened the door and went out, leaving Sejun to rest alone. "Understood, thank you." He trembled as he thought about the past. Han Jun's part-time brother-in-law insults cows. Jung Hyung sent a message saying that our company might be involved just before he was beaten, right? Jung works for a big company. Combining the clues, there is only one reason to target Jung at this time. Jung, Hansun Yu, and his part-time brother all work for that company. Sejun's face at that moment looked terrifying. Sejun was lost in his thoughts. So Hansun Yu, is he the illegitimate child of the company owner or something? He must have gone through a serious family conflict. Because they are not the leaders, you have to step on them harder and more forcefully. What if I tell Suyeon Nuna or the investigators what I know?
It will also take a lot of time to find solid evidence, right? And Chan already has connections with the police. Even if evidence is found and an arrest warrant is issued, by then they will have found another way to escape. Just like Trash Licky Seo did when that happened to Hajin. But now there is one thing that is certain. Back then, I wasn't the same person I am now, at the boxing gym where Hun was training tirelessly for the upcoming exam. His fists were so fast and solid that the punching bag was almost ready to rest. Seun appearing from behind and praising him must be quite heavy. Do you think you'll become a professional boxer if you keep going like this? Do Hyun chuckled awkwardly. I should create a disadvantage for you because you think I don't realize. No way. His face was sweating as he pondered. She's really serious. Are you kidding me? Seun, how is it? Will it be okay if he keeps taking the medicine? Soo-hyun looked sad and replied, it's not okay because the medicine really drains his body. It's only a temporary solution to prevent him from collapsing immediately. Then, changing the subject, she asked if I remembered when Jia-san paid off your family's debt. Of course I could never forget. I will be grateful for that. My whole life Jia-san has always been like that. He's been like that for a long time. The words he said, I will definitely protect you. No matter what happens, he cares deeply about those around him and helps me stand up without falling. Soo-hee smiled warmly to reassure them. So don't worry, Sejun and Hajin will also have a happy ending. Hearing that, you feel a bit calmer inside. That's right. Don't let those around you fall apart. All right, it sounds comfortable and wonderful. At the same time, I hear footsteps outside the door. Turns out it's a cough. You go in and shout, Auntie, give Sejun the medicine. They gave it to me to give to you. The team leader or that person we took from there. He made sure that the ingredients of that kind of medicine were the same as before, and Soo-hyun slightly praised him. Good job. Sejun is resting now, so I will do it later. You should practice boxing with Sun Jun. Hearing this, he immediately got goosebumps. No, sister, I've been working somewhere else without even eating rice. Why are you so eager to help me? Suddenly, Sejun appeared behind him, looking stunned. Hey, I can start training right now. Dong-ho's heart skipped a beat as his face contorted in shock. Demon, you crazy bastard, I almost had my heel touch your face. Sejun's sweat dripped as he shouted, Thank you, brother in the sky. Seeing you tired, he spoke more softly. Really? But do you feel okay? You look like a corpse. Sejun groaned each word. Yes, I can handle it. Then I turned to Soo-hyun and said, Sister, I still have the strength to fight. I'm ready. Seeing the young man's face like he's been constipated for 5 days, she reluctantly agrees. All right, we'll do it now. Dong-ho, let's begin. I'll only give you a small dose, so don't vomit unless you want to spit it out. And so a few days later, Solwoon and Hajin went to a street food stall. He asked worriedly, Are you okay? Don't worry, are you hungry? Let me take the last shot. She reached out her hand to invite me. I've taken all the photos. Now just eat. I don't understand you. Why did you suddenly take pictures of the food like that? You usually don't like taking photos. Hajin happily looks at the screen. I will send it to Mr. Jung. Why did you email someone without even waking up from bed? If I keep sending him photos, he'll usually go crazy. Do you think he'll wake up if he's feeling angry? Hajin asks for his opinion. Sejun remains silent in response. Maybe it will happen soon. He will wake up, smile, and say silly things again like before. Suddenly, her voice was heavy. So please stop, Lehman. I feel very scared and anxious every day. I wonder if he could suddenly appear one day like Jung. Hajin continued. Don't ever talk about ending things with your own hands, and please leave before it causes you more harm. And honestly, it still terrifies me. My hands and feet tremble just thinking about being involved with those people. Sejun said firmly that he heard from Suyeon's sister that the family would return soon, and that he was looking for a way to end all of this. Until then, let's each try to endure in our own way. At a grand company, the scene shifts to the reception hall, and Sejun approaches and says, Hello, I would like to pick up some items. Hello, how can I help you? I am a family member of Kim Da-dung, the assistant manager of the communications and public relations team. He was injured in an accident, and I am here to pick up some belongings from the company. He forced a smile and replied, I contacted the company beforehand, so please check again. The staff member immediately understood and said, You mean Kim Da-dung's assistant manager from the marketing and public relations team, right? Please wait a moment. A moment later, she said, Yes, it has been confirmed that his family is visiting today. Take the elevator to the 20th floor and ask about assistant manager Kim Chae-dung. He bowed politely. Yes, thank you. Have a good day. Soon concealed his hostility, but his eyes revealed a murderous intent like a madman. In the office, someone shouted, Han department head, isn't it finished yet? I told you I needed that data before I went out to work today. Why are you so slow? Jun Gu-han snapped irritably. You couldn't send it to me at least a day, an hour before. The manager frowned, noticing his expression seemed disrespectful. Hey Jun-gu-han, why do you talk so much? Do you hate working? So what will you do now? You can only earn that kind of salary if you keep going like this. He had no choice but to tuck his tail between his legs. No apology. Almost done. I will send it to you in 10 minutes. He enjoys the feeling of trampling on Junu. Just treat him like a dog, and that will keep him quiet at work. Pretty good, huh? Watching alone would be a waste. When he suddenly saw someone standing outside asking questions, the manager looked out and responded. That's right, what brought you here? Jun-gu looks on. What now? His face is all scrunched up like a boiled egg. Why are you here? Why are you here? Seun laughs, takes off his hat, and presses his bloodthirsty face close to yours. I finally found you. At last, I have found the dog I've been searching for all this time. Jun-gu-han hesitated. Why you? Sechun quickly asked a series of questions. Why are you surprised? Didn't you predict this? Were you the one who brought me here? His eyes were blank and stunned. What? What? Has Kim Da-dung not woken up yet? I thought he would ride as soon as he woke up, but his expression changed from shock to utter horror. I also checked Kim Da-dung's phone at that time. Could it be? He recalls the moment he was caught just before being beaten, sending a message and leaving a clue. In that brief moment, he saw himself. The message to Lim Se-chun hadn't been deleted yet. Then Jun-gu hurriedly rewound and deleted it. Did he make a quick decision and delete the chat room? Delete the evidence. Delete it with my balls. There are Hansen and Gretel, idiot. After a moment of thought, he muttered a few times. So, there are really situations like this that are just great. A middle-aged staff member passing by casually asked out of curiosity what's going on. Why is this student smiling so strangely? Who is this student? But strangely, you knew I was here. He stood up, his shoulders still trembling, and asked why the car had come alone. There are many police and adults around ready to help you, right? Jun-gu closed his eyes calmly and said, I think I know why you want me to guess. Chun's car hesitated. He opened his eyes with a mocking and contemptuous look because he was afraid of losing his personal revenge. Is that right? Chun's car didn't say much before crashing into his face. Jun-gu's face was twisted in pain, blood pouring from his nose like a stream. Bon shouted, his scream shaking the entire room. Everyone shouted in panic. Over there they were stunned as if they couldn't believe it. What's going on? Who is that? Did he beat Mr. Han? Chun-isi's eyes narrowed coldly because Dui-dung realized he was really here and did hit someone, even inside the company. Jun-gu Han sat on the ground, holding his face and saying, If you're ready, then fine. I guess you're full of confidence now that you feel better. His eyes are filled with bloodshot veins, grinding his teeth in anger as he replies. So because it's his family's business, he can do whatever he wants. Is your family from some crazy movie or something? But that fierce look quickly turned into nothing. But what can I do? Today's students are incredibly rude because they're not punished. A hesitant old man steps in. Wait a minute, student, what did you just say? Your family's company? Did I hear that wrong or something? Chun's car calmly said, The chairman of this company, Mr. Han, right? I heard something and checked. It sounds the same. He couldn't hold back his trembling. What? What are you talking about? In Korea, there's not just one or two people named Han. He looked over at Junu, Deputy Director Han. No, this can't be right. It doesn't make sense. What is this student doing? He's saying strange things. Take him outside. He still respectfully bowed his head and replied, I'm sorry, my brother has a mental illness and I know him. You don't need to worry about him. Then he turned to him and said, Chun-se, there are many people watching here, so please listen carefully when I speak politely. Chun turned around and sneered. Look at this guy. He's scared but still tries to act calm to get away. I don't know what's happening, but you're being forced to work here right now. I believe your weakness is related to this company, which is why I came here myself. The madman said loudly, raising his head, Thank you to the office staff for all your efforts. Are you interested in what's happening? I will explain everything clearly. Then he pointed at him and said in English that his brother is the boss of this company. The old boss standing nearby froze in place. Rungu frowned. Are you crazy? A female employee exclaimed in shock. Really? Manager Han is truly amazing. Some people behind are whispering, no way. How did Han's assistant manager get hired for this job? What is his motive? It's a familiar connection, but I'm not sure right now. I don't remember meeting anyone before. Jun-gu awkwardly shifts his feet and waves his hands trying to explain. My younger brother, whom I have known very well since childhood, is suffering from hallucinations. He is currently receiving treatment, and I will take him to the hospital now. Please forgive the noise and take care of your health, but the car won't stay quiet. He shouted again. This guy is a violent criminal,
attacking minors, filming illegally, drug trafficking, and his father is also the chairman of this company.
Jun-gu immediately lost his temper, grabbing his collar and warning him, "Stop right there, you brat." Do you think people will believe such baseless and unverified stories? He becomes even more frantic, veins bulging in his eyes. Checking the facts. Do you think this is a courtroom? All I'm doing is planting a question in these people's minds. Every word spoken was like 1,000 eyes staring directly at Junu. How much longer until everyone in this building realizes he's a despicable criminal? The more I speak, the more excited I get. I'll tell them exactly what this trash really is. I don't know what you're planning or trying to achieve with it. The ending will never go the way you want. His face close to mine, he said, "Because I, Hanungu, have no reason to take care of myself anymore since you've already soaked in dirty water." The kid was so furious his veins bulged. This bastard must have hit his head somewhere. Luckily, I lost my temper after taking the medicine. "Hans Runu, are you out of your mind?" He said in a deep voice, "I told you to go to work to learn how to work and control your emotions. In the company bathroom, you beat someone from the company into a coma." Jun-gu bowed his head, trying to defend himself. Considering that situation, I think the fastest and most effective way is for that employee to let Lim Si-chun or his group know that I am working at this company. He continued, "From Vice President Han-du to his father, it's only a matter of time before they find out we're involved," but he just calmly said, "What can they do if they find out?" He seems a bit confused. He gently points out that such rumors are just things for people to nibble on for a while. Then they will also stay silent when the sweetness fades. He turned back with a frown and said, "And when the media and police advise that they use fake data to justify the truth, people will accept it. Everyone tries to uncover the truth, but do you know why they fail?" His tired, cold eyes and furrowed brows give him an unapproachable aura. Uncovering the truth requires time and money, which also means personal and private funds. He stood up straight, and Unton advised Jungu, "Do we really want to use our personal money to investigate the truth about other people's lives? Every move he makes is precise and professional. If the media and police say so, we simply accept it as the truth. So you don't need to worry about acting immediately. In the end, it's a reminder that the more sensitive you are, the more you get infected. There are many doubts about whether that is true or not. Remember what your father is saying." Jungu tiredly exhaled. "Don't get excited." He suddenly loosened his grip on Chun's collar and said, "So what should I do here? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Get out before the security guards catch you." Zechun, seeing this, shouted even louder. Kim Dui-dung, head of the company's advertising and marketing department, was attacked by Vice President Hanzun. He was currently in danger. The vice president and the company's chairman are trying to hide this truth. When he spoke, a quick punch was thrown. Trash like this is polluting the city. They should be eliminated. The powerful punch sent him stumbling backward, and Jun-gu, still furious, grabbed his head and kept hitting. I tried to hold back, but it was no use. "Is this what you wanted?" He grabbed Chun's head and slammed it down onto the floor. Jun-gu, both angry and excited, asked, "How is it? You bastard, do you like it?" The face of the Chun-car pressed against the shattered floor trembles violently. He slightly turns his head to the side, half of his face increasingly crazed, smiling eerily at Junu. "Yeah, that's what I want." "All right, remember what I am saying." He stood straight and said, "The previous factory explosion was the first, and this is the second time an employee has fallen into a coma, right?" Jungu's father directly admitted, "2 mistakes have been made, only one more chance to ignore the errors we have caused. Fortunately, your father was able to assess the situation immediately and prevent it from getting worse. But he clearly pointed out that, on the other hand, the problem was caused by your lack of attention to detail. You should have realized that if the child's close friend works for our company, right?" Jungu had nothing to say, only able to utter a word. "I'm sorry, he only gave advice. For now, stay silent and focus on your training. This is your last chance." Gentle but full of warning. The father's leniency ends here. Do it again. You must be prepared for your mistakes. A tall building stands in the middle of the bustling city. Everyone in the office was stunned. "Deputy Director Han, what should we do to stop them?" Sechun, still grinning, "Here it is." Jun-gu was helpless before him. "Are you laughing?" "You're completely addicted." His arm trembles as if trying to exert more force. "Are you so drunk that you can't control yourself? Today I'll just have you lie next to your vegetable friend." "You bastard!" Hearing that, the car's suspension became even more frantic. "You're screaming, really? Hurry up. Deputy Director Han, our deputy director won't be able to work anymore after this, am I right? He no longer even has a threatening image. This kid is really digging his own grave. I think it's cute when I joke around with you, but this has gone too far." His eyes dark with resolve as he says, The security team is coming because of the chaos. But before they arrive, I will handle this for myself. The rubber car suddenly launched a surprise attack at the critical spot. What the hell is this dog? Wait a moment. He chuckled excitedly.
What is this, you bastard? An attack on the weak spot?
The rubber car ruthlessly strikes his vulnerable spot once again. Goodbye. The descendant of Han Jun, Yu Jun-gu, was panting heavily in tension. He was lucky to catch your attack, which is the only reason he managed to hold his ground. Damn it, this isn't right. Chun's car couldn't attack and then taunted. So this is the level of an athlete? Looking at that reaction speed, both of their hands are trembling with tension. He repeated once more. He blocked it. It's a pity, your face is dark and full of murderous intent. Do you understand now? I don't consider trash like you to be human. Chun She quickly pushed him away and charged forward like the other's courtesy. Chun She stared blankly with wide, expressionless eyes at him. Don't count on that, you lunatic. From now on, I'll help you lie deep in the ground. Jun-gu also did not back down and replied, Do you think you can't do it? I heard you're pretty good at using drugs, but I'm not sure about this. He grabbed the motorcycle helmet and knocked him out, catching him off guard. He used a flying am combined with an uppercut. Clenching his teeth, he leaned forward, but Hans trembled and said, I've changed. He kept praising silently. The effectiveness of this drug is incredible. I can't explain such power. What is this? What is Mr. Kim Bet doing that the effects of the medicine activate well when his body accepts them? Chun-shi successfully lifts Jun-gu high and asks, Are you sure about your father's company's building? If it breaks, he will slam Jun-gu down to the ground, and he will groan in pain. At this point, Se-chun added, Don't ask me for money later. Ask your father to fix it, and I have already spent all my petty cash from the beginning. The old employee nearby hurried over. Hey, you student, stop right now. This is a company. This is not a place to fight. He looked up calmly and said, I'm sorry, but there's probably a reason I have to do this here. Please understand me. Suddenly, Run-gu asked, Are you the previous manager? His head tilts back with a blank stare, warning that if he intervenes without understanding the situation, he will be beaten and killed. What are you talking about? Vice President Hanan. I am your boss. This is a company. He closes his eyes and continues to speak calmly. What exactly is wrong with you? Does this guy want to blow up and die? It's really bad not to understand what's going on around you. Jun-gu kicked hard, pushing the cart away. Get out of the way. The manager kept asking, Han Jun-gu, what the hell did you just say? He stood up with a dark face and told the old man that based on the situation around him, he said, If you can't do it, I won't be able to hold myself back. Then he threatened again, making the manager tremble. I had asked earlier if this fat piece wanted to break apart and die, so why is there a problem? The expression on his face twists. Look at this, manager. We still don't have a good feeling about each other. Don't blame me for no reason, just stay out of this. This is my final warning. Suddenly, a rubber band shot forward, hitting him hard on the head and scolding this loser. You raise your voice to scold him. That's not how you talk to an adult, and someone who can't do their job properly should show some respect, shouldn't they? The manager nervously looks at you and advises, Student, stop right now and leave. I will try to stop Vice President Han before something serious happens. Jun-gu's face darkened, his voice growing more irritated. Why don't you understand what I'm saying? I thought I already told you. He is holding a laptop and suddenly appears from behind him. Stay there and stay silent. He turned back in utter horror. What is Deputy Director Hanan doing? Jun-gu's voice, cold and uncontrolled, echoes out. Who are you? I've been applying since before, you bastard. As the computer crashed down, the manager hurriedly shouted for help. Someone? Blood like raindrops filled the office. The manager, terrified, held his head. My head. Jun-gu looked at him and said, Do you still think this will help you? Chun, why do you believe the staff here will testify for you? What is your ability? Yes, I can't follow you forever. But when did the police arrive behind Junu? At least they could take out a half-dead man named Han Jun-yu, caught in the act as a special attacker. After giving the injection to the car, it's done. Sister Nuna just reminded him, but his face shows little concern. After the injection, his body trembles, and he's sweaty and looks exhausted. Take a deep breath. Now, everything will get better. If Hajin sees your face, she'll panic, so rest if you don't want to get beaten. Yes, thank you, sister. And she said this while pinching the corners of her eyes and then continued the conversation. I'm just saying this as a precaution. Do you know Detective Jiang Huangxi? He always follows the rules and works in a difficult way. If you know something we don't hide it, just share it. Even difficult missions can be accomplished to some extent if we work together. This happens when you keep trying to solve problems alone without asking for help and eventually break down. As he spoke, Se-chun's face was still sweating, as if he was deep in thought, becoming miserable and searching for the reason for his failure elsewhere. So whatever happens, reach out to those around you and fight together. There's nothing wrong with fighting together. She then left, reminding Chun's car of a few things. I'm leaving now, so relax a bit and your face will return to normal. Everyone at home is worried about you. At a large company, a group of people are gathered talking about something, and at least Han Run, the scumbag, can be dragged into it. Yu, the one hiding in his father's arms, emerges as if caught committing a serious crime. Jun Yu found it quite confusing when he heard this, and a young man immediately shouted out loud, "What? What? That doesn't make any sense. We are the police and have a report about an attack that happened in the company. Are you okay, student? Has your head been completely damaged?" Dohan shouted loudly, spreading his arms to the sides, and said, "Everyone saw the footage from your camera, right? We have collected the images. You can't say anything more." In a place filled with computer screens, Dong Hun is talking to the staff there along with Sao Hun. This is a barrier to justice. Don't talk nonsense. Just give me the exact file from that scene. I can't guarantee what will happen if I find out you provided the wrong file, because the friend beside me used excessive force to enforce discipline more than necessary. Criminals, accomplices, and others have a long history of being broken by her. What? Hyun immediately laughed and rested his chin on the man's shoulder, making him panic and sweat. Try to be a little mischievous. I really want to find an excuse because I've been kind all this time. No, I'll give it to you right now. Suddenly, Hung Shi approaches with handcuffs, holding them in front of Run Yu, making him a bit panic-stricken. Now, Run Yu, I will arrest you for assault. You have the right to remain silent and to have a lawyer. Raise your hand and put on the handcuffs. They will click and fit perfectly. Do you know that setting a trap is illegal? You know the law very well, so listen carefully. There is a complaint that Kim De-dong, an employee of this company, was assaulted inside the organization. Then Hung Shich angrily shouted. Then Jun Yu also put on handcuffs. There are reports that he mysteriously disappeared after seeing Han Jun-gu that day. So, how can we determine if a criminal environment exists for someone like you with enough intent, or if a sting operation that provides an opportunity can be considered legal? I really don't know, but weren't you suspended? That will be a big problem, that's right, but I'm back. You don't know, you're really stupid. So, I mean, this time it won't be easy to escape. Chun suddenly clutched his head in pain and stood up. Run Yu saw that and asked, "What's going on?" Hai Ung-shich helped Chun and told everyone to call an ambulance. "Student, wake up. The ambulance will arrive immediately. Have you called 119 yet? When will the ambulance arrive?" Chun She then stood up and spoke to Hung Shich. "Detective, is this enough? We've caused quite a bit of damage to that missile island, haven't we?" That is the first half of a new beginning. Detective Na even went to retrieve footage from the security cameras. So it was quite successful, but are you really okay? You don't need to do that. It's okay, I just feel a little dizzy. I would feel better if I ate a tamen. And it's best to do it once and for all so there will be no more victims and no more repeats. There's nothing wrong. I will apologize once everything is settled. After the two of them finished speaking, Run Yu turned around and smiled, which made Hyung Shich a bit angry, his face darkening slightly and his expression gradually revealing itself. "Detective, the person in charge, Kim De-dong, earlier, they seem to see me as a suspect in that attack, but it looks like they don't have solid evidence. You can ask Kim De-dong directly about what was happening at that time, but I don't think you can do that. Maybe he can't speak." He's smiling while the con artist is being detained. Smile more now because there will be fewer and fewer things to laugh about from now on. Yes, I hope Deputy Manager Kim De-dong will wake up soon so I can be freed from my injustice. Who is the one directing us to guard this place 24 hours? 24 hours a day. I don't know, but I heard that the patient in the hospital room is a victim of an attack, and if he wakes up, the defendant will face charges. They ordered us to stand guard at the entrance because they suspect something might happen to the patient. It's not like I'm watching a movie. I'm tired. If I stay awake all night, I'll be exhausted for 2 days. We are short-staffed, but they aren't hiring more. I can't even go to the bathroom, right? We are also human, so we need to use the bathroom too. I will protect him. I will come back soon. I've been holding myself back for quite a while. No problem. Stay calm. After speaking, he turned his face and was immediately startled to see the back of a tall young man. The security guard was startled and stammered, "Oh, what are you doing?" A tall figure responded in a deep voice. "Is this the hospital room of patient Kim Chae-dong?" The scene shifts to the door of the room being closed. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, letting light into the dark room, and then the room returned to its original quiet, shadowy state. Next to Kim De-dong's bed, a man suddenly appeared. He softly said, "Well, the name I just mentioned. while pressing his phone, confirming the face. He looked at his bloodshot pupils, raising his hand while muttering. Third, the patient's name is Kim D. So, check the face. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward to strangle Kim Da-dung to death. Just as he was quietly moaning in pleasure, a deadly punch suddenly appeared and swung straight at his face. Aeon clenched his jaw and delivered a powerful punch to one side of his face. How can I catch a pest here? He's sick, and from now on he will have to be quarantined. He knelt down in front of the guy and threatened him. What do I have to do to you first? Yes. The masked man was still stunned by the punch from Jae-sun just now. He whimpered and stammered, begging him. Wait a moment, it seems there is a misunderstanding.
Listen to me, I don't accept his plea. Jae-sun's expression was not only unpitying, but even more contemptuous, as he asked what he misunderstood and told him to prepare for what's coming. Faced with his arrogant reply, the masked man was momentarily speechless, and Jae-sun could only continue speaking. What he just said, I don't accept that. He's like a fish on a chopping board now, only able to obediently bark like a dog.
Seeing no other way, he took off his baseball cap and revealed that he was a girl. She trembled as she begged Jae-sun for a little forgiveness. I'm just a student. Someone told me to do this. It's just that I was wrong, and it didn't stop there, she quickly continued, while Jae-sun continued to stand there silently, staring at her in a terrifying silence. And I am a girl, right? Please don't hit me. Karma will catch up with you. Jae-sun looked at her indifferently and replied that on the battlefield, women and children would not be killed as long as they surrendered, but my final mission taught me an important lesson. Do you know what it did? As soon as I finished speaking, my eyes widened and a sinister smile appeared on my face. Monsters have no age or gender. The lessons learned on the battlefield have engraved in him that monsters like you should be burned to death. That's all I know. Realizing there's no way out, she turned and cursed him straight to his face. Even though she is trembling and shivering as if the dark wind has blown behind her, she says, Hey, you're really disgusting, you damn monster. Aren't those old men picking their noses the ones who made us live in this damn world? The more she spoke, the more her face twisted into a terrifying shape. You have made us like this. You who claim to be adults, and yet there is one thing you don't know. Since when did someone with a hood also appear behind Jae-sun? I don't know anything, but he could be a savior for her. I immediately raised my voice and replied, Do you really think I'm the only one here today? Seeing her lifeline, she happily laughed out loud and shouted in the man's face. Hey, you came here for drugs, right? I'm not sure if this guy is a cop, but he's protecting Kim Da-dung, so I can't kill him. I'll kill him right now. Right. Seeing the criminal happy to see him, he stepped back, confused, and asked, What are you talking about? Turns out it's no stranger. It's Brain. He looked at her with a confused expression and then turned to ask John, What is this drug addict talking about? Jae-sun, why are you smiling at me? It makes me feel sick. At this moment, she still couldn't accept that he was on Jae-sun's side. Even though her body was trembling uncontrollably, she stammered, Maybe he's a foreign assassin, bigger than I thought. Hey, kill him, do you understand? Jason's son had long lost patience and turned to blame the heavens and earth at Brain. That's just empty talk. Drug addicts often say, Do you think there's any difference in Korea? Is it finished outside yet? How many people have arrived? He didn't take long to remember, just a quick glance, and he answered him. There are only a few people outside. Acting like women, right? Just as he said, the opponents had already fallen to the ground and lost their ability to fight back. And the Korean police had also discovered them. One of them still managed to shout out, Help! I've finished, and left it for the Korean police to handle. She quickly realized her situation and could only wonder in her mind what is going on. What the hell is going on? Are these two guys in cahoots? Done? I'll take that shameless face and tell Jae-sun. Yeah, sir. I was drunk and confused. I kept rambling. Not letting her finish her sentence, Jae-sun kept slapping her while she kept rambling about her addiction issues. Just after the first shot, he was about to fire a few more to wake her up. He always said that besides harming others, those who carry out petty actions after someone's death leave no room for reflection. As soon as he finished speaking, the second punch like a thunderclap hit her face. The crisp sound from Korea could be heard clearly all the way to Vietnam. No chance to fight back. I can only whimper like that starving dog being beaten to pieces in a dark alley of the Indian slums in the 1980s. Not letting her face cool down, the next slap continued to hit her head as Jae-sun, full of energy, kept hitting and speaking. These cancerous dogs are right in front of me. The sharp sounds of slaps and hits echo continuously in the patient's room. Along with Jae-sun's cold words, she must be beaten to death. I feel refreshed. Seeing that she had already lost consciousness, he finally stopped and began to speak casually. Death is too gentle for criminals like you. Your suffering will be much longer. With his sharp gaze, he begins to craft her final story. So now you will live in a world full of similar trash. I will make you rot there longer than you deserve. Let's put John's story aside for now and move to Hanzunu's interrogation cell at the Korean police station. By now it was almost completely dark, and the lights were gradually fading. At this moment, in the interrogation room, there were Detective Hyung-shich and Hansungu. Officer Hyung-shich was the first to speak, but Hanungu responded with a look of boredom. Yes. Hyung-shich, when faced with such treatment, showed no signs of being pleased at all. He sneered back at him, sitting upright and saying, "You got caught red-handed. Do you think an experienced lawyer can erase your crimes?" Jungu seemed to be terrified, but instead he appeared unfazed and met that gaze with a calm response. "What did you say?" "That student infiltrated the company and tried to ruin someone's life. He wants me to be fired from the company." The police also didn't give up and presented the evidence he had painstakingly collected. "You hit someone in the head with a computer screen and now his head is bleeding. Do you think you can get away with this by just going home?" "That's true. No matter how much Jungu tries to hide it, the truth will eventually come out." Hyung-shich added, "Even if you try to deceive, you must handle the situation properly. You idiot, at that time you kidnapped a Korean police officer and beat me up at your house. He even went on to say that you've done so many bad things you've completely forgotten, right?" Jungu, hearing this, couldn't take it anymore. He scoffed and continued, "Hey, detective." As soon as he finished speaking, he faced Hyung-shich with a smug attitude and said, "Today is the first time we meet. What are you talking about?" "Why are you talking about something completely unrelated to me?" Hyung-shich was quite surprised, but instead, he was interested and thought that you're not naive enough to be led astray by this investigation, right? After a moment of pondering the situation, he continued, "You think we're joking? Let's see how long you can run away." He continued to reveal to Jungu, a former member of the national jiu-jitsu team, Mr. Jang Jungu. Seeing the subject's face show a clear change, he pressed his advantage. "You changed your last name, didn't you? Permission is rarely granted without a specific reason, and supporting documents are hard to come by, especially for people like you who tend to act violently." Since being mentioned, Jungu said nothing else. He just sat silently listening to everything Hyung-shich said. Seeing the calm silence of the person in front of him, he thought he had the upper hand, so he asked Jungu, "Why? What's going on? You still want to play with me, right?" Once again, defying expectations, Jungu still shows his arrogant attitude as he responds to the police officer, "Detective, are you interested?" "I don't know why you're after me, but that's all I have to say." After saying that, he looked at Hyung-shich with a confident smile and said, "I will remain silent from now on. When my lawyer arrives, can you speak with him first?" Hearing this, the police officer looked blank and could only respond vaguely. "Yes, I wonder when these words will be spoken. So tell him to come quickly because being alone with you is really disgusting." Suddenly, during their conversation outside the room, they heard knocking sounds. Jungu saw the person who just entered and asked, "So you're here?" Hyung-shich looked confused and asked him, "So, senior officer, are you working here?" Not only did he not answer your question, but he also asked you back, Detective Jang, "Is this person Hanunu, right?" Hyung-shich then responded with the information about the criminal he was holding. He has been charged with assault and is currently a criminal. Not wanting to prolong it, he turned around and signaled for him to go out for a while. And from the moment he heard him being taken out of the room, his face showed clear annoyance and confusion. As he said, "Trade Minister, we witnessed him smashing a child's head with a screen." He wasn't sure if he had overheard, then turned to him with an angry look and scolded Hyung-shich. "I get it. Get out now, you idiot." Although he was very angry, he remained silent. "You have to obey. This is the order given to you by your superior." "So, detective, what should I do now? I called my lawyer, but the security commissioner showed up instead, so what's all this to me?" I still look confident and ask, "Do you feel more worried now?" It makes me laugh when you can't escape easily. Think about what kind of rice soup you'll be eating. Then he immediately walked out with his boss, leaving Jungu alone in the isolated cell. Right now, he still doesn't realize what's happening and remains arrogant, leaning back and joking around. What is there to worry about? I close my eyes with a relaxed expression, joking to myself, "I don't want rice soup, detective. I want to eat sugar root bap." Gao Shan had already appeared behind him without him noticing. Recognizing the familiar face, his mother's sweat and his own began to drip from his forehead uncontrollably, and he nervously asked why he was here. Seeing him now obedient and resigned, Gao Shan was pleased and couldn't hide his smile. He told him that the reason and method didn't matter much. What was more important now was that Jungu was like prey on a chopping board, with Gao Shan like a knife ready to cut him at any moment he desired. Looking at Jungu, he said, The truth is, I was here, which means the only thing left for you is to fall. That's the important part. So, after hearing this young man ramble on, the prosecutor quickly concluded that you are being chased by the police, right? That was true back then, but not today. Aeon whispered close to him, saying, I will explain simply, because it seems like you're having trouble understanding the situation. You've been left alone all this time because someone was backing you up, right? He warns you, thinking the prosecutor is nothing. No matter who or what they are, you can never defeat the person backing me right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Aeon grabbed his head and slammed it against the table, then pulled his head up and whispered close to his ear, At least on this earth, do you understand? You bastard! The prosecutor hissed, glaring warningly. Are you crazy? This is a police station, you crazy bastard. What is he thinking inside? But I think it's because of my boss, right? Aeon, as expected, guessed his move and chuckled mockingly. Do you think he came to take you out? Aeon's hand is still firmly holding the prosecutor's head, refusing to let go. He struggles. How can you hear my heartbeat? Aeon is just guessing. If I look closely at your worried face and the current situation, I can hear it. You idiot. I didn't expect to be played by a kid from start to finish. The prosecutor couldn't help but be angry and scolded. What? Are you talking nonsense, you bastard? You're finished. What era do you live in to still be beating up people in a police interrogation room? Everything is being recorded here, you little rookie. Don't let him finish speaking. Aeon interrupts him with a warm punch to the wall. Aeon shows a face full of challenge. I think you have some understanding, because I heard you've had a tough life. Why can't you grasp the situation? Since I arrived here, no matter what I do, no records will be kept. Nothing can stop me, not even the police station. Even if I get beaten up from all sides, Prosecutor Choi is still incredibly tough. Plastic pig, who are you lying to? I guess you found the weakness of the police station, right? Damn it, I'll call the higher-ups and settle this. As a boastful challenge, Aeon shows no fear and even beats him up some more. If that doesn't work, again and again, you'll be terrified to find out how many weapons I have. It means you're maliciously exploiting weaknesses wherever you find them and using them as weapons to manipulate people. If this kind of relationship continues, do you know what the outcome will be? If that pulls up the back of your neck, you'll lose. When you're the weakest and most useless, you'll realize it. There's no one around to help you. The prosecutor laughs happily, covering his face. That really hurts you, dog. Aeon tilts his head and smirks. Because I hit you so hard it seems like your nose is broken. Just end this already. The prosecutor thinks Aeson. I only know one fool, but I didn't expect you to be one too. What do you think will happen to you if you hit me like this? Only 48 hours can contain me because the arrest warrant will be cancelled during the actual investigation. Then I can easily realign my nose myself. Aeon frowned and asked why I was looking at the mirror behind me and admiring myself because there was no reason to detain me. Today my hair looks really good. Aeon rolled his eyes so hard he looked up at the sky. No, I'm not curious about that. Why do you think I'm trying to keep you here so? After hearing that, he couldn't help but wonder about what Aeson just said earlier. What is it? Isn't that right? So why am I here? Didn't you say that someone is backing you up? It seems like both sides are misunderstanding each other. Are you serious? Here, I heard you got arrested, so I came here to fight you. He mentioned Dedung, so you're the one who made him like that, right? I want to smash your face more than Dedung, but right now I'm just holding back. The prosecutor tilts his head. So, you let me out of here. Do you know what I plan to do when I get out? Aeon is very comfortable with this. Nothing can scare him. You will go out and do normal things. Someone wants to kill you even more than I do, right? I can't let you see him in prison. I'm only here to say goodbye while I clean up every detail of your family's dirty business. Answering, I shouted at him and slapped the prosecutor across the face before warning him again. I'm leaving now, but you might need to eat something within the next 48 hours, so have some porridge first. Then slam the door shut as a warning. The prosecutor was trembling with anger. It's Aeson Hung, but you don't know anything about me yet. Most of the accidents stem from that kid. The scene shifts to the cemetery, where Soo-hyun, dressed in black, stands in front of a tombstone. At the same time, Aeon approaches and speaks, and she glances over and responds. You're late. He gently asked Han if it took too long, but she ignored his question and paid attention to something else. Did you just get a haircut? Oh, it's been a while since we last met. Brian. She watched him greet. He just stood there looking without a word before walking over to her, prompting her to ask why he was so late. Do you know how long they've been waiting? Brian only replied with a single word. Yeah, Soo-hyun was a bit annoyed. It's no use. Say goodbye first. Brian's body suddenly trembled, feeling guilty as he pulled his hat down with his hand. He ruffled his spiky hair and stammered, Am I looking stupid? Next time I will come back more politely. His mouth trembled slightly, tears streaming down as he bowed his head before the tomb, apologizing. I am sorry for being so late. At the foot of Building 209 HWIT, inside the building, Brian, carrying a bag, approaches his family's open apartment door, pauses briefly, then wonders why everyone left the door open. He happily guesses that Aeon must have arrived, and Hai will be so excited she'll jump around again. Suddenly walking, Brian suddenly hears a gunshot coming from his family's apartment, causing him to freeze. Bra drops his bag, presses against the wall, and tightly grips the gun hidden at his waist. The gunshot? Was that sound coming from our house? With an angry face, Brian tightly grips his gun and rushes toward the apartment, silently calling out their names. Gray! Hai's father nervously points his gun into the house. Please, I hope nothing has happened. Brian's eyes tense slightly as he looks into the house. He glances to the right, his eyebrows furrowing, before closing his eyes as if trying to let go of a burden. Hai's voice asking him, Dad, what are you doing? Where is my chocolate? Why is Dad empty-handed? Brian looked a bit confused, scratching his head as he spoke to his cold-looking daughter. Anlene nervously replied, Sorry, Hai, I think I just dropped it in the hallway. I'll bring it back. Gray appeared and asked him, What is the chocolate, and why did it take you so long to come back? Gray sniffed the cigarette smell on him and questioned him. You're smoking again, aren't you? When will you quit? Brian stammered as he explained to her, No, he only touched it once. Brian quickly changed the subject and asked, Aeon is here? Ray answers him. Aeon has been here for a while. Go say hello to him. Brian forced a smile and turned away, still asking casually. Really? Jason, he's here. Where is he? He thought he was playing with Hai. Brian smiled and looked away. Aeon, why haven't you taken that outfit off yet? Brian, a bit surprised, then said, Your hand. Why are you holding that, and why is there blood on your shoulder? Aeon's hand holding the axe trembles slightly as Brain angrily rushes toward him, shouting, Do you hear me, Aeon? Hai is also at home. What are you doing? Is your PTSD worse? Brian grabbed Aeon's face by the shoulders and shouted, What the hell did you do? No matter what Brian says, Aeon remains silent and trembles as he calls out Brian's name. What nonsense is Brian talking about? Brian seems surprised by Aeon's reaction. What are you asking? What are you talking about? Are you okay? Aeon, calm down and get a grip. Aeon, angry, grabs Brian Quad by the collar to regain his composure. You bastard! Aeon, furious, his face turning red, tears streaming down his face. Open your eyes, go inside and look carefully. What happened while you were outside? Brian, confused and not understanding, asks Aeon, What, Ray and Hai are beside you? So why do you have to look inside? Aeon grabbed Brian by the collar and dragged him away. Come here. Brian grabbed Aeon's hand to stop him, but was still being pulled away. Hey, let me go. What are you doing, Aeon? Aeon throws Brian hard to the ground, making him scream. Look with your own eyes. What are Ray and Hai doing? Then I will kill him myself. Brian still doesn't understand what Aeon means. He asks again, What do you want me to look at? Gray, I think Aeon is losing his mind. Brian saw something, his face darkening, eyes wide with disbelief at what he was witnessing. Brian tries to get up and walk over to Gray, lying in a pool of blood. He softly calls out, Gray, what are you doing lying there? What? Why? You clearly said you talked to me earlier, so why are you lying here? Why? As he was about to finish his sentence, Brian realized something and saw Helly lying in Gray's arms. Helly lies under Gray's protection, but she remains motionless, and Brian still can't accept the reality. Asking Hai again. Brian collapses in front of the bodies of the two people he loves most. He reached out his hand to touch them and then spoke to Hai's motionless body. Dad brought you some chocolate. I was too late, right? So get up now. Stop joking like this. Why did you do this to me? Gray, are you listening? Stop. Please. Say something. This is just a dream. Brian trembled, his face flushed, stammering, Yes, that's right. Look at how everything is different from before. This must be a nightmare. He still can't accept the reality in front of him, still thinking it's a dream. Brian takes out the gun, unlocks it, and points it at his temple, muttering, I just need to wake up from this dream, and then we can meet again. Brian loses his mind, about to pull the trigger to wake up from the nightmare. Just as Brian is about to shoot, Aeon appears and kicks the gun away, still angry but no longer crying. What did I say I would do? I said I would kill you myself, right? But first, there's something I need you to do with me, because I need your skills after finishing that task. By then, if he didn't want to die for the sake of both of them, Brian collapsed, trembling as tears streamed down his face. Sometime later, Brian, now with short hair and a long beard, sat in front of Gray and Hai's grave, crying and saying, Dad, I'm sorry for being late. I will come back soon. Dad hopes you're okay. Or maybe I'll come back again. Brian brushed his hand over the scar on his forehead and said to Highsgrave that we finally had to live in a slightly different world, but I don't understand how hard it was. Brian put on his hat and continued speaking. So, in this life, I will do what I am good at and help those who are oppressed by evil. I will help them, and when my time comes, I will come back to see you. The teasing light flickers on his shoulder, illuminating Brian's smiling face. So stay happy with your mother, and eat as much chocolate as you want until then. Dad is leaving now. Don't be too sad if it takes a long time. Brian turned to Aeson nearby and said, Aeon, are you ready? What do you need to do now? Aeon stood there with a girl and replied casually, I can stay a little longer. Brian declined. No, I want to go back after finishing this task. Brian asked Aeon about what they will do next. You said I need to find out everything, Aeon replied. I will take charge of Hansun Yu, this boss Kim. Please find out what he is doing. Brian asked how deep he had gone. Aeon replied coldly, with no expression on his face. From the person who cut his umbilical cord when he was born to everyone he has ever met, Aeon confidently told Brian all the information, even what he doesn't know about himself. A former American spy can find that much, right? In the Prosperity City area, the president wondered if it was really safe for the two to go alone. Jae-sun replied, Yes, that would be enough. I don't want others to get hurt or die unnecessarily. Jun from the Korean police, Bren and I have already done enough. Soon is now also in Korea. Hearing this, he became a bit curious. Oh, Soon, how is she? Have you two been laughing? He helplessly said, It's not like that. We're just friends. Be friends? The president chuckled and said, You're trying to fool who? Seize her before it's too late. If you don't want to miss your chance. Anyway, I have another appointment, so I must end this conversation here. It's a pity, but I promise I won't end things so quickly next time. You changed the subject to the new drug that's been active in the drug world, which... Yes, why, I need your help once again. Jia-sun respectfully replied, Thank you for your help. So now I believe I am still alive thanks to you. Mr. President, I only hope that I will survive this time as well, Jia-sun said as he prepared to leave. Then I'll go ahead and inform you if there's any progress. At that moment, the guards at the door wink at each other. I rushed in and the idiot asked, Sir, the drug organizations are very large scale. What do you plan to do with just 2 people? Even if he comes from special forces? The president chuckled and interrupted. Don't worry, I can't reveal everything. But if those 2 and Soo-hyun work together, I believe they can take down an elite special forces team. They are the best. The scene shifts to the boxing training area at the entrance. Jung-ho is teaching Zurin how to grapple. In this case, you can't hold someone else's body. Yes, at the same time, someone from outside enters. Hajin looks out. Coach, someone's coming. Seeing the person at the door, she shouted, Jia, son? Oh, Jay, son, friendly, waved hello. Long time, no. See? How have you been lately? I tried to come early, but it took longer than expected. Suddenly, Hajin charged straight into his chest, shouting in frustration. Why didn't you contact me? I was very worried because you suddenly disappeared. When Sejun and Dong-ho saw, they stopped training to welcome you. Jia-son-hyung, have you cut your hair yet? Are you really here now? What happened after that? And the outfit, when did you start looking so cool? Have you gone to America yet? What happened with the police warrant? He looked confused. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what happened. I was complaining inside. Please ask one question at a time. I feel dizzy. Then he spoke up to ask how I was doing. Coach, how are you? It must be difficult to perform during training sessions, the manager replied. I was in a difficult situation because the coach suddenly became a terrorist and left. Young also had an accident. So, has everything been resolved? And what about the pursuit? Dorn just patted Hajin on the back and replied, Yes, it's been taken care of. The manager thinks that it's probably very difficult to clear the false accusations. How did you handle it? I just used my greater power to pressure them. A police car is always on standby during training hours, so don't worry about Dewey Dung. He spoke frankly, and hearing that, the manager also felt a bit more at ease. In the end, even if someone comes armed, they will definitely be scrutinized. Jae-sun pushed Hajin away and responded, Yes, now everyone can rest assured that everything is fine. He glanced to the side, and it seems there is someone I need to introduce. Brain comes over and greets him. When the stranger steps out, Jason introduces him as Brain. I think you'll meet him from time to time, so I want you to know what he looks like. Brain awkwardly said in Korean. Hello, Hanso. I am Brain. Nice to meet you. Sun also introduced everyone to him. The person on the left is the coach. You can call him the tall one, and in the middle is Sejun. Do you remember what I told you before? Sejun couldn't understand what Jason's son was saying because he was rambling in English. Sejun reluctantly said, I'm bad at English. The manager then greeted him back. Yes, you can call me Ducky, bro.
Jason ignores it and continues to introduce the person on the right as Jong-hun and Hazen, right?
Brain looked at the girl. Recognizing the man in front of her as someone familiar, she excitedly exclaimed,
"What? You know my name, right? I heard that's my name, isn't it?"
"Nice to meet you, Uncle. Brah, my name is Shah Hajin. Welcome to Korea." "Do you know about the gyukba?" Tears welled up in his eyes and his voice trembled with emotion. Brain pulls his hat down and leaves.
"Sorry, I forgot something in the car and I'll get it." John Sejun saw Hajin being ignored and smiled like he had won, running away as soon as he heard Hajin speak English, and she felt a little tear inside. Is my pronunciation that bad? The hairy old man. Jason's son hesitated for a moment before speaking. Anyway, I will be seeing him often in the coming days. That was also when the sunlight gradually began to fade. Brain opened the door and stepped out, just as Josep and Suhayan were waiting outside. Seeing him step out early, she looked up and asked, "Bren, why did you go outside already? Please come back in after I finish talking with Joseph."
Brain pulled his hat tight and said, "I just wanted to breathe fresh air." Soo-hyun looked at him with a puzzled expression.
"What kind of air? You said you quit smoking, so why are you wearing a knit cap?"
He had no choice but to change the subject. "Smelling the cigarette is also considered smoking."
Sue softly said, "You saw Hazen, right? They look very much alike, don't they?"
Hai and she are both the same age." Brain nodded slightly. She continued, saying, "That's why Jason seems more worried about this and still believes he is at fault. It was just an accident caused by a group of bad people." Suddenly, Brain fell silent. We couldn't stop it back then, making her wonder what, because he believed that accident was unavoidable. It became a guilt deeply engraved in our hearts. Because that guilt was so heavy, it was hard to live with. He wanted to prevent a similar accident from happening again to erase that guilt. However, Jae-sun has to take care of Han Jun-gu to protect his friend. Sejun, he can't be with Hajin all the time, so that big guy stays with her 24 hours a day. She agrees. Yes, that's right. Jae-sun is always worried about that girl and keeps someone watching her closely 24/7. Then I will do it too. I will find out about Chip Kim and stay with her. Suhoon is hard to understand, huh? He already protected her, and Brain, he doesn't even know Korean. Hajin is also not good at English. The two of them are still better. I think I also feel like Jason. Remembering Brain's old memories, we avenged by writing to all the involved people, but with nothing left. Just emptiness to minimize accidents and ensure the safety of the children. He involuntarily smiled and said, "The important thing is to create a safe environment. I believe I need to build such a daily life for them." At the Turkish jiu-jitsu gym, Hajin looked on in disbelief. "Really?" She looked at the Suhyun Tran-Tru group and said, "Really, the two of you will protect me? Joseph has always protected me." Her voice sounds a little unnatural. "The detective also helped me, and there's a police car nearby where I usually go." Brian. "Yes, police, don't worry. The police are also helping me." Brian explained proactively, "I respect the police, but I don't want any trouble." Su Hwan also added, "So I will join." "You don't trust the police." Although her face is emotionless, she is full of concern. "You should keep it like that until we catch their mastermind. Then we'll feel more at ease." Hain looked a bit smug after hearing this, and she sneered. "Yes, I understand, thank you, Joseph. Now you can go to the bathroom as many times as you want." Suddenly, Se-chun enthusiastically stepped in and called out, "Hajin, I'm ready, let's go home." Soo-hyun politely turned and replied, "No, I won't take her home. There's no harm in being careful, so please understand." Hajin just cried inside, wishing to go on a date with Se-chun, but saw her being pulled away and waved goodbye. "It's late, so Hajin should go home, and Azin wants to talk to you, so stay here." Se-chun feels a bit confused, like this is more like a breakup. He's a little curious. Where did Asen go? I don't know what he wanted to say. Suan replied, but now looking back, instead of speaking, there was something he wanted to do as soon as she finished. Se-chun calmly replied, yes, as Asen, with murderous intent, placed his hand on his shoulder. He turned back in shock. "Where are your clothes?" Aeon ignored the question. "Just take off your clothes so I can check your skills," he said seriously, "and let's check the effectiveness of the medicine." At the police station, Jungu Han came out tiredly and scolded, "Those bastards kept me waiting too long." "Hey, Lawyer Park, are you confused already? Why didn't you handle it faster for me?" Tashich had to come up with an excuse, saying it was normal for me to contact the police commissioner and the chief of police, both of whom didn't answer the phone, as they had agreed beforehand. That's strange. He furrowed his brow even more. "Commissioner, how dare that bastard ignore the phone? Who's behind Asen?" "Have you found out yet?" He replied coldly. "I can't tell." "And moreover, the chairman called you." The cold voice echoed through the grand mansion. "Please, come in." The shattered glass sparkled in the study as blood flowed from his head, but Jun-gu kept his head bowed. I'm sorry. He pointed at Jun-gu angrily and asked, I always keep my promises. I clearly said this was your last chance, didn't I? The family photo shattered on the ground, its sharp fragments like his words. Look at the results you created yourself. I think I've done enough for you. Jun-gu's eyes are vacant and emotionless. He remains silent, staring intently at the photo of the three of them on the cold floor. He was so angry that his veins bulged and he spoke mercilessly. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Han family. Because you've been fired from the company, you can live on your own and do whatever you want. Then she coldly turns away. The competition and everything else are no longer in your hands. So don't try to interfere with Director Kim's work. Idiot, your mother is probably crying her eyes out in heaven right now. Jun-gu hesitates and pleads, please, he asked back sharply. Shut up. He looked up and begged, please let me finish it. Please let me do it. Then Jun-gu stood up straight and said seriously, this is what the VIPs have been waiting for a long time. As my father said, amateurs can outperform professionals with the help of drugs. And this is a beautiful picture in business. He pleads, I have followed at everything Director Kim told me. Please let me fix the mistakes I made, and then I will leave. Please forgive me. After hearing that, he seemed to waver. How can I trust you? Jun-gu replied, you'll see if you watch the video of you fighting Lim Se-chun at the office. He closed his eyes indifferently. You still haven't reached 100% because of your leg injury. Lim Se-chun has developed incredible physical abilities, making it hard to believe that the effects of the drug are so effective, and even Director Kim admits it. I have talked to Director Kim to find out the date and location of the competition. I will consider the impressive results I can't achieve and act immediately. It's late at night, but the gym is still lit. Chun's exhausted body collapses onto the floor. Aeon glanced at him, noting that the drug's effect was too weak. He patted his chest. Your skills have improved a lot, but it's still not enough to handle Han Junu. Try to do as you did with Han Junu last time. Sweat beads on his face, not just happening naturally, or maybe because this time you only took a small dose, so he doesn't feel it as strongly as before. Aeon, if you drink a little more, Jason bluntly concluded. You're addicted, and I'm bringing over a very skilled pharmacist from the US to develop an antidote, so please be patient. Waiting for Director Kim to arrive, I casually joined the conversation, mentioning the expert pharmacist. You're talking about drug manufacturers in the United States. Both of them looked at him in confusion. What? Chunshi said coldly. Why are you here? I wonder if I've come to the place I shouldn't have. It's been a while since we last met. Z hesitated. He smiled politely as if we had known each other for a long time. And Asen, this is our first time meeting in person, right? But what should I say now? It's a feeling of connection. As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit by Aeon. I have studied you very carefully. He collapsed to the floor, crying out in pain. He looked at him with contempt. You idiot, your stock price must have dropped today, right? I guess you want to die. Manager Kim lies calmly on the floor, still speaking in a composed tone. You didn't ask why I came here, what I planned to do, or why I came alone, and you just started hitting me right away. He struggled to get up, a forced smile still plastered on his face. I tried to have a face-to-face conversation. Mr. Aeon, I have many people working for me, so why did I leave today? When those eyes no longer smile but are filled with madness and malice, I released many people today, mostly drug addicts that no one saw. Do you understand what I'm saying? Then the next car will kick him hard with a straight leg, your big brother told him. The snake only knows how to play with its tongue. Do you think we're fools? Aeon lowered his voice and said, Hey, Slit-Eye, you don't know two things right now. One is that you are losing in the battle of numbers. The two of them sat down facing him. And the second thing is we're a bit angry, so get ready to be beaten today. The martial arts training room is still lit. Manager Kim, with a cold-blooded face, asked, Are you losing in the game of numbers? He slightly raised his head, still appearing elegant. How many bodyguards have you hired? But what about this one? Aeon calmly faces Aeon, and Chun's car this time looks a little different, doesn't it? The senders this time are experienced in these matters. Darkness has enveloped each building. The three Hazen people walked and talked. She asked Gran if he knew Korean. He spoke in broken sentences. I understand a little, but not very well. Sorry about that. As soon as she finished speaking, she smiled encouragingly. It's okay. I'm not good at Korean either. I don't know any language. Is that right, Soon? He also smiled. I don't understand 100%, but I will learn more. Suddenly, he changed his expression. Joseph, I need to use the bathroom. Please take care of everything. Hajin helplessly watched Brian. Again, he just left. He acts like he's in the bathroom. Joseph happily agrees. All right, go ahead, he said while leaving. I'll follow behind. Go ahead. He was silent for a moment, then said, Let's go. He'll be back soon. Hines sneaks around exposing. Joseph. Opa pretends to understand this English, awkwardly shifting his feet as he responds. English is about feeling, my friend. Brian bowed his head and walked away decisively. Then he suddenly spoke. Get out now. He stood silently on the narrow alley, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, two strangers emerged from their hiding spot, their eyes bloodshot and rolling back as they stepped out in amazement. What? How do you know? You have a good instinct? He said with a knowing smile. But what now? What happens when your intuition is only half right? He said excitedly, Get ready to disappear from this world without a trace, because there are not just two of us, but three. An elderly man with glowing red eyes appears right behind Brian. What are the people being sent this time? Tell me now. Be polite when asked. The three assailants surrounding Brian start drawing their weapons. Whether the target is adult or child, it doesn't matter. They work with weapons very brutally. The crazy, wide-eyed bastard licking his blade. How does it feel now that your heart is pounding because you're about to die? He was both reassuring and threatening. But don't worry. Brian remains calm, speaking evenly. I will end this quickly. I can't say I've lived a good life without shame. Seeing that, he immediately switched to speaking in English. What are you talking about? Brian said coldly. I may have been a bad person to some, but I tried to keep at least a minimum of decency as a human. The middle-aged man behind him puts a hand on his shoulder and says, We can't communicate, so I'll make this quick. Listen, you're going to die today, understand? His face showed clear anger, like it seems the world can go on without you. Aeon sneered, and Director Kim seriously said to him, I'm not joking, Aeon. Not. He said casually, If I don't contact privately, I can't guarantee what will happen. Can you disappear from this land without a trace? Even Hajin, do you want to see it happen? But Director Kim underestimated Aeon's brother-in-law. Agent Mu said and did, without hesitation, using just a few coins to show them what democracy really is. The old man behind Brian collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding leg in pain. Long exclaimed in panic, What? What is this? He doesn't seem like someone who only kills once or twice. Hey, you big guy, I saw you talking earlier and it didn't seem like you didn't understand English at all. He turned back with a cold look and said, I'll keep it simple, so remember to answer the questions correctly. Understand? Brian then said, If you answer well, I'll let you live. He nervously raised his hand to signal understanding, and I know a little English, please don't shoot. He hurriedly reached into his pocket to search. I will tell everything. The one in charge of this. Their phone numbers. I have all of them on the web. That's the administrator's number. Then he pulled out a trembling piece of paper and handed it to Brian. This is the contact for this person. Send a message to this number. He asked again where the meeting was. He hesitated. What do you mean? Brian repeats the location. Where is the meeting? He was trembling all over, unable to speak properly. You mean the location? I don't know. I've never met them. They usually pay with a virtual money after the target is eliminated. Brian lifts the piece of paper to look at it. So you don't know any other numbers besides this one? You only know this one, right? He hurriedly replied repeatedly. It's me, I only know that guy's phone number. Can I call 119 now that he just started begging? As soon as he finished speaking, he was shot in the head. Brian coldly turned away and calmly said, Whenever you want, if you can. He returned to the martial arts school building. Director Kim was lying on the floor taking a breath. I really didn't expect that. He calmly asked Aeon, but in Korea, after doing such things to people, what do you plan to do? He also answered him, I think I will do it the same way you guys do. The pale-eyed guy stands frozen in the middle of the street. Do you think only you can do things like that? He clenched his teeth in frustration. The three of them are to blame. I've been very busy lately. Last time, because I hurriedly arranged people, they failed such an easy mission. Aeon replied coldly. Hospital? Because you sent too many people without thinking? He said the police have stepped up their support there a lot. Now that May realizes how dangerous this situation is, he still forces out a nonchalant expression. I see. Even when people realize the danger, they usually just boast for a few days and then let it fade because they have other things to do. Director Kim sat up and smiled. So, next time, are you going to join the fun in Jim's room? The guy with glasses and spiky hair. What about him? As soon as he was mentioned, he immediately left. I'll stay here for a while. Director Kim is quite mysterious. So it could be Sandohan? Aeon crossed his arms, appearing to be deep in thought. Sandohan, if I were you, I would absolutely not send anyone in that direction. Tijak coldly urged, Get up. No matter how long you stay down, it's still part of the training. He looked at Do-hyun lying sprawled on the floor. Do-hyun, are you fainting?
Manager Kim narrowed his eyes and said, "You've stationed many people all over the place, haven't you?"
Shin-soon, what did that guy really do? Aeon closed his eyes silently.
"You will find out soon enough, but no, you'll probably die before that."
He grabbed the back of his head by the hair, expressionless. Maybe today you should tell me if there's a reason I shouldn't turn you over to the police or kill you. Aeon coldly warns, do not try to create an opportunity by causing chaos around you like an idiot. Director Kim still calmly laughs.
Yes, now I finally understand why I came here.
Suddenly he spoke, Seun and Hanzungu are about to move and fight, right?
My side is ready, and Hanzungu is also prepared. How should I set the date at a place like this? If possible, to have a high-quality fight, I can choose a good location.
Aeon couldn't hold back and kept hitting him, shouting, high-quality fight, going crazy. He shoved his face close and contemptuously said,
"Just a drug dealer organizing illegal underground fights and broadcasting. People might think it's a renowned global fighting organization, then let him fall to the floor. And you're not fooling anyone."
I should just jump into the ring you set up and run like a damn racehorse. His voice coldly asserts,
"This time you won't get your way. You'll walk right into the trap I set."
A slight smirk on his lips makes him look like a failed loser, and by the time you realize it, it'll be too late. Then I will burn out your criminal roots from the very beginning, no matter how much you beat me, Manager Kim calmly replied. We could have a win-win situation if the negotiations go well. Honestly, I want Han Jun-gu to lose and step back. He stood up, gently fixing his hair.
But if you think that way, I have no other choice.
So I also have to prepare. According to what Asen said, win by playing the quantity game.
You know that already. Chun-se also noticed Director Kim's attitude.
What's wrong with this guy? Usually, after taking so many injuries, a person wouldn't be able to stand firm. He calmly walked out of the training circle, leaving only one word behind. That's enough for today. I'm leaving now. My body is too weak. I've suffered too many injuries. I need to get treatment. Please throw away the broken glasses. Chun's car looked at Aeon in confusion. Is he really going to let this guy go? He simply replied softly, Yes, let him go. We can't catch him now. He turned to explain, He has been here for a while,
but since the police are waiting outside the building and haven't gone after him, it means he's being held hostage.
Then Aeon concluded that this was the signal to let him go.
Director Kim sat in the back seat, groaning. Please call Dr. Dung to penthouse.
Chun's car asked again, What kind of signal are you talking about?
Aeon replied, I anticipated this situation and am ready. He knew someone had sent a message to the place where you and I are.
I didn't expect that the snake itself would go up. A motorcyclist waiting outside has started his bike, ready to leave. He sped down the deserted road, but if our base has been attacked, it's time for us to strike theirs. Aeon confidently said, We will send our best person to do it. Chun's car approached and asked,
So we will finally find out the exact location of their base?
Aeon coldly replied, somewhat uncertain. Yeah, maybe if the place that snake is heading to is the one Sonnen mentioned. Hearing that, he suddenly remembered the place where Hajin was taken. He nodded affirmatively, Yes, and there's one more thing we need to recover from there. Chun's car is confused now. Huh, what are we supposed to get back? Aeon replied ambiguously. Is there something that might no longer be there? They started working together, but finding the location was the first step. Su-hwan parked near a tree and found it. She spoke ambiguously. He lives in a truly beautiful place for someone who is about to die. Inside a tall building, the man standing behind asks for advice. Manager, Dr. Dung has arrived. Should I open the door? He nodded in satisfaction and asked, Are you ready to let him in? Ga confirmed and prepared to carry out the task. Yes, everything is ready. We will proceed. The door opens. Dr. Dung arrived hesitantly and asked, I have arrived, Captain Kang. Where is the manager? What's going on at this hour? Seeing his expression, he felt something was off. Doctor, are you okay? Is something wrong? The man nodded subtly, his face turning pale. So you saw through it early on, asking a question that made Dr. Dung break out in sweat. Perhaps because the person behind him remained calm after realizing they had been exposed. You know? Uyenbach identified Su-hoon's features clearly. After seeing your actions last time, I thought you were pretty good, but keeping watch doesn't seem to be your strong point, does it? The man orders his subordinates to surround her. If you are watching so carefully, we can't just sit still. We will host you grandly this time, specially prepared with weapons. Chun's car over there feels very worried, but if she gets caught or falls into a trap alone, Aeon is still not too tense. Please, Soo-hyun, I'm a bit worried because Soo-hyun's face has completely changed now. I understand now. It's truly touching to be welcomed like this. She smiles, accepts the fight, and this gentleman here even prepared a feast for me,
So, I will play along properly.
Soon was ready to kill Manager Kim and couldn't find out who was behind this. She took something out of her pocket. Then Soo-hyun leaned back to dodge a strike. Please take care of me. They are still stunned. What the guy didn't expect, he quickly ordered them to attack. What is this? She might have a gun, so we need to subdue her first. They immediately went berserk and charged to attack. You bastard, do you really want to get beaten up? Say goodbye to that beautiful face. But Soo-hyun easily dodged. Roll back and run. They angrily turned back to look at Han Hak. She's too fast. Hey, don't stop. Do you think you can escape? She immediately taunted, Run. You should try to run. Check your own leg. Slow and clumsy. While they weren't paying attention, Soo-hyun used a knife on what leg? Which leg? Only later did those two realize they were holding the bleeding, painful leg. Damn it, it hurts so much. She carefully turns the knife and warns. If I've cut the femoral artery, if you don't get to the hospital immediately, you'll bleed to death, or you can leave it to that lousy doctor. That person kept begging to be saved, blood flowing non-stop. Dr. Dung also hesitated and waved her hand to refuse. Oh no, I can't handle this alone. You should call 119 and get emergency help. What are you guys doing? Idiots! The guy behind him shouted angrily, Do you have weapons or not? Attack to make her drop her knife. Soo-hyun still calmly challenges them. Rai H was right when facing the enemy and made them drop their knives first. She was faster than those two by a step, but only if you could keep up with their movements. And Soo-hyun stepped closer to ask, Is that right? Captain Kang, are you not capable of learning? No matter what it is. This time Aeon is not here. Do you understand you're on your own? That time he suddenly grabbed her by the throat because I was caught off guard. He recalled everything and angrily said directly, You may be fast, but you can't beat me in strength. That day at the cemetery, Akon helped you survive. But not today. She wasn't afraid at all. Why are you whining like a dog that hasn't been for a walk? Hyun flips into the air to attack. If you raise your hand like that, she smiled excitedly. I am very grateful. He collapsed in pain, trembling as he sat on the ground. It hurts so much. She left without forgetting to say goodbye. Next time I will break your neck, so come back again. Definitely. Soo-hyun keeps walking. Now let's try the main course. The director had been waiting beforehand. This truly exceeds all expectations. Now I see, even in one-on-one combat, an average man has no chance against her. He kept rambling on and on. Today, because I am truly curious about who you really are. Soo-hyun, that's why I did it on purpose. He turned back, stammering. That's not true, Soo-hyun said with a hint of meaning. Maybe she's watched too many movies about posing and turning her back like that. Her face looks sinister. In reality, you're just asking to be hit, right? Do you understand? Tran is enough. The director's face is stunned and stammering. Wait, if you kill me now, you won't learn anything, right? He boldly challenged. And what about the drug addict? I wonder if the drug manufacturer Asen knows can make an antidote. Soo-hyun remained calm and asked back, Do I say I will kill you right away, right? You're still talking nicely, huh? I only hit you because I can't stand to see you. She also emphasized that if I really wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be able to say a word and would be dead. Phew, the bastard said clearly with a wicked look. You are alive right now because I chose for you to live. She also warned you carefully. Then live each day in fear, wondering when you will die. Dream hopeless dreams of victory. Soo-hyun raises her hand high and continues to dream on now. Soo-hyun, furious, shows an extremely disgusting attitude. You bastard, I have to wash this 3 times. Doctor? Dr. Dung stammers nervously. Yes, you're calling me. She instructed me to prioritize saving him first and make sure he doesn't die. Don't call 119 just yet. What did he agree to? Oh, I see. I understand now. Soo-hyun walks inside to look around, paying attention to every detail. The kitchen next to the living room, the plant pot beside the refrigerator. Soo-hyun reached in to check, under the picture frame facing the refrigerator. She saw that thing attached under the plant pot, and Soo-hyun was impressed. How did Sono-hyun manage to stick that without getting caught? He's truly talented. She shook that mischievously. Little Aeon can still handle this. This file must be well preserved. Soo-hyun decides to search around. Then let's start exploring every corner of this house. There's definitely something there. She feels a bit tired. This house is so big it will probably take the whole day. In the gym room, Aeon is on the phone checking in. Are you done? Are you hurt? Soo-hyun on this side is fine, so why are you asking all of a sudden? Fortunately, the camera that Do-hoon mentioned was still installed, so I managed to retrieve it. She is still diligently completing her mission. I searched the whole house but found nothing. It's too clean. It seems they cleaned everything except for the filming equipment. Nothing looks like an office. Suun reports back, calling the police is useless, there's nothing significant. Right, for now I will take all the phones and tablets I find. Aeon immediately praised him. Well done, I had a tough training session with the rubber car. He recounted the difficult situation here, and suddenly he was heavily affected again. I only gave him a small amount and let him sleep. Aeon says goodbye. Yeah, I understand. See you again tomorrow. I have a few places to go today. Jong-hun sat nearby, extremely worried. Is Aeon Hung-chun really okay? Shouldn't he be taken to the hospital for treatment? He stood up to give instructions. Jong-hun, take care of Chun's car. He will get better after sleeping. He asked with curiosity. Oh yes, sir. Where are you going? I didn't say much, only warned to be careful. I will be back. Today, just call me if anything happens. Stay safe. Jong-hun encourages from beside you. Yes, the stretcher. He tried to take care of him when he saw his face turning pale. Keep going. Everything will be fine. On the other side, Aeon knocked on the door, and someone came out holding a book. Oh, really, please. The guy sighs in relief. You really startled me. Aeon, take it easy. I'm working hard in Korea. He got straight to the point. Have you brought the antidote? What did the producer say? The guy inside was thinking differently, but appeared obedient on the outside. This bastard won't answer. Please just die. This is the sample. It's done. But Aeon also had some idea of what was coming. Don't drag this out any longer. Just say it or you'll get beaten again. He obediently recounted that they said it needed clinical trials to check for side effects, so we have to monitor for at least a month after using it. So find someone or do something to test it and report any side effects or results immediately. That's all. He asked again. Clinical trial. He confirmed and explained. Yeah, we don't want to use the drug without testing first, and the result is the child got worse. Then you definitely blame it on something. Just keep producing it. I will monitor and check if it works. At the police station, tomorrow there will be an order from the superior officer. Feel free to share your thoughts. Hai Ong-shich is still vomiting naturally. Yes, thank you. The police officer emphasized, but the person is in very bad condition. Let them in. The other one appears in a pitiful, disgusting state. The police officer advised carefully that if the condition worsened, they might need to be taken to the hospital. Just speak honestly, we will wait outside. He saw Aeon and immediately became worried. Aeon, Lai Yun's condition is worse than before. Hung Sik was terrified. This conversation might go nowhere, and he was so scared. He wondered. But what are you planning to ask? Aeon? He suddenly pulled out a syringe. I wasn't going to ask anything, just a few things to check. Aeon has some plans. I need a target, a test subject who can die. Yena neighborhood suddenly became noisy because of an old lady's banging. I know what's happening inside. I can hear everything hidden away. What are they trying to solve? The old woman continued to bang on the door loudly because there was no more deposit left to deduct. Pay the rent immediately or move out this week. Honestly, I feel sorry for you. I rented out the room cheaply, and this is what I got. When she received no response, she left but threatened unexpectedly. If you don't contact me by the end of the week, know that I will call the police. I'm not a charity worker. You know, if I were, that would be enough. Got it? As she stepped outside, she saw a skinny boy and softly said, Hey, young boy, are you back already? She apologized and asked, Is school over? Oh, I didn't realize you had come back. Young politely bowed. Hello, Dad, she asked worriedly. When was the last time you ate? Then I couldn't help but think to myself, this child. The old woman silently wondered, why is he getting so thinner? He smiled gently to comfort him. I'm not sure, but I'm still trying. She bent down to his level and asked softly, Would you like to come inside and eat with me? Yang gratefully replied, No thank you, I will eat at home. Just the suggestion from you is enough. I really appreciate it. She also didn't insist and turned to leave, but she reminded him, All right, if anything happens, you know you can come to my house, right? Yang obediently bowed. Yes, thank you for your concern. She thought sadly as she watched Yonggon go inside. Such a kind and innocent child, yet facing such parents. It's hard to say what to do with the child here. Interfering more seems like overstepping. Yang entered the house and said, I'm home. Hey, where's the landlord? Is it her? The woman frowned and said, That's so troublesome. In the cramped room filled with white smoke from cigarettes. Anyway, damn it. What do you mean? She rented out the cheap room out of pity, pretending to be a good person. She turned to look at Yonggon and asked, She even suggested you eat too. She doesn't make you do anything weird at her house, does she? She said, turning to look at the man beside her with a sarcastic smile. Do you think we're beggars just because she owns the rental apartment complex, right? He also responded with a lit cigarette on his lips. Does she own a building? The woman frowned and kicked the man. I really let it slip. I'm serious. If I could choose a better husband, I wouldn't have to live like this. Why is it like this? Hey, make the noodles and don't eat it all. Got it? Youngin watched the scene in the room, silently thinking, I hate my mother. But there's no way out. I am still young. The only way is to endure until I grow up, save money and run away from her. When he grew up and got a stable job, he walked out of the bathroom with a bucket of water poured over his head and a harsh insult. Hey, do you enjoy being a beggar? It seems like you can't stay at home, so I prepared this water for you. How about that? Don't stop and keep pointing and mocking. Even your school uniform was a gift, right? The beggar is stretching out. Look how small it is. He sneered maliciously. This kid probably can't get money from his parents, so let him try to collect from his friends. He thought that when I grew up and saved money, it might be too late to pay rent and living expenses alone. Instead of saving and improving, you will just repeat the begging life and die like a beggar. Just like my father, living honestly and uprightly is truly a privilege of being born into a wealthy family. Those who say that even the poor can live honestly and uprightly really don't understand true poverty. The other guy, seeing him stay silent, frowns and arrogantly tilts his chin. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you crazy? Looking like a dried fish, do you want to fight? The only way for me to survive poverty? He sneered with contempt. You look like fish sauce. You know I've learned wrestling, right? Doubling someone like you is no problem at all. Before he could finish speaking, Gong Yon swung his hand and struck hard at the man's neck, causing his eyes to roll back. It's taking what belongs to others. He fell backward in surprise, while the other guy angrily raised his voice. What's going on? Is this poor guy crazy? Yes, I am that poor guy. And yes, my uniform was a gift, so please help me out. He ruffled his wet hair, revealing his pupils constricted with madness, saving a little money to buy me a fitting uniform. But stealing from others has never been for large sums, only enough to survive. Yonggun's landlord peered in through the window and angrily said, Hey, room 301, today's rent is due. Where do you think you're going without paying? If you don't pay today, I'll call the police tomorrow morning. He opened his mouth in annoyance and said, always bringing men into his room. Huh? What kind of business are you running here? You're testing my patience. But then he was interrupted as Yonggun slammed the 2 highest denomination bills onto the windowsill. He leaned down close to the dark window and said, Don't worry about the rent being withheld and avoid unnecessary conflicts. Don't jump to conclusions. And yet I still hate my mother. Can I really escape from this place? He opened the door and stepped inside. I came back and was stunned to see a stranger inside. Who is this? I felt like a savior had come to me at that moment. But at that time, I didn't realize that the encounter I thought was my lowest point in life. It turns out it was another encounter that dragged me into an even deeper swamp. Back in the present, Yonggun lies face down on the ground, making incomprehensible sounds. The police officer standing nearby shouted, What are you doing? Yeon calmly replied, regaining his composure. Police officer, this is an antidote. An antidote. If we leave it like this, he will die anyway. That police officer hesitantly looked down at Yonggun, whimpering, but doing this without bringing a doctor seems just wrong. Aeon indifferently paid little attention. Just a little. Let's put this aside. Officer. He looked at Yonggun and asked Han with concern as he heard Yonggun moan. What did you say? Lee Yonggun, can you hear me? Do you remember anything? Yun, face down on the ground, keeps crying and stammers as he speaks. What are you talking about? This situation is not fair. That's not fair. I just want to live. Aeon heard this and his face darkened. It's not fair. What did you say? You just want to live. He leaned in even closer and whispered into Yonggun's ear. Hey, Lee Yonggun, it seems like you're misunderstanding. So, I will tell you only one thing about being used as a test subject. He continued. While Yonggun tearfully falls, whether you have a sad story or are dying from an illness, no one on this earth will mourn for you longer than a day. Aeon softly said his final words as he lifted the person up. Bye. No matter the reason or regret, you cannot undo the actions you have chosen and carried out. You're the criminal? After finishing, the police officer hesitantly said, Yes, I think so too. I look forward to your help, thank you. The police officer turned to look at him and asked, Aeon, what is your next plan? They said there is no evidence of a crime at the penthouse apartment where Kim's school is located. They have been watching that apartment for a while. It seems to be just a residence. Aeon calmly added, But if they are uploading illegal videos online, there must be a filming location. He also didn't turn around to make eye contact with the police, and the same went for the new drug manufacturing plant. The officer, after hearing this, looked at him with a hint of sadness. How can we track it without other evidence? None of the people we've caught have spoken. Aeon listened without concern and replied, If everything has a trail, eventually it will lead to the main target. and we have someone who specializes in finding the main body from that trail, so it won't take long. At a convenience store, Brian, holding his phone, said over the speaker that he had been tracking the phone number he received from those Korean Chinese people. When he turned the phone off and on again, the location kept changing. After analyzing the pattern, I found that when I leave my phone on while working, it often moves around the city instead of staying in one place. He continued reporting, "It's a moving vehicle, so I think it's to avoid revealing the main base and escape if someone is detected." Aeon, on the other end of the line, asked back indifferently, "So how much longer until we catch it?" "I think we need to speed up and adjust the timing properly." Just then, a black car parked in front of the convenience store's gas station, and whether it's a person or a vehicle, they need to refuel to keep moving. He continued to ask, "What should I do with them now? I need a response within 10 seconds. Hearing that, he raised an eyebrow but quickly gave instructions. "Then don't kill them, just disable them and call me back." Brian immediately replied, "Okay, I have a lot of things to do today. We need to move quickly so I can get to work." The man in front of the car frowned and looked annoyed as he asked, "What are you doing?" But before he could finish speaking, Brian kicked the car door hard, making him hit it so forcefully that his nose bled. He held his nose to stop the bleeding and shouted, "Damn it, you bastard, are you crazy?" But suddenly, the door slammed shut, leaving him stunned. Hey, wait!" Seeing the car speed away, he jumped up and shouted, "No, you bastard!" He frowned, both angry and worried, muttering to himself, "Who is this bastard? Who is he? This bastard is really going to get me killed," Brian quickly said as the car sped down the road. "Let me tell you one thing, you'd better stay still." He was driving while turning his head to look back and spoke in Korean. "That means if you don't want to die, don't mess around or I'll throw you into a haystack, understand?" But when he saw the person inside the vehicle, he immediately cursed under his breath. The girl inside the car trembled and begged, "Please, please save me. I will do anything you say." He asked softly, "Do you speak English?" She obediently replied, "Yes. I lived in the US for a while when I was young. I can communicate at a basic level." After the car drove back to the convenience store, Brian immediately turned to look at the girl in the back seat. She came here knowing exactly what she was doing, so don't waste each other's time or bullets. He was the first to ask, "What is your age?" The girl tremblingly replied, 20 years old. Brian asked, "Do you understand what you're doing? Why are you doing this?" The girl continued to answer anxiously, "I didn't think it would be like this. At first it was just hiring people for small jobs, but gradually they started demanding I do more serious things." She helplessly bowed her head. "I couldn't do anything else. I had to pay off a huge debt from my parents' work for that person. They asked me if I wanted to do it myself or hire someone through a website, and that's where I started." Brian immediately focused and asked who she was talking about. The girl stammered in response. "He is called Truong Kim." Brian frowned slightly. "What is Truong Kim selling on the website?" The girl tremblingly answers him, "Well, the main job is to make drug addicts work in exchange for free drugs." The girl continued, "I only know what I just said. For sure, I believe many kids do this because they are vulnerable, and this car will also be tracked. Chief Kim, if you let me escape from that person, I will do everything to help, so please." She clasped her hands together and bowed to Brian. "I also know his workplace, and I will take care of everything. So please help me make sure not to notify the police or prosecutors. You're not a police officer or prosecutor, right? Both the police and prosecutors are watching him. You can never trust them. The officer sitting on the bench with Aeon needs a search and arrest warrant to investigate the company where Han Jung-gu worked. If we say it's about that company, will any prosecutor issue a search warrant for them?" Detective Na went to meet someone, so let's wait a moment. "Is Dong Hyun entering the office? Is there a prosecutor here?" "I called yesterday." The staff member stood up when he saw him. "You're from the Central Department, right?" "The prosecutor is inside. I'll show you the way." The staff member smiled and said, "He ordered me to take you to the room immediately, so I will take you there." He gratefully replied, "Yes, thank you." The staff member also gently reminded him, but it might be a bit noisy. "Today he's talking to a child molester about an investigation." The staff member called out into the office. "The prosecutor who visited yesterday has arrived." Inside the room, the man lying on the ground, tightly holding his legs and stammering, Yes, I was wrong." The prosecutor is on top of him, shouting, "You bastard, let go of his hands. You bastard." He stomps hard on that area of him. "This trashy guy has harassed a 4th grade elementary student. I just can't understand it. I mean, there are people who say even bastards like you should have human rights." Veins bulge on his face. Damn it! Do they think they can discuss human rights when their own families are being harmed? But rights are rights that every individual must have regardless of their character. He continued, speaking with a grim expression, facing the staff and Dung Hunder. "Human rights are not a simple concept, blah blah. I believe violent criminals like you should be beaten to death. The prosecutor smirked with contempt. Why? Because this way other criminals will hesitate before committing crimes out of fear of facing this punishment. I'm right, aren't I? We should also tell those who think it's worth reforming these bastards. At that moment, he finally looked up at Dong-hyun. That's why everyone cries when they think about paying taxes for fools like you. Detective, what do you think, as a Korean police officer? In the office, all three looked at Son-hoon's computer screen as he frantically installed cameras. The girl sitting on the chair asked, Detective Jung, do you think this level of harm is possible? I don't know if taking photos like this will be accepted as evidence, but if it happens, it will definitely harm Kim's school. However, if you look at the conversation in the video or investigate it, you won't be able to hide that. Do-hun was involved in this crime. Hyung-sik muttered and asked, could he be crazy? What will you do? The black-haired girl gently said, should we keep this matter to ourselves for now? Sun-hun said he's been training hard for an important boxing match. Aeon also agrees. All right, there will be plenty of evidence and witnesses, so let's leave this for now. Detective Jung, does the prosecutor you mentioned earlier have a bad relationship with Chanu's company? Over there, the prosecutor asked Dong-hyun out of curiosity. So what is the detective curious about? My relationship with Dawson Company, right? He also didn't hide it and admitted it openly. From what I hear, you'll give me orders if it involves the company. Hearing that, the prosecutor couldn't help but sigh and cut him off. Hey, detective, you're mistaken. I do have a bad relationship with those guys, but you have to make me think about that. He leaned back on the sofa and continued, even if you hit as hard as an egg, will the stone break? I don't want anything like dust particles, understand? If they cover it up, there will be no trace. The prosecutor grinned broadly and said, if you have something other than an egg, I will have a reason to cooperate. Right? Now let's get to the point. Yes. He looked directly at Dong-hyun and said with a mocking tone, I don't want something like an egg. Something like a hammer drill that can split and shatter rocks. He continued, let's check first if you're carrying anything like that. Yes. He also couldn't help but think to himself, this person has a bit of a personality. He then began to address the main issue. We found evidence during the investigation of a violent crime organization involved in serial attacks, illegal fights, and drug trafficking. This group is led by someone named Han Jung-gu. Dong-hyun continued speaking, despite the prosecutor's surprise. That person is the illegitimate son of Dawson Company. President Hansen Chan. He continued talking while observing the prosecutor's expression as the internal investigation was still ongoing. It seems our police department has a close relationship with that company. In the end, Dong Hai-eun summarized the reason. So we couldn't proceed with a public investigation. The prosecutor also nodded in agreement. Okay. He stands up. First of all, it seems like you have a good weapon. I think Chairman Hansen's son Hansagon is a fool, and it would be a waste of time. But this is valuable information. The prosecutor began to leave the room. Now I have something I need to verify myself, so I turned back and asked Dong-hyun, do you want to come with me for a bit? Entering the room, the prosecutor asked directly. He said he's a detective? Dong-hyun said in confusion. Yes, but why are you here? The prosecutor interrupted him to let me tell you a story. A 12-year-old girl saw bread being sold while walking down the street and was curious about its taste. The girl had never eaten it before, but she didn't have any money. Her family was poor, so she was never given pocket money. So the girl only sniffed a little and then wanted to go home. She was happy just from smelling the ice cream sandwich. As her mother was about to return home, the girl decided to go back, when someone appeared in front of her with a friendly smile and handed her a ban-bang go-peng. The prosecutor continues the story. So what happened next? The girl enjoyed the ice cream bun very much and felt grateful to the man. He frowned with a displeased look. If everything stopped there, this world would truly be beautiful and worth living, or something like that. But he has a clear purpose. The prosecutor's face darkened as he recounted the next part. He handed the girl a smartphone. He bought her many letters and gave her pocket money, but he wanted her to have sex with him regularly. He also didn't forget to ask Dong-hyun to make sure he understood the story involving a 12-year-old fourth-grade girl. Did he ask that person? You were in my room earlier. That bastard is him. The prosecutor grimaced so much his face turned red and veins bulged with anger. That bastard, that son of a bitch. He quickly composed himself and explained to Dong-hyun, oh, sorry, I had an outburst of anger and bipolar disorder. Please remember this. He immediately thought to himself, what a fool, and quickly replied, yes, I will remember. After settling his personal matters, the prosecutor immediately turned serious, entered the adjoining room, and said, Detective L, please observe my work and decide if we can work together. You won't get stressed out if you think about things this way. He turned to remind him, If you get overwhelmed, I'll warn you in advance. I'm not a good person at all. Hearing the door open, the person inside the room turned around and asked irritably, "Has the food arrived?" As I said earlier, I will eat quickly. But in response, the prosecutor kicked him, causing him to fall off the chair. "Are you hungry?" His face slammed hard onto the floor, blood pouring out of his nose as he covered it and sneered at him. "Prosecutor, wait a moment. I have said everything. I accept the charges." He is furious and indignant like that. He is innocent. "Yes, I did it. Because of this, I got divorced and my daughter abandoned me." "What era are we in that you still hit people like this?" "I will tell everything in court later." The prosecutor grimaced and smiled faintly through clenched teeth. "Really? All right, but what can I do now?" "Nowadays, there are many sexual crime cases like yours, so the public is very dissatisfied with the prosecutor and the justice system." He continued speaking with a gritted, furious tone. "The sentence is too long and complex for a single line. Please provide a shorter or simpler sentence for translation." He sneered and pointed at his face, which is why they assigned me to make his face and body look like trash before the trial so everyone could see. Grabbing his collar and lifting him up, the prosecutor continued speaking, and they agreed that the prosecutor was acting purely out of emotion. As you might guess, that prosecutor with such a terrible personality is me. "You bastard!" He raised his hand, ready to punch again. "Now, let's begin." "Criminal." He quickly shouted and grabbed the prosecutor's wrist as he was grabbing his collar. "No, wait a minute. What's so unreasonable about that?" "Why is the prosecutor doing this?" The prosecutor continued to defend himself. "I am also a citizen and pay taxes." But his words were cut off by the prosecutor's punch. As his agonized scream echoed, the prosecutor excitedly declared, "Yes, it feels incredible. The satisfaction of beating these damn bastards' shameless trash, a cancerous tumor that no one mourns even in death." He kicks him hard into the nearby wall. "You'll be criticized, blamed, and left alone for the rest of your life. I'll make your everyday so miserable that you'll die right now." Looking through the one-way glass, Dong Hee-hoon muttered in confusion, "What is this?" After stopping the torture, he lay sprawled on the floor with a face covered in blood. "Save me! Save me! Why did you do this to me?" the prosecutor gruffly replied as he unbuttoned his shirt to cool off. "Don't say things you don't mean to say, you bastard. You only say that because you don't want to be beaten. I know people like you never regret." Then he turned to look at the one-way mirror. Although he couldn't see, he knew Dong Hee-hoon was still watching. "Not a detective, you see clearly now, right? This is how I operate. If you think my method is too extreme and will hinder my work, prosecutor, please let me continue speaking with a nonchalant expression." "I will never work with someone like that, so you should find someone else. Please don't waste our time." 3 flags fluttering in front of the large building. A man under the eaves speaks. "So you don't want to handle it my way," Jun Hui thought. "I am concerned about using violence to solve problems, but he remains calm. My teammates all support a similar approach." Jun Hai lowers his eyes in sorrow as the number of victims rises due to corrupt police and prosecutors. This is the only way to eliminate the rotten root. The prosecutor takes out a cigarette. Large-scale cases like illegal drug crimes are often covered up by those in power. And honestly, it all involves the higher-ups who will hide every cause. Jun Hai looked up, knowing this was a reason that would never be resolved in Korea. He grinned mischievously. Understanding this was a problem that would never be fixed in Korea. "There's nothing like that, detective, you know. The U.S. government is currently under pressure from Korean drug traffickers. So, follow and eliminate them. If we do that, it will be enough proof." The prosecutor chuckles. "Run." Hui looked at him in confusion as the prosecutor calmly exhaled a puff of smoke. "What? Why?" He hesitated and spoke. "First, meet my colleague who works with me and talk about it." He objects. "If we suddenly bring this up, everyone will think we're crazy." "Huh, detective?" At the brightly lit tall building, the bathroom door slightly open, Hui nervously leans back. The prosecutor follows this way. "Oh, is this a hiding spot?" "Hiding?" He has turned the gym's dressing room into a strategy room. He lifts his face, stunned. "Yeah, what the hell is this?" The prosecutor froze, staring at Aeon, who was wearing pants. "Is this a joke?" He glanced indifferently. "Prosecutor, take off your clothes first," he snapped. "What the hell? You think I'm a joke?" He calmly took off the prosecutor's jacket. "Nice to meet you. Please cooperate." He angrily raises his fist. "What? I won't let this go." The angry prosecutor was about to strike when a hand grabbed him. "Are you all crazy? I am a prosecutor from Korea. You are trembling with pain." He turned around to look. The wait is over. "What kind of power is this?" Aeon clenched his fist. "We'll talk after you take your clothes off." Your face darkened with a threatening look. "First, take it off." The prosecutor silently wondered who he was. "That crazy guy from the water hose keeps flowing non-stop." They might have installed a bug on him, so we'll keep the conversation here. The prosecutor was sweating profusely. Otherwise, you should have told me beforehand before pulling my stuff out. This is terrifying. Suddenly, I found myself between two huge men. Aeon looks expressionless. Fine, I hear you like this way. He hesitated. Announcement. An unofficial announcement. Aeon continued. Do you mind if I speak unofficially? The prosecutor is worried. Yes, you can speak unofficially. You can say whatever you want, he thought. Aeon, he's very strong. This prosecutor speaks cautiously. You're Aeson, right? What do you want to do with Dawson Corporation? Why did you come to me? He is indifferent. You've heard about Hanzunu, right? I will kill or imprison everyone connected to him. Any power he has. Aeon closed his eyes. And, since Hanzungu would have to face Zechun alone, he had to set the stage for that. I called you because I need a small favor from you as a prosecutor to catch these criminals. Whether they work for Dawson or not, the prosecutor listens carefully. Zechun, who is that person? How will he deal with Hanzungu? We need to prove Hanzungu's crimes and arrest Chairman Hans Jungen and Vice Chairman Hangugan. Those bastards will then be dealt with by Zechun. Aeon remains calm. We will proceed step by first determining if you are a trustworthy person. So tell me your story. What is your bad relationship with Dawson Company? The prosecutor speaks up. I could make something up, but how do you know it's true? He replied. I will handle it. So talk about it, but make sure of one thing. Aeon closed his eyes lightly and nodded. If you get caught cheating later, you'll disappear without a word, just like those bastards. The prosecutor gritted his teeth, pondering nervously. What the hell? Why does it feel like he's not lying? Aeson said softly. Hey, prosecutor, the water bill is high. Hurry up and say it. He lowered his face in thought. My bad relationship with Dawson Company has lasted a long time. My fiancée is the secretary to the vice president of Hannon Company. The prosecutor is standing in front of a girl. At that time, I was a new prosecutor. One day, she mentioned something unusual. Han ordered her to send him some data from her computer, and while searching for her, he discovered an external hard drive he had never seen before and opened it. Her face turned pale as she covered her mouth with her hands, staring at the computer screen filled with horrifying, grotesque crime videos beyond words. The files are well organized in Korea. The screen shows documents she says are data that seem to reveal the weaknesses of the powerful people here and there. Suddenly, a man burst through the door, just as Hanzu hurriedly entered. What the hell is this? Why didn't you answer the phone? She quickly closed the video and the folder she was viewing, placed the phone back on his desk, and said she didn't know. She stood up and said, Sorry, Vice President, I'm looking for the data you mentioned. Handu shouted, Get out! She secretly worried, feeling like her heart was about to jump out. The man suddenly called out, Hey, Secretary, think about it, stay calm. You can't show any signs of panic here. She calmly replied, Yes, Vice President, is there anything you need to do? He looked grim and asked, Have you seen anything here? Be honest. Han Du-gun looked furious. If she doesn't tell the truth now, I will consider the worst possible outcome. I'm giving you a chance for the hard work you've done so far. Think carefully. She remained calm. I haven't seen anything except what you have told me. After watching those videos, she felt they wouldn't leave her alone if she told the truth because they seemed capable of anything. He looked up with a grim expression. All right, then go outside. After watching those videos, my fiancée is haunted by the victims. She trembled, covering her face with her hands, making it difficult for her to sleep every night. In the end, she told me everything. The prosecutor stared blankly at her, trembling uncontrollably. Is there enough reason to search and seize Dion's company? I thought it was just porn floating around on the internet and told her not to worry about it. He gradually lost control of his anger. Do you believe that the prosecutor's investigation is just about doing whatever they want? And even if that's true, don't put yourself in danger to help a victim who isn't family or a friend. The prosecutor turned away. I scolded her, asking if she wanted to play the role of a martyr who couldn't tolerate any injustice. He faintly smiled. Because I am a rookie prosecutor. I ignored her because I thought she was crazy. Now that I think about it, do you believe I am ending my story? Aeon kept a cold expression. Yes, that suits you. Can you introduce me to your fiancée? She could become an important witness later on. The prosecutor looked confused. No, it's not allowed. Aeon is curious. Why are you protecting her? You are protecting her. If that's the case, we can help you. The prosecutor frowns. The protection is unnecessary. She is in a damn safe place where no one can hurt her. He is smiling brightly. It's true, she died. The skyscraper at the office building. The prosecutor stood still, worried, thinking June. Please answer the phone. Why are you doing this to me, honestly? A new prosecutor with no connection can do anything. That's just a job. You're not a martyr of justice. Think about us, Dui Hun. The door suddenly swung open as Prosecutor Sun entered loudly. Hey, Prosecutor, there's still a lot left, right? Prosecutor Sun said with a tired sigh. Let's go have a drink. I'm exhausted and worn out. You're here. Prosecutor Sun. Sun nodded slightly and smiled gently. Hello, Investigator Park. You're working hard, huh? You're still as beautiful as ever. Sun was a bit surprised and asked again. What are you doing? Are you calling your girlfriend again? I told you to leave a message and wait. Why did you act so impulsively to feel better? Prosecutor Gong nodded wearily. Yes, Senior. Go outside for a smoke first. I have something to say. Under the office porch, Prosecutor Sun spoke up. What do I mean? Sun signaled with his thumb down, giving his girlfriend more time. I heard you said something disrespectful, and then you had to wait. You can't just demand that she accept your apology. Sun looked up at the prosecutor, ready to argue about the wedding. If he has a child, that's not something to fight over. His voice was slow. No, actually, my girlfriend works as a secretary for the vice chairman of Dawson Corporation. The prosecutor took a puff of her cigarette and continued, discovering a collection of unusual crime videos and other things on the vice president's computer. She asked me, can't you search and seize that company? He took another puff of his cigarette. So I said, what are you talking about? Just focus on your work. Prosecutor Sun broke out in a sweat. What did you just say? The prosecutor was stunned. Yeah. Search and seizure. Sun stammered. No. Which company? Who does she work as a secretary for? Hearing his reply, the prosecutor's face turned pale. Hanzugon, vice president of Dawson Enterprises. She has been his secretary for a long time. My girlfriend. He spoke very sincerely. If you know anything, son. Feeling guilty, quickly stepped back, stammering. No, I don't know. Sun trembled and hurriedly turned away. Oh, I forgot something important. I'll go in first. All right, do a good job. The prosecutor watches his son's figure gradually disappears, with a puzzled expression. Thanks, he wondered You see, I'm it. Entered inside. What? Why is he acting so strangely? The prosecutor takes a contemplative drag on his cigarette. I wonder how long is appropriate to wait. I don't know if I'll call her tomorrow. I should give her a gift. It was pouring rain, and the house door swung open. The prosecutor stepped in and hid the bouquet behind his back. Jun, you're back. His eyes widened in horror. At that time, his girlfriend was no longer breathing. People say that if you have someone close to you, you should be polite to them while they are still around. Isn't it about what opportunity is later? Because there's no guarantee they'll be there later when I realize that opportunity will never come back. The next day at the company, while waiting for the elevator, Prosecutor Sun was chatting with Investigator Park. Investigator Park, did the meeting yesterday go smoothly? I can't go because I have something important to do. The prosecutor said he's not okay, right? She stood still, her voice trembling. I can't imagine how he must be feeling. I told him to take a break for a while, but I'm not sure if that will help. Bo saw the prosecutor walk in, and Sun turned to look back. I guess I thought he would choose a different path. Prosecutor Sun stepped forward with a bright smile. Good morning, have you eaten yet? Prosecutor Sun is confused. I already ate. But why did you come to work so early? I heard you're on leave. He waved his hand and said hello to the investigator. I would have nothing to do at home if I didn't go to work. Kong Tu smiled brightly. Do you believe we will die together? The living must live. Sun was stunned. Yeah. He turned to the investigator. I'm sorry, but I left my bag in the car. Could you help me carry it? She turned and walked away. Yes, of course. I'll go ahead. He just smiled casually. Yes, I apologize and thank you. The elevator is moving inside the elevator. Prosecutor Sun hesitantly. Yes. Did the funeral go smoothly? I had something to do yesterday. He interrupted and calmly said, Senior, please tell me everything you know about Dawson Corporation. Sun's face changed color and stammered, Why? Why did he suddenly scowl and grit his teeth? Please. He bulged his neck and face with anger, shouting, When I ask nicely, tell me everything. The bastard son was panicked. What? What are you saying to Hun Seung? What are you doing? No matter how difficult it gets, I am still your senior. He threw a punch at Sun's face. Sun staggered and fell against the elevator wall. What are you, crazy? His face darkened. I wouldn't have been late if you had warned me then. Dawson Enterprises is very dangerous, so I should have gone to see my girlfriend immediately. If you had just told me, I could have saved her. Suddenly, he grabbed Sun by the collar, his eyes filled with pain. If I had arrived a little earlier, I could have stopped it. You know that. The expression on his face when I mentioned the Dawson Company earlier, Silly Sun looked confused. There. That's when he was so angry he was trembling. Jae-hyun definitely didn't commit suicide. You know those bastards did it. Sun calmly replied. The prosecutor is asking me. I didn't expect this to happen. He lowered his head.
Why did you do that? He shouted, tears streaming down his face.
Why? Why is the Korean prosecutor so scared? Sun bows his head. I apologize.
I can do that.
He clings to Sun's shirt, choking back tears. I can stop that. I can save her, the skyscraper. In the room, the secretary nervously reported. Vice Chairman, sorry, but this is very urgent. Someone is causing trouble in the lobby saying they want to meet with the Vice Chairman. The Vice Chairman, blindfolded and resting, looked up irritably and said, What? Who do they think I am that they can meet any time they want? This is just my break time. It's not important. The secretary humbly said, That person is Assistant Secretary An Hyun's fiancé, and he is a prosecutor at the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office. Du nodded to indicate understanding, smirking. The prosecutor An Hyun's fiancé is a prosecutor too. Wow, he must be quite capable. Why didn't I know? He's in the lobby right now, isn't he? He removes the blindfold and smiles softly. Tell him to be brought to my office immediately. We can't keep the Korean prosecutor waiting like this. I knew something like this would happen. The door opens and the secretary signals, Yes, please come in. Prosecutor, Vice Chairman, I have brought him here. You two stand apart. Han forced a smile and said, You're here now. If I had known you were the prosecutor, I would have arranged a proper farewell. Du nodded sadly. I am very sorry for what happened to Miss Angon. She was a very good colleague and worked very efficiently. That really hurts me. He reached out his hand to shake and asked, How was the funeral?
Did everything go smoothly? The prosecutor also reached out and scolded, Be quiet, he's hard to understand.
Yes. But right after, the prosecutor punched him in the face, causing his face to tilt to one side. The bodyguard hurriedly helped Du, speaking anxiously. Vice President Du-go looked grim but remained calm. He has a rather hot temper. The prosecutor, it's rare to see someone with such a unique style these days. Is that right? I understand that being a bodyguard is tough, but you need to take care of yourself while worrying about others. His tone hardened. I've treated you like a prosecutor, but this ungrateful bastard doesn't seem to understand. Do you also want to go see your fiancé? The prosecutor sneered and flipped off. This kid is acting as if he's number one. Listen up, rich kid. I won't beat around the bush, so I'll say what I need to say and then leave. He continued scolding. You think you're pretty clever, huh? No, you're just trash. No matter how dirty scoundrels like you try to hide it, the dirt will always be on the path you've taken. His eyes stare fixedly at the opponent. I don't know how long it will take, but I promise one thing. Someday, you or your family might make a mistake and get caught, even for a small error. I'm not afraid. I challenge Hanzugon. I will use that mistake as a starting point and reveal all your dark secrets to the world. If you want to eliminate me like you did with Jion, go ahead. He boldly flipped off, and whether it's considered suicide or an accident, if I die, I've prepared multiple scenarios to make it look like it was all your fault. I'm ready to leak it through the media, social networks, and online communities, so if you think you can handle it, just try to silence me. Squinting, he smirked coldly, thinking how long a trivial story like this would last. A few days, a few weeks, before being forgotten as soon as it ended, like a fleeting snack. And he's talking about Aihaon as if I did something to her, but maybe it's just because he's depressed. Just as he was about to finish speaking, the prosecutor slammed the door shut and left. He looked confused, unable to believe that this bastard was acting as if he could ignore everyone. His face tilted, veins bulging. I tried to make peace with the prosecutor because of my father's words, but I couldn't. I'll show you who the boss is, you little prosecutor rat. In the sauna, he spoke up, and that was when Vice Chairman Han Du started pushing me. I was ridiculed at the prosecutor's office and then transferred to the countryside. But everything went as expected, you know? The goal is to make it look like I was oppressed by power and finally had to accept reality. The prosecutor chuckled softly as he recalled. People like that think they've won and let their guard down if I change to fit their beliefs. Du smirks and laughs. That's right, that little bastard is acting like he's the number one. Even though he's just an office worker, he's just an office worker. The prosecutor lowered his head because I became silent and loyal under authority. Everyone saw me as uninteresting and ignored me, so I was able to return to the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office by seizing that opportunity. Coincidentally, I found Aeon dozing off. All right, that's enough. Prosecutor, please call. Is it over? Why is Aeon yawning? Is it over? I guess I lost focus because there were more conversations than I thought. He enthusiastically suggested. I still don't know exactly what he's planning to do or how he's going to do it. I think it would be better if we helped each other eliminate the dirty agents of Dawson Corporation. Smiling slyly, he whispered, "From what I've heard so far, Aeon, I have a feeling that someone powerful is supporting you." Aeon, half conscious and half asleep. "I can help you a little, but right now you're in too deep. Anyway, let me tell you about our plan." Steam was rising, and Aeon quickly responded, What? The prosecutor suddenly revealed that they injected illegal drugs into a child named Sejin. "Those maniacs," Aeon immediately said. "So, they are putting on a show to demonstrate the effects of the drug. It's a kind of reality program. That's one of the ways they commit crimes." He frowns. "No, that means we shouldn't let them fight, right? That's like setting the stage for them to get what they want, right?" Aeon pondered silently, maybe in about a month. "I will confirm one thing, and then I will set up the board for you." He walks over and turns on the hot water faucet. "I will let you know what you need to do during that time. Leave here first. I have someone to meet, and this water bill will be split in half." The prosecutor. "The water is flowing heavily." He was annoyed. "Why me?" Aeon calmly replied, "I turned on the water because of you." In the disciplinary room of the military academy, the prosecutor looked at the rows of medals on the shelf. He asked, "But who are you waiting for?" Aeon replied, "Recently, we kidnapped a black web operator and are bringing him in." He was surprised. "What? How did you catch him?" "Wow, you're pretty good at handling things like this, too." When he saw a man with a conical hat walk in, he wondered what kind of freak he was. The man with the conical hat called out loudly, "Aeon, I've brought her here." He nodded and signaled for him to go in. Then a girl bowed her head in greeting. Hello, my name is Janan." Prosecutor Choi was surprised. "What? It's not a foreigner, it's this child." The man with the hat explained that Director Kim exploited the child's weakness and forced her to do it. The witnesses and prosecutors gathered in the room, and he continued, suspecting that they were exploiting the weaknesses of those skilled in information technology and forcing them to work. "They said there is someone named Director Kim Doong after." The man in the hat replied, "If the child tells us the location of Director Kim's office and the child requests to be completely removed from Director Kim, then we will consider it." He looked directly at everyone. "Hey, Jin, is there anything wrong with what I said or anything I need to add?" Jin shyly. "Yes, I need a new identity so that person can't find me anymore. My parents, too." Everyone fell silent as Jin continued, his voice filled with fear. "Do not ever mention this to the prosecutor or the police." "Never." That's Aeon's stern warning telling me where that office is. He glared threateningly. "After I check that place, I will consider helping you because I will decide whether to eliminate you or not." The golden evening sunlight bathes the luxury apartment as I stand trembling by the dining table, listening to the phone. "So now all I have to do is wait for the bait to bite, right?" Trung Fung Kim replied, "The last fish will bite the bait because they think they are at the top of everything and can handle anything." He suddenly asked, "Suppose the process takes about a month. Would you be okay until then, since it seems to have more side effects than I thought?" Jun Yu hesitated. "What are you talking about? What side effects?" Manager Kim looked confused and puzzled. "What do you mean?" "The side effects of the new drug." He turned back and said, "This is the greatest moment of my life." He laughed loudly, his eyes blazing red. "I am in the best condition." Manager Kim asked, "Really? Then lucky me," he said casually, "even though the injection has already started. Stopping halfway would be very dangerous. You know that. We have no cure at all." With blazing red eyes and a cold smile, "You better prepare yourself because if you fail this time, you'll be kicked out too." "That kid." Manager Kim turned his head to look. "Yeah, I'll remember that." Run Yu, with a pale expression, turns away. "Go to work. I'm enjoying my unemployed life right now." Manager Kim's face changes as he glances coldly, thinking to himself, "Is there some scheme behind this?" "You have to be careful because it knows too much already." In a training room, Do-hun sat in a corner and spoke. "How is it, sis? Is the camera still there?" He glanced over. If he hadn't bent down to look, he probably wouldn't have seen it. Shu Hui replied, "It's no longer there." She leaned her head against the wall and glanced around. "I searched the spot you mentioned and other places, but couldn't find it. Probably because they are very cautious due to so many worries." Shu Hui calmly looked up. "Sun Hun, don't worry about this anymore. Focus on preparing for the tournament." I bow my head in worry. I have to try my best given such a good opportunity. Du-hun gently closes his eyes. "But sister, my mother once said that success is not the main goal, but acknowledging mistakes and living to pay for..." "Huh? Why did you suddenly talk about death like that?" Du-hun smiled and stood up, saying, "I think that's a good thing to say." He tilted his head and said, "If I can help with anything in the future, you must tell me. Please remember that." Do-hoon smiled and walked away. I'm going to train now. She watched her follow. Yes, keep working hard. Brother Shu leans against the wall, lost in thought. This kid is even better than me. The entrance of the cinema. Hein turns around and speaks. Hey, I'm going to the bathroom for a bit. Chun's car will pick us up. Yeah, go ahead. I'll wait here. You're tense. It's really wrong to get so close like that. Chun's distracted and drawing too much attention. I feel so embarrassed. Chun's car is standing still. Who said you should go on a movie date in this situation anyway? Joseph grimaced and glared. That's because you weren't careful. Brian observed closely. Oh, and Hajin, her t-shirt is too short. He looks annoyed and sweaty. What? Hey guys, why didn't you say anything to Hajin and just blame me? Huh? Chun, don't be so timid. Joseph and Brian, what are you doing, holding my people back and approaching Dongthan? He said. Even Hajin, who was out watching a movie, everyone agreed. When did we become like this? Hajin smiled and approached. What is this, just 3 people and you're already close? Well, being close is also good. And going out like this sometimes is okay, right? Joseph remains calm. Yeah, not too bad. Brian replies. Hajin, you're here already? Just buy some popcorn. She was excited. Oh, Brian, you're amazing. How about sweet and cinnamon-flavored popcorn? Do you agree? Does it bother you? He smiled, agreed. I like it a lot. Hajin looked down at himself. But today my coat is too short. It's the first time I wear this style. Brian speaks up. No, it looks very good. It suits Hajin, too. She smiled brightly. Oh, totally American style. Chun's car stood there, confused as he watched them. Hey. In the cinema, he helplessly pondered. It was really uncomfortable. All he wanted was a peaceful date. Brian Hajin hands Brian some popcorn and says, Eat a little. He opens his mouth. She looked up happily and spoke. But why can't Oppa Ethan come? Maybe Sister Suyeon is going on a date with him again. Brian glanced over at Ethan. Aeon can't come. Does he have something with the prosecutor because Lord Do is with him? She suddenly staggered. What prosecutor? I feel dizzy now. Brian is so calm. I don't know what that means in Korean. Joseph looked over. The prosecutor is the one bringing charges. Hein praised him. Oh, come on. Joseph is truly a knowledgeable person. She eats while thinking to herself, wow, Uncle Joseph is really busy. It's also related to the prosecutor again. Hopefully it's not something dangerous. The old warehouse is filled with cardboard boxes. Aeon points at the door. Soon is standing nearby here. That's right. But as I said before, she's tense. There are thugs here. They are always around, and it would be very dangerous to just walk into a place where muscleheads gather. What is the prosecutor observing? How many of them are there? Besides, which gang dares to touch the Korean prosecutor? He shows no worry, even without a search warrant, no one dares. Aeon asked if the prosecutor had handcuffs on her because she was dangerous, and Soon was frightened. What? Why is it like that? I don't want to be caught again. If something bad happens inside, I'll be taken too, right? Aeon remains indifferent. Don't overthink it. Just follow the orders. Nothing bad will happen. She's handcuffed to the pole, feeling anxious. But with my eyes covered like this, and this prosecutor really trustworthy, that doesn't make sense. The prosecutor glared and said, don't play tricks. Being exploited doesn't mean you're innocent. And Aeon, what will you do inside? What is the plan? Tell me. He turned to look. Are you planning to pretend to be a prosecutor? Anyway, with 2 prosecutors, even a large gang would have a hard time touching them, Aeon said calmly. Hey, do you know how to fight? Prosecutor for DM Nyen. Oh, you know a little. He suddenly hesitated. Could it be that Aeon is cold-hearted? He opens the door and walks in. I feel at ease only when I beat up the thugs I see. The prosecutor looked surprised. Huh? What the hell is that? What did you just say? Did I hear that right? A man spoke up. What? The fat guy frowns. Damn it, what did that bastard just say? Did I hear that right? The prosecutor, panicked, hid behind the wall and thought. Aeon, what the hell is he? I thought he had some serious plan. A terrifying guy. He turned pale, clearly thinking that Tong had said there was no aid. What are you 2 planning to do? Aeon asked. So even the Korean prosecutor is here with us. His eyes are glaring and provocative. If you're afraid, go home, and if not, get ready for the law to smash your heads open. The room falls silent. Everyone inside turned to look at Aeon and remained silent, holding back their words. At this moment, a guy with full arm tattoos stood up and spoke. I've lived all my life, and this is the first time I've seen someone dare say such words right to my face. Hey, say that again. I think I must have misheard. Aeon sneered and looked down on him, mocking the fat guy with the stupid tattoo as if his ears were full of fat and he couldn't hear clearly from the start. Hearing that, the guy angrily stepped closer to warn him. Is this dog crazy? You want to end your life right here today? Huh? I can kill weaklings like you with my strength right now. A real man should have some muscles like me, understand? He sneered as he spat in his face and acted superior. You've been watching too many superheroes. That's why you dare to be so rude. Why is your neck so stiff? You bastard! Do you want me to break your neck? Aeon, angry, slightly raised his head and said, You should hold your head up high like this. Then he forcefully slammed his head into the forehead of the guy, hitting so hard that he spat out blood. Then he fell face down on the ground, lying at his feet. Aeon calmly rubbed the spot he just hit, not forgetting to mock. I could crush your pig brain in one hit. The rest of the people in the room saw this and all stood up. One shouted, You dare, you dog! What are those fools looking at? Why don't you arrest him then? Aeon ignored them and turned to the door, saying, Prosecutor, come in quickly. There are a bunch of thugs here. We need to catch them all. A fierce-looking guy thought to himself, What is the prosecutor doing here? Damn it, do they have so much backup? The prosecutor looked confused but still stepped forward to introduce himself, saying, I come from Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. Please cooperate with the investigation. Hearing this, Trang-gu, with a leaf in his mouth, said, Prosecutor, no way. Are you acting alone? Don't you know you could die doing that? He arrogantly asked, Who is the guy with you? Investigator? No, it's not that kind of thing. Then Trang-gu noticed something interesting. Mockingly said, Look at this. Does this guy look like a bow-shaped ear? Then he covered his own ear and continued. Ide, are you a wrestler? You're really jealous. I used to have chubby cheeks too. Suddenly, Trang-gu burst out laughing like a madman. Now neither of them has it anymore. Aeon, annoyed, punched him, knocking his face askew. I don't care, you idiot. Trang-gu is lying on the floor, surrounded by panicked followers. You're grown up. Damn it, what are you bastards doing while I'm talking to someone? At this moment, Trang-gu no longer pretends and angrily gives the order. I'll give 10 million to whoever catches him. Whether it's a prosecutor or someone else, they can hide it. Kill him. The prosecutor is scared. Only Aeon is calm. Things are getting worse. The gang members follow orders and step forward to show off. The one in trouble today is you son of a bitch. He just casually said, Well then. As one of them was about to step forward, he was quickly stabbed in the eye. You're finished, you bastard! He stands there casually and says, This unguarded eye. The guy who just got hurt groans in pain. My eye? Another guy saw that and immediately threw a punch. You bastard! How dare you hit me from behind? Then he swung a straight punch down onto that guy's elbow. The guy, in pain, couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, My shoulder. The fat guy with tattoos on both arms is only now starting to realize he's scared, but he still pretends to threaten. Do you know what kind of person I am? We're not afraid to kill anyone. He pulled out a small knife from his pocket. The prosecutor quickly jumped up and kicked him in the face, causing him to scream, while another guy was grabbed by Aeon by the collar and could only curse at him. The bastard prosecutor, annoyed, kicked the fat guy a few more times and yelled, What kind of thug dares to pull a knife in front of a prosecutor? Aeon, with a calm face, his tone lingering, says, The prosecutor's not someone to mess with, huh? But be careful with the deal, there's still work to do. At this moment, the prosecutor begins to reveal his true nature. At first, he seemed too rough for me to trust, but after seeing him fight, he turned his face with a sinister, thug-like smile. You really are a rough one, huh? I like you a lot. Exactly my type. He pretended to be tough, but was hit on the head with a stick before he could react. The guy who just hit him is mocking him. You're fighting and you're looking elsewhere. Aeon shackled someone and silently cursed in his mind at the sight. This idiot should have seen the opponent coming before speaking. Trang-gu, holding a knife, smirks confidently. So now you're all alone. Killing the prosecutor is a bit much. He seems confident of victory, licking his blade. As for you, even if you kill, it probably doesn't matter. So what? How do you like that? Can I use a weapon for a bit? Aeon still seems fearless, provoking them. I see. From now on, don't complain no matter what happens. He pulls out the spear and calmly says, Because it was you guys who suggested it first. Trang-gu feels a bit scared. Oh, he's using a spear? The little follower next to him looks really worried. Big brother, this guy is a bit dangerous. Given the situation, he will give orders to the 3 underlings, and all 3 of you rush in at the same time. While I'm fighting you, I'll take him down with a surprise attack. Trang-gu was about to speak again. Then suddenly, Aeon appeared right in front of him and joined the conversation, as if it was natural. Is there any good news? Why are you all whispering to each other? Before they could react, he struck directly at the hand of a nearby underling. The guy could only curse, You bastard. Aeon continues to punch the second guy's shoulder, shouting loudly, but he remains calm, counting. When the third henchman saw this, He just shouted at this damn bastard, but was suddenly thrown into the chest and pushed onto him, then looked at Trang-gu, counting with no words left to say, only thinking, what the hell is this crazy guy? How fast is that? His face looks very scary right now, smiling slightly as if he's amused. Oh, there's only one of your tricks left. The night sky at the container yard is filled with the sound of knocking on the crates from outside. Jung-ho came again, pretending to ask, are you resting enough? It's been over an hour. Sorry for being late, I just ate some gookbap. Are you hungry? But I'm not sharing my portion. He laughed like a child making a deal. All right. This time I'll cut about 20%. If there's something you haven't understood and suddenly remember, just tell me anytime. I'll keep going. Trang-gu is too exhausted to have much strength left. I admit I remembered something, but I really don't know anything about the filming location or the drug factory. He looked disappointed after hearing that. Huh? Is it over? That's really disappointing. He revealed everything he knew. I know where Director Kim transferred the documents and the footage related to the VIPs. Dong-ho listened and thought, if that's true, it's important information. He asked me for the location, and I will check it myself. But if you're lying, you know what will happen, right? Trang-hu urged, you have to hurry. That old snake of a department head is extremely cunning. But Dong-ho was not in a hurry, his face cold as he ordered. All right, I'll call someone to check right away. But before that, I still have to cut the remaining part after pointing my finger. Trang-gu sees that there's still no sign of resistance. Why? I've already said everything, you bastard. I told you, I've said everything I need to, you little dog. Seeing his terrified face, he burst out laughing and stepped back. Are you scared just because I was joking? I told you, you bastard, Trang-gu muttered under her breath. This crazy guy, and he's laughing like he's won the lottery. Anyway, here's the phone. Give me an address. The scene shifts to the company office room. The guard listening to music heard someone and asked, are you here to deliver a package? The visitor replied, I'm here to pick up some items. At this moment, he finally saw his face clearly and wondered, huh? A completely unfamiliar face. He politely refused. Sorry, only the person who sent the item can receive it back, so you'd better go back. Suddenly, he was grabbed by the hair. Aeon grabbed his hair and pulled him out, causing him to cry out in pain. What the hell is this guy? The guard was furious. Warning, you chose the wrong place to cause trouble. Do you know where this is? You bastard, how dare you do that? But Aeon just dismisses it as wind passing by, looking down on it. What place? I'm curious about that too, so I came to find out. Aeon didn't let go, still speaking arrogantly. Why don't we explore it more thoroughly together? So what exactly are you hiding in there? The guard continues to deny and threatens further. Are you talking nonsense? Everything here is locked up. Are you stupid? I already activated the emergency alarm. Before you get inside, my people will come and tear you apart. Aeon scoffed. Do you mean the guards around this building? I already greeted them on the way in. Remembering how he knocked the guards out cold, Aeon seems to be joking. It seems you're overworking them because everyone says they need to rest for a bit. The guards, still holding Aeon by the hair, refuse to believe. What? That's impossible. I haven't yet, and he cut me off. Prosecutor, what are you still standing there for? Open the door. That guy heard it and thought to himself, what? This prosecutor is crazy. The prosecutor went inside to look around. All right, let's see. This seems suitable. He grabbed the fire extinguisher and smashed it hard against the lock. The prosecutor kept hitting even harder a few more times, then discovered there was another gate. There is a steel gate here. Aeon heard that and casually said, then break it. The prosecutor also hitting the fire extinguisher again is another way. After breaking the gate, he went inside and pretended to be polite. Sorry, do you mind if I come in for a bit? Wait a minute. You're not a real prosecutor, are you? No prosecutor would behave like this. Do you have a search warrant? A search warrant. Of course, the legal system is important, but do you know what I've realized lately? The prosecutor stepped closer and threatened him. I've learned more in the past few days this way than by following the rules. He sneered and said, sometimes to fight fire, you have to use fire especially against people like you who exploit the law to escape justice. Don't you think so? At this moment, Asen spoke up. I will handle this guy. You start checking the documents to see which ones could become legal weapons. Prosecutor smirked. You're doomed now, you bastard. Trust me. If you confess everything now, you'll be safer. The new guard was a bit scared at first, but now he's getting angry. Ha ha ha. Unreasonable? I'll report this to the police. Illegal entry, assault, property damage, impersonating prosecutors. All of you will go to jail. Do you understand? Aeon nodded in approval. I thought you were a fool, but it turns out you do have a point. The guard is furious. Of course, we are the ones who understand the law and live by it. All right, from now on, answer the questions properly and remember to relay my message exactly as it is. The scene shifts to another room with belongings in disarray as a man stands observing and listening to the guard recount everything. That person asked again, "So you're saying Aeon and the prosecutor took everything?" Turns out that person is Director Kim. He asked again, just as the boss predicted, "The security here is really bad, huh? You keep bragging about being experienced in this industry. So what happened then?" The guard stammered as he continued to tell the story. "Oh, well, that bastard Aeon has taken out all our men and he told me to pass on a message to you." He turned back, his face expressionless. The guard continued, "Change your glasses. Those look boring, please." He didn't get angry but chuckled softly, lifting his glasses. "I understand. Is there anything else?" He was surprised but still answered honestly. "No, he just said that." Manager Kim then left, not forgetting to say, "Take care of yourself." He was surprised. "Huh? That's all you're going to do?" "And what about the missing documents?" He replied without even looking at him. "Documents? Don't worry, we have plenty of copies. But someone has to be responsible for this, right?" Hearing that, Kongak looked up and saw a muscular guy in front of him, and he immediately panicked. "What? What do you mean? What is this?" The muscular guy clenched his fist, veins bulging on his face, and answered, "Anything else? Destroy the evidence." A scream echoes from inside the room. Director Kim smiles and walks away as if he didn't hear anything. He pushed up his glasses, lost in thought, and said, "A prosecutor, huh? It seems it's time to move on to the next step." Director Kim muttered to himself, and just as he was about to unleash the real monsters, the muscular guy from earlier appeared beside him and reminded him, "You have to keep your promise, Director." "Damn it, you scared me half to death. Captain, is it all over now?" He didn't answer, only reminding, "I have to be the one to finish Shin-Hun off." Director Kim smiled flatteringly. Yes, I would be grateful if you helped me take care of that." "Captain, how about it? Does the medicine work?" The scar-faced captain thinks of something, grinding his teeth. "It's perfect, I should have used it sooner. If we do that, those bastards wouldn't be able to humiliate me anymore. But it's okay, that's enough. I will personally tear that woman apart." In the room at the company, he turned to ask Manager Kim whether he should storm into their training room right now and tear everything apart.
If we attack suddenly, we can easily take them down. But Manager Kim responded kindly, smiling and saying, "Oh no, don't do that. Everything is going according to plan. Just handle it quietly when I give the order."
He sighed in disappointment and said, "All right, I understand." Director Kim turned away with a sarcastic look on his face. Look who's here. Just someone who only knows how to use muscles trying to do something?" The scene shifts to Detective P gently knocking and politely asking if the prosecutor is there. Seeing Detective P enter, the prosecutor cheerfully inquires, "Oh, Detective, you're here." Detective P asked in surprise, "What the hell, prosecutor, these things are?" She looked around the prosecutor's desk and asked curiously, "Where did these documents come from and why are you here instead of the office?" The prosecutor cheerfully explained to her, "There are too many bugs in that building. I can't go there. This case is too sensitive. I will handle it here." Investigator Back sighs in relief. All right, if you say so, prosecutor. I'll try to lend a hand and we can start looking for what we've been after." The prosecutor continued, "You know we've been pursuing this case for a long time, right? Anything that could expose the dirty and horrifying truth about the Dawson Corporation." A few hours later, Detective Park suddenly found something unusual and called the prosecutor. "Prosecutor, what is this?" Curious, he asked, "Did you find anything?" "When I investigated further, there was no clear evidence of what it was used for. I need to investigate further to see if there's any connection. But give me the address, and I will give you my conclusion tomorrow," Investigator Park asked in surprise. "How do you plan to investigate so quickly? Isn't that very dangerous?" The prosecutor nonchalantly said, "Don't worry. That investigator is more dangerous than anything waiting for him. Trust me, I've seen it with my own eyes. Ayun, while we continue the investigation, call additional guards just in case." Soon hurriedly said, "Wait, this is not part of the agreement. If this keeps going, when will it end? And if that place is really a factory or filming location, it will be extremely dangerous. The thing you care about most is the promise between us." And she softly asks, "If something happens to you, who will keep the promise to me? Before you leave, you must create a new identity for me and my parents." He begged so earnestly, "Please, I beg you." But Aeon simply said coldly, "Hand over your phone." "Huh? Here's my phone. Why did you do that?" Aeon, wielding a hammer, ruthlessly smashed the phone in Soon's hand. Sun hurriedly stood up and shouted, "What are you doing?" "Prosecutor, while I was away, I made sure she couldn't use her phone, computer, or anything connected to the internet. Before I left, I reminded the prosecutor that the detective would arrive soon, and I will get back to you later. Report to me today if anything happens." The prosecutor replied to Chumo,
All right, drive carefully and don't fall asleep. Hold on, wait a minute. What's going on with this?
The prosecutor sighed and sat down. Soon looked confused and asked, "Huh?"
The prosecutor said seriously, "You seem to be mistaken. Right now you are a suspect, and based on your actions, I can
Easily put you on trial." He then continued with a contemptuous smile.
When I speak to you, kindly follow my instructions. If what you say is true, we will talk again later.
"Do you understand?" "Soon," Run so obediently replied. "Yes." At the cram school, the teacher's voice thanks for studying hard. The students are cleaning up and getting ready to go home. Joseph stands there, sighing and complaining. Why does that girl never leave before all the teachers do? Why does she study so hard when she doesn't seem that good?
Well, anyway, if she's trying her best, that's good. She's coming out now.
Hein steps out, tousled hair, yawning as he greets the two of them. "Finally done. I just went to the bathroom for a bit."
Joseph also understood and told Brian, "Oh, I see. She doesn't stay late because of studying, but because she fell asleep and didn't realize class was over."
"Yeah, it's understandable. Studying isn't the only thing that matters in life."
Joseph tiredly replied in a low voice,
"Yeah, you're right." Hein is inside the women's restroom dealing with her troubles. From inside, a woman is pulling her luggage and heading out. She is fully covered and slowly pulling her suitcase away. It's taking quite a while. Joseph Fan seems to be a bit slow. "No, she didn't go in. First, check if Hajin is still inside. I will follow that woman." The medic replied sluggishly, "Okay." As he followed, Brian harbored many suspicions about the woman ahead, secretly wondering what could be inside a large suitcase carried by a stranger entering the school.
Suddenly, Joseph shouted, "Brian, stop that bastard!"
Immediately, Brian rushed towards the white-haired woman. He said, "Damn it," and then thought to himself how long she had been waiting inside the bathroom. Seeing she had been caught, she glanced behind with a contemptuous smile. Brian held onto the suitcase to block her and said, "Hey, stop right there," then thought to himself, "Focus on Hajin first." She was pulled back by her suitcase and pretended to be surprised. What did she say? Brian grabbed her collar and asked. "The password, the one he was choking her with," she screamed out. "Ku, who are you?" Without hesitation, Brian drew his gun and pointed it at her head, demanding, "Tell me the password now." She cried and begged, "Please don't hurt me. I'll say 486. The code is 486. Brian got the password and released her. "Don't think about running away. Don't stay still if you want to live." Then he focused only on the suitcase, lowering his guard against the woman beside him, and gently called Hazen. "Hein, can you hear me? I'll get you out of here right now." Suddenly she burst into loud laughter, speaking in a teasing tone. "Really?
I'm really surprised. You actually carry a gun with you like it's nothing."
Brian turned back, pointing his gun at her and asked what. She laughed and said, "Hey, old man, this might be a bit much." That was her reaction when shocked. I didn't expect her to carry that. One shot was enough to leave Brian paralyzed. He immediately collapsed and couldn't move. She nonchalantly said, "Oh, wow, the electricity was stronger than I thought. Are you okay?" She bent down to pick up Brian's gun and softly questioned, "Why were you so careless? Hajin seems very important to you, doesn't he?"
"Ah," I laughed loudly, just as I expected. Feelings always cause people to make mistakes. Feelings make him stupid.
Smirking and teasing, she points the gun directly at Brian. "And when you are that foolish, you will die because of your own mistake. Isn't that right? Am I wrong to say that?" A voice from inside the Millilit company said in the evening. "Stop talking nonsense." Do You told Manager Kim to get to the point. "How are things going?" Do You sighed and continued. "Don't let those kids mess things up like last time. I'm tired of cleaning up after you guys. I'm really fed up with all of you." "Those bastards." Director Kim reassured him. "Don't worry, this time the criminals will handle it themselves. No outsourcing. Everything with the gangsters and the Chinese guys has always been part of my plan. Do You doesn't trust me. So he turns and retorts, "Go ahead. Last time you got robbed right here and now you're acting like a genius fool. Are we really installing listening devices in that room? Why do I always feel like we're being led by them?" But Manager Kim was not afraid and seriously said, "Let it look like I am being led around so they will suspect we are in control and lower their guard." Manager Kim then turned to ask him, "And what about the prosecutor for Huiseung, him?" He replied, "Let it go. He can't request a search warrant." Do You chuckled happily and said, "Catching people is more fun than eliminating them. What can he do? A low-level official who thinks he can manipulate everything will soon be called by his superiors." He leans back in his chair, his voice tired. "So who will take that high school girl there this time?" Kim, department head, replied, "Still our original friend." Manager Kim definitely said, "You've already met her." Do You was startled and looked up to ask, "She is her daughter." Maybe Du-Yu has remembered who that person is. That crazy girl? It's the image of the white-haired woman. She pointed a gun at Brian without any fear, mocking and saying, if you keep making mistakes like that, you might die someday without even realizing it, right? Am I wrong? In the evening at Heinz Tutoring Center, Joseph, carrying Hazen on his back, suddenly stepped out of the women's restroom and asked, Brian, have you caught her yet? Concerned, Joseph hurried over to Brian and anxiously said that Hazine had fainted inside and that they needed to take her to the hospital. But when he saw Brian being defeated by her, Joseph was surprised. Damn, when she saw him, she greeted him. Oh, hello there. The bald guy immediately turned around and pointed a gun at Joseph. I have to take him away now. You go ahead. The bald guy is done. See you later. But I didn't expect her to say it and actually do it. In one shot, a bullet sped towards Joseph. Luckily, he carried Hajin and dodged in time. What the hell is going on? First, get Hajin to a safe place. The security guard there is very scared, she thought to herself in shock. What? A security guard? She said she was a witness. The security guard kept begging for mercy. Please, I didn't see anything. Let me go. But she had no intention of letting the guard survive, coldly saying, I don't believe it. You must die. Luckily, Joseph managed to get Hazen back into the women's restroom, and they are still safe. He angrily kicks the door and silently thinks that the crazy woman must have run past this door. He destroyed the door so it could no longer be closed. Stepping out slowly, Joseph used that door as a shield. She asked confusedly, what was that? She couldn't help but be surprised and praised you highly. Your strong, bald head, but can you block bullets with a wooden door? She continued, I will turn you into a hive. Joseph threw the door at her, causing her to lose her footing and fall to the ground. Damn it, throw it! Joseph shouted to the security guard, hurry up, this way. The security guard immediately ran inside to hide. Joseph quickly said, hurry up and run away. Seeing Joseph's actions, she became even more excited and praised him highly. You're truly a good person. It's hard to find someone like you nowadays, but unfortunately for you, being a good person only puts you at a disadvantage. Idiot! Reload the gun and slowly move toward the women's restroom. She demands that Hajin be handed over quickly because I have other things to do. Hearing that, Joseph thought to himself, this is too dangerous. I need to disable that gun before she enters. Then turned to the trembling security guard and said, hey, take her to the bathroom right now. Quickly, the security guard responded, yes, I understand. But he was too complacent and did not follow your instructions, immediately injecting the drug into Joseph's neck. But he was still sweating, trying to figure out how to deal with her. How on earth did Brian get caught? Who is that woman? I've figured it out. What the hell? That bastard just casually said, so? You're caught in the trap now. Sleep well. The sedative is very strong, don't worry. While still conscious, Joseph quickly threw a punch at him. He reassured her that he would take good care of the girl. But this guy's reflexes are quick. He dodged Joseph's punch just in time, which surprised me. His hat fell off, revealing his bald head. This bald man kept praising him. Not bad. You know how to use your big body well, but that punch was really heavy. It's just a pity you tired quickly. The drug has taken effect, and Joseph gradually collapses to his knees. This bald guy calls her in. Sophia, it's over. Go ahead. She happily stepped in. Got you now. You idiot. Did you really think I would shoot here? So it just makes cleaning up more complicated. She sighed in frustration and said, that's why I told you before, don't be too forgiving. She excitedly said her last words as Joseph was completely asleep. Anyway, that foreigner is now as limp as a dead fish. Just go to Japan when he wakes up. This gun is dangerous, so I'll keep it. Du-Yu is driving somewhere late at night when suddenly an urgent call comes in. He asks, Brian, what's wrong? What? I'm on my way back to the province now. On the other end, the news came quickly that Hajin Ayon had been kidnapped. Du-Yu asked in confusion, what? Hajin, what's wrong? It's a call from Brian. It seems he has regained consciousness after the paralysis. Approached Joseph, and informed Du-Yu and the woman about her capture. Her style is so different that I can't be sure. But he sighed and said, she looks just like Jine Soon. Even the mole placement is the same. We need to interrogate her immediately if we want to find out where Hein is being taken. I see. I'll call the prosecutor right away. Take a rest and meet me in the GM room. These bastards really don't know when to stop. I will tear out their hearts and crush them. Du-Yu's car is turning onto another street. Du-Yu, filled with anger, gritted his teeth and said, these bastards really don't know when to stop. I'll tear their hearts out and crush them, so furious. A few veins appeared on his face, as if I had to crush them so completely that they could never lift their heads again. Thanks to Jisoo, Soon finished and said her part. The prosecutor immediately approached and asked, what did you say? Do you remember anything? Soon looked up, and she replied, yes, I think it's time. From behind the prosecutor, she was opening the door and stepping in. Seeing her, So said, They're here. The prosecutor still looked confused and asked what. Who are you? The woman said. Sorry about this. The prosecutor turned around and, seeing her, was startled and asked, Who are you? Why now? At this moment, the prosecutor's phone starts ringing. Prosecutor, he's calling you.
Sun smiled and asked, What should I do now? Isn't it better not to answer the phone and just drive alone in the countryside? It sounds both dangerous and exhausting. The prosecutor turned to scold Soon directly, and seeing his handsome figure, she excitedly said, You're so forgettable, prosecutor. You're totally my type. A man in a black shirt is following behind her, and she continues to smile and chat happily. But unfortunately, today I have to take my sister. I'll ask for your number next time. She turned and immediately saw Chun's strong hand clenched into a fist, and she sweat as she asked, Huh? You told me to wait down there, and without hesitation, you immediately punched her right in the vital spot. Chu's car tensed all over, gritting his teeth in hatred and saying, These bastards are worse than trash. Do you really think I'll fall for your trap again? Chun looked at her with a hungry glare and warned, Unless you kill me, you won't be able to take Hajin anywhere. At a large apartment building, Hajin softly says, Thanks for bringing me home. I'll text you later. Suddenly, Chun reaches out with something and calls Hajin. She immediately smiled excitedly, her face slightly blushing, and said, Huh? What is it? Oh, is it a couple's ring? I'm not really interested in these things, but hearing Hasten sound so serious, he and his cold face interrupted. This is a location tracking ring. Soo-hyun also gave me one the other day. So why do I still need this if I already have a location tracking app on my phone? Listening to that, Zae-chun calmly replied, Yes, but things don't always go as planned. If anything happens, they might throw away your phone to throw off the tracking, so wear this whenever you go out. With that, Hein quickly smiled and said softly, I understand. I'll wear it every day like a couple's ring, but I don't really like this kind of thing. In front of a large building, Chun's car is walking down the street, humming a tune. He quietly thinks she would be happy if he surprised her, right? He's probably tired of always having to go home with those guys. He's still at the academy, probably napping somewhere again. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention from afar. All right, let's move on to the next point, quickly now. His face froze as he saw everything clearly. In the distance, a man was carrying a girl on his shoulder as they entered a black car. There was a woman standing calmly behind, observing, which caused the car to suddenly exclaim, Hajin, what the hell is going on? He shouted urgently. Hajin, get Hajin out of there, you bastards, immediately. The woman suddenly notices him, turns her head, sticks out her tongue provocatively and mockingly, and says, Look who's here, the main character. Just look at his body proportions. Now I really want to be his fan. Oh, I quickly took out my phone, winked at Chun's car and said, Not today. See you later, honey. Look carefully. This is Hajin's phone with the GPS attached. The woman threw the phone down and quickly got into the car. Come on, let's go to the next forest point. Seeing that, Chun quickly drives over and yells to stop. Inside the car, the fat guy holding the steering wheel softly said, Is that guy heading straight for the car? Should we back up? Oh, hearing that, I smirk contemptuously and confidently say, No need, just press the gas, it'll dodge anyway, crashing into the car is only in movies. Immediately, Chun's car jumps up. He spun in the air and crashed headfirst into the front of the car. She opened her eyes wide, panic-stricken, and said, Huh? What the hell? The spring car crashes into the front windshield, shattering it into pieces. In a flash, he was thrown far away, and a loud voice echoed in his ears. What is that? The driver suddenly yells at this crazy person. What the hell is this? He's really crazy, said Du-cheon, a bald man, quickly. Run quickly. Sticking with that guy will only cause more trouble. We still need to pick up soon before Aeson arrives. At this moment, Hein still has the tracking ring on his finger. They don't know anything. They're just rambling. So he probably won't chase after them. He didn't expect us to head straight to the gym. With that condition, I can't even stand properly. Watching the car speed away, I struggle to get up and grimly say, No, now he's truly angry, thinking anxiously that the tracking ring must follow immediately. If we lose it now, who knows what will happen to Haji. In front of the coffee shop, a police car is parked by the roadside. Inside the vehicle, a voice reports, Urgent report of a disturbance caused by a drunk driver on Route 2, ID code 2374. Request the nearest unit to respond. A police officer, seeming annoyed, then said, Another drunk driver? What a hassle, but he quickly responded and sped off in his car. Unit 2, move out immediately. A moment later, the black car from before also pulled up right there. The woman stepped out confidently and said, It was easy. I'll be gone for a bit. Wait here and be careful with Hajin. Hearing that, the man in the car quickly responded, Got it. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. I don't care much about that girl. Singing softly, Kwang's sister is here.
At this moment, Chun's car is panting as it rushes over, and he quickly opens the car door. Huh. Why are you so quick? What the hell? Why do you look like that? Chun's eyes widened in anger as he shouted, "Back off!" His face was drenched in sweat, clearly showing his frustration as he threatened, "Hands off Hane, or you'll get beaten to death by me without a weapon. Hey, you brat, don't you know what fear is?" He kept shouting at him without noticing that Chun had already moved closer. "Don, the kid, hasn't learned to fight dirty like you." Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful punch was thrown directly at him, a lesson to be learned. But suddenly, an arm reached out from behind him. Earlier, Duan reached out and grabbed Chun's bike handlebar, tightening his grip, and his dangerous voice warned never to turn your back in a fight. The man's terrifying face continued, "When facing multiple enemies, always back against the wall. Kid, it's not like in the movies. No one waits their turn to get beaten." Before long, he grabbed a handful of hair from behind the bald man's head. Seeing that, Duan also started to panic and stammer, "Wait, don't grab his hair, you monster." Chun's car grabbed the tuft of hair and pulled hard. He shouted, "No way." Hearing that, he cried out in pain, "Stop! Stop, you bastard! Don't give up." He threatened him in a commanding voice. "Let go! I told you to let go. Every strand of hair is precious. You guys, you crazy ones, are always like this." At this moment, Chun's car suddenly grabbed Duan's arm, and a punch flew straight to his face, leaving him stunned and bearing it. Seizing the opportunity, he rolled over and pinned the other person to the ground, with Mr. Takya's mouth painfully open as if trying to scream. Chun, with a dangerous tone, shows no hesitation when destroying others' lives, but instantly loses his temper when something of his is threatened. His eyes bulge, his face flushes with anger, and he reaches out to attack him again. "I'm so disgusted I can't stand it." "So is that the thing you cherish the most?" "I will tear it apart." Chun yanks Duan's hair angrily, the pain from the top of his head surging through him, causing him to scream loudly, "My hair, you bastard!" Hearing that, his face remained calm as he replied, "Don't worry. I'll take care of it for you, so you won't need to wash your hair anymore." He forcefully yanked a lock of his hair. The flying strands of hair in the air made him scream in fear. Ducheon lay sprawled on the ground, still muttering, "My head." Immediately, Chun's car turned back toward the vehicle, shouting loudly, "Hajin!" He shook her shoulders gently, his voice full of concern. "Hajin, wake up quickly. It's me, Hajin." Hajin just woke up from her fainting state and muttered, "Where am I, Hajin?" Suddenly, Seun embraced her tightly, causing Hajin to ask in confusion, "Huh? What's going on?" He didn't listen to her words, holding her tightly and softly saying, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Hajin. It's all because of my greed. I've let everything go too far. I will end it all and I won't let you be in danger anymore." At a large martial arts school, Chun's car brought Hajin there and he helped her sit in a corner, speaking softly, "Just lie down and rest for a bit. The director is nearby and will arrive soon, as will the police." Seeing this, Hajin asked, "Where are you going?" He didn't hesitate and quickly replied, "There's one more guy inside." After saying that, he smiled, turned to leave, and still said, "I'll be back soon." Not long after, Chun walks into a room, and everyone around begins to look at him as a man speaks up. "Huh? You're Lim Shun, right?" Hearing that, Chun calmly said, "You must be a prosecutor, right? Ion told me about you. But before we officially get to know each other," not finished yet, he looked at her lying sprawled on the floor and softly said, "Clean up this mess first." The woman, still conscious, provocatively replied, "Is it a bit too much to hit a woman so hard? You get a 10 for looks, but 0 for manners. Real men shouldn't behave like that." As he finished speaking, Chun quickly kicked toward the woman and softly said, "Miss, are you crazy?" Seeing him attack her, she couldn't hold back and shouted, "That's cruelty." His face darkened with anger, and his words were tinged with frustration. "You're just a criminal. Don't pretend to be noble. It's disgusting." Suddenly, the man from earlier, Jin Soon, spoke up. "Well, now something's happened. You're rushing too much, aren't you?" "Didn't expect this surprise, did you? You've just exposed yourself." "So what's next? Are there any other tricks up your sleeve?" "Maybe I should just put you in jail right now." At that moment, Jin Soon from afar also slowly said, "I didn't exactly not foresee this, just the probability was low. And even if I go to prison, I won't stay long." As for what's next. Right now, Aeon is driving alone through a deserted area at night. Hearing this, the prosecutor also said with surprise, "What is this? You deliberately got caught to lure Aeon to the abandoned warehouse among the files." Suddenly, she pressed the pen against Detective Park's neck nearby, her tone threatening. Something like that. But then a foreigner, who was no pushover, suddenly jumped in to save the day, and my plan will be ruined. That person, seeing Soyeon's actions, hurriedly shouted, "Detective, wait a moment, put down your weapon and stay calm. She's not involved in this at all." Suddenly, she looked at everyone with a terrifying face and said irritably, because everyone was too cautious, "I had to set many traps to divide you and carry out my plan. Why did you let him go alone? Who knows what might happen on that dark, deserted road?" The prosecutor looked at her with a frightened face and shouted, "What did you do, you bastard?" Hearing that, Jin soon said, "Aeon is the main support for your group, right? So I just need to take him down. Last time we set a trap for him for arson, but he still came back. There must be someone powerful backing them up. This time, I won't hold back. Instead of making him a criminal or suspect, I will turn him into a corpse," the prosecutor said angrily. "You think Aeon is easy to take down, but she doesn't care." She smiles and raises her voice, saying, "It will all be clear soon. Where is S. Hain now?" Suddenly, the woman lying on the floor spoke. "Uncle Don is holding her in the car downstairs, but since this guy showed up, he probably took her upstairs already." Hearing that, Soyeon helplessly exclaimed, "This is really troublesome, but we will still follow the plan." "The police are coming. Retreat before things get more complicated." But as soon as he finished speaking, Chun's car hurriedly said in a dangerous tone, "You guys are so boring. Are you crazy? You can't fool me." Her face darkened, but she kept the pen pressed against Investigator Park's neck and calmly said, "Oh, is that so? What if I stab the pencil into the carotid artery of the investigator and then pull it out?" At that moment, she was in her hands, trembling with fear. "Prosecutor." Hearing that, the prosecutor was startled and shouted, "Investigator, hang in there. We will free you." "Jin, put your weapon down." Before he could finish, Chun's vehicle behind immediately spoke up. "Just stab her, you bastard!" Seeing him say that, he angrily turned around and said, "What the hell is going on?" "Risking it is death." At this moment, Chun's car still remained calm as he raised his voice. She wouldn't dare to stab. "Prosecutor, that's the only way to escape." The prosecutor immediately snapped in anger. "What, are you gambling with lives?" Suddenly, Jin Soyeon stabbed the pen into her neck. She whispered, "If I stab, someone will have to hold her up so she doesn't collapse." Seeing Investigator Park get stabbed, the prosecutor couldn't hold back and shouted, "No, hurry up and call an ambulance now." But Soyeon remained calm as if nothing was wrong and softly said, "Prosecutor, your phone is over there so you can't call for help and you still have to protect Hain, right?" At this point, the prosecutor angrily shouted, "Hey, are you deaf, you bastard? Call an ambulance first. Catching them can come later, but you must call the ambulance first." Hearing that, Seun thought to himself that even though she was a woman, if she fought these two and Hajin got hurt again, it would be bad. Then suddenly, he took out his phone and said, "All right, I'll call right now." Chun's car immediately contacts the hospital saying, "Yes, there's a person stabbed in the aorta with a pencil. Please send someone urgently." Suddenly, the woman who was lying on the floor stood up and softly said, "I have to go. My stomach hurts too much. I need to use the bathroom." At this moment, he quickly said his final words to the other side of the phone. "Yes, we are controlling the bleeding without removing the object." "Understood." "Oh, I'm leaving now, waving my hand to say goodbye." "Goodbye, little one." "Next time, I won't hold back. Goodbye, Hajin." "See you again soon." Hearing that, Chun quickly spoke up. "You two will regret messing with Hajin. I'm not the only one who will go crazy. If Hajin gets hurt, I hope not." Immediately, Jin's expression looks quite troubled. She spoke in a dangerous tone. "Oh, thank you for the warning. Maybe Aeon is one of them." "Take care of him. Don't waste time worrying about us." "Hello, Hyun, where are you?" "Hurry to the gym now. I'm too far away." The prosecutor might have already been in trouble. Hajin could be there too. Who's flashing their headlights? Suddenly, a truck is rushing toward his car. Aeon froze in panic. What? He looked towards the bright lights as if lost in thought. Aeon is still human. Even he wouldn't survive if hit by a truck, right? The truck blocked his way, and he marveled at how terrible his turn was. The driver was angry, huh? Damn, I can't understand this. Did he just avoid the truck? Something like this has never happened before. He cursed terribly, and I had to chase after him from the beginning. Damn it, this method still works. But he saw the car revving and was immediately startled. Huh? The small car crashes into the truck. The angry driver gets out of the car and curses, "Is this crazy guy really crashing his car into the truck?" He grabbed an iron rod and strode forward aggressively. "Is this a new way to die?" That's right. How long can life really last? But there was no one on the car, he wondered. I was worried about losing track earlier, now it's convenient. Wait a minute. Where did he go? He was about to say something when suddenly a shadow darted towards him. Aeon pressed his head down to the ground, twisted his arm behind his back, and slammed him onto the road. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and begged for mercy. "I will tell everything. Un, standing behind, said coldly, "No need, I already know if you want to live. Call and say it like this." He continued, "Like always, success." The scene shifts to Soon in the black car answering the phone. "Yes, how is it? You need to upload the photo to confirm and receive the money." "Yes, this will be handled as a hit-and-run car accident with no clues like usual." "Done." She threw her phone onto the street, and the woman beside her asked with a smile, "Did he really die?" "It seems old tricks still work after all." Soon will reply, "I don't know. I need a photo for confirmation." She turned back to ask, "Are you okay? You got hit pretty hard earlier." She immediately replied, "Yeah, I guess I need to get my nose fixed. It hurts so much." She smiled and said, "But I've been used to getting beaten since I was little." "It's okay, right?" Soon suddenly asked, "But don't you find it strange?" Lim Si-chun gave up too easily. She casually said, "He can't do anything now. Blood is flowing like a river. And protecting Hein has always been his top priority." She jabbed at his nose and continued, "He even ran straight into a moving car back at school. He's really crazy about girls." Soon kept questioning and deliberately let Lim Si-chun go to the gym right away. "Didn't I already throw S. Haines' phone away?" She replied. "Yeah, I saw that earlier at school. Maybe he was just acting on instinct without thinking. Are there any other tracking devices?" Let's switch scenes to the hospital. Se-chun stood sadly by the bed and said, "I'm sorry I didn't expect her to really stab." The prosecutor replied, "I understand how you feel. I also want to kill them, but don't gamble with someone else's life." He said softly, "Losing someone important can happen in an instant." He told him to go. "I will stay here. You don't look too well." "Yes, I'm sorry." Se-chun went out and saw Shu Huin, surprised, asked, "Oh, you're here already?" She hesitated. "Sorry about this. Brian and Joseph were careless. She said she wouldn't do it again." Seun replied, "Yeah. Let's go back to the previous tracking circle I showed you last time. I continued to secretly attach it under those women's cars when rescuing Hajin, just in case." Tu Hui immediately praised him. "Really? Good, I will check. You can rest now." Aon switches the scene, smearing blood on his head and pretending to collapse so the driver can take a photo. He asks him, "Have you finished taking the picture yet?" He nervously replied, "I've uploaded it now. Will you keep your promise and let me go?" "Of course I promised, right? I even lend you my blood too." Suddenly, he said with widened eyes, "But I never said I would let you stay intact in another place." She exclaimed excitedly, "Is this where they're about to fight?" The tension is really high. Manager Kim nonchalantly asked, "Are Aeon's photos ready yet?" Soon showed him the phone, and he immediately thought that now, even if he pretended to be powerful, he was just, dust. Manager Kim turned around and said with a smile, "All right, turn on the lights, stop the machine, and inform the guests. Can the shuttle send out the invitations?" Soon said he is losing control of his emotions. I can lure him to come on his own. In this state, he will think Sehajin is constantly in danger, which is problematic because she keeps pleading and those guys are still around. Even though Aeon has disappeared, Director Kim interrupted. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." He smiled cunningly. "Hasten is finished now. Everyone will be arrested." The scene shifts to a large corporation where the secretary is on the phone. "Yes, Prosecutor Han, today." Vice Chairman Han-du left the office without his briefcase. She continued, "I know he has an important meeting tonight and probably kept it in the safe. I don't know the password. I just feel guilty about Jehu's situation and want to help." He replied, "Yes, I understand. Thank you." At night at the corporation, a shadow was rummaging in the darkness, and that was Aeon. He was trying to guess the password, thinking to himself, "Here it is. The password is 802. Suddenly, someone reached out and turned on the light switch. The blonde-haired man wearing sunglasses stepped into the room. He said, "There's a mouse sneaking in here. Did someone send you, scaredy mouse?" He continued, "Do you think you know what's inside?" But a flying axe made him dodge his head to avoid it. He angrily said, "You bastard, if it hit you, I'd be dead, you know?" Ayan calmly said, "But it didn't hit." He replied, "That's right. So you're the one from the fashion show." He mocked him. "I heard there's a dog wandering around loyally, isn't there? He stays up at night watching over the house for his master." He picks up the cigarette ashtray and throws it at him. He was about to say, "Enough, come out," but before he could finish, the ashtray was hurled straight at his face. My joke this time really hit home. Sorry about that, but it's just an ashtray, a bit of a waste. He sneered and said, "Wouldn't a crutch hurt less?" "Puppy, do you want to go for a walk?" He is furious. "That's right. Dying from a weapon is too easy. I will make you suffer." He widened his eyes and said with full fury, "Experiencing each pain will turn you into a broken soul and a shattered body." Aeon coldly said, All right, let's see what you've got. He rushed towards him. He grabbed the landline phone, raised it high, and threw it at him. He raised his hand to block and cursed at the bastard, but he pushed his hand on the table and kicked straight into his groin. You think that's clever, you idiot? He staggered and said, You're sneaky, you hit a vital spot. He raised his hand again and said, I'm in a hurry, finish quickly and stop barking. Aeon suddenly froze. He threw a punch at him, but he dodged it. He looked disappointed, as if the punch was wasted. Actually, that's just a trick, he continued. So you managed to dodge. That's right, knocking him out would be more fun. Aeon silently watched him and then said to himself, So what stance does this guy think he's using, Po? Why do you stand with your right hand and right foot forward? In modern martial arts, left-handed practitioners usually use the crawling stance. He keeps throwing punches and insulting Aeon. Why do you look so tense? He just spun his foot and provoked him, huh? Are you only fighting fools who are easy to deceive now? His fist comes straight at Aeon again. He leaned back and dodged. He said again, Well, that's a shame. As he finished speaking, he threw another punch, but he was blocked. He then swung his hand toward Aeon's stomach and delivered a precise blow to his abdomen. That girl is useless against me. Do you know why? He smiled and said, Because in this world, those tricks are just childish, cheap moves of amateurs. Aeon calmly replied, So what I don't claim your world, but I'm confident in one thing. Your right hand is shattered. He silently looked down at his swollen, trembling hand. He silently thought that just moments after taking the punch to the stomach, it used its index finger to strike his fist, and at least it didn't break. Mr. Keogh appeared calm. My hand? Do you think a small scratch is enough to turn the tide? A professional fighter's hand has to accept a few small scratches. He continued. Do you think my hand is easy to break? But in an instant, Aeon suddenly rushed straight at him. He silently thought that this coward's rush was taking advantage of the moment I blinked. He struggled to resist and said, This coward won't be a match for me. The move was pathetic, but I grabbed his hand and squeezed hard. He widened his eyes, questioning himself inwardly. It was aiming for my hand from the start. That bastard. He twisted his arm behind his back and he shouted out in pain. He cursed my hand. Aeon sneers, pretending to be a real man all day. Keep going, your scream sounds like a girl's. He struggled and kicked him away, shouting loudly. Even though his hand was trembling, he still kept a brave front. You think losing your right hand means I'm out of the game? I'm left-handed and just need one hand. Aeon still looks indifferent. Is that so? You know how to box, right? Then you should know this. He charges again and says, Losing your left hand makes your right hand useless too. He throws a series of punches. He dodged while thinking that just using his shoulder wouldn't last long. Now this guy thinks I can only use my left hand. He calculated that just one hit, even if his right hand is shattered, would be enough. With a single precise strike, he would swing his left hand with all his might, shouting loudly, Die, you bastard! He thought that if it ducked or dodged, that would be his opening to strike. But facing the fist is Aeon's pointing finger, and he is stunned. What? How is it? He delivered a powerful punch right into the center of his fist. His finger shattered into pieces. He cried out in pain. I gently lower my mask and say, Your move was too predictable. I saw through everything, idiot. Now both your hands are useless. You can't beat me anymore. He knelt down and said, All right, you must have seen my face clearly, right? Now I have no choice but to eliminate you. So I'll ask you an important question, he demands angrily. Why are my hands like this? He ordered coldly. Focus and give me a reason not to deal with you right now. Oh, don't worry, I won't hurt you. It's best for you to become the thief who robbed the safe. When he gets hit, he trembles and thinks, is this bastard serious? I'll just pretend to follow and wait for the right moment. He replied to him, I'll give the safe code. I don't remember your face. My memory is very bad. Too bad, I already know. Someone told me. I checked when you came in earlier. The man hesitated, trying to negotiate. Oh, really? Then wait a moment. If you cut him off completely, then I'll call someone to pick you up. He kept begging. Wait, I still have it. I'm sure I still do. I know almost everything. Just tell me what you want. He continued, I don't even know who you are. I guess the guest list is a shared file, but that's only half of it. Aeon hesitated for a moment. The man confirmed the file was split in half as a precaution. Both parts are needed to open it. He said again, Let me go and I'll tell you who has the other half. You coldly replied, Fine, I'll let you go. Go ahead. Are you suspicious? Really? Is it that easy? Yeah, there's a chubby lawyer Park. He keeps describing the large mole on his chin. Fat and disgusting. That bastard does dirty work and abuses the law to hide his crimes. Truly a despicable bastard. He stammered, asking, Is that enough information? Let me go now. I'll disappear. That's right. I'm just the vice chairman's bodyguard. That's all. I'm innocent. Aeon replied calmly. Yeah, I will keep my promise and let you go. Suddenly, he used his foot to gain momentum and delivered a powerful kick to his face. He took the full force of the kick. He coldly said, "Sit there and call yourselves innocent." He continued, "The bastards like you only make me go crazy, so I will wipe out each one before my eyes. Aeon will keep you from ever daring to hurt the kids again. Everyone involved in this will be killed." Inside the office, the door is pushed open. He turns his head back to look at her. Huh?
The consultation is over now. If you want to make an appointment, call again in the morning.
Xu Hui asked seriously, "Where is lawyer Park Ji's office?" Seeing the two waiting, he probably hasn't come back yet. Is he showing his annoyance?
Are you joking? If you want advice, make an appointment first, girl.
Get out now before I call the police. Okay. She glares angrily. I asked where his office is. This guy keeps whining again. I'm sick of it. He stepped forward. What? What did you just bark at? I'm being nice to you because you're a woman. Want to fight? Xu Hui punches him straight in the face.
Are you saying I'm afraid to fight because I'm a coward? That last punch made him stumble.
He stomped his foot to steady himself and coldly watched a punch hit his chin. Brother Xu silently thought that the weight difference was too great to defeat him. The man rubbed his chin and commented, "Who the hell are you? This isn't the first time you've fought like this, right?" The person behind couldn't hold back their laughter after being almost knocked out by a woman. "Do you need help?" The guy angrily swears. "Shut up, you crazy idiot. It charged at me so quickly I didn't even see its hand swing." He started to step closer. "Hey, I don't know who you are, but one thing's for sure. Guess what it is?" he said contemptuously. "Your pretty face, girl. You're done for. After today, you'll be permanently disfigured. Your father has been in real fights before, and you're the one who throws the first punch." He glanced down. Huh? Why a knife? She stabbed straight into his leg as she revealed her crime. Kim has 3 prior convictions for assault. All victims are women. I was drunk and don't remember anything. Are you using that as an excuse to get a lighter sentence? He cried out in pain. A real knife. Brother Xu drew his weapon forcefully. All your victims were beaten so badly their parents couldn't recognize them. She is so angry that she hates him. How can someone like you get such a light sentence and still walk free on the streets? He gapes and swears. What kind of person are you, you crazy bastard? This is terrorism. Do you understand? You're definitely going to die. Xu Huin asked calmly. Lawyer Park Jishik is really good, huh? Yeah. She presses her face close to her opponent. Hey, are you repaying him? He keeps following like a dog. He raises his fist. Be quiet. I've served my sentence. I have paid my debt. That's the court's ruling. Who are you to judge? Brother X kicks at your leg. She doesn't care. He's writhing on the floor. My leg is not badly torn. It's torn. She looks satisfied. But there's one thing I'm sure of. Brother Xu kicks the opponent hard in the leg. Guess what happens next? The guy screams in agony. Don't touch my leg. She looked at him with a judging gaze. You should at least become a cripple so you never repeat that disgusting act again. He moved from behind, secretly approaching the unarmed opponent, grabbing his head to break his stance and locking his weapon hand. Brother X switched hands with the weapon, reached out to attack, but she responded quickly. Your friend will be just the same. He was stunned, thinking to himself, huh? I thought he had sneaked up behind without a weapon in hand. He was lying on the floor screaming for help, calling 112. The guy saw it and immediately cursed, charging in when he saw him with a weapon. Then, go to hell. She opened her eyes wide and contemptuously said, You bunch of trash who only know how to walk. Now tell me where Park Jich's law office is, or do you want to die? Suddenly the next door opens, and Xu Huin glances at Bak Tashich, saying, Let's go for a bit. Tashich appeared smiling and told them to scream like they were being chased by a ghost. Then he said, So I only have a little girl here? He pointed his gun at them. Who are you? Did you come from Senator Kim or the CEO? Should I answer or not as she steps closer? Taesik threatens. Listen to me or you'll get beaten. He laughed confidently. You look ridiculous. See this? It's a real gun. I have many enemies, so I always carry one. Xu Huin rushes forward with a weapon and throws it directly into Taeshich's hand. Huh? What are you doing? He was terrified out of his mind. My knife. She quickly grabs the vase from the table. Taeshich also bends down to pick up the hot item. If I shoot you now and kill you, it's just legal self-defense. You've messed with the wrong person, kid. Xu Hui struck his head hard, and Taeshich's eyes went blank. He collapsed to the floor, motionless, muttering defensively. She sneered and said, Do you think abusing the law is a privilege? Let's see how you survive where the law doesn't reach. In an abandoned warehouse, 2 people are tied to chairs. What is this? Taeshich screams, I want help. Save me. There's a crazy person cornering me. Quiet! No one is going to save you. He angrily cursed. You are protecting Director Han, the traitor who betrayed and sold me out. Aeon appears in front of them. Focus. Just be careful. Listen carefully. He looks at Tai. From now on, you reveal all the illegal activities of Dawson Enterprises in full detail. Understood? From Hanugon, Chief Kim, Jin Soyeon, Sophia, to Chairman Hans Seungon Chon, Aeon calmly demands. From drugs to underground fighting tournaments in the black market. Write down everything you know about the guests in the documents, and I will compare the testimonies. He holds an axe close into his face. Write everything down. If there is even the smallest detail that doesn't match, whether someone is lying or not, both will lose a part of their body. An coldly looks at Tesich, wanting to see what he will lose first. Go ahead and lie. I need to vent my stress too. Tesich speaks to negotiate. Wait, at least we should have talked first. He's scared. I don't know why you did that, but I'm just a lawyer, Tesich thought to himself. This crazy man must not panic. Keep talking and try to persuade him. He tries to explain, my job is not to choose cases based on morality. If I only defend those who are morally upright according to society, I wouldn't be doing my duty. Tich trembled as he begged Aeon. I'm just doing my job, that's all. If you're unhappy, go sue the lawmakers and judges, I'll cooperate. Please leave me alone. He looked away without listening. People say you're a lawyer with a very high success rate. You're really skilled. Aeon slammed the axe onto his foot, talking nonsense. Teshich widened his eyes in horror, crying out in pain. Aeon looked up coldly. You live as if the law is above all, as if no one can touch you. But when faced with death, those things no longer matter. He desperately begged, please, please spare me. He is completely indifferent, understand? Those excuses are useless anyway. Aeon orders T now to write everything down, every detail. If you slip up even once, this will happen again. Understood? He obediently followed orders. Yes, I understand. He was unhappy with Teshich's attitude, lowering his voice. You bastard, my head hurts. A big company right in the middle of the city. Du-ho looked out the window. Still, no one has taken it yet? Manager Kim replied. Still not yet, I apologize. It seems that item isn't with the bodyguard, but if a VIP took it and destroyed the evidence, there must be a copy somewhere. A cigarette ash flew into his face as he spoke. And if Prosecutor Hui Seung is holding it, then we're out of options. Du-ho angrily said, What do you mean we give up? It's not that we're giving up, we're just useless. Stupid fools. He shouted in blame. Even if we have people in the prosecution and police, that prosecutor will keep digging until everything falls apart, you idiot. Du-ho kept complaining. That damn Han-gu thought everything was fine without him, huh? Thought dealing with Aeon was the end of it. He pointed his face and said, Stop dreaming and go get the evidence. Idiot, before those two crazies dragged us to our deaths. Do you hear me clearly? Manager Kim, holding his wound on his forehead, nods and says, Yes, I understand. You're here already? Did they hit your face? Director Kim, let's get in the car. So worried, she asked what to do now. Would it be more dangerous if the match is broadcast before finding the evidence? Should she suggest broadcasting it or focus on the search first? He remains calm, just broadcasting as planned. Director Kim smiles confidently, gathering as much as possible before the broadcast and then sneaking away. But if that family and the VIPs get investigated during that time, we could make even more money. Returning to the old warehouse, Aeon reads the information on the paper. They organize illegal fights using kids and sell exclusive viewing rights to VIPs along with drugs. He's quite surprised. Really? The powerful enjoy watching kids fight each other? Taeshai kneels on the ground trembling as he explains the first reason is that among the contestants in the tournament, there are those who have been drugged, and each time a new drug is tested, they are used as experiments. He also revealed that the VIPs have their own fighters and send them to compete in illegal matches elsewhere. In other words, this is a twisted pastime of the elite. T knows almost everything, and the second reason is that they gather school bullies to fight each other. Watching those bastards beat each other for the prize money excites the VIPs. He reveals all the secrets. In the end, Director Han Junu will appear to teach them a lesson. It was like they were gods judging the evil. Teshich didn't hesitate to report everything, but then the VIPs started demanding increasingly more extreme games. This led to illegal fights, hand-to-hand combat, and even innocent children and regular students being forced to fight each other. He looked at Aeon in panic, and at that moment, everything started to spiral out of control. I only know about what happened with Girlis Hain. He looked at her with a threatening gaze. Are you laughing? Teishi quickly explained. No, it's just the way my mouth naturally curves. That's how I am. Aeon asked further. So you're the one who cleans up after that filthy illegal gang? He immediately admitted, yes, that's right. I am the one cleaning up the mess. Please, forgive me. I will tell everything in court. I still have a lot of evidence. Jan picks up the axe. Is that so? That might be helpful. All right, I'll let you live, but just to be safe. If you dare run away, I'll gouge out both your eyes. I'm still really angry. Tai, step back. I'm not running anywhere. I actually prefer being locked up. I'm just a dirty pig, so can you just throw me into the pigsty? Please just come forward with your weapon. You think I'll trust a sneaky bastard like you? Better to be careful. Cutting one leg is enough, he shouted loudly, echoing across the area. There is no axe touching the chained foot. He looks and assesses. Are you fainting? I was just joking. I peed my pants. Dirty stuff. Aeon sat up and continued his actions. All right. Next is the fashion star. Besides what that pig said, do you have any other reason for me to spare your life? He turned to look at him. Han Jun-gon, the vice chairman, has many enemies. Aeon slammed his fist on the table. Stop stuttering and speak clearly. He honestly said that Hanzun has a lot of enemies, and he's not touched because he's exploiting others' weaknesses. In fact, he revealed everything. Especially to the prosecutors. I can tell you who is trying to overthrow him. Not just prosecutors, but many others as well. Aeon kept a calm face. Not necessarily, but fine. Postpone the execution. I will decide after verifying if those in the prosecution sector are capable of overthrowing him. Inside the apartment complex where Chun's car is, he turns to look at the door and says, "The food's here. Go get it." De-hun, feeling lazy, refuses. Why me? You go ahead, I'm older than you. Se-chun flipped him off with a friendly middle finger. Damn it. I just ate my mom's delicious cooking, so this time it's okay. The door was opened, and he told the delivery person to just leave it outside. What are you doing? Take off your hat slowly. Eating dinner makes you fat. What if you're slow? Chun's car widened its eyes in shock. If you slow down, how do you plan to fight me? The shops are concentrated in a building, with 2 police cars parked below. Inside the white car, a voice echoes out. Those sick bastards, if it were me, I would have taken them down one by one, shot them in the head right there. The prosecutor has the investigation info, but if we want to take down the VIPs on this list, including Hanzagon and Chairman Han Seong-chan, we have to catch them in the act, or we don't stand a chance. He started to consider that even if they pushed forward with the investigation using this data, the prosecutors would definitely try to cover it up. We have to catch them while they're watching the broadcast so we can corner them with no way out. Aeon glanced and said, That's right. Hanzagon's bodyguard mentioned something. It seems there's someone in the prosecutor's office who also hates Hanzagon, not just you. The prosecutor doesn't know about this yet. What? No way I wouldn't know about that. He explains. Prosecutor Kang Huyu. I hear he and Handu hate each other openly, but they still pretend to get along because they're both involved in dirty dealings. He's worried. Kang Huishu, that damn bastard. Filthy to the bone, always crawling to anyone who benefits him. Aeon also thought that since those two fought for power, having a common enemy sometimes makes them allies. He shifted the blame, and when he's no longer useful, we can also make the chief prosecutor meet the same fate. Investigate it. You're in charge of this case. The prosecutor is getting tired. All right, I'll give it a try. But wait, how do you know Hanzagon already has that data and what the safe code is? He looked directly at Boan. His secretary said she didn't know. He just brushed it off. That thing? Someone told me, Aeon thought to himself. A person who also wants to end this battle like me in Chun's car. Returning to the apartment complex where Chun's car is, he angrily yells at Junu. You really are a bastard! Se-chun begins to attack. Are you here to die? He simply dodged the attack and said, Don't be angry, I just came here to talk today. Se-chun's elbow hit Jun-gu's mouth as he said, Consider this a special invitation. Are you kidding me? The only thing I have to say to you is that Chun-kar gave Jun-gu a punch from below the chin with a fist. That bastard! He staggered and shouted, Damn it, my jaw hurts so much. Do-hun heard the noise and immediately went outside to check the situation. What's going on? What the hell is this? Huh? You're surprised too and exclaim, Hanjunu, why are you here? What the hell? Why does he look like a crazy person? Jun-gu greets with a smile. Long time no see, Sonen. So I hear you're quitting being a gangster and switching to boxing? What perfect timing. He seems both envious and admiring, offering a helping hand in various ways. I'm supporting you. The car's clutch squeals as it stalls. Shut up, you crazy idiot. He tried to speak, but at least let me say my piece first. He sneered and said, Do you have anything left to say? My only goal is to kill you. A fierce and angry look flashes in my eyes. Right here,
Right now, I don't care if I go to prison, you're just trash not worth my effort. Jungu's whole body starts to tremble.
Really? Your only goal is to kill me? No way. No way it can be just like that. Chun's car looked straight into his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. What do you know about anything? Jungu secretly admits what he's done. I know very well. I was the one who started it all. He said something that surprised you. Hajin is safe. Isn't that what you wanted most? But no matter who protects her, do you think she can live peacefully? Just one small mistake and they'll come back again. Maybe for the rest of her life. Chun-Kar grabs his collar tightly. You bastard, what right do you have to talk like that? You think I won't dare to kill you? Du-hun intervenes. Lim Jae-chun, stay calm. Losing control could ruin everything. It's very dangerous, we need to think clearly. Just listen to what he's saying. Mine is still in danger. Jungu clearly shows his smug satisfaction. That's right, Sonan is very sensible and smarter than he looks. I no longer intend to harm Haji. Really? But what about you? The car hesitated. He's threatening. Is killing me more important than knowing how to protect Hajin? Just tell me up front. Manager Kim has no intention of stopping. Chun's car had to let him go. You really are a scumbag. Tell me, how do I keep Hajin safe? Jungu takes a deep breath, relieved. So, where should I start? You don't know what Aeon is doing, do you? He's revealing the situation. If Aeson wanted to end this, he would have done it a long time ago. So why is he letting you take the revenge? Because of you? Chun-She hesitated. Jungu says that flattery is the best bait, and now he's using you to lure out those involved. Chun's car didn't understand and asked again, so what do you mean? He shrugged and said, I didn't plan that. I even think it's pretty good, that guy. How should I put it? Jungu told everything, hesitating a bit. He only wanted to wait until you were safe before acting, but because of that, Hajin kept being pushed into danger. He laughs and says it's to gain trust. Everything is just waiting patiently for the perfect moment. Don't you see that now? If I wanted to hurt you, I would have already done it. Chun's car still carries this unquenchable anger, so let's get to the main point. Your voice sounds so annoying, so how can you protect Hajin? Jungu laughs happily. What else can I say? You have to volunteer to be the bait. He started explaining the reason. Hajin is in danger because they are using her to lure you. You know that, right? If you don't want to see her in danger, then go to where they are yourself. I also reflect on it, just like Hajin risked everything to protect me back then. Shouldn't I do the same now? It's time for me to step up. Jungu pointed out the key point. But what about you? Why are you telling us all this? Do you even have a conscience, you trash? He looks disappointed. There was never a time when you barged into the company like a lunatic. My dad cut ties with me, so now Jungu presses close to his ear, planning to drag all those bastards down with me. How does it look? Both sides are benefiting, right? He's putting on his hat, ready to leave. But we don't have much time left. Manager Kim is probably preparing the plan to catch Hajin. Seichun hesitated and asked, where is that battle taking place? Jungu simply answers, huh? I don't even know the location of the battle. That bastard Kim, the department head, doesn't believe me anymore. Are you investigating if he's working with the twin sisters? He honestly said, that's right. Those crazy girls. They planned everything, including forcing Hajin to fight. I asked in a joking way, what are you doing? Chunhyam too responded seriously, just to see which side someone is on. Wherever those two women are, that's definitely the final destination. Seeing him leave, he immediately asked, where are you going? Jungu teased him. So, what about going home? Do you want me to stay overnight? The thoughts running through Chun's mind risk a big reward. Not everything Han Jungu said is necessarily true. But if Sister Suhyun can locate the position using the tracking device, this is truly an opportunity to strike back. He took a deep breath, meaning we must not let them have a chance to react. We can't be cowardly like those petty ones who only dare to attack from within. Chun Vehicle is determined to trust Akon and Suhyun, and now asks Junu to take me to Director Kim. Right now? Jungu froze and looked back in confusion. Huh? Really now? I haven't even thought about it yet. Du-hun paused immediately after hearing that. Hold on, wait a moment. Let us finish talking. He agreed too. All right, go ahead. You're worried, so? I advised Chun to stay calm. Hey Lim Chun, why are you thinking like that all of a sudden? Are you planning to crawl in there yourself? We have no idea what kind of trap they set. He calmly replied to them that I am an extremely valuable item, and that besides forcing me to fight Han Jungu, they wouldn't dare do anything else. Didn't you hear just now? I think the same way too. He glanced upward. Yon is trying to keep everyone safe, but that only buys us more time. Before Hunin is pushed into an even more dangerous situation, I have to set the board myself. Set. Chun decides to leave. After I go, make sure to tell Suhu to find the ring no matter what. Dohun looked on. What does that mean? What did you say? He closed his eyes and replied, It's a long story. I have to go now. Jungu asks again, Is it finished? Chun's car responded coldly, Yes, let's go. He suddenly cares and tells you to go inside and put on warm clothes. It's very cold tonight. Leave your phone at home. If they find you early, everything will go wrong, so I'll wait with Sun Do-hun. I have a few things to discuss with you. Xie-chun agrees. Yeah, it's up to you. Sun Do-hun listened quietly, about to say something unknown. In the middle of the night, a car moved along the road. Chun-si glanced and said, I don't really trust you, but I still want to ask, even if you are the illegitimate child of the chairman, you are still family, so why do you want to destroy that family? Jungu laughed hollowly. Family. Blood doesn't necessarily mean family. Actually, you and Hajin are more like my family, he said seriously. I've spent my whole life doing dirty things just to have a chance to overthrow that family. But then I realized that just one slip-up and I would disappear without a trace. That's it. Jungu returns with an uncertain smile, then appears as the key to ending my terrible story, bringing along an unexpected card named Aeon. Seun remains calm. So while we fight, Aeon will handle everything in the shadows. Is that the plan? Do we really need to stage it? Just keep fighting until I look like a corpse. He angrily curses. Hey, idiot. You've been training hard just to catch me. Wouldn't it be better if you beat me properly instead? I'm also helpless. No, I don't care. I just need to break a few bones and leave you crippled. We're not some righteous fighters, right? Jungu chuckled happily, so I thought that all these confessions would bring us closer. Anyway, we still have to buy some time for Asen and the prosecutor to carry out the plan. He made a demand, so at least he should fight properly to make the viewers watching the stream feel like they're part of the fight. The 2 police cars are still parked in front of the shops. Aeon sitting in the car listening to the phone. What? Sun-hoon calmly repeated, So Chun's car is following whom? He lowered his head. Did he say I have to tell Yin Soo-hyun? I understand now. Let me call her first and hang up. Aeon immediately cursed at that idiot Chun's car. The prosecutor turned to ask what was going on. What's happening? What about the Chun car? He looked annoyed. He followed Hanzunu on his own. He was also shocked after hearing that. What? Why would he do that? Aeon understood the reason silently. Hajin had been in danger over and over, so he probably wanted to end everything himself. Now go find the chief prosecutor and meet him as quickly as possible. I will visit Lyon at the detention center and then return to the big company building. Brother X, call that kid with the motorcycle. He looks just like you when you were young. Aeon just considers it as starting our plan on his own. The situation is already turning dark and complicated. That was a really cool move. She's standing right in the middle of the house. Yeah, I just arrived at Penhousius but didn't see anyone. They probably know I've been here, so they moved the meeting elsewhere. Shu Huin reports, I've figured out their direction. I need to verify it, but this could be a golden opportunity for us. All right, since it's come to this, aside in this, we have to act now. Aeon reminds him, go back to that place again. I'll check on Lai Yong-on first before coming over. Be careful not to get caught. A guard steps out. Hello? You're here again. Yes. Hello? Thank you for your help. It's late, but this is urgent, he said happily. Of course I'll help. I was also planning to contact you and invite you in. At that time, his condition was so bad, I thought he needed to be taken to the hospital. But strangely, when the warden took the prisoner outside, he was much better. I was worried he would die from addiction when he was so young. The two sit facing each other, and the prisoner speaks first. Thank you. I don't even remember the last time I was this sober. Aeon still remains cold. No need to thank me. I didn't do it for you. Kiss you. I don't care if you have any enlightenment or not. He went straight to the point. What I want to know is if you heard anything while working at that drug factory, no matter how small the detail, he nervously replied. I only use what they give me and follow orders. So honestly, I don't really know what is what. I wasn't thinking clearly at the time, so I don't remember well. But the prisoner started to recall what happened before. I vaguely heard Director Jiang arguing with Manager Kim about the delayed delivery. As a company, I remember they said they were storing inventory in the basement there. He looked up, and I really don't know which company they're talking about. If you ask Director Jiang, you'll probably get more accurate information. Aeon thought to himself, if it's the company's basement, then they must be talking about Dawson CP's building basement, which means that Bastard Jiang still hasn't revealed everything. He asked further, do you have anything else? The prisoner casually replied, I haven't thought of anything else. Oh, and there's a twin girl nearby. Aeon sat up suddenly. I know about her now. If you remember anything else, tell the security guard I mentioned earlier to call me. He patted him on the shoulder to reassure him and said that if he ever had to go to court in the future, he should come clean. Ayan whispered close to his ear, threatening under the protection of the law. I mean, if you want to live peacefully, Jungu didn't forget to remind you on the way. Don't forget what I said earlier. He cheerfully said firmly, you have to be like that. Understand? Anyway, they can't do anything to you. Chun's car leaves with Junu. All right, I get it, go quickly. Welcome to the Office for Detective Services and Errands. Director Kim is already waiting. You're here? Welcome. The car slowed down. He stood up cheerfully to welcome them. I truly appreciate you volunteering to come. I don't know what else to say, so consider this my thanks. Just as Mr. Han said, we won't touch Haji anymore. Director Kim was about to speak, but was grabbed by the collar. Our only goal is to watch you fight, huh? He suddenly threw him to the ground and asked, what do you think you are, you bastard? You look at that and still don't understand? He kicks Chairman Kim in the face. That's a greeting. The stupid traditional fist bump. That's all for this video. Please like and support us to bring more great stories. Thank you, and goodbye everyone.